Global doomsday, everyone went blind except for our main character, who not only did not go blind but also retained the spatial supernatural powers awakened from his past life. It turns out that the main character's world was invaded by the doomsday world. As time passes, different doomsdays will be experienced, and the first doomsday is the blinding doomsday. When cracks appear in the sky, all humans worldwide will go blind simultaneously. Returning to the beginning of the blinding doomsday, the main character, Shen Shen, discovers that everyone in the world has gone blind except for him. Shen Shen is ecstatic about this discovery because it is like having a super cheat code. As a reincarnator, he also knows in advance what the next world doomsday will be in 10 days, giving him a significant advantage. Standing on the rooftop of Walmart, Shen Shen spent 5 minutes analyzing his current situation and then made a decision. He decided to spend one day filling his space with 100 tons of supplies, ensuring that each item is a valuable post-apocalyptic necessity. The first rule of the post-apocalyptic world: things that were easily accessible before the apocalypse could become valuable necessities after the apocalypse. Walmart, the largest supermarket in the city of Spring, has 5 floors. The first 2 floors are for food and vegetables, the third and fourth floors are for kitchen and bedding supplies, and the fifth floor is for small household appliances and hardware supplies. Each floor is approximately 2,000 square meters. The air raid siren is still sounding, with about 25 minutes left before the citywide water and power outage. So, the first step now, while there is still electricity in the next 25 minutes, Shen Shen plans to loot this Walmart supermarket. He must gather the most valuable items post-apocalypse. Hurrying, he first went from the rooftop to the 5th floor, where the small household appliances and hardware supplies are located. It is empty and deserted here, but for Shen Shen, it is a treasure trove. In less than a minute, he collected 105 kerosene lighters, 503 boxes of flint and wick sets, and 722 barrels of lighter fluid into his space. Shen Shen is now very clear-headed. He knows that in the upcoming jungle doomsday, due to high humidity, almost all disposable lighters will be unusable, and traditional methods like rubbing wood for fire won't work in this mutated jungle. Only kerosene lighters or car cigarette lighters can ignite fires. In a city of 20,000 people, there are probably only 6 to 7 kerosene lighters, shared among 3,000 people on average. The value of a bottle of lighter fluid is equivalent to 100 lives. But now, in just a few seconds, he has collected 105 kerosene lighters and 722 barrels of oil. Feeling great. Without stopping, Shen Shen quickly ran to the hardware area on the other side of the supermarket. He collected 53 high-power flashlights, 755 south batteries, 1880 solid alcohol blocks, 35 cold steel military knives, 66 large machetes, 87 multifunctional Swiss Army knives. High-power flashlights are not afraid of moisture, solid alcohol blocks are essential fire starters, and cold steel military knives can peel tree bark and cut vines, all precious items in the jungle doomsday. In the outdoor supplies area, he gathered 56 entrenching shovels, 30 emergency foil blankets, 72 thick raincoats, 38 sunshade rain covers, and 93 saws of various sizes. Entrenching shovel, jungle doomsday, a rain of soil fell from the sky, burying 99% of the world's buildings underground. When survivors realized resources were scarce, they frantically dug in the original city ruins. Survivors called this behavior treasure digging, while some jokingly referred to it as archaeology. However, if someone could dig up a small supermarket, it meant they could enjoy a relatively crazy life. The entrenching shovel is the artifact for this treasure digging. Additionally, during the jungle doomsday, there would be a wave of meteor showers containing various high-tech weapons, bullets, high-tech crystals, etc., all of which required the use of this entrenching shovel. After wasting about 4 minutes on the 5th floor, Shen Shen quickly absorbed assault jackets, hiking shoes, safety ropes, and backpacks in the outdoor supplies area. Outdoor assault jackets, 66 sets of various models, 164 pairs of hiking shoes in various sizes, 155 bundles of safety ropes, 90 picnic moisture-proof blankets, 80 insulated water bottles, 27 30-liter black gasoline drums, 75 sleeping bags, 152 large hiking backpacks, and 65 medium hiking backpacks. This is about it. There might be something left behind, but time with electricity is running out, about 20 minutes left. Hurry up! Shen Shen ran quickly to the escalator leading from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Suddenly, many people here can't be seen. Can someone help us make a call? Just dial 120, we'll pay. The escalator was still running, and a group of blind men and women came up holding the handrails. Shen Shen bypassed them and quickly walked down on the other side of the escalator, but a mother and daughter blocked the escalator going down on his side. The mother looked to be in her 20s, pushing a supermarket cart with her 3-year-old daughter crying loudly inside. You quickly go downstairs to the first and second floors, there's food there. Tragedies like this are happening in every corner of the world, and Shen Shen couldn't save them all. Sir! Shen Shen was reminded by the kind-hearted woman, but before he knew it, the blind woman grabbed his arm. Sir, please save us. My daughter and I can't see anything now. My daughter is only 3 years old. Please, I can kneel down for you. I'll really kneel down for you. Please, let go. Shen Shen ruthlessly pried the woman's hand off, grabbed her face with both hands, and shouted, listen to me. It's not just you who can't see now. No one can see anything now. Even if your daughter is only 3 months old, she must die. Do you understand? With that, he showed no mercy, ran quickly to the 4th floor, ignoring the woman's heart-wrenching cries behind him. The 34th floor was the kitchen and bedding area. These 2 floors usually had fewer people, and now suddenly blind, most people were huddled in the corners or clutching onto a shelf on the ground. Shen Shen tiptoed carefully around these people. There were 59 insulated cups, 85 sets of large stainless steel insulated lunchboxes, 66 frying pans, 57 large steamers, quilts, pillows, and bedding sets. Shen Shen picked 80 sets of the more expensive ones. Finally, at the elevator entrance on the 3rd floor, Shen Shen also collected a double latex mattress and pillows into the space. There weren't many useful things on these 2 floors. Large pots and insulated lunchboxes were relatively rare items in the early days of the jungle doomsday, and human survivors used these stainless steel and iron utensils to boil water and vegetables. In the jungle doomsday, plants also mutated, and Shen Shen had seen various mutated fruits and vegetables. Cherry and grape grains the size of basketballs, peaches over 1.5 meters high and weighing over 300 pounds, strawberries the size of motorcycles, watermelons as tall as a 3-story building, and cabbages as big as off-road vehicles, eggplants the size of buses, beans over 3 meters long, and so on. These vegetables and fruits are not scarce, but to get them, survivors must come down from the trees, which means danger. In the early days of the jungle apocalypse, tens of thousands of survivors died every day while looking for food, providing an ample supply of meat for those post-apocalyptic creatures. Wasting time on the 3rd and 4th floors was not an option, it only took about 6 minutes. Shen Shen rushed all the way to collect these things, and finally arrived at the 2nd floor of the supermarket. Shen Shen knew that on the 2nd floor of Walmart supermarket, there were the most valuable things after the apocalypse. It is the most valuable resource, without a doubt. In the jungle apocalypse, when survivors regained their sight and realized the danger, they fled the buildings with various survival supplies. Some got on vehicles, while others gathered in groups, standing still under the muddy rain. As the soil rose, they took a few steps forward, moving cautiously. This continued until the familiar city streets and alleys were submerged by the muddy rain. At that moment, survivors might not have realized a very serious issue. Humans can go without vegetables for a while, even without meat and rice for a long time, but they absolutely cannot go without salt for an extended period. The suffering of not having salt is unimaginable for those living in peaceful times. When survivors fled the buildings, few carried salt with them. Even if some had a few packets of chili sauce or canned food, among the billions of human survivors, these items were insignificant. The pain of not having salt was something Shen Shen had experienced in a past life. Initially, he felt weak and lethargic, but soon his limbs swelled, his digestion weakened, and he experienced symptoms like vomiting, fainting, acid reflux, and heartburn. Later on, his vision blurred, he felt dizzy, and even fainted. It took 3 months for his body to adapt to the lack of salt, but he still felt fatigue and weakness. Even now, Shen Shen had a lingering condition where his mouth salivated excessively upon tasting something salty. Therefore, in the jungle apocalypse, anything salty was considered invaluable. Later, survivors discovered treasures inside meteorites, where bullets and crystals could be found, recognized as currency among survivors. In the previous world, Shen Shen remembered that 1 gram of edible salt could be exchanged for 10 bullets produced from meteorites in the last month before the apocalypse. A 400-gram pack of salt that cost $3 before the apocalypse could be exchanged for 4,000 bullets afterward. A bottle of La Gamma chili sauce before the apocalypse could be exchanged for 5,000 bullets. In Shenzhen City, Tree City 117, 500 bullets could get you a 16-year-old, irresistibly charming girl with twin ponytails. A bottle of La Gamma could get you 10 such girls. The former beauty of Tree City 117, Su Xiaochan, was a calamity-level beauty, often jokingly called the Su Daji of Tree City. That enchantress. Shen Shen remembered that she once said, "If someone can bring out 10 bottles of La Gamma chili sauce at once, I'm willing to go home with him, in any way he desires." But now, Shen Shen stood in the dry goods area on the second floor of Walmart, facing a neat row of La Gamma bottles.
Salivating uncontrollably, Chen Chen couldn't resist any longer. He eagerly grabbed a bottle of Leagamma, opened it, scooped up a large spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth. So satisfying. For someone who hadn't had much salt in 6 months, this mouthful was absolutely satisfying. It was worth more than 10 Suzaioakans to Chen Chen. Stop wasting time, wiped the corner of his mouth, and he began to quickly collect these Leagamma. Leagamma chili sauce 35 bottles, various bottled chili sauce 68 bottles, 42 bags of edible salt, 38 bottles of soy sauce, 17 bottles of dark soy sauce, 39 bottles of oyster sauce, 23 bags of various bagged chili sauce, 72 bags of regular soybean paste, 13 spice pepper 55 bags, 61 bottles of aged vinegar, 20 bags of hot pot base, 67 bags of hot pot dipping sauce, 29 bags of sesame seeds, 22 bags of cumin, 10 bottles of ketchup, 18 bottles of salad dressing. Is it so few? In such a big supermarket, it's impossible to have only this much. Chen Chen knew that the shelves in the dry area of the second floor of the supermarket were very precious. It's impossible for such a big supermarket to have only this much salt and chili sauce. He quickly looked around and saw 2 middle-aged women in shopping guide clothes squatting in the corner not far away. Stand up. He ran over, grabbed the collars of the 2 middle-aged women's clothes, lifted them up straight, and said, "Tell me now, where is your supermarket's warehouse, quickly? Warehouse, warehouse, warehouse. Customers are not allowed in the warehouse." Unexpectedly, this middle-aged female shopping guide still adhered to the principles. Chen Chen was anxious, pushed the female shopping guide against the wall, and shouted loudly again, "Stop talking nonsense." With that, a high-tech pistol from the previous life suddenly appeared in his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out towards the shed roof. Chen Chen pressed his forehead against the middle-aged female shopping guide's forehead and shouted again, "Listen, take me to the warehouse now." Chen Chen didn't bring back many things from his previous life, just a high-tech pistol, 5 energy crystals, a dagger, 3 high-power flashlights, and some old clothes and other miscellaneous items. The old clothes and other miscellaneous items were thrown away when he was upstairs. Now, the only things left in his space from his previous life are a pistol, a dagger, 3 high-power flashlights, and a master key. Ah! Suddenly hearing the gunshots, the female shopping guide covered her ears and screamed loudly. The sound of the gun and the screams of the female shopping guide immediately drowned out the noisy surroundings. In the short silence, Chen Chen couldn't care less. He grabbed the female shopping guide's arm and said again, "I'll say it one last time. Take me to the warehouse now. Immediately. I can't see anything now. I really can't take you there. Please spare me. I really can't see anything. I swear I'm not lying. I'm just an ordinary person. I still have children. I haven't seen my child get married. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Please." The female shopping guide still had her hands covering her ears, obviously frightened. "Stand up straight. Listen to me. I'm not making things difficult for you now. Just tell me clearly, how many warehouses does your supermarket have? Which floors are they on, and next to which shelves?" The female shopping guide, with a trembling voice, said, "There is only one warehouse. It's on the underground floor. I don't know anything else. I really don't know anything. Please don't kill me. I really don't know anything." Underground floor. Pushing the female shopping guide aside, not caring about the other valuable items on the second floor, Chen Chen ran quickly towards the direction of the safe passage. Dong 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 dong. The safe passage had dim lighting. Chen Chen ran down to the next floor, and indeed, there was a long staircase leading downwards on this floor. That female shopping guide wasn't lying. The warehouse on the negative first floor had a double white steel door, locked with a large iron lock. For Chen Chen, who had lived in the post-apocalyptic world for 6 months, this was not a problem at all. Their team had participated in excavating city ruins, and lockpicking was a required course for everyone. He first inserted 2 iron wires into the lock, then used a master key. Click. The big lock opened, he pulled the iron bolt, opened the 2 doors, and swiftly entered the room. There is a switch in the corner of the wall. It is now about 12 minutes away from a citywide power outage. In 12 minutes, harvesting this nearly 1,500 square meter warehouse, time is not enough. But when Chen Chen's eyes swept to a corner of the warehouse, his eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Generator room. Chen Chen should have realized long ago that a large supermarket with a total of 6 floors like this must have its own power supply equipment. Now there is no need to worry about power outages at all. He can search this warehouse calmly. Running a few steps to the front of the generator room door, this type of generator is not difficult to operate. Chen Chen understood the principle in just a few tens of seconds. The engine oil and coolant are already filled up. He unscrewed the diesel cap. The diesel in the tank is also full,
and there are 6 barrels of 30L diesel, coolant, engine oil, and other consumables in the corner of the generator room. He casually collected these items into his space, opened the circuit breaker box, which looked like a household circuit breaker, with a row of small red switches on the top and bottom on the left side, and a large main switch on the left. Starting the generator, a buzzing sound, Chen pulled the main switch to the on position. The green LCD display on the meter box shows 176V, 25. 5 Hz, and the startup idle delay is 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and power supply begins. Alright. He ran back to the warehouse door, closed it, bolted it from the inside, and locked it. He now has a high-tech pistol, so Chen is not afraid of blind people coming down and locking him in the warehouse, as long as he ensures that they cannot enter from the outside. Phew! Now he can search this warehouse properly. Completely sealed, Chen took a long breath. Now with the generator, there is no need to worry about power outages. He began to carefully assess. The warehouse is about 1,500 square meters, approximately 50 meters long and 30 meters wide, with rows of white steel metal shelves in the center of the warehouse. Unlike the shelves in the supermarket above, these shelves are stacked with full boxes of goods. He plans to start searching from the left side here, row by row, not missing any boxes. The first row of shelves on the left side, from top to bottom, a total of 4 rows, each row has 4 small cardboard boxes, totaling 16. Holding up one box with both hands, he saw the word Soil Force Frame written on the box. Below the large characters are, Sweeping Hunger, really getting into it. The net weight is 5 kilograms, and the gross weight is 7 kilograms. Slashing open the box, inside the box is a bucket-packed Soil Force Frame, with a bucket weighing 460 g, including the bucket should be 500 g. There are exactly 10 buckets in a box. Not bad. This kind of 10-pound small box of Soil Force Frame, there are quite a few in stock in the supermarket. Chen found a total of 119 boxes on the shelves, all stored in the space, increasing the weight of the space by 595 kilograms. So cool! This large warehouse only took a small corner, but it suddenly collected nearly 1,200 pounds of Soil Force Frame. After collecting the Soil Force Frame, next to it is the Dove Intense Dark Chocolate. They are from the same manufacturer, also 10 pounds per box. Dove Dark Chocolate, other flavors, etc. Stored in the space 88 boxes, a total of 880 pounds. Continue searching. Alpine Strawberry Milk Hard Candy, 1 box 5 kilograms, stored in the space 50 boxes, net weight 250 pounds. Su Fuji Pineapple Cake, 1 box 5 kilograms, a total of 85 boxes. Su Fuji Sacker, 1 box 5 kilograms, stored in the space 30 boxes, net weight 575 pounds. 3 Squirrels, by Chow Wei, and Liang Pin Pu Zi, the beef jerky and beef granules produced by these 3 companies, a total of 685 bags stored in the space, net weight 137 pounds. Other brands of beef jerky and beef granules, a total of 857 bags, net weight 442 pounds. It's so damn satisfying. In less than 15 minutes, Chen became more and more proficient. A total of 115 caddies of various boxed and bagged large almonds, 150 caddies of amber walnuts, 135 caddies of pistachios, 185 caddies of cashews, 130 caddies of pine nuts, 55 caddies of pistachios, and 85 caddies of macadamia nuts were stored. 585 caddies of melon seeds, 780 caddies of shelled peanuts. These are all full boxes. Chen displayed his space ability, and with just a touch of his hands on these supplies, various nuts automatically entered the space. So cool! Having lived for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he felt so refreshed. Now Chen dared not think about it. Just these nuts, what kind of sensation would they cause in the jungle apocalypse in 10 days? Of course, he would not easily take out these supplies. In the jungle apocalypse in 10 days, his goal was definitely not just to become a wealthy man. The warehouse goods were also placed in different categories. Chen was sweeping the food area. Various brands of instant noodles, a total of 328 boxes, including 1 box of large food bag instant noodles weighing 5 kilograms, and regular packaging weighing 5 kilograms per box. A total net weight of 85 caddies. Over a ton of instant noodles. He actually had over a ton of instant noodles now. In the jungle apocalypse, only very powerful awakened individuals, or big shots like city lords or deputy city lords, could eat them. And now, he had stored over a ton in less than 10 minutes. It was simply unimaginable. Ham sausages, 4,866 various ham sausages, net weight of 1167 caddies. Various potato chips, Wang Foods, etc.
totaling 522 caddies, Haichidian, Jiachuli, etc. A total of 388 small boxes, weighing 620 caddies. Weilong spicy strips, gluten, each box weighing 18 caddies, a total of 66 boxes, totaling 1188 caddies. The big spicy strips that the girls love to eat actually weigh over half a ton. In the supermarket's underground warehouse, Chen Chen was very pleased now. But at this moment, anyone who had experienced the same thing as Chen Chen would find it hard not to be pleased, because only Chen Chen knew what these supplies would mean in 10 days. Various other snacks, dried mangoes, hawthorn slices, vacuum-packed chicken feet, chicken legs, eggs, chicken chops, etc. Totaling 655 caddies. Almost done. He decided to temporarily abandon these supplies. Chen Chen took a turn in the large warehouse and finally found the shelf for edible salt. Produced by Kofco, iodized salt was 250 g per pack, non-iodized salt was 400 g per pack, with 50 packs per box. 35 boxes of non-iodized salt were found, 105 boxes of iodized salt, totaling 4,025 caddies, 2 tons in weight. 2 tons of edible salt. Bang! Chen Chen excitedly kicked over a shelf and swung his fist vigorously in the air. 1 gram of edible salt was worth 10 universal bullets, so 2 tons equaled 20 million bullets. Chen Chen estimated that even if he sold all the giant tree cities near Chun City, he would not be able to gather 20 million bullets. In 10 days, with these 20 million bullets, it would not just be the current blind apocalypse, even in the jungle apocalypse, he could do as he pleased. And, the most crucial point was that now, only 1 hour had passed in the blind apocalypse, and he still had 9 days and 23 hours to continue collecting supplies. Stay calm. Feeling his heart beating wildly, Chen Chen decided to plan carefully after leaving here. No rush. The space display now showed 8,183 kilograms, 16,366 caddies, with only over 8 tons stored. Chen Chen finally walked to the shelf where Leagamma chili sauce was placed. A bottle of Leagamma was 280 g, 24 bottles per box, with a box weighing about 14 caddies. He looked up and down. On this trip, there were a total of 178 boxes of Leagamma chili sauce, 4,272 cans. So many Leagamma? This is the Leagamma chili sauce that can make Su Xiaochan, that Demonis, show all kinds of poses. In less than 2 minutes, 4,272 cans were obtained. Chen Chen, who had just forced himself to calm down, now thought of Su Xiaochan, especially her figure. He was getting a bit excited again. Finally, canned braised beef, canned braised pork, canned fish. These are all 1 gene cans, with a total of 822 cans of 3 types, not bad. As of now, Chen Chen's space shows 9,994 kilograms, just 6 kilograms short of 10 tons. He didn't expect that just a supermarket could provide him with so many valuable resources after the apocalypse, and it has only been 1 hour. There are 9 days and 23 hours left until the end of the blind apocalypse. But for himself, this wonderful apocalypse has just begun. Boom boom boom. Make way. In the city center pedestrian street, Chen Chen drove a Harley motorcycle recklessly. At this moment on the main street of the Spring City, humans had just been blind for an hour, and most people were still in a panic. Panic, screams, various calls for help were heard one after another. On the road, countless cars collided and exploded. On the pedestrian street, most of the blind people had reached the wall, leaning against it and shouting for help. Get out of my way. The Harley motorcycle raced on the pedestrian street. There are 9 days, 22 hours, and 39 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. Chen Chen set a countdown on his watch, because he knew that the next 9 days, 22 hours, and 39 minutes were crucial. Starting from now, every minute cannot be wasted. Especially today. Today is considered the most friendly day of the blind apocalypse for humans. At noon tomorrow, which is exactly 24 hours after the blind apocalypse officially ends, the next 9 days will subject the human race on Earth to 3 hellish tests in the blind world. These 3 tests are 70 degrees above zero temperature, 70 degrees below zero temperature, and finally the toxic rain event. Each of these 3 events will last for 3 days, exactly 72 hours each. When these 3 apocalypse events end, at noon on the 11th day of the blind world, the Earth will experience its second sky splitting. At that time, the humans who are qualified to survive will regain their sight, and a very small number of people will awaken skills. However, it is also from that moment that the surviving humans will officially face the fangs of the jungle apocalypse. So even though the blind people are in chaos today, these sunny 24 hours are the most critical for Chen Chen. There are 9 days, 22 hours, and 7 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. Your destination is on your left. navigation ends here.
On the outer ring road of the Spring City, a beautiful drift of the Harley motorcycle startled a group of blind people.
Chen Chen got off the motorcycle, casually stored the Harley motorcycle in his space.
The nearby blind people ran towards him upon hearing the sound, shouting for help. After bypassing the group of blind people, Chen Chen looked down at the phone.
This phone was found in a car involved in an accident, and the driver was already dead. Chen Chen forcibly opened his eyelids and unlocked the phone.
Fortunately, the driver had downloaded offline map data, so even without a network, the software could still navigate properly. Setting it to never lock the screen, putting on headphones to listen to the instructions, Chen Chen navigated all the way here on the Harley motorcycle. This was already the outskirts of the Spring City, with red brick old factory buildings. There was a large signboard on the factory building with a white background and red letters, the general agent of Chun City's Zhongliang canned food.
Zhongliang's canned food. Chen Chen had heard before the apocalypse that Zhongliang's canned meat should be one of the top quality canned foods.
Opening the double iron gate, the group of blind people who had just run past stumbled back towards this direction.
Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with them, casually closing the warehouse door and leaving them outside. Such a big warehouse.
Upon entering, Chen Chen found a lot of dust inside. After finding a strong flashlight in the space, he was immediately shocked by the sight in front of him. So many cardboard boxes.
All canned meat.
The warehouse was nearly 800 square meters, with no shelves, but all that could be seen were cardboard boxes.
Chen Chen quickly ran a few steps, using a dagger to open each box.
The strong flashlight shone into the cardboard boxes, revealing golden, metallic-looking canned meat.
Zhongliang Meilin canned luncheon meat, Zhongliang Meilin exquisite braised pork canned meat, Zhongliang Meilin beef canned meat, Zhongliang Tiantan small black pig, small white pig canned meat.
Chen Chen picked up a few boxes at random, feeling the canned meat in his hands was cold and heavy, with a very good texture. A wave of joy surged in his heart. Chen Chen felt like he wasn't holding canned meat, but rather big chunks of gold nuggets. It was like holding big chunks of gold bars before the apocalypse.
Looking around, inside this warehouse,
inside this 800 square meter warehouse, there were conservatively estimated to be at least thousands of boxes.
Thousands of Zhongliang canned meat. Without hesitation, Chen Chen began to dash around the warehouse. With each touch of his hands, box after box of canned meat disappeared into the space.
Zhongliang's canned meat was of the best quality and the most expensive before the apocalypse, with a small can of 340 grams of braised pork canned meat costing 30 yuan.
All canned meat. Not fake. All genuine Zhongliang canned meat.
In this vast warehouse, Chen Chen ran faster and faster, becoming more excited as he collected these cans. 10 minutes later, the huge warehouse of over 800 square meters was completely emptied.
Phew!
After running continuously for 10 minutes, Chen Chen's body was not tired, but his heart was pounding wildly. Closing his eyes to check the space, the weight had increased by 16,887 kilograms, which was nearly 17 tons. 17 tons of canned meat, totaling 2,285 large boxes, 55,080 cans. A total of 55,080 cans of Zhongliang canned meat. This was simply unimaginable. It should be noted that after the apocalypse, in the jungle doomsday 10 days later, this was definitely a luxury among luxuries. In the city of Chunchang, with millions of survivors, only a few people standing at the peak could possibly afford to eat such a luxury item every day, or even once a week. And now, in just a short time, Chen Chen had obtained over 55,000 cans in 10 minutes.
What kind of concept was this? Chen Chen could no longer estimate it.
Even if he added up the entire city of Chunchang from the previous life, there wouldn't be as many cans. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen's eyes began to shine.
Off he went, on to the next one.
There were 9 days, 20 hours, and 33 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. Outside the city of Chunchang, at the Fedoto Can food warehouse, Chen Chen pried open the rolling gate. 10 minutes later, he ran out of the warehouse door, hopped on his Harley motorcycle, and continued to the next one. Fedoto Can food warehouse, braised pork canned meat, beef canned meat, totaling 668 boxes, 16,032 boxes stored in the space. The total weight increased by 5,678 kilograms, 5.5 tons. There were 9 days, 18 hours, and 29 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse.
Chunchang's Chongwang Canned Food Storage Center.
The Harley motorcycle crashed through the glass door, bringing in canned tomato fish, canned tuna, canned hairtail, canned yellow croaker. A total of 1,291 boxes of various fish canned meat, 30,984 boxes, with a total weight increase of 10,973 kilograms. 10 tons of various fish canned meat. There were 9 days, 16 hours, and 16 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. Harley motorcycles raced around the Azure Mansion community for 3 laps, finally finding a small plaque in front of a garage, the Chun City Mayor's canned food distribution center. About 5 minutes later, Qinshen's space increased by 32,855 boxes of braised pork ribs canned food, with a total weight increase of 12 tons. There are 9 days, 13 hours, and 58 minutes left until the end of the Blind Man Doomsday. It is now 10:02 p.m., and the Blind Man Doomsday has been going on for 10 hours. Qinshen sat in a dark canned food warehouse, chewing on bread and ham sausages. This warehouse provided him with 5 tons of various canned meats. This is also the last one in Chun City, more precisely, the last one that can be found on the map software. As of now, Qinshen has collected a total of 52 tons of various canned meats in 10 hours, estimating himself to have around 155,000 cans. 155,000 cans of canned meat. So damn cool. There are 9 days, 13 hours, and 48 minutes left until the end of the Blind Man Doomsday. Clang! Throwing away the 3rd can of Nescafe coffee, Qinshen stood up again with high spirits, today being the most friendly day of the Blind Man Doomsday. Sleeping is impossible. There are 13 hours left until the 70 degrees above zero temperature event, so he will continue to scavenge for supplies for the next 10 hours. With 3 hours and 48 minutes left, Qinshen needs to prepare supplies to deal with the 70-degree heat event and go see the woman who claims to be the first female killer of the apocalypse. Keep going. Search for supplies. Every item Qinshen is currently searching for will be invaluable in 10 days. There are 9 days, 12 hours, and 11 minutes left until the end of the Blind Man Doomsday. On the first night of the Blind Man Doomsday, humans suddenly turned blind, and almost all the blind people couldn't find their way home. On the streets of Chun City at night, many blind people have already started huddling together, seemingly to increase their sense of security. Your destination is on your left, navigation ends here. At 11:49 p.m., the Chun City Seasoning Wholesale Market. At the entrance, the Harley motorcycle gradually slowed down. Before coming to a complete stop, Qinshen had a thought, and the motorcycle instantly disappeared into his space. He ran a few steps forward with inertia, leaped up a few steps, and his body had already flashed to the entrance of the Seasoning Wholesale Market. The Seasoning Wholesale Market. In 2 lifetimes, no matter what Qinshen cherished the most were these salty things. In 10 days, without rice and flour, survivors can eat tons of sweet potatoes, and without meat, they can eat spider legs and caterpillars. Only salt cannot be replaced. In the jungle apocalypse, only such things can maintain high value, always in short supply. Who still has tofu skin noodles? I'll buy them for 1,000 yuan a bag. We have vermicelli at home, do you want to buy? Cash only, 1,000 yuan per bag. Listen to me, everyone. We must believe in the country. Trust the government. The country will come to rescue us. What is happening now is just an organized and premeditated poisoning incident by Western spies. I believe that soon, at the latest tomorrow morning, we will await the arrival of the country's rescue forces. This is an almost 5,000 square meter hall, with various seasoning stalls in the center and storefronts with glass doors around it. After Qinshen came in, he found that at least 2,000 blind people had taken refuge here. It is now midnight, and most blind people have already started sleeping against the glass doors of the merchants or stalls, and now they are all lying on their sides, none on their backs. From this small detail, it can be seen that they all lack a sense of security. Blind people who lack a sense of security generally have an aggressive nature. Carefully stepping over one blind person after another, Qinshen walked dozens of meters in the pitch-black hall, bent down to pick up a duckbill cap from the ground, found 2 powerful flashlights, a roll of transparent tape. Using the transparent tape to fix the flashlight on his head, wrapping the other end around his chin, he made a simple headlamp. After walking another dozen meters, the headlamp and the flashlight in his hand illuminated a glass shop selling hot pot ingredients. Walking into this shop, there were more than a dozen blind people lying on the ground, most of them with their eyes closed. Other positions. A counter, behind the counter, a display wall hung with various brands of hot pot base ingredients and dipping sauces, and further inside were all cardboard boxes. Hot pot base ingredients are good stuff. When the powerful flashlight shone on these cardboard boxes, Qinshen was delighted. On the doomsday in the jungle 10 days later, if there could be a large iron pot with a bag of hot pot base ingredients inside, along with some Chinese cabbage, baby bok choy, and the like, the taste would definitely make a group of girls drool. Just thinking about that scene is refreshing. Stepping over a few sleeping blind people, Qinshen took a few steps to these cardboard boxes, and his hands quickly tapped on these cardboard boxes. Little fat sheep hot pot base, 235 grams per bag, 30 bags in a small box,
totaling about 15 caddies per box. Butter spicy hot pot base, 500 grams per bag, 60 bags in a box, about 60 caddies per box. Beef stock hot pot base, 400 grams per bag, 80 bags in a box, about 65 caddies per box. Prairie red hot pot dipping sauce, 120 grams per bag, 100 bags in a box, about 24 caddies per box. Haidilao original dipping sauce, 120 grams per bag, 80 bags in a box, about 20 caddies per box. In less than 5 minutes, Chen had already found 188 boxes of various hot pot base ingredients and 50 boxes of various brands of hot pot dipping sauces in this shop. The space increased by 5720 caddies, nearly 3 tons. Walking out of the shop, continuing the search, Chen found that he had gradually adapted to the environment of the seasoning wholesale market. He walked faster and faster in this dark hall, and soon found the second shop, Sauce Wholesale. Sauce is also good stuff. Especially when Chen walked into the shop, he not only found bagged ordinary soybean paste, but also various brands of chili sauce. Pishan Duban sauce, June fragrant Duban sauce, Jixiangju beef rice sauce, Li Kum Ki spicy sauce, Haidilao rice sauce. In 8 minutes, 950 boxes of various sauces, with a weight increase of 4,088 kilograms, over 4 tons, 5,000 yuan. This time, before leaving the shop, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up behind the counter. Chen shone the flashlight over and saw his face full of flesh, holding 2 large machetes in his hands. "I don't care who you are, but as long as you enter my shop, you owe me 5,000 yuan in cash, not a penny less, or you won't leave through this door today." "You want 5,000? Chen raised an eyebrow, never expecting to be robbed by a blind person. "Huh, what? You think it's too little?" The shop owner, with a face full of flesh and a scar on his face, was quite famous in this area before the apocalypse, including this shop and the shop owner's wife, all extorted by this thug from an honest man. He leaned on the counter with his elbow, walked around to the shop door, raised the machete in his hands and said, "All right, since you think it's too little, then it's 10,000. Kid, 10,000 yuan in cash, and if you dare to give me a penny less today, I'll chop off one of your fingers." "Just 10,000? You're still short." Chen's headlamp shone on the shop owner's face. He walked towards the tip of the shop owner's knife. "I'll give you 1 billion now, do you think that's enough?" In the jungle apocalypse, there was no entertainment, except for women. Survivors usually liked to gather together and study some violent aesthetics. Yes, they call this violent aesthetics. "Are you looking for death?" At the entrance of the shop, Chen's headlights shone on the boss's face. He squinted slightly, and his hands had already raised 2 large machetes. "I'll give you 1 billion. 2 meters away from the shop owner, Chen casually picked up a calculator on the counter, pressed a 1 on it, followed by 8 zeros, then casually threw the calculator at the boss's scarred face. The shop owner was suddenly hit, and instinctively started swinging the machetes. He yelled and rushed towards Chen, who raised his hand again and threw a box of chili sauce at the shop owner's feet. The shop owner, caught off guard, stumbled forward. Chen stood still, quietly watching the shop owner struggle to stand up. When he stood firm, Chen raised his hand again and threw a box of chili sauce at the boss's face. Plop! This time, the shop owner fell backward, hitting the back of his head on the ground. Chen took a few steps forward, lifted his foot, and stepped on the boss's neck. He exerted force with his foot, crushing it. The headlights shone on the shop owner's face, watching his face turn red and gradually purple. Chen found a bottle of lighter fluid in the space, opened the cap, inserted it into the shop owner's 2 nostrils, sealed it tightly, and began to squeeze the bottle hard. It was visible to the naked eye that the lighter fluid had flowed from the shop owner's eyes along the tear ducts. Chen began pouring it into his throat and stomach. "I've already given you 1 billion, and you still want to harm me, since you are so untrustworthy." As he spoke, Chen found a pack of cigarettes in the space, lit one, took a deep drag, flicked the ash on the boss's face, and said, "That's not my problem." With that, Chen took another drag of the cigarette, and this time, he directly pressed the lit end on the boss's philtrum between his mouth and nose. The blue flame burned into his nostrils, tear ducts, eyes, and continued into his mouth, igniting his throat and stomach. Releasing his foot from the boss's neck, Chen stood up and watched as the shop owner coughed violently, spewing blue flames while coughing. Then suddenly, the boss screamed, frantically clawing at his face, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The screams had already awakened hundreds of blind people. Chen saw that he had had enough and ignored him, stepping out of the shop to continue his search. At the third shop, there were wholesale edible oil brands such as Jinlongju and Fulingman. Chen quickly adjusted his mood. In the eyes of the survivors who specialized in studying violent aesthetics in the previous life, his little tricks were at most a harmless joke. If he handed this shop owner over to those people, Chen Shen dared to guarantee that those survivors could make the shop owner feel happiness in every cell of his body. There were 9 days, 11 hours, and 39 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. Chen Shan walked out of the edible oil shop. The density of edible oil is 0.92, slightly lighter than water, and 1 liter of edible oil weighs about 1.84 pounds. Within 10 minutes, Chen Shan found 1255 barrels of edible oil in this shop, totaling 6,275 liters, with a total weight increase of 5,773 kilograms, nearly 6 tons. Great! In the future, you can add some oil when cooking cabbage. There were 9 days, 11 hours, and 28 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. Chen Shen finally found the China National Cereals, Oils, and Foodstuffs Corporation for wholesale edible salt. After 15 minutes, the space weight increased by 19,850 kilograms, close to 20 tons. 20 tons of edible salt. Looking at the 20 tons of edible salt in the space, Chen Shen's heart was pounding, and he felt an unprecedented excitement. If calculated at 1 gram of edible salt equals 10 bullets, then 20 tons would be 2 billion. In the future, 10 days later, as long as these 20 tons of edible salt are available, even if you don't do anything yourself, as long as you establish a team of awakened ones that can protect yourself, then others. In the city of Chun, millions of survivors, whether it is the 4 major adventure teams or the 10 major merchant groups, everyone has to live according to your rules. That feeling must be awesome. As of now, after storing all the edible salt in the space, Chen Shen simply calculated the total weight in his space. Searching for supplies at Walmart supermarket 10 tons, several canned food warehouses, a total of 52 tons. Hot pot base, dipping sauce 3 tons, various chili sauce 4 tons. Edible oil 6 tons, edible salt 20 tons. As of this moment, the total weight in his space has reached an astonishing 95 tons. There are 9 days, 11 hours, and 11 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. There is still 5 tons of space left. Chen Shen quickly ran to the entrance of the seasoning wholesale market, released the Harley motorcycle, and returned to the hall again. Chili powder, this time it took nearly 2 hours, visited a total of 37 stores, and collected a total of 4 tons of chili powder. There is no doubt that this chili powder is also a good thing. As the saying goes, chili is the meat of the poor. With these 4 tons of chili powder, anything can taste delicious. There are 9 days, 9 hours, and 19 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. There is still 1 ton left in the space. Chen Shen made a final visit to the seasoning wholesale market, filled the last 1 ton with chicken essence, 13 spices, vinegar, oyster sauce, sesame, cumin, Sichuan peppercorn, and bay leaves. 100 tons full. There are 9 days, 8 hours, and 57 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. At 3:03 in the morning, Chen Shan rode a heavy motorcycle on the pedestrian road in the city of Chun. At midnight, there were few blind people on the pedestrian road. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the 0-kilometer automotive trade city area of Chun City. It is similar to the University City, except for an automotive trade city that hosts car exhibitions, other heavy-duty trucks, Mercedes-Benz, and other major car 4S stores are all in this area. Heavy Truck Hao, 4S store. The Harley motorcycle skidded to a stop. Chen Shen got off the car, wasted no time, and went straight to the backyard warehouse of this 4S store. Heavy Truck Hao 7, fully enclosed box-type large cargo 440 horsepower 8x4, 600-liter fuel tank, 5-meter compartment, total weight of 13.5 tons, rated load of 16.9 tons. The requirement before the apocalypse was that the total weight of heavy trucks for transportation should not exceed 31 tons, but Chen Shen knew that this type of heavy truck with a rated load of 16.9 tons could carry up to 50 tons considering space wastage after the apocalypse. In the warehouse, Chen Shen found a heavy truck Hao 7, a heavy truck Hao N5G, and 2 fully enclosed box-type large trucks. 20 liters of diesel were temporarily added to the 2 heavy trucks separately. Chen Shan released the 100 tons of materials in the space into the compartments of these 2 heavy trucks, then drove out of the forest warehouse and headed straight to the headquarters of Chun City Automotive Trade City 300 meters away. Chun City Automotive Trade City, the largest automobile trading center in the 4 northern provinces, covers an area of more than 80 acres, totaling more than 53,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of 7.5 standard football fields. The terrain here is high, with few people passing by. In the next 10 days, Chen Shen plans to set this place as his temporary base. Of course, there is another more important reason, that is, this place still has the woman who was once known as the first female killer of the apocalypse, Lady Yin. Lady Yin's convoy is here. Hurry! Hurry and inform all the men in the market to lie down. Giant Tree City No. 1:17, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the market was bustling. Suddenly there was a commotion.
And when the men in the market heard the three words Lady Een, almost at the same time, all the men's faces turned pale.
Honey, quickly get down.
Don't look up, remember not to look into her eyes.
Chen Chen and his wife Yu Jing were out shopping.
He had just returned from hunting, and their team had a good harvest today, killing 3 locusts. Chen Chen got a total of 5 locust legs and was planning to set up a stall to sell them and buy some caterpillar meat that Shunny loved to eat. That way, today would be perfect. But at that moment, they heard the news that Lady Een was coming. Yu Jing seemed even more nervous than Chen Chen. She quickly stood in front of him, anxiously pleading with him, "Honey, please get down quickly. Lady Een is coming soon, please, at this moment, don't act foolishly. Not for anything else, but for me and Shunny, for the both of us, please get down quickly.
She's about to arrive. Get down, quickly."
Yu Jing's tone was full of urgency, and Chen Chen, feeling helpless, glanced at the nearby sound of a car engine and reluctantly lay down on the ground, hands behind his head. The engine noise got closer, and a large off-road vehicle stopped about 3 meters in front of Chen Chen. At this moment, Chen Chen lay on the ground with his hands behind his head, his mouth and nose covered in mud. He slightly lifted his head to breathe, and his eyes instinctively looked up. He saw the car door open, a small foot in black marten boots stepping on the ground, followed by another. Looking up, there were 2 long legs in bright leather pants. Chen Chen's eyes reached their limit, but he couldn't see the end of those long legs. Legend has it that Lady Een is 176 meters tall, and her 2 long legs are a staggering 120 centimeters, meaning her legs are an astonishing
2 meters long.
2 meters of long legs. In news and variety shows, a girl's legs are measured from the navel down.
Not sure if it's true.
But in the previous life, Lady Een left Chen Chen with the only image of her. Chen Chen had never seen her face because all the men who had seen her face were killed.
This is similar to parachuting without a parachute.
But according to Yu Jing's description, Lady Een was like a person stepping out of an oil painting. Unrealistically beautiful. Even though there were other beautiful girls, after Yu Jing caught a glimpse of Lady Een, she was deeply captivated by her.
Chen Chen's wife Yu Jing and Shunny were temporarily missing.
In the previous life, they only arrived at Tree City 119 after the jungle apocalypse.
And now, at 4:05 a.m.,
Chen Chen stood in the courtyard of the Auto Trade City, looking up at the exhibition building of the Auto Trade City. If the information from the previous life was correct, Lady Een should be inside this building, and she was blind, not yet awakened to her skills.
Right now, she was just an ordinary woman.
Perhaps now was the only chance to subdue this woman. Before the apocalypse, she was the only daughter of a billionaire Auto Trade City owner. After the apocalypse, she was the unique Speed Awakener in the world.
Speed Awakeners could run 10 times faster than before the apocalypse.
For example, if she took 20 seconds to run 100 meters before the apocalypse, after the apocalypse, she could run 100 meters in just 2 seconds.
That means she could run 50 meters in 1 second.
Her speed, in the eyes of ordinary people, seemed like teleportation. Because of this, Lady Een formed a team consisting entirely of girls after the apocalypse, the Lady Adventure Team. After the Lady Adventure Team was established, any team that dared to challenge them was almost completely wiped out overnight by Lady Een alone. In the previous life, it is said that Lady Een once killed 233 men in 23 seconds. Since then, no man dared to look at her for more than 3 seconds, including the leaders of the other 3 major adventure teams besides Lady Yn's. No man dared to look at her for more than 3 seconds. And now she is just an ordinary woman, just a blind person. I don't have to be afraid of her now. Standing at the back door of the Automobile Trade City Exhibition Hall, Chen Chen took a deep breath. He had a crazy idea at this moment. To completely conquer the former Doomsday first female killer that made men not dare to look up. As long as she is there, in the future, no matter how many resources he has, he can rest assured. Of course, if he cannot make her completely devoted to him, in 9 days, when she regains her sight and awakens her skills, by then, this woman may kill him immediately. And everything he has prepared will become that woman's wedding dress. So for Chen Chen now, conquering Lady Een is a crazy idea, and also a gamble. The back door of the exhibition hall was closed. Chen Chen took a few steps back. The strong flashlight shone on the second floor. He took a deep breath, leaped up, his feet stepped on a windowsill for leverage, then jumped up again, grabbing the edge of the second floor windowsill with both hands and agilely climbed up to the second floor. In the previous life, he lived in Giant Tree City for almost half a year, climbing trees every day, so climbing this ordinary building for Chen Chen was simply too easy. There was a gap in the window on the second floor. Chen Chen pushed open the window and jumped into the room. It was pitch black. Chen Chen had just put on the makeshift headlamp, It was an ordinary office, no one in the room. He walked to the door quietly, listening carefully. There was no sound outside. At this hour, Lady Yin might have already fallen asleep. Pushing the door open, Qin Shen was surprised to find that the outside of the second floor was also an exhibition hall with many cars inside, but he didn't see anyone for the time being. There was a safety passage on the right. Going up the safety passage, the third and fourth floors were also exhibition halls. Everywhere was pitch black. So far Qin Shen had not seen any blind person. Could the information from the previous life be wrong? Just as he was starting to doubt himself, suddenly there seemed to be a slight sound of footsteps upstairs. Da! 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 Qin Shen stood on the 4.5 floor, holding his breath, the headlamp shining in the direction of the 5th floor. After about 10 seconds, a woman in a tight skirt was slowly walking down the stairs holding the handrail. It wasn't Yin Qing. Neither the figure nor the temperament resembled Lady Yin. The headlamp shone on the woman's face, and she just went down one floor in front of him, hands on the stair railing. Someone upstairs? Qin Shen lightened his steps and continued to walk upstairs. According to his plan, the first step should be to find Lady Yin and play a little game with her first. The 5th floor was no longer an exhibition hall. Turning out of the safety passage, Qin Shen first saw a staff rest area. Next to the rest area was the cafeteria, and next to the cafeteria were the manager's office, the minister's office, and the general manager's office. The general manager's office. In the previous life, it was said that Yin Qing was the general manager of the automobile trade city before the apocalypse, so Qin Shen went straight to the general manager's office. The door was not closed, there was a gap in the door. Pushing it open, he didn't see anyone in the luxurious office. The headlamp shone into the inner room of the office, which was the general manager's lounge. With the whole city experiencing a power outage, there was no light in the entire automobile trade city, and the blind people didn't need light. Qin Shen walked into the inner room, pushed the door open casually. Lan Jia, you're back so soon? Suddenly, a cold voice. Qin Shen was stunned. He didn't hear anyone in the room just now, subconsciously turned his head, and then his headlamp shone on a woman. You are not Lan Jia. Inside the rest area was a high-end large bed. At this moment, under the illumination of Qin Shen's headlamp, there was a woman who reached the pinnacle of human physique, looks, and temperament. You are a man, can you see me? Please leave. She was unusually calm instead of panicking and screaming like an ordinary woman. Leave? Coming to his senses, Qin Shen could now confirm that the woman in front of him must be Lady Yin after the apocalypse. Yes, this is my private rest area, please leave. Although blind, the headlamp now shone on her two beautiful eyes. Even though Qin Shen was mentally prepared, he was still a bit distracted upon seeing them for the first time. Indeed, as Yu Jing said in the previous life, Yin Qing's beauty could be suffocating. Especially her two beautiful eyes, it was hard to look away within 3 seconds. I don't care who you are, please leave my room immediately. Yin Qing asked Qin Shen to leave for the third time. Although she appeared calm on the surface, Qin Shen noticed that she was gripping the blanket slightly harder. As expected, she was still Yin Qing now, not the post-apocalyptic Lady Yin. Okay, I'll leave. Turning around, closing and locking the door, Qin Shen faced Lady Yin's gaze and walked towards her step by step. I warn you, if you do this, there will be serious consequences. She was just an ordinary woman now, recently blinded and lacking a sense of security. Facing Qin Shen approaching her now, Yin Qing had no way out. Think carefully, if you really do this, I will collect the DNA evidence you leave behind. I promise, I will personally send you in, and you will never get out. I swear. I have thought it through. Qin Shen was now in front of Yin Qing. The distance between them was less than 30 centimeters, the maximum distance a woman could tolerate from a strange man. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters. Qin Shen continued forward. He was 178 centimeters tall, while Yin Qing was 176 centimeters tall, making their heights almost the same. At this moment, Qin Shen's nose was already touching Yin Qing's nose, wanting to see how long Lady Yin could hold on. Thump! At the moment their noses touched, feeling Qin Shen's breath, Yin Qing finally sat down on the bed. At the same time, most of the momentum she was trying to maintain dissipated. Breathing slightly faster, Qin Shen noticed that Yin Qing, now sitting on the bed, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes again, staring straight ahead and said, "Answer me 3 questions, and I will agree." She was a smart woman, quickly analyzing her current situation. Since there was no way to avoid it, she would maximize her interests. 3 questions? Ask away. Qin Shen stood by the bed, looking down at the female demon who once made all the men in Chun City unable to lift their heads. To make the first female killer in the apocalypse look up to him, it was an indescribable sense of achievement. Very refreshing. The first question, why can you see?
Today, we have taken in many women in the automotive trade city.
The information I now have is that today, at least the humans near the automotive trade city, all simultaneously lost their sight.
But why can you see me now?
The end of the world, Chen said.
It is the end of the world now.
Not only near your automotive trade city, but all humans in the world cannot see now.
Except me.
Tell her the truth, shatter her illusions, there will be no national rescue teams to save them.
The end of the world?
Suddenly heard this word, a hint of confusion flashed in Qing's eyes. Impossible.
If it's the end of the world, how come you can still see? This is my business, you don't need to know.
It's easy to get Lady Yin now, but to make her wholeheartedly follow me, I still need to break down her psychological defenses step by step. After a moment of silence, Qing asked again, okay, second question, since you came from outside, I want to know the current situation outside, whether the government has organized personnel to carry out rescue operations. Chen said, I've said it before, it's the end of the world now, there is no government, no country, and there won't be any rescue operations.
Giving her some time to digest, Chen finally said, do you have any more questions? I'll give you time now, ask them together.
In the dark room, Chen heard her breathing becoming erratic.
After a while, no more.
Qing gently exhaled, got up and pushed Chen away. Let me take a bath first.
Getting Lady Yin now might be worth it in the eyes of many men for a lifetime. But obviously, Chen wants more. 9 days left. Chen wants her to wholeheartedly follow him.
Instead of getting her now, and after 9 days, poking a hole in her perfect face.
Alright, I'm short on time.
Chen glanced at his watch, 3:28 in the morning, and at noon 12 o'clock is a doomsday event, with a temperature of 70 degrees Celsius. The last survivor described this event as boiling water falling from the sky.
This is also the most difficult doomsday event to endure. What do you mean? Qing thought Chen was impatient, couldn't even wait for her to take a bath.
I said, I'm short on time, barring any accidents, I'll come back to see you all tonight.
Hearing Chen's footsteps walking away, Qing suddenly said, stop. Chen turned back. What? Now you want to sleep with me? Qing, you came specially today just to tell me it's the end of the world?
Qing never doubted Chen's motives for wanting her, but now this man is turning to leave.
It's suspicious. She couldn't understand why a man would give up such a good opportunity. Yes, I just wanted to tell you that it's the end of the world now, and by the way, play a little game with you. About to leave, Chen finally revealed the purpose of coming to see Lady Yin today. A little game? Qing raised her beautiful eyebrows. Do you think I would cooperate with you in that kind of game? Obviously, she misunderstood. Have you played werewolf before? Chen asked, and Qing couldn't understand what he was getting at. Heard of it, so what? Want to play werewolf with me?
Then you've already won. In this situation, none of us can outplay you. In this situation, even if Chen were to peek with his eyes open, they wouldn't notice. Qing couldn't understand why Chen would bring up werewolf at this time, especially when she was already prepared to give up resistance. Why talk about werewolf?
If he was serious, he must be a fool. In a small dark room, the two of them alone, she had already given up resistance, but he was pulling her to play a game. Isn't that foolish? Qing couldn't understand.
No, I just wanted to tell you that I drew a seer card yesterday, and I predicted that when I come back tonight, you will come to me voluntarily. In a few hours, there will be a hot rain of 70 degrees Celsius falling from the sky. Chen had experienced it once in his past life. The feeling was truly more unbearable than death.
I will come to you voluntarily? Qing chuckled. What would I come to you for? Beg you to take me?
Ha! Qing laughed, with a hint of sarcasm, but Chen felt that the men who had seen her smile in the previous life were probably all dead by now, right? So he really had to live well, even if it was for the sake of being able to sleep with Lady Yin every day in the future.
This possibility cannot be ruled out.
Leaving behind these words, Chen pushed open the door of the rest area and left just like that. Inside the room, Qing was briefly stunned, not expecting him to really leave like that, originally thinking he was just playing hard to get.
He really left? Giving up such a good opportunity this time, do you think you still have a chance in the future?
Ha! Climbing out of the second floor to the Qimao City building, Chen returned to the Chengchi 4S store to find his Harley-Davidson motorcycle.
It is now 5 o'clock in the morning, the blood-red sky has begun to brighten, with 7 hours left until noon.
Currently, all 100 tons of goods in Chen's space have been transferred to 2 heavy trucks. The 2 heavy trucks are parked in a relatively safe location in the Qimao City courtyard, with the doors locked, and now his space is empty.
Going to find more supplies. By 10 o'clock in the morning, with 2 hours left, prepare equipment to combat the high-temperature event.
So there are still 5 hours left to search for supplies. Chen first spent 30 minutes looking for several small hardware stores nearby, got over 130-liter oil drums, and then drove to the gas station.
Gas stations usually have backup generators.
Finding a gas station and a few cooperative attendants, he filled the 100 oil drums with diesel, taking a total of 90 minutes.
There are still 3.5 hours left.
In 3.5 hours, there is still a lot of supplies to collect. He first drove back to the city center, arriving at a Suning Easy Buy store, caught 2 salespersons, and directly asked for the location of the warehouse.
He went straight to the warehouse.
Various brands of commercial ice makers, with an average capacity of about 30 kilograms each, Chen collected a total of 35 units into his space. There are still many more in the warehouse, but Chen felt that it was almost enough. Leaving Suning Easy Buy, he went to a farm equipment store and found a high-power agricultural generator. The high-power generator set is heavy, with a power of 300 kilowatts and weighing 1.3 tons. Chen stuffed 5 sets into his space, weighing 6.5 tons. Now there are still 2 hours left. In the space, the ice maker weighs 1.05 tons, the generator set weighs 6.5 tons, and the 3,000 liters of diesel weighs 2.26 tons, considered as some other miscellaneous items. At this moment, Chen's total space weight is 9.88 tons, and he can still store 90 tons.
What else should be done?
With 2 hours left, Chen drove the heavy motorcycle back and forth in the city center, but did not find a suitable target. The heavy motorcycle stopped on the side of the road, and Chen took out the phone of the driver involved in the accident yesterday, searched for Shuanghui, Jin Luo.
Shuanghui Ham Sausage General Distribution Center in Chun City, 8 kilometers away from here.
Chen's eyes lit up. Ham sausage is also a good thing. Without hesitation, 18 minutes later, a Harley-Davidson motorcycle finally found a warehouse with the Shuanghui sign on the west outer ring.
There is probably still 1 hour and 40 minutes, which is enough time.
Just don't know if this warehouse will have so many ham sausages.
However, obviously,
at the moment Chen pried open the warehouse, he knew his worries were unnecessary. Various packaged ham sausages, ranging from 35G, 60G, 70G, all the way to 220G, in the largest box, Chen actually found a 3.6-pound sandwich ham sausage.
Soon, in less than 20 minutes,
the space was filled to the brim with 90 tons of Shuanghui ham sausages. And this warehouse probably still has 3/4 left.
Is this so cool?
Chen was excited to find such a large warehouse of ham sausages. Anyway, this is all meat. And it's salty meat, good for meals.
However, time is running out. In a while, there will be a high-temperature event of 70 degrees. The scorching rain of 70 degrees will instantly burn the skin when it falls from the sky. This is no joke. I need to go back and prepare. As for this warehouse, remember it for now. It's 9:32 in the morning, and there are 2 hours and 28 minutes left until noon.
Returning to Ground Zero, the heavy-duty truck 4S store, I continued to find 2 fully enclosed box trucks, releasing the ham sausages into the compartments.
This time, Chen drove all 4 heavy-duty trucks in the automotive trade city into the large warehouse.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen drove a heavy motorcycle to visit all the small supermarkets near Ground Zero, collecting all the ice cream freezers from the supermarkets into the space. He also took care of a dozen blind people who were trying to show off. At 10:15, Chen drove a brand new Dongfeng heavy-duty truck to the largest repair shop in the Ground Zero area. After dealing with the boss who wanted 50,000 yuan for repairs, Chen gathered the remaining dozen or so repairmen together and stated his requirements. The brand new Dongfeng heavy-duty truck removed the passenger seat with a cutting machine and installed a set of generators on the roof to ensure that at least 4 commercial ice makers could work simultaneously in the passenger seat.
After hearing Chen's requirements, these repairmen were a bit confused. It's not a difficult job, but they are blind now. Chen didn't waste time and led them to touch the body of the repair shop owner one by one.
Then, the group of repairmen indicated that they could do this small task even with their eyes closed.
Chen was very satisfied with their positive attitude towards work and sat aside eating an ice cream.
Now they work entirely by feel, working wherever they touch.
An hour later, the generator was welded to the roof, a wiring hole was drilled at the front of the truck, and the passenger seat was cleared out.
Chen confiscated several power strips from the repair shop, found 4 sets of commercial ice makers in the space, paired them up, and stacked them in the passenger seat.
After trying it out,
the roof generator roared, and the ice makers in the truck started working.
It's working. Very good.
Chen rewarded the group of repairmen with 3 ice creams each, leaving them looking confused but not daring to refuse.
You will thank me later.
At 11:45 in the morning, Chen drove the modified Dongfeng heavy-duty truck out of the repair shop. He covered the roof generator with 3 layers of high-density polyethylene moisture-proof and heat-insulating pads, and the 4 commercial large ice makers in the passenger seat started working.
This should be enough, right?
Chen felt that he had prepared everything perfectly, waiting for 15 minutes later, at exactly noon. If I remember correctly, this time, the first doomsday event for the blind, at least several million survivors died in the city of Chun.
At 11 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds,
the modified Dongfeng heavy-duty truck stopped in the Automotive Trade City courtyard, and Chen watched the countdown on his watch.
20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second.
A drop of red rain suddenly fell on the front windshield of the heavy-duty truck.
Red? In the previous life, everyone was blind,
and everyone only knew that the sky would rain 70-degree high-temperature boiling water, but no one knew that this time, the rain that fell was actually red. Looking through the front windshield, Chen looked up at the sky.
It was indeed red rain. Crackle.
Soon, the rain began to hit the windshield of the heavy-duty truck, somewhat like diluted blood. After dozens of seconds, Chen felt that the air coming in from the truck's air conditioning was already hot.
This was not unexpected.
The outdoor unit of the air conditioner cannot operate normally if the temperature exceeds 42 degrees. And now, the red rain floating in the sky has a temperature of 70 degrees.
After 3 minutes, the truck's air conditioning completely stopped working, and Chen's most concerned ice maker was still running.
That's enough. Feeling the temperature inside the cabin gradually rising, Chen opened the ice maker, took out all the ice cubes, and spread them on the bunk in the back seat. The cold air emitted by the ice cubes was combating the high temperature. The good news was that Chen had 4 commercial ice makers working simultaneously, with enough ice cubes, as long as he remembered to add water under high pressure continuously. At this moment, the temperature inside the cabin. Chen took out the thermometer and looked at it, 47 degrees above zero.
Wiping the drip sweat beads off his face with his hands, it's damn hot.
Gradually feeling short of breath, Chen found a few ice creams in the space and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. After eating 2 ice creams, he checked the thermometer again, 45 degrees above zero. It's coming down, not bad. Moreover, there were ice cubes on the bunk behind him. He grabbed a handful and poured it over himself, feeling a refreshing coolness. The temperature was within tolerable range. However, with so much preparation he had done, it was still like this. How did those blind people outside survive?
Chen remembered in his previous life hiding in Walmart, spending 3 days and nights seemingly in a coma.
It was a miracle to survive. Taking a short rest in the driver's seat, at 1:10 in the afternoon, Chen opened his eyes and looked at the thermometer, 23 degrees above zero. The narrow cabin was filled with a large amount of ice cubes defeating the high temperature. Now at 23 degrees, Chen, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, even felt a hint of coolness. He took out the water gun from the ice maker and added water.
Chen felt like he was back on track.
With such a comfortable temperature, not searching for more supplies would be a waste of his preparation. As the heavy truck left the Automotive City compound, Chen glanced at the Automotive City showroom.
In Yangzi, he wondered what she was feeling at the moment. When he returned in the evening, would she cling to his legs, begging for some coolness?
There were still 8 days, 20 hours, and 22 minutes until the end of the blind apocalypse, the first day of the high-temperature doomsday.
Mutai Liquor General Distribution Office in Spring City.
At the store entrance, the Dongfeng heavy truck was parked on the sidewalk. Just a few hours ago, this heavy truck couldn't enter the city center unless Chen ruthlessly crushed the blind people's bodies to force his way in. But now, the scorching red rain had driven the blind people into buildings. The advantage was that the heavy truck could enter the city center, and Chen's space could accommodate 100 tons, while the truck compartment could carry 50 tons.
This trip, Chen could transport a total of 150 tons of supplies back to the Automotive City.
The downside was obvious. To collect supplies, Chen had to get out of the cool truck. Getting out meant facing a water temperature of 70 degrees above zero.
What does this mean?
The ideal temperature for human drinking water is 35 to 38 degrees.
Bathwater temperature, 39 degrees is ideal.
Foot-soaking water temperature, 38 to 43 degrees. When we boil water in an iron pot, as the temperature continues to rise, small bubbles will start to form on the bottom of the pot, and at this point, the water temperature is approximately 60 degrees. When small bubbles have formed, but are still small, the water temperature at this point is approximately 70 degrees. And this water temperature of 70 degrees, poured on human skin. When the rain temperature exceeds 45 degrees, there will be a sensation of heat or even burning, and when it exceeds 47 degrees, there will be a burning pain.
When the rain temperature exceeds 50 degrees, human survivors will be burned, forming blisters.
When the rain temperature exceeds 60 degrees, contact with human skin for 1 minute will result in third-degree burns.
When the rain temperature exceeds 70 degrees, human skin will be instantly burned.
So, the problem Chen Shen had to face now was that outside the truck, there was red rain falling at a temperature of 70 degrees, and he must get out of the truck and face the red rain for the first time. In addition, some of the things in the truck compartment will definitely deteriorate, but the truck is in the garage, and it is fully loaded. Just like when it's hot, you cover ice cream with a blanket, it won't melt faster, but slow down the melting. The same principle, 3 days won't make everything deteriorate. Finally, minus 70 degrees, there are countries in the world that can reach this temperature, and humans can survive. This book will also kill a large number of humans, but not all of them. Before writing this book, I carefully researched a lot of information, just wanting to write more rigorously and realistically. I don't want to write a systematic text, nor do I want the protagonist to get whatever they want easily, and not run out of supplies no matter how they are used. So, in the early tens of thousands of words, there will be some records, but this is really not padding the word count. The things recorded, I need to query the weight of each item, and then check how many packs are in a box. It's very tiring, really exhausting. Writing a chapter of records takes at least 3 times longer than usual chapters. I just want to be more rigorous. It's really unfair to say that I'm padding the word count. National liquor Mutai, before the apocalypse, was the peak of baijiu in the Xia country. Its annual sales volume can reach 34,300 tons, and the annual sales revenue of alcoholic beverages is 83 billion yuan. In the previous life, survivors classified food and beverages into 4 levels, namely low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and luxury categories. Low-grade food is generally puffed snacks, such as potato chips, fries, marshmallows, snow cakes, etc. The least valuable beverage is mineral water. Mid-grade food is sweet items, such as chocolate, candies, pineapple cakes, sesame cakes, biscuits, and various high-sugar drinks. High-grade food usually requires a spicy and salty taste, such as spicy strips, instant noodles, pickled vegetables, vacuum-packed pickles, and spicy duck heads with little meat. The hot pot base, cooking oil, chili powder, etc. that Chen Shen found in the seasoning wholesale market probably belonged to this high-grade category. Finally, the most valuable luxury items. Luxury items have strict requirements. They must contain a large amount of salt, such as edible salt, chili sauce, or starchy meats with a salty taste, pure meat, and so on. For example, the 90 tons of ham sausages that Chen Shen just collected belong to the luxury category of starchy meats with a salty taste. The 155,000 cans of canned meat that Chen Shen collected earlier belong to the luxury category of pure meat with a salty taste, and are also one of the most valuable food items. In the beverage category, beer and baijiu are also classified as the most valuable luxury items. In the previous life, almost all large adventure groups were buying beer and baijiu. There is no other reason. Standing at the top of human survivors, they do not lack salt and meat, and their pursuit is something that can numb the nerves or provide entertainment. Cigarettes, beer, baijiu, and top-notch women are among the targets pursued by these big shots. And gradually, more and more large adventure groups are pursuing these items, especially cigarettes and baijiu. The prices are getting higher and more outrageous. It has even become a kind of foolproof financial product. No matter which region, as long as some cigarettes and baijiu are unearthed, they are immediately snatched up by major adventure groups. Among the most valuable baijiu, Mutai is undoubtedly the king of liquor. At this moment, Chen Shen is sitting in the driver's cab of the heavy truck, and the Mutai Liquor General Distribution Center in Spring City is just 15 meters away from the truck. At the same time, this store is not only the general distribution center of Mutai Liquor in Spring City, but also in Liubei Province. Chen Shen, what he needs to do now is to get out of the heavy truck cockpit, walk into the general distribution office of this Mutai Liquor, and transport those priceless Mutai liquors back to the automobile trade city. It's that simple. But, at this moment, the truck cabin is filled with ice, only 23 degrees, very refreshing, while outside is a scorching rain of 70 degrees above zero. Phew! After a mental struggle, Chen Shen finally decided to do it. It's just 70 degrees of hot rain, right? Since he's already here. He found the helmet of a Harley motorcycle, mountaineering gear, mountaineering shoes, finally wrapped a white towel around his neck, and covered his head with a heat-insulating aluminum foil blanket. All preparations are complete. This outfit is enough for winter. While outside, it's a scorching 70 degrees above zero. As soon as he opened the car door, a wave of heat hit his face, and instinctively, he closed the door. Phew, phew, phew. Taking off his helmet, he took a deep breath,
grabbed an ice cube from behind and stuffed it into the helmet, then gritted his teeth and opened the door, rushing out of the car. This time, Chen Chen ran out of the car for 10 meters, his face suddenly changed, and he turned around and ran back to the cockpit in a few steps. Damn it! Unexpectedly, the mountaineering shoes from the supermarket were not waterproof. Chen Chen quickly took off his shoes and socks, his feet were already red from the scorching rain. He quickly applied ice for cooling. This high-temperature rain event is really not something ordinary humans can endure. After applying ice for more than 10 minutes and smoking a cigarette, feeling much better, Chen Chen chose to get out of the car again. This time, he changed into a new pair of shoes, wrapping them in a layer of heat-insulating aluminum foil blanket. Getting out of the car again. This time, he didn't run in a hurry, but carefully felt the soles of his shoes. It seems okay, not feeling the heat. Carefully taking steps, the Mutai Liquor General Distribution Office of the Spring City is just 15 meters ahead, also the general distribution of Mutai Liquor in Liubei Province. Not far away, a distance of 15 meters, Chen Chen walked for 30 seconds, feeling that he could still hold on, except that the sweat on his body had turned into a stream. Everything else was fine, within bearable limits. Spring City Mutai Liquor General Distribution. A yellow signboard, red big characters National Liquor Mutai, walking to the entrance. The glass door couldn't be pushed open. Chen Chen kicked it a few times in a row, feeling that the door was like bulletproof glass. However, he wasn't afraid of bulletproof glass. He found a high-tech pistol, hid his hand under the aluminum foil blanket, and fired 3 shots at the glass door. The first shot shattered the glass door into a spider web. The second and third shots pierced the glass door. Kicking the glass a few times, he made a small hole, reached in, unlocked the glass door, and pushed it open. Phew! Upon entering the store, he immediately closed the door, clapped his hands to remove all the clothes on his body, and stored them in the space within a few seconds. Finally, he found a bottle of ice water in the space. Splash! From head to toe. Refreshing. Phew! 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 Breathing heavily, his head instantly cleared. After taking a few breaths, he put on his simple headlamp. He must hurry now, after all. Even the indoor temperature now must be at least 60 degrees. Staying in this temperature for half an hour, Chen Chen was afraid he would end up like in his previous life, unconscious for 3 days and nights. Mutai Liquor, Feitian Mutai. This store, the front showroom is 650 square meters. Temporarily not seeing any living person, the liquor cabinet displays many white wines. But Chen Chen knew they should have their own inventory warehouse. Behind the counter, there was indeed a door. Pushing it open, it was a long corridor, assistant manager's office, executive deputy general manager's office. At the end of the corridor, Chen Chen's headlamp suddenly shone on a big sign of Warehouse 1. Warehouse 1 was locked with a high-level lock, not easy to open. He turned and went to the office of the executive vice president, or a fat man with a big belly was lying on the sofa, trying to breathe but already out of breath. Chen Chen found the key on him, then returned to the warehouse door, opened the warehouse door. Perhaps due to the good ceiling of the Mutai Liquor warehouse, Chen Chen felt a chill upon entering the warehouse. Finally in. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, under the light of Chen Chen's headlamp, he was startled by the sight inside the warehouse. Chen Chen could hardly believe what he saw. In such a large warehouse, it was all Mutai. All Mutai. In Warehouse 1, a large warehouse of over 800 square meters, the shelves were filled with boxes of Mutai. Chen Chen roughly estimated that the Mutai in this warehouse alone had reached at least 500 tons. The temperature was still high, and there was no time to think about it. Chen Chen wiped the sweat off his face, then quickly shuttled through the warehouse. The density of ethanol is 0.79 grams per milliliter, and the meaning of 53 degrees liquor is that the volume ratio of alcohol to water is 53 to 47. Alcohol accounts for 53% of the volume of the liquor. Therefore, based on the formula, a bottle of 500 milliliters 53 degrees Feitian Mutai is approximately 0.45 kilograms, which is the meaning of 9 liang. One box of 6 bottles, including the weight of the bottles, is approximately 12 jin. So, the 1 ton of liquor that Chen Chen stored in his space is roughly equivalent to 167 boxes. In a short time, ignoring some small items left in the space, Chen Chen's space was already filled with 100 tons of Mutai liquor. 1 ton is 167 boxes, so 100 tons is 16,700 boxes. That is 100,000 bottles of Mutai. In the previous life, Chen Chen remembered that a bottle of Mutai had been traded for 188,000 bullets at its peak. It is estimated that in the previous life, they did not discover this Mutai warehouse. So in this life, perhaps he could guide them to treat these Mutai liquors as financial products again.
As long as he does not ship in large quantities, he can control the price of Mutai liquor like diamond merchants do with diamonds, keeping the price high. Back in the heavy truck, he unloaded 50 tons of Mutai in the rear compartment, rested for 5 minutes, then returned to the warehouse to fill his space again. This trip yielded 150 tons of Mutai liquor, 150,000 bottles.
3:30 p.m.
With 8 days, 20 hours, and 28 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse, Chen drove the heavy truck back to 0 kilometers, to the automotive trading city compound of Yin Yangzi's family. After spending another 3.5 hours, by 7 p.m., Chen had checked all the 4S stores near 0 kilometers. A total of 35 brand new, fully loaded 50-ton fully enclosed trucks were driven back to the automotive trading city compound. If all 35 heavy trucks were fully loaded with supplies, it would amount to an astonishing 1,750 tons. This afternoon, due to the excitement brought by the Mutai liquor, Chen was in a continuous state of excitement all afternoon. At 7:10 p.m., after a 10-minute break, Chen cleared the space and decided to go to the Mutai liquor warehouse again. It would take about 2 hours for a round trip to the Mutai liquor warehouse, including the time to load the liquor.
Night driving was more challenging than during the day. At most, it would take 2.5 hours.
At 9:30 p.m., Chen made his second trip back to the automotive trading city compound with 150 tons of national liquor Mutai, driving into Yin Qing's family automotive trading city warehouse. At exactly 12 a.m., the third trip delivered 150 tons of Mutai liquor into the warehouse. At 2:20 in the morning, the fourth batch of 150 tons of Feitian Mutai was delivered to the main warehouse of the automobile trade city. Almost done. On the last trip back, Chen lay on the ice in the back seat for nearly 20 minutes. Feeling almost exhausted. Both physically and mentally have reached their limits. From the first day of the blind apocalypse until now, Chen has hardly slept, and has been working continuously in this high-temperature weather. If it weren't for the excited state of mind supporting him, Chen would have given up long ago. Now, the Mutai liquor in the main warehouse of the automobile trade city has reached 600 tons, a total of 600,000 bottles of Mutai liquor, filling 12 brand new box trucks.
That's it for now.
In fact, in the warehouse over there, Chen estimates there is still at least 300 tons.
Moreover, Lady Yin in the building doesn't know how she is doing.
Chen still remembers telling her last night that she should come to him tonight and preferably ask him to sleep with her. Getting off in the main warehouse, finding the ice maker, generator set, and ice chest oil drum, Chen put on his gear, walked quickly through the courtyard from this side of the main warehouse, and ran to the other side of the exhibition hall building.
Left the door open?
Just as he ran to the back of the Automobile Trade City exhibition hall, Chen noticed a gap under the rolling shutter door. He remembered that the last time he came here, he climbed to the second floor barehanded. Now at 70 degrees high temperature, there was no reason for them to open the rolling shutter door. If there weren't a few steps under the back door, the red rain would probably have flooded into the building.
So, was this back door deliberately left for Lady Yin?
There was no water on the steps. Chen picked up the tin foil blanket, lay on the ground, and followed Lady Yin's back door.
Entered.
There was a strong smell of urine on the first floor of the exhibition hall. Coupled with the high temperature, the smell made Chen dizzy. The smell lessened on the second and third floors, but it was still uncomfortable in the building, sweat dripping down the body.
Automobile Trade City, 4th floor exhibition hall.
When Chen reached this floor, even he was shocked by the sight in front of him. On this floor, under the light shining on Chen's head, there were at least 200 naked girls lying on the floor. Most of the girls had their eyes closed, breathing heavily. There was a small part that Chen noticed had flat bellies, no movement. Chen walked to a girl's side, kicked her with his foot, and her body had stiffened. And in this weather, it wouldn't be long before the smell of corpses appeared.
Where is Lady Yin? His heart sank. She couldn't have died, right?
In the previous life without him, she survived until the end of the jungle apocalypse and even became a speed awakened. In this life, it couldn't be that she couldn't make it because he came to find her once.
That would be unreasonable.
Chen passed by a girl, and her calf suddenly grabbed him.
2 giant pandas hung on his leg. Although comfortable, they were too hot.
Before Chen could kick her away, on the other side, the other leg was also tightly held by another girl, and the girls around suddenly got up, surrounding Chen from all sides.
Get out of the way. A man's voice, but they didn't feel ashamed.
Whoosh! Suddenly a large bucket of ice water was poured on them, and then, there was a sudden crazy scream around Chen. Breaking free from those crazy girls, Chen went up to the 5th floor. In the staff canteen, there were at least 100 girls lying downstairs screaming, some of them in good spirits, now standing by the wall, swaying, wanting to go downstairs to see. In the general manager's office, pushing open the door, there were 7 or 8 girls lying on the floor, but no Ching Cheng. In the lounge, the floor was also filled with naked girls, Chen Shen's headlamp shining on each one, still no sign of Lady Yin. Where are the people? At this time, the headlight shone into the restroom and the lounge, and Chen Shen stepped over a few young ladies to the restroom door, pushing it open. And under the illumination of the headlights, Chen Shen saw those 2 meter super long legs again. However, this time, what stunned Chen Shen was that these 2 long legs seemed to be kicking upwards? Yes, kicking upwards. But unlike others who kick upwards with one foot on the ground and the other foot kicking upwards, Yin Yangzi was a bit different. At this moment, her upper body was buried in the bathtub, with only a thin layer of water in the tub. She tried to immerse her head in the water as much as possible, so those 2 long legs had to kick upwards together. However, this scene was a bit too stimulating. In this situation now, not to mention that Chen Shen was still young and inexperienced, even if Uncle Pan himself came over, he would be taken aback. Is it you? You're here? In the bathtub, Yin Xing suddenly sat up, with a hint of anticipation on her perfect face. What? Have you decided to beg me? The first time Chen Shen saw Yin Yangzi, she wrapped herself in a blanket on the bed. This time, there was no cover around the bathtub, so Yin Xing had to cover her 2 big pandas with one hand. What do you want me to do? Yin Xing couldn't understand. She had already given up resisting yesterday, but he missed the chance. What did he want by coming again today? Just to prove he was right? Or did he want to tease her, to see her begging and pleading with him? I told you yesterday, I drew a fortune teller's card. I predicted that when I came over today, you would beg me. Chen Shan repeated the same lines from yesterday. In fact, he also wanted to see how Yin Yangzi, who used to be so aloof, would beg him in her current state. You want me to beg you, huh? Yin Shang sneered. What if I beg you? Can you make the weather cooler? Or can you make us? As she was speaking, Chen Shen suddenly walked up and made a move. Yin Sheng's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, as the ancients said, when you find a woman too noisy, let her taste some bitterness, and then the world will be quiet. Alright, I'm short on time. I'll come back tomorrow night. Chen Shen turned to leave, but Yin Xing suddenly stood up from the bathtub. Wait, are you just going to leave like this? When Chen Shen left yesterday, Yin Xing first thought he was childish and ridiculous, then the temperature suddenly rose, catching the girls in the auto trade city off guard, and Yin Xing was also stunned. She remembered what Chen Shen said when he left yesterday. In the end, this day and night felt like being tortured in a steamer every minute, with a suffocating feeling every second, truly more uncomfortable than death. Now that she finally hoped for his return, was he going to leave like this? Chen Shen turned back. What else can I do? Yin Xing closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and with a resigned attitude, said, Well, you said yesterday, right? You want me to beg you, fine, I'll beg you now. Can you stay? I told you yesterday, I don't have much time. Chen Shen said seriously, and Yin Xing, I hope you can think clearly. It's the end of the world now, and you're no longer the high and mighty general manager. Honestly, I haven't slept for several days now, and I can't stay here to take care of you just because of a few words from you. I'll come back tomorrow night. With these final words, Chen Shen turned and walked out quickly. When he reached the door of the lounge, he suddenly heard a loud voice from the restroom. Wait. His steps paused, but it wasn't the right time yet. Chen Shen still went downstairs. There are 8 days left, with 2 more doomsday events. Sleeping with her now is not much different from sleeping with her yesterday. It's not time yet. Haste makes waste. Returning to the cockpit, water was added to the ice maker. Behind the heavy truck driver's seat was a single bunk bed. Chen Shen fell onto the damp bunk bed and fell asleep deeply in almost 3 seconds. She slept until 11 o'clock noon, feeling damp and hot when she woke up. The ice cubes placed last night had melted into water. Shaking her head, she took out the ice cubes from the ice maker, put on clothes, climbed onto the roof, and filled the generator with diesel. Continue today. After eating 8 ice pops in a row, she shivered and her body temperature dropped completely, then she felt hungry and ate some food. A soil support, 2 boxes of canned beef, 2 bottles of mineral water, and finally, a box of Moutai left in the space yesterday. Chen Shen opened the box, poured a bottle, and took a big sip. This sip made her sweat again, but it also made her feel much more comfortable. This thing relieves stress. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, 8 days remained until the end of the blind man's doomsday, and Chen Shen drove the heavy truck back to the Moutai Liquor General Distribution Office. There were still 300 tons of Feitian Moutai, a total of 300,000 bottles. It felt uncomfortable not to take them away, and if she really wanted to guide them in financial management in the future, these wines should not be discovered by them. In other words, even if she smashed these white wines now, she couldn't leave them to them. At 3:30 in the afternoon, at the Maotai Liquor General Distribution Office in Spring City, the last 300 tons, a total of 600,000 bottles of Maotai, were all transported back to the large warehouse of the Automobile Trade City. As of now, there were still 7 days, 20 hours, and 22 minutes left until the end of the blind man's doomsday, with a total income of 900 tons and 900,000 bottles of Maotai. Today is still long, only 4 hours have passed since she slept until now. Next, Chen Chen's goal is the Spring City Tobacco Corporation. Since Chen Chen has decided to turn cigarettes and white wine into a financial product in the future, she will stick to it. 7 days left. After 7 days, her goal can even extend beyond the vicinity of Spring City. Chen Chen can build a large-scale fleet. The goal can even be targeted at the more densely populated capital city, or even the south. Golden bullets, white crystals, a powerful fleet, and an unknown, thrilling journey. This is what she wants. However, before going to the tobacco company, Chen Chen suddenly remembered someone, her best brother in the previous life, and his panda wife. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that his sister-in-law was running a restaurant at the entrance of the Spring City Tobacco Company. The woman who ran the restaurant, Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, wake up. The restaurant run by the sister-in-law was called Fat Sister Lunchbox. During the day, the sister-in-law sold lunchboxes here, and at night, her good brother from the previous life, Shi Qianqi, set up an advertising lightbox outside his own shop called Fat Brother Barbecue. The couple could save money by running 2 businesses, and they lived a very happy life. Sister-in-law? Chen Chen parked the car at the entrance of Fat Sister Lunchbox and rushed into the house amidst the scorching red rain. By this time, many blind people had already crowded into the small restaurant. This shop was close to the roadside, and the temperature was high. When Chen Chen came in, she saw that most of the blind people here were almost dead. In the kitchen, Chen Chen found sister-in-law Guo Hui, called her a few times without response, and poured a bottle of ice water on her face. Sister-in-law, can you hear me? Wake up. Who? Suddenly, Guo Hui sat up abruptly, and there was a large spoon by her side. She picked it up and swung it. Chen Chen squatted beside sister-in-law, not expecting her to make such a move. Trying to stand up and run was too late, so she had to push up with her elbow. Clang! With a crisp sound, sister-in-law Guo Hui, with her 220-pound large body, swung fiercely, and Chen Chen felt like his elbow bone was about to crack. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? I am Chen Chen. In the previous life, sister-in-law Guo Hui was very familiar with the 2 families' tree holes next to each other. During the day, she would go out for search missions. Thanks to her care, Chen Chen's family survived a period of food shortage. Chen Chen? Who is Chen Chen? I don't know you. Get lost. Sister-in-law Guo Hui, who was not wearing much clothes now, seemed a bit irritable. However, they were both kind-hearted, and as long as one truly befriended them, they would treat their friends wholeheartedly. Chen Chen, having been hit by sister-in-law Guo Hui, forgot in his urgency that she didn't recognize him in this life. But, sister-in-law, what's the point of covering yourself now? Whether you cover your 220-pound body or not doesn't make a difference to me. Feeling speechless, Chen Chen rubbed his elbow and said, Sister-in-law, can't you see or recognize me now? I am from the neighborhood behind you, often coming to your house for boxed meals, and even drank with your brother, my brother-in-law Shi Qianqi. Have you forgotten? It was a white lie, as the relationship between the 2 families in the previous life was very close, closer than relatives. Now that Chen Chen had found sister-in-law, he couldn't bear to see her suffering. Really? Doubtful, Guo Hui put down the large ladle in her hand. Chen Chen rubbed his elbow and said, Really, sister-in-law? He found an ice cream in the space and handed it to sister-in-law, saying, Have some to cool down first, and I will briefly explain the current situation outside to you. After about a minute, he explained the current situation to sister-in-law. Then, Chen Chen looked around and found a shop with a small generator nearby, brought back some boxed meals for sister-in-law. Since Shi Qianqi was not in the shop now and Guo Hui refused to leave, Chen Chen left a set of generator for her and brought an ice maker from his car to her. Leaving some food and water for her, Chen Chen said, Sister-in-law, I will come back in a few days. Stay in this house for now, and when someone knocks, don't open the door, can you remember that? He had already disposed of the corpses in the blind room. Helping Guo Hui so much was also a way of repaying kindness. If it weren't for them in the previous life, his family of 3 might have starved to death long ago. Moreover, Chen Chen completely trusted Guo Hui and Shi Qianqi's characters. In the future, if he really established a super large trading caravan, these 2 would be among the most trustworthy people. If you really know my husband, don't say you've seen my panda, or else, my brother will tear you apart. Got it, sister-in-law, don't overthink it. Actually, your panda looks calmer to me than my brother's, really. Ha? What do you mean? You brat, come back and explain clearly. What do you mean by looking at my panda camera than at your brother's? Explain it to me. Sister-in-law, I'll leave now, I'll come back in a couple of days. It took over an hour to save sister-in-law. It was already 7 p.m., and the sky had darkened. Chen Shen returned to the cockpit, and this time, he drove the heavy truck directly into the courtyard of the Spring City Tobacco Corporation. It was well known that Xia Country Tobacco was one of the richest enterprises in the country. It paid 1.2 trillion in taxes every year, equivalent to the annual income of 25 Alibaba companies, and the entire national defense budget was also around 1.2 trillion. In other words, a Xia Country Tobacco could support the entire country's army. Chen Shen arrived at the grand building of the Chuncheng Tobacco Corporation, adjusted in the driver's seat for a few minutes, got out of the car, and headed straight into the tobacco company building. Where is the warehouse? Grabbing a spirited blind man, wasting no time, he went straight to the point. Who are you? Which department are you from? Outsiders, get out. With this attitude, still displaying bureaucratic behavior, Chen Shen didn't waste words either. He grabbed the blind man by the collar, dragged him to the door, and threw him outside in the rain. A heart-wrenching scream. Inside the tobacco company building, he found a second blind man. Where is the warehouse? This is our office building, the warehouse is not here, it's at the back of the building. The second blind man was clearly more practical. Driving around the building to the backyard, the high beams of the heavy truck indeed illuminated a giant warehouse with a blue roof and white painted walls. If this warehouse was filled with cigarettes, not even the truck Chen Shen was driving, let alone 100 trucks, could take all the cigarettes away. This was the terrifying power of the smokers in Xia Country. The tobacco warehouse had a total of 8 doors from left to right. After parking the car, Chen Shen went to one door and pried it open. Inside, there was another double silver steel door, luckily unlocked. He pushed the door open and entered the dark warehouse. Putting on a headlamp, Chen Shen found that even his headlamp couldn't reach the end of the warehouse. Or maybe it did, but his eyes couldn't see that far. This was quite shocking. How big was this warehouse? With no time to spare, there was a forklift at the warehouse entrance. Chen Shen jumped on the forklift, turned on the headlights, and drove deeper into the giant warehouse. The warehouse was nearly 4 stories high, with blue steel shelves reaching 7 meters high, divided into 3 levels. The top level of cigarettes required a forklift to reach. As Chen Shen drove further in, he noticed that most of the warehouse contained cheap cigarettes priced at around 10 yuan. His target was at least soft Zhonghua cigarettes. After all, he would need to convince them to invest in the future. Fortunately, the tobacco company had some sense, categorizing the cigarettes by price. Soon, Chen Shen drove the forklift to a large area marked with Zhonghua soft pack signs. After seeing this area, Chen Shen was speechless. This scene. No wonder, just 1 year's tax payment equaled the total revenue of 25 Alibaba companies. A hard Zhonghua weighed 290 grams, while a soft Zhonghua weighed 245 to 250 grams. A box of cigarettes from the tobacco company contained 50 packs. Under the headlamp sweep, Chen Shen saw at least 2,000 boxes labeled Zhonghua soft pack in this area. In other words, in this small area alone, there were at least 100,000 soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Before the apocalypse, one soft Zhonghua sold for 650, so in this small area alone, the cigarettes were worth at least 65 million. The tobacco company was indeed wealthy and powerful. Chen Shen marveled at it. Looking at the mountains of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and the remaining half boxes of Changbai Mountain cigarettes in the space, he suddenly felt uninterested. One box of soft Zhonghua weighed 25 kilograms. Without wasting time, Chen Shen began harvesting quickly. 10 minutes later, he used the forklift to bring down the soft Zhonghua from the 3rd level of the shelves. Later, finding it laborious, Chen Shen simply climbed to the 3rd level by stepping on the 2nd level shelves. 18 minutes later, 2,580 boxes, totaling 129,000 soft Zhonghua cigarettes, were all stored in the space. The total weight of the space increased by 32.25 tons. These cigarettes. If he smoked them all in the future, the earth would probably explode from just one person smoking them. And this was just the cigarettes. After 22 minutes of entering the tobacco company's warehouse, Chen Shen found some other high-end cigarette brands in the warehouse. Huandelo 1916, Zhozhuzun, Hardbox Cordyceps sinensis, Panda Collector's Edition, etc. However, these cigarettes were obviously not as popular as Zhonghua, and the quantity was not large. After spending 15 minutes, Chen Shen roughly estimated that a total of 377 boxes of these high-end cigarette brands were stored in the space. The total weight of the space increased by 5.6 tons. Not bad.
These 377 boxes of high-end cigarettes also contained 18,850 packs. I remember in the previous life, Market No. 117 in the giant tree city often sold cigarettes. However, at that time, they were sold by stick, a Shangbeition stick for 10 yuan, sometimes sold for 3 bullets, sometimes for 5 bullets. Ordinary survivors, usually 3 to 5 smokers gathered together, each buying 1 or 2 sticks, gathering in a small tree hole, sealing the entrance, taking turns to smoke. One person finishes smoking, another person smokes, until the smoke in the small tree hole swirls like a fire. Finally, everyone lies in the small tree hole together, enjoying the lingering nicotine together. That feeling is very cool. In addition, some poor people who couldn't afford cigarettes would even smell the scent at the entrance of this small tree hole. Don't think it's unbelievable, that's the truth. In fact, even before the apocalypse, African people would pool money to buy a cigarette to share. One person takes a puff, and the cigarette is gone, but they are happy. In the Xia country prisons and detention centers before the apocalypse, this kind of thing happened frequently, passing around a cigarette. In the end, only the cigarette butt was left, and they were reluctant to throw it away, keeping it as a fire starter for the next cigarette. But now it's cool. In less than an hour, Shenzhen increased various high-end cigarettes in the space by 87.85 tons, totaling 147,850 packs. Nearly 3 million cigarettes. Thinking back to the previous life when I had been in a darkroom with others, and now looking at the cigarettes in the space, the strong sense of contrast is so damn cool. However, this is just under 38 tons. In his own space, besides some miscellaneous items, he could still fit at least 60 tons. There is also the Dongfeng heavy truck he drove. Cigarettes are relatively light, and the 9.5-meter compartment can probably hold more than 20 tons. With no more Zhonghua, Shenzhen began to collect Yan's Hanghua, Furongwang Baozhu, Huangdalu Good Luck, Yushi, Ordinary Furongwang, etc. At 9:08 in the evening, 2 hours after entering the tobacco company's warehouse, Shenzhen's space was filled with 100 tons of various brand cigarettes, and the Dongfeng heavy truck was loaded with a total of 26 tons. Calculated at 300 grams per cigarette, this trip, Shenzhen probably found around 460,000 cigarettes of various brands. And these only represent a small part of the warehouse. On the other hand, there are not many of his big trucks left. Now, with more than 7 days left until the end of the blind man's doomsday, these 126 tons of cigarettes would require at least 5 new enclosed large trucks. On the first day, he found 2 trucks, loaded with canned food, table salt, and other supplies. On the second day, he found 2 more trucks, filled with ham sausages, etc. Later, when collecting Maodai liquor, a total of 35 trucks were found, including the modified Dongfeng heavy truck now. A total of 40 fully enclosed heavy trucks. Among these 40 heavy trucks, 18 were used for 900 tons of Maodai, and now 5 more were used for these cigarettes. A total of 4 trucks were used for table salt, ham sausages, canned food, etc. In other words, this time when he returned to the Automobile Trade City warehouse and released all the cigarettes in the space, there were only 13 empty trucks left. This is not just a problem with the trucks. The brand new box-type heavy truck near the Automobile Trade City has been searched almost. Thinking about it more, when the blind man's doomsday just started at noon, the city center could not find heavy trucks, so it is only possible to find them on the highway. It's a waste of time. There are still many light trucks, but each truck needs a driver and diesel. Standing at the tobacco company warehouse door, Shinchen's forehead is already dripping with sweat. He is weighing the pros and cons. For now, let's leave it at the tobacco company. He still remembers the Chuncheng City Shuanghui Ham Sausage General Distribution Center, where he took away 90 tons last time. There is still at least 3/4 of the warehouse left. That means there is at least 270 tons of ham sausage left. Ham sausage and cigarettes each have their own advantages. In the end, Shenzhen decided to transport the 270 tons of Shuanghui ham sausage back to the Automobile Trade City first. Cigarettes. Let's talk about it later. This time, when driving the Dongfeng heavy truck back to the Automobile Trade City, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Shenzhen added a new ice maker to the car and filled it with water. He also took a break to eat something. Tonight, he plans to make 2 more trips to the Shuanghui warehouse, 1 trip for 150 tons, and 2 trips to empty the large warehouse of Shuanghui. In the early hours of the morning, at 3 o'clock, Shenzhen's goal was achieved. The last trip back to the Automobile Trade City warehouse, a total of 285 tons of ham sausage were released into the empty truck. However, 6 fully enclosed box-type heavy trucks were used again. Including this modified Dongfeng heavy truck, there are only 7 empty trucks left. But, other supplies are also impressive.
900 tons of Moutai, 126 tons of cigarettes, 372 tons of ham sausage, 52 tons of canned meat, 20 tons of edible salt, as well as hot sauce, chili powder, cooking oil, and so on. And now, it's just the third day of the blind man's doomsday. There are still 7 days left, although the next 7 days will be more difficult day by day, but that's just for ordinary blind people. For Qin Shen, there are still many good things waiting for him to search for in the next 7 days. That's it for today. Today can be considered a great harvest of supplies. At 3 o'clock in the early morning, Qin Shen walked out of the Automobile Trade City warehouse with a happy mood and headed straight to the opposite exhibition hall. After a busy day, he finally reached his favorite part. Training, today's Yin Yangzi. Leave the door open. Familiar route. Qin Shen followed the safe passage straight to the 5th floor. Many young ladies died on the 4th floor today, and the smell was not good. However, it had nothing to do with Qin Shen. He only cared about the life of Yin Yangzi, as long as Yin Yangzi was alive. On the 5th floor, the general manager's office, the rest area. Zilu. What is this? In the rest area, stepping over the bodies of 2 young ladies, Qin Shen heard a strange sound at the bathroom door. He walked lightly to the bathroom door, which had a gap, and peeked in gently. In the bathtub, Yin Yangzi curled up with 2 long legs, a cute duck sitting. She sat in the bathtub, one hand holding a small lunchbox, the other hand picking something into her mouth. In these 2 days at the Automobile Trade City, her mental state was relatively good. She still had the mood to eat. The blind man's hearing was very sensitive. While eating, Yin Yangzi suddenly froze and immediately said, "It's you. You're here again. What are you eating?" Qin Shen walked into the bathroom and casually picked up a few rechargeable night lights on the wall. The night lights were found today while looking for a generator for his sister-in-law. For night lights illuminated the not-so-large bathroom brightly. "Don't come over." Hearing footsteps, Yin Yangzi tightly hid the lunchbox behind her. Qin Shen walked to the bathtub, without saying a word, pressed her head down, and the headlight shone on the small lunchbox behind her. "What is this? Dark and sticky. What I eat? What does it have to do with you?" Being seen, Yin Xing simply broke the jar and brought the small lunchbox to her mouth to eat. However, there was a sour feeling in her heart, as if she was a little aggrieved. Or you could say, a woman's grievances are all indulged by men. If Qin Shen didn't persist in coming to see her these 2 days, where would her grievances come from? Snatching the small lunchbox, Qin Shen frowned, extended a finger to dig out a bit and put it in his mouth, tasteless, like ordinary flour. As for why it was black, Qin Shen couldn't figure it out now. "Give it back to me." Yin Xing was still sitting like a duck in the bathtub, trying to stand up in anger, but it was not easy in that position. After trying once and failing to stand up, Yin Xing angrily said, "Who allowed you to take my things? Hurry up and give it back." Qin Shen fed her a piece of ham sausage. Those beautiful eyes widened again. A face of disbelief. "Did you drink all the bathwater?" The bathroom was very bright, and Qin Shen just noticed that there was some black paste on his mouth, making him look like a sulking kitten. It's hard to imagine that this is the female demon who killed 233 men in 23 seconds in her previous life. "I asked you a question, where is your bathwater?" Qin Shen asked again, and Yin Cheng answered expressionlessly, "You already guessed it, didn't you? I drank it. Why are you asking me? All of it?" Yin Cheng coldly snorted, "I'm willing. Is that not okay? What's it to you?" Qin Shen was surprised. "Then where did you pee?" Yin Cheng almost couldn't catch her breath in one breath, then looked at Qin Shen with a murderous look. "Get out." Hearing Qin Shen's footsteps walking away, Yin Cheng stood up this time. You're really leaving. As long as you're not dead, I'm relieved." Seeing her still full of energy, Qin Shen decided to come back tomorrow. However, this time, Yin Xing was anxious. She stepped out of the bathtub with her long legs, knocked over a shelf, stumbled to the bathroom door, finally grabbed Qin Shen's arm. "Don't leave yet." Using all her strength, she pulled Qin Shen back into the bathroom, closed the door, leaned against it, and with just a few movements, she was already panting heavily. The bathroom now felt like a steam room. Qin Shen was fine, coming in from a cool place, he could endure staying for an hour. But Yin Xing had been steaming in there for 2 days, not getting heatstroke was already a miracle. "Can you give me another popsicle?" Leaning against the door, Yin Xing reached out her hand, and Qin Shen thought she was going to say something, but she followed him out for a popsicle. He found a large bucket of water used for the water dispenser in the room, with ice already added. At this moment, Yin Xing leaned against the bathroom door. Qin Shen lifted the large bucket of ice water and poured it directly down from the top of her head. Suddenly, a piercing scream. After the bucket of ice water was poured, Yin Xing tightly clenched her fists, shivering on the ground. Qin Shen squatted down, reached out, and pinched Yin Xing's sharp chin. "Are you okay?"
Say something. If you're fine, then get up, I'll come back tomorrow night.
Chen Chen had no choice but to carry his bride and put her in the bathtub, lying down.
Wait a little longer. No, I'll come back tomorrow night. Today, the progress of training Lady Yin was fast.
First of all, she was afraid of being seen eating the black paste, which proved that she cared about his opinion of her. When a woman cares about a man's opinion of her, it at least shows that the man holds a certain place in her heart. Yin Qing's current situation is that when she is most vulnerable, there is no one in this world who can help her. But every time Chen Chen leaves, he will say, "I'll come back tomorrow night." This gives her hope. She didn't know this kind of suffering that was worse than death, and how long she had to endure it. All she hoped for every day was the little time Chen Chen spent with her. That's why Chen Chen occupied a large part of her heart now, almost all of it. That's why she cared so much about Chen Chen's opinion of her. In addition, Chen Chen also noticed that Yin Qing had let go of her reserve when she begged him today. No longer did she have the resigned attitude she had last time. This is a good start. Today's task, Lady Yin. Check-in successful. The next day, at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. There are 7 days and 1 hour left until the end of the blind man's doomsday. Phew! In the heavy truck cab, lying down, Chen Chen felt like there was a stone pressing on his chest, unable to catch his breath. Sitting up, he looked at the thermometer and saw that the temperature inside the cab had reached 51 degrees above zero. This is ridiculous. He felt like he had been soaked in water. This was the result of Chen Chen adding a lot of ice cubes last night. Who knows how those blind men survived, including himself from the previous life. Phew! Wiping the sweat off his face, he got up to get some ice cubes from the ice maker, then took out some ice cream from the space, ate 5 in a row, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today, there are quite a few things to do. There are only 25 hours left until the -70 degrees cold wave event. In addition, there are only 7 empty trucks left in the box truck. It is difficult for heavy trucks to start a fire during the cold wave event. So, today he should run several trips on the highway to get some heavy trucks, and more importantly, tanker trucks. Without tanker trucks, his heavy trucks will be nothing but scrap metal in 7 days. Lastly, and most importantly, he must get a batch of equipment to combat the cold wave before noon tomorrow. After eating 2 boxes of canned beef, drinking 2 sips of Maotai, taking out all the ice cubes from the ice maker, he got off the car. Since he decided to deal with the heavy trucks first, he couldn't take this modified heavy truck. Fortunately, there were plenty of cars in the auto trade city. Last night, he found more than 30 keys to Volkswagen Magoten in the minister's office. Before the apocalypse, this car was worth around 200,000. Now, it's worthless. He walked around the large warehouse in the auto trade city, trying each key one by one, opened a Magoten, filled up the tank, and got in the car. The first stop today, East Liao Expressway. The entrance to East Liao Expressway is not far from 0 kilometers, with a national first-class gas station at the entrance, with a total oil storage capacity of 180 cubic meters. The density of gasoline is 0.75, which means that 1 cubic meter of gasoline is approximately 0.75 tons. The diesel tank at the gas station usually holds 90 cubic meters, roughly 67.5 tons. The storage capacity is equivalent to a 60-ton large tanker truck. Remember that. The Magoten's front end, which knocked off the ETC, went directly onto the highway. The reason Chen Chen chose this highway was also because there were not many cars on it. If he chose to go to the other side, the Jingda Expressway, it would be almost impossible to move in this situation. After driving on the highway for 30 minutes, he was lucky. Although he encountered many accident vehicles, the Magoten was small and agile enough to pass through the gaps. However, the car was already very hot inside. He poured a bucket of ice water over himself, breathing heavily. In these 30 minutes, he saw many heavy trucks, but most of them were warehouse-style or fence-style heavy trucks, or tractor-trailers. He only encountered one fully enclosed box-type heavy truck he wanted. Why use a light one? There are new ones everywhere near the auto trade city. After 53 minutes on the highway, Chen Chen finally found a Dongfeng fully enclosed heavy truck on the highway, which turned out to be the same model as the one he modified. Not bad. Dongfeng H7 heavy truck, 460 horsepower, 6x4, manual 12-speed, 800-liter fuel tank, 9.47-meter compartment, total weight of 11.13 tons. After pouring another bucket of ice water on himself, he got out of the car in gear. The sky was still raining red rain at 70 degrees high temperature. After getting out of the car, Chen Chen went straight to the front of the heavy truck to check the damage. Fortunately, this should be an experienced driver. At the first moment of becoming blind, he stepped on the brake, and the heavy truck lay across the road without damage.
After confirming that it could be driven away, he went to check the rear compartment.
Chen Chen planned to empty the rear compartment and then store the entire heavy truck in the space. Opening the rear compartment door, it was indeed filled with paper boxes.
Chen Chen jumped onto the car with a foil blanket and breathed a sigh of relief. In this car, he found a strong flashlight and shone it on these paper boxes, and he was slightly stunned.
Wang Ji and stinky tofu?
Chen Chen was stunned for more than 10 seconds.
He didn't expect to find such a car full of these 3 types of fermented bean curd. The total weight reached 13 tons.
Not bad. This was an unexpected joy.
Unfortunately, before the apocalypse, this car could only carry a maximum of 13 tons, but after the apocalypse, it could carry at least 50 tons. After getting out of the car and closing the rear compartment, Chen Chen patted the car body with his palm, and the heavy truck disappeared into thin air.
The weight in the space increased by 25 tons. This was a good start.
Returning to the Passat, he continued to search forward. This time, Chen Chen had only been driving for 20 minutes when he found 3 Hyundai Express trucks on the other side of the highway. All were fully enclosed heavy trucks.
This was great.
After pouring a bucket of ice water, Chen Chen climbed over the highway barrier and quickly ran to the 3 trucks.
The truck drivers were indeed experienced.
The 3 heavy trucks were flashing hazard lights and all stopped in the middle of the road. The doors were open, but the drivers were nowhere to be found. Now, Chen Chen really had to thank those girls who loved online shopping. He spent half an hour emptying the express delivery in the compartments of the 3 nearly new fully enclosed photon heavy trucks, totaling
87 tons.
At this moment, there were already 4 heavy trucks and 13 tons of fermented bean curd in the space. Feeling extremely lucky today, Chen Chen drove the Passat and continued to search forward. In the next 3.5 hours, Chen Chen found 9 fully enclosed heavy trucks in a row, but 4 of them had serious accidents. The remaining 2 crashed into the highway barrier without major injuries, and the remaining 3 emergency braked and stopped in the middle of the highway.
Box-type heavy trucks generally weigh between 11 and 12 tons.
Chen Chen released the heavy truck with 13 tons of bean curd and stored the remaining 8 in the space. Finally, he gave up the Passat, jumped onto the heavy truck loaded with bean curd, and headed back to the Automotive Trade City compound.
At 6:25 p.m., 9 heavy trucks parked in the Automotive Trade City warehouse.
Looking at the 9 new heavy trucks, he felt great.
At least he could load up to 420 tons of goods again, and he could continue. Before midnight, he could make another trip on the highway.
But he needed to change to a different highway for the search.
Midnight.
In the Automotive Trade City warehouse, another 9 heavy trucks were added.
Today, a total of 17.5 empty trucks were found. The only regret was that no tanker truck was found. However, there were only 12 hours left until the -70-degree cold wave event,
and the equipment and supplies to resist the cold wave were still not ready. After drinking 2 cans of coffee in a row, Chen Chen jumped onto the Dongfeng heavy truck and drove back into the city center of Spring City.
Today's task had to be completed today.
At 1:30 in the middle of the night, the heavy truck stopped in front of the Polar Outdoor clothing store in the Spring City.
Polar Outdoor, the specialized clothing for the National Antarctic Expedition Team.
At midnight, there was still a light rain of high-temperature red rain outside the car. In the driver's cabin, Chen Chen drank another can of coffee, finished it, pursed his lips, took a deep breath, got out of the car, and rushed into the store. Inside the store, bodies were scattered all over the floor.
Chen Chen didn't have time to care about that now.
Stepping on the bodies, he first looked for the warehouse. The first-floor store was high with shelves. After searching around, Chen Chen found a ladder behind the counter. The shop had a partition on the roof, and climbing up the ladder, Chen Chen found many cardboard boxes on the roof. With no time to check the sizes now, Chen Chen decided to take all the cardboard boxes in the warehouse into his space and check them later. In this store, a tactical jacket weighed 4 to 5 caddies, a down jacket weighed 5 to 6 caddies, and shoes weighed around 3 caddies. 5 minutes later, the warehouse of this store was emptied, and the weight in the space increased by
8 tons, nearly 1,300 items.
It should be enough. Maybe he could give a few pieces to Yin Ching and the others tomorrow.
However, it wouldn't be for free.
Chen Chen was very practical. Saving these girls was possible, but either they work for Big Chen Chen, or they work for Little Chen Chen.
It was either one or the other.
There was no way he would support them for free.
He didn't lack grandmothers.
At 2:30 in the middle of the night, the heavy truck stopped at the entrance of Suning Easy Buy, the same place where he found the ice maker last time. This time, Chen Chen went straight to the large warehouse, aiming for electric heaters and little suns. He collected over 100 pieces of these 2 types of appliances. In the future jungle doomsday, with high humidity, he could sell them to the lords of the giant tree city for drying tree holes. Better to be prepared. With these 2 items, they should be enough for the upcoming -70 cold wave event. Finally, passing by a small hardware store, Chen Chen got off the car again and got a batch of extension cords, and found over 100 electric heating pads in the labor protection store. He felt there were no more oversights. At 3:30 in the morning, he drove the heavy truck back to the automotive city compound. There were 6 days, 8 hours, and 22 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. There were 8 hours and 22 minutes left until the -70 cold wave event. In the automotive city warehouse, Chen Chen looked at the countdown on his watch and decided that maybe today, he didn't need to go check on Lady Yin. After a good night's sleep, he could go to the automotive city exhibition hall at exactly 12 noon tomorrow, when the cold wave hit, or maybe at 11:50. Witnessing how they would drop from +70 to -70 in just 10 minutes. And maybe, he could further test Lady Yin's temperament. Yes, that's the decision. The next day, at 11:50 in the afternoon, there were 10 minutes left until the cold wave event. Crash. In the rest area, the bathroom bathtub. Yin Xing was tense all over, her teeth chattering, her hollow eyes staring at the ceiling. Chen Chen sat outside the bathtub on a small stool, a set of wilderness survival cookware, a gas stove, with a pot bubbling, 2 bags of instant noodles, 2 cans of beef, plus 2 sausages. In the bathtub, Yin Xing made strange sounds in her throat. I touched a fortune teller's card again last night. Picking up a chopstick of noodles, putting it in his own lunchbox, scooping some soup with a spoon, there were only 10 minutes left until the cold wave doomsday. Better eat something warm. Fortune teller, heh. In the bathtub, Yin Sheng's hollow eye showed a hint of spirit. She smiled somewhat sarcastically. Stop pretending. Do whatever you want, I won't resist, but I won't please you either. Come up, quickly. He came to see her every day. If not for her beautiful body, what else could it be for? These days, Yin Sheng has already figured it out clearly. However, in her current ghostly appearance, every breath she takes is a gain. It's just a pity that she has persisted in her anti-marriage stance for so long, only to give in to a man in the end. Do you want to know what I predicted last night? Chen Chen was eating noodles and chatting with her absent-mindedly. Tell me, what did you predict? As long as you didn't predict that I would willingly sleep with you, I'll believe anything. Her authoritative attitude was not what Chen Chen wanted. Otherwise, in 6 days, when she wakes up, her first thought might be to get rid of the bastard who defiled her innocence. In the end, this Lady Yin might hate men even more than in her past life. Let's make a bet. Chen Chen slowly ate his noodles, slower than usual today. A bet? Me and you? Ha ha. Yin Qing laughed lightly. What else can I bet with you? What do I have left that you find appealing? Hurry up, stop pretending. I'm tired, come on, let's get it over with. Putting down the lunchbox, Chen Chen glanced at his watch. I bet that in 8 minutes, you will come over and try to steal my noodles. How about it? Do you accept the bet? Steal your noodles? Ha ha. Yin Qing sneered. Alright, I'll bet with you. What are we betting on? My body? Or what? Ha, just say it. I can bet on anything with you. Then let's bet on your body. Chen Chen lit a cigarette. If I win in 8 minutes, your body belongs to me. If you win, my body belongs to you. Ha, it's the same thing. Yin Xing thought this man was so childish, treating her like an ignorant little girl. Isn't this similar to the game played by young couples? I win, you kiss me, you win, I kiss you? There's a difference. Chen Chen said, if I win, you have to swear that you'll only be with me for the rest of your life. You can't be with other men. If you win, I swear that I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Are you serious? Yin Xing suddenly sat up from the bathtub, her beautiful eyes staring intently in Chen Chen's direction. After a few seconds, she shook her head slowly. No, that's not right, you're trying to deceive me. You wouldn't bet on this with me. You want my body, you would have had it already. You're trying to trick me into pleasing you willingly, huh? In that case, I'll swear first. Chen Chen glanced at his watch again. It's 11:53 now, you just have to hold out until 12:30. If you don't come out to eat the noodles I cooked before then, you win. After that, whatever you say, I'll do. With 7 minutes left, at a temperature of -70 she had just asked him to pour a bucket of ice water on her when she arrived. If she held out until 12:30, even if she froze to death rather than follow him, Chen Chen would let her be. It would save him the trouble of doing it himself. However, after these few days of contact, Chen Chen was 95% sure that Lady Yin was not the type to seek an easy way out. Alright, I'll bet with you. A woman's intuition told her he wasn't joking with her. Moreover, in their recent interactions, he hadn't forced himself on her, which made Yin Qing have a little trust in Chen Chen. Then I can swear too.
At that moment, Yin Xing seemed to have turned into the general manager of an auto trading city, full of confidence. If you win, I, Yin Xing, swear that I will only be with you for the rest of my life, and only you. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it willingly, without hesitation. In Yin Xing's view, this was a very advantageous betting agreement for herself. Of course, the worst-case scenario is that the other party will play dumb. But that would just bring things back to the current state, wouldn't it? But who knows, is this man really that childish? Before 12:30, you want me to eat your noodles? Ha! Childish. There are only 5 minutes left for the bet. What time is it now? 11:55.
Chen Chen noticed that at this moment, Lady Yin, those two beautiful eyes, were no longer empty, but filled with a lively spirit, and a hint of a young girl's pride. The two long legs, at this moment, seemed to regain vitality, standing in the bathtub, pacing back and forth, standing still, crossing, and then walking back and forth in the bathtub again. It's as if she can't wait to go back and play with herself. What time is it? 11:57. 3 minutes left. Chen Chen burped. He started leisurely looking for a Star Trooper combat suit in the space, and leisurely started putting it on. He put on a Star Trooper down jacket over the combat suit. Feeling uneasy, he put on an oversized one on top of it. He also put on another pair of pants, but could only wear one pair of shoes, so Chen Chen wore 3 layers of socks. These clothes should be enough. After all, in the previous life, he survived wearing just a t-shirt. But in the previous life, although Chen Chen only wore a t-shirt, there were hundreds of people, hundreds of bodies squeezed around his body. In the previous life's cold wave incident, he was one of the survivors who crawled out of the pile of hundreds of bodies. What time is it? Lady Yin is now very excited. Her 2 long legs seem restless, but she dares not step out of the bathtub.
Her current requirement is not to leave the bathtub before 12:30. 30 seconds left.
Chen Chen dressed neatly. He is also looking forward to the moment when the cold wave incident happens, seeing those 2 long legs rushing into his arms, seeking warmth.
How many seconds left now? 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds left? Now only 1 second left. 1 second? Yes, it has started.
There are 5 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left until the end of the blind apocalypse. The last drop of red rain fell on the streets of Chun City, and the sky began to snow red. A refreshing feeling. The air pressure seems to have risen. The streets, shops, schools, hospitals, residential areas. The blind people who are still alive begin to breathe fresh air deeply.
The apocalypse is over. The damn apocalypse has finally ended.
Many blind people began to celebrate, rushing to the streets to inform others, blind people they knew or didn't know. Everyone embraced each other and cheered.
More and more blind people took to the streets.
Infected by the atmosphere, many blind people cried excitedly, starting to cry loudly, as if they had seen the light of day again. But gradually, the snowflakes falling from the sky became larger. They couldn't see that these snowflakes were red. They just thought it was a good start. But soon after, before their cheers stopped, before the joy on their faces completely faded, the temperature dropped to above zero. At 10 degrees above zero, the blind people without enough clothes were already feeling cold, and many blind people started picking up clothes all over the street. At 0 degrees, water can already freeze, and at this point, the blind people realized that things were not as beautiful as they had imagined. More and more blind people began to search for clothes, and even started to snatch them from each other. At minus 10 degrees, this temperature is not considered cold for northerners, especially in the 4 northern provinces, where every household has several sets of down jackets in reserve.
Minus 20 degrees is also a common temperature in the 4 northern provinces. At this point, the blind people have begun to break into residential homes and search for down jackets. Everywhere there were sounds of smashing glass and doors. At minus 30 degrees, some blind people had already begun to realize that something was wrong. This temperature was not common in the 4 northern provinces. Originally, it was only during the coldest days of winter that there might be a few days with temperatures below minus 30 degrees. A temperature of minus 40 degrees was rarely seen in the spring city, although it might occur at extremely rare times. At this point, 1 or 2 down jackets were no longer enough to keep warm, and some blind people had already layered 7 or 8 coats on themselves. The temperature dropped to minus 50 degrees. The lowest temperature in China's history was recorded in Mo City on February 13, 1969, at minus 52.3 degrees Celsius. But for the blind people now, there was not much difference between minus 50 degrees and minus 52.3 degrees. The blind people hid in their rooms, wearing all the clothes they could find, regardless of gender, and wrapping themselves in blankets. The temperature dropped to minus 60 degrees. In the absence of wind, most blind people could endure this temperature by staying indoors and covering themselves with blankets.
However, for those blind people still on the streets at this time, many had already begun to lose consciousness. The temperature dropped to -70 degrees. The red snowflakes fell heavier and heavier. How could this happen? Why is this happening? In the bathtub, Yin Ching was still holding on, curling up her body, stubbornly hugging her two long legs, her knees touching her forehead. It's impossible, it's impossible. However, this temperature could not be resisted by willpower alone. You knew it a long time ago, didn't you? Why did you know it so early? Did you do something? Her teeth chattering, Yin Ching felt her whole body freezing, and if this continued, she might get frostbite. It wasn't me, I don't have that kind of ability. Chen Chen was now wearing thick clothing, a cotton hat, and gloves, feeling warm. He sat back on the small stool, turned on the gas stove, and heated up noodles for Yin Yangzi in the bathtub. It's not just 0 kilometers now, not just the spring city, not even just the summer country, it's now. Chen Shen's mood also became somewhat heavy as he spoke. It's a cold wave of -70 degrees everywhere in the world. Yin Xing roared in frustration. Why did only you know? Why did you know so early? Why? Unfair. This is unfair. This is really unfair. In the end, Yin Xing curled up her two long legs, seemingly enduring the grievance in her heart. The noodles are ready, come out and eat while it's hot. Just after pouring a bucket of ice water on her, Chen Chen was also afraid that he would freeze Yin Yangzi due to his actions in this life. Frostbite was no joke. Even before the apocalypse, severe frostbite required amputation. And after the apocalypse, severe frostbite was as good as death. There are still a few minutes left. In the bathtub, Yin Xing shivered. Tell me quickly, how many minutes until 12:30? Chen Chen glanced at his watch. There are 22 minutes left. You can't hold on. Come out and eat noodles quickly. Victory was in sight, and Chen Chen's tone was very calm now. 22 minutes. This number made Yin Xing feel a sense of despair. Unwilling. Really unwilling. Somehow finding strength, Yin Xing suddenly stood up from the bathtub and shouted at Chen Chen, who said, I can't hold on. Even if I freeze to death in this bathtub today, I won't eat your noodles. Bang! Suddenly, Chen Chen also stood up, kicked over the gas stove. I'll watch how you freeze to death now. The two stared at each other. Although Yin Xing couldn't see anything now, Chen Chen noticed that her big eyes were already red. Gradually, tears began to flow. Locked eyes for more than 10 seconds. Covering her mouth, Yin Chang moved her stiff body, silently stepping out of the bathtub with her long legs, slowly squatting down, feeling around on the floor, grabbing a handful of noodles and stuffing them into her mouth, then continuing to search on the ground with her hands. She found a piece of beef. That's enough. Watching stubborn Yin Xing eating noodles on the floor, Chen Chen took a deep breath. Get up, I'll find you 2 pieces of clothing. In the space, he found a set of women's tactical jackets and handed them to Lady Yin. The hem of the clothes touched Yin Xing's forehead, and she angrily knocked the jacket off. Get away. I don't want your false kindness. Get away, get away, get away. Go away. The jacket fell to the ground, stained with a little soup. At this moment, Chen Chen could visibly see Yin Xing's skin turning blue from the cold. He could understand her emotions at this moment. Standing for more than 10 seconds, Chen Chen once again found a new women's tactical jacket in the space and handed it to Yin Xing. Put it on, or you'll freeze to death. Beautiful eyes, vacant gaze, lips trembling slightly. After a while, Yin Xing closed her eyes tightly, then opened them again as if in defiance, snatching the clothes. Holding the clothes in her arms, she continued to eat the noodles on the ground in big bites. It's dirty. If you want to eat, I'll cook another pot for you. Pulling her arm, Chen Chen tried to pull her up. Get away, don't touch me. She pushed Chen Chen hard, her beautiful eyes staring right at him. Chen Chen calmly looked at her. I said, if you want to eat, I'll cook another pot for you. 10 seconds. Yin Xing closed her eyes tightly, her lips turning pale as she said, promise me one last thing. At 1 p.m., in the -70-degree cold wave, which had been going on for an hour. 5th floor of the Automobile Trade City, General Manager's office. At this moment, the General Manager's office and rest area, the generator was roaring, with 35 electric heaters and little suns working simultaneously. The temperature had risen. Chen Chen glanced at the thermometer, showing above 22 degrees. In the cramped space, there were already 155 young ladies, each of whom Chen Chen had given a set of tactical jackets, a down jacket, and a pair of shoes. The temperature was now very comfortable, and the young ladies in tactical jackets were already sweating slightly, quietly eating what Chen Chen had given them. A silence, only the slight chewing sound when the girls were eating. Escaping death, this was how they felt now. And the man who saved them. For now, this group of car salesgirls didn't know what he wanted in return. Now, those of you who are still alive are all here. I've left some food for you in the corner, and I'll come back at night.
Yin Qing's final request was to save as many of her employees as possible. This was not difficult. Even if she didn't ask, Chen Shen would still save a group of young ladies to drive those heavy trucks for him. Are you leaving too? In the general manager's lounge, a spacious bed. At this moment, there was only Yin Qing on this large bed. Even she, at this moment, felt a bit dreamlike, but when she heard that Chen Shen was leaving, she quickly sat up. It's so cold outside now, why do you want to go out? She thought that after Chen Shen had rescued her employees, he would eagerly climb into bed. After all, no one could see them now. I have to go out to find something. I'll be back at night. Patting Yin Qing's shoulder, Chen Shen turned to leave, but Yin Qing grabbed his hand, then come back early. For some reason, after Chen Shen left, Yin Qing felt empty inside. She couldn't explain this feeling. It was like floating on an endless sea, where time had worn away her edges. One day, someone rowed a small boat and reached out to pull her up. Gave her some food, a piece of clothing, then told her, wait for me in the sea for a few hours, I will be back soon. Some worries, afraid that he will never return. In that case, she would still have to drift on the endless sea, or drift in the sudden cold and hot hell. Automobile Trade City Courtyard. Red snowflakes were falling from the sky, something Chen Shen had experienced in the blind apocalypse of 2 lifetimes, but it was the first time he had seen it. Everything in the sky, underground, and all around was dyed blood red. Back at the Automobile Trade City warehouse, when he left at noon today, he had filled the generator with oil and wrapped the generator on the roof with a few layers of down jackets. It was still running temporarily, no problems found. Got in the car, cockpit. In the cockpit, the co-pilot, the ice maker had been removed, replaced with electric heaters and a small sun. Stayed in the car for a while, checked the thermometer, 11 degrees above zero. The temperature was fine. Wearing a windbreaker, he didn't feel cold. Drove out. Today, he had to continue searching for supplies. Last night, he managed to get 18 heavy trucks, removing 13 tons of fermented bean curd, leaving at least 17.5 trucks empty, including the original 7 empty trucks. Supplies, at least enough to fill 24.5 trucks, almost 1,200 tons. Adding his own space of 100 tons, it was a total of 1,300 tons. 1,300 tons could hold a lot of good things. In the jungle apocalypse a few days later, a 75-gram kerosene lighter could sell for a sky-high price. And his 1,300 tons. At 3:15 in the afternoon, Chun City Metal Products Factory. This factory belonged to an old state-owned enterprise, with its own staff family building, its own boiler room, and still insisted on providing its own heating until now. Mainly using national coal, it didn't cost anything to burn. Warehouse. Blue 200L, galvanized iron oil drums. The biggest advantage of galvanized iron oil drums is their strong corrosion resistance and impact resistance. Very good. These 2 characteristics were exactly what Chen Shen wanted the most. Strong corrosion resistance could prevent the strong acid spider silk. Strong impact resistance could prevent mutant rats, or mutant caterpillars from crashing into the truck. Each oil drum weighed 38 caddies. 2 hours later, he walked out of the warehouse and jumped onto the truck. Collecting these oil drums was quite troublesome. Coupled with their large warehouse, Chen Shen wasted a full 2 hours, finding a total of 2,285 200-liter oil drums in this warehouse. The weight of just these oil drums was 3 tons. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Shen arrived at the first gas station, where flames were rising from the staff dormitory next to the gas station. They were warming themselves. However, this was very dangerous. The freezing point of gasoline was minus 75 degrees, which meant that the gasoline in the gas station was still in liquid state and could flow normally. It could also slowly evaporate its odor. Grabbing a few fire extinguishers, Chen Shen quickly ran upstairs to put out the fire for them. In the dormitory were 12 blind men and women. Chen Shen said, "Listen, now I will leave you warm clothes and equipment. You go to the door and keep refueling for me 24 hours non-stop, not wasting a minute. Do you understand? Refueling? You make it sound simple, but how do we refuel? We are all blind now, we." A young man with black-framed glasses seemed to want to reason with himself. Chen Shen didn't waste words. He went up and grabbed his collar, pulling him out directly. At the dormitory entrance, Chen Shen stepped on the back of his head for 10 minutes, then kicked his stiff body. Dragging the body, Chen Shen returned to the dormitory again, throwing the stiff body into their midst. Now, any more questions? 11 blind people, silence. Chen Shen found the gas station's generator, left 2 electric heaters, and left 4 sets of down jackets for this group of blind people. I placed the oil drums at the door, a total of 450 drums of 200 liters each. You have 1 day and 1 night to fill them up with diesel for me. If the diesel runs out, fill the rest with gasoline.
For the gasoline drums, I'll leave a marker pen for you, make sure to write clearly for me.
I'll come back tomorrow at this time.
If the oil is not filled up, or if you make a mistake in writing, you will have to stand at the door as punishment.
Do you all understand?
This is a level 1 gas station. The diesel tank is 90 cubic meters, which can exactly fill up 450 oil drums. However, the tank may not be full, so after filling with empty diesel, fill the remaining drums with gasoline. Understood, we understand, we know what to do. Just lost a companion, these blind people are now very obedient.
At 9 p.m.
Chen Shen arrived at the second level 1 gas station, repeated the same steps, and killed a blind person who wanted to fight for human rights. In the end, he left 450 drums.
At 3 a.m.
2,285 drums of 200 liters each were distributed to 5 level 1 gas stations, and Chen Shen drove his Dongfeng heavy truck back to the Automotive Trade City warehouse. In the cabin, the small sun and electric heater were on, very warm.
Chen Shen sat in the driver's seat and lit a cigarette.
Technically speaking, he shouldn't sleep in the car today. Upstairs, Lady Yin's fragrant big bed still left a place for himself. She also reminded herself to go back early. If he sleeps in the car again tonight, it would be unreasonable.
Automotive Trade City Exhibition Hall, 5 floors, rest area.
When the door rang, many young ladies opened their eyes, and Yin Qing also sat up from the big bed, subconsciously tightening her nightgown collar. But thinking that it was Chen Shen, she quietly put her hand down.
Is it you, Chen Chen?
At noon, she already knew Chen Shen's name, but now, a man was about to climb onto her bed, and she felt very panicked.
Clutching the hem of her clothes, Yin Qing asked again, is it you? Chen Shen, say something. It's me.
Sensing a man sitting on the edge of the bed and starting to change clothes, Yin Cheng bit her lower lip. Chen Shen, wait. But her words had no effect. Hearing that he had already gotten into bed and covered himself with a quilt, Yin Qing felt tense all over again, just like when she was drenched in ice water.
Wait a moment, you. Don't do it yet.
In this rest area, it was not just the two of them. Under the bed, on the floor, there were at least dozens of people lying down. Feeling a man embracing her, Yin Qing nervously said, you can touch my legs, but wait for the rest, wait until there's no one else, please.
At 10 a.m.
5 days, 1 hour, and 57 minutes before the end of the blind apocalypse. In the rest area, the temperature was 22 degrees above zero. Chen Shen sat up from the soft big bed and lit a cigarette. Beside him, Lady Yin was like an ostrich, burying her head in the quilt.
Last night, after several attempts, the result was, she didn't give in.
Chen Shen was very frustrated. However, after so many days of effort, finally reaching this point, he didn't want to give up now. He had to keep an eye on Lady Yin's mental health. Otherwise, in 5 days. Although she now seemed like a well-behaved little kitten, who knew what she would be like in 5 days when she regained her sight and awakened her skills, the little kitten might turn into a tigress. These were uncertain things. So Chen Shen felt that respecting women was still very necessary. Fortunately, last night was not entirely fruitless. In some aspects, there had been breakthrough progress. Just like in the previous life, those 2-meter long legs that all men dreamed of, were truly well proportioned, and really that, still very. Can't think about it anymore, getting worked up. After smoking a cigarette, Chen Shen changed his mind and went out for fun. At night, unable to get the pleasure from Lady Yin, today he went out to make up for the regret by scavenging a large amount of free supplies. There are so many empty cars, 1,300 tons of supplies. Now, in the city of Chun, you can take whatever you want, as much as you want. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. No more hesitation, Chen Shen was about to go out, but a force pulled him back. A small hand grabbed the elastic band of his pants and the quilt. Chen Shen, can you stay with me for a while? Just a little while, Yin Cheng whispered in the quilt. She was playing with fire. Then, in the restroom, many girls pretending to sleep silently covered their ears. Don't do this. Didn't we agree last night? You just need a few more days. Don't do this. There are so many people. Can't I give you my legs? This time I'll give you both. Don't you? 1 hour later, at the Automobile Trade City's large garage, Chen Shen filled the generator with oil, drove the Dongfeng heavy truck out of the Automobile Trade City compound. Just now, Lady Yin played with fire herself, and as a result, the two of them got closer, only 3 layers of window paper away. But Chen Shen is not in a hurry now. 3 layers of window paper, one by one, poking through them and 3 times, more fulfilling. 2 p.m. There are 4 days, 22 hours, and 3 minutes left until the end of the blind man's doomsday, the second day of the cold wave doomsday. Can't get in? The intersection ahead is heavily congested. The commercial street is just 200 meters ahead.
looking at the congested street ahead.
Chen Chen now has two choices. One is to get off the car, collect the abandoned cars in front into the space, throw them aside, and drive the heavy truck directly in.
2 is to walk the 200 meters.
However, Chen Chen must get out of the truck for both choices. The engine of the heavy truck roared. Inside the cab, 2 electric heaters and a small sun were working continuously. The current temperature is 10 degrees above zero. Chen Chen opened a bottle of Maotai, took a sip, and felt warm in his stomach. He looked out through the windshield. The wipers swayed from side to side, sweeping the blood-red snow to the sides. Outside the window, tall buildings stood on both sides, but many windows were emitting thick black smoke.
Bang!
In a 30-story high-rise building on the right, an explosion occurred in a household. Glass windows and broken bricks crackling fell on the street.
From the automobile trade city all the way, many explosions have been seen.
These are the blind people warming themselves, blowing up things in the house. After taking a big sip of Maotai, taking a deep breath, Chen Chen decided to walk over. First, he would go in to clear the road, then come back, drive the truck in. It might not be easy to turn around inside.
It's better to just go in, collect the supplies, and come back quickly. Minus 70 degrees.
Equipped, Chen Chen opened the car door. A visible white mist poured into the cab. He quickly jumped out of the car, turned back to close the door. The heavy truck was not turned off. If it's turned off now, it would be difficult to start when he comes back. Squeak, squeak. The blood-red snow was already above his ankles. Chen Chen, wearing an Antarctic scientific expedition team outfit, took one step at a time, walking towards the interior of the commercial street.
This temperature. It can still be endured temporarily.
Before the apocalypse, there was a small town in eastern Siberia, Russia called Oyomayakan, known as the coldest place on Earth. The temperature there can reach minus 70 degrees Celsius. This small town has a population of 500 permanent residents, including many centenarians. So this temperature is still within the range of human acceptance. After about 5 minutes, his face froze. Chen Chen grimaced, moved the flesh on his face a bit, took out the Maotai from his arms, tilted his head back and took another sip. In 8 minutes, Chen Chen kicked a female corpse under his feet, but didn't pay much attention and was about to step over. He found that this female corpse was higher than the others. Chen Chen kicked the corpse over and saw a woman in her 30s tightly holding a 5 or 6-year-old boy in her arms. Chen Chen, who had no parents since childhood, picked up the mother and son, placed them in a corner, and continued walking forward. He entered an Antak clothing store, closed the door, and quickly stored Maotai liquor and cotton gloves in his space.
Chen Chen then went to find the warehouse of the store.
Unable to store supplies with cotton gloves, he had to take them off occasionally to prevent frostbite. Chen Chen saw many blind people in the store, all wrapped in clothes they could find. He collected the bodies of the blind people in the warehouse and gathered various clothing items. These clothes would be valuable resources in the jungle apocalypse in 5 days.
Chen Chen quickly gathered the clothes without discrimination.
After experiencing a jungle apocalypse, any intact clothing was considered valuable. Chen Chen spent 10 minutes collecting clothes and returning the bodies to the warehouse. He then left the store and headed towards a Li-Ning store. After searching 3 stores, his space increased by
81 tons.
Feeling frozen, Chen Chen lit a fire in the Nike store to warm up. At 4:05 in the afternoon, there are 4 days and 19 hours and 55 minutes left before the end of the blind apocalypse. On the commercial street, when Chen Chen returned to the truck, a total of 88 tons of various clothing and sports shoes were added to the space. Today, his goal is to collect 100 tons of clothing and shoes, plus an additional truck. In the future, these supplies will be the capital for the fleet to explore the capital and even the south. At 5:30 in the afternoon, at the Eurasia Mall in Chun City. Here is the largest parking lot in Asia and also the largest shopping center in Chun City. The truck stopped at the store entrance, and Chen Chen got off and ran into the glass door. 4 hours later, at 9:30 in the evening, the space was filled with 100 tons, and the heavy truck was filled with 22 tons. When Chen Chen returned to the cabin, he was shivering from the cold. However, he roughly calculated that this trip was better than he had imagined. A pair of sports shoes weighs about 750 g to 1 kilogram, calculated as 1 kilogram. 1 ton is equivalent to 1,000 pairs of branded sports shoes. Of his 122 tons of supplies, at least 42 tons are sports shoes. That is about 42,000 pairs. As for clothing, for winter wear, Chen Chen mainly took windbreakers, mountaineering suits, etc., averaging 2 kilograms per piece, with 500 pieces per ton. There are about 38 tons of this type of clothing, approximately 19,000 pieces. For spring and autumn wear, hoodies, sweatshirts, trench coats, etc. About 950 pieces per ton. There are 30 tons in the space, approximately 28,500 pieces. T-shirts, short sleeves, about 5 tons, around 3,500 pieces per ton, approximately 17,500 pieces. Finally, men's trousers, socks, hats, gloves, etc. About 7,200 pieces per ton. Shinshin collected a total of 7 tons, roughly more than 50,000 pieces. And, no miscellaneous goods. Very good. At 10:50 in the evening, 122 tons of clothing were transported back to the large warehouse of the automobile trade city, filling another 5.5 heavy trucks, leaving 19 empty trucks. However, the day is not over yet. Shinshin remembered that yesterday, he delivered 2,285 200-liter barrels of oil to the blind men at the gas station. At midnight, he transported back the first batch of 150 tons of diesel. The density of gasoline is 0.75, and the density of diesel is 0.85. A 200-liter barrel of diesel is 170 kilograms, and the oil drum is 19 kilograms. So one barrel is 189 kilograms. 2,285 barrels is 431 tons, 457,000 liters. Shinshin estimated that in the terrain of the jungle apocalypse, a heavy truck carrying 50 tons, the fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is at most 70 liters. Therefore, 457,000 liters of diesel is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. At 2:10 in the morning, Shinshin drove the Dongfeng heavy truck and passed by the Chun City Tobacco Company again. This is the last trip of the day. 2,285 oil barrels, totaling 457,000 liters of diesel and gasoline, were all filled. The blind men were obedient, and Shinshin was generous. Before leaving, he left them with electric heaters and cotton jackets. After all, these blind men helped him fill up 457,000 liters of diesel. However, when passing by the Chun City Tobacco Company again, the Dongfeng heavy truck suddenly braked. The truck did not have snow tires and slid on the road for more than 10 meters. Shinshin lightly tapped the brakes continuously and finally stabilized the vehicle. 3 minutes later, the heavy truck quietly returned to the entrance of the tobacco company. Not to get cigarettes, but his sister-in-law. These days, it seems that he had forgotten about Guo Hui. The last time he went to see her, he only left her an ice maker. He felt a little guilty. After all, his sister-in-law had helped his family so much in the previous life. Sister-in-law's boxed meal. Shinshin pried open the rolling shutter door and entered the house. The generator was still roaring. In his sister-in-law's room, illuminated by his headlamp, he saw a huge round ball on the big bed. Guo Hui had wrapped herself in the quilt and mattress. The key point is that the ice maker on the ground is still working. This sister-in-law is really practical. Xiao Chen? The headlight shone on the quilt, and Guo Hui stretched her head out from inside. This small shop is located next to the road, and the ice maker is still working, but Shinshin saw that the sister-in-law's mental state was still very good. 220 pounds of meat, indeed not given in vain. Xiao Chen, is it you who came, Xiao Chen? It's me, sister-in-law. That thing of yours almost froze me to death these past 2 days. Walking to the generator, Shinshin cut off the power to the ice maker, and found an electric heater in the space to replace it. After a while, the temperature in the room rose. I really want to pull it out. Take a look at what you gave to sister-in-law. Guo Hui stretched out a hand from under the quilt, and Shinshin's headlight shone on it, seeing a black spot on her fingertip. All right, sister-in-law, I've replaced your electric heater. In 3 or 4 days, when you can see again, Fat Sure will be able to come back, and then I'll come to pick you both up and leave with me. Last time, Shinshin told her that her vision would recover in a few days. Anyway, in a few days they would know themselves, and Guo Hui couldn't tell anyone here. No big or small, Fat Sure was also called by you? Guo Hui's weight really didn't increase in vain, and her spirit is still very strong now. She waved her hand in the quilt. All right, get out quickly. If your brother happens to come back at this time, we won't be able to explain it clearly in this room. You're overthinking it, sister-in-law. I dare not say anything else, but in our relationship, I can guarantee that it will always be clean and clear for a lifetime, without any falsehood. Shinshin left some more food for Guo Hui, bid farewell to his sister-in-law, and locked the door of the room. It was very comfortable to be with the couple. In this life, only in front of them can Shinshin find some feelings from his past life. However, Shinshin also knew that when he really came to pick them up in a few days, this relationship would change. Sister-in-law is good in every way, just a little afraid of officials. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, returned to the automobile trade city. Today's harvest was very good, 122 tons of clothes, 461 tons of diesel and gasoline. 11 trucks were filled with oil drums. There were only 8 empty trucks left. After a night's sleep, Tomorrow will be the last day of the cold wave, and then, the most crazy and damn perverted toxic rain event in these 3 end-of-days events.
This event. Even the current Chen Chen is a bit nervous. It's also because of this toxic rain event that this world has gone completely mad. Or, this should be the last madness of the blind apocalypse. By then, the whole earth will be plunged into madness. In the cockpit, Shin Chen remembered the mother and son he met today during the day, and after tomorrow, if he encounters similar mother and son again, he may have to twist their heads off. Taking a deep breath, shaking his head, he temporarily didn't think about it. At least tonight, Lady Yin is still waiting for him to come to her for sleep. 5th floor, General Manager's office, rest area. You're back. Lady Yin moved to one side on the big bed, and when Chen Chen got into the quilt, this time she was very obedient, actively extending her 2 meter long legs. The little gecko wants to survive by breaking its tail. But tonight, Chen Chen seemed unwilling to compromise with her. At least tonight, he had to break through one layer of the window paper. Everyone get up. Wake up. Now everyone come to the inner room, quickly. Wake up, get up. At 9 a.m. There were 4 days and 3 hours left until the end of the blind apocalypse, and only 27 hours left until the end of the cold wave event. Yin Xingjie urgently called everyone to the general manager's restroom. The little sisters were a bit confused. Just now Yin Xingjie was still humming and hawing. How did she suddenly become the general manager again? The general manager's rest area is very spacious, not including the bathroom, with 128 square meters. 155 young ladies were urgently called in, looking puzzled. Now, listen carefully. Yin Xing seemed to regain her queenly demeanor. Now, those with a driver's license stay, those without go to the outer room. 2 long legs paced back and forth on the bed, perhaps her habit during meetings. Seeing her imposing manner, Chen Chen also moved closer to the bed, afraid of being stepped on by her. In a flurry, 28 young ladies left the rest area, leaning against the walls. Most of them were car sales ladies, required to have a driver's license before starting work, unless they had exceptional external conditions. After being hired, the company would arrange for them to take the driving test during pre-job training. You don't have a C2 driver's license, right? Although unseen, Lady Yin scanned the room with a regal air. I have a C2. I think I do too, but I can only drive automatic. Me too, I have a C2. Instantly, 3 more girls raised their hands, just passers-by taken in by the automotive city. Then you also go out. After sending away the 3 girls, Yin Xing said, alright, now listen, later Chen Chen will teach you some skills for driving a large truck. Starting tomorrow, you will familiarize yourselves with the truck in our compound. Yin Xing, we can't see now. How can we drive? Yes, Yin Xing, this is too dangerous. You can't see, but I'm not asking you to drive yet. I want you to familiarize yourselves with the driver's cabin first, feel for the gears with your eyes closed, get used to the clutch and brake under your feet, familiarize yourself with the seat height. From tomorrow, you will all sleep in the truck. Except for sleeping time, spend all your time getting to know the vehicle. But Yin Xing, it's so cold outside now. Another young lady spoke up, and Yin Xing immediately interrupted, it won't be cold tomorrow. Due to Chen Chen drawing the prophet's card twice in a row, Yin Chang now believed in his words wholeheartedly. The young ladies fell silent. They didn't want to go out, but they didn't dare to resist. What if they were kicked out of the automotive city? A few days ago, there were over 300 people here, now only half remained. Chen Chen, do you have anything else to add? Losing her momentum, Yin Xing sat slowly on the bed, but in doing so, she ended up sitting in Chen Chen's lap. I have nothing more to add. Seeing Yin Xing sitting in his lap and showing no intention of leaving, Chen Chen stood up, moved her to the side, got off the bed, and explained the differences between driving a large truck and a small car to the young ladies. He mainly emphasized 3 points. 1. The right front corner of the truck's cabin is a blind spot for death and must be handled carefully. 2. Do not turn the steering wheel abruptly, as it may cause the truck to overturn, especially for a 50-ton truck. 3. Brake in advance. Compared to a small car, a heavy truck, especially a 50-ton truck, needs to start braking tens of meters in advance and not slam on the brakes all at once. Finally, he talked about visibility, gear shifting, and climbing gear changes. After the dispersal, Yin Xing asked softly, Chen Chen, do you think they can do it? Chen Chen shook his head, it's fine. In the jungle apocalypse, as long as they can drive the car away, there shouldn't be a big problem. As long as they ensure that their convoy's vehicles don't collide, it doesn't matter if they crush other weeds and bushes. Also, in the jungle apocalypse, they can't run fast, and many times, the speed of the car and the person walking is almost the same. With 124 girls who can drive now, it's enough for the time being. The remaining 31 girls will be assigned logistics tasks by In Ching.
Washing, cooking, helping the girls driving the big trucks with foot, leg, waist, and shoulder massages. In the future jungle apocalypse, they may also have to empty chamber pots and clean insect innards, among other tasks. Of course, there is no need to talk about the future with them now. At 10 a.m., 26 hours left until the toxic rain event starts. Chen Shen instructed Lady Ian that he might come back later today, so he geared up, went downstairs, and headed straight to the automotive city warehouse. Today, prepare the supplies to combat the toxic rain event. Having experienced it once, Chen Shen knew that the core of the toxic rain event was not the rain, but the toxic, with rain just being the carrier. Therefore, all that was needed to combat the toxic rain event was a gas mask. But for Chen Shen, the real trouble was dealing with those who were poisoned and blinded. In the previous life, Chen Shen was poisoned, and he knew that feeling, that unbearable pain. After being poisoned, one remained conscious but completely lost control of their body, leading to some crazy actions. This event had a significant impact on the survivors, with many unable to overcome this mental barrier. Even after this event ended, a large number of people remained mentally unstable. Chen Shen knew that in the previous life's giant tree city, there was a flame warrior named Tu, who was a devoted father before the apocalypse. He once said that the greatest meaning of his life was to ensure his daughter never suffered any injustice and grew up carefree. That was his reason for living. However, during the toxic rain event, that man, in full consciousness, lifted his 6-year-old daughter and repeatedly slammed her to the ground, stomping on her head until it was a mess. Another was a young woman who had just graduated from university and landed a job at the tax bureau. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, with a long line of suitors and a full neighborhood of admirers. But during the toxic rain event, the young woman kept muttering, "Parasites, parasites, you damn parasites." Then, in a conscious state, she used a brow razor to dig hundreds of holes on her face and body. This was the impending toxic rain event. The most common behaviors would be madness, perversion, self-harm, and violence.
And Chen Shen.
In 2 lifetimes, the memory he least wanted to recall was the 3 days and nights of the previous toxic rain event.
At 1 p.m., 23 hours left until the toxic rain event starts.
Chen Shen walked out of the Spring City Fire Equipment Supplier store, returned to his car, took a gulp of white wine, and then began rubbing his hands with it. This time, he spent a full 2 hours in this store, finally finding the gas mask under a pile of fire extinguisher boxes. In the previous life, the firefighters in Giant Tree City wore these gas masks and were unaffected by this event. However, it was limited to gas masks. Face masks had no effect. Despite wasting over 2 hours this time, the harvest was very good, with 220 sets of gas masks, 1,500 fire axes, 388 fire-resistant rescue ropes of 30 meters each, 191 pairs of fireproof boots, 635 portable explosion-proof lights, 30 sets of firefighter heat-resistant suits, 20 sets of air respirators, 200 puncture-resistant safety helmets, and 200 bottles of fire extinguishers. All very good items. Truth be told, Chen Shen's main purpose in coming this time was to search for gas masks, with the other supplies being unexpected gains. Having obtained the gas masks, he felt more assured. Today, the last day of the cold wave event, time was extremely precious. Starting tomorrow, the streets of Spring City would present a very crazy scene. The streets would be filled with crazy blinded individuals, and even if Chen Shen drove a heavy truck through the crowd, once he got out of the vehicle, he might be attacked by countless blinded people. Their bodies were completely out of control. Even if there were gunshots to warn, it would have no effect. So, time is precious today, and there are too many things to collect, especially things in the city center. Starting tomorrow, Chen Shen will try to avoid crowded places in the city center as much as possible. At 3 p.m., there are only 21 hours left until the toxic rain event starts. Chuncheng City Bus Station. Bang! 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 In this kind of weather now, everything around is covered with red snow, with a temperature of -70 degrees. Chen Shen cannot use a universal key outdoors. He can only shoot and blow up the locks. Long-distance sleeper bus. In the future, this kind of bus will be essential if he wants to build a team. Just imagine, in the future jungle apocalypse, his team, traveling through the land of Huaxia. Female team members can have their own exclusive space, their own beds, their own blankets, their own luggage. They can also have their own chili sauce, snacks, ham sausages, and canned food. Outside the bus, they are still on the journey. They can play cards, chat, or even do something else with their sisters on the upper and lower bunks. Such an apocalyptic journey. A sleeper bus can turn this journey into a trip. Their state of mind will change. Of course, as for why it is little sisters, Chen Shen plans that in the future, his team will mainly consist of girls. After all, he is just a space person, an auxiliary awakening of the non-combat system.
And girls' ambitions are not as inflated as men's.
But men, especially powerful combat men, may want to kill themselves for various reasons. Power, women, resources, or even one of their decisions that does not meet their expectations, they will have various reasons to betray.
That is why Qin Chen must get Yin Yangzi.
With her, in the future, even if facing the siege of the 4 major adventure teams in Chuncheng City, Yin Yangzi can easily handle it. Of course, Chen Chen also understands that relying on anyone is not as good as relying on himself. What he wants most is the strength of his own. 3 days later, when the jungle apocalypse arrives, human survivors will have a chance to awaken. In the previous life, Chen Chen awakened the space skill. In this life, he is somewhat looking forward to the opportunity to awaken this time, and he is likely to become the only dual-system awakened person on Earth. Of course, these are just his expectations for now. The specifics will have to wait until 3 days later when the jungle apocalypse arrives like the end of the world. Yutong long-distance sleeper bus, with 3 rows on the left and right, 6 upper, middle, and lower bunk beds, a total of 54 bunk beds in the whole vehicle.
With an onboard restroom.
Now, this type of sleeper bus has been discontinued due to safety hazards. Those still in operation are very well maintained. Chen Chen found a total of 3 in the bus station, each weighing 12.2 tons, now running on the Beijing line. The total weight of the 3 buses is 36.6 tons. However, since he was there, he also took a few ordinary long-distance seat buses back. Yutong ZK6137HQ, the whole vehicle is 13.1 meters long, 2.55 meters high, and 3.695 meters wide. With 55 plus 1 seats, it belongs to the extra-large high-level bus. 90% new, a total of 4 were taken. In the future, his team of awakened and non-awakened individuals cannot receive the same treatment. At least a few levels need to be distinguished. Awakened individuals can ride sleeper buses and have their own exclusive space. Ordinary people, logistics girls, these people will ride these seat buses and have their own seat. Overhead luggage racks can also hold some of their own things. Finally, if all the buses are full, the female team members who join later will have to squeeze into the back of the large truck or camp outdoors. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, return to the automobile trading city and store the 7 buses in the large warehouse. Drive the Dongfeng heavy truck out again. In the next 3 days, Chen Chen does not plan to enter the crowded city center again. Therefore, today he must move all the supplies he needs in the city center back to the warehouse. However, on the way to the city center, Chen Chen slowly stopped the large truck in the middle of the road. He suddenly thought of a problem. In the event of toxic rain in the next 3 days, if he needs to wear a gas mask for 24 hours. In other words, he cannot eat or drink for 3 days. Yin Sheng and the others might be okay, but he definitely couldn't endure searching for supplies outside for 3 days. With the heavy truck stopped in the middle of the road, Chen Chen gripped the steering wheel with both hands. The only solution he can think of now is to inject glucose. And when it comes to injecting glucose, Chen Chen suddenly thought of the enchantress from the previous life. Before the apocalypse, she was consecutively voted as the most beautiful protector of the land for 3 years, with over 10 million fans on Douyin, once the #1 beauty in Tree City 117. She was also jokingly called Su Xiaochan, the Su Daji of Tree City. She seemed to be the little protector of the children's hospital in Spring City. I have an idea. Xiaochan, go ahead. At this point, there's nothing you can't say. Wouldn't it be great if you had just given birth to a child now? Why? If you had just given birth to a child now, I would have something to eat. How nice would that be? Get lost. Why don't you give birth? Those 2 pandas of yours could feed the whole hospital. Children's Hospital of Spring City, Protector Station, Medication Room. 2 on-duty little protectors, wrapped in 3 layers of bed quilts and mattresses, were tightly hugging each other. Blind, without eating for days and nights, it was scorching hot a few days ago, and now it was a cold wave. Who knows what has happened in this world? I feel like I can't hold on anymore, thirsty and hungry. Why don't we kiss? I don't even know what kissing feels like. It would be a pity to die like this. If you were a man, even an old man, I would kiss you. Then just treat me as a man. Anyway, I can't see now. I want to, but your 2 pandas are so big, they're suffocating me. It's disgusting. Then wait for you to die first. I'll kiss you later, then you won't be disgusted. Get lost. Why don't you die first? If you die first, I'll kick you out immediately. Your 2 pandas have given me a psychological shadow. You're just jealous of me. Who would be jealous of you? After a while of silence, the 2 little protectors seemed to be asleep or unconscious.
After a while, Shinwan weakly said, Xiaochan, do you still remember your big brother from the top of the list? Of course, how could I forget? Just an old man doing building materials business, said he wanted to divorce his wife and marry me. Su Xiaochan's pale pretty face carried a hint of sarcasm. I can go to hell, who does he think he is? Then, Shinwan weakly said, then you say, if your big brother from the top of the list comes now, brings you a bottle of mineral water, and then gives you a bucket of steaming instant noodles, would you be willing to marry him? A bucket of steaming instant noodles. Su Xiaochan pursed her cherry lips. If someone can bring me a bucket of steaming instant noodles now, not to mention marrying him, I would go to serve him and his mistress every day. Then, what if someone saves us now, and is willing to feed us for a lifetime, how would you thank them? Feed us, for a lifetime? Ah. Su Xiaochan's enchanting face smiled coquettishly, then I'll serve together with my sister-in-law, be their meat shield, and provide support. Bang! The door of the guard station was suddenly kicked open, and Chen Chen entered the guard station, seeing a cotton ball on the ground, faintly hearing a girl speaking. Xiaochan, your eldest brother is really here. A surprised voice. Two small heads peeked out of the cotton ball, one of them, that enchanting face, was none other than the Su Daji from the previous life. Su Xiaochan? Chen Chen called out. Su Xiaochan exclaimed, really? You are the eldest brother? Eldest brother? What's going on? Chen Chen did know that this demoness seemed to have live-streamed on Douyin before the apocalypse. He walked a few steps to the cotton ball, squatted down, the headlamp shining on Su Xiaochan's delicate face. Chen Chen reached out and pinched her chin. Now, I'll take you away, and you'll follow me in the future. Any problem with that? Chen Chen would definitely not be as patient with a demoness as he was with Lady Yin. Who are you? I don't know you, why should I follow you? And so rudely. The demoness tried to resist, and Shinwan beside her hurriedly said, Xiaochan, how can you talk to the eldest brother like this? Be a bit flirtatious, quickly. You just said you would support and be a meat shield. The eldest brother is really here now, and you're not doing it. Are you trying to make me anxious? Fine, then you can wait for your eldest brother to come and save you. Chen Chen didn't waste any words, got up and walked out of the guard station, slamming the door shut. Oh, you're really leaving? Come back, I just wanted to be a bit reserved. Why don't you even give me a chance to be reserved? Come back, I won't pretend. Can't I just be honest? Xiaochan, did you drive away the eldest brother? The ghost's eldest brother, I don't even know him. I just wanted to tease him a bit. Who knew he would be such a macho man? Chen Chen also heard the two young guards shouting behind him, but he had no intention of going back. First, find the hospital, pharmacy, or warehouse. Come back later to see if this demoness is still willing to call him daddy. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen found the pharmacy of the children's hospital. After the apocalypse, especially in the jungle doomsday, various poisonous insects, mutant plants, scratches, infections, or simply red bumps from mosquito bites. Long-term treatment, leading to pus infections. Antibiotics are very precious drugs. But Chen Chen was a layman when it came to drugs. All he could do now was to take all the drugs here. Perhaps, he should also find a female doctor. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do with these drugs in the future. 10 minutes later, all the drugs in the children's hospital pharmacy were taken. Chen Chen returned to the guard station upstairs again. Before reaching the door, he heard Su Xiaochan shouting inside the guard station, Sister Wan, I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to express myself a bit. Su Xiaochan also has her pride. We can't just leave with a man when he comes. I, Su Xiaochan, am a big internet celebrity. I also have my dignity. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Wan, stop biting. I was wrong. Can't I make a mistake? Next time a man comes, I'll just call him daddy. Can't I? Where are you biting? Let go quickly. Pushing the door open, Chen Chen walked into the dressing room again, and the two young guards stuck their heads out of the cotton ball. Walking over, squatting down, Chen Chen once again pinched Su Xiaochan's chin. Before he could speak, he heard Su Xiaochan tightly closing her eyes, obediently calling out, Daddy. Another little nurse also tightly closed her eyes. After a while, Su Xiaochan, inside the quilt, nudged her with her elbow. Shinwan, you with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you just forced me to call out. Now it's your turn. Do you feel embarrassed too? So, am I the only shameless one? Alright, Shinwan, when Dad takes me away later, you stay here by yourself. Hearing this, the other little nurse became anxious. She quickly opened her eyes. Don't. I can also call out, Dad. Feeling that it was almost enough, Chen Chen now had no time to play the kinship game with the two little nurses. He casually put the quilts on the two little nurses into the space. This caused the two of them to scream. Get up, put on your clothes, and follow me. The two of them were still wearing nurse uniforms. Chen Chen found two down jackets for each of them in the space. Su Xiaochan and Shinwan shivered as they quickly put them on. At the door, Chen Chen saw that the nurse was still hanging several sets of little nurse clothes.
After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen still put these sets of nurse uniforms into the space.
Do you have any female doctors in your hospital? The nurse stood on the second floor, and 3 people were walking in the corridor on the second floor.
At this moment, Su Xiaochan and Shenwan had shrunk their entire bodies into the oversized down jackets, including their heads.
Anyway, they couldn't see anything now. Female doctor?
Yes.
Are you looking for Ningro? Are you looking for Dr. Ning?
Shenwan also said, she is on the 3rd floor, I don't know if she froze to death now. Chen Chen only asked about the female doctor, but the two of them seemed to have decided that they were looking for Ning Ro, and Chen Chen still didn't understand what they meant. At the staircase, Chen Chen led the 2 trembling little nurses upstairs.
Doctor's duty room, big brother, can you see it? She should be in the doctor's duty room.
Before these weird things happened, that noon, I saw her eating vegetables in the duty room.
Why call him big brother?
Su Xiaochan corrected her sister, call him dad.
Aren't you afraid dad will leave you behind? Dad.
Ignoring the 2 of them, on the 3rd floor, Chen Chen quickly found the doctor's office, pushed the door, and scanned the large office with a headlamp, seeing 5 bodies.
3 women and 2 men.
Seeing that they were not wrapped in quilts, there was no need to look, and it was clear that they were dead. It seemed that finding the female doctor might have to wait until the end of the jungle apocalypse.
Let's go back first. Chen Chen turned to leave, but suddenly, Su Xiaochan said, "Huh? Why do I feel like I hear something? Dad, didn't you hear it?" "Huh? You heard it too?"
Shenwan also said, I thought I misheard, but this sound, why is it so scary?
Blind people have keen hearing. Chen Chen was still wearing a hat, and he indeed did not hear any sound.
However, now that they reminded him, Chen Chen listened carefully, and it seemed that there was indeed a faint sound ahead.
Beep, beep, beep. What was this noise?
Chen Chen found a gun in the space, followed the sound, and walked to a row of filing cabinets, where the sound seemed to be coming from.
Beep.
This sound was very strange.
Chen Chen opened one filing cabinet after another.
Now he also heard it very clearly. This kind of sound seemed to be getting
more urgent. Beep beep beep.
Just as Chen Chen opened another filing cabinet, he saw inside the filing cabinet a female doctor holding a pillow. Her face was frostbitten, and she had a whistle in her mouth used to play with children. The beep beep sound was coming from this whistle.
This female doctor was still alive.
Frowning slightly, but in her current situation, even if she was saved, her limbs were probably frostbitten. It would be very troublesome. Chen Chen had no choice but to get up and try to close the cabinet door. However, just as he was about to get up and leave, his headlamp accidentally swept across her face, and Chen Chen subconsciously turned back to take another look.
That glance.
Even though he was now baptized by Lady Yin's appearance every day, he couldn't help but be amazed for a moment.
This female doctor, even in her current frozen state, could hardly conceal her somewhat cold and stunning beauty. It's hard to describe.
Her features were like a painting, resembling a cold and classical beauty.
Or perhaps, a perfect ice sculpture.
No wonder, just by saying female doctor, the 2 young nurses immediately assumed he was looking for Dr.
Ning Ruo.
Now, without them telling him, Chen Chen could almost confirm that this woman was the Dr.
Ning they mentioned. Yes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda.
Chen Chen was a good person, and he immediately decided to bring this female doctor into the car to see if she could still be saved. Supporting the female doctor out, Chen Chen first took out white wine to rub her face, watching her slightly exaggerated eyelashes tremble and slowly open her eyes. Now seeing her eyes, Chen Chen felt even more that this female doctor could still be saved. Wrapping the female doctor in the quilt that Su Xiaochan and the others had just used, Chen Chen carried her back to the door, found the 2 young nurses, and headed back to the heavy truck. In the driver's cabin of the heavy truck, the current temperature was 15 degrees above zero.
Is there any more white wine? Bring us some more.
Chen Chen arranged the 2 young nurses and the female doctor in the rear bunk, and he continued driving to search for supplies. Now that the 2 young nurses had recovered, they were now rubbing Dr.
Ning Ruo's body with white wine. How is she? Can she be saved?
Chen Chen handed them 2 bottles of Maodai, and Su Xiaochan opened the bottle with effort. I haven't felt any hard lumps for now, so there should be no necrotic tissue.
We're just nurses, we don't understand. You have to ask Dr. Ning.
It hurts so much. Frostbite patients generally experience severe pain, and Chen Chen turned back to see the female doctor gently frowning and shouting it hurts in her mouth.
Damn these rich associations. Do you have any painkillers? Ibuprofen will do.
Finding ibuprofen in the space, he threw it to them and continued driving. At 6:50 in the evening, the heavy truck stopped in front of the main store of Guada Pharmacy, and Chen Chen instructed Su Xiaochan a few words before getting off the car. Opening the car door, a gust of cold wind rushed into the cabin, causing the two young nurses to scream. Temporarily ignoring them, Chen Chen hurried into the pharmacy. This store was located opposite the People's Hospital in the Spring City, and it was said that the entire inventory of Guada Pharmacy in the Spring City was in this store. The medicines were cost-effective. In Chen Chen's memory, in the previous life, antibiotics were sold by the tablet, with at least 25 bullets per tablet, and could be sold for up to 100 bullets per tablet when expensive. 25 minutes later, Chen Chen came out of Guada Pharmacy and jumped onto the back of the Dongfeng heavy truck. The total weight in the space had increased by 75 tons. 75 tons may not seem like much, but Chen Chen knew that he had just brought in at least 4,000 large cardboard boxes from the warehouse of this store. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a fully enclosed Dongfeng heavy truck was filled, with over 5 tons still left in the space. It had to be left temporarily, but he couldn't continue collecting medicines. These medicines took up too much space in the heavy truck, and Chen Chen didn't have time to remove the packaging boxes and instructions. Besides, he was afraid that without the packaging boxes and instructions, Dr. Ning wouldn't know the purpose of these medicines. After all, she was just a pediatrician. At 8:20 in the evening, the heavy truck stopped at the entrance of the Wujin City hardware store. By this time, Dr. Ning Rua in the rear bunk seemed to have recovered. Before getting off the car, Chen Chen gave her a thermos cup of hot water, and she weakly thanked him. This voice was really gentle. She and Su Xiaochan's fox charm are completely different extremes. But unlike Yin Cheng's queen style, in short, this female doctor just said 2 soft words, which made people a little annoyed. In the hardware city. This wasted time is a bit long. However, in the hardware city, many are necessities in the jungle doomsday. Today, Chen Chen's purpose in coming to the hardware city is very clear, mainly welding equipment. Tonight, his final destination is to go to the welding processing plant and temporarily hire a batch of welders. Their job is to put a layer of spiked armor on their convoy. This is crucial. In the jungle doomsday, there are countless mutant insects and organisms. A caterpillar as big as a bus, one impact, may overturn a heavy truck or a sleeper bus. In addition, the windshield of the driver's seat, the passenger windows of sleeper buses and buses must be removed and replaced with thick steel plates. Since they want to turn the convoy into a mobile home, first of all, the home must bring a sense of security. Otherwise, the female team members cannot sleep soundly. Therefore, Chen Chen's main purpose in coming to the hardware city today is welding equipment, followed by rebar, nail guns, long nails, steel coils, etc. Next is electric saws, electric drills, shovels, entrenching tools, axes, and other very useful items. At 11:55 p.m., when Chen Chen came out of the hardware city, the space was already filled with 100 tons of hardware supplies. This time was very cool. First, the wide steel coil, 1 coil of 20 tons, and 4 tons of narrow coils. Chen Chen took out the medicine from the Dongfeng truck and replaced it with steel coils. 2 wide coils were loaded, totaling 40 tons, and 5 narrow coils were loaded, totaling 20 tons. Other supplies include 50 electric saws, 4,550 ordinary saws, 1822 axes, 3,183 shovels, 117 boxes of wrenches, 840 wrenches, 150 sets of electric drills, 1,000 boxes of drill bits, 300 nail guns, 1261 hammers, 1260 pliers, 5,500 screwdrivers, 3,890 boxes of screws, over 30,000 meters of wire, energy-saving LED bulbs, 2,500, 566 power strips, over 5,000 rolls of transparent tape, 3,000 rolls of black tape, waterproof cloth over 5,000 meters, insulation board over 1,000 meters, 1,300 raincoats, 800 pairs of rain boots, 1,500 umbrellas, large, medium, and small water pipes over 3,000 meters, various adapters, small parts, and so on. Finally, various long and short nails, totaling 38 tons. These supplies, especially the nails. In a huge hardware city with 3 floors, almost all the nails in the shops were collected by Chen Chen in the space. It took 3.5 hours, killed more than 30 blind people who wanted to rob his clothes. But it was worth it. The 100 tons of supplies searched in this hardware city made him feel very relieved. With these supplies, he felt particularly secure about the future of his convoy. When he returned to the cockpit and opened the car door, Chen Chen hadn't gotten in the car yet, and suddenly heard the 3 girls in the car whispering something. He didn't hear the rest clearly, but it seemed like he heard Su Xiaochan's last words, "Ning Rua, don't say I didn't warn you. That man who saved us this time, he's a bit of a pervert. If you don't behave, I'm afraid he'll kick you off the car." To be honest, no lies. Chen Shen saved Su Xiaochan this time because he coveted her body. This demon woman's small waist and those two disproportionately large buttocks, whether before the end of the world or after, are definitely disastrous. In the previous life, the 117 giant tree city, how many tough men were fascinated by this demon woman? This demon woman coquettishly and flirtatiously, a group of old men couldn't recover for several days. However, these are not the reasons she framed herself. Chen Shen even had a bold idea, but he was afraid that Lady Yin would awaken her skills and then force him to call her grandmother. So he gave up on the idea. But that wasn't a reason for the enchantress to set him up. Decision made, he would deal with this enchantress. Chen Shen got into the car, turned on the overhead light, and saw Su Xiaochan blinking her big watery eyes at him. The classical beauty with picturesque features, at this moment, just turned gently, facing the back of the car, and softly said, "Thank you." Su Xiaochan nudged her with her elbow. "Hey, Dr. Ning, be a little flirtatious, you've made him angry. If he really does something to you later, we'll have to hold you down, don't blame us then." Su Xiaochan. Chen Shen stepped on the clutch and shifted gears, heading back to the automotive city warehouse. In the rearview mirror, he saw Su Xiaochan's bright big eyes still blinking at him. "What's up?" Driving and speaking, Chen Shen said, "I'll take you home now." "Home?" Su Xiaochan's beautiful eyes widened. "My home is in another city. I and Sister Wan live in the unit dormitory." "That's on the way. I'll take you back to the hospital later." "No, we just managed to escape from that ghostly place." Su Xiaochan panicked, quickly nudging Ning Ro with her elbow. "Dr. Ning, it's all your fault. I've been telling you to be a little flirtatious, but you didn't listen. Now, you've implicated us. When did I force you guys?" Ahead was a straight road. Chen Shen threw 2 bottles of Maotai to Su Xiaochan. "It'll take 15 minutes to get to your hospital. You two have 15 minutes to finish these 2 bottles of wine, and I'll pretend I didn't hear anything just now." "No, we can't drink." "Yeah, we really can't drink." The 2 little nurses were anxious, but Chen Shen remained unfazed and continued driving. 12 minutes left. After a while, in the rearview mirror, he saw the 2 little nurses pinching their noses and drinking the wine. Su Xiaochan choked and coughed. "Can you give us some snacks to go with the wine? It's too strong to drink like this, we can't handle it." 15 minutes later, the heavy truck stopped at the entrance of the children's hospital. Chen Shen saw the 2 little nurses still struggling to drink, their petite bodies already starting to sway. Today, if Su Xiaochan really chose to confront him, Chen Shen would indeed take them back to the nursing station. He wouldn't spoil them, no matter how beautiful they were. However, looking at their current attitude, Su Xiaochan finally took a big gulp, her delicate face contorted. I finished it, really finished it." Shortly after, Xinwan also finished a whole bottle of Maotai, leaning against the car wall, unable to speak. Chen Shen said, "Next time, if you try to stir up trouble behind my back again, you two will each drink 10 bottles. If you can't finish them, I'll send you back to your hometown." "We really won't dare." Su Xiaochan had some alcohol tolerance, but Xinwan vomited with a wow. Luckily, her stomach was empty, so she only vomited white wine. It happened to splash on Dr. Ning. Not bothering to argue with them anymore, Chen Shen drove straight back to the warehouse. At 2 a.m., he returned to the automotive city warehouse. In the sleeper compartment, Su Xiaochan and Xinwan were unconscious from drinking, while Ning Ro was just lying there quietly, not saying a word. It might be because of the ibuprofen she took, she fell asleep too. Chen Shen got off the car, first loaded today's harvest. The steel coils filled 1 empty truck, medicines filled 1.5 trucks, firefighting supplies filled half a truck, and the remaining less than 100 tons of hardware materials filled 2 trucks. Now, in the automotive city warehouse, Chen Shen's empty trucks were reduced to only 3. The others were all loaded to the brim. A sense of accomplishment surged through him. That's how today went. Leave 3 sisters sleeping in the truck, Chen Shen went back to the automotive city exhibition hall alone. After all, when they wake up again, it will be the toxic rain event. Tomorrow they have to wake up early, give them gas masks, have a high-calorie meal, and then starve for 3 days. 5th floor, rest area. Hearing the sound and confirming it was Chen Shen, Lady Yin lay on the big bed and obediently handed over her long legs for the day. Still playing the trick of a gecko shedding its tail to survive. Lady Yin is still obedient now, but this kind of obedience may only last for 3 days. And 3 days later, whether she will call herself daddy or she will call her grandma, to be honest, Chen Shen is also unsure now. No, tonight, he must come up with a solution. Cough, 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 cough. The next day, at 9 a.m., there are 3 days and 3 hours left until the end of the blind apocalypse, and only 3 hours left until the toxic rain event starts. Rest area, bathroom. Yin Cheng, are you okay? Yin Cheng coughed heavily in the bathroom, a young girl came in and gently patted In Ching's back. "I'm fine, just ate something unclean, cough, cough, cough." In Ching waved her hand, indicating the young girl not to worry. "You can go out, don't mind me, let me cough a few more times." "But In Ching, you are coughing so badly, if it's really bad, let Chen Chen go out and find a doctor for you." The young girl was full of concern, but In Ching blushed at this time. "I'm really fine, no need to find a doctor." Another girl came in at this time. "Meow meow, you go out first." "But Qin Jia," In Ching seems to be in a lot of discomfort. The young girl wanted to say something else, but Qin Jia interrupted. "Adult matters, don't interfere as a child." "What adult matters? In Ching is obviously sick. You go out quickly, you will understand when you grow up." Qin Jia pushed Meow Meow out of the bathroom, then came back and gently patted In Ching's back. "In Ching, you will get used to this kind of thing slowly in the future. At first, I was not used to it and felt nauseous, but it gets better over time." In Ching's cheeks turned red. "Qin Jia, I'm really fine, all of you can go out. I just need to cough a bit more." In the rest area, on the big bed, Chen Chen lit a cigarette, both physically and mentally in a haze. Being a person in 2 lifetimes, even if he dies now, it's worth it. Now there is only one step left, and he and In Ching will be truly husband and wife. Just one step left. However, it's enough. At 9:20 a.m. In Ching, whether out of anger or shyness, refused to help the sisters in a hurry to hold a meeting. Chen Chen had to do it himself. Feeling refreshed, Chen Chen felt like he could take on 10 bulls now. He personally gathered all 155 sisters in the rest area and spent 10 minutes explaining the toxic rain event in detail. The sisters listened attentively. However, whatever Chen Chen said now, they believed. This was beyond doubt. As the first step, Chen Chen asked them to eat as much as they could and drink as much water as they could. This was simple, just eating rice. The sisters were still very happy. This time, Chen Chen was generous. He went to the warehouse, brought Su Xiaochan, Shenwan, and Ning Ro to the rest area, and introduced their identities to everyone. 2 soil protectors and a female doctor. Then, Chen Chen started distributing canned meat to everyone, including Su Xiaochan and the others. Each of them received 3 boxes of canned meat, at least 3 bowls of rice. They were required to finish everything before 11 a.m. Everyone started to eat rice, and most of the sisters were still very happy, except for Lady Yin. She was still sulking. Chen Chen went over to hold her hand, but she shook it off, even kicking herself with her long legs. However, in the end, the foot was caught by oneself, struggling several times but unable to break free. Lady Yin snorted coldly as if throwing a tantrum, and then just let herself be caught. This woman, being able to marry her, I don't know how many lifetimes of blessings it took. It's just a pity that the final step is still missing for the two to truly become husband and wife. Chen Chen is really looking forward to it now, looking forward to her completely surrendering to him, especially after she regains her sight and awakens her skills. If only it could be like today. At 11:30 in the morning, there were only 30 minutes left until the toxic rain event. Inside the room, all the girls were reluctant to move, but Chen Chen still sent a supervisory team to force them to drink water. He clearly told them that for the next 3 days, they wouldn't be able to eat or drink. They must eat and drink enough today. At 11:45, Chen Chen arranged Su Xiaochan, Xinwan, and Ning Ro in the rest area, on the floor next to the big bed. He designated a place for the 3 of them and left 100 bags of glucose, 4 drips, and so on. For the next 3 days, if they couldn't bear it, they would be given glucose injections. At 11:46, Chen Chen asked all the girls to drink a bottle of mineral water first, then put on a soil force frame in their mouths and start wearing gas masks. At 11:55, Chen Chen pulled Su Xiaochan back to the cockpit of the heavy truck. At this moment, Su Xiaochan, who was still confused, didn't know that Lady Yin had saved her last night. Otherwise, she would be in danger today. Chen Chen had no other thoughts at the moment, still wearing a gas mask, feeling indifferent. At 11:59 and 50 seconds a.m., Dad. Su Xiaochan, lying on the bunk in the back seat, spoke with a muffled voice through the gas mask. "Don't bother me now." Chen Chen was staring intently at the windshield in front of the car. The red snowflakes were getting smaller, and the surroundings were still a vast expanse of red. However, it shouldn't be long before these red snowflakes disappear. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. A drop of pink rain suddenly fell on the windshield of the heavy truck. At this moment, the heavy truck was swaying from side to side in the courtyard of the auto trade city. Pink raindrops, yellow raindrops, green raindrops, blue, orange, purple. Crackle. The rain was getting heavier. Chen Chen also saw for the first time that the so-called toxic rain from the previous life was actually colorful. In the courtyard of the auto trade city, colorful raindrops fell to the ground, creating a colorful mist of water. The toxic rain was just a carrier, its core was poison. At this moment, the toxic rain falling on the ground did not accumulate into puddles, but instead turned into patches of colorful mist. This was the toxic rain event. Once again experiencing it firsthand, Chen Shen had been trying to control his body. Fortunately, his body was still under the control of his brain. Unlike the previous life, in the previous toxic rain event, his body no longer obeyed his brain's commands.
Ha! Dad, don't you feel like it's getting warmer now?
The temperature gradually rose from -70 degrees, reaching above 0-24 degrees in just 10 minutes. The air conditioning in the truck had also resumed operation. However, due to the colorful mist, Chen Shen turned on the fog lights of the heavy truck, with visibility less than 5 meters.
Su Xiaochan. What's up, Dad?
Engaging the gear, gently stepping on the clutch, Chen Shen slowly started the heavy truck.
Today, I only ask you to do one thing. Dad. Su Xiaochan said shyly, don't be so impatient when the mask is removed.
I will take good care of you when the time comes.
Hold on to this.
Chen Shen turned back, grabbed the girl's hand, and handed her 2 daggers, saying, hide one behind you and hold the other in your hand.
Wow! What are you doing? Why are you giving me a knife? It's so scary.
Su Xiaochan was shocked. Although she was bold, boldness and violence were 2 parallel lines that had nothing to do with each other. Su Xiaochan, who was usually timid, was even afraid of cockroaches. But now Chen Shen had given her 2 daggers. The heavy truck slowly drove out of the automobile trade city compound, and Chen Shen also spoke slowly. Su Xiaochan, today, when I'm not in the truck, whoever gets on our truck, I demand that you must kill them. Remember, whether they are men or women, old or young, do not be soft-hearted.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A group of lunatics trying to rob the truck.
At 4 p.m.
There were still 2 days and 20 hours left until the end of the blind apocalypse, and also 2 days and 20 hours left until the end of the toxic rain event.
Dad, it's 788. Before setting off, Su Xiaochan still seemed indifferent.
Chen Shen asked them to wear these stuffy gas masks, and Su Xiaochan even suspected that this guy had some kind of strange hobby.
But now, after 4 hours, Su Xiaochan's complexion was not good.
After all, she had killed so many lunatics trying to rob the truck. She could even clearly feel in the car the bodies of the lunatics being crushed by the truck and their cries. We're here. With fog lights on and visibility less than 5 meters, the truck was surrounded by colorful mist.
Chen Shen followed the navigation to the Spring City meat factory.
Originally, it only took an hour and a half to drive, but now it took a full 4 hours.
This was still the outer ring road of Spring City, considered suburban.
If it were the city center, it would take more than 10 hours to reach the destination.
Su Xiaochan.
Taking a deep breath, Chen Shen turned around and looked at the girl wearing a gas mask, who replied sullenly, Dad. He said, I'll go down later to get some pork and beef. It's very dangerous for you to follow me, so you wait in the truck. But remember, before I come back to the car, I will knock on the door, 3 long knocks, 3 short knocks. If it's someone else, as long as someone gets on the truck, no matter who it is, you must kill them immediately.
Oh, I got it.
Su Xiaochan nodded solemnly, and Chen Shen finally patted the steering wheel, honked a few times, got out of the car, locked the door, and didn't leave immediately. Chen Shen leaned against the truck door, carefully listening to the sounds around him. Now, the temperature was 24 degrees above zero, not cold or hot, but all around were colorful mist and very low visibility. Overhead, there was still a drizzle of colorful rain. Chen Shen's first feeling after getting out of the car was like being in a strange dream.
Very unreal. This scene should not be on Earth. Roaring, screaming.
2 blind men heard the truck honking just now and rushed over here screaming.
Chen Shen immediately raised his guard.
In the colorful mist, he suddenly saw a blind man sticking his head out. Chen Shen took a step forward, stabbed the blind man in the carotid artery, then quickly retreated and leaned back against the truck compartment. The second blind man rushed out on the right side, and Chen Shen saw him out of the corner of his eye, wanting to raise his hand, but it was too late. Fortunately, they were blind.
As long as Chen Shen stood still, they couldn't accurately judge his position.
The blind man rushed past him screaming, and Chen Shen slightly stretched out a foot, tripped the blind man, and immediately moved forward to strike.
Who?
Killing in this environment for the first time, Chen Shen was also somewhat uncomfortable now. After all, his biggest advantage now was that he could see, while the blind men couldn't. But the current colorful mist greatly weakened Chen Shen's advantage.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Finding a wrench in the space, Chen Shen quickly tapped the truck body to make noise as much as possible. First attract and kill all the blind people nearby, then enter the meat processing plant to reduce the danger and trouble. After standing under the car for 20 minutes and killing more than 30 blind people, there was silence all around, only the sound of rain and the surroundings.
Killing also consumes a lot of energy.
Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen became vigilant again, trying to lighten his footsteps and walk towards the warehouse gate of the meat processing plant. Entering the warehouse of the meat processing plant, the fog was not as heavy as outside. Chen Chen carried a simple headlamp, which could illuminate a distance of at least 20 meters around. He breathed a sigh of relief, which was actually very good, almost the same as when there was no fog. The sun shines in the sky, the flowers smile at me, the birds say early in the morning, "Why do you carry a small backpack on your back?"
What the hell? Chen Chen was stunned.
A woman in her 40s came towards him, waving in the wrong direction.
This scene was so eerie.
In a dark warehouse with faintly visible colorful haze, there were hanging pig carcasses.
And then, there was this thing coming to greet you in the wrong direction. This was freaking Chen Chen out. However, Chen Chen wouldn't kill innocent blind people without aggression. He silently bypassed the woman and walked into the warehouse of the meat processing plant. "Goodbye, new classmate."
The woman in her 40s was still waving goodbye behind him. Chen Chen wasn't worried that she would suddenly attack him. Generally, blind people with aggression would attack upon meeting, while those without aggression wouldn't if you didn't provoke them. Like this woman, as long as you didn't slap her, she would always smile at you.
Fresh pork.
After the high and low temperatures of the past few days, most of the fresh pork would probably go bad. Chen Shen's headlamp scanned the warehouse and saw a double white steel door in the corner with cold storage written in red paint. The generator in the cold storage would automatically start after a power outage. Running a few steps, Chen Chen arrived at the entrance of the cold storage. The double white steel door was not locked, but Chen Chen heard people talking inside.
Damn!
Pushing open the white steel door, even though Chen Chen was mentally prepared at the entrance, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him and cursed. A middle-aged man in his 30s was sitting in the center of the cold storage with a pig's head on his head, sitting upright. Beside him was a young man in his 20s, leaning on the middle-aged man's shoulder, and they seemed to get along well. In front of them, whole pigs were lying on the ground, as if attending some kind of meeting.
This middle-aged man was quite imposing.
He gently patted the young man's buttocks, slowly stood up, surveyed the pigs on the ground, and said loudly, "In planning and decision-making, I am not as good as Zifang. In governing the country, comforting the people, providing food and supplies, maintaining the food supply, I am not as good as Xiaohe. Leading hundreds of thousands of troops, winning battles, and capturing cities, I am not as good as Han Xian.
These three are all talents, and I can use them. This is how I can conquer the world." This guy was quite cultured. Chen Chen, a college undergraduate student, felt inferior. However, just as Chen Chen was still surprised by the scene in front of him, the emperor across from him suddenly seemed to have hurt himself. He suddenly became angry, pulled out a hooked pig hook at his waist, pointed in Chen Chen's direction and angrily shouted, "How dare you? How dare a lowly person like you interfere in state affairs?" As he spoke, he picked up the hook and charged towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen dodged to the side, and in one swift motion, he cut open the emperor's carotid artery. Ah, an assassin.
Someone is attempting to assassinate the emperor.
Quick, catch the assassin, the emperor is dying.
Next to the emperor, a young man in his 20s was splattered with blood, his mouth full of stubble wide open in shock, one hand covering his mouth, the other pointing around but unable to locate Chen Chen. Chen Chen took a deep breath, stepped forward and made another cut, sending this ill-fated couple on their way together. Hopefully, in their next life when they are together again, they will be born with the correct genders. Without wasting time, after taking care of the two blind men, Chen Chen began to swiftly move around in this cold storage. This cold storage was huge. It was one of the storage places for National Reserve meat in the meat processing plant of Spring City, with nearly 15,000 square meters of space, 11,000 tons of pork, and 4,500 tons of beef. Upon entering the cold storage, Chen Shen's attention was initially drawn to the emperor and empress, but as he walked further into the cold storage, he became increasingly alarmed. It felt like there was no end in sight. Between pork and beef, after wandering around the cold storage for a while, Chen Chen decided to start with beef. Beef has a higher protein content than pork, and his personal preference leans more towards beef. Of course, pork ribs are also Chen Chen's favorite.
In less than 20 minutes, Chen Chen's space was already filled with 80 tons of beef tenderloin.
The meat in the cold storage was not whole cows, most of it had already been categorized and chopped into pieces of beef. The beef tenderloin is the tenderest and most delicious part of a cow, and also the most expensive. In 20 minutes, Chen Chen had filled his space with 80 tons of beef tenderloin. He planned to fill the remaining 20 tons with pork ribs. After the apocalypse, pork ribs would definitely be less valuable than pork, but Chen Chen loved the taste of this cut. Half an hour later, at 4:30 in the afternoon, the space was filled with 80 tons of beef tenderloin and 20 tons of pork ribs.
Exiting the cold storage, Chen Chen did not immediately return to the heavy truck. He circled around the courtyard of the meat processing plant of Spring City and found the plant's garage. He was looking for a refrigerated truck. The meat could not be stored in the space for a long time, and if stored in a regular large truck, it would spoil in a few days. Therefore, he had to find a refrigerated truck first. Dongfeng Tianlong, 9. 6 meters, Volvo 14-speed gearbox, 465 horsepower. Soon, Chen Chen found the first refrigerated truck in the garage of the meat processing plant of Spring City. He felt excited. The 9.6-meter compartment was twice as large as he had imagined. After all, most of the refrigerated trucks he had seen before were medium-sized trucks, and it was rare to see a 9.6-meter compartment. Now, in the future jungle apocalypse, the meat would be guaranteed. He no longer had to make his 2 wives happy by eating a spider leg, or boast outside for half a year after killing a caterpillar. 20 minutes later, in the logistics director office of the meat processing plant, Chen Chen found over 30 sets of car keys. Returning to the plant's garage, he first checked the fuel tank, which was full, and then went to the back. In the fully enclosed and spacious 9.6-meter compartment, Chen Chen tried to unload the beef. One truck, filled with 75 tons. Chen Chen made sure not to block the air vents of the air conditioning. It was so refreshing. This was truly refreshing. In the garage of the meat processing plant in Spring City, Chen Chen opened one rolling door after another. This 9.6-meter refrigerated truck, he found a total of 6. And if a refrigerated truck can carry 75 tons, and all of it is the most essential beef tenderloin and Chen Chen's favorite pork ribs, those 6.6-meter refrigerated trucks can carry 450 tons. In the future, even if his fleet eats 1,000 pounds of beef tenderloin and pork ribs every day, they can eat every day. This 450 tons is enough for his fleet to eat continuously for 2.5 years. Dong, 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 dong. At 5:10 in the afternoon, Chen Chen returned to the heavy truck cabin and knocked on the door according to the signal agreed with Su Xiaochan, and she got on the car. After getting on the car, he found that this demon girl was actually sleeping soundly on the bunk, completely unalert. With this behavior, Chen Chen now doubts how this demon girl spent the 3 doomsday events in the previous life. Get up and get off with me. Pushing the demon girl, Su Xiaochan suddenly sat up with a start. A loud shout, "I'll kill you. You can really kill me." Chen Chen grabbed Su Xiaochan's slender arm, holding the knife handle backwards. At this moment, she seemed to realize that it was Chen Chen. Su Xiaochan was not sure. Dad, where did you go? Why are you just coming back? Chen Chen was speechless for a while. Get off, and come with me, let's change to another car. 6 super large refrigerated trucks. At 6:10 in the evening, Chen Chen drove a refrigerated truck back to the Automotive City warehouse with Su Xiaochan. This trip, the refrigerated truck was filled with 75 tons of beef tenderloin and pork ribs, and Chen Chen's space was filled with a 12-ton refrigerated truck and 88 tons of meat. By doing this, 6 refrigerated trucks can be transported back to the warehouse in 3 trips, with the first 2 trips carrying 326 tons of meat. In the last trip, Chen Chen can transport his Dongfeng heavy truck back to the Automotive City. It's perfect. Su Xiaochan. On the way back, Chen Chen's mood today was good. However, it also took a lot of energy. He took out a bag of glucose and an intravenous injection and threw it to the little demon girl in the back seat. Can you give an injection? Tisk, Dad, who do you think you were looking down on? The demon girl pouted. She fumbled with the intravenous injection, skillfully connected the bag of glucose, pulled out the needle, extended her fair finger, flicked the plastic tube. Finally, the little demon girl, in a tone of coaxing a child, said to Chen Chen, "Come on, Dad, be good, close your eyes, just a little bit." The heavy truck slowly stopped. Chen Chen turned his head to look at the demon girl. Seeing her wearing a gas mask, he seemed to have a thought in his mind. Something felt off. He reached out his right hand to her, only to see the demon girl skillfully patting her own hand back, then holding the needle, poking at her hand back. "Ha!" The demon girl murmured lightly. By this time Chen Chen's face had turned ugly. He finally figured out what was wrong. He saw the demon girl holding the needle, repeatedly poking at her hand back, muttering, "Huh? Dad, why can't I find your vein? You damn well can't find anything. You damn well probably forgot you're blind." Admiration. A blind person can poke so many needles into themselves, and still hasn't realized it. 5 minutes later, under the demon girl's guidance, Chen Chen, with a grim face, began to inject himself. After dozens of injections, he finally saw the blood return in the plastic tube. It was a relief. At 10:15 in the evening, Chen Chen and the demon girl finally drove the heavy truck back to the Automotive City courtyard.
However, before they could park the refrigerated truck, suddenly a dozen blind women rushed out and started banging on the car.
Shan-gu! Shan-gu, you finally came back. Hurry up and go upstairs to see, quickly. Dr. Ning, now many of them have gone crazy. Shan-gu, did you kill them all? Do not kill and save it for the new year?
In the exhibition hall of the Automobile Trade City, Shin took down several young ladies who were smashing cars on the first and second floors, his face turning grim as he went upstairs. Another 10 or so blind young ladies followed behind him, supporting each other.
Safe passage, halfway up to the third floor. Bitch, slut, vixen, mistress,
trying to steal my boyfriend,
trying to steal my how. A girl was beating up a young lady wearing a gas mask.
Shen took a few steps forward, grabbed the girl's fair neck with one hand, and gradually exerted force. The girl was pressed against the white wall behind her, struggling hard. Shen pushed her into the air. I know you're still conscious, you just can't control your body. But who the hell told you not to listen to me and insisted on taking off the gas mask? With that, Shen suddenly released the young lady's neck, and with his other hand, he cut open her fair neck. Cough. The girl could only make a hurried sound from her mouth, and blood poured over Shen like a small waterfall. In fact, he could have restrained the girl, tied up her hands and feet. In just over 2 days, this girl would return to normal like any other person. But Shen didn't want to do that. When you make a mistake, you must be punished. At the very least, a few must be killed first to warn the other girls. 5th floor, General Manager's office. Upon entering, Shen immediately smelled a strong smell of blood. This can't be. It definitely couldn't be that they were all menstruating together. Sure enough, after sweeping with a bright flashlight, Shen quickly found bloody young ladies on the desk, sofa, and floor respectively. 2 of them were still alive, moaning in pain. Shen walked to the desk, helped the one who was still alive to end her suffering with a knife, then bent down under the desk to plug in the power strip. Yesterday, he had already pulled out the wires in the general manager's office and lounge, connecting them to a generator. Plugging in the power strip, both offices immediately lit up. Lounge. Standing at the door, Shen could hear what sounded like a party inside, with singing, dancing, and laughter. Pushing the door open and turning on the lights, the room was bright, but they couldn't see. At first glance, Shen saw on the big bed, Yinxing staring blankly at something. Under the bed, another young lady was bowing slightly to Yinxing, inviting her to dance. In other positions, the bathroom door banged, with several young ladies wearing gas masks pressing against it. In various corners of the room, many young ladies with gas masks were holding down a few who had gone crazy in groups of 3 to 5. The most exaggerated scene Shen saw was a young lady standing on the windowsill of the lounge, holding a sausage and hosting a Spring Festival gala with great emotion. On the night of the reunion, the New Year's Eve, the family's affection is strong. Actually, every year at this time, the happiest thing for us Xia people is to have a harmonious family gathering, sitting together to have a reunion dinner, chatting about the changes around us in the past year. This is damn ridiculous. Shen's head was really spinning now. He was fine when he left at noon, but when he came back, he turned into this. Chen, are you back? Chen. On the big bed, Yinxing suddenly came to her senses and stood up from the bed. Shen, is that you? Now, there were too many chaotic voices, and she couldn't even hear Shen's footsteps. Ignoring Yinxing, Shen walked into the lounge, pulled the few young ladies blocking the bathroom door aside, and opened the bathroom door. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, and the heads of 2 crazy young ladies in the bathroom instantly exploded. The sound of the gun instantly drowned out the noise in the room. When Shen turned around again, he saw the young lady standing on the windowsill, whispering softly, "I'm sorry, dear audience, there seems to be a slight issue with the broadcast signal. Let's have a short commercial break." Then, the young lady suddenly changed her tone and sweetly exclaimed, "Mommy Sunflower's class is now in session." Children with persistent coughs. What the hell is this connection? Shen was furious. He strode to the windowsill, grabbed the young lady by her legs, hoisted her onto his shoulders. He sealed her mouth with tape, tied her hands and feet, threw her to the ground, and kicked her. No need to kill her now. In 2 days, they will be embarrassed to death, a definite social death. What's going on? In 10 minutes, he securely bound the last chatty young lady, threw her into the bathroom, and approached the bed, looking at Yinxing. Yinxing sat on the bed, hugging her legs, and said blankly, "At first, they just wanted a sip of water. They came to ask me, I didn't agree, but someone secretly took off the mask. At first, it was just one young lady who secretly took off the gas mask, took a sip of water, and immediately put the mask back on. But after a while, she didn't detect any poison gas, so she secretly took off the mask again and took a bite of ham sausage.
Soon, this news spread in the room, and more young ladies secretly removed their gas masks. They found out that it wasn't as scary as Chun Shen had said. Moreover, the air outside smelled good, like fragrant petals. Girls have an inexplicable love for fragrances. A few bold young ladies simply took off their masks and told everyone that they were fine, with no problems at all. Even Yin Ching was a bit shaken at this point. After all, with so many examples in front of her, nothing had happened. So, with Yin Ching's tacit approval, this group of young ladies completely took off their masks, leading to the scene when Chen Shen returned. Chen Shen, I really didn't expect this to happen. On the big bed, Yin Ching cautiously held Chen Shen's arm. She was now very frightened, feeling responsible for so many deaths. Chen Shen sighed. It wasn't all her fault, she was also blind and couldn't see those people secretly removing their masks. Patting Yin Ching's shoulder to reassure her, Chen Shen noticed a fish that had slipped through the net in the corner of the bed. He saw the classical beauty, Dr. Ning, with a touch of cold elegance in her eyes, not wearing a gas mask. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. When Chen Shen saw her, she was happily snuggled up to the girl next to her. Shen Gu. Xinwan still wore a gas mask. She pushed Dr. Ning away and stood up cautiously. Chen Shen walked up to them, about to tie up this beautiful female doctor. Suddenly, Dr. Ning exclaimed in surprise, "It's a man." Chen Shen was taken aback. Before he could react, Dr. Ning jumped up and hugged Chen Shen tightly, wrapping her arms around his neck and legs around his waist, hanging onto him completely. "I finally found a man. Will you be my boyfriend? This is unbelievable." Chen Shen was at a loss with this beautiful female doctor in front of him. The next day at 3 p.m., with only 1 day and 21 hours left until the blind apocalypse ended, Chen Shen drove the last refrigerated truck back to the Automotive Trade City warehouse. Today, he didn't bring anyone. That scoundrel Su Xiaochan couldn't give injections, so what else could he do with her? 450 tons of meat, mostly beef tenderloin and pork chops. In addition, today Chen Shen found another cold storage at the meat processing plant, with approximately 5,500 white-striped chickens and 2,500 geese inside. 6 refrigerated trucks were fully loaded. Bang! 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 At the 3,000-square-meter warehouse in the Automobile Trade City, the 95 girls who were not crazy yesterday were now all inside the warehouse, each wielding a hammer to strike. Chen Shen, you're back just in time to see if this is okay for us? Hearing the sound of the car, Yin Chang and a few other girls dragged a thin steel plate over. Today, Chen Shen's task for them was to nail nails into the thin steel plate. Since no welders were available temporarily, this method had to suffice. Nails were hammered into the steel plate, leaving the nail tips exposed, and finally the steel plate was draped over the vehicle body. Okay, not bad. Chen Shen glanced at the steel plate, noticing that the nails were of varying lengths and unevenly distributed, but he couldn't expect too much from this group of girls. It was acceptable for temporary use. There are still 3 trucks not fully loaded. I have to go out again. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Chen Shen drove a heavy truck to the warehouse of Kang Shifu's general agent. This place was only about 20 minutes away from the Automobile Trade City warehouse. Bang! 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 Getting off the truck, colorful mist still lingered around, and Chen Shen tapped the car body. He was now accustomed to this series of operations. After waiting for 20 minutes, he took down 13 blind people. Stepping quickly towards the warehouse entrance, Chen Shen found that this was a temperature-controlled warehouse. After searching so many places these days, this was the first time he had seen such a temperature-controlled warehouse. Opening the warehouse door, a cool breeze hit his face, rows of incandescent light tubes lit up above, and there was a generator room in the corner. Despite the impending apocalypse, the generator room was still operational after nearly 9 days. This surprised Chen Shen. If he had known earlier, he should have set up the temporary base here. Continuing further into the warehouse, the lights were bright, and there was no sense of the world ending here. However, Chen Shen's good mood was soon shattered. Shortly after entering the warehouse, he saw a blind person singing, with 2 blind people dancing with her. When the 3 blind people heard Chen Shen, the singer turned to look and took a few steps, politely inviting, "Hello, are you new here? Would you like to join our singing and dancing group? Get out of the way." Chen Shen couldn't be bothered to deal with her and continued inside. Before the apocalypse, Kang Shifu Group had an annual output value of 88,637 billion, with instant noodle business revenue of 35,512 billion. And this warehouse was indeed magnificent. It was nearly 5,000 square meters, and now, all around him, there were boxes of instant noodles stacked everywhere. Fresh dates, no signs of spoilage. Without further ado, the looting began.
Each box of regular packaged instant noodles weighed 5 kilograms, 1 ton was 400 boxes, 100 tons were 40,000 boxes. Each box had 24 bags, 100 tons were 960,000 bags. Soon, in 30 minutes, the space was filled with various packaged instant noodles totaling 100 tons. Following the experience at the meat processing plant yesterday, Shin Chen immediately went to find the garage of this Kangshifu general agent. Sure enough, it was a large courtyard, with the main entrance leading to the warehouse, the office building on the left, and the garage on the right. Finding the keys, he opened the rolling shutter door, revealing 5 large box trucks and 8 medium box trucks. A 9.6-meter box truck could carry 23 tons of instant noodles, and a medium box truck could carry 8 tons. Including the Dongfeng heavy truck he drove, 6 large trucks were fully loaded with 138 tons of instant noodles. 8 medium trucks were fully loaded with 64 tons. A total of 202 tons, 1,939,200 bags. Of course, there were some barrels or large food bags. Chen Chen was in a hurry to collect and did not pay attention to categorizing them, but the weight was a solid 202 tons. That's enough. Here, it's only a 20-minute drive to the automobile trade city. After loading all 14 trucks, Chen Chen only made 2 trips. At 6:35 p.m., 202 tons of instant noodles were all transported back to the large warehouse of the automobile trade city. These 202 tons of instant noodles only wasted 3 hours and 5 minutes from 3:30 p.m. to 6:35 p.m. In 3 hours, nearly 2 million bags of instant noodles were transported back. Yin Shang and the others are still blind. They still don't know what Chen Chen has done. They only hear cars returning to the large warehouse of the automobile trade city. At 8:30 p.m., there is still 1 day, 15 hours, and 25 minutes until the end of the blind apocalypse. Today, there is a need to adjust the time difference, so I didn't go out. Dr. Ning. Since Su Xiaochan knew that Dr. Ning Ruo was crazy yesterday, she was even happier than Chen Chen. Ha ha, Su Xiaochan laughed like a little flower. She still doesn't know that Ning Ruo's consciousness is completely clear at the moment, she just can't control her body. In a little over a day, when Ning Ruo regains consciousness, the first thing she should do is probably want to jump off the building with Su Xiaochan. You are a fox spirit. Oh, you are quite accurate in judging people. Su Xiaochan happily touched Ning Ruo's nose, lightly scratched it, and said, then you should call me sister. Sister. Well, good girl, wait for sister to find you some candy to eat. Chen Chen. Downstairs, on the 4th floor exhibition hall of the automobile trade city, Yin Shang and Chen Chen faced each other. She didn't look for him today, so he should look for her. After all, there is still a little over a day before they regain their sight. What do you take me for? Now that there are no outsiders, Yin Chang's emotions finally erupted. If this were upstairs, Yin Chang might still maintain the demeanor of a general manager and not let her employees know that the general manager would be jealous like an ordinary girl. But, which girl doesn't get jealous? Of course, her current behavior is still pre-apocalyptic thinking, which Chen Chen can choose to understand. Why don't you speak? Are you deaf? What do you take me for? Why don't you speak? Emotions erupted. Yin Chang pushed Chen Chen's shoulder. Chen Chen remained silent, waited for over 10 seconds, and when he saw her gradually calming down, he calmly spoke, Yin Chang, what do you take me for? What do I take you for? Ha! Chen Chen, Yin Chang, have lived for 24 years, never let another man touch me. Do you know, as the general manager of this automobile trade city, I usually entertain big clients, not even shaking hands, I don't even want to eat at the same table with other men. Do you know how many people I have offended because of this? To be honest, Shin Shin didn't know that Yin Ching had achieved this level before the apocalypse. No wonder she killed so many men in the previous life and didn't allow other men to look at her for more than 3 seconds. After waiting for over 10 seconds, Shen Shan remained silent. The more he stayed silent, the angrier Yin Ching became. The more she felt wronged. Why don't you speak? Cat got your tongue? She angrily pushed Chen Chen again. Chen Chen was pushed back 2 steps and said, Speak? Yin Shang, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to say that if you weren't blind now, as an ordinary person like me, you wouldn't even bother to look at me? Do you want me to say that? Yin Qing's expression froze. Chen Chen continued, Yin Qing, speak from your heart, if you weren't blind now, would you be with me? Yin Chang was stunned for a moment. But she wasn't a young girl who had just entered society. She quickly realized that Chen Shen's question was quite unfair. Chen Shen, don't make up non-existent problems with me. The reality is, I've given you almost everything now, and can't even get a truthful word from you? What do you really think of me? Truth? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. The truth is, Yin Chang, in 1 day and 15 hours, you will regain your eyesight.
Is that the truth you want to hear, okay? In Xing, didn't you ask me why I let them learn to drive big cars? I'll tell you now, in 1 day and 15 hours, not just you, all of you will regain your eyesight. Is this the truth you want to hear? Is it enough? This is what Qin Shen planned to tell her today, with less than 2 days left, just to see her reaction. After all, once this woman awakens her skills, she will become very terrifying, capable of wiping out an entire adventure team on her own. For a long time. This time it was Yin Qing who remained silent for a long time. Shen Chen was somewhat disappointed by her reaction. However, this was also within his expectations. Think it over and tell me, Yin Qing, what exactly have I become to you, or what have you taken me for? Think it over before coming to find me. Turning around, Shen Chen strode back to the rest area on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, in the exhibition hall on the 4th floor, Yin Qing stood still in place, not following his lead. 5th floor, rest area. Chen Chen lay alone on the big bed. An hour passed, Yin Qing didn't return. It seemed she wouldn't be coming back tonight. Sleep. Not worth it for a woman. Chen Chen lay down, turning his back to where Yin Qing was supposed to be. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up with the delicate and exquisite face of Dr. Ning in his arms, slightly cold but sleeping sweetly, even smacking her lips lightly. There was a sense of disparity. Just don't know if, by this time tomorrow, Dr. Ning would want to die with Su Shaoshan. Oh, it's brother Chen Chen. The blind girl felt it was Chen Chen and quickly made way for him. This movement also woke up many girls in the general manager's office. However, Chen Chen saw at a glance Yin Qing sleeping on the office desk. Those 1-2 meter long legs, which were pressing on him last night, now seemed unfamiliar to him. Forget it, not worth it. Since she wasn't willing to look up, Chen Chen wouldn't actively seek her out either. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Chen Chen started the heavy truck. Today is the last day of the blind apocalypse. Tomorrow at noon, it will be the jungle apocalypse. These women will also regain their eyesight. Perhaps it will be exciting by then. And today, the last day, Chen Chen wanted to go to the city center of Spring City alone. Not for anything else. Today, he no longer considered whether it was worth it after the apocalypse. Chen Chen planned to take the 100 tons in the space and the last 2 empty cars. Only collect things he likes or needs. This paragraph is written at the beginning. These 2 chapters are really tiring, very tiring. Everything needs to be checked for weight, then calculated, but I want to be as rigorous as possible. And, after collecting materials for so long, I have to give everyone an account in the end, at least tell everyone what has been collected. In addition, I also saw readers saying that they enjoy reading about collecting materials, so these 2 chapters are considered as extra for you. In the future, once we enter the jungle apocalypse, there won't be such extensive statistics. Finally, I will give you a preview. Tomorrow will officially start the jungle apocalypse. At 8:30 in the morning, there is 1 day, 3 hours, and 30 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. A heavy truck rampaged through the streets of Spring City. Spring City Tobacco Corporation compound. Chen Chen drove the heavy truck in the compound, crushing hundreds of blind people who tried to attack him. Beep, beep, beep beep beep. Madly honking the horn, attracting more blind people, the truck continued to crush in the courtyard. Until, no more blind people came out. Phew. Venting out the frustration at Yin Yangzi's place, taking a deep breath, Chen Chen got out of the car, holding 2 daggers in each hand. 8:50 in the morning. The warehouse of the Spring City Tobacco Company was engulfed in flames. Chen Chen returned to the heavy truck and continued to the next stop. 10:25 in the morning. A street in the Spring City for outdoor supplies, fishing gear, and pets, with countless bodies lying on the ground. Chen Chen finally got off the heavy truck, slammed the door shut. Outdoor tactical backpack, outdoor camping cookware, luxury full set of outdoor survival backpack, mountaineering bag, hiking shoes, assault jacket, high-end tent, hammock, outdoor survival water bottle, windproof candle, solid alcohol block, disinfectant water, high-power flashlight, tactical knife, multi-tool pliers, multi-function fork knife, glow sticks, safety rope, survival whistle, emergency blanket, emergency mask, compass, tactical pen, triangular bandage, blowpipe, flint, survival bracelet, double-headed axe, entrenching shovel, raincoat, chainsaw, aluminum foil blanket, folding pliers, non-woven gauze patches, folding water bags, fishing gear set, thickened raincoat, safety helmet, umbrella rope claw knife watch. These are the things Chen Chen likes. He has liked them since before the apocalypse. An hour later, the entire street was searched, and the total weight increased by 16.8 tons. These supplies are not heavy, with probably thousands or even tens of thousands of each item. 1:35 in the afternoon. Wholesale market for daily necessities and toiletries in the Spring City. Towels of various brands, 93,000 pieces, space weight increased by 8.7 tons. Brand bath towels, 30,000 pieces, space weight increased by 8.6 tons. Toilet paper, 100,000 rolls, space weight increased by 7.8 tons. Small cotton quilts, 100,000 pieces, 1.5 tons. Sleeping pants, 30,000 pieces, 1.5 tons. Toothpaste 30,000, toothbrush 30,000, space weight increased by 5.8 tons. Shower gel, large barrels, 3,000 barrels. Shampoo, large barrels, 2,000 bottles, space weight increased by 5.5 tons. Various brands of soap, 50,000 pieces, space weight increased by 6 tons. Disposable razors, 100 pieces, space weight increased by 0.0056 tons. At 3 o'clock, Chen walked out of the daily necessities wholesale market, with a total weight increase of 4,056 tons. Well, quite refreshing. In the jungle apocalypse, hot and humid, in the previous life, one of the things Chen liked to do the most, ranked second, was taking a bath. Of course, it would be even better if the ladies could bathe together. 3:35 in the afternoon. Commercial Street, Zippo Specialty Store, kerosene lighters, 1,855, lighter oil, flints, cotton cores, 3,626 barrels. Space weight increased by 0.86 tons. 5:10 in the afternoon. Chen found an Oreo biscuit warehouse. Original sandwich 3 kilograms per box. The large truck was fully loaded with 29 tons, totaling 9,666 boxes. At 6:48 in the evening, Chen returned to the Automotive City warehouse, releasing the supplies, and the last 2 empty box trucks were fully loaded. There were still 27 tons of space left inside, so Chen drove back 3 medium-sized fully enclosed trucks nearby and released the remaining 27 tons of space. At 8:30 in the evening, Chen drove an ordinary off-road vehicle back to the center of Spring City. Now, all the trucks in the Automotive City warehouse are fully loaded, leaving only 100 tons of space in his possession. Michelin tires, Pirelli, Dunlop, 12-00 or 20-18 PR, 10-00 or 20-18 PR, various models, various brands, weighing between 140 to 150 pounds, with a total of 365 units and a space weight increase of 46 tons. Heavy truck parts, at 0 kilometers, and at various large auto repair shops, Chen found a total of 33. The total income space is 36 tons, all kinds of parts. Returning to the Auto Trade City again, this time, tires and various truck parts, Chen found 2 brand new grid-style heavy trucks. Tires and parts are relatively less afraid of moisture. Even if they rust, they can be wiped out by the female team members. There was no way. The nearby fully enclosed heavy trucks were all searched empty. At 9:30 in the evening, Chen drove off-road into the blind crowd of people. Grain and oil wholesale market. 30 tons of rice, 30 tons of flour. There is still 40 tons of space left. Rice and flour, almost impossible to preserve in the jungle apocalypse, can only be stored in space. And these 60 tons of rice and flour, Chen also plans to keep for herself, so she can steam a pot of rice or white steamed buns when she has nothing to do. At 11 o'clock at night, Eurasian Shopping Mall in Spring City. 5,000 mobile phones of various brands, 5,000 power banks, 2,500 tablets, 300 laptops. In the store, there are 5 used laptops with movies and music. The space weight increased by 4,875 tons. In the book area, various novels, 7,000 copies, the space weight increased by 2.8 tons. At 12:15 midnight, the main entrance of Eurasian Shopping Mall, a bright light flickered in the colorful mist. Chen walked out covered in blood, and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. In the future, the entertainment facilities for the team have all been arranged. Now, less than 12 hours before the end of the blind apocalypse, the total weight of the space is 675 tons. There is still nearly 33 tons left. After collecting this last 33 tons, no matter what happens next, it will be enough. And today, you can take a nap for now and continue tomorrow. 5th floor of the Auto Trade City, in front of the general manager's office. Chen stood at the door, took a deep breath, and he also wanted to know if tonight, Yangzi would obediently go back to bed to sleep. Pushing open the door of the general manager's office, the lights were on. These days, without Chen orders, the engine has been running continuously, but those electric heaters have been taken away by him. Inside the general manager's office, dozens of girls were lying on the floor sleeping. Chen's first glance went to the general manager's desk.
In Sheng was lying there, hearing a sound. She raised her head, looked at the door for more than 10 seconds, and Chen Chen was also looking at her. But a few seconds later, she lay back on the desk. She had already made her attitude clear.
Chen Chen didn't say anything more. He was never a bootlicker, and Yin Yangzi couldn't either.
Stepping over the bodies of the girls, he returned to the rest area. In the rest area, upon hearing the door open, Su Xiaochan quickly kicked Shinwan with her foot. Dad is back. You go downstairs to sleep quickly. Dad doesn't like small-chested girls.
Dad, Dr.
Ning also sweetly called out, then began to stick to Chen Chen, wishing to merge with him. Chen Chen sighed, about to change clothes and go to bed. When the door behind him in the rest area opened, Chen Chen turned around and saw Yin Yangzi.
Chen Chen.
Chen Chen stood still and saw her gently approaching, her arms around Chen Chen's waist, leaning her head gently on Chen Chen's shoulder. Chen Chen also instinctively held her waist, but in less than 5 seconds, Yin Xing raised her head, softly said, Chen Chen, thank you no matter what. Then she gently pushed away Chen Chen's hands around her waist, turned and slowly walked out of the rest area. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Today is the day the jungle apocalypse begins. 6 more hours.
At exactly 12 noon, the jungle apocalypse will officially begin. Early in the morning, Chen Chen woke up all the girls, including Yin Cheng.
Treat Yin Cheng as an ordinary girl now.
Today, there are 6 hours left, and all of you will regain your vision, but before that, no one is allowed to take off the gas mask.
Early in the morning, Chen Chen announced a major news.
In the room, nearly 100 girls were in an uproar.
Like pouring a big pot of boiling water into a hot oil pan. Chen Chen, is the end of the world coming to an end? Yes, Chen Chen, can we live a normal life from now on? Chen Chen, what do you look like? I want to see you now.
I also want to see, Chen Chen, as long as you are not an old man, just because you have taken care of us for so long, I am willing to be your girlfriend once.
Ha, Rangu, can you kowtow to me when I can see you? Please.
This group of girls was very excited, and some had already started teasing Chen Chen. These days, although the girls didn't say it out loud, behind the scenes, especially when Chen Chen was not around, they talked the most about Chen Chen. After all, this man was too mysterious. He not only could see, but also seemed to know everything. Usually, due to Chen Chen's relationship with the general manager, they didn't dare to get too close to Chen Chen. But if the end of the world passed, they wouldn't need to fear Sister Yin Qing so much. Chen Chen could understand their feelings and gave them 10 minutes of excitement. Many girls were so happy that they even cried tears of joy. He said, "You are happy too soon, this is just the first end of the world." As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. All the girls' faces were filled with astonishment, including Yin Chang.
Even she didn't know what would happen next.
Chen Chen continued, at exactly 12 noon today, there will be a second crack in the sky. You may not see it now, but the sky has already cracked open, and it is this crack that has made you blind. But at noon today, there will be a second crack in the sky, and this time you will regain your vision. However, this is also the second end of the world that we will soon face. This speech left the girls in the room stunned. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. There will be a second end of the world? The first end of the world was already so terrible. And there will be a second end of the world.
Chen Chen.
Someone timidly spoke up, but Chen Chen interrupted, listen to me first.
The second end of the world has already exceeded your understanding or imagination. Weeds and trees will mutate, as well as mutated insects.
Let me give you an example. A caterpillar, after mutation, can grow as big as a bus, and these insects specifically feed on humans, so don't be too happy. The girls' faces turned pale, and a few who were cheering the loudest before were now sitting on the ground.
Chen Chen, are you lying to us?
Yes,
Chen Chen, the end of the world has passed. Are you scaring us? Why would I lie to you?
Chen Chen shouted, you just became blind, then there was 70 degrees above zero temperature, 70 degrees below zero cold wave, and now a toxic rain event.
Look at those lunatics still locked in the bathroom. Do you think it's that simple to end? Why did I collect so many supplies? Why did I make you nail nails into steel plates?
Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen gave them about 1 minute to digest, and then said, the second end of the world will be very dangerous. Here's some advice for you, it may be more comfortable to die than to live. Dying early is also an early relief.
Now, you have 3 minutes. Anyone who wants to be relieved early, come to me and get a dagger. If you can't do it yourself, I can help you. Think about it, this is your last chance.
After 3 minutes, from that moment on, you must do as I say, do it with all your might, whether it's killing or setting fires, there are no moral boundaries, but I will try my best to help you survive.
1 minute, 2 minutes. The girls in the room were silent as if dead. Finally, one girl's tense nerves seemed to snap suddenly. She shouted, I've had enough. I've really had enough. Chen Chen, let me die. I really don't want to.
She suddenly rushed towards Chen Chen, and Chen Chen raised his hand and slashed her throat. The body was still convulsing on the ground, but as soon as the 3 minutes were up, Chen Chen immediately said, "Now, everyone follow me downstairs. Quickly." At noon, there were only 4 hours left until the end of the blind apocalypse. Chen Chen. In the automotive city warehouse, everyone now felt the crisis. A female manager around 30 found Chen Chen and said, "The headcount is done. We have a total of 94 girls who are still sane, among them, 85 can drive manual cars without any major issues."
Only 85? Now in the automotive city warehouse, there were at least over 100 heavy trucks.
Chen Chen had calculated well, but he didn't expect those damn girls to be disobedient, secretly taking off their gas masks. The female manager immediately said, "Also, for those who have already gone crazy, we have followed your instructions and tied them all to the buses. There are a total of 37 people, but we can't tell now who can drive, but conservatively, there should be around 20. They already knew that these girls would soon return to normal.
20 is 20.
Lan, immediately instruct them to each find a large vehicle to familiarize themselves with.
My requirements for them are not high.
Initially, if they can drive the car at 30 miles per hour, it's enough."
Chen Chen's requirements were indeed not high.
Lan nodded and said, 30 miles per hour is definitely not a problem. As long as the spacing is not too narrow, we can all do it. As she was about to leave, Chen Chen suddenly stopped her.
"Have you confirmed that all 85 have driven on the road before?"
"Yes, they have." Lan turned back and said, "Most of them are our salesgirls, many of whom have accompanied test drives, and we have asked, many of them have cars at home, so driving on the road should not be a problem." As Lan left, another female manager found Chen Chen at the warehouse door. "Chen, I just took 5 people from the underground floor of the warehouse to the top 4 floors, and we have confirmed each floor. We originally had 8 flatbed trucks in the warehouse, plus the ones you brought back from outside, totaling exactly 15 trucks. Flatbed trucks are heavy trucks used to transport new cars, with no compartments at the back, like a large cage with a partition, 2 levels.
Each flatbed truck can transport 10 large off-road vehicles. 15 flatbed trucks can transport 150 large off-road vehicles. Chen Chen, we have also confirmed."
One after another, the girls came to report, "We, 30 people, just carefully checked every car in the warehouse, including our original inventory of off-road vehicles, plus the ones you found from outside this morning, totaling 172 vehicles." After Chen Chen assigned tasks to them, he temporarily released the food supplies in the space.
Search around the automotive city.
The 0 kilometer of the Spring City, where most major brand 4S stores are located. Early in the morning, Chen Chen brought back over 100 pure off-road vehicles and 7 flatbed trucks. The young lady continued to report there are a total of 49 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, 31 imported Jeep Grand Cherokees, 82 Wranglers, 5 Toyota Land Cruisers, 3 Ford Raptors, and 1 George Patton being maintained in our warehouse, as well as Yin Qing's Ride 215th, totaling exactly 172 vehicles. "Okay, I got it. There's nothing else for now, so you guys quickly get familiar with the trucks." Off-road trucks on flatbeds used to be a hassle, but Chen Chen had space, so he quickly placed 149 brand new purebred off-road vehicles and 1 George Patton on 15 flatbed trucks. Only Yin Yangzi's Ride 215th, was left outside. If the $3 million George Patton was a man's dream, then Yin Yangzi's Ride 215th, was the ultimate dream of all men on earth. Ride 215th, handmade, priced at $15 million. Before the apocalypse, Yin Qing's father added $10 million to personally bring it back from Canada. Up to now, there are only 3 of these vehicles in the country. At the same time, this vehicle is the pinnacle of off-road vehicles. The vehicle is 6.1 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, 2.5 meters high, with a 10-cylinder engine, maximum 400 horsepower, full vehicle bulletproof armor, capable of withstanding up to 15 kilograms of explosive blasts. In the previous life, this vehicle was Yin Yangzi's beloved Ride. Everyone treated this vehicle as if it were Yin Yangzi herself and generally dared not stare at it for too long. However, now, Chen Chen, in front of Yin Qing, personally got into the car and drove around the outskirts of the auto trade city. It was indeed very comfortable. With a light tap on the accelerator, the car shot out like a beast. It was exhilarating. This car, indeed, like its owner Yin Yangzi, was the ultimate dream of a man's life. Back at the Auto Trade City warehouse, Chen Chen unceremoniously confiscated the vehicle. In a while, he would personally drive this vehicle and lead the convoy out of the Spring City. In the jungle apocalypse, especially in the first 3 days, every minute was precious. It was even more precious than the time Chen Chen spent collecting these supplies.
At 10:30 in the morning, there was only 5 hours left until the end of the blind man's apocalypse. It was also 5 hours until the start of the jungle apocalypse. Now, Shin Shin had already tallied all the supplies he had searched for during the blind man's apocalypse in the Auto Trade City warehouse, including cars. First were the heavy trucks. During these days, Chen Shen found a total of 94 heavy trucks of various brands. Among them were 63 fully enclosed heavy trucks, 6 refrigerated trucks, 8 medium-sized enclosed heavy trucks, and 2 stake trucks. There were also 15 flatbed trucks, 3 sleeper buses, and 4 regular buses. 1 ride 2/15. A total of 102 vehicles. In addition, on the 15 flatbed trucks, there were 149 brand new off-road vehicles, including a $3 million George Patton. In terms of the scale of the convoy alone, it was definitely a super large convoy. In the previous life, even if all 10 major commercial teams in the Spring City were combined, they did not have as many trucks as Chen Shen currently controlled. Supplies: 900 tons of Maodai liquor, 900,000 bottles. Cigarettes: 126 tons, including 32 tons of Huazi, totaling 129,000 packs. Ham sausages: 372 tons, instant noodles: 202 tons. Beef and pork: 450 tons. Canned goods: 52 tons, 155,000 cans. Fuel: 2,285 200L barrels of diesel and gasoline, totaling 431 tons. Seasonings: 22 tons of table salt, 6 tons of cooking oil, 3 tons of hot pot base and dipping sauce, 4 tons of various sauces, 4 tons of chili powder, 1 ton of various seasonings. Various medicines: 85 tons. Clothing: 122 tons, including 42 tons of sports shoes. There were also a large number of other various supplies, not listed in detail for now. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Miss Sisters in the Automobile Trade City set up 10 large black pots in the warehouse and started cooking. The fuel was the tables and chairs split upstairs. On the first day of the jungle apocalypse, they must have a good meal. With over 100 Miss Sisters, Chen Shen took out 500 pounds of beef, edible salt, and chili powder from the refrigerated truck and started stewing an hour in advance. Eating beef gives strength, and besides, they haven't eaten anything for 3 days. This 500 pounds of beef is not just for this meal. Chen Shen also gave each of them a set of insulated lunchboxes, and those who couldn't finish could take them away and eat on the way. At 11:30 in the morning, there were only 30 minutes left until the end of the blind apocalypse. The fragrance filled the warehouse in the Automobile Trade City. Chen Shen gathered everyone together and started distributing the first batch of equipment to them. Large backpacks, windbreakers, hiking shoes, hide-up cotton socks, and daggers. These Miss Sisters, after the heatwave event, hardly wore any clothes. Shortly after the cold wave event began, Chen Shen got them electric heaters, so now, most of the Miss Sisters were wearing shirts haphazardly or a tight skirt, with many almost naked. Changing clothes, they didn't mind Chen Shen. Anyway, during the heatwave event, what should and shouldn't be seen had already been seen. Now, everyone is thinking about the upcoming jungle apocalypse, and no one cares about these details. And Chen Shen, watching over 100 Miss Sisters changing clothes in front of him, didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart. In the previous life's giant tree city, there were Miss Sisters everywhere who couldn't afford clothes. Not much different from primitive society. At 11:59 in the morning, there was only 1 minute left until the end of the blind apocalypse. In the warehouse of the Automobile Trade City, the beef was still bubbling in the big pot. Now, all the Miss Sisters who hadn't gone crazy yet were gathered at the entrance of the warehouse. Chen Shen didn't let them go out, so they stood behind the warehouse's rolling shutter door, looking up, waiting for that moment to come. Chen Shen told them their sight would be restored. Although they had long believed Chen Shen's words, at this moment, everyone's hearts were still uneasy. Restoring sight was, of course, a happy thing. But Chen Shen's mention of the Second World Apocalypse dampened their spirits. 11 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds. The colorful raindrops continued to fall steadily, showing no signs of stopping. Chen Shen also looked up at the huge rift in the sky. He hoped he was wrong, and the jungle apocalypse would never come. In the blind world, he was a god. But when the jungle apocalypse arrived, everyone would be back to the starting line. With a barely noticeable sigh, 20 seconds remained until the end of the blind apocalypse. Chen Shen looked at the cube tattoo on his wrist. This was the symbol of the space people. Hopefully, when everyone woke up later, he would awaken again. That would be perfect. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. The colorful raindrops continued to fall steadily, and Chen Shen kept watching the countdown on his watch.
And just as the countdown on his watch changed from 1 to 0, suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the eardrums. The blood-red sky once again split open a deep bottomless chasm, and intense green lights, like countless wild beasts breaking free from their cages, instantly took over the planet. Volume 1, Blind World, End. Volume 2, Jungle Apocalypse. Back off. Quickly back off. At this moment, all the areas on Earth covered by the green light, the soil seemed to go mad and poured into the huge cross rift in the sky. All around was pitch black. Chen Chen lay at the entrance of the Automobile Trade City warehouse, hearing the soil rustling in his ears, and many Ms. sisters behind him screaming loudly. However, at the same time, he also felt that there were 4 huge vortexes forming inside his body. Have I awakened for the second time? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Chen immediately realized something was wrong. This was not a second awakening. Chen Chen still clearly remembered that in his previous life, he awakened the space skill, feeling a warm current forming a small vortex on his left wrist. It eventually turned into a cube tattoo, the symbol of the space skill. But this time, the feeling was different. This time, he felt 4 huge vortexes spinning frantically inside his body. And it was not forming a warm current. Chen Chen felt like his internal organs were about to be crushed by this powerful impact, causing intense pain. However, soon the rotation speed of the first vortex gradually slowed down. It slowly gathered on his left wrist. The first vortex, space storage skill, 1,000 tons. Breathing heavily, with one less vortex, the pain in his body lessened. Before Chen Chen could get excited, a thought popped into his head. In the future, he alone would be equivalent to 10 other space individuals. Just then, the second vortex also gradually stopped spinning. Warm currents slowly gathered on the back of Chen Chen's neck, forming a black tattoo of lightning. The second vortex, space distortion skill, blink. After awakening a skill, survivors instinctively understand everything about that skill. And at this moment, information about the blink skill flooded into Chen Chen's mind. Blink, within a radius of 1 million square meters, space can be distorted for free movement. The maximum distance for each blink is 100 meters. It can be used once a day, lasting for 1 hour each time, with no limit on the number of uses. Each use consumes 1 energy crystal. Before Chen Chen could figure out what kind of skill this was, the third and fourth vortexes stopped spinning at the same time. The third vortex, space shuttle skill, passed. Shuttle through time and space, returning to a specific point in the past. The first use consumes 1,000 energy crystals, the second use consumes 10,000 energy crystals, and the third use consumes 100,000 energy crystals. The fourth vortex, space shuttle skill, future. Shuttle through time and space, traveling to a specific point in the future. The first use consumes 1,000 energy crystals, the second use consumes 10,000 energy crystals, and the third use consumes 100,000 energy crystals. Chen Chen lay on the ground, not knowing how long it had been, his clothes soaked with sweat. He tore off his gas mask, took a deep breath of fresh air. He had awakened 4 skills in one breath. This was unprecedented. In the previous life, the caravans from Donglio City, the caravans from the capital, and even the caravans from the country of Maozi exchanged information. No one had ever heard of dual awakened individuals. But now, he had awakened 4 skills in one breath. Chen Chen vaguely felt that this might be related to his rebirth. But now, there was no time to think about it. The jungle apocalypse had already begun. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen pushed himself up with his hands and stood up in one leap. Outside the rolling shutter door, the black soil connected with the sky. It was pitch black all around now. However, dozens of heavy trucks behind him had their headlights on, and Chen Chen turned around. Hundreds of eyes were staring straight at him. Chen Chen's gaze also fell on each of them. Now, these young ladies had also taken off their gas masks. They were looking at Chen Chen, and Chen Chen was looking at them. "Daddy, you look so handsome." Su Xiaochan blinked her watery eyes, full of peach blossoms. She originally thought that Chen Chen must be a big uncle in his 30s. Otherwise, why would she be forced to call him dad every day? Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a clean and handsome young man. This time, she hit the jackpot. Before the apocalypse, Chen Chen was indeed very confident in his appearance. Even the beauty from the finance department took the initiative to ask for his WeChat. The beautiful female instructor who was 6 months pregnant often wore black stockings to the dormitory to help him fold the quilt, and she liked to secretly smell his clothes. At that time, Chen Chen was also very sunny and cheerful. When he met a beautiful lady in black stockings, he also liked to flirt a little. However, after experiencing 6 months in the apocalypse, fighting insects every day, Chen Chen almost forgot what he looked like. Looking at Su Xiaochan, seeing her full of peach blossoms, Chen Chen looked at the other car sales ladies, and most of them were also curious and surprised. When his gaze fell on Dr. Ning Ro, the female doctor quickly averted her eyes and lowered her head.
She must be feeling so embarrassed right now. Finally, Chen Chen's gaze finally met Lady Yin.
She did not avoid his gaze, her beautiful eyes seemed a bit absent-minded, just looking at him like that. She must have known by now that he was a speed awakener. However, Chen Chen had just acquired the skill of flash. Even if speed awakens, it still requires time. But Chen Chen could flash, he could teleport in an instant. Now, even 10 of Lady Yin would not be his match. However, Chen Chen did not intend to let her know his skills now. He wanted to see what attitude this woman had towards him first, and then decide whether to train her once or 10,000 times.
Have you seen enough? If not, I'll let you watch for another minute, then come over for dinner immediately.
Chen Chen turned around to close the garage shutter door, glanced at his watch. From now on, there are 30 minutes left. After 30 minutes, the road outside will be filled with mud rain, and we must leave immediately without delay. Now, the backflow of soil into the sky was coming to an end, and the mud rain outside was about to start.
At most, 1 hour.
1 hour later, weeds, giant trees, and various insects would complete their mutation and begin a large-scale slaughter of human survivors for the first time. By then, at least 1 million survivors in Chun City would be reduced. What Chen Chen needed to do was to find high-tech weapons with this group of ladies within this 1 hour to ensure their safety.
Now, I'm not being sentimental.
I hope you must understand what the end of the world is. 10 minutes for dinner, 5 minutes to pack lunchboxes, and now there were 15 minutes left before the road outside would be filled.
15 minutes left.
Inside the Automobile Trade City warehouse, under the light of heavy trucks, Chen Chen gathered 131 ladies to stand in 2 rows.
He stood casually in front of one of the ladies, who was a bit confused. What does this mean? I want you to think about what the end of the world is. Chen Chen repeated, and the lady answered uncertainly, the end of the world means everyone is going to die? Chen Chen walked to another lady. What do you think the end of the world is? The end of the world means the earth is going to explode? The second lady also had the same idea. But now, he had to hand over the resources he had collected so hard for so many days to them. With their behavior, if a few old men got on the car later, they might scream and run away. This wouldn't work. Chen Chen decided that before setting off, he had to give them a vivid lesson on the end of the world. He suddenly raised his voice. The end of the world is when you don't kill others, others will kill you. Who can tell me now? Why should I feed you for nothing?
Chen Chen looked around at them. No one spoke. A group of face-saving young ladies had already silently lowered their heads.
Chen Chen continued, no one knows?
Alright, I have decided now. Today, I will choose 3 from among you to stay here and wait for death. Whoever wants to volunteer, you can step forward now.
What do you mean?
Chen Chen's words made the group of young ladies uneasy.
Yeah, what do you mean? Why do we have to stay here and wait for death? Weren't you the one who saved us?
Yes, Chen big brother, why are you treating us like this? We are very obedient. We promise to listen to you obediently. Yes, Chen big brother, don't scare us. Chen Chen had been taking care of them these days, even providing them with equipment and beef. In fact, this had already aroused a sense of superiority in many girls, thinking that these were things that boys should do for them. After all, why were they girls? Before the apocalypse, girls with such a sense of superiority were everywhere. Of course, it couldn't all be blamed on them. The black sheep among men, commonly known as lapdogs, also had to take the main responsibility.
There is a saying that puts it well.
When the value of B rises to the sky, there is not a single lapdog that is innocent. But today, Chen Chen had to help them change their ways.
No one volunteering?
Chen Chen continued, alright, I will give you 10 seconds now. Pair up, immediately pair up for me. Once 10 seconds pass, those who haven't paired up, I will assume they want to stay. The young ladies were nervous. They knew that Chen Chen never joked with them. If he said he would leave 3 to die, then 3 would definitely be left. But who would want to stay and wait for death? Before 10 seconds were up, in just 5 seconds, the group of young ladies randomly grabbed those next to them, holding on tight once they grabbed someone.
Only Lady Yin stood alone at the end of the line.
She kept her head down, not looking at Chen Chen, nor saying a word. Chen Chen also ignored her, continuing, now, I will give you 5 minutes. I want you to fight those next to you. I want to see blood. After 5 minutes, whichever group has no blood, or is just fooling around with me, that group will automatically stay. This was the first lesson Chen Chen intended to teach them. After the apocalypse, to survive, regardless of gender, one must at least have some basic courage. Young ladies who never got their hands dirty, sorry, he really couldn't keep them alive. The young ladies were all surprised. They never expected that Chen Chen's command to them would be to turn against each other? Not fighting? If you don't fight, all of you will stay with me. Chen Chen shouted sternly, Don't think that just because I leave you, these cars won't move.
Do you believe me now?
If I just go out and shout, in Spring City, at least 100,000 people would be willing to come and drive for me. The young ladies fell silent, some panicked. Chen Chen continued, 5 seconds, after 5 seconds, those still standing here foolishly, will stay with me. At this moment, a girl in the group suddenly screamed and slapped her companion in the face. Chen Chen started the countdown, and the other girls also panicked, whether willing or not, they all nervously started hitting their companions.
In the middle of the group, Shenwan was a bit anxious. Xiaochan, what should we do now? Your father wants to see blood now, what should we do?
Among this group of girls, Su Xiaochan was the least afraid of Chen Chen.
Her eyes lit up. I got it. Dad just wants to see blood, right?
Sister Wan, I remember you just got your period this morning. Hurry, quickly get some blood, smear it on your own face.
Shenwan was stunned. Su Xiaochan, I would rather kill you than do this. Wan, don't really hit me. Don't you still have other blood? If it doesn't work, I can lend you 2 fingers. Su Xiaochan, today, either you die or I live.
1 minute later, many young ladies in the garage really got angry. Chen Chen saw the most common scene, 2 girls grabbing each other's hair, kicking each other with their feet.
The first step can be done like this, it's almost enough. Train them slowly when you see bugs in the future. Ignoring them, Chen Chen walked up to Lady Yin and stared at her face. You can fight me.
Lady Yin looked up, the two stared at each other. She suddenly raised her small fist. Before Chen Chen could react, he grabbed her wrist and pushed her back. Lady Yin staggered and sat on the ground. She didn't use her skills on herself, and Chen Chen guessed it. During these days, the way the two of them interacted, Chen Chen was not a fool. At least during that time together, he could feel Lady Yin's emotions. At least during this time, she truly regarded herself as the other half. Women get jealous, and Chen Chen can understand. If she doesn't get jealous, Chen Chen has to be really careful.
So, Chen Chen never made a move on Lady Yin.
However, this woman, knowing that she needed to restore her vision, no longer slept in the same bed with him. This point, Chen Chen still had a knot in his heart. I don't need your help. Lady Yin fell to the ground. Chen Chen reached out to help her up, but Lady Yin pushed his hand away, got up by herself, and punched Chen Chen again.
This man.
Lady Yin once thought that since she had chosen him, she would follow him for the rest of her life. During her most vulnerable days, all she thought about was him coming faster. She looked forward to him every day, even if he just came to bring her a popsicle. But unexpectedly, all men in the world are the same, they all look at other women. That night, Lady Yin stood alone in the 4th floor exhibition hall for a long time, and finally, she decided to give Chen Chen another chance. On the way, she had already decided that she wouldn't let him touch her legs tonight. However, when she returned to the rest area and was ready to crawl into Chen Chen's arms to sleep, she found that Chen Chen was surrounded by 2 girls, even stepping on one under his feet. Since there was no place for her on the big bed, should she still beg him for attention? This was not Lady Yin's character. The second time, Chen Chen grabbed her wrist again and pushed her back to the ground. Men are indeed like this. Once they have a new woman, they start to lay hands on themselves. Lady Yin felt really stupid. If she had known this, she might as well have frozen to death. The third time, Lady Yin stood up and was pushed down by Chen Chen again. You jerk! The fourth time, Lady Yin was already a bit angry, but she was gently pushed back to the ground by Chen Chen.
Chen Chen!
The fifth time, this time, before she could stand up, Chen Chen gently pushed her forehead.
This time, Lady Yin couldn't even stand up. Today, let's give her a little punishment. Chen Chen looked at Lady Yin on the ground, feeling somewhat relieved. Even though she had been bullied like this, she never thought of using her skills to fight back. Just for this woman was still worth it. Chen Chen.
Curling up her long legs, Lady Yin sniffed, trying to look up as much as possible, not wanting this scum to see her cry. She pursed her lips and said with difficulty, Chen Chen, you wanted to leave 3 to die, right? Fine, I'll stay. For some reason, after saying she would stay, Lady Yin's heart suddenly clenched, as if it was being held by a hand. It hurt a lot, and there was a hint of bitterness. Sitting on the ground, Yin Cheng looked into Chen Chen's eyes, waiting for him to say the words of giving up. The two stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Chen Chen spoke up, I disagree. Why do you disagree? Chen Chen, I'm not yours. Why do you have to control me? Perhaps feeling Chen Chen's concern, Lady Yin's emotions suddenly exploded. Chen Chen bent down, holding her armpits on both sides, trying to lift her up, but her 2 long legs started misbehaving again. Chen Chen held her, trying to make her stand up straight, but her legs refused to cooperate. Let me go. I want to stay. Yin Cheng sniffed arrogantly and tried to kick him with one of her long legs, but Chen Chen caught her with one hand. You can stay if you want. Chen Chen grabbed one of her long legs and lifted her up without hesitation. Lady Yin's body was thrown into the air, and she screamed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chen Shen's neck. Chen Shen caught her body and held her like a bride, saying, "You can stay if you want, but you have to repay what you owe me, and I'll let you stay."
"What do I owe you? Chen Shen, you're going too far."
Being held like this in front of so many people, Lady Yin felt embarrassed and annoyed, kicking her legs wildly.
"What do I owe you? You should know."
In front of a group of girls pulling hair and scratching faces, Chen Shen held Lady Yin and walked towards the direction of the 15th generation of Riding Earth.
"What do I owe you? I.
Being carried by Chen Shen, Lady Yin felt embarrassed and annoyed again, but suddenly remembered the confident image she had a few days ago.
"Fine. Then I'll make a bet with you. Then I can swear too.
If you win, I, Yin Qing, swear that I will only follow you in my life, have only you as a man, do whatever you want me to do, actively please you, and never regret it."
So, why is he holding himself now?
Yin Qing suddenly felt a little panicked and quickly said, "Chen Shen, please let me down."
"Can't I stay if I don't leave? Please let me go. I'll go with you. I won't go anywhere else."
"Apologize to me, or I'll slap you."
"Which one do you choose?" Chen Shen stood still, holding Yin Qing. Yin Qing chuckled, "Chen Shen, you're going too far. What did I do wrong? Why should I apologize to you?" "Well, if you want to hit me." Smack!
Yin Qing's eyes widened instantly, she covered her buttocks, unable to believe it. Chen Shen. Chen Shen put her down and ignored her. At this time, the girls' fight was almost over.
Chen Shen walked over and asked them to stop.
"All lift your heads up, let me see where the blood is."
Chen Shen walked up to them and checked them one by one.
Now, many girls' hair was messy. Chen Shen walked up to a girl and saw no injuries on her face.
The girl also looked up at Chen Shen. "Wait a minute, Chen Shen."
She quickly took off her shirt. Chen Shen glanced at her and continued to the next one. 131 girls, not including Lady Yin, there were still 130. Walking up to Su Xiaochan and Shen Wan, the two little earth guards, Su Xiaochan looked up, called out "Dad" crisply, and Chen Shen pretended not to see anything, moving on to the next one. When he reached Dr. Ming, he saw that she was in a sorry state. There were bloody scratches on her fair neck. Chen Shen reached out to help her tidy her hair. Dr. Ning clearly wanted to avoid him, but she stood still stiffly. It could be felt that she was tense all over. Walking up to another girl, she tiptoed and whispered in her ear, "Chen Shen, I can also sleep with you like Sister Yin Cheng.
You can stay." Chen Shen remained unmoved. "Chen Shen, I can really do it. I can sleep with you."
Bao Xiaoyu felt that she was very beautiful, and Chen Shen should not refuse her.
But when she saw that Chen Shen really wanted to keep her, she couldn't care about speaking softly anymore and said anxiously, "Chen Shen, Sister Yin Cheng can do what you want, I can do it too. Don't keep me here, I can serve you every day in the future. I can do anything." Chen Shen continued to walk forward.
Bao Xiaoyu, anxious to catch up, was stopped by two girls.
She said anxiously, "Chen Shen, you don't really want to keep me here, right? I can do anything."
"Yin Qing finds you disgusting, but I don't mind."
"Chen Shen, please don't keep me. I can give you that, I don't mind you." "Chen Shen, you can't be serious.
If you leave me alone now, what's the difference between that and killing me?"
"Chen Shen, I was wrong, I can let them hurt me now, can't I?" "Chen Shen."
Among the 130 girls, except for Su Xiaochan and Shen Wan, Chen Shen deliberately let go.
Bao Xiaoyu was not injured. Chen Shen didn't see the blood he wanted. Then he must keep her.
At 1:20 in the afternoon, Chen Shen estimated that by around 1:30, the road outside would be filled with soil.
With 10 minutes left, Chen Shen finally made a round in the automotive city warehouse at Yin Yangzi's house.
He stored the remaining 23 Wranglers, 10 Mercedes-Benz GLS 500S, 10 BMW X7S, and 10 Audi Q7S in the space.
The total weight in the space increased by 119 tons. Now, his total space weight is 185.75 tons. He can still store 814 tons. The storage capacity of 1,000 tons is equivalent to the sum of 10 space people. Indeed, it's awesome.
Back on the first floor of the warehouse, Chen Shen stored 3 sleeper cars, 3 buses, and 8 medium-sized full-load trucks in the space.
The total weight in the space was 662 tons. Chen Shen once again felt that the storage capacity of 1,000 tons was truly abnormal. 1:30 in the afternoon.
The sky was dark green, and tender grass had already sprouted on the ground. Chen Shen opened the roller shutter door of the automotive city warehouse, and a group of girls walked to the door. They were attracted by the scene in front of them, slowly raised their heads, their necks stretched higher and higher, but they couldn't see the end.
"Chen Shen, what is that? Hurry up."
In front of them, the dark green sky, a towering giant tree piercing the sky.
and it was expanding its trunk at a visible speed. Underfoot, Chen Chen could clearly feel that countless roots were spreading in the soil at this moment. Hurry up! Chen Chen turned around and shouted, "Yin Yangzi, you lead the way with the Chu 215th. Others, get on your cars now. If you can't drive out of this compound in 3 minutes, you will all die here." Even if he was reborn, Chen Chen didn't know that there was actually a giant tree here in the automotive city. At this moment, seeing such a spectacular giant tree for the first time, the group of girls were still a bit dumbfounded and at a loss. Yin Yangzi reacted the fastest. She ran towards the direction of the Chu 215th while shouting, "Hurry back to your cars. Can't you hear me? Are you deaf?" The group of girls woke up as if from a dream, running in panic towards their own trucks. A Chu 215th car rushed out of the roller shutter gate first. At this moment, the giant tree in front of them had already engulfed the Automotive City Exhibition Hall, and was less than 50 meters away from the warehouse. Hurry up! Follow Yin Yangzi. There are still 662 tons in the space. Chen Chen casually summoned a Harley motorcycle, mounted the heavy machine, started the fire, held the handlebars with one hand, controlled the heavy machine shuttling in the large warehouse, and the other hand quickly slapped on the bodies of the heavy trucks. A scream! Inside the driver's cab of a heavy truck, the girl who had already started the fire suddenly felt a void beneath her. The heavy truck disappeared out of thin air, and her body began to plummet rapidly. "Hold on to me." Just when she thought her bones were about to break, a heavy machine suddenly caught her. The girl fell right in front of Chen Chen, facing him. Chen Chen shouted loudly, "Hold on to my neck." Okay, brother Chen Chen." At this moment, the girl's mind went blank, her heart was pounding, and the only thought in her head was, "I'll listen to whatever brother Chen Chen says." And at this moment, holding onto brother Chen Chen's neck tightly, the girl felt a sense of safety she had never experienced in her life. She really wanted to hold him like this forever. Within 1 minute, 15 fully loaded flatbed trucks, each weighing about 40 tons, were all taken into the space by Chen Chen. There are still 59 tons left in the space. Hurry! Follow the front car. At this moment in the Automotive City warehouse, only Lan Jia was driving the long-distance bus. At this moment, the girls who couldn't drive, or the girls who hadn't had their turn to drive this time, were all on this bus. Chen Chen drove the heavy machine, honking wildly around its body. "Hurry! Keep up with the front convoy." The expansion of the tree trunk, at this moment, was less than 10 meters away from the Automotive City warehouse. Lan Jia drove the long-distance bus, and she could clearly feel the bumps under the wheels. Suddenly, Lan Jia shouted loudly. She stepped on the accelerator under her foot. The long-distance bus suddenly accelerated and began to bump more violently. The girls inside the bus were tossed around. In the driver's cab, in front of the windshield, Lan Jia could already see the huge tree roots bulging out of the soil ahead. "Hold on tight, everyone!" Lan Jia shouted, fiercely turning the steering wheel. The long-distance bus passed by the tree roots less than 50 centimeters away and headed straight for the entrance of the Automotive City compound. Bang! The front of the bus passed by the bulging tree roots, but when the rear of the bus tried to pass, the roots had bulged under the tires. The bus, with the rear raised more than 1 meter high, landed heavily on the ground. The girls inside the bus screamed, but Lan Jia gritted her teeth and followed the rear of the truck ahead. "This Lan Jia is good." Chen Chen stopped the heavy machine in front, with one foot on the ground. He happened to see this scene, then looked up through the windshield, and saw Lan Jia gritting her teeth. This woman can be entrusted with the future of the driver team. Chen Chen gave Lan Jia a thumbs up, turned the heavy machine around, and raced towards the direction of the leading car of Yin Yangzi ahead. "Save us! Government, save us! Take us with you! Take us with you! Don't leave us behind! Government, save us!" Yin Qing drove the 15th generation Riding Earth to take the lead, but she couldn't drive too fast to take care of the heavy truck convoy behind. At this time, a large crowd suddenly surged out in front, and some brave ones had already circled to the front of the car, trying to force Yin Qing to stop the car. Bang! 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 Driving the heavy machine, when Chen Chen arrived here, he happened to see this scene. Yin Yangzi's 15th generation Riding Earth had already started to slow down under their pressure. 3 gunshots! Chen Chen drove the heavy machine suddenly accelerated towards the crowd in front. He consecutively knocked down 3 men. Drifting, Chen Chen turned around and held the gun with one hand, firing 3 shots into the sky again. He shouted at Yin Qing, "Don't slow down. Charge forward." Through the windshield, Chen Chen was seen on the opposite side. Inside the car, Yin Qing suddenly screamed, honked wildly, stepped on the gas pedal. Bang bang bang! Several survivors who couldn't dodge were knocked flying, and a man was even knocked onto the hood of the car, rolling down the back of the car. Ping pong! Inside the car, Yin Cheng heard a man rolling over the roof of the car and the wheels rolling over human bodies. This time, her two beautiful eyes suddenly turned red. She frantically honked the horn again, turned the car around, and charged towards the crowd on one side. In the rearview mirror, she saw that the survivors did not dare to stop her car, but instead went to stop the heavy truck behind her. So, the 15th rider is going to escort the sisters behind. Bang 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 bang. The 15th rider didn't know how many people he had knocked down. Yin Cheng drove it to the end of the convoy, turned the car around again, and charged forward from the other side of the convoy. Lady Yin. Seeing this scene, even Chen Chen was shocked and slightly opened his mouth. He felt that perhaps not long after, the former first female killer of the last day in the previous life was about to awaken. The dark green sky, the faint breeze, drifting fine dust. Very beautiful, but also very oppressive. The oppression is like a stone placed in front of everyone's chest. Can't breathe. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, the heavy truck convoy had completely reached the outskirts of the Spring City. All around, it was desolate. The roar of the Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Thousands of people. Now, behind the convoy, there are tens of thousands of survivors. Continuously firing, this time Chen Chen no longer cared about the bullets, shooting nearly 80 survivors in a row, finally stopping the pursuit of the survivors. Guns! At the beginning of the jungle apocalypse, the deterrent power on ordinary people was still very strong. Silence. Tens of thousands of people stopped, and Chen Chen's heavy machine gun lay 50 meters in front of them. Now, listen to me carefully. The Harley-Davidson motorcycle roared again. Chen Chen raised his pistol and fired several shots in a row. He drove the motorcycle to the front of the group of survivors. Drew a line. The Harley's engine rumbled. The tires drew a line on the soft mud. Step forward. Kill. Chen Chen was completely bloodshot now. They want to grab their own supplies, so even if there are thousands of people, they must kill. Chen Chen's heavy motorcycle once again lay across from the thousands of people, and behind him, Lady Yin stood on the roof of the 15th rider with 2 long legs crossed, holding her waist with one hand. Her beautiful eyes were also full of killing intent. Finally, more than 100 sisters, now, whether they like it or not, they all got off the big truck, tightly holding daggers in their hands. At this moment, everyone rises and falls together. A line was drawn, and there was a dead silence on the other side. The survivor standing at the front stared at the motorcycle line under his feet, stepping back slowly. This madman has already killed hundreds of people. He doesn't care about killing one more. We are not a country, nor a government. Facing the crowd of thousands, Chen Chen shouted loudly, I won't give you a grade of food, a drop of water. But, you can join us if you want. But you must meet 3 conditions at the same time. First, you must be a woman. Second, you must have a tattoo on your wrist. And third, you must obey orders unconditionally. When Chen Chen said this, the other side suddenly exploded. Now, at the beginning of the jungle apocalypse, 99% of people have not awakened, and no one knows what tattoo on the wrist means. In the crowd, a girl shouted loudly, Hey, boy over there, do you want to check if I have a tattoo on my thigh? I can show you. Why do you only want women? You're a man, what do you want? Damn, this kid looks like a little rascal. Look behind him, all little girls. Bang, bang. Chen Chen raised his gun and shot 2 men who were talking, then the crowd fell silent again. After a while, the crowd on the other side fell silent. In the crowd, a girl suddenly raised her hand high and said, I have a tattoo, big brother, I have a tattoo. The girl spoke, and the people around her subconsciously moved away from her. Seeing everyone keeping their distance, the girl felt uneasy, but after not eating for several days, she was now very hungry. Without thinking too much, the girl gritted her teeth, Big brother, I'll go over now, I'm following your instructions, you can't kill me. This girl came from the countryside, started working at a young age, washed dishes, worked as a waitress, and finally found a job at a printing factory. Unexpectedly, doomsday suddenly arrived. The girl walked forward, and the crowd subconsciously made way for her, everyone looking at her with surprise. Ji Shang had never been stared at by so many people before. She felt her mind go blank, not knowing anything. She just knew to move forward step by step. Maybe it was because she hadn't eaten for days. Ji Shang stumbled and walked towards Chen Chen. Her legs suddenly weakened at the knees, almost falling forward. Chen Chen reached out his arm for her to hold onto, then grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her towards him. The girl's body seemed boneless as she fell into Chen Chen's arms. Across the way, thousands of eyes were watching. Everyone was watching to see what the young man on the heavy motorcycle was going to do. Big brother, I'm not that kind of person. Let me go. I won't do that kind of thing.
Xiang struggled to stand up from Chen Shen's embrace, looking terrified and uneasy. Chen Shen grabbed her arm and pulled up her shirt, revealing a small flame symbol on the girl's pale and slender wrist. "What do you want, big brother?" Seeing Chen Shen staring at her wrist, Xiang calmed down a bit and explained, "Big brother, I don't know why this happened, it just appeared suddenly. It seems like I can start a fire, I don't know what's going on." Chen Shen looked at this young girl, around 18 or 19 years old, weighing at most 70 pounds, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. But, despite being so frail, this girl was actually a flame warrior. Flame warrior, flame skill. When the skill is activated, the palms can spew flames up to 10 meters long, and flames over 1 meter long will burst around the body. The skill effect lasts for 10 minutes. It can be used once a day, requiring the consumption of 1 energy crystal each time. In the jungle apocalypse, flame warriors are the nemesis of all kinds of insects, and after using the skill, all insects will actively avoid them and dare not approach. In the jungle apocalypse, flame warriors are also one of the most powerful combat awakened beings. In the previous life, most of the lords of the major tree cities were flame warriors. "You can come with me, go to the back and find Lanjia, get on Lanjia's car." The girl had big eyes and a long braid that reached her buttocks. She spoke in a rustic manner, which was quite endearing. Chen Shen looked at her for a while. Xiang glanced up and quickly looked away, not expecting that the ruthless killer from earlier was actually a young man about her age. And he was quite handsome. I got it, big brother. I will work for you in the future, work hard for you, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. But I'm really not that kind of person, I won't do that kind of thing. Don't bully me, that's it for now. Before the apocalypse, this kind of innocent girl was rare. Xiang lowered her head and ran fast in small steps. Although she didn't know where to go, when she passed by the 15th generation of the riding earth car, on the roof of the car, Lady Yin, with 2 long legs crossed and 1 hand on her waist, glanced down slightly with her beautiful eyes and snorted coldly at the appearance of the girl. Immediately, her big eyes glanced at Chen Shen, who was riding a heavy motorcycle in a cool manner. On the other side, among the crowd of thousands of survivors, many of them started to whisper when they saw that the girl was actually taken in by the other party. They really wanted to know what that tattoo was all about. However, with Xiang taking the lead, another woman immediately shouted loudly, "Me! I also have a tattoo. Little brother, big sister also has a tattoo. If you can really take in big sister. Big sister is also willing to go with you." This was a 30-year-old big sister, and when she spoke, everyone around her looked at her. However, the big sister used to be a salesperson in a pharmacy before the apocalypse, dealing with people every day, so she didn't care about these things. "Make way! Let me through! Move aside!" Wan Hong squeezed out of the crowd and ran to Chen Shen, rolling up her sleeves. "Young man, show big sister quickly, see if big sister's tattoo can go with you." The tattoo on the big sister's wrist was a circle with a few waves around it. She was an illuminated person awakened. Illuminated people, a name given casually after the apocalypse. Illuminated person awakened. After the skill is triggered, the surrounding 1,000 square meters will be as bright as daylight. Can be used once a day, lasting for 1 hour. Each use requires the consumption of 1 energy crystal. Illuminated person awakened also belongs to the support category. In the jungle apocalypse, illuminated people awakened have a certain role in night battles or archaeological excavations. However, illuminated people awakened also need to consume 1 energy crystal, so the cost effectiveness in the jungle apocalypse is not high. You can go. Chen Shen looked at the appearance of the big sister, not as delighted as when he had just received the girl. However, it was still acceptable. And this time, Lady Yin standing on the roof of the car didn't even bother to glance at the big sister, letting her pass directly in front of her. Now, 2 people in a row entered the opposite team. The noise from the crowd on the other side grew louder and louder. Just then, in the crowd, 2 identical girls struggled to push through. The 2 of them said in unison, "Us too. Me and my sister, we both have tattoos." Handsome guy. "I'm Yin Duo. I'm the older sister, from the Kyoto Dance Academy, ballet department, I can control water." Little brother. "I'm Yin Kai. I'm the younger sister, from the Kyoto Dance Academy, ballet department, I can also control water." Yun Duo, Yun Kai. In the previous life, the 2 female city lords of Giant Tree City No. 99? Chen Shen looked at these 2 lovely female city lords and felt somewhat strange. In the previous life, the famous twin water vapor city lords were now standing in front of him, seeking shelter cutely. Water vapor people, support category, skill, water gathering technique. When the skill is activated, within a radius of 10,000 square meters, all dew on flower petals and leaves can be gathered at will, with a purification effect.
The skill can be used once a day, and each use lasts for 1 hour. Each use consumes 1 energy crystal. Similarly, water vapor people are the strongest support category in the jungle apocalypse. Generally, in a powerful giant tree city, at least 1 water vapor person awakened must be supported. They are the water supply guarantee for the entire giant tree city. Even the city lord must treat them with respect when they see them. Hey handsome, do you think we can do it?
Yeah, little brother, stop staring at me and my sister's faces. The 2 little girls look exactly the same, and Chen Chen can only tell them apart by their ponytails. Sister Yun Duo's ponytail is combed to the left. The younger sister Yun Kai Kai's ponytail is combed to the right. The twin sisters standing together make a pair of double ponytails. Coming back to his senses, Chen Chen nodded and said, "Go behind me, get on Sister Lan's car."
Hey handsome, let's go over there.
Little brother, wish you good luck. The sisters held hands and walked forward. As they passed by the 15th generation of the Earth Rider, they both looked up at the beautiful sister on the roof with long legs. The sisters said in unison, "Hello, sister." Just as the sisters had just entered the line, on the opposite side, a man finally stood up from the crowd. The man looked about 40 years old, very burly, and shouted, "Hey, over there, I also have tattoos, can I join you?" The man raised his wrist, but Chen Chen couldn't see clearly from a distance. However, just by looking at the man's full face of muscles, Chen Chen would not allow him to join. He said, "I've already made it clear, we don't want men in our team. I also have tattoos, why can't I join you?" The man strode forward, already crossing the red line drawn by Chen Chen. At this moment, many men behind him were also clamoring, "Yeah, why can't men join? Aren't you a man?" Bang! Seeing the man cross the red line, Chen Chen raised his gun and shot, but the bullet hit the man's forehead with a crisp sound of ding. The bullet bounced off. The man just paused slightly and continued walking forward. "Stone Skin Man?" Chen Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, slowly got off the heavy machine, and stared at the man approaching from the opposite side. At this moment, the man had a cold smile on his face. "I've already told you, I also have tattoos, and my awakening skill is incredibly powerful." "Ha ha, now you see it." Stone Skin Man, combat type, awakening skill, stone skin protection. When the skill is activated, the body becomes impenetrable. The skill can be used once a day, and each time the effect lasts for 10 minutes. It requires the consumption of 1 energy crystal each time. Stone Skin Man is also the most powerful warrior in the survivor team battles. Their bodies can withstand all high-tech weapon attacks. "Pretty boy, I see you're protecting the group of girls behind you, why not let me take care of them for you?" The Stone Skin Man walked towards Chen Chen with a fierce smile, while Chen Chen just looked at him calmly. Behind him, many girls were holding their breath, and Yin Yangzi slowly put her hand on her wrist, ready to activate her skill at any time. "I already told you before, crossing this line." Watching the Stone Skin Man approaching step by step, Chen Chen seemed to casually stroke the tattoo behind his head, but as his palm touched the lightning tattoo on the back of his neck, the next second, under the gaze of more than 10,000 pairs of eyes, Chen Chen's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Before everyone could react to what had happened, Chen Chen's body had appeared behind the man. Everyone just felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the Stone Skin Man still had a fierce smile on his face. Suddenly, behind him, one of Chen Chen's legs rose high, the heel came down hard on the back of the Stone Skin Man's neck. The man only felt a huge force on the back of his neck, but he didn't feel any pain. His body began to tilt forward, and as Chen Chen's heel came down, he took a big step forward and stomped down. But in the eyes of others, Chen Chen had just appeared behind the man, raised his leg, as if he had just taken a step forward. The stone-skinned warrior's face was firmly pressed into the mud by Chen Chen stepping on the back of his head, gradually exerting force. The stone-skinned warrior fought desperately, using both hands and feet, but with his head being stepped on, he couldn't muster any strength. Chen Chen stepped on the back of the stone-skinned warrior's head, coldly saying, "Let me tell you a weakness of a stone-skinned warrior. Although you are impervious to swords and spears, you still need to breathe. However, you may not need it in this lifetime." Stepping on the back of the stone-skinned warrior's head, after dozens of seconds, the man's struggling strength began to weaken. Finally, both arms hung limply on the ground, motionless. Stepping on the stone-skinned warrior, Chen Chen scanned the opposite side again, facing 10,000 people. The opposite side fell silent. The men who were just impervious to weapons were just blinked at, then this young man stepped on him and suffocated him alive. 10,000 people, 10,000 pairs of eyes all stared at Chen Chen as if he were a monster. Chen Chen's gaze swept over them. No one dared to meet his eyes. Slowly, the people in the front row began to step back. Gradually, more than 10,000 men and women all stepped back together. In the end, they started to run back frantically. Did they just run away like that? Behind him, more than 100 young ladies looked at each other. Some couldn't believe that brother Chen Shen just stepped on a man to death. More than 10,000 people on the opposite side were scared away by brother Chen Shen like this. On the car roof, Lady Yin slowly moved her right hand away from her left wrist, looking at Chen Shen with a complex expression. And Chen Shen, watching the fleeing crowd, getting farther and farther away, gradually leaving only a shadow. At this moment, Chen Shen also breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at his watch, there were still 20 minutes. In about 20 minutes, the insect tide would complete its mutation. Turning around, he saw more than 100 young ladies staring blankly at him. He said, "Don't waste time, everyone quickly get back to your cars and follow me." Flashing, the next second, Chen Shen appeared on the Harley motorcycle. Starting the engine, the motorcycle continued to lead the way in the vast convoy. At this moment, the sky was still green, drifting with fine dust, accompanied by large clods of soil. And now, the jungle doomsday had just begun, and the survivors had no idea how many treasures were hidden in these clods of soil. Be careful! Jungle doomsday. In the convoy, the Harley motorcycle took the lead, and ahead, a giant tree was undergoing mutation. The motorcycle skidded. Chen Shen drove the motorcycle in a half circle. Turning back, he honked wildly, pointing to the other side and shouting, "Go around!" In the convoy, Lady Yin's Dirt 15th Century took the lead. She saw Chen Shen's instructions and quickly began to honk and turn on the right turn signal. In the rear, the heavy truck convoy saw the instructions and followed suit by honking and turning right. Chen Shen was afraid that there might be some fools behind who couldn't see the instructions, so he stayed under this mutated giant tree to guide them, until the last bus driven by Lon passed through. By then, the tires of the Harley motorcycle had already bulged out with roots. In neutral, giving gas with his hand, the Harley motorcycle roared. Before leaving, Chen Shen looked back. This was at least a level 3 giant tree city. The level of the giant tree city is classified by thickness, not height. Height, any giant tree can reach up to 10,000 meters, higher than the Himalayas, and no one can climb to the top of the tree. The thickness can be measured by survivors. The thickness of a level 3 giant tree city is approximately 300 meters in diameter, and the height is also estimated through the thickness. The thickness of a level 5 giant tree city is about 500 meters in diameter. The area occupied by a level 3 giant tree city can reach 70,000 square meters. The area occupied by a level 5 giant tree city can reach a terrifying 200,000 square meters, equivalent to the total area of 30 standard football fields. The escort convoy passed by, and Chen Shen accelerated the heavy motorcycle from the side of the convoy. Ahead, the 15th Riding Earth was flashing its hazard lights, and the entire convoy came to a stop. "Chen Shen, come over and take a look. Is this the meteorite you're looking for?" "Not this one, let's keep going. This meteorite is also considered good." Chen Shen took a look. It was 8 meters tall, elliptical, with the thickest part in the middle about 4 meters wide. It was a large meteorite. In the previous life, this meteorite would have been enough to cause 2 large adventure teams to go to war. Without sacrificing hundreds of lives, it was impossible to monopolize this meteorite. However, now Chen Shen was looking for the Spring City, or even the entire Liubei province, the only super meteorite, also known as the Meteorite King by the survivors. In the previous life, one of the 4 major adventure teams, the Rampage Adventure Team, dominated 38 giant tree cities nearby with the super meteorite. They even outshone the Lady Nyangzi Adventure Team for a while. Of course, Lady Nyangzi later casually cut off the leader of their team, Rampage. The man over 2 meters tall fell under Lady Nyangzi's legs. Thinking of this, Chen Shen licked his lips and decided to find time tonight to punish Lady Nyangzi a bit, change her violent nature. However, that super meteorite. Chen Shen estimated that the treasure inside that meteorite was at least 30 to 50 times that of the current one, and that super meteorite, in his memory, should be nearby. Anyway, find the Meteorite King first. After the Meteorite King is emptied, then come back to dig this one. Get back to your own cars and follow me. Chen Shen continued to lead the way on the heavy motorcycle. It's about 16 minutes until the insect mutation is complete. He's not sure of the exact time. However, one thing he can be sure of is that after the insect mutation is complete, they will besiege the Spring City from all directions. This insect tide event will probably last about 24 hours. In the previous life, Chen Shen escaped by climbing trees faster than others, while the people below fed the insects, allowing him to escape. But this time, Chen Shen only needed to find the Meteorite King. As for the insect tide event, he had his own solution. There are 12 minutes left until the insect mutation is complete. Chen Shen drove the heavy motorcycle, with an open space 1,500 meters ahead. From afar, Chen Shen could see the meteorite that looked like a small mountain.
That should be it. When he truly saw the Meteorite King, he couldn't help but feel excited. Honking the horn wildly, Chen Shen signaled to Min Cheng behind him to stop the car in front of the meteorite. Leading the way, he rushed towards the direction of the Meteorite King. The Meteorite King was 100 meters tall, equivalent to the height of a 30-story building before the apocalypse, elliptical, with the widest part in the center also about 50 meters. When Chen Shen arrived in front of it with the heavy motorcycle, he only felt his own insignificance. However, the more he felt insignificant, the more awesome it felt. This indicated that the crystals, magazines, high-tech weapons, etc. inside this meteorite might far exceed his imagination. Found it! Chen Shen excitedly raised his fist. This was the fundamental basis for survival. After emptying this meteorite, encountering the kind of event where thousands pursued him again. With just 100 girls behind him, a few rounds of synchronized shooting would definitely clean them up within 5 minutes. In the previous life, the Rampage Adventure Team relied on this Meteorite King to support at least 30,000 Rampage army. Now, although he only had 100 girls, it didn't matter. After emptying this Meteorite King today, by early tomorrow, when the insect tide subsided, he would lead the fully armed girls back to the Spring City, to the area of giant tree cities numbered 59 to 88 from the previous life. It used to be the University City of Chunchang, with 157 universities and at least 2 million university students before the end of the world. Young people have high resistance. In the previous life, Tree City from No. 59 to No. 88 was one of the few areas not controlled by the 4 major adventure groups. They even formed the University Student Self-Rescue Alliance. It was said that they once stipulated that a man could only marry 2 wives at most. Later, this rule was abolished, mainly because the young ladies did not agree. Marrying a loser who can't even afford to eat, isn't this rule sentencing them to death? Although initially, it was vigorously promoted by them. However, those are not important anymore. After overturning this rule, the young ladies exclaimed, "Scumbags are so attractive. Tomorrow at noon, we will go to the University City." Lady Yin's team is coming, and Shen Shen is planning to go to the University City area tomorrow to recruit at least another 1,000 beautiful female members. With 157 universities, are there fewer campus beauties among the awakened? Chen Chen. Brother Chen Chen. The young ladies successively got off the heavy truck, with 10 minutes to spare. A lot can be done in 10 minutes. Where is Sister Lan? Walking to the bus, Chen Chen found Lan first, not knowing the name of the new flame girl. Lan was not seen in the driver's seat, but the girl with the long braids was seen first, timidly getting off the bus. Chen Chen walked over and asked, "Can you use the flame skill now?" "Yes, I can," Ji Xiang nodded cautiously. "I don't know why I." "Alright, you don't need to tell me so much for now." Chen Chen took her hand and walked to the meteorite. "Look at these white things, they are insect eggs. Now quickly use your skill to burn these eggs around here." I understand, I will use that fire." Ji Xiang nodded, just led by Chen Chen. Now many young ladies are watching her. However, this time Ji Xiang was not shy. She tried to stand up straighter, clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, she slapped her left wrist with her right hand. Then, hundreds of young ladies around suddenly noticed that the long braid behind the girl's buttocks suddenly unraveled. The nearly 1 meter long hair floated in the air without wind, and her delicate body, at this moment, suddenly burst into flames over a meter long. This scared the surrounding young ladies. They thought the girl had suddenly self-immolated. Everyone stepped back, "Stay away from her." Chen Chen also kept stepping back. This girl didn't even say a word before using her skill, almost singeing his eyebrows. And the hair strands hit his face, causing a sharp pain. Brother, did I burn it?" At this moment, flames over 3 meters long had burst out of Ji Xiang's palms, and she wanted to confirm with Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded, then, to the amazed eyes of the young ladies around, Ji Xiang shouted, and flames suddenly shot out over 10 meters high from her palms. The white insect eggs melted instantly. The other young ladies screamed and scattered. Chen Chen also kept retreating. This girl looked soft and weak, but when using her skill, she was really fierce. He only asked her to burn the eggs, not to run around burning them. Seeing the girl shouting and circling the meteorite, almost burning herself several times. "Brother, are they all burned? Are there any left?" Ji Xiang, with flames over 10 meters long in her hands, ran towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen quickly backed away. "Don't come over. Put out the flames first." "Oh, okay, I got it." Ji Xiang quickly extinguished the flames, and her long hair fell back onto her shoulders. "I thought you were so powerful, big brother. I didn't think you were afraid." "Damn right I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of your flames." In the current team, maybe only Cloud and Rain, with their water gathering technique and water barrier,
might not fear your intense fire skills. With over 7 minutes left, Ji Shang stood amidst flames over a meter long, looking like she still wanted to reason with herself.
Chen Chen quickly sent her to search for insect eggs around the area to burn.
There was no time to waste on her. Chen Chen first directed the female team members to park the heavy trucks properly, dozens of them forming 3 circles with their backs facing the meteorite on one side, creating an open space in the center. While the girls parked, Chen Chen found a large hammer on one of the hardware trucks. After making sure the onlookers were safe, he stood alone under the meteorite, gazing up at the Meteorite King equivalent to a 30-story building.
Chen Chen raised the hammer and smashed it down on the meteorite.
These meteorites looked massive. However, they had 2 characteristics. First, they didn't crash onto the ground but rather landed. So when these meteorites hit the ground, they didn't shatter. Second, although they appeared hard, their meteorite shells were only thin, about the thickness of 2 cigarette boxes. Inside was all meteorite soil, and the treasure lay within this meteorite soil.
Quick! Everyone, move faster. The bugs are about to complete their mutation.
Chen Chen cracked open the meteorite, creating 3 1-meter square openings. Black meteorite soil flowed out like raw eggs.
Chen Chen immediately instructed the girls to sift the soil with fishing nets.
This time, 130 girls escaped from the Automotive City warehouse, including the 4 newly awakened, totaling 134. Currently, 100 girls were sieving the meteorite soil, while the remaining 34, including Chen Chen, stood on the car roofs patrolling. The convoy now formed a fully enclosed semicircle around the meteorite, with 3 layers of circles within.
There was just over a minute left. Chen Chen, look! I dug out a big gun.
These non-gamers could only differentiate between automatic rifles and pistols by size. The high-tech rifle looked similar to the mainstream rifles on Earth, like an AK-47. One could say it was almost a replica of the AK-47.
The appearance and even the magazine were similar.
However, this high-tech rifle had 5 features that pre-apocalyptic human technology could never achieve.
The first was the material. This high-tech rifle used a metal unlike any on Earth.
Despite its large size, it weighed only 0.5 kilograms, or 1 pound, making it easy for children to handle and shoot. Moreover, this rifle was impervious to water and fire, able to fire underwater and withstand an hour of grilling over a fire. When held, it remained cool to the touch, and the barrel never heated up. The second feature was perfect ballistics. Earth's firearms were affected by air resistance and gravity, causing the bullet trajectory to be asymmetrical.
High-tech rifles and pistols were unaffected by these factors.
They could shoot underwater without resistance. The third feature was recoil.
High-tech rifles had absolutely no recoil. Shooting felt like playing a computer game. The fourth feature was firing rate.
While an AK-47 could fire up to 600 rounds per minute, the high-tech rifle could reach 10,000 rounds per minute with perfect ballistics and no recoil.
This was incredibly terrifying.
A normal survivor, without shaking hands, can shoot through a dam in a few minutes,
destroy a bridge in a few minutes.
Point 5, the last point, is also the most crucial point.
This high-tech rifle has a space magazine that humans cannot understand. The magazine, similar to the AK-47 magazine, is almost identical. The bullets are also yellow-orange bullets, completely identical in size and weight to the bullets in human cognition.
The only difference is that there is a black and white display the size of a matchbox on the space magazine.
To say display might not be accurate, it should be a screen on a calculator. This screen only displays the number of bullets in the magazine and the limit.
Depending on the quality of the space magazine, the displayed limit on this screen also varies. The lowest grade space magazine has a limit of 100 rounds of standard bullets. The medium space magazine has a limit of 1,000 rounds of standard bullets. The high grade space magazine has a limit of 10,000 rounds of standard bullets. And in the previous life, it is said that the leader of the Rampage adventure team, Rampage, had a space magazine that could hold 100,000 rounds of standard bullets. Chen Chen now hopes that the 100,000 round magazine of Rampage is found in this Meteorite King.
That would be very cool.
100,000 rounds of standard bullets, all in a small magazine, and only weighing 50 grams.
It fits perfectly in the space. Ha! Your big gun is so light, could it be fake?
A young lady discovered the big gun, and they handed it over to Chen Chen one after another. The last young lady, she shook the weight of the big gun in her hand, looked up at Chen Chen on the car roof, and effortlessly threw the rifle up. Chen Chen took the high-tech rifle, pulled out the magazine and looked at it, showing 100-100 on it. High-tech rifles generally come with a low-grade space magazine.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Chen Chen held the gun with one hand and fired a series of bullets into the sky, the gunshots not silenced.
Very exciting. Absolutely no recoil. In 2 lifetimes, Chen Chen used this kind of high-tech rifle for the first time. It's damn cool. Ha! Look, that toy gun can really shoot bullets? Looks fun. Yeah, it looks pretty powerful. I also want to try shooting. The young ladies digging the meteorite under the car all put down their work. They looked up to see Chen Chen's gun. They looked at Chen Chen's high-tech rifle. Chen Chen, it seems like bugs are coming over there. At this point, the post-apocalyptic bugs have completed their mutations one after another. Yin Yangzi was the first to notice that in the distance, there seemed to be a monster over a meter tall. Behind it, there seemed to be a dense mass of something. Chen Chen, here's a magazine for you. We found several more magazines. Just about to sleep, someone brought a pillow. The first batch to arrive should be the cannibal ant colony. In the jungle apocalypse, without the awakening team with the flame man in charge, it would be very troublesome. In the previous life, if the 100-person team Chen Chen was in encountered this cannibal ant colony, they could only run for their lives. There are probably about 300 of them. There are spiked steel plates on the roof of the heavy truck. Chen Chen asked Yin Yangzi to kick out a space for him. He took a few steps and jumped to Yin Yangzi's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. In front, the leading cannibal ant king was less than 100 meters away. Yin Yangzi's beautiful eyes stared at Chen Chen, who raised the automatic rifle and suddenly opened fire. Bang! Bang! The cannibal ant king is 1.5 meters tall, much taller than the ordinary cannibal ants, weighing about 30 pounds. It contains formic acid and can spray in a range of about 5 meters. Sprayed on human survivors, within 10 seconds, they can be corroded into a pile of white bones. And what ants love to eat the most is human bones. Crunch, crunch, it's chewy. Bang, bang. Continuous shots, no recoil at all, the ant king leading the charge ahead, rolling on the ground. Chen Chen adjusted the gun muzzle continuously as it rolled. 3 consecutive shots, 9 bullets, and the ant king burst out a green mist. Yin Yangzi looked at Chen Chen. Watching him shoot seriously, she didn't know what she was thinking, her face inexplicably blushing. Then, maybe thinking of a certain taste, or feeling a bit nauseous, unable to accept it. But this time, it seemed less repulsive. Pinching her nose, Yin Sheng shook her head vigorously, turned her head, and glared fiercely at Chen Chen. Bang, 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 bang. After killing the ant king, Chen Chen raised the automatic rifle to his waist and started shooting continuously. Behind him, there was a dense group of ordinary man-eating ants. However, it only takes 2 to 3 bullets to blow up one of these ordinary man-eating ants. Chen Chen's high-tech rifle began spitting fire continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Across, the ant swarm exploded into green blood mist, bursting one by one. It was like popping colored balloons. Chen Chen was thrilled. Beside him, Yin Yangzi's eyes gradually sparkled too. She found it so exciting to watch. When Chen Chen emptied a magazine and prepared to reload, Yin Xing quickly nudged him with her elbow, saying, Chen Chen, let me play with your gun for a while. Come on, let me try your gun. 10 minutes later, the girls behind them and the super meteorite found more and more high-tech rifles. More and more girls also stood on the roof. The dark green sky stretched over the vast grassland. The sky was still sprinkling fine soil, accompanied by chunks of clods. And under this vast sky, there was a very beautiful scene. With Chen Chen at the center, more than 30 tall girls stood on the roof, forming a beautiful semicircle. Each of them held a high-tech rifle, shooting at the dense swarm of insects. Hey, 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 don't move, this one is mine. The one above is the one you shot. It's my turn now. What do you mean it's mine? You figure it out. I didn't kill the one above, just disabled it, and you gave me the gun later, right? That's your problem. Who's to blame if you can't kill it? Anyway, it's my turn now. No, this one is mine, the next one is yours. Why are you being so unfair? You're the one being unfair. The most satisfying part of killing bugs is the bang and the explosion. You had fun with the last one, now it's my turn. No! Anyway, it's my turn to have fun with this one. If you're going to be unfair like this, let's go find brother Chen Chen to settle this, see who he lets. Let's see, take to the ditch. Let's go. Anyway, when we find brother Chen Chen, he'll let me have fun. Ha! Can't you be more careful with your words? Aren't you afraid Yin Chang will hear? What's there to be afraid of? She can't hear anyway. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the dark green sky, with low clouds. The earth rain had completely stopped today. Occasionally, clouds would still drift down from the sky, reflecting in the dark green clouds, resembling meteors, very beautiful. Super meteorite, convoy. Brother Chen Chen, the beef soup is ready, Yin Chang is calling you to come and eat. Now, only Chen Chen and a dozen female team members were patrolling on the outer roof of the vehicle.
the insect swarm had passed. Or, it could be said that the wave of insects passing through here and preparing to attack the Spring City has completely passed, while the insect wave in Spring City continues. Shen Shen just finished evaluating the two little sisters and decided to let them have fun together. Stepping off the ladder, the little sister who came to call him for dinner shouted to the other girls on duty, "You guys too, come eat, they will finish first and come to take over your posts soon. We're not hungry, you guys go ahead and eat, just leave us a bite." "Yeah, we're not hungry yet, you guys eat first, standing guard is so hard, we can take over, you guys rest." The patrolling sisters all refused to come down. The sister who called for dinner angrily said, "You ghosts aren't hungry, I see you just want to play a little longer." Yin Xing just said, "If you don't come down to eat now, you won't be saved later." The sister on the roof replied, "If you don't save us, then don't, we have beef soup with us, it's still hot, don't worry about us, go eat quickly." "Exactly, go eat quickly, don't mind us. Go go go, don't delay us from killing bugs." Shen Shen got off the car to eat, and now, there were sisters who had finished eating, continuing to work, starting to transport meteorite soil outside the circle. Passing by them, seeing them singing, chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 2, they greeted Chen Shen. It seems that Doomsday is not as terrible as Chen Shen said. He exaggerated. He probably just wanted to scare us girls. Men, they are all like that, they like to tease girls and take advantage. "Chen Shen, are you going to eat? Hurry, Yin Cheng is waiting for you over there." "Hee, yes, Shen Shen, go quickly, your Yin Cheng sister's 2 long legs are numb, go give her a good massage." These sisters are truly happy. They are happier than at company team-building activities, like on an outing. Are bugs not that scary? Shen Shen looked at them, speechless for a while. Now, the empty bullet casings are piled up in the corner, forming a small mountain. In the previous life, if survivors could also use bullets like this, in less than a week, these mutated insects will be able to enter the zoo and become endangered animals under national protection. The reality is, in the previous life, Shen Shen's team often needed dozens of people to kill a single insect. Making traps, using sharpened wooden sticks, in better conditions, there might be an iron rod, shovel, etc. Bullets? Those were only used in life-threatening situations. Who would use them when hunting insects? The money from killing insects couldn't cover the cost of wasted bullets. In the previous life, even the adventurous team of Yin Yangzi wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Not even a tenth. Unless they didn't want to live. However, Shen Shen indulged them today mainly to train their marksmanship. After all, these sisters are now his people. They will have to rely on them to drive in the future. What's going on? The sisters mostly ate together, with several close relationships, gathering around a big pot. Each person held a lunchbox or a cup of instant noodles, scooping soup and sharing beef from a pot. They generally wouldn't argue over a few pieces of meat. It was also because Chen Chen was generous today, letting them eat freely. In the future, especially after recruiting new sisters tomorrow, they definitely couldn't eat like this. Over there, Yin Xing, Lan Jia, Yin Duoduo, Jin Kai Kai, and the rural girl Ji Xiang were gathered around a pot. When Chen Chen came over, he saw that Wan Hong, the lamp person big sister, was standing on the side in punishment, looking disgruntled. "What else can you do? Just float away." Lan Jia bluntly glanced back at Wan Hong. "Well, thinking you have skills, you act superior, and when you come over wanting to get close to Yin Xing, you get taught a lesson by me." Wan Hong said with a displeased face, "Haven't I explained to you before? I am a warm person who treats everyone warmly. It has been like this for many years, kind-hearted." She glanced at Chen Chen and said, "Young man, you should reason with Big Sister. Big Sister wants to get along with them, Big Sister also. Is that what you call getting along?" Lan Jie turned around, sneered, "Don't think I can't hear anything when I'm driving in front. In the afternoon, as soon as you got on our car, you ordered our girls to help you carry this and that, you opened the lunchbox and ate the beef they brought without even asking. And just now, did we invite you over? You came over, took the common spoon we all use, and tried to put it in your mouth. Luckily, I noticed it quickly, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to drink that pot of soup." Chen Chen frowned, looked at Wan Hong, and Wan Hong quickly said, "Young man, don't listen to her nonsense, I am just like this, friendly with everyone. Also, I don't think much of you as a driver." She pointed at Lan Jia with her pinky finger and said, during work in the afternoon, I saw her slacking off." Lan Jia stood up angrily, "You have the nerve to say that? What were you doing during work in the afternoon? You were either directing this or directing that. What did you do yourself?" Wan Hong retorted, "If I wasn't directing, could you all work so efficiently?" "Wait." Shen Shen finally couldn't stay silent. He looked at Wan Hong. "What were you doing in the afternoon? Directing? Who gave you the authority to direct?" In the afternoon, when Chen Chen came down from the roof of the car to rest, He was helping the girls transport meteorite soil.
What the heck, now there's an ancestor here.
Young man, don't misunderstand, big sister is helping you.
You don't know, these girls, if you don't keep an eye on them, they will slack off. If it weren't for big sister watching over them, let me tell you, young man, these girls, they would have caused chaos long ago. It's all thanks to big sister keeping them in line. Lan Jia, do me a favor, find a few people and throw her out for me.
Chen Shen no longer looked at Wan Hong, he walked over to sit next to Yin Chang, and Yin Yangzi didn't say a word from start to finish. Across from them, a pair of twin sisters, with 4 big eyes, looked at Wan Hong, then at Chen Shen, and when they heard Chen Shen say he wanted to throw that noisy old woman out, the 4 big eyes squinted into crescents. Very pleased.
This old woman is more annoying than the dormitory aunties at the dance academy. What? Young man, you want to drive big sister away?
Wan Hong jumped up high, a little anxious, about to come over to reason with Chen Shen. Lan Jia grabbed her arm beside her. Get a few people, throw her out for me.
Coming. Lan Jia, you're amazing. What Lan Jia, didn't you hear? It's Chen Shen's order. Chen Shen, you're amazing. Awesome, love you.
This Wan Hong is really unpopular. As soon as they heard she was going to be thrown out, many girls didn't even eat their meals.
They all rushed over. This afternoon, everyone was persecuted by her.
But they heard she was an awakener, so no one dared to provoke her easily. Mainly because they were afraid of Chen Shen protecting her.
Young man, if you drive big sister away now, aren't you sending big sister to her death? If you drive big sister away, can you sleep peacefully at night? Let me go. I'll *CK your grandma's leg. You will all have retribution. Each and every one of you, when you have children in the future. Lan Jia.
Chen Shen took a deep breath. Throw her into the ant nest for me. It's perfect. All of you who are free can go and see the power of that ant nest. Afterwards, when encountering an ant colony, if unable to kill them from a distance, up close, one can only stab their heads with a knife, never burst their bellies. This meal, the good mood was disrupted by this old woman. Indeed, the face reflects the heart. The saying beauty on the outside, kindness on the inside is not groundless.
Tomorrow when going to the university town, it's better to choose pretty girls to accompany. Those who are ugly, just forget it.
In the distance, hearing Wan Hong's screams, Chen Shen's mood also improved. He poured a bowl of beef soup and coincidentally saw the 2 twin sisters opposite, sharing a heart gesture. They were also fed up with this old woman a long time ago.
I'm full.
Beside him, although Chen Shen came over to sit next to her, Yin Xing did not move, just slightly adjusted her 2 long legs that had nowhere to rest. After all, in the afternoon, she and Chen Shen fought monsters side by side, which deepened their bond. But now, the 2 girls opposite made her feel uncomfortable.
Looking at Chen Shen again, why was he chewing the beef so vigorously? Are you eating beef or eating these sisters? They look the same, isn't it fun? Uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. Men, indeed unreliable. Wait a minute.
Lady Yin wanted to stand up, but Chen Shen grabbed her slender straight leg and pulled her towards him. With limited space now, everyone was sitting on the ground eating. Yin Xing didn't expect Chen Shen to be so bold. What else did he want to do? With so many people around, it was not like before. Although everyone was present, they could only listen to the voices and endure his harassment. There was still a way, but now everyone could see. This was unacceptable, too much. She struggled, but Chen Shen's strength was greater. After Chen Shen put down the lunchbox, he freed his hands and grabbed both long legs, pulling them forcefully towards him.
Chen Shen, what are you trying to do? So many people are watching. What exactly do you want to do?
Yin Qing urgently whispered, stealing a glance at the opposite side, seeing the 2 girls silently turning away. She turned back and saw many girls looking at her. When they saw her looking, the girls quickly averted their gaze, pretending to chat. But they were all sneaking glances. Now in the team, there was only Chen Shen, a boy.
Was he trying to stage some kind of movie for everyone?
The girls were starting to anticipate.
Chen Shen, are you crazy? Let go of me, so many people are watching. I won't hide from you tonight, is that not enough? Let go of me. Can't it wait until tonight? Let go of me, don't make a scene.
In front of everyone, Lady Yin's 2 long legs were grabbed, and she was really anxious. She even said such things. However, Chen Shen's intentions were different from what everyone thought. He just brought Lady Yin's 2 long legs over and didn't do anything else. After bringing them over, he just placed them on his own legs. Then he put the lunchbox filled with beef on top. He started eating the beef heartily.
Is that it?
Nearby, the girls who were sneaking glances were somewhat disappointed. On the opposite side, the 2 sisters, Yun Duo and Yun Kai, also silently turned back. They thought it would be inappropriate for children. They were disappointed. Sitting on the ground,
with the lunchbox on his legs, he had to bend his neck. Now, by placing the lunchbox on Lady Yin's long legs, the height was just right. Chen Chen picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed heartily, and thought, this stewed beef was chewy and delicious. As for this woman, upon hearing that she would regain her sight, she agreed to sleep in separate beds. This was a hurdle that Chen Chen could never overcome in his heart. Without punishing her hundreds of times, Chen Chen felt uneasy. Today, let's start by killing the spirit of her general manager, and also let these girls know who they should listen to in this team. Chen Chen, that's enough. Lady Yin's chest heaved, no less than Su Xiaochan. It feels like the most embarrassing moment of her life. Chen Chen glanced at her, then can you help me hold it? Otherwise, you can just prop it up for me. Chen Chen proposed a compromise. Yin Qing thought for a moment, okay, I'll help you hold the lunchbox, you let go of my legs. In her current state, it was too shameful, and Lady Yin could only compromise now. Chen Chen raised his hand, indicating that she could take the lunchbox, and Yin Qing's big eyes glared at him fiercely. But she had no choice but to obediently take the lunchbox off her legs and quickly pull out her two long legs. And then it became this scene. Lady Yin curled up with her two long legs, sitting like a duck, holding a lunchbox in one hand and chopsticks in the other, eating from the same lunchbox as Chen Chen. This way, to outsiders, it just looked like she and Chen Chen were sharing a lunchbox. She was just helping to hold the lunchbox for two people, rather than serving Chen Chen. Although it looked like showing affection, at least it wasn't embarrassing. It's said that people are forced to do things. Wisdom is the same. In the evening, the green twilight, everyone ate and drank their fill. The girls drove nearby to find a large tree and brought back several large pieces of bark. Using the bark, they surrounded the super meteorite and lit a ring of fire. The flames had a certain deterrent effect on insects. It also provided illumination. In the center of the convoy, the girls who didn't need to be on duty tonight lit a bonfire in this open space. Beef skewers were grilled on daggers. Grilled pork ribs were sprinkled with salt and chili powder. It was fragrant. In addition, every two girls also received a bottle of genuine Feitian Maotai liquor. Many of the girls got tipsy, singing, dancing. The sisters Yun Duo and Yun Kai Kai performed a ballet for everyone and received applause. There were also many who missed their families and loved ones, and now they hugged each other and cried uncontrollably. In the tranquility of the jungle apocalypse, it was a rare moment. Chen Chen also drank a little white wine, but he didn't get drunk. At least, Chen Chen wouldn't let himself get drunk until he completely subdued Lady Yin. Now, he wasn't afraid of Lady Yin harming him, he was confident. But he was really afraid that one day she would get jealous and lock himself and the twin fox spirits up in a fit of anger. In the future, when she took over the team, if she needed him, she would come find him. If she didn't need him, she would lock himself and the twin fox spirits together completely. No daylight forever. This had to be prevented. After watching the twin sisters ballet for a while, Chen Chen released two sleeper cars in the inner circle of the bonfire. Lan Jie had already started preparing to distribute bedding and personal hygiene items such as toothpaste and toothbrushes to the girls. Leaning against the sleeper car, Chen Chen lit a cigarette and watched the girls in front of the bonfire from afar. The human nerves, when stretched for a long time, would break. Today, let them relax. And tomorrow morning, the super meteorite would be almost excavated. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the insect tide in Spring City would recede. By then, the convoy would have to return to Spring City again. Initially, they would need to recruit another group of female members, 200 or 500, depending on the situation, quality over quantity. However, this time when they returned, these female members would not only have to face the insects but also possibly face the ruthless human survivors who would fight for resources. And if Chen Chen remembered correctly, there would be a huge sandstorm tomorrow morning. When the insect tide recedes, the human survivors in the trees should gradually begin to decide to establish the giant tree city. The prototype of the giant tree city should have started these days. I must go back and get a share of the pie. It's almost done. Chen Chen, take a look, all of you, hurry up and move everything in. Yes, move everything in, including those empty magazines. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, a super heavy soil storm. This morning, starting from 6 o'clock, it has been drizzling lightly. At 8 o'clock, the rain intensified. Now, the black heavy rain is covering the sky, and if people stand still for a while, the rain will pass their ankles. At 10:10 in the morning, the super meteorite was completely excavated. Chen Chen set up a few large lamps with batteries inside the meteorite shell, temporarily using this place as a temporary camp. Lan directed the female team members to move all the harvest of this super meteorite inside for Chen Chen to inspect. This time, the harvest inside this meteorite king surprised Chen Chen. In the previous life,
Chen Chen had heard that one of the 4 major adventure teams, the Blood Claw Adventure Team, had once dug up a large meteorite. Among them were 13 high-tech rifles, 7 high-tech pistols, and an astonishing 101 energy crystals. Space magazines, 1 space magazine for 10,000 rounds of universal bullets, 29 magazines for 1,000 rounds of universal bullets, and 578 space magazines with a maximum capacity of 100. A total of 96,800 rounds of universal bullets. It is said that because of this large meteorite, the Blood Claw was so happy that they took in 6 more concubines. In the previous life, after surviving for 6 months in the apocalypse, Chen Chen had only dug up 2 small meteorites and, together with 7 other teams, had excavated a medium-sized meteorite. He had never touched a large meteorite. He could only compare it with the data from the Blood Claw Adventure Team's meteorite. That's why he was quite surprised. Lan just sent a message, as of 10:10 in the morning, all the resources inside this super meteorite have been cleared out. Among them were 329 high-tech rifles, 188 high-tech pistols, and 1,889 energy crystals. Space magazines, 1 space magazine for 100,000 rounds of universal bullets, 138 magazines for 10,000 rounds of universal bullets, 451 magazines for 1,000 rounds of universal bullets, and 15,999 magazines for 100 rounds of universal bullets. A total of 3,539,000 bullets. 53 million bullets, 1,889 energy crystals, 329 high-tech rifles. This number was reported to Chen Chen by Lan when she arrived. He was a bit absent-minded at the time and quickly took over the notebook Lan had counted. He knew that this harvest might be substantial, but he really didn't expect it to be this much. This time, when he goes to the university city later, he should be able to walk sideways. Who the hell dares to touch my stuff? The only regret is that 53 million bullets were depleted by those spendthrift women yesterday. Now there are only 24 million bullets left, along with a pile of empty magazines. Chen Chen knew they were spendthrifts, but he never thought they could be this extravagant. In just a few hours, they used up 290,000 bullets. In the previous life, Chen Chen never bought a pair of anti-slip gloves with 20 bullets each until he died. Every time he climbed a tree to go home, blisters would form on his palms, they would burst, bleed, scab over, bleed again, and repeat until calluses formed on his hands later. And those 20-bullet anti-slip gloves would be enough for Chen Chen's family of 3 to eat spider legs for a week. Now, these spendthrift women used up 290,000 bullets in just a few hours. No, they can't act like big spenders anymore. Bullets must be used sparingly. Chen Chen? Lan Jie saw Chen Chen staring at his small notebook, especially when looking at the final loss. She felt that he might be heartbroken. She comforted him, "It's okay, we calculated yesterday, yesterday's loss was only 8%, not even 1/10 of this meteorite. As long as we can find a meteorite like this every 7 battles, we can continue in a permanent virtuous cycle. You don't need to worry too much." Lan Jie comforted Chen Chen, feeling that she was making sense. She was originally a senior professional manager and one of Yin Qing's most valued subordinates. Now doing such a small statistical work, she felt underutilized. Find a meteorite like this every 7 battles? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Lan Jie's shrewd face. He was truly speechless. He sighed and said, "Lan Jie, to be honest with you, there is only 1 meteorite of this size in Chun City, or even the entire Liubei province. How is that possible?" Lan Jie exclaimed, "Just 1, and we found it?" "Yes, it's just a coincidence that we found it." Chen Chen couldn't mention his rebirth. He said, "Later, you will go out and inform everyone. Yesterday was a practice for everyone. Starting today, without my orders, not a single bullet should be wasted, unless absolutely necessary. Starting today, if I see anyone shooting small animals for fun, they can leave on their own. Don't make me personally ask them to leave." Seeing Chen Chen's seriousness, Lan Jie also nodded solemnly, ready to inform the group of girls that their good days were over. However, at this time, the breach in the meteorite had already been blocked by the large soil outside. Lan Jie called a girl, and together they tried to swing a large hammer. Chen Chen walked over, took the hammer, and smashed a hole in a few strokes, allowing a lot of soil to pour in immediately. Then, Chen Chen dragged Lan Jie by the waist, lifted her up, and carried her outside. Lan Jie turned back and gave him a displeased look. "If you are not honest next time, I will tell Yin Chang." Damn it! This was the consequence of meddling. If he had known, he should have made her climb a few times. If she couldn't climb up, it would be best to fall a few more times. Finally, she would come begging for him to carry her out, and then she would have to thank him. Remember this for the future.
3 minutes later, Chen Chen also climbed out of the meteorite shell. By this time, the huge sandstorm in the sky had formed a continuous line. All the girls were now wearing duckbill hats, bowing their heads tightly closed, with sand filling their mouths with just one word. However, even so, the soil could still seep in through the back collar and into their clothes. It was very uncomfortable. Beep beep. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Chen, covered in soil, felt like his whole body was full of sand. He found the riding Earth 15th in the space. Honking. Around him, the girls were afraid that the big truck would sink into the soil, so they kept driving back and forth. When they heard the honk, they all flashed their hazard lights in response. Today, they couldn't show off with a Harley heavy bike, they had to use the riding Earth 15th to lead the way. Before long, Yin Yangzi got into the passenger seat. It was rare that after she got in the car today, she first shook the sand off her hair, then kept a faint smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes shimmered and glanced back and forth on Chen Chen's face. Last night, she took revenge. In the afternoon, she avenged herself. Today, she was in a very good mood, especially when she saw the two panda eyes of Chen Chen. Her mood improved even more. After confronting Chen Chen for so long, she finally won last night. Chen Chen, on the other hand, kept a serious face all along. Last night, he was the one who was avenged. But it's okay, revenge will definitely come back today. No rush. After waiting for a while, the back seat was occupied by Yin Duoduo, Jin Kaikai, Ji Xiang, and Su Shaochan. The Cheetah 15th generation has a spacious interior with 4 seats in the back facing each other. It is very comfortable to sit in. Once everyone is ready, they officially set off. The rain is getting heavier, and it is estimated that the insect tide is greatly affected at this moment. However, compared to when they arrived, the convoy is not driving fast. On the way back to the city, they encounter the meteorite from yesterday. Chen Chen gets off the car and puts the meteorite into the space. Yesterday, the space was not heavy enough, so today they released a large vehicle to accommodate the meteorite first. They will dig into it when they have time. They continue on the road. At this moment, the heavy rain covers the sky. Now, the headlights of the car are almost useless, and the whole convoy can only move forward slowly at a speed of over 20 miles per hour. The atmosphere inside the car is somewhat oppressive. It is difficult for anyone to feel good at this time. Yin Yangzi was feeling a bit smug just now, teasing Chen Chen last night, but now she is also somewhat worried. If they encounter something. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Chen Chen frantically honks the horn at the driver's seat, warning the convoy behind. Inside the car, the women are also nervous all of a sudden. However, nothing can be seen clearly in front now, only the wipers are swinging frantically from side to side. Chen Chen, what's wrong? Yin Qing, come drive in a while. Chen Chen is calm now, he turns back and says, Ji Xiang, you just need to lie tightly under me later, you don't need to worry about anything else, can you remember that? In the midst of a severe dust storm, they encounter an insect tide. It may be the insect tide returning after attacking the spring city. At this moment, even if they fire with all their might like yesterday, there may still be casualties. After all, nothing can be seen clearly now. The female team members cannot casually kill the small insects like yesterday. Now, the visibility is less than 5 meters. Ji Xiang, listen carefully. Chen Chen gets off the Cheetah 15th generation, and Yin Yangzi climbs from the co-pilot seat to the driver's seat. After Chen Chen gets off the car, he first changes to a high-tech rifle with a magazine of 100,000 bullets and starts shooting frantically. He sees the insects ahead, a mixed insect tide of strong acid spiders and caterpillars. The only good news now is that these insects are also moving slowly. This gives Chen Chen enough time to deal with them. He goes to the back seat, takes out the flame girl, and shouts loudly in the heavy rain, "Now, I want you to control your flame ability, only in your palms, can you do it?" The flame girl can freely control the shape of the flames, which everyone knows. Ji Xiang tightly closes her mouth, nodding repeatedly, yes, I can. Only one word popped out between her teeth. Then, Chen Chen picks up the girl, jumps onto the hood of the car, and climbs to the roof. Lie down well, I won't let you fall. When I tell you to use your ability, you use it. Can you do it? On the car roof, Chen Chen first presses Ji Xiang to lie down, then he lies on top of the girl, pressing firmly on her back. This girl weighs only 70 pounds, and Chen Chen is afraid she might fall off the car later. Yes, I can. Brother, I'll listen to whatever you say. Okay. Then listen to my instructions. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive hits on the car roof, Yin Cheng receives the signal and continues driving in the heavy dust storm. The agreed speed is over 20 miles per hour. By now, Yin Cheng has also seen the densely packed spiders ahead. She is now somewhat worried about Chen Chen. He took the girl to the roof, not knowing what he could do. Now, Use your ability. On the car roof, in just a few tens of seconds, Chen Chen's back is covered with a thick layer of dust. Under him, Ji Xiang tightly closes her eyes, then suddenly shouts, and the long braid under Chen Chen bursts open. Cough cough cough. The next second, the little girl accidentally swallowed soil, choking and coughing uncontrollably. The 10-meter-long flames in her hands instantly turned back into small flames. Activate the skill. Do it again. Quickly. Don't worry about anything else right now. In the large soil, Lady Ian was driving the car forward. The group of spiders, slowed down by the violent soil, suddenly accelerated and crawled towards the car. Hurry! The spiders are coming! Chen Chen grabbed the little girl's frail arms and she screamed again, the flames in her hands instantly extending to over 10 meters long. Chen Chen held her hands and began spewing flames around. Now Chen Chen could barely see, slightly stronger than the 70-plus pound little girl beneath him. However, this human flamethrower was quite effective. Chen Chen felt for the first time what it was like to be a fire person. Combat skills were indeed exhilarating. A 10-meter-long flame. Within visible range, the acid spiders squeaked and dodged around. The soil rain seemed to have lessened. Chen Chen could clearly see the basin-sized acid spider group frantically fleeing in all directions. This was the mighty fireman's powerful fire skill. Truly formidable. Now he finally understood why the previous lords of various giant tree cities or leaders of large adventure teams were mostly firemen battling the soil. They were truly badass at killing bugs. So convenient. 2 fire snakes, within a few dozen seconds, had burned to death most of the densely packed spider group ahead, dispersing a small portion. Then, Chen Chen aimed the little girl's palm at a bus-sized caterpillar. The caterpillar was deep brown, covered in spikes. In the sky-obscuring soil rain, its location was nearly invisible. However, most survivors from the previous life had sharp eyesight. Mutant insects came in all sorts of disguises. Those with poor eyesight were eaten clean. The caterpillar's reaction was relatively slow. By the time the spider group had mostly fled, the caterpillar only felt the pain from the flames. Squeaking, it ran to the side. But it was too late. Its massive head was instantly charred, emitting a meaty aroma. This type of caterpillar had high protein content, and when roasted, it tasted somewhat like chicken. In the previous life, if Chen Shen's team could hunt down such a caterpillar, they would probably be happy for several days. They would have more energy to find their wives at night. But now, they couldn't be bothered. 10 minutes later, the insect tide had completely dispersed, and the convoy came to a stop. Ji Xiang's time as a fire person had expired. She reverted back to the gentle and weak little girl, seemingly drained of strength, covered in sweat. Shy and with her wrists sore from Chen Chen's grip. At least 100 spiders, over 20 caterpillars, most were burned to death, and a few escaped. This was what a fire person could achieve. All because of the massive violent soil. Without the violent soil, a mature fireman battling the soil could easily handle this small portion of the insect tied ahead by herself. However, in the previous life, Chen Chen remembered that in the vicinity of Spring City, all 169 giant tree cities combined had fewer than 120 firemen. The survival rate of women was lower, possibly only around 40. Therefore, upon arriving at the university city, older individuals or women who had given birth, such as married teachers, were now within Chen Chen's consideration. At 1:33 p.m. in the afternoon, a massive violent soil event came to an end. The sky, with a light green sunlight, dispersed the thick green clouds. However, there was very little direct sunlight reaching the ground. A towering giant tree covered the original Spring City. The ground was filled with weeds and bushes, some reaching half a meter or even several meters high. More and more survivors descended from the giant trees back to the ground. However, apart from feeling their own insignificance, they did not know what they could do now. Around them, there were millions of bodies, limbs scattered everywhere, emitting a despair-inducing smell of blood. The survivors were tormented by the smell of blood, the heat, the humidity, the darkness, and their hungry stomachs. Many survivors were now wailing in despair, holding their heads. At this moment, a survivor still on the giant tree suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look! There's a convoy over there." On the outskirts of the Spring City giant tree group, there was a convoy. 3 heavy trucks lined up, followed by dozens of heavy trucks moving slowly at around 20 miles per hour, riding a dirt bike to clear the way. On top of the vehicles was Wei Lan, also known as Sister Lan. She stood on top of the vehicle and shouted loudly, "We are not the government. Everyone move back. Retreat 20 meters, or we will shoot." Bang! A high-tech pistol took down a woman who rushed in and kneeled. Before she could speak, a mist of blood sprayed from her forehead. Wei Lan continued to shout, "We are not the government. Everyone move back. Retreat 20 meters, or we will shoot." Behind the lead vehicle was the convoy of heavy trucks.
Each outer heavy truck had a young lady holding a high-tech rifle on the roof, shouting the same words as Lan.
Occasionally, those who rushed in would be shot without hesitation by the young ladies. You have to be ruthless.
Just now, as they were about to enter the Spring City, Chen gathered them all for a briefing. Each of them was assigned to take responsibility for a heavy truck, and whoever's vehicle rushed in the rioters, they would be left to marry them. Obviously, the young ladies did not want to marry so early, including Sister Lan, who was already 30 years old. Before the apocalypse, Sister Lan had been worried about getting married, but at this moment, she decided to follow Chen for the rest of her life and never marry.
Changgu, what should we do? Should we take action? Look, there must be over 100 vehicles.
If we succeed, it will be enough for us brothers to eat for a year.
Yes, Changgu, I think Lao San is right.
Anyway, in this world, what are we afraid of?
Let's just do it. Changgu, I want to do it too.
Damn it, people die and birds fly. The sooner you die, the sooner you reincarnate.
In the next life, I'll be reborn as an emperor.
Under a giant tree, 12 men gathered together. Around them, there were nearly 500 men and women. These people. Yesterday, after a day and night of fighting, they had formed a group. Among them, the 12 men standing in the inner circle were all awakened individuals. In the center stood a man called Changgu, frowning and taking a deep drag of his cigarette. At this moment, the convoy was passing by them 100 meters away.
Changgu turned around, staring intently at the convoy.
Before the apocalypse, he was actually an orthopedic surgeon. But now, he was a warrior in the post-apocalyptic world. Himself and his brothers, including the 500-plus men and women on the outskirts. Before the apocalypse, these people were law-abiding ordinary citizens. But now, all they knew was that they couldn't bear the hunger anymore.
This time, don't kill them all.
Staring at the convoy, Li Changlian licked his chapped lips. Make sure to keep a few alive and find out where these women got their supplies from.
Okay, we understand that. Keep a few alive.
Seeing his brothers nodding, Li Changliang began to assign tasks. Number 7 and number 11, you two are both beastly warriors.
After a while, you two go ahead and flip that off-road vehicle for me.
They had just met yesterday and had been fighting until now, without remembering each other's names. So, they temporarily arranged an order based on when they joined the team. The rest of us are 5 stone-skin warriors. You 4 stone-skin warriors come with me. We have 5 people, each bringing 100 people. Let's grab the car first. Kill the driver if they have a gun. Those without guns can be spared for now.
Okay, Changgu, we'll follow your lead on this.
Finally, Li Changliang took a puff of smoke, threw the cigarette butt, and took out 6 1-yuan coin-sized energy crystals from his pocket. Now, he was the only one who had this thing. He had dug it out from a small meteorite yesterday, with only a total of 7 crystals. 2 were given to the orc warriors, and the remaining 5 were used by his 5 stone-skin warriors. In addition, there were 2 flame warriors, 2 water vapor people, and 1 beast control warrior.
These 5 people could only be used as ordinary people for now.
Later, I'll fire the first shot. When you hear the gunshot, charge together.
Understood.
When the gun goes off, we charge together and take down those women. The 5 people formed their groups. Li Changlian carefully took out a high-tech pistol from his pocket.
The magazine showed that there were only 7 bullets left.
Originally kept for emergencies, but now, with so many automatic rifles on the car roof, there was no need to save them. Just need to grab 1 automatic rifle from them.
Let's go. Follow me.
As soon as the words fell, the group dispersed. At the same time, in the 15th generation of riding soil, inside the car.
Chen, aren't you worried that they will rush up now?
Lady Yin drove the car, glanced at Chen with her beautiful eyes, and saw that he seemed completely unconcerned.
Bang!
Just as Lady Yin's voice fell, suddenly a gunshot rang out, followed by several girls screaming. Yin Cheng was stunned. Before she could react, she looked at Chen, and he had already disappeared from the co-pilot seat.
Chen was waiting for this moment. Flash! A teleportation between 2 points. Even in a completely sealed space, this skill could instantly distort the space between 2 points. Bang 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 bang. Just now.
Li Changliang used the gunshot as a signal, and after the gunshot, the 5 stone-skin warriors who activated their skills charged ahead to block the bullets, while the other 500 people rushed forward. But in the next second after his shot, no one noticed a young man suddenly appearing behind them.
Bang 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 bang.
A space magazine of 100,000 rounds,
spitting out flames continuously,
with a firing rate of 10,000 bullets per minute, almost turning the bullet rain into a straight line. Within 2 seconds, at least 100 people were shot dead. And these people only felt a sudden chill in a certain part of their body. Their legs hadn't even gone weak yet, subconsciously wanting to see where they were hit. At this time, there was suddenly gunfire from the opposite side of the convoy.
In 10 seconds, 300 people.
The remaining 200 people felt surrounded by gunfire, not yet understanding who was shooting at them. 17 seconds later, their group was left with only 100 people. 33 seconds later, only the 5 stone-skinned warriors who activated their skills were left standing in place, looking confused. 3 of them, 2 of them, they looked at each other. Up to now, they still didn't know how they fell. And at that moment, in the 15th generation of riding soil, at the front of the car, 2 consecutive roars and roars. 2 adult men were undergoing mutations, their bodies swelling. Their orc warriors were taking action. However, before the next thought could form in their minds, they heard a man's voice drifting around them. "Don't worry, give me 3 seconds, after 3 seconds, I'll come back to deal with you." Orc, War Earth type, Awakening skill, Frenzy. After activating the skill, the body swells to 5 meters, muscles explode, and strength increases tenfold. The skill can be used once a day, with each effect lasting 10 minutes. It consumes 1 energy crystal each time. This kind of Orc War Earth is a relatively common awakened being, resembling the Orc War Earth in the movie Warcraft. Muscles knotted, strength exploded. The appearance looks intimidating, and they are quite violent when killing insects. However, they are not very useful in battles against human survivors, only good for bullying ordinary players. Just as an orc had just completed its mutation, Shen Shen had already stepped on his shoulder with both feet. High-tech rifle, muzzle down, trigger pulled. The orc's huge head burst instantly. The next second, Shen Shen's figure appeared in front of another orc's forehead. The high-tech rifle fired, and Shen Shen's body fell with it. By the time he landed, the orc's 5-meter-tall body was cut in half by a live bullet rain. Riding in the 15th generation of the Earth vehicle, Lady Yin widened her beautiful eyes, staring blankly at Shen Shen hunting down 2 orcs. Her first reaction was disgust. However, she immediately noticed the novel way these 2 orcs died. Her beautiful eyes were gradually shining like 2 black gems. It's a bit addictive. She couldn't help but stick out her pink tongue, licked her lips, and looked at the orc that had been cut in half by the bullet rain. Not sure what she was thinking, a hint of blush flashed across her stunning face. Then she noticed that something seemed off about herself. She quickly closed her 2 long legs together. "Shanggu, that's a pervert. Let's run." Within 2 seconds, the 5 stone-skinned warriors had already seen the gruesome deaths of their 2 orc companions. At this point, they were already considering retreat. But Shen Shen only gave them 3 seconds. "Anyone who wants to kill me, steal from me. Regardless of gender or age, none of these people will be allowed to leave alive." 3 stone-skinned warriors had just entertained the idea of escaping. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and their bodies were pressed to the ground by a force. Shen Shen used his flash skill to arrange them in a rectangle on the ground. A very regular rectangle. For people facing each other, lying on their backs. Still confused, they suddenly felt a weight on their necks. In their astonished eyes, a $3 million George Patton, with 4 tires, was perfectly positioned on their necks. A 4.5-ton George Patton. The 4 large tires were pressing down on the necks of the 4 stone-skinned warriors. Now, they could only stare blankly at the sky, completely unaware of what was happening. The 5th stone-skinned warrior, at this moment, had Shen Shen stepping on the back of his head. After a brief struggle, the stone-skinned warrior's body limbs drooped to the ground. "Starting today, my convoy, led by Shen Shen, is officially stationed in the giant tree group in Spring City." Around them, tens of thousands of onlookers, who had just followed Shen Shen's convoy, were imagining that they might be going to a refugee camp or somewhere else. After all, with so many vehicles, there might really be a national power. However, Shen Shen's words immediately shattered their illusions. "I emphasize for the last time, there is no country now, no government either." Shen Shen walked towards the George Patton and stood in front of the head of a stone-skinned warrior. At this moment, he was staring at the sky with wide eyes. They had activated the stone-skinned warrior skill. Their necks were pressed, they wouldn't die, but they couldn't do anything either. A white towel was placed over the face of the stone-skinned warrior. Shen Shen took out a bottle of Feitian Maotai in the space, pouring white wine on the towel. The stone-skinned warrior was choked with tears streaming down his face, coughing loudly. Shen Shen walked to the second stone-skinned warrior and repeated the process. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he covered the faces of 4 stone-skinned warriors with white towels and poured white wine on them. He spoke again, "I have resources. But what the hell does that have to do with you?" Taking a deep breath, Shen Shen faced the gaze of tens of thousands of people and looked around. In the second round, he walked in front of the 4 stone-skinned warriors again, covering their faces with white towels and pouring white wine on them. Silence filled the surroundings, including the young ladies still standing on the roof of the truck. They were all stunned watching brother Shen Shen. Unexpectedly,
Brother Chen Chen was so terrifying when he got angry. Tens of thousands of people, silent as death, the air seemed to solidify.
Only the 4 stone-skin warriors under the wheels frantically turned their heads, making sounds.
Before long, the heads of the 4 stone-skin warriors stopped moving.
Only 4 heads remained, covered with 8 white towels and the smell of white wine.
Now, all of you, remember this. This is the consequence of trying to steal my resources.
Putting away George Patton, the next second, Chen Chen flashed to the top of a heavy truck. Bending down, he picked up the body of a young lady, looking at the hole in her forehead. Blood and brain matter splattered all over her face.
Some were.
Chen Chen found a white towel in the space and personally wiped the blood off her face. Finally, he and the body of the young lady disappeared into thin air under the gaze of tens of thousands of people.
Murder.
Today's murder, first, was definitely to avenge this female team member.
Second, after Doomsday, it's not just about strength.
It's about who is more ruthless, who can make the other more fearful.
Death is not scary.
In a few months, most of the tens of thousands of people standing here now are not afraid of death.
But everyone is afraid of dying a bad death.
Today, Chen Chen is going to leave them with a deep impression. If you want to come and snatch my resources, you must be prepared to die a bad death.
1 minute later, Zhoutu Shiwushi, Wei Lan, got off the car. Around, it was still silent.
Wei Lan jumped onto the roof of the car, looked around, and shouted, "Now, I'll give you a chance to join us.
Anyone who meets the following conditions can come to me to sign up immediately. First, our team only recruits female members. Second, you must be awakened, that is, have a tattoo on your wrist. Third, after entering the team, we will provide you with food and accommodation. You can eat meat at least once a week, but you must fully obey the commands of the team. Anyone who meets the above 3 conditions can come to me immediately to sign up. Now, you have only 25 minutes to consider. Once 25 minutes pass, we will leave immediately. No exceptions."
The convoy stopped in an open area. The grass on the ground was 1 meter high, sparsely scattered. Around, there were smaller trees hundreds of meters away, and larger trees that blocked out the sky. The strong smell of blood, tens of thousands of survivors in tattered clothes around. Dozens of young ladies with live ammunition stood on the roof of the heavy truck, their guns scanning the crowd. All of this intertwined on one woman. Wei Lan walked slowly in this open space, a little sunlight shining through the leaves, sprinkling on the ground. She stood in this small spot of sunlight, took a deep breath.
Anyone want to join?
5 minutes passed, tens of thousands of survivors just stared blankly at them. Wei Lan could also understand their current feelings. After all, Chen Chen had just killed so many people. Their fear was understandable. In the crowd, a tall woman suddenly raised her hand. "I'll join you." Around her, people quickly made way for her. The woman took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and calmed the intense fluctuations in her chest.
"I'm willing to join you." She was wearing a tattered professional suit with a white shirt underneath.
After taking another deep breath, the woman opened her eyes again and walked out of the crowd with her head held high. Her 2 beautiful eyes had been locked in a gaze with Wei Lan all the way. The 2 women faced each other. Wei Lan was a senior white-collar worker, and she could feel a similar aura emanating from the woman.
"My name is Gu Tong. I'm willing to join you."
Gu Tong, before the apocalypse, was the legal flower of the largest law firm in Chun City.
She had once fought a very famous international lawsuit.
Many media outlets had reported on it, and Gu Tong had become famous overnight. After gaining fame, she even caused a sensation in high society circles, with many young masters and second-generation rich pursuing her.
The reason was simple.
This woman was independent, strong, pure, and had a somewhat cold temperament. Especially this cold temperament fascinated the second-generation rich. They had seen too many flashy and cheap women.
Gu Tong's demeanor was the complete opposite of those flashy women.
There was a stark contrast. Coupled with her height of 170 centimeters, near-perfect looks and figure. All these reasons combined to shape her into a goddess in the circle of the second-generation rich. There was even an agreement among a group of young masters in a Ferrari circle in the capital city. Whoever could win Gu Tong's heart would marry her. Each person in the group was willing to contribute 300,000 yuan.
Hello.
In this situation, she appeared in tattered clothes, without even shoes. Yet, she could still maintain her aura, or style. Both were senior white-collar workers. Wei Lan was somewhat overwhelmed by the girl's momentum. She instinctively reached out her hand. "Hello, I'm Wei Lan.
Can I see the tattoo on your wrist?"
"Hello, Sister Wei Lan." Gu Tong politely shook hands with Wei Lan and then extended her fair wrist. There was a symbol of a small flame on it.
Like Ji Xiang, she was a flame warrior. Everyone had witnessed Ji Xiang's prowess.
Even though she was a fragile rural girl, And now, this strong girl in front of her was also a flame warrior.
Flame Awakener, you can join us.
The two women locked eyes, Wei Lan staring intently at the beautiful eyes of the woman opposite her, pursing her lips, unwilling to admit defeat.
In fact, she was just holding on. Before the apocalypse, would she have trouble finding a husband with the looks of this woman in front of her?
Wei Lan was not ugly, a standard white-collar beauty. It's just that she didn't like those who liked her before the apocalypse, and those she liked were only on TV. So, at 30, she was still unmarried.
It was the tragedy of being a face dog. But if she had the looks and temperament of the woman in front of her, wouldn't the TV heartthrobs be easily won over? How great would that be?
However, Yin Qing might be in big trouble this time. The appearance and temperament of the woman in front of her even made Wei Lan a bit infatuated.
Chen Chen's.
Ha! Wei Lan remembered how Chen Chen had taken advantage of her this morning. Given the chance, he would take advantage of her. Especially now that this woman in front of her could threaten Yin Qing.
Ha! Sigh, can I meet your leader?
Gutong asked. Wei Lan immediately said, "It's okay." The two women walked towards the direction of the 15th generation of Chitu.
Seeing Wei Lan hesitating to speak, Gutong stopped.
"Sister Wei Lan, what's wrong?"
"Nothing."
Wei Lan looked around and then took off her own combat jacket and put it on Gutong. She still had a half sleeve inside. Gutong looked at the other person putting on her clothes, then looked at her own clothes. Although they were torn, they were not revealing.
She didn't quite understand Wei Lan's intention. "Let's go."
However, as the two women walked a few steps forward, Gutong suddenly said, "Lan Jie, thank you." She should be referring to giving her the clothes.
Wei Lan said indifferently, "It's nothing.
In our team, the treatment is very good.
Once you join the team, I will give you 2 new sets of clothes. I'm not talking about that." As they walked, Wei Lan glanced at Gutong and said, "What is it?"
"It's nothing, actually, Sister Wei Lan. Before this apocalypse, I was a lawyer."
Gutong walked while her gaze fell on the off-road vehicle not far away.
She recognized it as the legendary Cheetah 15th generation, worth tens of millions. "Oh, you're very impressive." Wei Lan glanced at Gutong again, understanding her aura. "So I can understand that as a defendant, when there is no way out, you have to pay a certain price."
"What?" Wei Lan didn't understand for a moment.
"It's okay, Sister Wei Lan. I know that from the moment I stepped out, I became the defendant with no way out."
"Ha? Did she misunderstand something?"
Wei Lan was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses, she saw Gutong had already walked to the front of the Cheetah 15th generation.
The co-driver's seat happened to be where Chin Chen was sitting. Knock knock knock. Gutong was already knocking on the car window.
The front passenger window was rolled down. Then Wei Lan saw Gutong reaching into the car window to check on Chen Chen.
Looking at the flame symbol, why did it take so long? Is she blind or something? "Sister Lan, the officer said for me to go to your car." 1 minute later, Gutong calmly walked back, and Wei Lan asked suspiciously, "Is that all?" Gutong nodded, "Yes, that's all." "Then why did it take so long?" 1 minute? Wei Lan still didn't believe it.
"Oh, it's nothing. I saw Yin Qing in an entrepreneur magazine and chatted with her for a few minutes." Gutong looked calm, and Wei Lan let go of some of her doubts. At this moment, she would rather have Yin Qing with the elegant beauty in front of her than let Chen Chen take advantage.
She didn't know why.
After the incident in the morning, Wei Lan felt uncomfortable all day. She always felt a burning sensation in a certain spot. She always wanted to cause trouble for him.
She sent Gutong into the long-distance bus.
At this time, tens of thousands of people around saw that someone had joined their team peacefully. Several young ladies came out one after another.
Cheetah 15th generation, co-driver's seat. Dozens of young ladies were lining up, waiting for inspection.
Each young lady who walked up to the co-driver's seat first rolled up her sleeves. It seemed like they were waiting for Chin Chen to give them injections. The first one was a 25-year-old lamp person, the second was a 28-year-old single orc sister. After verification, there was no problem. The third one was obviously here to cause trouble.
Handsome guy.
This young lady was wearing a crop top that exposed her belly button and a short skirt. She looked about 18 years old.
She was quite pretty.
Based on Chen Chen's experience, this kind of young lady was mostly from a bar atmosphere group.
The young lady bent over, 2 pandas lying on the car window, and said in a sweet voice, "Little brother, do you like tattoos?"
She blinked at Chen Chen gently.
"Let me tell you a little secret. Above the legs, there is half a butterfly on each leg.
When the knee hits the shoulder, the little butterfly seems to fly up, very beautiful." On the side, Wei Lan heard this and immediately changed her expression, grabbing the collar of the young lady with one hand. Without waiting for Chen Chen's permission, she violently carried the young lady away.
My little butterfly can really fly. Do you want to see, little brother?
It's very beautiful, flying is very beautiful. The little butterfly was driven away, inexplicably melancholic.
Wei Lan's violent temper followed Yin Ching. She needed to be changed too. The next dozen or so young ladies who followed were all troublemakers. There were a few obedient ones who were instantly likable.
But Wei Lan drove them all away. How could it be more severe than Lady Yin's management?
Recruitment completed.
Tens of thousands of survivors, at least 10,000 women.
Only 3 awakened individuals were recruited.
Fortunately, there was a beautiful lawyer among them. This wave wasn't a loss. The convoy continued on. The large convoy moved at a steady speed of about 20 miles per hour. And more survivors followed behind the convoy. Anyway, they had nowhere else to go now.
Perhaps in the end, the convoy was really heading to a refugee camp? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the University City area.
In the previous life, Shen was quite familiar with this area. He estimated that this should be the place. It hadn't changed much. And along the way, there were constantly more survivors joining the convoy, and by this side, most of them were young people. This should be it. At 3:40 in the afternoon, they arrived at Giant Tree City, No. 69 in the University City area. This was the only level 6 Giant Tree City in this area. A towering tree with a diameter of up to 600 meters. The land area covered at least 280,000 square meters, equivalent to 38 standard football fields. In the previous life, this was the headquarters of the University Student Self-Rescue Alliance, with 50,000 university students living here. And now, Shen planned to claim this giant tree city as his own. At least for the next 2 months, this would be the temporary campsite for the convoy. Wei Lan was called down from the car roof, and Shen instructed her a few words. Then, the entire convoy started honking together. At least tens of thousands of survivors were estimated to be on the giant tree and following the convoy at the rear. The honking lasted for over 10 minutes. When all the survivors had come down from the giant tree, Wei Lan stood on the car roof again and announced the news. Her throat was hoarse from shouting. This time, she mainly announced 4 pieces of news. First, this level 6 giant tree city now belonged to Shen's convoy. Second, you can eat the flesh of the bugs. At least the flesh of most bugs can be eaten. Third, Shen decided to temporarily recruit 10,000 strong men from these survivors, and 2,000 young ladies with good physical strength. 3 meals a day, with a bag of instant noodles for each meal. Within 3 days, he wanted to complete the construction of this giant tree city. The last piece of news was to recruit female awakened individuals. Under the vast giant tree city, Wei Lan's voice echoed. The survivors who heard this news were in an uproar. It seemed like they were about to lose control of the situation. On the car roof, Wei Lan fired a shot into the sky. On the roofs of the other large vehicles, more than 30 young ladies fired into the sky together. Each person fired 100 rounds. The heavy trucks honked. Several minutes later, finally, the uproar of tens of thousands of survivors was suppressed. Wei Lan shouted, "Now, recruit 2,000 females first, between 18 and 25 years old. Move forward. Everyone else, step back." This was a very crazy move. Shen's convoy, with just over 100 young ladies, had to control over 10,000 laborers. But this kind of crazy move was only suitable for the first week of the jungle apocalypse just beginning. After a week, now these survivors, who are still relatively obedient, regardless of gender, each one can be a fugitive. This situation gradually improved only after the completion of the giant tree city. At 6 o'clock in the evening, more than 100 young ladies, armed with real guns, recruited all 2,000 beautiful young ladies aged 18 to 25. By midnight, dozens of heavy trucks, all with high beams on, shining towards the opposite side. 10,000 young laborers recruited. And the remaining hundreds of thousands of survivors are still desperately seeking opportunities. Fire! For the first time, Wei Lan ordered the female team members to fire into the sky. The second time, fire into the sky. The third time, Wei Lan suddenly shouted, "Open fire!" In the darkness, more than 30 young ladies standing on the roof of the car shouted and lowered their gun muzzles. On the opposite side, illuminated by the car lights, a crowd of tens of thousands of people that seemed endless immediately began to riot. The people in the front desperately ran towards the back, while those in the back did not know what was happening. Screams, cries, trampling, countless bodies. They never imagined that the people on the opposite side would be so crazy. And at this moment, the 10,000 men who had just been recruited, along with 2,000 girls, were all shocked by the scene before them. This is a massacre. If they hadn't been lucky enough to be selected to work just now, it could have been them lying on the opposite side. Half an hour later, the headlights of the heavy trucks shone directly on thousands of bodies. Weilan finally let go of her imposing manner, her legs went weak, and she fell on the roof of the 15th generation dirt bike. Right now, the only thought in her mind was Qin Shen. There must be something he hadn't told them. Watch how amazing I am. The next day, in the early morning, in a dense vegetation jungle, surrounded by 5 gun-wielding young ladies. On the periphery, 100 female workers, each with a large wooden barrel in front of them. Bang! The ponytail that Yun Duo had combed to the left suddenly burst open, her hair dancing in the air. She widened her watery eyes and shouted. A light blue wave of air quickly spread within a radius of 10,000 square meters. Gradually, the dew on countless grass leaves gathered in midair, forming a huge water ball. The water ball grew larger and larger, eventually turning into 100 streams of water, accurately falling into 100 large wooden barrels. Phew! Her long hair fell back on her shoulders, a few strands covering her line of sight. Yun Duo breathed a sigh of relief, ran her fingers through her hair, and looked back at her sister with some pride. These barrels were carved out of waste wood when the giant tree city was built overnight. A barrel is about 50 liters, weighing about 110 pounds including the weight of the barrel. It takes 3 female workers to carry it back to the temporary base together. 10 minutes later, Yun Kai in another area also completed her skill release for the day. The 2 sisters provided a total of 10 tons of clean water for the team today. However, with 10 tons of water and 12,000 people, each person couldn't even get 2 bottles of mineral water. There were still too few water resources. Yun Duo and Yun Kai walked hand in hand back to the giant tree city. It was breakfast time. 5,000 men were working around the 600-meter diameter supergiant tree. Another 5,000 people were resting and eating. A bag of instant noodles, a wooden bowl of water. For them, this was already satisfactory. The roots of the giant tree city were surrounded by a large convoy. Cough, cough, cough. The 2 sisters held hands and just entered, preparing to report back to Qin Shen. Just then, in the gap between the 2 large trucks, Yin Nangzi bent over and coughed violently, while a little girl was patting her back. Meow meow. Xin Jia ran over. Why are you here again? I've told you several times, children shouldn't get involved in adult matters. Last night, in the sleeper car, hearing someone coughing outside, this little girl wouldn't sleep and had to go out to see what was going on. Very stubborn. Today is the same, although Meow Meow felt that she had seen this episode before, she still insisted. Xin Jia, you don't know, last night Yin Xing coughed 3 times, I counted for her, this morning she coughed again, I estimate she will cough again at noon today, if it doesn't work, Yin Sheng, I'll call Dr. Ning to come and see you. Interfering in other people's business, that's you everywhere. Xin Jie glared at her impatiently, but since she had already come over, she couldn't pretend not to see. She still cared and asked, Yin Chang, are you okay? I'm fine, you guys go quickly, I'm really fine, don't worry about me. Yin Sheng didn't dare to lift her head, just wanting to send the 2 away quickly. It's good that you're okay, then we'll go eat first, you go quickly too. Xin Jia forcibly pulled Miao Mia's little arm to go outside. Until they were far away, she muttered softly, is it really that disgusting? It can't be. What's going on? Miao Miao looked up at Xin Jia. It's nothing. Just as the 2 of them left, Yun Duo and Yun Kai came hand in hand. Yin Sheng, are you okay? In fact, Yin Sheng had already finished coughing a long time ago. She just wanted to wait for Xin Jia to leave before standing up, mainly because she felt embarrassed. After finally getting them to leave, as soon as she straightened up and turned around, she saw the twin sisters coming over again. She forced herself to be calm. I'm fine, I had a piece of chocolate in the morning, it was too sweet. Chocolate? Yun Sai's big eyes lit up. Yin Xing, do you still have some? Can you give me a little? I don't have any left, if you want some, ask your brother Chen Shen. Yin Shang walked away with a black face. Speaking the truth, if these 2 sisters could do things like eating chocolate for her, she really wouldn't mind. Who would want to do such a disgusting thing? Anyway, she didn't want to do it anymore. Why are you so fierce? When Yin Xing was far away, Yun Kai said, let's go, sister, let's go see if brother Chen Shen still has chocolate. The space in the back row of the 15-seater off-road vehicle was very large. In the middle of the facing seats, a quilt was laid out, and Chen Shen had been living here for the past 2 days. He had just gotten up and hadn't had time to tidy up the quilt when the twin sisters knocked on the car door and came to find him for chocolate. They specifically mentioned that it was the chocolate he had given Yin Xing in the morning. Chen Shen was confused for a long time, and finally confirmed that they wanted to eat real chocolate, so he took out a box of chocolate from the space and threw it to the sisters. They left satisfied. Today, there are still many things to do. Building the giant tree city within 3 days is definitely not just talk.
Last night, in the late night, Wei Lan came over angrily to find him. Just as he opened the rear door, he closed it again. Then, after waiting for Yin Yangzi to finish coughing outside, the two women came back together. Under the car, the two women said something. When they came back, Yin Qing looked at herself with some suspicion. They didn't understand why Chen Shen was in such a hurry to build the giant tree city. Supervising the work of 10,000 people is very intense. But Chen Shen insisted on completing the construction of the giant tree city within 3 days. This could be done slowly. They didn't know why he was in such a hurry. Chen Shen looked at the two of them, not intending to hide it. Anyway, they would know about it soon. On the 7th day of entering the jungle apocalypse, at exactly 12 noon, a lively event. A very troublesome event. By then, the green clouds in the sky will get lower and lower, just like Mount Tai pressing down. Finally, completely covered on the ground. At that time, everywhere was a green mist, nothing could be seen clearly. At the same time, all the doomsday creatures, doomsday plants, when encountering the green mist, seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Their speed and strength began to increase dramatically. Then, the second wave of insect tide began. This time, just like the first insect tide event, after humans completely fed the insects, they gradually dispersed. Only in the area of Chun City, at least another 1 million people will die. Before the end of the world, Chun City had a permanent population of 9 million and a floating population of 6 million. Together, it exceeded 15 million. In the blind doomsday, at least 9 million died. The remaining 6 million survivors, after the vigorous event, may now be less than 4 million. So now, Chen Shen is so urgent, requiring them to complete the construction of the giant tree city within 3 days. The remaining 4 days are for preparations. And Chen Shen will always remember that in the previous life, it was 2 days before the vigorous event. One of his wives in the previous life, Yu Jing. She entered the city of Chun with the refugee tide from Wulai town. In the previous life, it was on that day. He met Yu Jing at the market in Giant Tree City No. 119. In addition, there were his good brothers in the previous life, Shi Qianqi and his panda wife. The two of them should be in Giant Tree City No. 119 today. Chen Shen plans to go and bring them over later today. Thinking of Shi Pingzi, especially the scene where the two met in the previous life, Chen Shen flicked his cigarette butt, and a hint of a smile inevitably appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hopefully, this Shi Pingzi will not appear in that novel way as in the previous life. Early morning, 6:30. In the early morning of the jungle doomsday, there was only a thin layer of green light, heavy moisture, and darkness. Riding on the 15th generation of Earth, inside the car, clouds and colorful clouds had just left, and Chen Shen had just tidied up the bedding. Su Shaochan pulled Xinhuan, the little earth protector, and the two quietly got into the car. Xinhuan, the little earth protector, was still a bit hesitant, holding the hem of her clothes and not daring to approach. But Su Shaochan was unreserved, leading the two pandas to rush around, making Chen Shen annoyed. Wanting meat, thinking about what they wanted to do. They came early in the morning just to eat meat. Last night, Wei Lan was afraid of upsetting the more than 10,000 workers. She decided that starting from last night, all female team members would eat the same as the workers. A bowl of clear water and a bag of instant noodles. Su Shaochan choked last night, and today she woke up feeling that the pandas were all thin from hunger. Early in the morning, she dragged Xinhuan to find her father. 7:30, inside the 15th generation of Earth. Outdoor gas stove, a large pot of beef was already bubbling. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various ingredients were all available. Xinhuan, the little earth protector, was quite skilled, and Chen Shen took a sip of the meat soup first. It tasted delicious. Today he was going to Giant Tree City No. 119, also wanting to have a good meal. Stewing 5 caddies of beef in a big pot, Chen Shen finished eating first, leaving 2 little earth protectors in the car to clean up. He wanted to go out first to check the progress of Giant Tree City. Outside the car, at 7:30, it was still a dark green. Most survivors are not yet accustomed. However, Chen Shen had long adapted to this environment. Walking to the area where 5,000 people were working, many female team members from the car fleet saw Chen Shen and greeted him one after another. "Good morning, Brother Chen, you look energetic early in the morning." "Good morning, Brother Chen, I just saw Sister Yin Qing, she had a stern face early in the morning, hee, did you feed her some poison again last night? It seems that the matter of Yin Qing coughing has already spread." "Good morning, Brother Chen." All the way, the girls greeted each other and walked to the foot of the tree. Chen Shen raised his head and looked up at the huge tree as much as possible. As far as his eyes could see, he counted only 8 layers of tree bark. And each layer of this tree bark is 7 to 8 meters wide. This is the 6th level of the Giant Tree City, 600 meters in diameter. equivalent to laying a 200-story building flat,
just matching the thickness of this giant tree city.
Chen, this is the blueprint you gave me last night. I made some improvements, do you think this will work? Wei Lan received the blueprint from Chen yesterday.
This 6th-level giant tree city has a cross-sectional area of at least 280,000 square meters, equivalent to 38 soccer fields.
Shen's idea is to build only one side.
Carve out a 30,000 square meter hall on the first and second floors. Every 5 meters in the hall, leave a roof beam column and use electric saws, axes, ordinary saws, etc.
to hollow out the rest of the space.
These 2 halls. In the future, Shen plans to turn this place into the only luxury goods trading hall in the Spring City, trading only luxury goods.
Spider legs, big potatoes, etc. Unless the quantity is particularly large. Otherwise, trading is not allowed.
On the 3rd floor, carve out a 10,000 square meter training area. In a few days, the new female team members, including the sisters who have already joined the team, must train for at least 6 hours a day on these 3 floors.
The 4th floor is a 10,000 square meter dormitory area.
For now, the dormitory area plans to carve out 100 independent single rooms, each room accommodating 10 sisters. 20 bathrooms, with sloping squatting positions and toilet bowls, covered with a layer of steel plates to facilitate the discharge of filth outside the giant tree city. The 5th floor of 10,000 square meters is an entertainment area, warehouse, canteen, and parking lot.
Initially, it's almost like this, and we can't ask for too much. Besides, this giant tree city is not intended to be permanent. Within a month and a half to 2 months, Chen wants to accumulate wealth first.
Near the Spring City, with hundreds of giant tree cities and millions of people, Chen wants at least 50% of them to have bullet crystals. In addition, female awakeners, especially stone-skin people, flame people, and war earth, must also recruit at least 50%.
Bullets, crystals, female awakeners, and finally recruit around 500 female team members.
These are the initial combat power of the convoy and the capital for venturing out.
When it is completely formed, immediately head towards the capital city.
The capital city, with a population of millions.
That will definitely be an even crazier market.
Wei Lan made minor changes to the blueprint, and Chen asked her to do it according to her own ideas.
Gu
Tong found himself. She is now Wei Lan's assistant, and Wei Lan arranged for her to select female team members from 2,000 girls.
As long as they work hard and are loyal.
Better to have fewer but better quality.
Gu Tong, who is
170 meters tall, stood straight in front of him, with a hint of green light shining in her eyes, making her eyes sparkle.
She is 1 year older than Chen.
However, now everyone calls him Chen Gu. From last night until now, I have talked to a total of 150 girls, detailed their professions before the apocalypse, family backgrounds, parents' professions, etc. Among these people, in the first round of screening, my personal opinion is that 65 are clean and can join our team. These are their lists, as well as information about their professions before the apocalypse, family situations, marriages, whether they have had boyfriends, etc.
All here. You can take a look when you have time.
She handed a small notebook to Chen, densely filled with delicate characters. Chen was slightly surprised. This woman was even more serious than he had imagined. In one night, she recorded information about 150 girls, writing over 10,000 words. Every stroke, every line, was detailed without any flaws.
You haven't slept yet? Chen asked with concern. Gu Tong smiled lightly and shook her head gently, saying, "It's okay, Brother Chen. Thank you for your concern.
Sister Wei Lan brought me 2 cans of coffee in the car this morning, so I'm still feeling very energetic. If there's nothing else, Brother Chen, I'll go count 50 people and then go sleep in the car."
Brother Chen, I'll go busy myself first.
For some reason, Chen felt that this young lady had a kind of inexplicable defensive awareness towards him.
Could it be that someone said something to her?
After she left, things here were almost done. Chen found Lady Yin and told her that he would be out for a few hours, asking her to take care of the house. Then, he found the Harley motorcycle in the space and headed towards Giant Tree City at 119. The sky was still very dark now, and the weeds on the ground were at least half a meter high. Occasionally, there were some scattered bugs. Along the way, he encountered dozens of cars. Among them, Chen saw heavy trucks 3 times, as well as a convoy of about a dozen cars. However, everyone was peaceful now, just with a strong sense of vigilance towards each other.
Chen couldn't be bothered with them.
As long as others didn't cause trouble for him, he wouldn't bother with killing or robbing.
It's not worth it. Beep beep beep. Ahead, a Havel H6 was honking wildly and flashing its high beams.
Chen narrowed his eyes and the motorcycle skidded.
Four men got out of the car on the opposite side, holding wrenches and screwdrivers. "Hey, lend us your motorcycle for 3 days. We'll give it back to you after 3 days.
The four men jogged towards Chen Chen.
Chen Chen sneered. "Even if you can really give it back to me in 3 days, do you have fuel left?" Watching them getting closer,
they were already at a distance of 5 meters. Suddenly, a high-tech pistol appeared in Chen Chen's hand.
Bang bang! 2 shots in a row took out 2 men. The remaining 2 were shocked.
They quickly lay down on the ground, shouting, "Brother, we are all survivors.
It's not easy to survive until now.
Spare us, and we will definitely repay you in the future."
Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with these robbers. It was still a bit dark now, and it was not easy to find these 2 lying on the ground.
However, Chen Chen immediately switched the pistol to a high-tech rifle.
Bang 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 bang! A sweep towards the approximate location in front. Silence fell.
As Chen Chen drove past the Havel H6 on the motorcycle, he gripped the handle with one hand and held a high-tech automatic rifle with the other, turning back to shoot at the car.
Boom!
Perhaps hitting the fuel tank, the Havel H6 exploded, and the car body bounced more than 2 meters high.
30 minutes later, the Harley motorcycle raced. Almost there. Chen Chen was already somewhat familiar with many scenes around here.
After all, in the previous life, Chen Chen lived here for almost half a year. The Harley skidded and was stored in the space. About 10 meters ahead, it seemed like a large potato.
It was still the early days of the jungle apocalypse. In the giant tree group of Chun City, potatoes could still be found.
In another 3 to 5 days, this would be almost impossible. Feeling somewhat happy, Chen Chen walked up to the potato, lightly touched it with his palm, and the huge potato was stored in the space. The space weight increased by 33 tons. In other words, this large potato weighed nearly 65,000 catties.
This was a good catch.
When he returned to the university town later, he would give those men some potatoes. It could save tens of thousands of bags of instant noodles.
"Brother, are you human or ghost? How did you do that?"
Finding the heavy motorcycle in the space, Chen Chen was about to leave.
Not far away, 3 young people walked out cautiously. The look in their eyes towards Chen Chen was full of horror.
And when Chen Chen saw these 3 young people, he paused for a few seconds.
He suddenly thought of Fat Sher's novel way of showing off. "It's been so long since we last met, why not send him 3 dads?"
After a moment of hesitation, Chen Chen put away his Harley motorcycle, and a Jeep Wrangler appeared in front of him.
He waved to the 3 young men. 5 minutes later, inside the car,
Chen Chen threw a bag of instant noodles to each of the 3 young men, saying, "Remember, as soon as that fat guy calls Dad, you guys call him good son for me."
"Dad, Father in heaven, open your eyes and take a look. This is the result of your lifelong research. It succeeded. Dad, open your eyes and see. It really succeeded. Dad, I've been unfilial, bowing to you."
Giant Tree City, under the shade of a tree root. A fat guy weighing over 250 pounds was crying and kowtowing to the giant tree. At first, no one paid attention to him, but later, more and more people gathered around.
Nearly 100 people. The fat guy's wailing grew louder. "Dad,
open your eyes and see, you contributed to the country your whole life, and now, your research has finally succeeded.
But you can't see it anymore. I've been unfilial, bowing to you."
Asterisk thud 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 thud. Asterisk the fat guy cried so much, tears streaming down, evoking sympathy. At this moment, more and more onlookers gathered, some curious. "Brother, take a break first, wait a while before you cry, tell us, what did your dad research?"
My dad, he. The fat guy's acting skills kicked in, crying uncontrollably. This emotional performance actually fooled many people.
"My dad, back in the 90s, predicted the disaster we face today." The fat guy tearfully and intermittently recounted his father's achievements. Basically, his dad was amazing, a senior scientist at the Research Institute who decades ago delved into quantum science, photon theory, string theory. In short, he listed all the impressive terms he knew.
Finally, he predicted today's disaster.
Unfortunately, his dad, enduring hardships, worked overtime alone to find a way to counter the end of the world. In the end, his dad succeeded. But he didn't live to see the end of the world. After this emotional performance, seeing that most people didn't believe him, looking at him skeptically, some even with a look of "what did I do wrong? Why listen to this nonsense story?" The fat guy was waiting for this moment. He knew the chance to show off had come. Suddenly, with a righteous expression, he stood up excitedly. "You can doubt my words, but you can't question the integrity of a senior scientist." Facing the suddenly startled crowd, he reached into his pocket, took out a blister pack of pills, picked one, threw it into his mouth, and started chewing.
Is this fat guy crazy?
While everyone was suspicious, suddenly, a bright light shone all around. Many people were stunned by the scene before them. They stepped back. The fat guy exuded a powerful aura, roaring to the surroundings, "You can doubt me, Shi Qianxi, but you can't question my father, Shi Jinju."
The crowd was shocked. What the hell is going on? In the jungle apocalypse, 99% of people have not awakened.
Awakened individuals are extremely rare. So when people really saw the miracle, immediately more than half of them actually started to believe. And then, thinking back to what the fat guy had just eaten,
many people's eyes lit up. "Dad, they don't believe you."
Son does not want to make public the awakening pills you have researched, but today son must seek justice for your conduct.
Son cannot let you die with unresolved grievances. Father, son is unfilial. Son bows down to apologize to you. Silence surrounded them. The light on the fat man was still shining on everyone. The light was bright but not dazzling.
Within a radius of 1,000 square meters, it was as bright as daylight, like bathing in the noon sun before the end of the world. At this moment, Shi Qianxi knew that he needed to give these people some time to digest. He suddenly raised his voice, crying even louder, "Father!"
However, at this moment, someone in the crowd said, "Hey, big fat son. Father is here." Shi Qianxi was stunned. He never expected that at this moment, when everyone was starving to death, there were still bastards trying to take advantage of the situation. Looking around, he saw that no one else spoke. He hesitated for a moment, pretending not to have heard, and continued to kowtow to the giant tree. "Father, son is unfilial. Ah, good son. Daddy is here. Damn it."
Shi Qianxi was furious, his 250 plus pounds of weight rolled up and he climbed up. "Damn it, who the hell is pretending to be my father here?"
No one answered.
Shi Qianxi became more agitated. "My father, Shi Qianxi, worked for a lifetime at the Research Institute in Spring City for the country. I, Shi Qianxi, started at the age of 16 and entered the Research Institute, accompanying my old father in researching antidotes against the end of the world." At this moment, he was still shining brightly.
Many people dared not speak up against him.
Chen Shen stood in front of the fat man, watching him perform with a smile that was not a smile.
"Damn Research Institute. You are just a lamb skewer vendor without a business license.
Your old father used to repair bicycle tires."
However, Chen Chen had no intention of exposing him now.
In the previous life, he was the only awakened one in the vicinity. He sold a box of digestive pills as awakening pills and claimed that there was a certain probability of becoming an awakened one after 10 days. Finally, when the crowd dispersed, Chen Chen found this fat man. He extorted half of his resources. In the previous life, the two of them cooperated for the first time and it was quite pleasant.
Sure enough, this life was no different.
Shi Qianxi cursed around the block, seeing that no one else wanted to be his father. He continued his performance. The final result was similar. Under the desperate pleas of the crowd, he exchanged a box of digestive pills for a large amount of supplies from the backpacks of the crowd.
Chen Shen stood on the side, watching with a smile.
In fact, this kind of method was useful now. After all, most people had just emerged from civilized society.
They dared not rob openly.
There were also a few people with other intentions, but when they saw the miracle on Shi Qianxi, they did not dare to approach easily.
When most of the crowd had dispersed, Shi Qianxi finally noticed Chen Chen.
"Brother, the pills left by my old father have been sold out. If you want to buy them, come back in a few days. I'll see if my old father still has any stock." He packed up his supplies and was about to leave, with his giant panda wife waiting not far away.
Chen Chen, like in the previous life, remembered his lines. "Brother, are you also an awakened one?" Shi Qianxi paused. "What awakened one? I don't understand."
After speaking, he hastened his search for things, wanting to run. Chen Chen, as in the previous life, walked up quickly and suddenly patted his backpack lightly.
The huge backpack disappeared instantly. Shi Qianxi's eyes narrowed. What's going on? Where are my things? My backpack."
He grabbed Chen Shen's arm and quickly checked his body, and finally even tried to pull down Chen Shen's pants. Chen Shen quickly pushed the fat man aside and said with a smile, "All right, fat sure, quickly call your wife over and let's go."
"What did you say?" Shi Qianxiang angrily said. "You stole my stuff and you're still thinking about my wife? I don't want your wife even if you give her to me."
Seeing this fat man again, Chen Shen's mood improved a lot.
This guy is actually an optimistic person.
He treats his friends well. If someone treats him well, he will be very open and friendly. His only flaw is that he's afraid of his wife. And his fat panda wife's only flaw is that she's afraid of officials. "Alright, call your sister-in-law over, I'll take you guys together." Not wanting to continue the act, Chen Shen took out Fat Sher's backpack and handed it to him.
Seeing his suspicion, Chen Shen added, "Spring City Tobacco Company, Fat Sister's Boxed Lunch, Fat Brother's Barbecue?" After hearing the last sentence, Thatcher's face immediately fell, stammering, how do you know about our family? He called his sister-in-law Gua Hui over, and she immediately recognized her own voice. However, in the previous life, there were many customers who had barbecue with Thatcher, and he didn't know which one Chen Chen was. But now he definitely couldn't say that he had forgotten about them. He came over with a smile and praised Chen Chen's drinking capacity, saying that he, Thatcher, had never been defeated in drinking in his life. He only admires Chen Chen. Chen Chen also smiled and didn't expose him. In the space, Chen Chen deliberately took out a Harley motorcycle instead of an off-road vehicle. He knew that Thatcher's weak spot was his 220-pound fat panda wife. This guy is also a jealous person. Chen Chen deliberately took out the Harley motorcycle, started the engine, and asked the couple to get on. He said he would take them to the base. 3 people, 1 motorcycle. Chen Chen saw Shi Qianxian looking embarrassed, but he didn't expose him with a smile. After a while, Thatcher finally said, "Wife, you sit behind him, I'll sit in front." The combined weight of the couple was nearly 500 pounds. As soon as the two got on the motorcycle, the tires sank halfway into the mud. This was the Harley motorcycle. If it were another motorcycle, it would have been almost scrapped by now. With Thatcher in front of him, Chen Chen asked him to lower his head and lie down, while he tried to see the road ahead clearly. He revved the engine, and the Harley motorcycle shot out. Stop, stop, stop. Less than a minute later, Thatcher hurriedly said, "Chen Ran, wait, I need to get off first." Chen Chen stopped, and Shi Qianxian hopped on one leg and finally got off from the front. He went to the back of the car to check. Sure enough, his wife's 2 giant pandas were stuck to Chen Chen's back. "Wife, you go in front, I'll sit behind." 3 minutes later, the Harley motorcycle hit the road again. Guo Hui, who also weighed 220 pounds, sat in front of Chen Chen and had to arch her back and lie down. Less than a minute later, Thatcher called for another stop. Stop, 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 stop. After getting off the motorcycle, he studied for a full 5 minutes, and finally, he carefully looked at his wife and said, "Wife, let's discuss it. If it doesn't work, you go down and run along." In Giant Tree City No. 119, he had lived here for almost half a year. There were many familiar faces. Chen Chen put away the motorcycle and found an off-road vehicle in the space. Then he saw Shi Qianxiang's couple looking at him resentfully. The 3 got in the car together. On the way, this time Chen Chen didn't drive fast and saw many people gathering towards Giant Tree City No. 119. He also saw many familiar faces. However, they were just acquaintances, not worth mentioning. 5 minutes later, Chen Chen suddenly turned around in the driver's seat and said, "Thatcher, show me the car." The couple were still resentful, but now he didn't care about them anymore. Just now, Chen Chen saw a familiar face through the windshield again. This person, in the previous life, Chen Chen had only seen a few times. They had never even spoken. However, Chen Chen remembered that in the previous life, this guy was invited by the leader of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team, one of the 4 major adventure teams, Dirty Monkey, around 3 months after the Jungle Doomsday. It was said that he later became an awakened one supported by the team. This matter was later spread as a mystery in the 119 Giant Tree City. Chen Chen remembered that it was Thatcher who told him that this guy was very mysterious. He seemed to have been affected by the poison rain incident and had never fully recovered. Even on the day he was taken away, he was still a fool. But, even as a fool with no family or friends, he managed to survive alone in the Jungle Doomsday for at least 3 months. He even experienced the lively event alone. After this guy was taken away by Dirty Monkey, discussions about him in the 119 Giant Tree City became more and more exaggerated. Some even spread rumors that he was an all-powerful awakened one who possessed all the skills of awakened ones. Otherwise, with Dirty Monkey's arrogant personality, he would not have come personally to take him away. It was said that he was still smiling when he came. In short, this was an unsolved mystery from the previous life. Today, he saw him again. Chen Chen couldn't help but be curious and decided to get off the car to take a closer look at him. He. It was still that familiar silly smile. Chen Chen walked slowly to his side and squatted down beside him. This was a young boy, probably around 15 or 16 years old, about 5 feet tall, with a mushroom head and a pair of large black-framed glasses. In his adolescence, his face was full of acne. It was only when Chen Chen approached that he saw the dense acne on the boy's face, probably hundreds of them. This was unbelievable. Chen Chen felt dizzy looking at them. He almost had a panic attack due to the density. He. The young boy squatted next to a bush, looking at his phone. Chen Chen squatted down next to him, but he didn't notice and continued to focus on his phone. Chen Chen leaned over to take a look. The phone had long run out of battery, but he was still engrossed in it. "Are you the one called?" Shen Shen looked at the boy's acne-covered face, carefully recalled, and asked, "Are you called Shiranal?" He. Completely ignoring Chen Shen, he raised his voice, "I'm talking to you. Are you Shiranal?" He. The mushroom-headed boy continued to look at his phone. This was unbelievable. Chen Shen saw a pen in the boy's shirt pocket, reached out, and took out the pen to see his reaction. He. Next, Chen Shen tried several methods, snatching his phone, lifting the boy directly, and even pointing a gun at his head. But this young boy just kept saying he. No matter what was said to him, he just responded with he. Shiranal, your teacher is here. This sentence worked. Suddenly, Shiranal sat up straight, hands behind his back, looking around in fear. Chen Shen said, "Shiranal, stretch out your left hand, I want to see your wrist." Oh. Shiranal lowered his head, nervously stretched out his arm, and Chen Shen rolled up his shirt sleeve. Chen Shen had seen this tattoo once when he stood up holding the boy earlier. However, Chen Shen had never seen this type of tattoo before. It looked like three approximately equal signs. Chen Shen let go of his arm and asked, "Shiranal, what kind of awakened one are you?" "Teacher, I. Shiranal curled up, as if afraid of being hit by the teacher, timidly said, "My skill is fear, intimidation." Fearmonger, support type, skill, intimidation. After the skill is activated, within a radius of 100,000 square meters, all post-apocalyptic creatures are unable to move or attack. The skill effect lasts for 60 seconds. It can be used once a day, consuming one energy crystal each time. Chen Shen was somewhat surprised. In the previous life, he had never heard of any fearmonger. And the fearmonger's skill was so outrageous. Within a radius of 100,000 square meters, post-apocalyptic creatures cannot move or attack for 60 seconds. If encountering a group of rampaging rats in the wild, this young boy's skill could completely save the entire team. No wonder in the previous life, Zhang Ho was willing to personally come to Tree City No. 119 just to get this young boy. Shiranal. Chen Shen took out a new phone, turned it on, handed it to Shiranal, and effortlessly coaxed him back into his car. Seeing the phone, Shiranal started with his he again. "Damn, what is this thing?" Shiranal got into the car, in the back seat, and when Qianqi saw him, especially his face covered with hundreds of pimples, it looked like a pimple convention. This startled Pengzi. He. Damn. Randa, where did you pick up such a scary thing? Why is it so creepy? Pengzi kept his distance from him, as if afraid of catching his pimples. Chen Shen started the car, turned back and smiled. Pengzi, isn't this finding you something to do? From now on, this kid will live with you and your wife. What? Qianqi widened his eyes, and Chen Shen said while driving, "Everyone in our team has to work, each person has their own responsibilities. I'm just afraid that you and your wife will suffer, so I found something else for you. In the future, you two just need to take care of him and the team. You don't need to do anything else." Qianqi quickly shook his head, "No way. I'd rather work. I absolutely won't take care of this little pimple." He. Back in Tree City, it was almost noon. After getting off the car, Chen Shen led Qianqi and his wife to visit the workers. They had to work 12 hours a day, with each meal consisting of a bag of instant noodles and a bowl of water. After looking around, Pengzi didn't say a word, immediately went back to the car, and pulled Shiranal out. He almost kissed him on the face. After settling Qianqi and his wife, Chen Shen also felt relieved. Now, before the lively event, he just needed to bring his wife from the previous life, Yu Jing, over. Then there wouldn't be any major issues. Thinking of his wife Yu Jing, especially her thrifty nature, Chen Shen felt that when he saw her in a few days, he could play a scene of "I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person." Give her a surprise. The next 2 days went smoothly. During the day, Chen Shen led the team out to search for meteorites, and at night, he slept in the car with Yin Yangzi. Qianqi's family of 3, Chen Shen left them a Wrangler. The back seats were folded down, Shiranal sat in the front passenger seat, and the couple slept in the back of the car. Usually, Pengzi didn't come out to show off, mainly because his wife wouldn't allow it. His wife's jealousy was unfathomable. In terms of the team, for 3 consecutive days, 405 girls passed the assessment at Gutong's place. Among them, 85% were college girls, 9% were teachers, and the remaining 6% were new brides from outside. They were all efficient workers, physically, mentally, and morally pure young ladies. Chen Shen was quite satisfied with them. That's why they could become lawyers. In addition, regarding the awakened individuals, within these 3 days, the team added a total of 59 new awakened young ladies. Among them, there are 3 flame people, 8 water vapor people, 12 stone skin people, 5 space people, 6 lamp people, 3 beast control people, and 22 beast women warriors.
The team's combat power has increased several times over in an instant. On the third day of arriving at Giant Tree City, early in the morning, Wei Lan gathered all the workers together. This morning, there were unlimited potatoes and an extra meal, as he made a pot of saltwater soup for them. Over 11,595 men and women finished their last meal together. They completely disbanded. And today, Qinshen is going to officially settle in Giant Tree City with over 500 young ladies, building a 32-story tall building. The general requirements are 15 concrete workers, 25 formwork workers, 15 rebar workers, 20 tilers, and around 10 plumbers and electricians. This time, Qinshen recruited a full 10,000 young and strong men, 10,000 people working in 2 shifts, 24 hours a day. Finally, within 3 days, they completed the construction of the Giant Tree City with a diameter of 600 meters. At this moment, Qinshen led over 500 young ladies standing below Giant Tree City, like a group of moving ants. Many young ladies looked up and couldn't see the end at all. The road leading to the gate, the workers made wooden steps at the entrance. Qinshen walked first, with 500 young ladies lined up quietly behind him. After climbing over 30 steps, there were 2 gates in total. One gate was 4 meters wide, 2 meters high, with a base of 10 slides. Each slide was equipped with 3 thick steel plates, with solid wood sandwiched in between. And at the top, middle, and bottom, 3 locks were used. In this way, 10 gates, 30 layers of thick steel plates. Enough to withstand the upcoming, lively event. Stepping through the gate, Qinshen was the first to enter the hall. Following behind were Lady Yin, Lady Gu, and Lady Wei Lan. Wei Lan was the main person in charge of this construction. Beside the gate, she pressed a switch. In an instant, within 1,000 square meters above Qinshen's head, 100 energy-saving lights lit up simultaneously. With a total of 30,000 square meters in the hall, Wei Lan gave a few instructions, and behind her, a dozen or so young ladies quickly ran towards the hall. In no time, the 30,000 square meter hall was brightly lit. 30,000 square meters, equivalent to 4 standard football fields. Spacious yet brightly lit. At this moment, not to mention the group of young ladies behind him, even Qinshen's sense of achievement reached its peak in this instant. It was a refreshing sense of accomplishment. No wonder the emperors of ancient times liked to build such spacious halls. So big. Really big. Qinshen stepped into the hall. The sound of footsteps. Behind him, over 500 young ladies dispersed. Many of them had been in this hall before, but usually, there were at least 1,000 workers here. And it was pitch black, nothing could be seen clearly. This was their first time. The first time entering this hall without workers and brilliantly lit. Everyone enjoyed this moment of relaxation. Then, some of the young ladies who couldn't control their emotions started to frolic in this spacious hall. Xinhuan ran to a large pillar, hugged it with both hands, and circled around the pillar. Xiaochan, come and see, this pillar is so thick. What's wrong with it being thick? Su Xiaochan pinched her slender waist, took small steps, and walked over gracefully, her eyes shining brightly, full of colorful lights, and a little pride. At this moment, she felt more accomplished than other girls. After all, this was her home. A few days ago, she had already imagined herself as the lady of the house. She had already positioned herself as its second lady. As for the little caretaker Xinhuan, her designated role is the maid who warms the bed. When she is on her period, you can take advantage of her a few times. The first and second floors of Jushu City cover an area of 30,000 square meters, with 3 counters around the hall. All are made of solid wood, emitting a strong woody fragrance, very pleasant. Behind the counters are wooden chairs, with a circle of small warehouses. After the young ladies were excited for a while, Qinshen led them to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is a training area of 10,000 square meters. Many of the young ladies here feel uncomfortable. All the fitness equipment is made of wood, and there are various facilities for combat training. The young ladies were not interested in this floor, so after a brief 10-minute tour, they followed Qinshen to the 4th floor together. The 4th floor is a dormitory area of 10,000 square meters. That morning, Wei Lan proposed one of the changes. Her main proposal had 2 parts. First, to change the 4th floor into 20,000 square meters, with 4 corners, each having a safety staircase leading downstairs. Second, in the center of the 4th floor, create a 10,000 square meter square. In the square, they had the female workers carve out 500 sets of mahjong, 100 sets of chess, 100 sets of go, as well as 100 sets of Three Kingdoms wooden cards, 100 sets of werewolf wooden cards, 50 sets of Monopoly cards, and so on. Wei Lan's idea was to have the entertainment area right at the doorstep of everyone's dormitory. Qinshen, of course, had no objections to these small matters. They would cooperate in whatever way made them comfortable.
Surrounding the square were the dormitories, bathrooms, and showers of over 500 young ladies. Chen Chen casually walked into one of the dormitories. Wooden sliding doors, 8-person rooms, pure wooden bunk beds. Additionally, there were wooden tables and chairs, wooden lunchboxes, wooden utensils, wooden wash basins, wooden wardrobes, wooden trash cans, and so on. Everything that should be there was there. Each room's ceiling had an LED energy-saving light, and each floor was equipped with a large generator. It seemed like they planned to live here for a long time. Chen Chen had not yet told them that in a few days, they would leave Chun City and go to the farther capital city. They might only stay here for a month or two. Over there are the bathrooms and showers, I'll take you to see. After touring the dormitory area, Wei Lan led everyone to the bathrooms. On the 4th floor, there was one bathroom for every 5 dormitories on average. However, the conditions were limited, with no toilets in the bathrooms, only squatting positions. Each bathroom had 2 large wooden basins with clean water, used for flushing the toilet. Oh, Wei Lan, why did you bring a man in here? Hee, someone is in the middle of something, how embarrassing. When they entered, there were a few young ladies using the facilities. The bathroom was brightly lit. Some of the new female team members, upon seeing a man enter, hurriedly pulled up their pants. However, the 100 young ladies who came from the automobile trade city were smiling and not moving much. They just kept saying don't. In reality, their big eyes were glancing at Chen Chen. Anyway, when they were in the automobile trade city, enduring 70-degree heat, Chen Chen had seen everything. Showing him more was nothing special. Jushu City, 5th floor. Originally a 10,000 square meter entertainment area, warehouse, parking lot, and cafeteria. Now, it was still 10,000 square meters but transformed into a supersized cafeteria. The back kitchen area had ventilation, the dining area in the hall, imitating a university cafeteria, with a coffee shop facing each other. The innermost part was the warehouse and parking lot. Yesterday, Chen Chen had transported all the cars and heavy trucks here using space. At this moment, a row of large vehicles was neatly parked. Those with OCD would find it very satisfying. Chen Chen, come, I'll take you to see your private dormitory. When the crowd arrived at the entertainment area on the 4th floor dormitory, the 500-plus young ladies were excited. Especially when they saw mahjong and tabletop board games, some of the more gambling-inclined young ladies couldn't wait to start a game. However, they were now without money, but still wanted to win some prizes. So, on the tables now, there were all sorts of items like sanitary pads, various pieces of clothing, and more. Today, Wei Lan was also very happy. As the supervisor, many ideas were proposed by her. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, she also felt a sense of satisfaction and achievement. In a good mood, she approached Chen Chen, gently linking her arm with his, and took him and a few girls to visit Chen Chen's private dormitory. Chen Chen's private dormitory was located in the center of this floor, leaving the largest space available. Chen Chen's dormitory was like the emperor's throne in the Golden Wine Palace. On both sides were the dormitories of the young ladies. However, as they approached, they found that the double sliding door of the dormitory had been opened slightly. The room was lit. Su Xiaochan and Shen Wan had already entered, frantically folding clothes in a large wardrobe. Wan, hurry up, let's occupy this wardrobe first. Do you have any more clothes? If not, just take off what you're wearing. Hurry, Yin Chang will be here soon, we can't let her beat us. Wei Lan had originally wanted to show off the specially designed large bed dormitory for Chen Chen. However, her mood was disrupted by these 2 young girls. Rushing ahead of everyone, she took a few steps and entered the room first. Then, with a dark expression, she grabbed 2 small guards and left the room. In fact, everyone had an understanding today. Tonight, only Chen Chen and Yin Chang would be in this room. Today was a joyous occasion for the entire team. Wei Lan ordered that Jushu City close 2 large doors, leaving only 50 female team members and the family of Shi Qianqi, who volunteered to stand guard outside. The remaining young ladies would party all day today. Today, there was an unlimited supply of pork, beef, white wine, canned goods. In addition, all the young ladies in the team would receive their first batch of supplies since joining the team. Currently, the team consisted of 601 people, excluding Yin Qing, leaving 600 people. The first batch of supplies for the team. 600 young ladies. Clothing, 2 sets of combat uniforms per person, 2 pairs of hiking shoes or sports shoes in their own size, 2 sets of small clothes and pants, 2 pairs of socks per person. Toiletries, 1 bath towel, 1 toothbrush, 1 toothpaste, 1 bar of soap per person. 1 bucket of shampoo for every 5 people, 1 bucket of shower gel for every 5 people. Hygiene products, 1 pack of small cotton blankets, 1 pack of sleep pants, for those heavy days, to sleep comfortably at night. 2 rolls of toilet paper per person. Entertainment, 1 mobile phone, 1 novel per person. Food, 2 cans of meat per person, flavor of choice.
1 bottle of chili sauce per person, flavor of choice.
2 sausages per person. 1 box of Oreo cookies per person. 1 bag of nuts per person. 1 bag of spicy strips per person. The first distribution of supplies for the entire team. In addition, today, the young ladies who volunteered to guard the door would receive double the food. In the automobile trade city, following Chen Chen, there were 135 people. All the above supplies would be doubled. Awakening young ladies. Support system, multiply the above supplies by 5. Combat system, multiply the above supplies by 10. Management level, Weilan, Guton, multiply the above supplies by 20. Next is the revelry. Unlimited meat, white wine.
In the Jushu city, there were over 550 young ladies left.
The party had begun. Barbecue, drinking, playing cards, games, and some who were homesick.
Today, they would also have the opportunity to cry their hearts out for the last time.
Midnight, Chen Chen's dormitory. Chen Chen, you scoundrel.
The noise outside continued. The girls outside are all playing crazy.
And inside the dormitory, Lady Yin gasped and gave Chen Chen a beating.
Originally, she had already accepted him. On this day, Yin Qing had also secretly started to anticipate a little. For a woman, today is very important and also very happy.
But this pervert Chen Chen, he cut off the bedsheet with bloodstains on it. Yin Yang was still enduring it.
After all, she was already his woman, marrying a chicken with a chicken, marrying a dog with a dog.
Even if he had a little quirk, she could tolerate it. But this jerk actually wanted her to take a photo with the bedsheet. The good mood was gone.
A man that even a dog would despise could still have a wife. What made her even more angry was that while she was sulking here, that dog of a man was sleeping next to her. When a girl is angry, it's understandable for a tough guy not to coax her, but is it too much to fall asleep?
Chen Chen, get up! At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Chen Chen's face was pale.
He quickly put on clothes and said, I'm going out for a smoke.
Chen Chen. In the darkness, Lady Yin's bright eyes glared, you are not allowed to go. At 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yin Sheng, are you crazy?
At this time, you want me to use my skills? At 9 o'clock in the morning, the noise from last night finally stopped.
In the entertainment square, only some girls who stayed up all night playing cards were still persevering.
Chen Chen's dormitory door opened.
With a pair of marten boots, black leather jacket and pants, Yin Cheng walked out of the dormitory with her long legs and head held high. The black leather jacket, zipped up to the last section, formed a sharp contrast with her fair neck. At this moment, many girls looked in their direction.
Everyone was stunned by Yin Cheng's outfit.
Today, Sister Yin Cheng is so confident.
But why didn't we see Brother Chen Chen?
And in the following days, Sister Yin Cheng officially took over the team.
Wei Lan and Guton became her right-hand women.
Whenever there was something, everyone habitually reported to these 3 women. However, these days, Brother Chen Chen was nowhere to be seen. He seemed to have been staying in the dormitory and refused to come out. And Sister Yin Cheng's appearance these days was becoming more and more like a black widow. Could it be that Brother Chen Chen had been taken care of by her? 2 days left until the lively event. After a 2-day break, early in the morning, the female team members finally saw Chen Chen open the dormitory door and walk out. However, his complexion was not very good. Maybe he had an argument with Sister Yin Cheng.
Everyone was still guessing. Chen Chen walked downstairs with a floating step, looking a bit pale. Are you okay?
In the trading hall on the first floor, for the past 2 days, Shi Qianqi and his family had moved into a shop on the first floor to sleep. During mealtimes, his wife went upstairs to the cafeteria alone to get food and brought it back for the 2 men. At other times, the 3 of them stayed in the first floor hall.
It was quite fun.
Such a large space, and the 3 of them were happily living their lives.
Pretty cool. But they still hadn't seen Chen Chen.
Shi Pengzi had been discussing with his wife for the past 2 days whether Chen Chen had passed away. No, just encountered a crazy woman. Chen Chen took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and seeing Shi Pengzi staring at his cigarette pack, he casually took out 2 cigarettes and handed them to him. These past 2 days, Chen Chen almost gave Lady Yin a fear of women. This woman, after opening the door to a new world, went crazy. Using skills. A few times, Chen Chen felt like he was about to see the Naiha Bridge. Ha ha, Shi Pengzi was very happy and wanted to tease Chen Chen a few more times. At this time, Chen Chen didn't have the energy to argue with him and gave him a punch in the stomach without good temper. He turned and walked out of the gate of Jushu City.
Today, it is 6 o'clock in the morning.
There are still 2 days before the lively event.
If I remember correctly, the refugee team from Wulai Town should arrive at Jushu City No. 119 around noon. In the previous life, I met Yu Jing in the evening. That night, Yu Jing was lying under a tree, barely breathing. Still kind-hearted, I brought her back home. In this life, I met the wife from the previous life. Chen Shen decided to give her a surprise this time. In the early days of the jungle apocalypse, many survivors from medium and small cities will spontaneously gather near the nearby big cities. Big cities may still have the power of the country. Perhaps the country has long set up refugee camps in big cities. At noon, thousands of survivors came to Jushu City No. 119. Since arriving near the spring city, most survivors from Wulai Town have already lost hope. The provincial capital city is the same as their small county town. Along the way, passing by dozens of Jushu cities, many survivors from Wulai Town chose to stay. When they arrived at Jushu City No. 119, there were only a few thousand people left. Seeing so many people, the locals of Jushu City No. 119 also came down from the trees. Everyone exchanged information. In the end, there was only silence left. Rest. When refugees arrive at a Jushu city, they will sit down and rest for a while. Those willing to stay will climb up the trees to find a better spot. This will be their new home. Those who want to continue moving forward will stand up after resting for a while and head towards the center of Spring City. Continue walking. The locals of Jushu City No. 119 dispersed. There was no good news. Tomorrow, this damn day will still be dark green. Just like their current mood. Beauty, let's form a team and walk together. In the refugee tide, Chen Chen came early today and finally waited for them. Thousands of people sat sparsely on the ground. Chen Chen still remembers what Yu Jing was wearing. A beige hooded sweatshirt and light blue ripped jeans. Dirty. The impression was deep because in the previous life, it took a lot of effort to get these two pieces of clothing off her. Get lost. Seeing another man approaching to strike up a conversation, Yu Jing struggled to stand up from the ground, put the hat on her head, turned her body to the other side, and lowered her head. It is still the early days of the apocalypse, and everyone still has some rationality. Besides, everyone is very hungry every day, and men also don't have the mood or energy for that. Across from him is his wife. He is very familiar with every inch of her body, but now, she ignores him. This feeling is a bit strange. Clearly very familiar, sleeping together every day, but now she doesn't recognize him. Chen Chen looked at Yu Jing about 10 meters away, feeling a bit depressed. Today, he deliberately wore dirty clothes and carried a simple shoulder bag on his back. He took out half a pack of cigarettes from the bag and lit one. Thinking about how to conquer his wife, he lit a cigarette, attracting the attention of many nearby people. Seeing a man walking towards him, Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, and a dagger appeared in his hand. The man quickly retreated. Just as he was annoyed, someone else wanted to come over and bum a smoke. Under the giant tree, it was quiet, and most people didn't have the strength to speak. In these days, there have been huge leaves falling to the ground. After drying, they made a creaking sound when stepped on. Beauty. Chen Chen sat down beside Yu Jing again. Aren't you hungry? Let's team up and find something to eat together. This time, Yu Jing glanced sideways at Chen Chen, somewhat surprised. She thought it was another middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Unexpectedly, it was a handsome young man of similar age to herself. Get lost. Even if he's handsome, he still needs to get lost. Anyway, anyone who wants to team up with her must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, why not find men to team up with? Men are much stronger in terms of physical strength and power than women. Those who want to team up with her are just attracted to her appearance. Ha! Half an hour later, in the refugee queue in Wulai Town, there seemed to be a leader who stood up and thousands of people stood up in a commotion. They had to continue moving forward. Chen Chen was patient, as he had nothing else to do today. He also knew that Yu Jing didn't have much energy left. In the previous life, she was left alone in Giant Tree City No. 119 until she was found by herself at night. Sure enough, it was the same in this life. Yu Jing gritted her teeth and stood up, but after following the queue for over 100 meters, she bent over and knelt on the ground. Chen Chen followed from behind. At that moment, he walked over again, stood in front of Yu Jing, and reached out a hand. Yu Jing's clear black and white eyes looked up. It was the persistent rogue again. Smack! She slapped his hand away, gritted her teeth, stood up again, and struggled to keep up with the refugee queue in Wulai Town. After walking for a few dozen meters, suddenly, Yu Jing's body softened, and her knees knelt on the muddy ground again. She quickly propped herself up with her arms. Closing her eyes, she felt dizzy and her lips trembled. It might be a symptom of low blood sugar. Chen Chen walked over again, squatted down in front of Yu Jing, and handed her a half-empty, dirty bottle of Pepsi. Her long eyelashes fluttered as Yu Jing opened her eyes. Suddenly, she saw the cola.
Somehow, she grabbed the cola, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down a few big mouthfuls. Hoo! Gasping heavily, Yu Jing instinctively wanted to take another big gulp of the cola. But her hand stopped in mid-air, suddenly halting. Seeing that there was only a quarter of the cola left, she raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the man in front of her. Here, take it. Suppressing the urge to drink all the cola, Yu Jing handed it back to Chen Chen. It wasn't hers. Chen Chen took the cola, sat down next to her, and finished the remaining quarter. Yu Jing turned away, coldly snorting, rogue. Chen Chen was also helpless now. Is it considered rogue to drink a bit of your saliva? In the previous life, how much of mine did you drink? Why didn't I hear you call yourself a rogue? Chen Chen casually threw the cola bottle and pointed in a direction. Cola, I found it under a corpse in the grass pile over there. Beauty, do you want to team up with me and go check it out? You don't want it? Suddenly, Yu Jing stood up, took a few quick steps, hurriedly picked up the empty cola bottle, and then turned back, looking at Chen Chen in surprise. You really don't want this bottle? Chen Chen had forgotten that in these days of the jungle apocalypse, a cola bottle was also a good item. In the morning, it could be used as a water bottle to collect dew, and at night, it could hold some water that wasn't too hot to warm the body. Chen Chen replied nonchalantly, it's for you. Delighted, Yu Jing quickly hid the cola bottle in her arms, but when she saw Chen Chen looking at her, she turned away, rolled her eyes irritably, shameless. Seeing her like this, Chen Chen felt amused. He suddenly felt that his wife, whom he was re-strategizing, might be more fun than in the previous life. He stood up again and walked to Yu Jing's side, saying, Beauty, do you want to team up with me? My name is Chen Chen. My name is Yu Jing. In a patch of weeds, the two looked at each other and finally reached a team agreement. At this moment, Yu Jing's big eyes looked at Chen Chen very seriously and solemnly, saying, I can team up with you, but you are not allowed to touch me without my permission. Can you do that? Chen Chen pretended to hesitate and asked, What do you mean by touch? It means. Yu Jing opened her mouth, glared at Chen Chen fiercely, and said, It means you cannot touch my body or hands without my permission. So, as long as I have your permission, I can touch you? Chen Chen asked seriously. Yes, only if I allow it. Yu Jing stopped halfway, suddenly realized, and glared at Chen Chen fiercely, almost grinding her teeth. He could actually say such shameless words with a straight face. Unbelievable. Ha! Yu Jing took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and sneered, If you can make me willingly allow you to touch me, then that's your skill. Alright, it's a deal. Chen Chen reached out for a high five, and Yu Jing, seeing his quick agreement, lightly slapped his palm, saying, It's a deal. So, now you allow me to hold your hand, right? Chen Chen shamelessly grabbed Yu Jing's delicate hand into his palm. What are you doing? The high five just now was temporary and one time only, understand? Who allowed you to grab me again? Let go of me. Chen Chen seemed to have just understood Yu Jing's rules and said, I get it. It was just a one-time deal. Yes, just a one-time deal. Pushing away Chen Chen's hand, Yu Jing turned around and was about to walk forward alone. But after a few steps, she suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, looked up, closed her eyes slightly, and silently repeated to herself, Don't stoop to the level of a pervert, don't stoop to the level of a pervert. With a cold snort, she continued walking forward. Several meters away, the two of them found the group of corpses that Chen Chen had mentioned earlier, one after the other. Limbs and arms were scattered, and the weeds were trampled down. Arriving there, Chen Chen said, Now, let's divide the work. You search for male corpses, and I'll search for female corpses. With that, he squatted in front of a female corpse and began working. It was a close call. Yu Jing almost burst out laughing at this pervert. Men can be a bit perverted. Most girls can tolerate it. But Yu Jing had never seen such a shameless pervert in her life. At a time like this, when everyone was starving, he still wanted to take advantage of the corpses. Unbelievable. With a cold smile, Yu Jing walked to the other side and started searching for a male corpse. Not long after, Chen Chen suddenly shouted from the other side, Hey, Yu Jing, I found a brand new female backpack here. Do you want it? He found a brand new female backpack in the space. It was the same one he found at Walmart. Hearing about the backpack, Yu Jing quickly stood up, took a few steps to Chen Chen, and took the backpack to inspect it. Then, she looked at Chen Chen suspiciously. How is it brand new? The tag hasn't even been removed. How is that possible? How would I know? Ask her. The female corpse's head was gnawed, and her ribs were exposed. Chen Chen grabbed the female corpse's hair, lifted her up, and said to the corpse, Hey, can you hear me? My woman is asking you a question. Why is your bag brand new? The tag hasn't been removed. Are you planning to use the new bag for a few days and then return it? Chen Chen. They say a good woman can't resist being worn down, and Yu Jing now feels like she's almost losing her temper because of this man.
She tapped Chen Chen on the back with her bag. Chen Chen, can I ask you for a favor now? Go ahead, Chen Chen replied seriously. Yu Jing weakly said, can you please have some face? Who is your woman now? Without waiting for Chen Chen's response, she went back to the other side, continuing her search. Chen Chen saw that she had accepted the bag he gave her, so he casually put down this shameless woman. Continuing the search. 5 minutes later, Yu Jing suddenly exclaimed excitedly from the other side, Chen Chen, come over here, there's a bag of instant noodles in this man's bag. Ha! Strange, this man, his bag is also brand new? The label hasn't even been removed. Chen Chen walked over, squatted down beside her, and saw her looking puzzled. Seizing the opportunity while she was still studying the bag, he snatched the instant noodles and stuffed them into his clothes. This bag of instant noodles and backpack. Naturally, when Chen Chen was bored in the morning, he came here first and hid them in advance. There was also a pair of panties in the female corpse over there, where Chen Chen had hidden a sausage, just waiting for Yu Jing to discover it slowly. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Chen suddenly snatched back his instant noodles, and Yu Jing became anxious. A bag of instant noodles. Why did you take them all for yourself? We agreed to be a team, each taking half. She ignored the male corpse and came over to grab Chen Chen's instant noodles. Shamelessly, Chen Chen stuffed the instant noodles into his clothes and said, the bag is yours, now the instant noodles are mine, fair and square. Fair my foot. Yu Jing angrily handed the bag to Chen Chen, the bag is yours, I want the instant noodles. Saying that, she reached into Chen Chen's clothes to grab them. Hey, we agreed not to use our hands. Chen Chen leaned back, crushing a few weeds, while Yu Jing tried to grab the instant noodles, her body lunged forward and fell on him. In an instant, their foreheads were touching, their eyes met. Yu Jing's eyes widened at this moment. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. However, at this moment, Chen Chen looked into her eyes and said, are you trying to act like a rogue? You're the rogue. Yu Jing blushed, no longer caring, and began to unbutton Chen Chen's jacket, taking out the instant noodles inside and glaring at Chen Chen in a defiant manner. She tore open the bag, looking at the slightly yellowed noodles inside. Yu Jing's eyes widened. Subconsciously, she swallowed, but then turned to look at Chen Chen. After hesitating for a while, she took a deep breath. She broke off a quarter of the noodles, took a bite in defiance, and then threw the rest of the instant noodles to Chen Chen. Okay, the bag is mine, and the remaining instant noodles are all yours. Yu Jing ate slowly, holding the noodles in one hand and her slender legs in the other, turning her head away, trying not to look at the half bag of instant noodles. Chen Chen watched her back and asked, hey, is the ground soft? Why? Yu Jing hadn't eaten much in days, and now her mind was focused on the instant noodles. She turned around and saw Chen Chen looking at her seriously, and she asked, what do you want to say now? Chen Chen said seriously, I want to say, if you don't want to do anything else while eating, then get off me quickly. Yu Jing, be my girlfriend. Under a giant tree, Chen Chen leaned against the tree root with one leg bent. No. Beside him, Yu Jing hugged her knees, a breeze blew by, and she reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. She was immune to this old lecher now. Then let me hold your hand. Chen Chen reached out to grab her sleeve. Yu Jing turned back impatiently and patted his hand. Chen Chen, can't you be more serious? Then you let me touch your hand, and I'll give you my instant noodles. Chen Chen took out the remaining half pack of instant noodles from his backpack, deliberately crumpling the noodle bag loudly. Licking her lips, Yu Jing turned back this time, her beautiful eyes staring at the noodles, showing some interest. However, when she looked back at Chen Chen, she sighed, keep it for yourself to eat. Otherwise, if you faint from hunger later, I won't be able to carry you. The two leaned against a big tree for more than 10 minutes, and a woman in her 30s passed by. Suddenly, Chen Chen spoke up, sister, I'll give you the instant noodles, can I touch your hand? The woman paused, turned to see Chen Chen holding the instant noodles, and exclaimed, really? She was about to run over. Beside her, Yu Jing almost jumped up, Chen Chen, are you crazy? She quickly stood in front of Chen Chen, anxiously explaining, I'm sorry, sister, he's just joking with you. His brain doesn't work well. He's a fool. But the woman was clearly not having it. Who are you? I'm his girlfriend. Yu Jing forced a smile, pointing to her head, my boyfriend's brain is broken, sister, please don't lower yourself to his level. We only have this little food left, sister, I'm really sorry. Tisk, crazy. The woman was also alone, wishing she had a man by her side. Today, she couldn't do without Chen Chen touching her hand. Reluctantly, the woman walked away. Watching her go, Yu Jing suddenly turned back to Chen Chen angrily. Chen Chen, are you out of your mind? You want to touch a hand for half a pack of instant noodles? Is your brain really broken? Just watch. Seeing Chen Chen's gaze still on the woman walking away, Yu Jing snatched the instant noodles from his hand in anger, touch touch touch, I'll let you touch. She sat down next to Chen Shan, pushing her hand into his arms. I've seen lecherous people before, but a pervert like you really opens my eyes. Just now, Yu Jing had eaten a quarter of her own noodles in small bites. She still had more than half left in her bag, to eat a little later when she couldn't bear it anymore at night. She really couldn't stand Chen Shan's wastefulness and inability to live frugally. Chen Shan naturally understood his wife's temperament. She was usually very thrifty and couldn't stand wastefulness, especially since she was the one who found the instant noodles. She would never stand by and watch herself waste money. So, Chen Shan only used half a pack of instant noodles and successfully touched his wife's hand. Just like in the previous life, her hand was small, delicate, and cold. Hey, are you done? Under the big tree, Yu Jing sat next to Chen Shan, with her hand in his arms, but she turned her head away, not looking at him. Actually, she was a bit embarrassed. After all, she had never had a boyfriend before. The first time, she was tricked by an old pervert. 5 minutes later, Chen Shan was still holding her hand, more serious than a palm reader. Yu Jing angrily pulled her hand back. Alright, time's up. So soon? Chen Shan was surprised. How much longer do you want? You're lucky I let you touch for 5 minutes. Yu Jing gave him a disdainful look, and coincidentally, the woman who had just passed by came back. She probably went to the restroom over there just now. Sister! Chen Shan suddenly produced a sausage in his hand and said, Sister, this sausage is for you, can I have your? Chen! Yu Jing is like a cat that has been startled, suddenly bouncing up from the ground. She quickly stood in front of Chen Shan. I'm sorry, really sorry. My boyfriend's brain doesn't work well, he's a fool. This time, she bowed repeatedly to the eldest sister, but the eldest sister just looked at her with a cold smile. Just now, who told me that you only have this little food left? So, you two are showing affection in front of me, huh? The eldest sister walked away with a cold smile, and Yu Jing turned around, her two beautiful big eyes staring at Chen Shan, almost shooting fire. Chen! She reached out to grab Chen Shan's ham sausage, but Chen Shan quickly dodged. After several unsuccessful attempts, in the end, Yu Jing angrily thrust her slender leg into Chen Shan's arms. She even angrily kicked him several times. However, he eventually behaved obediently. It is said that to win over a girl, one must be patient. And it must be done step by step. If the difficulty level of winning over a leg is 1, then with the groundwork of the first instant noodles, the difficulty level of winning over a leg becomes 0. 5. This is commonly known as the boiling frog effect. Time's up. 3 minutes later, Yu Jing withdrew her leg, then kicked him in his arms a bit angrily. Hey, is your leg so valuable? Chen Shan felt that this time was clearly not enough. Isn't this deceiving people? What else do you want? Seeing the anxious look on the old lecher's face, Yu Jing inexplicably felt a bit amused. She suppressed her smile and said, if you have the ability, try to take it again. If you take it, I'll give you more time. With that, she glanced at Chen Shan's shrunken shoulder bag. This old lecher, now taking out all the food to act like a rogue. When he's hungry at night, let's see how he begs her. Ha, inexplicably relieved. Chen Shan snorted. Seeing Chen Shan being defeated, seeing the old lecher losing everything, Yu Jing's mood improved even more. Wiping away the grievances just now. Come on, give me your shoulder bag, and I'll let you touch my hand for 1 minute. Yu Jing smiled and reached out her hand in front of Chen Shan, swaying it. Do you want to exchange? 1 minute later, Yu Jing smilingly withdrew her hand. Darling, time's up. Now, looking at the old lecher's pitiful appearance, Yu Jing felt extremely good. She smilingly withdrew her hand, teasing, Oh, isn't that the elder sister from earlier? She seems not far from us, why don't you go to her now? After resting for an hour, the two young people under the big tree stood up again. In the future, the two of them couldn't possibly live on half a bag of instant noodles and a ham sausage. Food will always be the sword of Damocles hanging over Yu Jing's head. In fact, in the previous life, before dying, the sword hanging over Yu Jing's head was still there. Before dying, Yu Jing never had a good meal. This is also the part where Chen Shan has always felt sorry for her. Hey, old lecher, do you want to eat a little more? Yu Jing's stomach grumbled. She pursed her lips, turned to look at the old lecher again, thinking he must be hungry too. With a sigh, she took out the small piece of pancake she had left in her bag, broke off 2 finger-sized pieces, and handed one to Chen Shan. Here, you eat this, and let's continue searching. Is this enough for anyone to eat? Chen Shan still found it insufficient, and Yu Jing coldly snorted, This is deceiving the brain, don't you understand? If you only eat a little each time, your brain will think you are constantly eating, and it won't send hunger signals to your body. Chen Shan had heard of this theory from her in the previous life, and he grumbled, So, you're just fooling yourself, right? Why are you talking so much? Eat or not, if you don't, I'll take it back. Yu Jing glanced at him, and Chen Shen sighed, "Alright, give it to me. Having a little is better than nothing." But as soon as Yu Jing handed the finger-thick instant noodles to Chen Shen, she heard him say, "Can this piece also be exchanged for time? You want to exchange this too?" Yu Jing was shocked and amused at the same time. "Brother, you are really shameless, aren't you? Whether I am shameless or not, just say if you want to exchange or not. If you don't, I'll go find that lady." Chen Shen, fearless even when facing danger. "Exchange, don't regret it." Yu Jing took back the instant noodles, wanting to see how long this shameless guy could hold on. The two held hands and walked in one direction. "Hey, be gentle with your hands, you've rubbed off the skin." 30 minutes later, in a patch of weeds, they smelled the stench of a corpse and found a group of bodies again. Yu Jing was excited. "Chen Shen, hurry." She let go of Chen Shen's hand and ran ahead. Chen Shen followed behind her, not worried about her safety as he could teleport to save her at any time. "Should I take care of the male corpses, and you handle the female ones?" Chen Shen also approached the group of bodies, and Yu Jing disdainfully glanced back at him. "You have such little dignity." A few minutes later, after turning over a few bodies, Yu Jing stood up in frustration. "It seems like all of these have been searched through, even the pockets have been turned inside out. This area, including the previous one, had been searched through by many people. How could they find anything to eat?" The bag of instant noodles had been hidden by herself, but his wife was too naive. Chen Shen knew he had fooled her enough. She still hadn't figured out why there was a label on the bag. "Hey, Yu Jing, if I can still find something to eat, can we still exchange for time?" Chen Shen was helping a female corpse by undressing her. This was already the third one. Chen Shen selected a few relatively intact female corpses, undressed them, and neatly arranged them. "This area has been searched through. Where do you expect to find something to eat?" Yu Jing was still searching in frustration, not noticing what Chen Shen was doing. "I just want to know if we can still exchange for time." That shameless guy was really annoying. They had walked for 30 minutes, wasting their energy for nothing. Yu Jing was already feeling a bit disappointed, and now hearing the shameless guy still thinking about fooling around, she couldn't help but shout, "Fine, fine, fine. Whatever you want. But you have to find it for me first." "Whatever I want?" Chen Shen continued to work diligently on the female corpses. "Yes, yes, yes." Yu Jing impatiently said, "One bag of instant noodles, you touch my hand. One sausage, you touch my thigh. Is that enough?" Shameless. In the distance, they heard Chen Shen continue to ask, "What if I find a can of beef, can I kiss you?" Ha! Already impatient, and now being teased by this shameless guy, Yu Jing turned back coldly. "Fine, if you can, bring the can of beef here now." But as soon as she said that, she heard Chen Shen loudly exclaim, "Yu Jing, come over here and see, I found the can of beef." Ha! Yu Jing coldly smiled and walked towards Chen Shen. Even a dog wouldn't believe in such a coincidence. When she got closer, she saw Chen Shen arranging the female corpses neatly. What a pervert! Any woman who marries him would cry for a lifetime. "Where's your can of beef? Bring it here." She crossed her arms, looking disdainful. Chen Shen finished arranging the last female corpse, stood up, made a clicking sound with his mouth, and then lingered his gaze on the group of female corpses. Turn around and flicked the dust off his hands. Then, under Yu Jing's disdainful gaze, he slowly pulled out a box of exquisite Zhongliang canned luncheon meat from his pocket. It turns out that when a woman encounters something she likes, her eyes really do widen in an instant. Just as Chen Shen placed the canned meat in her hand, Yu Jing's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. Then, holding the can in both hands, she began to examine it carefully. "Chen Shen, you." Confirming that it was indeed an unopened can of beef, Yu Jing was excited to say something to Chen Shen. But suddenly seeing the lecherous look in his eyes, she quickly took 2 steps back. "What do you want?" "What else could I want?" "Ha, silly." The nickname I gave her in the previous life was indeed correct. Stepping forward, Chen Shen embraced her small waist. However, before Chen Shen could make any further moves, this time Yu Jing seemed to have become smarter. She tiptoed, quickly raised her head, and lightly kissed Chen Shen's lips. Then, taking advantage of Chen Shen's moment of confusion, she pushed him away. "Ah, kiss done. Don't follow me." Then, lowering her head, she turned around and ran off. Chen Shen chuckled as he watched his wife's figure running away, thinking she was clever. "Huh? Do you think you're smart? Do you believe that the canned food in my space can make your lips swell from kissing?" Sure enough, not long after, Chen Shen called out, "Yu Jing, I found another box of canned ribs." Yu Jing was taken aback and subconsciously took a few steps towards Chen Shen. But halfway there, she stopped in her tracks, because she had already seen it. In Chen Shen's hand, there was indeed another box of canned food. "You, throw the can over here for me to see." She hesitated and dared not go over. She knew too well the lecherous nature of that guy. If she ran over foolishly again this time, there might be danger. Come over, I promise, it will be the same as last time, Chen Chen said earnestly. You promise?
Yu Jing hesitated and took 2 more steps forward. Alright, let's make a deal.
Just like last time, I'll kiss you voluntarily, and you must not initiate it.
Chen Chen negotiated. Okay, but this time it will be for 3 seconds.
3 seconds is fine, you stand there and don't move.
Yu Jing cautiously walked up to Chen Chen, took the can, carefully examined it, and her eyes lit up. Seeing that Chen Chen was really honest, she blushed and said, I'll give you 3 seconds, but you must not move or stick out your tongue.
Chen Chen nodded obediently.
Blushing, Yu Jing slowly approached. Initially, it was just a temporary measure she came up with in a hurry, but now, being asked to do it for real, her heart was pounding uncontrollably. Fortunately, this lecherous guy was quite handsome. She wouldn't lose out. After psyching herself up, Yu Jing blushed and leaned in, tiptoed, and lightly kissed Chen Chen's lips.
3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. But for some reason, her mind suddenly went blank this time, as if she didn't know anything at all.
After several tens of seconds, feeling the lecherous guy embracing her, Yu Jing quickly broke free. Blushing, she took a few breaths.
You went over time.
Chen Chen licked his lips. Then wait for me, I'm sure I can find another can.
TCH.
There was simply no place on Chen Chen's body to hide a can, not even in that single shoulder bag that he had been fiddling with for a minute. Yu Jing simply couldn't believe that his luck could continue to be this good. But, 3 minutes later, the lecherous guy called out again, Yu Jing, I found another can of braised pork, come over and kiss me.
You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it. This time, Yu Jing was truly exasperated. Why? Why was this lecherous guy so lucky? It's unfair. No, come over and take a look. Chen Chen said nonchalantly, come take a look, the canned braised pork from Zhongliang, the production date is still fresh. He casually threw the can over to Yu Jing. Immediately, she let out a scream. Chen Chen, are you crazy? What if it breaks? Taking a few steps forward, she quickly picked up the can and dusted off the dirt on top of it. It was indeed true. After careful examination, everything was confirmed.
Even Yu Jing, with her intelligence, realized that there might be something wrong here.
How could this be so coincidental? Chen Chen, are you tricking me?
With suspicion in her big eyes, Yu Jing walked up slowly, lowered her head, and began to search Chen Chen's body.
It was impossible.
It was impossible for things to be so coincidental.
Chen Chen cooperated well, raising his hands high, as if cooperating with customs inspection, letting her check however she wanted. Done yet? If you're done, hurry up and kiss me, I'm waiting. Oh this one doesn't count anyway. Yu Jing decided to act stubborn once. Anyway, until she figured out the old pervert's tricks, she couldn't kiss him again. 3 minutes later, Chen Chen raised another box of canned food.
This time, Yu Jing saw it clearly, he definitely didn't get it from outside.
Moreover, the piece of corpse just now was turned over by herself.
But, the canned food was real.
What on earth was going on? This one is still owed.
Stuffing the canned food into her backpack, Yu Jing suspiciously looked at Chen Chen and said, now, let's find out together.
Chen Chen nodded, if I find it again, will you still owe me?
Yu Jing confidently said, if you can find it in front of me, I'll give it all back to you.
Alright, if I find the canned food again, you'll give it all back to me, the kind with pull tabs. Ha, find it first.
Now, the two walked together. Yu Jing pointed to a male corpse and said, you search, I'll watch. Chen Chen took 2 steps forward, casually dug out a box of canned meat from under the male corpse, and tossed it aside.
How is this possible?
This time, before she could look, her petite body was suddenly embraced tightly by Chen Chen. A fierce kiss was imprinted on her lips. After a long kiss, both could feel each other's heartbeat.
Breathing heavily. Yu Jing, be my girlfriend. Chen Chen held his previous wife's slender waist, and she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. The two looked into each other's eyes. This time, Yu Jing's gaze towards Chen Chen finally softened. After a while, she gently nodded.
At this moment, in her beautiful eyes, Chen Chen once again saw the long-lost love. Lifting her up, the two walked out of the pile of corpses together. Along the way, Yu Jing's beautiful eyes stared at him blankly.
Chen Chen.
Chen Chen wanted to hold her a little longer, just like in the previous life when she pretended to have a sore foot and wanted him to carry her.
That was also the last time the two met.
That night, when Chen Chen returned from a search mission, the 119 giant tree city had already been completely occupied by the insect tide.
If I get sick in the future, will you abandon me?
In fact, from the moment Chen Chen gave her half a bottle of cola, Yu Jing had a good impression of him. Then, one intimate gesture after another, Yu Jing also vaguely regarded him as her boyfriend. Otherwise, how could she let him play around with time so casually?
I won't.
The two walked outside together, not knowing where to go.
Chen.
Promise me, be nicer to me in the future, don't bully me.
I promise you. Chen.
Promise me, in the future, no matter what happens, you're not allowed to lie to me.
Okay, I promise you. Chen.
Promise me that you'll stay away from those female corpses in the future, it's so disgusting. Suddenly, Chen stopped in his tracks, put down Yujing, and let her walk on her own. Why do you care so much about everything?
Let's break up. Chen, you jerk. Yujing punched Chen back like she was hitting for free. Chen turned around and picked her up again, threw her into the air, and caught her again. Yujing quickly shouted, Chen, put me down. So you don't care about me and the female corpses anymore? Chen remained unfazed and continued playing with his wife.
Chen, can't you stop being so perverted?
It's so disgusting. You have me now, why do you still like female corpses? You're no fun like the female corpses, they are more obedient and never talk back.
Chen knew that Yujing had been afraid of heights since she was young, and it wasn't until they arrived at Jushu City that she gradually got better. If you say you don't care about me and the female corpses, I'll put you down.
Chen continued playing with his wife. Okay, I don't care, just put me down quickly. At night, next to a small tree, Chen and Yujing lit a small bonfire together.
They had been walking for the whole afternoon without knowing where they were going. When they saw that it was getting dark, they stopped walking. During these days, Yujing had been silently walking alone. Now suddenly having a man by her side, she felt a sense of security. With him around, she felt like she didn't have to worry about anything. She would do as he said. She just hoped that this man wouldn't use her and then kick her away.
If that were to happen, she sighed quietly.
If that were to happen, Yujing hoped that he would wait a little longer before kicking her away, so she could enjoy his company for a few more days. In front of the bonfire, Chen threw 2 cans into it, let them heat up, and then took them out to eat. Yujing obediently offered her hand, behaving like a cute little cat.
Chen grabbed it, pulled her closer, and asked, "No charge this time?"
The firelight reflected in Yujing's big eyes as she shook her head obediently.
Leg?
Yujing quickly extended her leg into Chen embrace.
Chen asked again, "No charge for this either?"
Yujing nodded obediently. Chen pulled her into his arms again, and this time, Yujing took the initiative to kiss him. After a while, Yujing wrapped her arms around Chen's neck and whispered softly in his ear, "No charge for this either."
Then let's break up. I like it when it's half-hearted.
Chen pushed her away forcefully, but saw Yujing looking at him affectionately with her big eyes. Chen, can you stop bullying me?
I don't want to hear you say the word break up.
She approached him, hugged him gently. Every time you mention breaking up, I feel a little scared. I'm afraid that after you have me, you won't want me anymore. But I still want to break up with you.
Chen remained unmoved and pushed her away.
Chen, you jerk, can't you be serious for once? Yujing was really angry this time, feeling like she had wasted so much emotion. She pounced on Chen, and the two of them started playfully wrestling. However, after a while, Yujing suddenly propped herself up and looked suspiciously at the red mark on Chen's neck. Chen, can you tell me who left this mark on your neck? Then, a hint of vigilance flashed in Yujing's eyes. Chen, if you dare tell me that it was left by a female corpse, do you believe I'll bite you to death right now? The canned food was ready, very hot. In front of the small bonfire, Yujing, the wife, was catching a fox spirit. However, when Chen used a dagger to open a can of canned meat, the fierceness in her big eyes softened a bit. Unable to resist stealing a glance. Eat first, I'll deal with you after I'm full. The female corpse endured it all. Things like fox spirits were put aside for now. In fact, Yujing was more afraid of herself being tossed around here, and in the end, the fox spirit turned out to be herself. I don't want ribs, I want that box of beef. At night, in an off-road vehicle, the back seat was folded down. Chen, who had taken a bath, returned to the car first. He quickly found several sets of new mattresses, pillows, and quilts, arranged them neatly, and called out, "Hurry up and wash, waiting for you." "Stop messing with me, go find your fox spirit, tonight we'll sleep separately." Outside the car, Yujing was soaking in a large wooden tub, with Chen heating water for her and surrounding her with a circle of cloth. He didn't mind bathing himself, but his wife definitely couldn't be seen. Not just his wife, even the female team members who followed Chen couldn't be casually seen by others. Chen had always been like this, a mad protector of his wife. Of course, if there were still generous men in such matters, Chen wouldn't mind making friends with them. "Yujing, do you understand? We only met at noon today. After you, there was that 30-year-old lady, and those female corpses. Who do you think looks like a fox spirit? After dinner just now, Chen Chen had already laid all the cards on the table with Yu Jing, Space Person, Yin Cheng, and 600 little sisters. Yu Jing was left dumbfounded after hearing this, taking a long time to digest it. She had already prepared for the worst, thinking that he might have other women, maybe more than one. But he actually brought over 600 little sisters? Angry, definitely angry. Trying to catch the fox spirit, only to find out she had become little 601? After eating beef, she really had the strength. Yu Jing grabbed Chen Chen and vented her anger on him, hitting and scratching him all over. But in the end, Chen Chen still managed to catch her hands and feet. Fortunately, what comforted Yu Jing a bit was that Chen Chen had already told Yin Cheng about his situation this time. But Yu Jing still couldn't understand why Chen Chen had known her and knew she was coming to Giant Tree City. No. 119. Dreaming the night before last night? Nonsense, not even a dog would believe it. Anyway, Chen Chen, tonight we'll sleep separately. Don't even think about doing that kind of thing. It's absolutely impossible, don't even think about it. After taking a bath, wrapping herself in a new towel, Yu Jing took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. That's what she said. But, what a lecherous old man. Ha! After taking a bath, he wouldn't let her go so easily. Okay, I promise you, we'll sleep separately. Inside the car, the lecherous old man was still using those crude tricks to deceive young girls. Yu Jing, wrapped in a towel, walked back to the back of the off-road vehicle slowly. The back was open, revealing what the lecherous old man had prepared. Brand new quilts, pillows, ambient lights inside the car. He even made her take a bath. Ha, sleep separately? What a lie. Phew. Taking a long breath. Forget it, she was an adult after all, sooner or later, this day would come. Yu Jing kept encouraging herself in her heart, then glanced at the brand new quilt, unable to help but glare at the lecherous old man. But in the end, she still sat on the brand new quilt. Phew. It doesn't matter, I won't lose out anyway. Taking off her shoes, her two small white feet swayed back and forth for a while, glancing back at the lecherous old man. Gathering courage, she turned around and climbed into the car. Wait. Yu Jing had just made up her mind, but Chen Chen pulled out a white towel. He wanted to lay it on her side of the mattress. Chen Chen, what do you mean? Yu Jing's eyes were spitting fire. She was an adult, of course, she knew what this shameless guy meant. Chen Chen shamelessly said, don't misunderstand, this is for bandaging wounds. Bandage your head. Shameless. I'll let you bandage. I'll let you bandage. I'll let you bandage. Yu Jing erupted again, picked up a pillow, and started hitting Chen Chen randomly. However, her small arms were no match for his big legs. In the end, she was caught in Chen Chen's arms again. The next morning, Chen Chen patiently waited. Yu Jing insisted on brushing her teeth for more than 10 minutes, then turned around and glared fiercely at Chen Chen, kicking his legs several times with her own. She huffed back into the car. Driving, the two of them officially returned to Giant Tree City today. And tomorrow, the lively event would take place. On the way. Chen Chen, have you really talked to your girlfriend about it? After a night, Yu Jing slowly accepted the reality that she was the fox spirit. Chen Chen truthfully said, I told her that you were my girlfriend before the apocalypse, and I came specifically to find you this time. Yu Jing relaxed slightly, but then asked, so, in the end, am I the fox spirit, or is she the fox spirit? This question stumped Chen Chen. Logically, Yin Cheng should be the fox spirit, but that was in the previous life. In this life, Yu Jing was the fox spirit. It's a bit complicated. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, she'd probably think she's the fox spirit now, but she's not actually. You should be the rightful one in her heart, but I hope you can be clear about it. Yu Jing sneered, Chen Chen, the relationship between me and her is so complicated now, whose heart should be clear? Do you really want me to spell it out? The journey back was quick. The only regret was that they didn't encounter any show-offs along the way. Chen Chen was still thinking about showing off his skills in front of his wife. At the entrance of Giant Tree City, 30 young ladies were patrolling with real guns. Wei Lan led the team. When they saw Chen Chen's car returning, Wei Lan ran a few steps to greet him. Behind her, more than 30 young ladies surrounded them noisily. Yesterday, when Chen Chen left Giant Tree City, Wei Lan asked Yin Cheng, who then coldly revealed the matter of Chen Chen's ex-girlfriend before the apocalypse. Everyone was curious now if Chen Chen had found a girlfriend this time. He went out and wanted to see what his girlfriend looked like. With so many people, Yu Jing felt nervous all of a sudden. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary kindergarten teacher. Normally, she wouldn't have so many people surrounding her except when parents picked up their children from school. Captain, you're back? Let us see what your wife looks like. Chen Chen got out of the car, and a group of young ladies surrounded him. He was puzzled by their address and asked, what captain? A young lady replied, "The Lady Adventure Team. It was just established by Sister In Ching yesterday. She told us to call you captain if we saw you again."
Chen Shen's face darkened. "The Lady Adventure Team, do you think it's appropriate for me, a man, to be the captain? Why wouldn't it be appropriate?"
Wei Lan had already seen Yu Jing in the car.
She couldn't help but look at Chen Shen sarcastically and replied, "I think it's quite appropriate.
Which one of us big girls and young wives you set your eyes on can escape?
Aren't they all your harem concubines? What? If you find it not direct enough, shall we just rename it Chen Shen's harem team?"
Wei Lan was angry, mainly feeling sorry for Yin Chang.
She thought Chen Shen was too scummy.
How he treated Yin Ching in the past, how he gradually deceived her into bed, and how she fell step by step, she knew it all too well. He already had a girlfriend.
Isn't this scummy behavior?
Furthermore, another reason was that this scumbag had made a move on her as well. And after making a move, he started pretending to be a gentleman and there was no follow-up.
This made Wei Lan even more furious. What? I don't even have the qualification to be dumped by him, right? Scum! Yu Jing!
Chen Shen ignored her, walked to the front passenger seat, opened the car door for her, leaned in and whispered, "Stay calm, you are my girlfriend before the end of the world, don't forget." Yu Jing was still a bit nervous. She cleared her throat, clenched her fists, then loosened them, forcing a smile on her face. Chen Shen helped her out of the car, then heard some girls praising, "Chen Shen's girlfriend is so beautiful." Chen Shen silently remembered the appearance of this girl. He decided to reward her with some good food when there was no one around later.
"Yesterday I heard our Chen Shen talking about you."
Yu Jing forced a smile. "Thank you for taking care of our Chen Shen for so long."
Chen Shen found it amusing. How come he didn't notice in the previous life that Yu Jing had a talent for acting?
If not for the fact that her hands were all sweaty now, Chen Shen would have thought she could be an actress. However, he hoped that when she met Lady Yin upstairs later, she wouldn't be as weak as in the previous life. Chen Shen still remembered that in the previous life, Yu Jing described her as Lady Yin, saying she looked like she had stepped out of an oil painting, unrealistically beautiful. Even though there were other beautiful girls, after seeing Lady Yin, Yu Jing was deeply captivated by her. He hoped that when she saw Lady Yin again later, she wouldn't be overwhelmed by her presence.
Chen Chen.
Upon entering the giant tree city, Yu Jing was immediately shocked by the gate. A door made of 30 layers of thick steel plates.
Then, inside, an endless hall brightly lit. It felt like entering a fantasy world.
But she knew very well that this was inside a giant tree. A strange feeling. Outside the door, the girls continued to patrol. Now, only Yu Jing and Chen Chen entered this 30,000 square meter hall. After the door closed with a clang, Yu Jing breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, turned back to make sure they had all left.
She quickly grabbed Chen Chen's arm. "Chen Chen, is this your base?" "It scared me."
Seeing her being so scared, Chen Chen playfully rubbed her head. "What are you afraid of?
Didn't everyone praise you for being beautiful? Don't move around, don't mess up my hair."
In the morning, Yu Jing took extra care to groom herself. Last night, she even washed her 2 tattered clothes with bathwater. Now she cared a lot about her appearance.
Can't lose.
After fixing her hair, Yu Jing held onto Chen Shen's arm tightly and whispered, "Chen Shen, you talk more later, let me talk less, I'm afraid I'll get nervous."
"Nervous about what?"
Chen Chen chuckled. By now, Chen Shen had already taken Yu Jing upstairs, with Yu Jing following closely behind. "Slow down, let me think about what to say later."
"Didn't you memorize the script last night? Just follow the flow, no need to be nervous."
The two had now reached the second floor, where there weren't many people. Yu Jing tightly held Chen Shen's arm and stopped in her tracks. Phew! She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Yu Jing forced herself again, with a slight smile on her lips.
There were lights at the staircase landing now.
Yu Jing looked at Chen Shen with this smile. "How is it?
Is my expression still natural?"
Chen Shen looked at her, feeling the nervousness written all over her, and said with a smile, "Very natural."
"Then give me some confidence."
Yu Jing grabbed Chen Shen, before he could react. Her arms wrapped around his neck.
For a long time,
Chen Shen heard Yu Jing muttering softly, "I knew Chen Shen before the end of the world. He was very good to me at that time, not fickle. We had met each other's parents. It was only after the end of the world that things changed."
"All right, let's go upstairs quickly."
After watching for a while, Chen Shen was afraid of laughing when he saw Yin Qing later.
The 3rd floor is the training hall.
These days, Wei Lan and Gu Tong have arranged for the female team members to train here. There is also a dedicated shooting range.
Each female team member can shoot 30 bullets per day. Those who fail to meet the standards will clean the toilets after training and give foot massages to their sisters. "Captain. The captain is back."
The girls changed their way of addressing him. However, Chen Shen definitely couldn't accept the name Adventurous Lady Team.
He had to think of a more majestic and domineering name. Just like Optimus Prime in Transformers. Living in Optimus, so domineering. On the fourth floor, many of the girls who had finished training were playing mahjong and werewolf kill here. After seeing Chen Chen and Yu Jing, everyone warmly greeted them. Inevitably, all eyes were on Yu Jing, waiting to see the drama unfold today. The 10,000 square meter entertainment square, Chen Chen's dormitory, is at the innermost part. Yu Jing grabbed Chen Chen's arm and whispered in his ear, "Did you make these wooden mahjong sets?"
"Yes, once you are familiar with the environment here, you can come out and play with them later." Chen Chen knew that Yu Jing loved playing mahjong before the end of the world and had a strong gambling nature. But she was frugal and could only win, not lose. If she lost, she would get angry. In other words, her mahjong skills were not good. Chen Chen still remembered that in the previous life, when the family was doing well, Yu Jing took Xia and I out to play a 10-player wooden chess game with other women. They played for 8 hours and lost 17 bullets. When Chen Chen returned home that night, Xia and I was fine. Knowing she had done something wrong, she lowered her head, held Chen Chen's clothes, and begged for forgiveness. But Yu Jing was angry with him. Chen Chen was puzzled. It was as if he had lost the child's tuition fees. That night, Yu Jing didn't sleep at all and began a deep self-examination. And in this life, she was still the same. When the two passed by the mahjong area, Chen Chen saw Yu Jing's big eyes wandering around. But the wooden mahjong tiles were not colored, so she couldn't see clearly. Sometimes she even leaned in to take a closer look. It wasn't until the two reached the dormitory door that Chen Chen reached out to open the door, and Yu Jing became nervous again. "Captain." Opening the door, the room's lights were on. Yin Cheng and Gu Tong were sitting in front of the coffee table drinking coffee. When they saw Chen Chen opening the door with a woman, both women were stunned. Then Gu Tong immediately stood up, smiling, and walked to the door. "Captain, you're back. Is this your girlfriend before the end of the world?" Chen Chen also introduced Yu Jing generously. Gu Tong smiled and reached out his hand. "Hello, I'm Gu Tong." Yu Jing also smiled and shook hands with the other person. "I'm Yu Jing, Chen Chen's girlfriend." Smiling on the surface. But at this moment, Yu Jing was already amazed beyond words. Who is this woman? What kind of fairy-like beauty is this? No wonder Lao Sapei was in such a hurry to come back this morning. Just now, when she saw Wei Lan outside the door, Yu Jing felt it was okay. After all, her appearance was not to be underestimated. Not to mention anything else, before the end of the world, when she picked up the children from kindergarten, 90% of the parents who came to pick up the children were fathers. When she danced with the children, those fathers would take time off work to come and support their children's activities. They would say, "Everything is for the children." But even so, Yu Jing is already very confident in her appearance, but when facing the woman in front of her, she still feels like she is being overshadowed. Who is this woman in front of her, and what did she eat to grow up like this? Right now, Yu Jing just wants to bite Chen Chen. However, just as Yu Jing is thinking about quietly pinching Chen Chen, footsteps come from behind Gu Tong, wearing Martin boots and a black leather jacket and pants. At this moment, she also strides to the door with her 2 meter long legs. "Captain." After glancing at Chen Chen, Gu Tong slowly gives up her position to Yin Cheng and stands silently beside her. "Hello." Facing Yin Cheng, Yu Jing smiles and extends her hand. "I'm Yin Cheng." "Hello, I'm Yu Jing. Chen Chen mentioned you to me yesterday. Thanks to you for taking care of him these days." This dialogue was memorized since last night. When Yu Jing was bullied by the old pervert, she was silently reciting it in her heart, including tone, speed, pauses, and so on. But even so, when facing Yin Xing, Yu Jing couldn't maintain the calmness she had just shown in front of Gu Tong. Even if it was a forced calmness, Yin Xing's beauty always gives people a sense of distance. Normally, everyone admires her from afar and finds her pleasing to the eye. But at this moment, Yu Jing may have subconsciously wanted to compare herself with the other party in terms of appearance. However, when she actually saw the other party, she felt like she had fallen into an ice hole all of a sudden. From head to toe, there was a chill. "It's okay, taking care of Chen Chen is something I should do." Yin Cheng smiles and lets Yu Jing into the room, glancing at Chen Chen again. The two women turned around, and Chen Chen pulled the frozen Yu Jing a bit. This fool can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. But now Yu Jing's mind is blank again, like the feeling she had when bullied by the old pervert last time. She can't muster any sense of comparison now. She feels like running away. After all, she is the third party. The original wife is so beautiful. Did she come here to humiliate herself? Chen Chen. Seeing the two women walking a few meters towards the wooden sofa, Yu Jing suddenly grabbed Chen Chen's arm tightly and whispered, "I can't do it. I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore. Let me go. I don't want to compete with her for you." "No, later you will say according to the lines you memorized last night."
Chen Chen tried to pull Yu Jing into the room, but her legs felt like lead, lacking confidence. Chen Chen, I need to go to the bathroom,
Yu Jing muttered behind him. Yin Chang, who had walked several meters ahead, heard the sound. She turned around and saw Yu Jing seemingly trying to run out. She smiled and said, Chen Chen, why don't you and your girlfriend chat in the room first? I have something to do outside. I'll come back in the evening, and we can have dinner together. Okay, you two go out first. Chen Chen was also helpless now. He thought this fool would be intimidated by Yin Qing's aura, but he didn't expect her to be so useless. She memorized the lines all night but couldn't even follow the script. When the two women left, Gu Tong turned back and closed the door to the room. Yu Jing suddenly seemed to lose all her confidence and slumped onto the wooden bed. Chen Chen, you jerk. After resting for a while, Yu Jing suddenly stood up angrily again. You deliberately wanted to see me embarrassed, didn't you? Your girlfriend is so beautiful, why did you come to provoke me? Chen Chen had just taken off his coat, and for once, he didn't act nonchalant. He walked a few steps to Yu Jing and let her vent her anger on him. Finally, he looked at Yu Jing's eyes very seriously and said, I went to see you yesterday because I didn't want you to be taken advantage of by someone else in this lifetime. Perhaps in Chen Chen's eyes, he saw sincerity. Yu Jing closed her eyes again, took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, she looked up at Chen Chen with her big watery eyes, tiptoed, and her two red lips kissed him again. After a long time, Yu Jing lay in Chen Chen's arms and murmured softly, Chen Chen, as long as you don't drive me away in this lifetime, even if she bullies me in the future, I won't leave. Looking at his wife's affectionate appearance, Chen Chen suddenly said, if you're afraid of her bullying you, how about tonight, we both bully her first? You jerk! Your serious look never lasts more than 3 seconds, does it? The two of them started playing around again, but Yu Jing's mood relaxed a lot. Today was the first time they met. This situation was already quite good. At least they didn't end up fighting each other. However, Chen Chen decided that after this lively event was over, he would still have to take the two of them out more. Let them see the Lord of the Giant Tree City in other people's homes, with a dozen or 20 little wives following behind, like a group of little tails. 30 minutes later, they left. First, they changed Yu Jing out of her tattered clothes. 5-story warehouse. Chen Chen personally accompanied her to choose. Mainly because he was afraid that her frugal habit would kick in and she wouldn't dare to take more. After finding a heavy truck to load the clothes, Chen Chen lifted Yu Jing up. And Yu Jing's big eyes were amazed once again. Since coming to this giant tree city, she had thought that Chen Chen might be very rich, but she didn't expect him to have prepared so many women's clothes. Piled up like mountains, all kinds of clothes, even many brands that she couldn't bear to buy before the apocalypse. And whenever Chen Chen saw his wife's gaze linger on a piece of clothing for more than 2 seconds, he forcibly stuffed that piece of clothing into Yu Jing's arms. In the end, the large backpack was filled with over a dozen items. There were more than 20 sets of various clothes, over 20 pairs of shoes, various small clothes, pants, sanitary supplies, etc., all packed into several backpacks. Finally, at Yu Jing's strong request, he put these backpacks into the space, and the two of them left. Back on the 4th floor, Chen Chen was planning to take Yu Jing for a walk around to familiarize her with the environment here. Then he would hand her over to Su Xiaochan and Shen Wan. These two little protectors also loved playing mahjong. Give them some benefits, let them take Yu Jing to start playing mahjong and integrate with everyone. Just as he was thinking, Wei Lan rushed up with 2 female team members carrying guns. Captain. After finding Chen Chen, she reported seriously, a dozen women have arrived outside. They say there is something very important, and even said that this matter concerns the life and death of Our Lady Adventure Team. You must personally listen to their report. At the same time, 1 kilometer away from the 69th giant tree city where Chen Chen was the 74th giant tree city. This was a level 3 giant tree city. At this point, there were already thousands of people settled in this giant tree. These days, survivors had discovered some spider legs or mantis forelimbs, which were very good tools. They had some saw teeth on them that could saw through the bark of large trees. They could even dig a hole inside for people to live in. Raging brother. In the 74th giant tree city, over the past few days, thousands of survivors had searched around for hundreds of insect legs that could be used as saws, as well as some meteorites, mutated Chinese cabbage, mutated eggplants, and so on. As of this morning, the number of people who have come to join our violent adventure team has exceeded 3,500. However, the food in our team is simply not enough to share with the brothers. Now there are already complaints below, saying that joining our violent adventure team, they can't even eat their fill, and they have no energy to work. This is a large tree hole of more than 300 square meters, with dozens of people gathered here for a meeting. The leader is a bald man over 2 meters tall. At this moment, he is pacing back and forth inside the tree hole. After hearing the report, he suddenly stopped, kicked the wall of the tree hole fiercely.
Can't even eat their fill?
Go and see who the hell said this, bring him out to me.
10 minutes later, after a heartbreaking scream,
the violent also calmed down completely, took a deep breath, and sat down on the ground. Wang Yi, go and call in a few more of those who worked for those women a few days ago. Not long after, a few more men came in from outside the tree hole. The Violent asked them to recount what they saw and heard at the 69th Giant Tree City. Brother Violent, the tree hole of those women was built by us. They not only have a generator, but also chainsaws, and many ordinary saws.
Brother Violent, I'd been to the 5th floor of their tree hole once, guess what?
I'm telling you, don't not believe it, I saw it with my own eyes. The only man in their group, that little white face, personally unloaded more than 100 box trucks to the 5th floor.
Wow, that's a real 100 plus trucks.
Damn it, I heard from other workers that in those trucks, they saw those women open the truck compartments, full of canned meat, Madai liquor, cigarettes, clothes, and shoes, whatever you want. The few men who came in this time were all like Marco Polo reincarnated, describing the 69th Giant Tree City as magnificent. The men in the tree hole were stirred up. Some were already excitedly standing up, imitating the violent leader, pacing back and forth.
Cigarettes, liquor, women, countless canned meat, and gasoline. Every single one is what men nowadays dream of. If we can capture the 69th Giant Tree City, damn it, we'll live better than before the end of the world. Brother Violent, what are we hesitating for? Quickly gather the brothers, let's go and take down the women's Giant Tree City now.
Yes, Brother Violent, this time we'll fight with those women. Even if half of our brothers die, as long as we capture women's Giant Tree City, Brother Violent, in the future, we'll have as many brothers as we want, and our brothers will be like emperors. Today, the Giant Tree City has not been officially numbered, and many men call the 69th Giant Tree City Women's Giant Tree City. It's not known who was the first to call it that, but it spread.
Enough! Shut up, all of you!
Violent roared, seeing someone imitating him, standing up and pacing. He walked up, kicked each person, sit the hell down.
Who?
The tree hole suddenly fell silent. Violent found a place for himself, sat down again, reached behind his head, and said, cigarette. Behind him, a trembling girl in her teens took out a cigarette and fed it to Violent's mouth, then took out a lighter to light it for him. Taking a deep drag, Violent pulled the girl into his arms, pinched and hit her. The girl tightly closed her mouth, not daring to make a sound of pain. Get lost! As if granted a pardon, the girl stood up, but Violent pulled her back, kicked her to the ground. Sitting on her again, he took a puff of smoke, pondering carefully.
The reason why Violent is entangled in this behavior.
Mainly, Qinshen's convoy, from entering the city area of Chunchang, everything he did, the violent behavior, all had to be known clearly. That guy is more twisted than himself. It is said that he killed hundreds or even thousands of men in just 1 minute, including 5 stone-skin warriors. His violent temper is bad, but he is not stupid. If half of the brothers can die, they can take down the Giant Tree City. Not to mention half, even if all the others are dead, leaving only him, he would attack without hesitation. But, who can guarantee that I won't die? However, hesitation is hesitation. But today, he called in the workers who worked for the Giant Tree City in front of the brothers. In front of the brothers, he described how wonderful it is there. In his heart, he had already decided to do it. Damn it! But he wouldn't rush to the front. Aren't there still 3,500 brothers? Let them know how many resources are in the Giant Tree City, get them excited. Charge forward fearlessly one by one. He can stay behind and oversee the overall situation. Although he is a rough men also have their delicate moments. Alright, let's do it. He stood up again, took a step back, and was about to shout some inspiring words, but he was suddenly tripped by the little girl under his feet. He almost fell. Damn it! He lifted his foot and stomped on the little girl's face. A heart-wrenching scream. He continued to stomp on the little girl's face 10 times in a row until she couldn't scream anymore. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. Get her out of here. The men dragged the girl's body out, which dampened his mood. He paced around a few times, then stopped. Strategist. The strategist of the violent group is a high school Chinese teacher. Wearing glasses, he used to be gentle, but since following the violent leader, he specifically targeted high school girls. He had a soft spot for high school girls. Every night, he had to give them a Chinese class first. During class, he not only taught but also did other things. If anyone couldn't answer a question, it would be even worse. Captain Violent. The strategist, a spatial person, slightly closed his eyes and checked the resources in the space, saying, now, we have 9 high-tech rifles, 3 high-tech pistols, 191 magazines, and 13 magazines with 1,000 bullets.
Violent asked, "What about energy crystals? How many energy crystals are left? Can't you just tell me everything at once? Stop farting around, just tell me everything."
Captain Violent, there are 38 energy crystals left.
38 energy crystals, this time the fight to the death, should be enough. Alright, let's do it. Finally made up his mind.
Captain Violent, no longer hesitating, suddenly stopped and looked around the dark tree hole.
Roaring, "Brothers, attack the giant tree city, are you in or out?" "In."
Inside the tree hole, seeing Captain Violent finally made up his mind, the awakened ones responded loudly.
"Brothers, attack the giant tree city, do you want white wine, cigarettes, women?" "Yes." Inside the tree hole, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly heated. "Brothers, attack the giant tree city, win this battle, and we will party in that giant tree city for 3 days and nights, do you agree or not?"
"Agree." This time, the 300 square meter tree hole was completely boiling.
However, just at that moment,
just as the tree hole was boiling, Captain Violent was about to instruct the strategist to distribute all the resources.
Suddenly, a very discordant voice rang out from the tree hole. "Attack, ladies giant tree city, have you asked me?"
Half an hour ago, a dozen women stumbled and ran to Giant Tree City No.
69.
They were all female workers who had worked for Giant Tree City No.
69 before.
The mahjong games they played were funded by their earnings.
Unfortunately, they did not pass Guton's assessment and were eliminated.
However, the prosperity of Giant Tree City No. 69 was already engraved in their minds. They were provided with food and daily necessities, and could play mahjong in the luxurious Giant Tree City.
After the apocalypse, these women never dared to dream of such days. But this morning, they seized an opportunity.
Frantically summoning all awakened individuals for a meeting, one woman overheard that they might attack the ladies' Giant Tree City while delivering water to them in the tree hole. Just a few days ago, this woman was working in Giant Tree City No. 69 and had made friends with many sisters in just 3 days.
Some sisters chose to stay in the Giant Tree City.
Upon hearing this news, she quickly informed a dozen other sisters.
The group of women decided to sneak out of Giant Tree City No.
74 in batches and ran to the gate of Giant Tree City No. 69, where they found Wei Lan. After Qin Shen learned of the news, he allowed them to lead the way. If it was true, Qin Shen promised them that they could join his adventure team. He then set off with 300 armed women equipped with high-tech rifles.
Today was a good day to train these new recruits. Shedding blood every day was not enough.
In the future, each of them should carry the lives of at least 100 enemies to be qualified team members.
Bang!
Just after the leader of the violent group finished the pre-battle mobilization, a large meteorite blocked the entrance of their tree hole. The tree hole immediately turned pitch black.
Who is it? Who the hell is impatient? Dozens of awakened individuals inside the tree hole stood up noisily.
Some were confused at the moment, while others faintly sensed danger and quietly activated their skills. "Violent, I once said that if you want to mess with my convoy, you must be prepared for a miserable end."
A man's voice echoed in the pitch-black tree hole.
Upon hearing this voice, dozens of awakened men felt as if they had been doused with ice water.
"Chen Chen? You're Chen Chen?" Even the violent leader's neck was covered in cold sweat at this moment.
The reason he hesitated for so many days was not because of those women.
He was afraid of this pretty boy. This pretty boy had taken out hundreds or even thousands of people in just 1 minute, like a ghost. When killing, no one knew where he was shooting from.
"Chen Shen, listen to me first, we can negotiate." The awakened individuals in the tree hole still did not know what Chen Shen intended to do, subconsciously reaching for the wall. The violent leader did the same, stumbling to the wall and leaning against it, shouting loudly, "Chen Shen, we can negotiate.
We have 56 awakened individuals here now, including me, Violent. We are willing to follow your orders in the future. Whoever you want us to kill, we will kill, no questions asked."
Hearing the leader's words, the other awakened individuals also shouted in fear, "Brother Chen Shen, we were foolish this time.
We promise we will never attack your giant tree city again."
"Yes, we promise, as long as you spare us, we are willing to leave the violent adventure team immediately and never attack your giant tree city again." Just now, the awakening ones who were still passionate and enthusiastic have now calmed down due to the influence of women and resources.
Have you realized that you might meet a bad end? Who the hell really wants to face such a realization? Crackle.
Inside the 300 square meter tree hole, in just a few tens of seconds, Chen Shen had laid down many drywood blocks. At this moment, he took out a 30-liter bucket of gasoline, his body flickering inside the tree hole. Soon, the wood blocks were soaked with gasoline. With one final flicker, Chen Shen arrived right above the raging head that had just spoken.
stepping on his bald head. Inside the oil drum, the last bit of gasoline flowed down the raging bald head, all the way to his heel. Raging, I can tell you a secret now. As the raging one was drenched in gasoline and reacted, the first thing he wanted to do was to escape. But at that moment, Chen Chen on his shoulder suddenly leaped. As he descended, his heel landed right on the raging one's bald head. Crack! The raging bald head crashed into many wood blocks, and as he tried to struggle again, he heard Chen Chen say, "Whether you believe it or not, I knew you in my past life." After saying the last sentence, a cigarette appeared in Chen Chen's hand, and he lit it with a lighter. Kneeling on the raging leader's neck, he pressed the cigarette that he had just taken a puff of against the raging bald head. The blue flame quickly spread on his bald head. At the same time, Chen Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. The raging one frantically climbed up from the ground, shouting wildly inside the tree hole, "Water! Water! Give me water, damn it!" A blue fireman was shouting and running inside the 300 square meter tree hole. Soon, the wood blocks on the ground were ignited. Outside the hole, on the meteorite, the brothers who had recently joined the raging adventure team were all outside the tree hole at this moment. They had already assembled and were waiting for the orders from the big shots. However, not long ago, a meteorite suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked the entrance. Before many could react, a man suddenly stood at the top of the meteorite, holding a high-tech rifle with a 100,000-round space magazine in each hand. Without a word, he began to shoot wildly at them. High-tech weapons are good things, but the awakened adults inside the tree hole couldn't have one for each person. Not to mention these ordinary survivors. 3,500 people started screaming and running for their lives. But at some point, there was already a siege outside. 300 fully armed young ladies, each holding a high-tech automatic rifle, began to fire at them. 300 against 3,500. In just a few tens of seconds, outside the 74th giant tree city, it returned to silence. Yin Chang walked out of the crowd with her long legs. The young ladies behind her quickly gathered, and under Yin Ching's lead, they all came to the entrance of the tree hole. Yin Ching looked up and asked softly, "Will there be a fire in the tree hole?" "No." 5 minutes later, Chen Chen removed the meteorite, and Yin Ching led some of the young ladies into the tree hole to check. It was just as Chen Chen had said. At this moment, there was a smell of roasted meat in the tree hole, along with dozens of charred bodies. There were also several stone-skinned people who had been choked to death. But in this tree hole, Yin Ching wiped a spot on the wall. Besides some blackened marks, there was a faint water stain. As long as the giant tree city was not separated from its main body, it would automatically condense water on the wall when exposed to high temperatures. This was something Chen Chen knew from his past life. Nothing surprising. Let's go back to the giant tree city. The next day, at noon, Chen Chen led more than 600 young ladies, all standing at the entrance of the giant tree city. The time has come. After looking at his watch, Chen Chen was the first to raise his head. Then, all the girls followed suit and looked up at the sky, as if it were doomsday once again. In the sky, thick green clouds began to press down towards the heads of the crowd, lower and lower, until finally, the green clouds engulfed everyone's surroundings, completely wrapping the entire jungle in an apocalypse. In a team, should one choose 100 powerful female soldiers who can fight as 10, or 600 girls who are weak and can only act cute and spoiled? Most upright men would choose the former. Chen Chen is an upright man. In this lively event, he still had to continue training. The future may not be far off. As long as all the bullets and crystals in the area of Chun City are searched, the convoy will head towards the capital with a population of tens of millions. And there, in the previous life, even in the area of Chun City where he had just burned himself to death yesterday, there had been 30,000 berserk soldiers. So in the capital city with a population of tens of millions, there might be even more groups of survivors with 30,000, 50,000, or even 100,000. But now, he only had over 600 cute girls rushing over. It's probably going to be delivering takeout, or becoming a warm-hearted community volunteer. So Chen Chen decided to make good use of the upcoming 3-day lively event. Train these cute girls well. Out of the 600 girls, excluding those who stayed in the city such as Yu Jing, Su Xiaochan, Shenwan, Ning Ro, and some auxiliary awakened individuals, the rest, including Yin Qing, Gu Tong, Yun Duo, and the Young Kai Kai sisters, were all brought out this time. 10 people in a team, stand in your formation, quickly. At the gate of Giant Tree City No. 69. Facing the first wave of post-apocalyptic creatures about to arrive, Wei Lan stood in the center of the team and shouted. All the girls immediately formed a semicircle. Now they were in teams of 10, with 5 equipped with high-tech automatic rifles. The remaining 5 were supervisors. Chen Chen's requirement for them was that a team of 10 must kill at least 25 post-apocalyptic creatures with 500 bullets or less. If a team failed to meet the standard 5 times in a day, their high-tech rifles would be confiscated immediately, and they would be kicked out of Giant Tree City. Being kicked out of the team in this situation was no different from being executed. So, the girls were all going crazy now. If they wanted to survive, they had to fight desperately. But Chen Chen's extremely harsh, even perverse assessment methods, it was something they absolutely couldn't tolerate. Now, hundreds of girls had already formed an alliance and agreed. As long as they could return to Giant Tree City alive, they would act together. When there was no one at night, they would rush into Chen Chen's room and give him a profound lesson. Fire! Bang 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 bang! Now, the green thick fog enveloped the surroundings, with visibility less than 10 meters. Wei Lan only gave the order when she saw the first bug. However, the 300 girls with guns dared not shoot recklessly. With only 100 bullets, each person had to kill at least 5 post-apocalyptic creatures. But what if they encountered caterpillars, or even berserk rats? So that damn Chen Chen came up with such a perverse assessment method. It was not just a matter of strength, luck was also crucial. 600 girls, 60 teams, in a fan-shaped formation. Someone had already started shooting. Chen Chen, Yin Qing, Gu Tong, Yun Duo Duo, Young Kai Kai, and the other awakened female team members were the mobile supervisory group, to prevent them from cheating. Bang 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 bang. In the green thick fog, a large number of insects surged out of the mist as if they were injected with chicken blood. The first wave of insects had already dispersed a squad. Team 22, unqualified. Team 38, unqualified. Team 43 reduced by 3 members. Team 44, all members killed. Chen Chen and a group of awakened female team members were in the center of the fan-shaped formation, backed by the Giant Tree City No. 69. There were constantly female team members from supervisory squads running back to report. Contract formation. Quickly. Guton led 22 orc female warriors, 10 stoneskin female warriors, 4 flame female warriors, and 3 beast control female warriors, as a mobile supervisor. At this moment, 3 female warriors had already transformed into orcs, filling the vacancies left by the just-deceased teams. In just a few tens of seconds, at least 30 to 40 people were reduced. Chen Chen also held a high-tech rifle and personally joined the battle. In the front, in the area of Team 44, an orc female warrior had already completed her transformation. Over 5 meters tall, with a huge body, she fiercely smashed her fists on top of a caterpillar's head. With a bang, the head of the bus-sized caterpillar exploded, and the female warrior didn't stop for a moment. She took a few big steps forward, leaped, sat on 2 cockroaches, then leaned back like a carp, grabbed the legs of 2 strong acid spiders with both hands. As the huge body of the carp leaped up, the orc female warrior clashed with the 2 strong acid spiders in the air. Bang! The green strong acid liquid splattered all over her body, but she wiped her face, roared, and continued to charge into the swarm ahead. Orc warriors are really fierce in killing insects, and they don't need training. The moment they transform into orcs, their fighting genes explode. Hannah, go call back those orc warriors who are going crazy, so they don't get hit by stray bullets. Among the 12 stone-skinned female warriors in the team, Hannah was the most eye-catching. Chen Chen also needed a stone-skin protector by her side, so she left her. However, this young lady had a cold temperament and rarely spoke. Got it. Hannah nodded and casually activated the stone-skin warrior's exclusive skill, Stone Skin Protection, and ran into the swarm ahead. Team 1 meets the standard. Team 5 meets the standard. Team 7 meets the standard. Team 13 reduced by 1 person. Team 14 meets the standard. Team 17 reduced by 3 people. Team 34 all members killed. Under the Giant Tree City No. 69, in a thick green fog, countless mutant insects were continuously running out of the fog. Gunshots and the cries of the young ladies intertwined. Screams and heart-wrenching howls echoed in every corner. 30 minutes ago, the 600 young ladies who were just in formation were now less than 500. And at this moment, Wei Lan led the inspection team and shouted loudly, "From now on, all teams, double the mission. 500 bullets, you must kill at least 50 insects, if you fail 5 times, get lost. Team 21 meets the standard. Team 22 meets the standard. Team 23 reduced by 1 person. Team 29 reduced by 3 people. Team 39 reduced by 2 people. Team 51 reduced by 3 people. Team 53 reduced by 1 person. Team 54 all members killed. Team 59 all members killed. 4 hours later, including the 130 long-legged young ladies brought out by Chen Chen from the auto trade city, and the over 400 innocent young ladies recruited by Gu Ton later. There were less than 400 left. If this continues, these hard-earned young ladies will be gone. Shen Shen's face was grim. He expected casualties, but he never thought there would be so many. The gun is not heavy. A few days ago, they had been specially arranged for shooting training. Moreover, no matter how fierce these post-apocalyptic creatures are, they are just some bugs, brainless creatures that only know how to charge forward. With such a big target, as long as they maintain their formation and have enough bullets, Shen Shen's estimate was that at most around 30 people would be lost. But now, in just 4 hours, nearly one-third of the team had been lost. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shen turned around with a grim face and said, Wei Lan, Gutong, notify everyone to retreat to the giant tree city, and flame people stay behind to cover the retreat. Wei Lan and Gutong had been by Shen Shen's side for the past 2 hours, not wanting to exercise any supervisory duties, just waiting for Shen Shen to give the order to retreat. All teams, Titan formation. All teams, Titan formation. Flame people stay behind to cover the retreat. Finally, when Shen Shen gave the order to retreat, Wei Lan and Gutong shouted at the top of their lungs and ran into the crowd ahead at the fastest speed possible. At the same time, Ji Xiang, Wei Zi, Misu, and Gutong, the 4 flame women warriors, simultaneously unleashed powerful fire skills. All teams fought while retreating until they reached the gate of the giant tree city. Wei Lan hoarsely shouted, "Stop shooting!" Upon hearing this command, the over 400 surviving girls almost simultaneously collapsed to the ground. Then, hundreds of female team members shouted and cried out in pain. "Shen Shen, you bastard! I'll fight you!" After retreating to the gate of the giant tree city, a girl turned around and saw Shen Shen. She shouted and rushed towards him to fight. Seeing that she didn't have a gun, Shen Shen knew she just wanted to punch him to vent her anger, so he didn't pay much attention. When the girl reached him, Shen Shen grabbed her slender arm and disappeared with her in a flash. On the 4th floor, Shen Shen's private room. "Beast! Bastard! What do you want to do?" Lu Xiaoman, the girl who had just come up to beat Shen Shen to vent her anger. She had just turned 20 this year and was a college student majoring in classical music at the Spring City Conservatory of Music. At this moment, the male protagonist she wanted to beat was pressing her on the wooden bed, intending to do something inappropriate. Lu Xiaoman struggled with all her strength. If it were in normal times, without experiencing this lively event, if Shen Shen really pursued her, even if not wholeheartedly, Lu Xiaoman knew she might really give in to him. And in the future, she would definitely wholeheartedly live with Shen Shen and take care of him well. She wouldn't be jealous of Yin Xingjie and Yu Jing. After all, these were the current circumstances. Even Yin Xingjie had tacitly approved, so Lu Xiaoman wouldn't fantasize that Shen Shen would abandon Yin Xingjie or his girlfriend from before the apocalypse for her. But now, Lu Xiaoman wished she could bite him to death. What a beast with a human face and a beast's heart. Their 27th team had been playing cards together yesterday, chatting about Shen Shen's figure in the dormitory last night. Today, only she survived. She watched her best sisters being grabbed by a mantis over a meter long, piercing into their bellies, intestines pierced and rotten. Before her sisters died, they looked at her, urging her to run as far as possible towards the rear of the giant tree city, not to stay behind. "Calm down." Holding Lu Xiaoman's fair neck, Shen Shen took out a bottle of white wine in the space. His hand on her neck moved up, pinching her cheeks. Lu Xiaoman's mouth was forced open, and Shen Shen poured white wine into her mouth. After pouring half a bottle, he released her neck. Lu Xiaoman got up and coughed loudly, and Shen Shen said, "Listen, now go back to your room and drink all this wine for me. Otherwise, tomorrow I will take you alone, just the 2 of us, to go kill bugs." After speaking, his figure disappeared in front of Lu Xiaoman. Shen Shen could understand their feelings. But in these few hours, Shen Shen's bullets would be reduced by at least hundreds of thousands again. What the hell was he doing for? Can't he just stay honestly in the giant tree city? If he didn't seize the time and make efforts to train during this lively event, was he waiting for them to go to the capital and die one by one? When it really came to that point, Shen Shen guaranteed that these girls would suffer more than death. Men, especially men without legal constraints after the apocalypse. It's still only the early stages of the apocalypse. And as the end times progress, everyone's tastes will only get heavier. Outside Giant Tree City, no. 69. Gutong and 4 flame warrior women shouted loudly, and the long hair of each girl danced in the green mist. 4 flame warrior women, 4 directions, 8 10-meter-long fire snakes dancing in the air. In front of them, there were millions of bugs swarming from all directions. Gradually, the firepower of the 4 flame warrior women could no longer completely suppress the densely packed swarm of bugs. The bug swarm, like being injected with chicken blood, was pressing towards them, and they were slowly retreating. At this moment, Shen Shen's figure suddenly flashed outside Giant Tree City again, shouting loudly, "Yun Duo Duo, Jin Kai Kai."
The twin sisters had a telepathic connection, and at the same time, they shouted in unison, "Look at us." The two girls raised their hands to the sky, and their long hair danced in the air. Gradually, within a 20,000 square meter radius, the green mist dissipated. A huge and crystal-clear super water ball formed in the sky. The sisters gathered their water manipulation skills into a huge water ball, and once again shouted in unison, smashing the huge water ball towards the swarm of bugs ahead. The water ball didn't have much attacking power, but it could temporarily disperse the dense fog around them. "You retreat, leave the rest to me." Within a radius of 20,000 square meters, the thick fog temporarily dissipated. Bang! The last layer of steel gate closed heavily. At this moment, outside Giant Tree City No. 69, there was only Chen Chen left, and his figure was constantly flashing in the air within a radius of 20,000 square meters. Before long, the green mist that had just retreated once again surrounded Giant Tree City No. 69, and the millions of bugs, once again stepping on the bodies of their companions, besieged the giant tree. Who? For the last time, Chen Chen's figure appeared outside the steel gate of Giant Tree City No. 69. Less than 5 meters away, there were various ferocious-looking bugs. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, Chen Chen took a deep breath and finally stood at the gate of Giant Tree City, lighting a cigarette. After taking a slight puff, he looked at the swarm of bugs close at hand and casually threw the cigarette on the ground. Then, in front of Giant Tree City No. 69, within a radius of 20,000 square meters, amidst the countless squeaking cries of the bugs, it turned into a blue sea of fire. At 11:30 at night, Giant Tree City No. 69, 5th floor kitchen. Sister Wang Qin, we're just waiting for Sister Wei Lan now, but someone just saw her going to take a shower. Sister Chang has already taken a few sisters to catch her. There were more than 20 girls standing in the kitchen, and in front of them at this moment. Yu Jing, Gu Tong, Su Xiaochun, Xinhuan, Ning Ro, Yun Duo, Jin Kai Kai, and some girls close to Chen Shen. Now they are all bound hand and foot, with transparent tape on their mouths. Today, the first day of the lively event, 600 female team members, a total of 231 eliminated, 369 survivors. And the 359 messy-haired young ladies who survived, now each one looks like a lunatic. At dinner, Yin Qing personally gave the order that tonight's dinner, including beef soup, roasted pork, white wine, etc., is all unlimited. But none of them ate much. After eating, everyone silently returned to the dormitory, the vast entertainment square on the 4th floor, empty, until 11 o'clock at night. During the day, the young ladies who had formed a bond silently opened the door. Over 100 young ladies silently gathered in the entertainment square. They all remembered the agreement they made with their deceased sisters at noon today. Tonight, they must teach Chen Chen a lesson. Some have even planned. Tonight, they must give Chen Chen a bloody lesson. Wei Lan, sister. At this time, in the kitchen on the 5th floor, a dozen young ladies escorted Wei Lan, finally arriving here. Wei Lan just wanted to take a shower, but as soon as she changed her clothes, she was restrained by 3 girls. After putting on her clothes, she was escorted to the 5th floor. Now seeing their formation in the bound Yu Jing, Gu Tong, and other girls, Wei Lan understood, and when she looked at them, there was a hint of inexplicable emotion in her eyes. "You." She was about to speak, but a female team member interrupted her. "Wei Lan, sister, we know you are good to us, but tonight, we hope you don't interfere with us." "That's right, Wei Lan, sister, we don't want to trouble you, nor do we want to restrain you. Just stay here for a while, but don't worry about other things. Tomorrow morning, we will still follow your command." The young ladies spoke one after another, each filled with righteous indignation. After they finished speaking, Wei Lan looked around. "Are you going to cause trouble for Chen Chen? Or, do you want to kill him?" "We don't want to kill the captain." One of the female team members met Wei Lan's gaze and stepped forward. "But Wei Lan, sister, the captain's actions today have caused the deaths of so many sisters. Today, we must demand an explanation from him." Immediately, someone else responded, "Yes, Wei Lan, sister, don't worry, we don't want to harm the captain. Today, we at least want him to promise us that he will never train us in such a perverted way again." "That's right. So many sisters died today. Even if he is the captain, he must give us an explanation." "Yes, he must give us an explanation." Facing Wei Lan, this group of young ladies felt a little guilty. But when it came to the notorious Chen Shen, these girls became indignant again. "What explanation do you want?" Wei Lan's face suddenly turned cold, raising her voice. "Do you think it was Chen Shen who caused the deaths of your sisters?" Wei Lan suddenly became angry, leaving the young ladies speechless, as they did not expect Wei Lan to react so strongly. They thought that even if she didn't stand on their side, she wouldn't help Chen Shen either. Wei Lan continued,
Most of the people here now were recruited into the team just after we arrived, am I wrong? Before we came, ask yourselves, what did you eat? What did you use? Before we came, where did you live? Wei Lan pointed to a girl. Wang Qin, you tell me now, where did you live and what did you eat before we came? Wang Qin, the leader of this kitchen team, opened her mouth, seeming a bit at a loss. Wei Lan raised her voice again. Wang Qin, I asked you to speak. Why are you just standing there with your mouth open? Answer me. Before we came here, what did you eat? Where did you live? Wang Qin took a deep breath, but still tried to look stubborn and replied, Wei Lanjie, before you came here, I lived on a big tree fork, drank dew collected in the morning, ate crushed tree bark, and could also eat a little bit of insect meat. Wei Lan calmly looked at her, then continued, but tonight, we are eating beef soup, roasted pork, and authentic Madai liquor, feel free to drink. The female team members fell silent. Wei Lan said, and all these things we eat, drink, including what each of you is wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can responsibly tell you that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Ying Qing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Chen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now,
I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight.
All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen.
It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing, and us, they are all from Chun Shen. It's the Chen Shen you are going to trouble tonight. All of these, the food, the drinks, including what you are wearing now, from inside out, Wang Qin, including the underwear you are wearing now, I can tell you responsibly that these things, these supplies, have nothing to do with me, Yin Xing,
and us, they are all from Chun Shen who let him deserve to take in you ancestors.
Knock knock knock. Midnight 12:05. Captain's dormitory.
Yesterday, Yin Qing generously gave the dormitory to Chun Shen's girlfriend before the end of the world. But today she snatched it back.
Knock on the door.
Inside the dormitory, Yin Cheng and Chen Chen were fully dressed. Yin Shang, with her two long legs bent, was leaning against the head of the bed reading a book. Hearing the knock on the door, she slowly put down the book, glanced lightly at Chen Chen at the desk, and said, "Your little team members are here." She had never shown her skills in front of female team members before, but if they really wanted to cause trouble for her man today, then maybe she would have to make these little team members suffer a bit. Leather pants, on the outside of her thighs, Yin Shang drew a dagger from the scabbard and got off the bed. With her two long legs, she walked slowly to the door, turned back and glanced at Chen Chen. "It could also be your little girlfriend, wanting to come and snatch you from me, who knows?" Opening the wooden door, she saw Gutong standing straight at the door. Behind her, Wei Lan with over 100 girls, also standing straight.
"Gutong, why are you here?"
Yin Qing was slightly surprised, then her beautiful face turned cold, and she asked in a cold tone, "Do you also want to come and cause trouble with them for Chen Chen?"
"No."
Gutong had adjusted her mindset by now. She calmly said, "Yin Qing, it was me who recruited them into the team. I am willing to take full responsibility for this."
"You want to take full responsibility?"
Yin Shang looked at Gutong for a while, then turned to glance at Chen Chen. "Then come in." She then walked out of the room with her two long legs, and when Gutong entered the room, Yin Qing turned back to look at Chen Chen, and casually closed the door.
Punish such a beautiful woman like herself?
When Gutong passed by her, Yin Qing was already rolling her eyes.
She really wanted to ask Gutong, "Is this punishment legitimate?" "Captain."
Chen Chen was at the writing desk, Gutong standing straight behind him. "Captain, it was me who recruited them into the team. I am willing to take full responsibility for this. Even before the end of the world, in any company, if the lower-level employees went on a major strike, or similar situations like forcing the palace together, the Human Resources Department would definitely be involved. In general, angry bosses would eat up a few HR girls to vent their emotions. Of course, mainly to vent their emotions. So, Gutong had already figured out that no matter what demands Chen Chen made of her, she would endure it with her eyes closed.
Knock knock knock. "It's me, Yin Qing."
Someone knocked on the door again. Yin Chang was still at the door. She casually opened the door and saw Wei Lan. She smiled faintly. "Lan Jia, why are you also willing to sacrifice yourself and let Chen Chen punish you?" If Wei Lan was the one being punished, Yin Shang wouldn't be so resistant.
"Punish me for what?"
With over 100 girls who made mistakes behind her, Wei Lan turned her back to them and rolled her eyes impatiently. She walked into the room, closed the door. "Yin Shang, let me handle this matter."
"Let you handle it?" Yin Qing turned back to glance at Gutong again, looked at Wei Lan in surprise. "Do you also want to punish Gutong?" "Yes, I just want to do this kind of thing to the sinner." Her tone paused. Wei Lan realized. She gave Yin Cheng an annoyed look. "What are you talking about? I don't have that kind of hobby."
"Really, trying to shield you too and still suspecting me of such things?"
Wei Lan impatiently walked into the room.
Since Yin Qing experienced that incident with the man, she had become very strange. I don't know what Chen Chen has instilled in her. What kind of thoughts has he put into her head? Before the apocalypse, Yin Cheng's head didn't have all this mess. It must be that this Chen Chen is despicable, and the things he outputs are unhealthy. After Gutong, Wei Lan also walked over. Chen Chen didn't hear their conversation just now, but since Wei Lan came and expressed her willingness to take on the role of the villain, he saved himself some trouble. As for punishing Gutong, Yin Qing's big eyes scanned back and forth like searchlights.
Chen Chen didn't want to uphold the justice of the apocalypse. Leave it to Wei Lan.
She and Yin Qing discussed quietly over there for 5 or 6 minutes, occasionally looking over here.
Gutong stood uncomfortably in the corner.
Soon there was a result. Wei Lan announced at the door that the punishment for the team leaders' girls this time would be no supplies for 3 months. Rations halved, only one limited meal of potato rice per day. In addition to training, all entertainment activities were cancelled, cleaning up the hygiene in the giant tree city, doing dirty and tiring work continuously for 3 months. After 6 months, the minimum standards would be restored. The girls at the door all breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they weren't driven away. In fact, most of the 100 or so people brought here were coerced by a few irritable girls. They didn't really hate the team leader that much. At least they understood some reasoning. In this lively event, without Chen Chen, most of them might have died. They just wanted to fight for the right to survive.
It's your turn, Gutong.
Outside the door, most of the female team members who did not participate in the mutiny had already gathered around.
Wei Lan asked them to take these girls away first and discuss the matter later. Back in the room, Wei Lan stared at the uneasy Gutong and asked, "What do you want?"
Taking a deep breath, Gutong looked at Chen Chen, then at Wei Lan, and said, "Wei Lan, I am willing to do the same as them for 3 months, no supplies, no entertainment activities. I can also eat only 1 meal of potatoes a day. But Wei Lan, team leader, I hope that next time you recruit team members, you can still use me.
I want a chance to prove myself." That's Gutong's nature. She is too strong-willed and too confident. Wherever she falls, she wants to get back up from there. She doesn't like to lose, she wants to prove herself in every aspect. Wei Lan naturally knew Gutong's flaw.
Sometimes, over trivial matters, she would argue with herself to the end.
This might be a lawyer's professional flaw.
After thinking about it for a while, Wei Lan decided to take this opportunity to help her correct this little flaw. Wei Lan said, "Eating only 1 meal of potatoes a day, I'm afraid you won't be able to endure it." Upon hearing this, Gutong felt a warmth in her heart, a slight panic just subsided, and she felt a little relieved. Just as she was about to relax, Wei Lan continued, "Well, starting tomorrow, you will fetch water in the morning, clean during the day, wash clothes for the team leader and Yinqing at night, give them shoulder and foot massages, and also work part-time in selecting team members. It is indeed quite hard, so you can eat 3 meals of potatoes a day, unlimited." Gutong, who had just felt a little relieved, hadn't completely calmed down the warmth in her heart. She was now stunned. After a while, she pursed her lips and asked in confirmation, "Wei Lan, are you saying that from now on, I have to get up early like the other female team members, fetch water for the team, work with them during the day to keep the giant tree city spotless, wash clothes for the team leader and sister Yinqing at night, massage their shoulders, and massage their feet? Finally, I also have a part-time job of selecting new team members, and can only eat 3 meals of potatoes a day?" "Yes." Wei Lan nodded solemnly, emphasizing, 3 meals of potatoes, unlimited. The next day, the vibrant event continued. The green dense fog still lingered, as if the earth had returned to the ancient era of miasma and poisonous insects. Even the No. 69 giant tree city had undergone some changes. The ventilation duct was blocked by thickened tree trunks. In the captain's dormitory, early in the morning, Wei Lan brought people over, cleared the ventilation duct, and said, "Come find Chen Chen to report in the morning," then took people to check the next spot. After they left, Yinqing dared to lift the blanket, revealing 2 long legs and long stockings, giving Chen Chen a displeased look. She used to dislike wearing them before the apocalypse, mainly because her 2 long legs were muscular and well-proportioned, especially in long stockings. Regardless of gender, everyone always focused on her legs. It was very uncomfortable. But last night, Chen Chen somehow got a dozen pairs of Parisian stockings. When Yinqing took a bath and opened the cabinet, they all fell out. She picked one up randomly, and they were all her size. He really went to great lengths. "Can I take them off now?" With everyone gone, Yinqing rolled her eyes impatiently. She had spent the night wearing long stockings and felt very uncomfortable. It was like she hadn't slept at all. Chen Chen personally helped her take off the long stockings. They were all torn. But he was thrifty and didn't want to throw them away. When Yinqing went to take a shower, he quietly put them away in the space. It didn't take up much space. He had 1,000 tons of his own stuff. He didn't mind a little more. The captain's dormitory was the only place in the giant tree city where you could take a hot bath. There was a large black pot in the bathroom, with a wooden stove underneath. The stove was integrated with the giant tree, so when it was burning, water droplets would form on the stove walls. In addition, there was a ventilation duct above the bathroom, so there was no smoke when the stove was burning. Including the time to heat the water, Yinqing lingered in the bathroom for an hour. An hour later, she came out with her legs covered in water droplets, wiped them dry, put on a new leather jacket, and went out for breakfast. Today and tomorrow, there were 2 more vibrant events, and the whole team was on vacation. They lived a leisurely life. It was only then that Chen Chen got up and went to the bathroom to test Yinqing's bathwater, which was still hot, so he decided to take a bath too. Usually, when Yinqing wasn't around, Chen Chen didn't mind sharing a tub with her. After all, they had both soaked in the same water before, so there was no taboo. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Chen was still soaking in the wooden tub when someone knocked on the door. His captain's independent dormitory was nearly 300 square meters, with 3 large beds for sleeping and a small meeting room. At this moment, Chen Chen had a hot towel on his face, looking very relaxed. He didn't hear the knocking outside. After a few more knocks, Wei Lan opened the door, looked around, and frowned slightly when she didn't see Chen Chen on the main bed. She had just told Chen Chen that she had something to report to him today and even brought a thermos lunchbox for him. How could he disappear so suddenly? Just as she was thinking, the bathroom door opened. Hearing the sound, Wei Lan subconsciously looked over. Chen Chen walked out nonchalantly, and when he saw Wei Lan, he was also stunned.
Shameless.
Wei Lan blushed, quickly turned around, but didn't leave.
Chen Chen was taken aback.
There were no towels in the bathroom because of the fire, so he didn't want them to absorb any smell. Their towels were hanging outside the bathroom. Normally, they had no reservations between them.
But you, an outsider, barged into my room without even knocking. Shouldn't I be the one calling you shameless? This world is just so unfair. When a man intrudes into a woman's home and sees something he shouldn't, he's definitely shameless. But when a woman intrudes into a man's home and sees something she shouldn't, she can still boldly scold a man for being shameless. Forget it, there's no loss anyway. Not worth arguing with her.
Chen Chen dried his body, changed his clothes. Along the way, he exchanged glances with Wei Lan several times, and Wei Lan said confidently, "Hurry up, I just want to see if you're dressed properly."
Do I even need to dress up for this?
Chen Chen felt like he didn't need to dress up at all.
Anyway, there are no secrets left.
The last time, Wei Lan looked over for the nth time, finally seeing Chen Chen neatly dressed. She held an A4 notebook in her hands and walked slowly to the small conference table.
Chen Chen also walked over at this time.
She looked for the content she wanted to report, probably the losses in the past few days and the meteorites Chen Chen found during his recent outings.
Yesterday, a lively event. A total of 270,000 bullets were lost.
In addition to daily training, an average of about 2,000 bullets were consumed per day, totaling 10,000 bullets. Before the lively event, Chen Chen, Wei Tong, and Ji Xiang each took a stone-skinned female warrior out a few times. A total of 2 large meteorites, 12 medium meteorites, and 49 small meteorites were found. A total of 59 high-tech rifles, 21 high-tech pistols, 9 10,000 round space magazines, 188 1,000 round space magazines, and 2,556 100 round space magazines were collected.
365 energy crystals. A total of 533,600 bullets were harvested.
After the calculation, there was a surplus of 250,000 bullets.
Now, the team has a total of 3.49 million bullets left.
However, it is still the early stage of the jungle apocalypse, with meteorites everywhere. In this situation, 2 months later, survivors will need to go far to find meteorites.
So bullets are not very valuable right now. But this is also an opportunity. Many large adventure teams have not yet fully formed.
Many people have just formed small teams, and dozens of people may find several meteorites. Encountering medium and small meteorites generally does not lead to bloodshed. In short, in the early stages of the jungle apocalypse, meteorites are everywhere, and everyone has bullets in their pockets. Chen Chen's team has been searching for meteorites as much as possible these days, but they have limited manpower.
It's already good to find these, so take advantage of the fact that bullets are not yet so precious. First, scavenge the bullets in the survivors' pockets. Chen Chen planned this last night.
While Lady Yin was reading last night, he was pricing the goods he planned to sell and preparing for the first wave of sales in Spring City.
The first batch cannot be too large, or it will cause inflation. This requires precise control. Is everything okay? Then I'll go out first.
At the conference table, after Wei Lan finished reporting her work, she stood up and took another look at Chen Chen.
In the past few days, Chen Chen felt that she had some intentions towards him. Today's performance was particularly obvious.
By the way, Captain. Wei Lan took a few steps out, and Chen Chen had just stood up when she turned back and said, "Actually, they didn't really mean anything by what happened yesterday. They just wanted to gain some power for themselves. I intentionally punished them a bit more to give you a chance to play the good cop. My suggestion is, let them suffer a bit these days. Wait for a while, then find a suitable opportunity to reduce some of their punishments, improve their favorability, and they will be more loyal to you."
Do you see any problem with my approach?
Wei Lan is indeed a senior professional manager. She understands the ways of the workplace, the boss's thoughts, and how to manage subordinates.
Managing a team of over 100 people, it is absolutely impossible for the boss to call out and have the subordinates start working hard. That's a robot. The hearts of real people are complex.
Similarly, managing the current team also requires both kindness and severity. Severity, let Wei Lan give it, she sings the red face. Kindness, leave it to Chen Chen to give, let the boss be the white face. If it were the other way around, if Wei Lan responded to these girls, and Chen Chen did not win the people's hearts, then she wouldn't be able to sit in that position for long. Chen Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I will find an opportunity in a few days to exempt them from punishment."
But not all exempted.
Wei Lan said as she walked away, "If you exempt them all, your authority as the team leader will be lost, and everyone will think you are easy to bully. Just wait, I will come back to you later and see what opportunity is suitable." When they reached the door, Wei Lan closed it casually. However, when the door was halfway closed, she saw that Chen Chen was not looking at her, so she looked at his figure up and down. Only then did she completely close the door. Chen Chen did not see her little actions. He returned to his desk, picked up a pen, and prepared to set a price for cigarettes, white wine, and other supplies. This time, he must make a big profit from them. Building 69 in the Giant Tree City has a hall of 30,000 square meters on the first and second floors. The two floors are equivalent to the size of 8 standard football fields. This time, Chen Chen plans to use the second floor as a free trading center for survivors. Inside the trading center, they do not charge a commission on their transactions. But at the stairs leading from the first floor to the second floor, they will set up a checkpoint and charge an entrance fee. The entrance fee is free for the first 3 days. After that, each person will be charged 100 bullets per day, and they will ensure the safety of their transactions. Protecting the safety of their transactions is very important. I believe that survivors engaged in large transactions should not mind paying this 100 bullet entrance fee. In addition, the shops around the second floor will charge 500 bullets every 24 hours. As he wrote this, Chen Chen carefully recalled. After this lively event, according to the population statistics between the various giant tree cities, it is estimated that there are still 4 million survivors. With 4 million people, there are over 10,000 small, medium, and large adventure teams. And only 500 people need to come here to trade every day. So the net income per day is 50,000 bullets, which amounts to 3 million bullets in 2 months. This does not even include the income from renting out counters. But all of this is just a small part of the income. The real money is on the first floor. The hall on the first floor of Building 69 in the Giant Tree City. Chen Chen plans to set this up as his own trading hall, all used to sell the supplies he brought out this time. In the previous life, around the 6th month of the Jungle Doomsday, cigarettes cost 10 yuan per pack, and one cigarette was about 3 to 5 bullets. Bullets were already quite valuable at that time, but now everyone still has money. Chen Chen plans to sell Furong Wang, Yushi, and other relatively cheap cigarettes between 20 and 30 yuan before the end of the world. Each pack will be priced at 2 empty space magazines of 100 bullets. Loose bullets without space magazines will be priced at 260 bullets. Yushi cigarettes will be priced at 3 empty space magazines per pack, or 390 bullets. Soft Zhonghua cigarettes will be priced at 10 empty space magazines per pack, or 1,300 bullets. He calculated. Now, there are still 126 tons of various cigarettes in his fleet, about 460,000 packs, or 4.6 million packs. In the first 2 months in the Spring City, even if only 50,000 packs of the lowest grade cigarettes are sold, that would be a terrifying 13 million bullets. With 4 million people, selling 50,000 packs in 60 days should not be difficult. And after selling 50,000 packs and getting a total of 13 million bullets, there are still 4.55 million packs of cigarettes in the fleet. It's like they were never sold. This is so cool. Put down the pen. Chen Chen lit a cigarette. This time when he smoked, he could smell a bullet-like smell. Next is white wine. There is only Mutai liquor in the convoy now. 900 tons, about 900,000 bottles. The consumption of these days is temporarily not counted. In the previous life, many adventure team leaders started to hype Mutai liquor after 6 months. The highest price for a bottle was 188,000 bullets, but no one is hyping it now. Chen Chen's plan is to guide them to hype it. Initially, the price of a bottle of Mutai liquor was set at 10,000 bullets. But only the first batch of 100 bottles will be sold. The 100 bottles must be sold out within 3 days. After 3 days, even if they are not sold out, it will be said that they are sold out. Then he arranged for at least 10 squads to go out and purchase Mutai. 15,000 bullets were collected in the first 3 days. 20,000 bullets were purchased from the 4th to the 7th day. From the 7th to the 10th day, 30,000 bullets were purchased. After 10 days, in the city of Giant Tree No. 69, Mutai will be sold again, limited to 100 bottles. Then send out a large number of personnel to purchase. Purchases that increase in price every 3 days. In short, it only needs to instill one idea to other adventure team leaders. Mutai liquor holds its value in hand and can continue to appreciate, making them reluctant to sell. As long as this goal is achieved, the marketing hype of Mutai liquor will be successful even if it seems crude. Do not underestimate human intelligence. Once, when the average monthly income was between 50 and 100 yuan, a pot of orchids could be sold for up to 100,000. Therefore, to hype Mutai liquor, Chen Chen only needs to grasp 2 directions. One is someone selling at a loss, and the other is someone making money. As long as these 2 directions are well grasped, even if the survivors know it's a hype, they will willingly fall for it. They only hope they are not the last bag holder.
This is human nature.
It will remain the same in another 100 years. Moreover, in the previous life, Mutai liquor had already been hyped by the leaders of various adventure teams.
Shinshen just advanced their timeline of hype a bit.
The third is edible salt. In the early days of the jungle apocalypse, the purpose of selling edible salt was also to remind survivors that they should eat salt. There are a total of 22 tons of edible salt in the convoy now. Initially, each bag of 500 grams of edible salt was priced at 3,000 bullets. Later, the price increased by 1,000 bullets every 7 days. Of course, if they are willing to treat it as a financial product, it's up to them. Next is ham sausage. A total of 372 tons of ham sausage. The price per stick ranges from 200 bullets to 3,000 bullets. Canned pork, canned beef, etc. A total of 52 tons, a total of 155,000 cans. Each can is priced at 8,000 bullets, selling at such a high price. Mainly, Shinshen did not intend to sell much. Selling canned food is just to enrich the variety of goods on the shelves. 8,000 bullets per can. If someone can afford to eat it, it's okay to sell some. Selling 100 cans is 800,000 bullets. Still not enough for the female team members to eat for a month. Finally, instant noodles. There are nearly 2 million packs now, priced at 500 bullets per pack. The main purpose is still to enrich the shelves. Other various supplies, including Oreo cookies, spicy strips, softened chocolate, potato chips, candies, shelled peanuts, melon seeds, etc. All the goods brought out by Shinshen this time are all on the shelves. The prices are set at 5 to 10 times of the previous life based on the quantity they own. These supplies are still not intended to be sold, all for the purpose of enriching the shelves. In addition, these things are sold at high prices. It also highlights that cigarettes and white wine, these items are very cheap. Just imagine, a bag of Weilong spicy strips can be sold for 2,000 bullets. That bottle of authentic Maotai liquor sells for 10,000 bullets. Is it still expensive? Anyway, everyone has money in their pockets now. When they run out of money, it will be when Chen Shan leaves the city of Chun. All day long, Chen Shan was pricing these goods. By the afternoon, Chen Shan already felt dizzy from pricing hundreds of items. Knock, knock, knock. Gutong knocked on the door. Chen Shan put down his pen and rubbed his temples. Captain, Sister Yin Qing asked me to come and ask you if you want to eat something. She is now the nanny for herself and Yin Qing. She started her job last night. She gave Yin Chang and Chen Shen a foot massage separately. Although her technique was a bit rusty, overall it was acceptable, showing potential to become an experienced driver. Chen Shan responded with an okay and got up to change clothes. But upon seeing Gutong, the once famous Miss Flower of Law, at this moment, her beautiful face was dirty, clearly having worked all day, couldn't help but ask, "Did you eat potatoes today?" "I did." Gutong rolled her eyes imperceptibly. "Then eat more at night. I have a pile of dirty clothes and socks in my room. Come help me wash them after dinner." After changing clothes, Chen Chen went out with the lawyer Miss Gu. After Gutong turned around, she rolled her eyes even bigger. Outside the door, the miss who made no mistakes yesterday was busy again. The entertainment square, although not as crowded as the previous days, was still lively. "Yu Jing, have you eaten?" It was time for the canteen upstairs to serve food. Many misses brought their meals down to play mahjong while eating. Chen Shan saw Yu Jing, but her table was empty. Across from her, Su Xiaochan had 2 plates of food. Humph. Yu Jing's temper was particularly bad when playing mahjong, especially when losing money. Chen Shen was surprised by her behavior. "You lost your dinner too?" At this moment, Yu Jing suddenly pushed the mahjong tiles. She stood up from the table and said, "Wait a moment." Then she pulled Chen Shen aside, where no one was around, and whispered to him, "Chen Shen, no, husband, do you have anything left? Give me some more. I still owe Su Xiaochan and Shenwan 6 rolls of toilet paper and 3 t-shirts." This time, Chen Shen was even more surprised. He asked, "Did you lose all the supplies I gave you the day before yesterday?" She had just arrived the day before yesterday, and he had taken her upstairs for some shopping. Chen Shen remembered helping her carry more than 20 sets of clothes, over 20 pairs of shoes, various underwear, sanitary products, etc. All packed in several backpacks. All gone in just one day? "Honey, give me some more, please?" Yu Jing held Chen Shen's arm, whispered, and when he didn't respond, she bit her lip, looked around, and quickly kissed Chen Shen on the face, whispering something in his ear. The content made Chen Shen blush. He immediately said, "Okay, wait here." Unexpectedly, women with red eyes could be so terrifying. This time, Chen Shen directly took out a whole box of canned meat from his space and stuffed it into Yu Jing's arms, generously saying, "Take it, come find me when you lose it all." Chen Shen went to eat, while Yu Jing, with big red eyes, placed the whole box of canned meat by her feet and continued to sit at the mahjong table. Today, she wouldn't sleep until she won back all the things she lost. However, neither of them noticed that Gu Tong had been following not far behind Chen Chen all along. At this moment, her delicate face was also flushed. Walking behind Chen Chen, she muttered under her breath, "Pervert, pervert, pervert." Fifth floor canteen. Had a black pepper steak with Yin Cheng. She went downstairs to continue training. These days, Yin Cheng insists on training shooting for 6 hours, speed for 3 hours, and strength for 3 hours every day. Chen Cheng forcibly stopped her 3-hour strength training, mainly for fear that her almost perfect body would develop muscle blocks. It wouldn't look good. After dinner, go down to the first floor. For the next 2 days, there is nothing urgent. He can't go play mahjong with the girls, winning sanitary pads, winning underwear, and so on. Winning or losing gets to his head. First, go to the trading hall on the first floor, then go to the door of the Sanpangzi family of 3. Captain, Sister Gudong. Chen Cheng, Sister Gudong. There were more than 10 duty girls at the door, and when they saw Chen Cheng going downstairs with Sister Gudong, they all greeted them. Now everyone knows. Sister Gudong made a mistake. It is said that for the next few months, she will have to serve as a bedside nanny for the captain at night, enduring all kinds of humiliation. After 3 months, she can regain her freedom. But after 3 months, she should have stopped menstruating and started showing signs of pregnancy, right? So, many girls now regard Sister Gudong as the future captain's wife. Besides respect, there is also a hint of envy. The first floor hall covers an area of 30,000 square meters. There are counters around, and behind the counters are shops with sliding doors. Chen Cheng walked to the shop of the Sanpangzi family of 3 and was about to knock on the door when he heard the voice of sister-in-law inside. It is said that on that day, Lin Chong was walking leisurely when suddenly someone called from behind. When he turned around, he recognized Li Xiaoer, the son of a wine merchant. When they were in the capital, Lin Chong helped him a lot. Later, he stole from the owner of a shop and was caught, facing charges and punishment. But Lin Chong interceded for him, saved him from being sent to court, and even compensated some money to avoid punishment. Unable to stay in the capital, he was grateful to Lin Chong for providing him with travel expenses and fled. Unexpectedly, they met today. Lin Chong said, "Xiaoer, why are you here?" The hand knocking on the door paused in mid-air. Chen Cheng felt a bit familiar with this passage. Inside, the conversation continued, and he couldn't help but be curious, so he opened the door. He saw sister-in-law's 220-pound figure. She was wearing a white shirt and black men's trousers. At this moment, inside the shop, sister-in-law was holding a book, speaking vividly. Sanpangzi wore glasses, stood by with his hands behind his back, supervising. And on the wooden floor, Anil sat upright with his hands behind his back, listening attentively to sister-in-law's lecture. The sound of the door being opened made the 3 of them look over. Sanpangzi was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother Ran, Dad Ran, you finally came." Then he stood aside and manually sang the end of class bell. "Gently awaken the sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes, look at the busy world, is it still spinning lonely without stopping?" Sister-in-law also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. "Class is over, take a 10-minute break, those who need to use the restroom hurry, the next lesson is history, those who don't need to use the restroom, stay and review." Hearing class is over, Anil took out his phone from his pocket. He. "What are you guys doing?" This scene. Chen Cheng was also stunned. Sanpangzi walked over and complained, "Those girls on your floor, I don't know which damn one it was, came over yesterday and gave this kid a high school Chinese textbook. Since then, this little brat has fallen in love with studying. If you don't teach him, he won't stop making a fuss night after night. Now, my wife has no choice but to play the role of a teacher and give him lessons." The family of 3 started role-playing. This scene. Chen Cheng was also dumbfounded. To be honest, just now, if it weren't for seeing sister-in-law's 220-pound big body, Chen Chen was ready to find the remote control and fast forward. "What about you? What are you doing here?" Chen Chen looked at Pangzi in surprise. "My current identity is the head of the teaching department, and I have to be the head of the teaching department who flirts with beautiful female teachers. I'll wait to be slapped by him later." Pangzi complained, "Rango, now it's not just about teaching for us, we also have to act according to the script in his phone." Script? Chen Chen hadn't figured out the meaning yet. Suddenly, Pangzi shouted, "Anil, who allowed you to bring your phone to school? Did you understand the Chinese we taught last class? Alright, next class will be a Chinese quiz. If you can't get first in the class, you'll be expelled. Ha ha ha." Then he grabbed Anil's phone. Back next to Chen Chen, pointing at the phone screen, he said, "See. Script, this kid has recently been obsessed with writing novels, and he's forcing me and my wife to act according to the script. If we don't, he'll make a fuss, and no one can sleep. At this moment, Chen Chen heard Shiranal silently reciting, System, Exchange for Mastery of High School Chinese. Then he closed his eyes, as if a lot of Chinese knowledge was pouring into his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Shiranal looked at Shi Pengzi with a subtly mocking expression. At this moment, before Chen Chen could fully digest it, Shiranal looked at him, and he suddenly stood up, hands behind his back, and loudly said, Teacher Chen. Damn! This time even Chen Chen's face turned black. Who the hell is Teacher Chen? Your whole family is Teacher Chen. He couldn't be bothered with this family of three, so he turned and left, with Shi Pengzi following him, earnestly asking for help to come up with a solution. But what could Chen Chen do in this situation? He could only comfort the couple to complete their teaching tasks well, and promised that when the supplies arrived, they would receive an additional education allowance. All right. Taking a deep breath, Shi Pengzi pulled Chen Chen, and while it was time for class to end, the two stood at the door smoking. He still had to go back to ring the bell for the next class. Gutong didn't like the smell of smoke, so when she saw the two men smoking, she distanced herself. Seeing her walk away, Shi Pengzi put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder, smiling slyly. Did you receive a lawyer's letter last night? Lawyer's letter? Shi Pengzi was still the same as in the previous life. Many times, he couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Don't pretend with me. Shi Pengzi looked at Chen Chen, winking. It's that lawyer Han. The next 2 days were uneventful. The punished girls. Chen Chen took the opportunity to let them eat 3 meals of potatoes a day, with some salt and chili powder. In addition, Yu Jing had a good streak these days. She won back all the supplies she lost to Su Shaochan and Shenwan. She even came over arrogantly and threw a box of canned meat in front of herself. Declaration, canceling the agreement to bully Lady Yin together. Chen Chen was slightly disappointed, but with her gambling nature, it was only a matter of time. She wasn't in a hurry. Just as she left, Su Shaochan and Shenwan sneaked into Chen Chen's dorm room. Now, it was their turn to have no gambling capital. After making Chen Chen angry, the two of them carried a box of canned goods and went out to seek revenge on Yu Jing. Chen Chen suddenly thought it would be nice for them to play mahjong together. With just a few supplies in their hands, they were getting all worked up. In fact, in the end, oneself is the biggest winner. On the 4th day of the vibrant event, at noon, the deep green fog gradually dispersed. Rarely, today is clear and sunny. The originally dark green sky has now turned light green. A few rays of sunlight penetrate through the dense tree leaves, shining on the ground. Giant Tree City No. 69. Main entrance. Riding 215, George Patton, 3 long-distance sleeper cars, for long-distance buses, and a neat row of 50 brand-new off-road vehicles. Wei Lan stood on the roof of the car and shouted, "Let's go!" A huge fleet of vehicles sounded deafening horns together. Today, Chen Chen's convoy is about to start its first tour of the Spring City Giant Tree City Group. Many of his plans are also set to be officially implemented starting today. All survivors, listen up. We are Chen Chen's adventure team. We come from the Giant Tree City in the center of Spring City. Spring City Giant Tree City Group. The insect tide has just receded, with human and insect corpses everywhere. A vast convoy slowly rolls over these bodies as it travels through the Giant Tree City Group. Riding 215, George Patton, various models, brand new pure off-road vehicles. Each car roof has a graceful young lady standing with a gun. And as they pass each Giant Tree City, the convoy stops for about 10 minutes. The gun-wielding young ladies on the car roofs throw instant noodles, sausages, and occasionally cans of fish and t-shirts to the crowds below. This is not wasteful. This is a display of wealth. Establishing a survivor trading center requires not only force but also a certain display of wealth. Otherwise, if survivors have any major transactions, they will also worry about being robbed. Under the cars, ragged survivors flock. While the young ladies on the car roofs distribute supplies, they also fire warning shots into the sky. After the supplies are distributed, all the cars honk together. After passing through the chaotic crowd, Wei Lan begins to promote the establishment of the Central City Trading Hall. First, the Central City Trading Hall will be open to all survivors for free for the first 3 days. Second, the Central City Lord's Mansion openly sells cigarettes, liquor, instant noodles, sausages, various clothing, and provides rental tools for building giant tree cities, etc. The circulating currency is bullets and crystals. Third, the Central City Lord's Mansion purchases crystals, high-tech rifles, high-tech pistols, space magazines, car gasoline, and all other high-value items. The purchased and sold items are all clearly priced. Fourth, the Central City is recruiting female awakeners again, recruiting 1,000 official female members. Benefits: distribute various living supplies, including but not limited to clothing, hats, shoes, socks, soap, shower gel, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, etc. 3 meals a day, 1 neat meal per week. Comfortable living environment, including dormitories, indoor toilets, bathing rooms, canteens, etc. Rich entertainment activities, mahjong, various card games, board games, etc. Requirements: female, independent, and unattached. Ages between 18 and 28. Particularly outstanding candidates, such as female drivers with rich driving experience, or female doctors, female soldiers, female mechanics, etc., can be given priority. Ordinary female members need to compete for positions. Once the female awakeners are confirmed, they can immediately board the bus and join the convoy. In addition, 100 male welders are being recruited for a short term. Working hours, 3 days. Benefits: 3 meals a day. Wei Lan's announcement is over. The female team members on the car roof begin to distribute flyers. With the recent distribution of supplies, the survivors now grab anything they see. After grabbing the flyers, they carefully keep them, regardless of whether they will be useful. Then there is a chaotic group of inquiries and consultations. The convoy honks collectively again. The female team members fired a warning shot towards the sky. In the end, several female team members jumped out of the car. A space girl found a huge sign over 3 meters high inside the space. It read XXX Giant Tree City. The numbering of the Giant Tree City would be redefined in this life for Chen Chen. He named his own Giant Tree City Central Giant Tree City. Then, according to the distance, from number 1 to number 168. After all this was done, the convoy set off again, heading to the next Giant Tree City. However, this parade was still the same. For every Giant Tree City the convoy passed, hundreds or even thousands of survivors had to follow from behind, waiting for the convoy to reach the next Giant Tree City to distribute supplies. Chen Chen. The convoy continued on its way. Wei Lan returned to rest inside the 15th generation of the riding soil. It was almost evening now, and the number of survivors following the convoy had exceeded 80,000. Wei Lan frowned and said, "Should we drive them away? I'm afraid there might be problems like last time." Today, a stone-skinned girl was driving in the driver's seat. Chen Chen, Gu Tong, and 2 stone-skinned warriors sat in the back row. After Wei Lan got on the car, she casually sat on the ground, ready to go out in a while. Seeing this, Han Na stood up and gave her seat to Wei Lan. She silently sat down at Chen Chen's feet, with one hand resting on Chen Chen's shoe, saying, "If they don't behave, just kill them." This stone-skinned girl usually didn't speak much, but when she did, it was to kill. And these days, Chen Chen had also noticed. His personal bodyguard was very good-looking, with outstanding looks and figure. The only issue was her temperament. Chen Chen found that she seemed a bit dark or even twisted. It was said that once, when she was bathing alone at night, she actually paid 8 girls to surround her. The 8 of them faced her, watching her bathe. And she, who rarely smiled, that time while bathing, hummed pop songs, sweetly applying shower gel to herself, occasionally looking at everyone's eyes. After making sure everyone had their eyes open, she continued to hum and bathe. After learning about this, Chen Chen once thought about whether he should change his female bodyguard. This girl was indeed a bit creepy. Soon, after about 15 minutes, the convoy arrived at the next Giant Tree City. Wei Lan jumped out of the car, then turned back to look at the crowd behind the convoy. A dense crowd of people. It seemed that there were even more. Chen Chen. Before the car door closed, Wei Lan turned back again to look at the crowd of survivors. She turned back with some concern and asked, "Are you sure, Yin Cheng? Can she really hold our Giant Tree City?" This time, the convoy toured the Spring City Giant Tree City group. Yin Cheng stayed to guard the home at Giant Tree City number 69. Many girls, including Wei Lan, didn't quite understand. After all, Yin Cheng's skills were only frequently used by Chen Chen. In the eyes of others, she was just a normal beautiful woman. At the same time, just as Wei Lan was worrying about whether Yin Cheng could hold the home, the original Giant Tree City number 69, now renamed the Central City by Chen Chen. Evening. 30 girls were stationed on the city gates, patrolling back and forth on the tree bark. Suddenly, under the quiet sunset, there was a fierce gunshot. Before they could react, around the Central City, there were crowds of survivors coming from all directions. "Open the door for them." "But Sister Yin Cheng, I'm telling you to do it now. Open the door for them immediately." In the evening, the sky was dark green. There was only a hint of light left in the sky. At this moment, everything around was dark green, except for the sounds of shouting, as the central Giant Tree City with its 10 gates. Outside the gate, thousands of survivors, including Orcish warriors, have already broken through 3 layers of steel gates with great force.
They are about to rush into the central city. Inside the city, apart from the 30 sisters patrolling outside, there are now less than 50 sisters inside. Despite the current situation, Yin Qing gave a seemingly crazy order: "I command you to open the gate and let them in." The sisters inside the city were stunned. Fortunately, after experiencing the lively event of the insect tide, each sister is considered a qualified female warrior. Are you all deaf? I'll say it one last time: let them in. In the hall, Lady Yin scolded for the last time. 2 sisters, with red eyes, gritted their teeth and began to open the large doors one by one, 4 meters wide, 2 meters high. When they reached the last door, there was only one door separating them from the survivors outside. All the sisters immediately retreated to the hall on the first floor, crouching behind the large pillars. Heartbeats racing, each person's gun aimed at the shaky door. At this moment, each rifle was loaded with a magazine of 10,000 rounds. Since there was no turning back, they had to fight. Kill 100 to break even, kill 1,000 to make a profit. Bang! 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 Outside the gate, the massive fists of the orcs pounded. Boom! With a loud noise, the last gate collapsed. At the same time, dozens of sisters hiding behind the thick pillars opened fire at the same time. Ping! Pang! However, the first group to rush in were a dozen stone-skin warriors with activated skills. There's indeed an ambush. Ha ha! The leader of the stone-skin warriors laughed. Brothers, charge! But at that moment, none of them noticed that above their heads, on the gate, Lady Yin in black clothes was holding a large gasoline can. As soon as they were all inside, she immediately began pouring gasoline down. Where did this water come from? The leading stone-skin warrior felt a chill on his head, subconsciously wiped his face, and was immediately shocked to see, it's gasoline. Brothers, this is damn gasoline. Quick! Before he could fully realize what was happening, a dense rain of bullets from the sisters on the opposite side hit his body covered in protective stone skin. Sparks flew, and suddenly his body was completely ignited. Screaming, the dozen stone skin warriors were all in a panic. Although they couldn't feel pain, the moment they were ignited, they clearly felt a lack of oxygen in their nostrils. They began to gasp for air heavily and frequently. But even so, the air they inhaled was still scorching hot. The scorching air flowed into their nasal passages, mouths, throats, and even the bottom of their eyeballs. In an instant, they felt like their heads were being ignited from the inside. Screaming in agony. At that moment, they no longer cared about their brothers behind them. Screaming, rolling on the ground, or running in all directions. However, this time their plan was different. Thousands of warriors were attacking the giant tree city. The stone-skin warriors led the way, followed by flame warriors and beast-controlling warriors with guns. All of them were awakened beings. Their plan was well thought out. The stone-skin warriors acted as meat shields. Behind them, the awakened beings used them as cover to charge into the giant tree city and battle the women with guns. Finally, protecting the thousands of soldiers behind them to rush in. A tactic of overwhelming numbers. Even if they had to sacrifice lives, they would overwhelm these women. Then, they could divide the abundant resources inside the giant tree city among themselves. They would use these resources to hire more adventurer mercenary groups. Together, they would crush that convoy. I don't believe they can still survive? Originally, everything was going well. But unexpectedly, things went wrong as soon as they entered the door. The stone-skin warriors they relied on were ignited. The awakened warriors behind them had not yet figured out what was going on. Dozens of young ladies on the opposite side launched a concentrated attack. All the young ladies were firing towards the entrance. A 4-meter-wide, 2-meter-high gate. In an instant, more than 10 flame warriors and beast-controlling warriors at the forefront felt what ice-cold all over meant. Their bodies, like a sieve, not knowing where to cover. Bang bang bang. Another wave of bullets. The heads of these awakened warriors burst one after another. It is well known. Bullets travel at extremely fast speeds. At the moment the bullet enters the brain, there is a small hole. But once the bullet enters the interior of the head, it encounters resistance from flesh and bone. The bullet's trajectory forward will continuously change. But its force is great. So, the bullet will spiral around in the person's brain until it exits from the other side. The person's brain has been twisted beyond recognition. The entry point may be the size of a peanut, but the exit, perhaps as large as a fist. Even half of the head may be gone. This is what we often call a headshot. Bang bang bang. Dozens of awakened warriors, their heads exploding one by one. Dozens of headless bodies fell in front of the gate, and the survivors behind them. Just a moment ago, they were full of momentum. At this moment, seeing the sudden change inside, who would dare to continue rushing in? Those still alive, shouting loudly, pushing back towards the rear. The people behind, bewildered. still shouting and charging forward. Chaos. On the bark above their heads, on the giant tree city. The patrolling young ladies who were still alive were now firing into the dense crowd below, and dodging the distant incoming grenades. Retreat! Retreat! The captains are all dead. What are you waiting for if you don't run? Run! Attack, brothers! Charge ahead for me! Kill all these women! Charge forward for me! Retreat! Damn it, retreat! Chaos! Everything is in chaos. But at this moment, outside, the survivors in chaos. Perhaps no one noticed. Inside the giant tree city, dozens of young ladies had quietly stopped shooting at this point, and an extremely pleasant, very pleasant voice, also at this moment, came from inside the giant tree city. Since you dare to attack our central city, then all of you stay. Evening. It should have been an evening when the lights were just coming on, but at this moment, dark green and blood red were watering this land. Outside the main gate of the central city. At this moment, thousands of survivors were in chaos. In fact, even now, since the moment they had just broken through the gate of the giant tree city, it had been less than 60 seconds. Many people only knew that things were chaotic ahead. They thought that the stone-skinned people in front were fighting with those women, a scene that was supposed to happen. The people behind were still rushing in. However, no one noticed. A ghostly figure was quietly approaching them at an incredible speed from behind. Swish! In the back row, the survivors who had barely maintained their formation suddenly felt like a shadow had flown past them, before they could figure out what was happening. The next second, a blood-red thin line appeared on their necks, the carotid artery suddenly cut open. Inside, a large amount of blood that was supplying the brain from below suddenly found an exit, gushing out like a spring. Lady Een. Leather scabbards were tied to the outer sides of both thighs. Also gave her these two muscular long legs, adding a hint of subtle killing intent. To some extent, these two perfect long legs are the most beautiful at this moment. At this moment, they can arouse men's desire to conquer more. Perhaps these two long legs should be arranged in various gentle and cute shapes. Looking at their shy appearance, imagine the scene that appears in front of you now. That sense of achievement will surely explode in an instant. At this moment, outside the central city, a ghostly figure, in just a few seconds, cut the throats of dozens of people. However, regardless of height, weight, male or female, most people had their carotid arteries cut. A small number of survivors had their shoulders, chins, noses cut. Some girls even had their eyes cut. In the back, before the screams could even come out, the ghostly figure had already appeared and shuttled back and forth among the thousands of people, clad in black, taking advantage of the dusk's dark green cover. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of bodies fell to the ground like dumplings, plop plop, softening. When some survivors turned back and found something unusual, but all they saw was a blur in front of their eyes, a chill on their neck. The front was still chaotic, but more and more people were beginning to understand the situation. They wanted to turn around and run back, but the slender, enchanting demon, who seemed to blend in with the night, was still shuttling rapidly through the crowd. Thousands of survivors fell like wheat, making a crackling sound. The black soil at the entrance of the central city had already been dyed crimson with a large amount of blood. Who did this? Who the hell did this? It must be their city lord. That guy named Shen Shen is back. Everyone, run. At this point, no one knew Yin Sheng's skills. When faced with this ghostly figure, everyone could only think of Chen Chen. But at that moment, a very pleasant female voice floated around them. I've told you all, since you dared to attack our central city, then all of you shall stay. The remaining survivors, now less than 1,000, looked in horror as their companions fell one by one. After the horror, they screamed and scattered. At this point, who cared about formations? All that was left in everyone's mind was one thought: run. However, they were still too slow. In Yin Yangzi's eyes, their images were no longer streamlined. In her eyes, this group of people was like a series of still pictures, like frames in a paused movie. Several minutes later, at the entrance of the central city, on a vast empty space, you could hear a pin drop. Among the thousands of survivors' bodies, in the strong, bloody, pungent smell, a tall figure, slightly bent with a perfect figure, tucked two daggers into the sheaths on the outside of her thighs. On her exquisite, perfect face, the killing intent had not completely faded. Yin Chang looked around indifferently, looking at this scene, her masterpiece that she had just left behind. After a few seconds, she walked slowly towards the central city with her 1-2-meter long legs. The next day, early in the morning, a large crowd of people surged into the central city. Yesterday, Shin Shen's convoy toured various giant tree cities.
Riding on the 15th generation of Earth, various brand new off-road vehicles, a grand convoy, fully armed young ladies, distributing supplies, and so on. The propaganda effect had completely exploded. Early today, before the sky was fully bright, hundreds, even thousands of large and small adventure teams gathered towards the central city. However, when they followed the numbering of the giant tree cities and finally found the central city, what greeted them was the bodies of thousands of survivors. At the entrance of the central city, on a vast empty space, tens of thousands of survivors dared not take a step forward. They dared not be sure what the central city meant. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys? A show of force? Or perhaps, they wanted to deceive everyone and trap them all together? Soon, some sharp-eyed survivors reminded everyone to look at the central city's gate. The central city's gate had already been destroyed by 4 layers at this point. Looking at the ground covered with thousands of bodies, many team leaders had already guessed roughly what had happened. It seemed that someone took advantage of the convoy's patrol to try to attack their headquarters. The result was a clean sweep of killings. However, despite these guesses, facing the ground covered with thousands of bodies and the black soil completely dyed red, no team dared to be the first to step forward. 9 o'clock in the morning. The number of survivors gathered around the central city was becoming increasingly dense. It had already exceeded 300,000 people. However, still, no team dared to rashly step forward, to dare to touch that empty space. The team leaders of various teams had already ordered to rest in place. 12 o'clock noon. The number of survivors surrounding the central city had exceeded 480,000. The central city gate remained tightly closed. But now, the team leaders of the adventurous teams who were more active in their thinking had already started doing business spontaneously on the outskirts of this central city. After all, their purpose in coming here today was first to see this central city. The second was to do business. 1:30 in the afternoon. The number of survivors on the outskirts of the central city had exceeded 550,000. In the Spring City Giant Tree City group, almost every 8 survivors, 1 rushed to the central city. And the number was still increasing. And at this moment, the crowd of survivors in the rear suddenly became restless, immediately followed by a commotion. This time, there was no need for orders. Tens of thousands of survivors spontaneously retreated, giving way to a passage for that convoy. The convoy arrived at the entrance of the central city. Faced with a crowd of 550,000 survivors, Weilan also took a long time to recover. And at this moment, the central city gate finally opened. Hundreds of young ladies, holding high-tech rifles, surrounded the central city gate in a semicircle. Let them all come over. At the main entrance of the central city, an open space, Weilan stood on the top of the 15th generation Earth Rider with a slender waist crossed. Before long, the crowd of 550,000 survivors cautiously stepped on the bodies on the ground and surrounded them. However, there were too many people. A large black mass, Weilan and the group of young ladies, even standing on the roof of the car, could not see the end of this crowd. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of young ladies fired into the sky at the same time. Then, Weilan immediately announced the rules for entering the central city. Considering that today was the first day of the central city's opening, attracting hundreds of thousands of survivors. This data, Chen Chen and Weilan had not expected it at all. Just in the car, Weilan and Chen Chen had come up with a strategy on the spot. That was the rule for entering the central city. First, inside the central city, no awakeners, including light people, were allowed to use any skills. Second, when entering the central city, no firearms, knives, etc. were allowed to be carried. Third, today, the first-floor City Lord's Mansion Sales and Purchase Hall, and the second-floor Survivor Trading Hall, limited the number of people and opened for a limited time. Only 5,000 people were allowed in each time, and the area was cleared after 1 hour. Fourth, spatial people were not allowed to enter. Fifth, recruit female team members. Applicants go directly to the third-floor training ground. Finally, the central city would officially open to the public in half an hour. When Weilan released this information, the survivors present immediately spread the word, causing an uproar. Dissatisfaction. When they were promoting yesterday, they didn't mention any restrictions on the number of people or limited opening hours. However, after they vented their emotions, everyone was not blind. Actually, I can understand the approach of the central city in my heart. If I were the lord of the central city, I wouldn't be able to let all these people in at once. Weilan didn't care about their dissatisfaction. After announcing the news, she jumped out of the car. Chen Chen also got out of the car and glanced around at the crowd of survivors, then collected the convoy and returned to the central city. Behind him, hundreds of handsome and beautiful young ladies followed Chen Chen into the gate. This made tens of thousands of male survivors behind them feel jealous.
This is ridiculous. This kid's life is more comfortable than the Emperor's. Our doomsday has turned into this kid's golden age. Bang! The gate closed. The hundreds of gun-wielding young ladies breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they faced tens of thousands of survivors. To say they weren't nervous at all would be lying to themselves. Fortunately, Chen Chen had returned. He was the only man in the team and their backbone. As for the family of Shi Qianxi, the group of young ladies never considered them their own.
Captain. After returning home, a young lady immediately came to report to Chen Chen about the situation last night. When they returned and saw the bodies all over the ground, Chen Chen already had a rough idea. However, he didn't expect Lady Yin to be so brave. The report from the young lady mainly had 3 points. 1. Yesterday, thousands of people besieged the giant tree city. 2. Sister Yin Cheng went out alone and killed them all. 3. Since returning last night, Sister Yin Cheng has not eaten, drunk, slept, or rested, but has been training frantically on the 3rd floor. Many young ladies tried to persuade her, but it was useless. They thought she might have killed too many people and developed a shadow in her heart. They hoped Chen Chen could persuade or enlighten Sister Yin Cheng. Don't let any more problems arise. Chen Chen listened while walking upstairs and had already reached the training ground on the 3rd floor. Half an hour left. Good luck opening the door. Wei Lan had already gone to assign tasks to hundreds of young ladies. On the 3rd floor, there were only her lawyer's nanny and the close combatant Han Na. Bang bang bang. At this time, the vast training ground was only Lady Yin alone. She was wearing only a black strapless tight chest and training shorts. Looking at the training ground at this time, there were bullet casings all over the floor and dozens of broken wooden targets. Chen Chen. When she saw Chen Chen, Yin Cheng suddenly put down her gun, took her 2 long white legs, and walked quickly towards Chen Chen. Her current state seemed to be extremely excited. She couldn't eat or sleep and just wanted to vent all the emotions in her body. In the 10,000 square meter training ground, Yin Cheng first walked quickly, then couldn't help but run, and finally ran all the way. She ran into Chen Chen against the wall. It was the first time in Chen Chen's life that he was pinned against the wall. No, more precisely, he was pinned by her legs. At this moment, Lady Yin, with beautiful bloodshot eyes, pushed Chen Chen against the wall, then raised a leg and kicked the wall above Chen Chen's shoulder. She then tightly wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, pulled him towards her, and kissed him fiercely. Ignoring the 2 other onlookers, the 2 kissed all the way and took off their clothes along the way. Until they reached the door of Chen Chen's bedroom, the door was slammed shut heavily. 1 hour later, the trading hall was cleared for the first time. Wei Lan also received the data promptly. She stared for more than 10 seconds, then ran upstairs with a happy face. There was only one thought in her mind now. She must share the sales data of the first hour with Chen Chen and Yin Cheng immediately. Just the data of this first hour. Tonight, the whole team can celebrate. When she arrived at Chen Chen's dormitory door, Wei Lan opened the door without thinking. However, after standing still for more than 10 seconds, Wei Lan quickly closed the door. Turning around, she leaned against the wall and tapped her conscience lightly. Wei Lan felt that her legs were a bit weak. Yin Cheng, is she still human? After taking a few deep breaths, Wei Lan gave them 5 minutes of shameless time. Standing up and clearing her throat, she coughed heavily twice, then opened the door again. However, these 2 shameless people seemed to not take her seriously at all. Downstairs, after the cleanup, the second wave of survivors was about to enter. This time, Wei Lan came up not only to share this explosive data with Chen Chen, she also had several things that needed Chen Chen's approval. So at this moment, she couldn't care too much. With a firm resolve, Wei Lan stepped heavily on the floor, walked into the room with big strides, and deliberately said loudly, "Wait a moment. The sales data for the first hour is out." In the early days of the jungle doomsday, meteorites were everywhere. In the previous life, survivors had analyzed it. From the first vibrant event to the lifeless forest event 3 months later. These 3 months were the most critical golden development period for the survivors. During these 3 months, the more weapons and bullets the survivor team accumulated, the more awakened members there were. By the time of the lifeless forest event, more large, medium, and small adventure teams would join. Gradually, these adventure teams turned into super large-scale adventure teams. So, the first 3 months of the jungle doomsday are crucial. Chen Chen also knew the horror of the lifeless forest event. So his current idea is, except for matters involving men's dignity, everything else must be done quickly. It is best to empty the giant tree city group in Chun City within 1.5 months. Then, with a strong enough convoy, head to the capital city. Before the lifeless forest event arrives, establish a foothold in the capital city. Even if they temporarily cannot become the first adventure team in the capital, they should at least become one of the 4 major adventure teams in the capital. And now, with the sales data of the first hour that Wei Lan brought, Chen Chen felt that his plan had already been successful by at least half. In the central city's opening, in just 1 hour, Chen Chen's most concerned 100 bottles of Mutai Baijiu had already sold 57 bottles. Net income of 570,000 bullets. The most popular item sold besides that was edible salt. From the beginning of the jungle doomsday until now, survivors had found many mutated potatoes, eggplants, various vegetables, fruits, etc. Chen Chen had once found a super large potato that weighed 32 tons, and it was these mutated vegetables, insect meat, that fed millions of people. Of course, it was only in the early days of the jungle doomsday. Near the giant tree city, survivors could find these mutated vegetables and fruits. After a month, they would need to go far to find these foods again. With these mutated vegetables, all the leaders of the adventure teams realized the problem of lacking salt. Without salt, pots, or fire, most vegetables could only be eaten raw. So when they saw Chen Chen's convoy advertisement yesterday, especially those flyers that said, Central City sells edible salt, lighters, etc., the leaders of these adventure teams got up early and eagerly brought their teams over. The key is, they also don't know how many supplies can be sold in the Central City. It might be too late. The most popular item for sale is edible salt. A 500-gram bag of edible salt is priced at 3,000 bullets. Within just 1 hour, 372 bags were sold, valued at 1,116,000 bullets. 372 bags of edible salt, equivalent to 186 tons. Chen Chen's remaining inventory is 814 tons. Next is the kerosene lighter. Zippo kerosene lighter set, priced at 30,000 bullets, original kerosene lighter oil priced at 50,000 bullets. Within 1 hour, 55 kerosene lighter sets were sold, and 67 bottles of original kerosene lighter oil were sold. Total income of 5 million bullets. Remaining inventory, 1,905 lighters, 4,281 bottles of lighter oil. Wei Lan stood by the big bed and handed Chen Chen a small notebook. She watched as Chen Chen turned the pages. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel excited when he saw this. Sales data for 1 hour. Just with these 3 items, he had already earned 6,686,000 bullets. In the previous life, the only super meteorite in this area of Chun City was only worth 53 million bullets. Seeing this data, Chen Chen suddenly felt that even the delicate Nyangzi by his side was not as attractive. In addition, cigarettes, priced at 2 full space magazines or 260 bullets for regular cigarettes. Within 1 hour, a total of 688 boxes were sold. Total income of 1246 space magazines, 16,900 bullets, equivalent to 141,500 bullets. Yans Hongwa sold 18 packs, Yans Hongwa Soft sold 90 packs. Total income of 98,400 bullets. A total of 796 packs of various cigarettes, about 232 tons. Total income of 239,900 bullets. Remaining cigarette inventory, 125. 768 tons. Other supplies, 5 cans of canned food sold, 33 cans of chili sauce sold, 122 sausages sold. Instant noodles, snacks, various men's clothing, shoes, t-shirts, etc. A total of 388 items sold. Total income, 348,000 bullets. So, Chen Chen turned page by page and saw the final. Within 1 hour of the opening of the central city. Total income, 2,739 million bullets. This is just within 1 hour. Only 5,000 survivors came in. And at this moment, there are still 540,000 survivors outside the central city gate who have not entered the hall. Of course, Chen Chen also understands. In fact, many of the first 5,000 survivors who came in were leaders of adventure teams. The survivors who came in later definitely do not have their spending power. But this data is also very impressive. Looking at the last page of the notebook for a while, Wei Lan proposed beside the big bed, leader, Yin Xing, my suggestion is that those who have a consumption record here can be allowed an extra hour of stay. Moreover, since we are not collecting tickets for the second floor today anyway, I suggest allowing people from the second floor to come down to buy our supplies, and people from the first floor to go upstairs to trade with them. After looking at the sales data for 1 hour, Chen Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He handed the notebook back to Wei Lan and said, "You can decide on the specifics, no need to come and ask me." Wei Lan's diligent work attitude. Chen Chen was really very satisfied.
Yesterday, she spent a day and night touring Giant Tree City. She stood alone on the roof and called out to 168 giant tree cities in a row. Today, when she came back, she didn't rest for a minute and immediately threw herself into the work of the Central City Trading Hall. Once, when Chen Chen had just come out of the automobile trade city, he saw Wei Lan gritting her teeth while driving. At that time, Chen Chen decided to make her the captain of the driver team in the future. Now, Chen Chen thought that maybe he could entrust the entire team's logistics to her in the future. Okay, I'll go down first since I have things to do. As she was leaving, Wei Lan's big eyes glanced at Chen Chen and Yin Xing, teasingly saying, "You guys can continue, come on, hurry up and give me a little baby, I want to be an aunt too." She didn't forget to tease before leaving. Chen Chen blushed. After walking out of the dormitory door, Wei Lan turned back, blinked at the two of them, and closed the door for them with her own hands. Phew! After leaving the door, Wei Lan suddenly restrained her smile and took a deep breath. What else can I do? As if she had suddenly released all her strength, she leaned against the door, looking up at the ceiling blankly. After a long time, she muttered softly, "It's raining, children without umbrellas must run harder." Bang 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 bang. Intense gunfire. Fall back. In the evening, the green dusk. Outside the central city. 20 minutes ago, a small wave of insects emerged from the western weeds and bushes, heading towards the setting sun. Outside the city, hundreds of survivors waiting to enter were bitten to death within 10 minutes. Someone immediately reported to the central city. Wei Lan happened to want to train the new female team members today, but now, it seemed that the effect was very unsatisfactory. 50 young ladies with high-tech rifles were forced to retreat by hundreds of insects. Fall back. Wei Lan ordered to stop shooting. She was about to lead the old team members personally to demonstrate how to kill the insects to them. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly snatched a young lady's automatic rifle. Watch carefully. At this moment, 5 young ladies activated their skills, illuminating an area of 5,000 square meters as bright as daylight. Under the gaze of hundreds of young ladies, Chen Chen raised the high-tech automatic rifle, facing hundreds of insects alone, advancing instead of retreating. Bang bang bang. The high-tech rifle switched to burst mode, and 5 bullets shot in a straight line. All of them hit a spider's head accurately. The spider the size of a basin exploded instantly. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. With the high-tech rifle in burst mode, Chen Chen moved quickly towards the direction of the insect tide, shooting as he advanced. The insects exploded one by one. "Captain, be careful." "Chen Chen, what are you doing?" There were still hundreds of insects ahead. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Chen Chen had already rushed into the insect tide alone. Less than 2 meters in front of him was a caterpillar the size of a bus. These young ladies were all dumbfounded. Even the old team members who had experienced lively events were shocked by Chen Chen's actions. What is Chen Chen trying to do? Is he arguing with Yin Xing? Does he not want to live anymore? Before they could figure it out, they saw Chen Chen suddenly leap forward. In midair, he quickly switched the mode of the automatic rifle, and less than 30 centimeters in front of him, the bus-sized caterpillar had opened its mouth, seemingly waiting for this fool to jump in. Bang 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 bang. In midair, continuous firing. A whole row of bullets went straight into the caterpillar's gut along its open mouth. Using the caterpillar's teeth as a foothold, Chen Chen leaped up again. Jumping onto the bus-sized caterpillar's head, but not stopping for half a second, his body still squatting down with the downward force, not fully standing up, he once again spun in circles and continuously fired. While standing up straight, he swept around the surrounding insect tide. Bang 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 bang. The 100-round magazine emptied. Chen Chen took out another 100-round magazine from his waist, changed it within 2 seconds, and continued firing. Wei Lanjie, what's wrong with the captain? Wei Lan walked up, shaking her head slightly. Just an hour ago, Wei Lan had visited Chen Chen's dormitory again. He and Yin Xing. The two were still passionately entangled. When leaving, Wei Lan also noticed Chen Chen's expression. She thought he couldn't handle it anymore. But after not seeing him for a while, he came out to kill insects. Wei Lan couldn't understand it either. "Captain, watch out behind you." Just then, behind Chen Chen, a 5 to 6 meter long centipede straightened up and flew towards Chen Chen's back. The hearts of the girls immediately rose to their throats. Some old team members even raised their automatic rifles but hesitated to shoot. The girls were scared pale. The 5 to 6 meter long centipede was extremely fast and had already pounced on Chen Chen's back in the blink of an eye. In an instant, it wrapped around him like a python from head to toe. "Captain! Chen Chen!" Some female team members with deep feelings couldn't care less at this moment and rushed towards Chen Chen's direction with their guns. "Don't come over." Chen Chen was just entangled all over, feeling shocked. but he soon realized it was a centipede and relaxed. This thing was fast and disgusting to look at, but to attack humans, it relied on the two fangs in its mouth. Centipedes usually entangled human bodies, biting survivors' major arteries with their fangs. After the person died, they would slowly consume them. Unlike giant centipedes also entangled human bodies. But once they did, they could break the human's bones within 3 seconds. So, this centipede wasn't scary. It was just a bit disgusting when entangled. But Chen Chen was immune to this thing a long time ago. He didn't even plan to use flash. Hiss! The next second after entangling Chen Chen's body, the 5 to 6 meter long centipede immediately opened its mouth, and the matchstick-sized fangs were about to bite down on Chen Chen's major artery. Chen Chen just slightly lifted the handle of the automatic rifle forward, and the two fangs bit onto the handle. Then, Chen Chen took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed upwards along the centipede's jaw. The tip of the dagger pierced out from its skull. Bang 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 bang. Ignoring it, Chen Chen continued to raise the automatic rifle and shoot around, and the centipede's body slowly fell off him, all the way down to his ankles. It was like stepping on a bundle of hemp rope in the middle. Bang 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 bang. Several minutes later, there were over 100 insect corpses around the caterpillar. Not far away, hundreds of girls were still staring in astonishment, especially the newly joined female team members. Just 50 people and 50 guns, they were forced to retreat by them, always feeling like these insects couldn't be killed. But now, one person stood on top of a caterpillar's corpse and resisted hundreds of insects. Truly the only man in the team. Squeak squeak. Just as the girls felt a bit ashamed and useless, they felt a slight tremor under their feet. Suddenly, someone saw that not far from Chen Chen's side, several off-road vehicle-sized ferocious rats were roaring and charging towards him. The group of female team members quickly shouted, "Captain, run! Ferocious rats are coming!" The female team members wanted to rush up to save Chen Chen at this time. But standing on top of the caterpillar, Chen Chen just glanced at the group of mice and loudly said, "You don't need to come over, watch carefully how I kill the mice." Hundreds of bugs. At least 7 or 8 ferocious mice. Facing them, there was only the captain alone. He stood alone on top of a caterpillar. Fortunately, Wei Lan and other senior team members knew that Chen Chen had the flash skill. They were not too worried. At this moment, Wei Lan pulled the ponytails of 2 girls in front of everyone. With a wave of her hands forward, Wei Lan coldly said, "Look, this is the captain who only hides behind women." Just now, during dinner time, Chen Chen was planning to go upstairs to replenish some nutrients. Passing by the corner of the stairs, he heard 2 resentful girls discussing about him. Who said it wasn't true, killing 5 bugs with 1 clip, such a perverted training method? Only the captain, that super pervert, could come up with it. That's right, he is a super pervert. These 2 girls were resentful while wiping the stairs, which was quite normal. Moreover, these days, Chen Chen had heard this kind of discussion more than once. Just a few complaints behind his back. Chen Chen wasn't that petty. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. However, he had already turned the corner and walked up the stairs to the 5th floor. But those 2 girls had their backs to him. They didn't see him and were still discussing. "Oh, by the way, Jiao Jiao, let me tell you something interesting." "What is it?" "It's about that time, 2 days before the lively incident, didn't our captain go to see his girlfriend?" "Please don't call him captain, call him super pervert." Okay, super pervert, yes, that super pervert went to see his girlfriend before the end of the world. Do you remember that time?" "I remember, what about it?" "I heard from other sisters that night he seemed to have been tortured by Sister Yin Qing all night, and since then, he didn't seem to be doing well." "Is it true?" "No way, he's still so young." Oh, who's pulling my hair? What are you doing?" Chen Chen grabbed the collars of the 2 girls and walked downstairs quickly. "Captain, we really didn't mean that, you misunderstood." "Yeah, we really didn't say you couldn't do it. You're great, you must have misunderstood." Yes, Captain, you're great," the 2 girls hurriedly explained. But Chen Chen didn't want to listen to them. Just now, if it weren't for being messed up by Yin Qing all afternoon, Chen Chen really wanted to let the 2 of them try whether he was not doing well. However, these days, hearing them gossiping about his inability to kill bugs had annoyed Chen Chen. So, he decided to let them see if he could kill bugs. If there was a chance, he would let them try other aspects of himself. So, without eating, Chen Chen took these 2 girls downstairs and headed straight for the place where the wave of bugs was. It just happened to be a demonstration for these newly joined girls. "You don't need to come over, watch carefully how I kill the mice." As he spoke, 2 ferocious mice had already rushed to within 5 meters in front of Chen Chen. They leaped. The speed was not much slower than the centipede just now. However, Chen Chen was ambushed just now. This time, he had already noticed the position of the ferocious mice. Bang bang bang. Once again, he knocked down several ladybugs that had climbed onto the caterpillar's body. Chen Chen rolled down, pressing against the ladybug's body and rolling half a circle. While lying on his back, he shot with his automatic rifle in his hands. The weakness of the violent rats is their bellies. 2 violent rats leaped one after another. Chen Chen dodged the first one, and the second one landed right in front of him. A series of bullets hit the belly of the violent rat, and the flesh flew. The second rat squealed and fell on top of the first rat. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chen Chen pulled out a hand and lightly tapped on the body of a caterpillar beside him. The caterpillar's body, the size of a bus, disappeared instantly. The bodies of the 2 rats crashed to the ground instantly. Bang! Before they could react, the second rat had just rolled off the first rat's body. On the side, Chen Chen stood up straight and casually pressed the caterpillar's body the size of a bus onto the bodies of the 2 violent rats. Originally, to practice how to kill insects, Chen Chen did not intend to use spatial skills. He just wanted to kill insects in the state of an ordinary person. But now, not only insects but also so many violent rats came. Chen Chen made an exception to use spatial skills but still insisted on not using teleportation. Bang bang bang. Leaning against the 2 violent rats that were not completely dead yet, as well as the caterpillar bodies on them, Chen Chen killed another round of insects. This time, he switched to a space magazine with 10,000 rounds of bullets. On the other side, the remaining 5 violent rats had already rushed over. But Chen Chen just moved his feet back and forth while leaning against the 3 neat mountains. Bang! 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 The 5 violent rats frantically hit Chen Chen with their heads, and Chen Chen dodged back and forth. Seizing this opportunity, he turned back and shot at the eyes of the rat pinned under the caterpillar body. Bang bang bang! A fierce gunfire, covered in red, white, black. Seeing the 2 violent rats completely dead, and dodging the headbutt of another violent rat, Chen Chen collected the bodies of 2 rats and a caterpillar into the space. Bang! The 5 violent rats chased after Chen Chen, and this time, 2 rats suddenly collided. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Chen jumped up with force. In midair, he raised his arm and once again released the caterpillar bodies, smashing them on the heads of the 2 rats. Damn! This time, as Chen Chen descended, he couldn't help but curse. Unluckily, during this descent, a 5 to 6 meter long centipede nearby also seized the opportunity. While still in midair, it tightly entwined Chen Chen. Alone, facing 7 violent rats was already very difficult. There were still hundreds of insects. Landing on the ground, Chen Chen rolled vigorously a few times. He felt the joints of the centipede under his body. Sand even got into one of his eyes. It was really unlucky, everything happened at once. Chen Chen now doubted whether Yin Qing suddenly got her period this afternoon and didn't tell him. Bang bang bang. After rolling on the ground a few times, he opened his only eye and saw the centipede's 2 large fangs. He fired continuously, shattering the centipede's head. But it was at this moment, Chen Chen saw with one eye that the sky suddenly darkened. A violent rat, the size of an off-road vehicle, fell from the sky, less than 3 meters away from him. And now, Chen Chen was lying on his back, his body entangled by a centipede corpse. Covered in blood, one eye even had sand in it. The most crucial thing was that if Chen Chen wanted to use the teleportation skill, he had to touch the small lightning tattoo behind his hand. But now, that tattoo was entangled by the centipede's body. In front of him, the dark shadow was gradually expanding. The bodies of the violent rats were getting closer. And at this critical moment, bang! Below Chen Chen's right hand, 2 thick steel coils suddenly appeared. Puff! The violent rat the size of an off-road vehicle, with its belly stuck on the steel coil, sprayed blood all over Chen Chen's face. And due to the excessive downward force, the violent rat's belly was suddenly supported, its 2 heads and tail swaying slightly up and down, until it completely stopped. A huge rat head stopped less than 10 centimeters in front of Chen Chen's eyes. And so, 1 person and 1 rat, facing each other. Captain Chen Chen! Wei Lan brought more than 30 girls to replace Chen Chen. Continue killing insects and rats. Chen Chen took a deep breath, sat up, wiped his face, and casually stored the steel coil and rat corpse in the space. The rat is full of treasures. 1 pound of pure meat for 12 bullets. Rat bones boiled for soup, invigorating. A rat skin can be sold for 800 to 1,000 bullets. Sitting up, he rubbed the sand out of his eyes. At this moment, Wei Lan happened to walk up to Chen Chen and reached out to help him up. Seeing this, Chen Chen also naturally reached out to get some help to stand up. Unexpectedly, Wei Lan regretted reaching out. Chen Chen's body covered in rat blood and brain matter, with a large centipede wrapped around him. Just finished eating, barely had time to clean up, and now Wei Lan found Chen Chen disgusting. Her hand retracted before Chen Chen could grab it, and she subconsciously took a step back, accidentally stepping on a dead millipede's tail. Losing balance, stumbling forward, Chen Chen just sat up, reaching out to grab nothing. Before he could figure it out, Wei Lan tried to push him down. Using a flash skill for such a trivial matter was not worth it. It couldn't be like dealing with a violent rat, where he could use a stack of steel coils as a shield. It would be troublesome if he accidentally damaged her uterus. Thinking this, Wei Lan was already pouncing towards him. Chen Chen chose to lie down again. And Wei Lan, seeing herself about to pounce on Chen Chen, she thought he would at least reach out to help her. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen chose to lie down. This bastard. It's over. Wei Lan's first thought was that she had ruined her bath. Bang! The next moment, Wei Lan's hands on the ground, Chen Chen's hands on Wei Lan's shoulders. In a few minutes, Chen Chen experienced a second eye-to-eye encounter. Not to mention, Wei Lan looked better than the violent rat just now. Just about to compliment her, a female team member ran over. Wei Lan, Captain. The female team member quickly helped Wei Lan up. She had seen Wei Lan accidentally push the captain down, but she didn't think much of it. Besides, hadn't Wei Lan already slept with the captain before? The entertainment square was so big, and the sisters often saw Chen Chen and Yin Chung doing things when they played mahjong. Wei Lan was excited and joined the battle. At this moment, the two just hugged. It was nothing. After the girl helped Wei Lan up, she went to help Chen Chen. Seeing the captain covered in blood, she took out a white towel she had and wiped Chen Chen's face. The girl meant well, and Chen Chen thanked her, handing her 2 white towels and 2 bags of almonds from his space. At least she didn't mind the dirt. After receiving the reward, the girl happily said, Chen Chen, why don't you change your clothes, and I'll wash them clean and bring them to you tonight. No need, I'll have Gutong wash them when I get back. Saying goodbye to the girl, he casually released the caterpillar and rat corpses on the ground, handing them over to Wei Lan and the others to deal with. They would probably all be sold by tomorrow noon. Hundreds of insects, plus caterpillar and rat corpses, and so on. At least 150,000 bullets. Not bad. Brother Chen, head towards the central city. Behind him, the young lady who was about to do laundry suddenly shouted loudly, My name is Suya, I've been following you since the auto trade city, remember my name. Return to his central city. At the door, Chen Chen's blood-stained appearance almost stopped the 2 young ladies guarding the door. Fortunately, Suya had just wiped his face. The gatekeepers, upon seeing the leader, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. One of the more outgoing young ladies couldn't help but tease, Leader, how many young girls have you harmed? After speaking, her sisters behind her burst into laughter. Chen Chen's face immediately darkened. He casually took off his combat jacket and threw it at the young lady who dared to tease him, saying, Clean it for me tonight and bring it to my room. Without waiting for the young lady to react, he strode into the city. Ah, leader. Now it was the young lady's turn to look dark. Listening to her sisters laughing even louder, the bold young lady said, Go ahead, I'll be like Sister Wei Lan, I'll go in when you need me to do something. The first floor trading hall was still bustling, due to Wei Lan allowing survivors from the first and second floors to move back and forth, and those who had shopped before could be allowed to stay for an extra hour. At this time, there were at least over 10,000 people in the first floor trading hall. Long lines formed in front of each counter, and the young ladies behind the counters responsible for trading were all extremely busy. Chen Chen looked at this bustling scene. He was secretly pleased. It was even more bustling than he had imagined. At least during the blind apocalypse, Chen Chen couldn't have imagined such a bustling scene. If he had known, he should have worked harder back then, slept fewer days, prepared more supplies. However, thinking of something, Chen Chen raised his hand and looked at his left wrist. The second awakening, a total of 4 skills awakened. One of them was Spatial Shuttle Past. He didn't know what it meant. These days, Chen Chen had also studied this awakening skill seriously, but the first time required 1,000 crystals, and the second time required 10,000 energy crystals. He dared not try it now. Earn enough crystals in a few days. Perhaps he could try it. But for the current Chen Chen, the 2 spatial shuttle skills, past and future, could only be used once. The second time required 10,000 energy crystals. There was no room for trial and error. So, he had to be more cautious. Thinking about this and that, he arrived at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was full of young girls. Glancing over, there were at least 3,000 of them. Gutong was also extremely busy. Wei Lan specially assigned 50 female team members to assist her, but it was still a drop in the bucket. And when Chen Chen came up, as the only man in the entire venue, more and more girls looked in his direction. After the 2nd floor, except for Chen Chen, no other men were allowed in. So these thousands of girls now knew Chun Chen's identity. Their big eyes were all fixed on him. They all knew that as long as this man said a word at this moment, there was no need for any competition or interview. At this moment, if they could be chosen by this man, it could be said that the fate of their later life would change. The whole later life would be prosperous, maybe even better than before the apocalypse. It's not clear who was the first to call out leader, and then quickly ran over to volunteer. Then, the other young ladies woke up as if from a dream. Thousands of young ladies rushed towards Chen Chen. Make way! Make way! Here, Chen Chen watched as he was about to be overwhelmed by thousands of young ladies. Gu Tong just received the news. She hurriedly brought 50 female team members to rescue Chen Chen. Then she found out that she seemed to have overthought it. It seemed like they didn't want her to rescue them. It seemed like they were even enjoying being in trouble. Suddenly, Gu Tong felt a surge of anger in her chest that she couldn't vent. It's not that she had any thoughts about Chen Chen. It's just that she hastily brought people to rescue him, only to be met with a cold response. Judging by this attitude, they probably thought she was a nuisance. So, Gu Tong decided not to bother anymore. However, this time she really misunderstood Chen Chen. On Chen Chen's side, suddenly, he was surrounded by thousands of young and beautiful ladies. Honestly, it felt good at first. After all, as a man, having thousands of girls surrounding you and pleading with you is an experience that 999% of men on earth have never had. But gradually, it became uncomfortable. Too many people talking, too many hands reaching out. Chen Chen felt countless small hands grabbing him all over, trying to get his attention. Everywhere he looked, each lady was talking with her mouth wide open. One woman is like 500 ducks. Now imagine thousands of women talking at the same time. Chen Chen felt his scalp tingling. He wanted to take a deep breath and make them all shut up. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was surrounded by the scent of female hormones. It felt like there wasn't enough oxygen. Finally, he had no choice but to use his flash technique and disappear into thin air. 5th floor cafeteria. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, Chen Chen. Today, the Yun Duo and Yun Kai sisters were on duty at the 5th floor cafeteria. Seeing Chen Chen like this, the two sisters were startled. Why did he look like he had been bullied? It's nothing, just get me something to eat. Chen Chen rubbed his temples and walked briskly into the cafeteria. Today, everyone in the cafeteria was busy. The female team members could only come quickly to eat during their shift change. They were about to go downstairs to carry out their mission. And today, the cafeteria was serving food 24 hours a day. Downstairs, female team members who passed Gu Tong's assessment could immediately come upstairs to have an unlimited dinner. Chen Chen, wait a moment. Sister Weilan specifically instructed us to prepare something delicious for you today, so you can have a good meal. At the staircase, the twin sisters were blocking the entrance to the 5th floor cafeteria today. New female team members needed proof of membership and an escort from old team members to come upstairs to eat. After a brief discussion, Yun Duo continued to block the staircase while Yun Kai ran a few steps to catch up with Chen Chen. As Chen Chen walked towards the cafeteria, he also noticed. At this moment, there were at least 100 scantily clad girls in the cafeteria, eating voraciously. When they saw him, they immediately stood up. Some nervously put their hands behind their backs. They all seemed to know his identity. Chen Chen, please wait a moment. Sister Gu Tong has brought us 10 female chefs today. Chen Chen found a seat, and he saw the excited look on Yun Kai's face. He didn't know what she was excited about. She ran to the kitchen. Soon, a long line of female chefs in clean uniforms appeared in the kitchen, each carrying a plate of their specialty dishes and personally serving Chen Chen. It seemed like they were prepared in advance. Dompa pork, spicy chicken, satay beef, Kyoto spare ribs. 10 female chefs, each carrying a plate of their specialty dishes. A feast of meat. Sister Weilan came specially in the afternoon to instruct us to prepare more meat for you to nourish your body. 10 plates of meat were placed on the table, followed by 1 box of rice and 1 bottle of white wine. In the afternoon, Chen Chen also heard that a total of 10 female chefs were recruited today. Now is a good time to taste their cooking skills. The taste is indeed good. Much better than the spider legs roasted by Yu Jing in the previous life. After the meal, each female chef brought a delicately carved fruit platter. The fruits and vegetables were all purchased in the hall today. The specific amount of goods purchased has not been reported yet. Chen Chen. Just as he was thinking, Weilan hurried up to the 5th floor. This is the sales data for the first 6 hours until 6 o'clock in the evening. Do you want to take a look now? Today, the first 6 hours of the opening of Central City. The total sales amount is 18,857,500 bullets. Among them, the Maodai liquor that Chen Chen planned to hype sold a total of 300 bottles.
Originally, he planned to sell only 100 bottles, but plans changed. Perhaps they felt that Maotai liquor offered the best value for money. They repeatedly requested Central City to increase the quantity. In addition, a total of 830,000 bullets were sold for cigarettes. However, the highest proportion was still for lighters and edible salt. Chen Shen, there are still many leaders of adventure teams downstairs who want to see you, all saying there are big deals. Wei Lan sat across from Chen Shen, picked up a small fork without hesitation, and ate fruit with Chen Shen. While eating, she reported, but I asked them one by one, and most of them want to sell things, thinking that our purchase price is too low. A small number of people want to buy more goods and hope we can offer them at a cheaper price. For those who want to buy goods, you can offer them a discount on cigarettes, lighters, men's clothing, and canned ham sausages. Tell them that the prices of other items will increase in a few days. Shen Shen stuffed a large piece of lychee meat into his mouth. It must be said that danger is everywhere in the jungle apocalypse. But the mutated fruits in the jungle apocalypse are really incomparable to the fruits before the end of the world. The taste is explosively good. Okay, then I have an estimate in mind. Wei Lan also loves to eat these fruits. By the way, many people downstairs want to buy our gasoline, and the highest price has reached 500 bullets per liter. In addition, there is someone downstairs who claims to have 3 oil tankers and is waiting to sell gasoline to you. 3 oil tankers? Hearing this, Chen Shen suddenly put down the fruit spoon in his hand, looked up at Wei Lan in surprise, and said, "The person who said he has 3 oil tankers, is he a thin and small man, no more than 1.6 meters tall, and weighing no more than 100 caddies? Ha, how did you know?" Wei Lan also put down the fruit spoon. He also said his name is something Monkey. Monkey? That's right. This guy must be the leader of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team, one of the 4 major adventure teams in the previous life. This perverted beast. Thinking of this, Chen Shen wiped his hands, stood up and said, "Lan Jie, take me to see him now." In the previous life, there were 4 major adventure teams in Chun City, namely the Lady Adventure Team, Blood Claw Adventure Team, Violent Adventure Team, and the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team at the bottom. And the personalities of these 4 team leaders. Yin Yangzi was good at killing, Blood Claw was lecherous, Violent was good at torture. Only the Dirty Monkey. This beast combined all the advantages of the above 3 team leaders. Chen Shen had heard of a notorious event involving this Dirty Monkey. In the previous life, the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team independently attacked the 6 giant tree cities of Li County. After it ended, he personally selected 200 young men and women from these 6 giant tree cities. Together with him, there were a total of 201 people. They held a continuous 3-day, 3-night trade fair. Men and women were killed. After that, these 200 men and women were hanged in the main conference room of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team. Each one stretched out their tongues like this for over a month, until the top executives of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team couldn't stand the oppressive feeling and strong stench anymore. They collectively forced the Dirty Monkey out. He reluctantly had the bodies disposed of. And this is just one of the countless misdeeds of the Dirty Monkey. It is said that in the previous life, people often saw the Dirty Monkey wearing a jumpsuit that looked exactly like human skin. Sometimes his skin was white, sometimes a bit darker. Sometimes his appearance and head shape would change. Everyone knew what he was, but no one dared to say. So compared to the Dirty Monkey, Yin Yangzi, who just liked to cut open men's arteries, seemed like an angel. He's in there. In the trading hall on the 2nd floor of the central city, Wei Lan led Chen Shen to the entrance of a shop. He opened the door and walked into the room. Inside, Chen Shen immediately recognized the skinny guy with a big flat head sitting with his legs crossed in front of the coffee table. This should be the guy. Yes. Chen Shen hadn't seen him in his previous life. But this guy's features were too obvious. Less than 160 centimeters tall, skinny and small, with a messy big flat head. He looked somewhat like a crazier version of Gui Xiaoxi. Oh, Lord of the City. Seeing Wei Lan following behind Chen Shen, the Dirty Monkey immediately guessed Chen Shen's identity. He quickly jumped up from the wooden sofa, smiling obsequiously, and was about to shake hands with Chen Shen. This guy had the same behavior in the previous life, always looking down on others. When he met ordinary survivors, he was more cruel than anyone else. But if he saw Yin Yangzi, he would be more devout than anyone else. So Yin Yangzi in the previous life had always been too lazy to deal with him. But since Chen Shen knew the nature of this guy, he couldn't let him live until tomorrow morning. The Dirty Monkey smiled obsequiously, but seeing Chen Shen frown, he retracted his hand and scratched the back of his head, smiling, Lord of the City, I didn't expect such a small matter to disturb you. Wei Lan, you go out first. The only thing Chen Shen was somewhat grateful for now was that he had just killed the bugs and hadn't had a chance to shower. Wei Lan nodded silently, then her eyes went to the two subordinates behind the dirty monkey. Seeing this, the dirty monkey quickly said, "You two also go out with Wei Lan to see if she has any instructions, remember to be quick." The three of them left the room. Wei Lan turned to close the door, but saw Chen Shan also turning and following the three of them out.
She didn't understand what he meant.
Wei Lan stared at Chen Shan in surprise. She saw Chen Shan following the two subordinates of the dirty monkey out of the room, then turning back to close the door himself. The next moment, he grabbed the collars of the two subordinates of the dirty monkey and disappeared into thin air. 100 meters above the central city. The two subordinates of the dirty monkey only felt like someone was pulling their collars. Before they could turn around, everything went black. Then they felt their bodies free-falling. 100 meters above the ground, equivalent to a 33-story office building. Chen Shen ignored them after throwing them there, and the next moment, before Wei Lan could react, he appeared again at the entrance of the shop. Wei Lan widened her eyes and blinked. Slowly, she opened the door for Chen Shan and watched him enter the room again. It took less than 2 seconds from Chen Shan closing the door to him coming back. Inside the room, the dirty monkey still had a surprised look on his face. Just as he was about to see what was happening outside, he saw Chen Shan had returned. He immediately put on a smile. "Lord of the city, ha! Dirty monkey, I remember your real name should be Zhang Ho, from Taishan village." Behind him, Wei Lan closed the door again, and Chen Shen continued to walk towards the shop. Inside the shop is a set of sofas made of pure solid wood. Just now, Zhang Ho sat on the long sofa. Chen Shen found him dirty, so he sat on a single seat on the other side. Taking out a pack of cigarettes in the space, he threw one to him. Finally, he sighed and said, "Zhang Ho, I've heard about your story. In the last life, there was not much TV news in the jungle apocalypse, and survivors would gather together to gossip." Zhang Ho's story was known by many people living in their Taishan village and even in the town. Chen Shen was willing to talk to him a little more now, partly because the background of this dirty monkey was somewhat worthy of sympathy. From a young age, his father was the accountant of the village brigade, and his mother was a modest woman from another village. After marrying into Taishan village, just under 3 years after giving birth to Zhang Ho, his mother was harassed by a neighbor who had just been released from prison. Zhang Ho's father was also a decent person, initially only hearing some rumors. His father didn't mind at first, but later, the released neighbor, seeing that Zhang Ho's father was easy to bully, became more and more audacious. Sometimes when going out to do odd jobs or have a drink, regardless of whether Zhang Ho's father was at home, the neighbor would directly knock on the door, growing more and more brazen. However, everything has its limits. Honest people can endure being bullied once or twice, but if someone wants to bully honest people in the long term, making them suffer for a lifetime, then honest people will also explode. In this world, the most miserable deaths are often those without limits. One night, the neighbor drank too much and knocked on Zhang Ho's door again. It was that night. Zhang Ho's father finally exploded. He smashed the neighbor's head to pieces with an axe. He had already made up his mind to die. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that after he died, the neighbor's son would retaliate against Zhang Ho, who was left alone with his mother. So he took decisive action. Zhang Ho's father took the axe and ran to the neighbor's house again. The sound of heart-wrenching screams. The whole village ran to the neighbor's door. When Zhang Ho's father, covered in blood, walked out, he knelt in the neighbor's yard in front of all the village elders and folks, begging them to take care of Zhang Ho and his mother in the future. Kowtowing. The sound of his head knocking against the ground. Then, under the gaze of the young and old in the village, the honest man, Zhang Ho's father, shouted, raised the axe with both hands, and smashed it heavily on his own head. At the time, the incident caused quite a stir. Not only in their Taishan village, but many people in the town also heard about it. It was said that it even alarmed the leaders of the county, who personally gave instructions and specially allocated 30,000 yuan for special funds to provide some psychological counseling and re-employment assistance for the released personnel. Plop. Inside the room, Zhang Ho sat down on the sofa. Zhang Ho. Chen Shen also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. In fact, in that prosperous era before the apocalypse, many times were not as simple as after the apocalypse. He got up, found a bottle of Maotai in the space, opened it for Zhang Ho, placed it on the coffee table in front of him, and said, "Drink this bottle of wine, finish it, and I'll send you on your way." Midnight, 12 o'clock. Chen Shen's dormitory quietly opened a crack in the door. Yin Chang was asleep. She hadn't slept for a day and night yesterday, training herself like crazy. Chen Shen didn't know what was wrong with her, but after feeding her, she slept until now. And she slept soundly. No matter how she fiddled with her, she wouldn't wake up. Brother Chen Shen. At the door, a little girl walked into the room quietly. Today, in one afternoon, Gutong recruited 355 probationary little girls. On average, 1 out of 10 girls was selected as the best. And this time, Gutong was also clever. He deliberately set up a probationary period. After the probationary period, the girls who joined the team were only provided with 3 meals a day, a set of clothes, and 2 rolls of toilet paper. After the 3-month probation period, they still needed to pass Chen Shen's personal probation assessment before officially joining the team and enjoying all the benefits of female team members. This way, if any problems arose in the future, Gutong's responsibility would not be as great. At least, they would no longer have to serve as Chen Shen's bedside nanny. So, after dinner, with the addition of new team members, many old team members were freed up. It was already midnight, and outside the door at the entertainment square, the girls were playing mahjong enthusiastically. Chen Shen, who was still awake, thought it was Wei Lan. But the one who opened the door was a girl he had never seen before. The little girl looked around, not knowing where the switch for the captain's room was. She cautiously made her way to Chen Shen's bed in the dark. "Chen Shen, I've washed your clothes for you." It was the girl who had been stationed at the door, joking with herself. Chen Shen had only given her the clothes as a punishment and had told her to come over at night just to scare her. He hadn't expected her to actually come. It was a bit unexpected. However, Chen Shen immediately said, "Okay, thank you, just put it over there by the table." At that moment, it wasn't appropriate to say anything else. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, so there was no need to reprimand her. It would only make him seem petty. Chen Chen. Li Yueying was naturally unrestrained, and she didn't realize that Yin Qing was sleeping next to Chen Shen. She thought there was no one beside him, so she became bolder. When the sisters talked about men in the dorm, Li Yueying didn't hide her affection for the captain. Even if she had met Chen Shen before the apocalypse, she wouldn't mind having some kind of relationship with him. Now, she had a rare opportunity to get close to the captain. There might not be a second chance in her lifetime. If she missed it, she might regret it forever. Thinking this, Li Yueying bit her lip slightly. She didn't listen to Chen Shen's words and walked straight to the edge of Chen Shen's bed. Chen. Despite her bold nature, Li Yueying was still a girl. She was a bit nervous at this moment. She held Chen Shen's clothes in her hands, walked to the edge of the bed, and sat down cautiously. Then, her watery eyes stared into Chen Shen's eyes, and her face grew redder. She probably wanted something. Chen Shen wasn't a naive young man. Before the apocalypse, there was a beautiful female instructor who was 6 months pregnant and came to smell his clothes while wearing black stockings. He naturally understood what this girl wanted. However, after being tortured by Yin Qing's skills in the afternoon, he was already at his limit. "Take it and go eat." Chen Shen handed her a piece of fresh lychee flesh, stuffed it into the girl's arms, and said, "Close the door when you leave." "Chen Shen, I didn't come here to ask you for anything." Li Yueying was a bit anxious. She was afraid that Chen Shen would think she deliberately brought the clothes to the bed because she wanted some reward. She quickly explained, "I really didn't mean that, But how could a girl say such words when asking for sleep?" In her desperation, Li Yueying reached into Chen Shen's quilt and grabbed one of his big feet. She didn't mind. With her head down, she cradled Chen Shen's big foot in her arms. In a soft voice, she said, "Chen Shen, I really liked playing around with boys before the apocalypse, but I'd never had a boyfriend." "Really?" Before coming, while washing the clothes, Li Yueying had washed Chen Shen's clothes several times. She had been cheering herself on the whole time. Also remembered many admonishing words from before the end of the world, such as there are no men in the world who are not lascivious, only those who are not capable of being lascivious. Men are all dogs, following the scent of lust. Men pursue women, separated by mountains. Women pursue men, separated by a layer of membrane. Originally, I was very confident. But what's going on now? Li Yueying grabbed Chen Shen's big foot and put it in her arms. Isn't this obvious enough? Why doesn't he understand? "Chen Shen, I just took a bath too. I washed very clean, not dirty at all." She had already shown it so clearly. Is there still a need to retreat now? Determined, Li Yueying gently moved Chen Shen's big foot to the side, quietly took off her new boots, crawled like a cat from the foot of the bed onto Chen Shen's body. As she crawled, she whispered softly, "Chen Shen, I really don't want your things. I won't tell anyone, only the two of us know. I promise to be good, okay? When you need me in the future, just call me. I promise not to tell anyone. I will always be obedient, okay, Chen Shen?" Chen Shen took a deep breath. Just now he was thinking about how to tactfully let her leave on her own. He was just thinking of carrying her down. At the door of the dormitory, another door crack opened. "Honey?" It was Yu Jing. And, judging by the address, it should be the bankrupt Yu Jing. But her sneaking into the room at this time made Chen Shen's scalp tingle.
Now, there was a female demon sleeping beside him, and a cat wanting to steal a fish was lying on him. Another bankrupt female gambler came in. His heart was pounding. This is a bit exciting. The only good news was that the female demon was sleeping soundly. The other two could be dealt with relatively easily. Ha! Who is she? Yu Jing had already walked to the edge of the big bed and found another person lying on Chen Chen. Her eyebrows raised, ready to explode. But thinking about how she had just lost Chen Chen's 3 nights of use to Su Xiaoshan, her head immediately cleared up a lot. She still didn't know how to explain to her husband, but she was still angry. Closing her eyes, taking 2 deep breaths, when she opened her eyes again, Yu Jing said coldly, "Get out." Li Yueying was already frightened. Hearing the woman at the door call honey, she thought it was Sister Yin Qing. Now she knew it was the captain's girlfriend from before the end of the world. It was somewhat better, but still very afraid. Now, hearing Yu Jing telling her to leave, Li Yueying felt like she had been granted amnesty, hurriedly got out of bed, bent down to pick up her 2 new boots, and ran out with her waist bent like a cat. Damn it! A bad start. The first time in her life she confessed to a man. She was blocked by the original wife on the bed. Not getting beaten up was already considered lucky. However, she didn't expect Chen Chen's girlfriend to be so magnanimous. Li Yueying felt she still had a chance. When the sneaky cat was driven away by herself, she didn't forget to close the door. Yu Jing snorted coldly, sat angrily on the edge of the big bed. After calming her emotions for more than 10 seconds, she spoke up, "Do you still have any canned beef left? Give me 2 more boxes." She's bankrupt and still so arrogant? Chen Chen ignored her. After waiting for a while and seeing that Chen Chen was ignoring her, Yu Jing thought for a moment, softened her tone and said, "Honey, lend me 2 more boxes of canned meat. Su Xiaochan and the others are not playing with me now." Hand. Chen Chen stretched out an arm from under the blanket. Yu Jing sighed helplessly, placed her small hand gently on his leg. Chen Chen continued to command. "I knew it, shameless," she complained in her mouth. However, Yu Jing obediently changed her clothes and got into Chen Chen's bed. Just as expected. The old pervert had been thinking about this intimate affair for a long time. And Chen Chen knew it too. In the previous life, this idiot didn't resist Xia and I much. They just had a little quarrel for 2 days, and then they became good sisters. This life, she probably wouldn't resist Yin Qing either. Now, thinking that there was a Yin lady sleeping beside him, Chen Chen suddenly felt guilty again. Then he heard noises on the big bed, Yu Jing scolding, "You shameless person, I warn you not to go too far, get lost." "I won't do this, At dawn, a few rays of light shone through the ventilation opening in the room. Chen Chen opened his eyes and saw it. On the big bed, the bedside lamps on both sides were on. Yin Qing widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Yu Jing through him. After staring at each other for a while, Yu Jing felt a little guilty and avoided eye contact. But thinking that she was the original wife, she immediately widened her eyes a bit, and stared back. Chen Chen looked around and really wanted to advise the two of them. They were comrades who had been through thick and thin together. There was nothing that couldn't be discussed. No need for internal strife. After a while, Yin Qing coldly said, "This won't happen again," and walked towards the bathroom on her own. Yu Jing felt that she had just been humiliated, and now her temper flared up. Chen Chen dodged left and right, but she relentlessly pounced on him, trying to hold his head down. "You shameless person, why are you hiding? Now you dare not do it in front of her, right? Who was the shameless person begging me to stay last night? Don't move. Don't hide." 3 boxes of canned beef. Chen Chen brought out his killer move. Yu Jing's movements paused. After a few seconds, with a bit of hesitation, she said, "No, I can't let the third party bully me. I can't swallow this." And she was about to pounce again. Chen Chen continued to up the ante. 3 boxes of canned beef, 50 pounds of lychee meat. Her movements paused again. Yu Jing pursed her lips, glanced back and forth with her big eyes, looked at Yin Qing standing at the bathroom door, then at Chen Chen, and whispered, 3 boxes of canned beef, 100 pounds of fresh lychee meat, I'll win back everything I lost yesterday. Chen Chen nodded. Yu Jing snorted, got out of bed, planned to put on clothes, and quickly went out to see if Su Xiaochan and Shen Wan had woken up. And just then, the dormitory door opened again. "Captain, we found those 3 oil tankers from last night." Wei Lan rushed into the room in a hurry. She had not slept all night. After sending the dirty monkey on his way, she personally led the team to search for the 3 oil tankers of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team. Finally, just 30 minutes ago, Wei Lan found the space people of the Dirty Monkey Adventure Team. Finally found them. Now she, who was very familiar with prices, knew very well what this meant. Nowadays, gasoline, especially diesel, could be sold at high prices. 3 oil tankers, that was definitely a huge amount. So, Wei Lan wanted to share this news with Chen Chen and Yin Qing as soon as possible. She came over excitedly to report the good news to Chen Chen, but after a few steps, she realized that the atmosphere in the room was not quite right. Next to the big bed, Yu Jing held clothes that she hadn't had time to put on yet. At the entrance of the bathroom, Yin Qing stood with her back facing this side. After hearing her own voice, she silently walked into the bathing area and closed the door. This is so sinful. 2 p.m. The trading hall continued to be bustling, although the trading volume was not as high as before. It was also because the first group of wealthy adventurers had already bought almost everything they needed. But just now, in the data sent by Wei Lan, the sales had officially exceeded 40 million bullets. On the other hand, starting from this morning, the acquisition window on the first floor of the trading hall also started to get busy. Originally, Chen Chen's plan was for the first 7 days to acquire various goods at the price of a profiteer. After 7 days, the prices would gradually increase. For example, a high-tech rifle worth at least 155,000 bullets in the previous life. This life, the acquisition price given by Chen Chen yesterday was only 50,000 bullets. This price, in the previous life, would have led to conflict. But by 2 p.m. today, a total of 377 high-tech automatic rifles were acquired in the acquisition hall. High-tech pistols, acquired at a price of 10,000 bullets, a total of 122 acquired. A total expenditure of 20.07 million bullets. In addition, various oil-free cars, ranging from 1,000 bullets to 50,000 bullets, a total of 135 vehicles were acquired. Among them, 69 ordinary sedan cars, 39 SUVs and off-road vehicles, 12 cage-type heavy trucks, 5 fully enclosed heavy trucks, 8 long-distance buses, and 2 fire trucks. A total expenditure of 578,000 bullets. Fruits, vegetables, and other mutated fruits and vegetables, because they were indeed scarce in the team now. So the prices given by Chen Chen were about half of the previous life. Yesterday's prices for mutated fruits were between 5 and 9 bullets per caddy. Mutated vegetables were priced between 0, 5 and 1, 5 bullets per caddy. By 2 p.m. today, the team acquired a total of fresh lychees, 13.77 tons. 6 complete mutated watermelons, 135, 85 tons. Oranges, 3.65 tons. Mangoes, 5.88 tons. Honey melon, 66 tons. Bananas, 55 tons. A total of 36 tons. Total acquisition cost, 767 million bullets. In terms of vegetables, Chinese cabbage, 88 tons. Daikon, 99 tons. Potatoes, 19 tons. Eggplant, 14 tons. Cauliflower, 22 tons. Carrots, 33 tons. Green beans, 77 tons. Mushrooms, 88 tons. A total of 4 tons. Total expenditure of 819,200 bullets. Fruits and vegetables, total expenditure of 5,862 million bullets. In addition to high-tech rifles, pistols, cars, etc. Some miscellaneous items. By 2 p.m. today, the team's income was 5,255 million bullets. Expenditure was 71,885 million bullets. Remaining, 80,665 million bullets, 377 high-tech rifles, 122 high-tech pistols, 135 various cars, 260 tons of mutated fruits, 512 tons of mutated vegetables. These items are temporarily stored with the space girl who was newly recruited. Whether in the previous life or this life, space people are the most tightly controlled awakened individuals in the team. They have almost no freedom of action. They are just fed well and treated as human warehouses. This is one of the reasons why Chen Chen did not join the adventure team in the previous life. He didn't even dare to let others know that he was a space person. Captain. 3rd floor of the central city. Now, the 1st and 2nd floor trading halls are still bustling, and the empty space outside the central city. Due to Chen Chen personally going out to kill a wave of insect tide yesterday, many adventure teams simply set up their camp on this open space. Because after the insect tide arrived, people from the central city would take action. There have been many large-scale conflicts even to occupy the open space outside the central city. This is the list of female team members we recruited until 2 p.m. today, along with their professions, marriages, family members, and other information before the end of the world. Gutong is now in charge of the third floor. From yesterday until now, she has interviewed a total of over 25,000 people with her 50 sisters. A total of 835 people qualified for the probation period. Because there were too many sisters applying, the recruitment criteria became stricter. On average, one must select the most outstanding from 30 sisters. In all aspects, only the most outstanding are eligible for the probation period. In order to make them work harder during the probation period, Gutong has set a threshold. Within the next 3 months, the most outstanding sister among the average of 30 sisters must undergo at least one elimination round of 2 out of 1. In other words, Gutong's selection criteria this time is probably to leave only one most outstanding sister out of every 60 sisters on average. All others will be eliminated. Because of this, when Shen Shen just arrived on the third floor, he saw a very crazy scene. Apart from those carrying out tasks downstairs, there are now over 500 sisters engaged in what seems like a crazy fight. Many sisters' clothes are torn. Hair, blood, and even teeth are everywhere. It is this kind of almost crazy training. They have to endure 8 rounds every day, each lasting 30 minutes. Those who do not draw blood within 30 minutes will be eliminated. Those with too many wounds will also be eliminated. After elimination, each sister can go upstairs to have the last unlimited dinner. They will be driven out of the central city that night to fend for themselves. Therefore, the sisters who are still here now, each one seems like a female lunatic. The killing intent in their eyes, one by one, has even surpassed those old members who have experienced lively events and survived. And this is the female warrior that Chun Chen wants. In the future, even if there are only 1,000 female team members in the team, as long as each of them fires a magazine of 10,000 bullets, that would be 10 million bullets. So, now we really can't blame Chen Chen for being cruel. If the team only recruits some glamorous, pampered, and cute sisters, the more people there are, the faster the team will perish. So now, being a bit more cruel in their training is not only responsible for Chen Chen but also for the life of every sister in the team. Wei Lan. Wei Lan is not here, she is in the first floor trading hall. Han Na followed behind. Chen Chen wanted to find someone to lead the team tomorrow, letting these newly joined female team members go out to search for meteorites and confront the insect tied on the ground. At this moment, he realized that there were too few capable sisters around him. Only Wei Lan and Gutong. Wei Lan had been managing the hall and had not slept for 2 days and nights. Gutong was also in charge of the third floor training ground and was overwhelmed. Perhaps, he should find some more capable managers. Just thinking about it, Chen Chen suddenly remembered the 2 most trusted sisters by Lady Yin in the previous life. One of them seemed to be Wei Lan. The other one should be a female warrior named Wu Menger. Wu Menger, who was once known as Lady Yin's #1 female warrior and top horse, had a hot temper. At this time, she seemed to be not far from here in a giant tree city and had become a female city lord. At 4 p.m., 30 kilometers outside the central city, 3 meteorites were surrounded by thousands of insect tides in a row. On the other side are over 1,000 human survivors, along with over 100 bodies on the ground. However, strangely, when the human survivors move out to a certain range and stop attacking the insect tide also stops chasing them. They quietly retreat back to the side of the meteorite, silently starting to eat the grass and black soil on the ground. Give me the knife. In front of more than 1,000 human survivors, a tall and exceptionally majestic woman in black stands at the forefront of the crowd. Mir, this is too dangerous. In the crowd, a petite girl walks out slowly. As she moves forward, she looks back at everyone, hoping someone would say something. No more nonsense, give me the knife. The woman squints slightly, lifting her snow-white neck. The petite girl slowly approaches and suddenly produces 2 long earth knives about 1.5 meters long in her hand. These knives are almost as tall as the little girl. Mir. The little girl hesitates as she hands the 2 earth knives to the tall woman. The tall woman, with her snow-white neck raised, coldly says, "Go back." "Oh, Mir, please be careful." As the little girl walks back, she mutters under her breath, "It's all that big villain Chen Chen's fault. It's all because of him." Before the little girl finishes speaking, the exceptionally majestic tall woman, holding a 1.5-meter earth knife in each hand, rushes straight towards the insect tied ahead. A series of ups and downs. Mir. When the little girl turns back, she sees that the tall woman is less than 5 meters away from the insect tide. By this time, the insect tide has also reacted. At the forefront, a mantis the size of an off-road vehicle vibrates its wings and charges towards the tall woman. The tall woman leaps into the air, and in mid-air, there is a dark flash on the earth knife in her hand. In an instant, swish, swish, 2 slashes. Like cutting tofu, the woman effortlessly cuts off the mantis's 2 claws with one swift stroke.
With the momentum of her body moving forward, the other slash effortlessly splits the off-road vehicle-sized mantis in half.
Then, the tall woman lands, and after a series of waves, she squats slightly, and the 2 1.5-meter earth knives in her hands immediately rotate 360 degrees in place. Puff, puff, puff. With the woman as the center, the 2 earth knives rotate in place, and within a second, dozens of various insects around her are split in half.
So amazing! Behind her, over 1,000 survivors watch in awe. The little girl who handed her the knives clasps her hands in a praying gesture, a blush appearing on her pretty face. Mir, you're so cool. Even though they have seen the lord of the city demonstrate his skills many times, they are still amazed every time. Ahead, the tall woman has completely plunged into the insect tide. Her earth knives continue to flicker darkly in her hands, and the insects around her burst like paper, one after another. Just like that. Like a female war god descending from the heavens. In less than 3 minutes, nearly 500 insects have fallen under the woman's long earth knives. Mir, keep going. The little girl's face flushes, turning from a blush to a full blush. She quickly clasps her 2 slender and delicate legs together. Mir is so naughty. But at that moment, beep, 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 a rapid car horn sounds, and behind the 1,000 people, a George Patton leads a dozen heavy trucks roaring in. Bang, bang, bang. Before the people arrive, hundreds of high-tech rifles on the grid-style heavy trucks simultaneously fire warning shots. Chen Chen's risk-taking team is on a mission, unrelated personnel retreat. George Patton jumps down, a heroic and spirited young lady, shouting loudly, quick, form up in 20 seconds. First, second, third, fourth squad, kill all the bugs within 3 minutes. Fifth squad, be on alert. The heavy truck convoy had not completely stopped. Dozens of heavy trucks rushed down with 500 girls inside. Within a dozen seconds, 400 girls quickly formed a semicircular formation. Every 5 people formed a team and swiftly surrounded thousands of bugs, running to encircle them. Fire! Bang bang bang! 400 high-tech rifles simultaneously spewed flames. The leading woman shouted and then ignored, leading 100 girls responsible for vigilance, surrounding the back. Did she kill all of them alone? Wei Zi was a flame girl who had recently joined Chen Chen's adventure team. Her abilities were quite outstanding. Today, Chen Chen decided to train the female team members for outdoor tasks, and no one else was available. So, he temporarily called up Wei Zi and a dozen other awakened female warriors. He wanted to select a few who could lead the team from among them. At this moment, 100 dark gun muzzles were aimed at over 1,000 surviving humans behind them. But Wei Zi, who led the team, had a constantly changing expression on her face. Some were full of doubts. Just now, when the convoy was far away, they couldn't see clearly. Now that they were closer, they discovered that the dark mass of over 1,000 survivors were just bystanders. And there was only one person actually killing the bugs? Looking at this slender figure in black, tall with snow-white skin, holding 2 exaggerated long war knives in each hand, she, alone, slightly raised her snow-white chin and faced the hundreds of dark gun muzzles. Miss me. A girl with weak legs ran unsteadily to the tall woman, saying repeatedly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's go now. Really sorry. The girl bowed repeatedly, then ran quickly to the tall woman, urgently pleading, Miss me, please, they are from Chen Chen's adventure team, ruthless killers. Please miss me, let's go first. Let's go. But no matter how she pleaded, the tall woman remained unmoved. With her snow-white chin raised, she faced the 100 gun muzzles without flinching. The girl was anxious. Turning back, she saw the 100 dark gun muzzles still pointing towards Miss Me. She became even more anxious. Suddenly, the girl clenched her teeth, tapped lightly on the tall woman's war knives with her small hands. The 2 war knives disappeared into thin air. Then, she turned around, took a few steps forward towards the gun muzzles, opened her arms and shouted, Don't kill people indiscriminately, we will leave. As she spoke, the girl hurriedly turned back and said anxiously, Miss Me, let's go. We can't beat them. Let's go quickly. 8 o'clock at night. Giant Tree City, lit by flames. Thousands of men, women, and children descended from the giant tree in the city. The lord of the city who led the team out to search for food had returned. Eyes full of hope were looking at them. However, hope turned into disappointment in an instant. No need for words. Just from the expressions of those who returned, the outcome was already known. There's food. Hurry up, come down, tonight we can have barbecue. A space girl ran ahead and appeared in front of everyone. Then, dozens of various insect corpses appeared in her hands. But with only a few dozen, how could they be divided among over 7,000 people?
Today was also unlucky.
Miss Me had finally used her skill once, but she encountered the bad people from Chun Chen's adventure team. In the end, they didn't even allow themselves to take away a single bug's corpse, even though they had begged them so humbly.
Quick, bring more people. What are you standing there for?
We're having barbecue tonight, with lots of delicious bugs.
Hurry up.
Despite feeling sad, the little girl still tried to make herself look pretty and smiled.
Leave the hind legs of these two grasshoppers for me. Who can help me smash off the hind legs of these two grasshoppers? Thank you.
Before long, Wu Mir was alone in front of a small bonfire.
The little girl ran over happily and placed the two grasshopper hind legs on the iron grill made of bars, smiling beautifully. Mir sister, these two are the fattest grasshopper hind legs, so meaty. The bonfire was set under a bulging tree root. Wu Mir leaned against the tree root, her legs as slender as Yin Cheng's, and reached out a hand, saying, "Give me a cigarette." Smoking is harmful to health, not a good thing. After placing the two grasshopper legs, the little girl moved her butt towards Mir's sister. Stop talking nonsense, give me a cigarette.
Wu Mir frowned and impatiently glanced at the little girl beside her. On the side, the little girl blushed, and then muttered softly as she produced a cigarette from her hand. "Why so fierce?" She placed the cigarette in front of the bonfire, carefully lit it, and then handed it to Mir's sister. Wu Mir took the cigarette, put it to her lips, took a gentle puff, exhaled a faint white mist, and felt a slight relief.
Chen Chen's adventure team.
She took another gentle puff of the cigarette, lost in thought. The bonfire crackled as the two grasshopper legs sizzled. The little girl carefully manipulated a small wooden stick, and when she heard Mir's sister mention that bad guy's adventure team again, she couldn't help but pout and say, "They sell things at such high prices, exchanged all our supplies, and even snatched our meteorite today. They are a group of bad people."
Chow chow.
Suddenly hearing Mir's sister call her name, the little girl turned around and asked, "What's up, Mir's sister?"
A moment of silence followed. After calling her name, Mir's sister remained silent. Chow Chow didn't know what she wanted to do, so she asked, "Mir's sister, do you have something to ask me to do?" "It's nothing." After a long silence, Wu Mir suddenly looked at the little girl and asked, "Chow Chow, do you want to join Chen Chen's adventure team?" "I don't want to."
Chow Chow quickly moved away from Mir's sister, pushing herself further away. "Mir's sister, I don't want to join them." Wu Mir looked at the little girl in surprise. "Why? Why? What else could it be?" Chow Chow, feeling a bit flustered, moved further away from Mir's sister. "Joining Chen Chen's adventure team might be fine for ordinary girls, but I heard that girls like us who are awakened must become his concubines."
"I don't want to."
"Mir's sister, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Wherever you go, I'll go.
I will never join any other adventure team, let alone be Chen Chen's concubine."
After saying that, Xiao Xiao seemed to remember something, and a look of surprise appeared on her doll-like face. "Mir's sister, you don't want to join their adventure team, do you?"
Mir's sister.
She quickly got up, ran a few steps to sit next to Wu Mir, and carefully took her slender arm. "Mir's sister, you have to think it over. In our city, those sisters who were driven out of the central city all said that this guy named Chen Chen is very lecherous, and you are so beautiful, he will definitely not let you go.
Then I'll hand you over to serve him for me." Rarely, a faint smile appeared on Wu Mir's face. "Nonsense. How can you say such things, Mir's sister?"
Xiao Xiao was anxious, shaking Wu Mir's arm. "Mir's sister, you have to say it quickly. What you just said doesn't count. Hurry up. It doesn't count. Hurry up."
Two people are talking over here.
Not far away, by a bonfire about a dozen meters away. 5 men are roasting spider legs over the fire.
"Tang Ping, are you sure the Lord used her skills today?"
"Cui Ge,
I can guarantee you on this.
Today, it's not just me, but thousands of our brothers have seen it.
Absolutely no deception.
The spider legs are already roasted. The 5 men are eating the legs while sneakily glancing towards the bonfire not far away.
All right, make sure you eat well today."
Cui Ge puts down the spider leg, casually looks around, pretends to go to the toilet towards a small patch of bushes.
Soon, he returns.
In his hand are 5 sparkling and translucent energy crystals. Acting as if nothing happened, he picks up the spider leg to nibble on, while quietly distributing the energy crystals to his companions. Although this woman is terrifying, she is the nemesis of our stone-skin people. Eating, Cui Ge casually says, "But as long as we ensure she doesn't have energy crystals on her, she's just a waste."
A waste? A companion takes an energy crystal, crushes it secretly, and emits a faint milky halo almost imperceptibly. Finally, they can use their skills again.
In a good mood, the companion chuckles. "Cui Ge, I think your words are not accurate. How can you call her a waste?" Another companion steals a glance at Womir over there, whispering, honestly, even before the apocalypse, have you seen a lady on TV, whether domestic or foreign, hotter than our Lord? After saying this, a smile appears on the faces of the 5 men by the bonfire. This kind of smile, men understand. And their Lord. They have prepared a small piece of rat skin in the tree hollow for their Lord. Tonight, this hot-bodied Lord will be busy. After the 5 stone-skinned men have finished eating the spider legs, they stand up one after another and walk into the bushes behind the bonfire. However, what they didn't notice was that tonight, not only they were eyeing their hot-bodied Lord. Not far from the Lord's bonfire, on the other side, there is another man with a strange face also watching their Lord. Lord! By the bonfire, the 5 stone-skin warriors come over one after another, forming a semicircle around the fire. On the other side of the fire, Womir squints her eyes and slowly stands up. Just you guys? Womir's face is cold, seeing the faint smiles on the faces of the 5 people opposite. She already understands what's going on. Muscles tense quietly. Of course, just me. Before Chuego finishes his sentence, Womir suddenly kicks the bonfire in front of her with a sweep of her long legs, scattering the fire, and the 5 stone-skin warriors instinctively dodge. But in the next second, a scream is heard. After Womir's long leg lands, she swiftly spins 360 degrees in the air, her other leg bends at the knee, wraps around Chui Ji's neck from behind, and pulls down. As the 5 stone-skin warriors approach, Womir has already determined that they must have used protective stone skin. So, without giving them a chance to speak again, she takes out the leader first, Chui Ming, who was once one of her most trusted subordinates. When Womir left on a mission, she entrusted the entire No. 17 giant tree city to him. But now, he is the first to betray her. Men. They are indeed a group of ungrateful wolves. With a downward pull, Chui Ming falls into the remaining half of the bonfire. A scream. Sparks choke the nostrils and follow the airway into the lungs. Wait until the other 4 people react. Womir stepped on the back of Chui Ming's head, lifted her leg and sidekicked twice, knocking down 2 stone-skin warriors behind Chui Ming. Then she bent down, with Chui Ming's head as the center, her long legs rotated 360 degrees, sweeping the last 2 stone-skin warriors. She stood still. Chui Ming was struggling desperately under her feet, flailing his arms and kicking wildly. But Womir firmly pressed down on the back of his head. Chui Gu! The 2 stone-skin warriors who were initially knocked down scrambled to get up. But Chui Ming's face was firmly pinned to the fire pit. They were shocked. They never expected that their 5 stone-skin warriors all activated their protective stone skin. Yet they couldn't beat a woman. Chui Gu! Tang Ping was the first to rush up, and Womir lifted her leg up. This time, Tang Ping was mentally prepared and instinctively dodged. But Womir's leg lifting action suddenly froze in midair. Tang Ping was still crouching, and Womir's long leg was fixed above his head, then suddenly changed direction, downwards. She kicked Tang Ping squarely in the face, then kicked back. Tang Ping staggered back a few steps and sat down. Seeing Chui Ji's struggling strength diminishing, the other 3 became anxious and rushed over again. A bunch of useless people. Womir suddenly exerted force under her foot. With one foot on Chui Ming's head, her slender body leaped into the air. In midair, her 2 long legs suddenly split into a split. The 2 boots landed on the shoulders of 2 men. The 2 men were still charging forward, and Womir followed their momentum, pulling her 2 long legs inward. Bang! 2 men, plus a 3rd man rushing over. The 3 of them collided mouth to mouth. With Womir pulling her legs inward, leveraging this force, she lightly jumped. As she descended, her feet landed squarely on the heads of the 3 men, then she leaped up again with force. Her elegant figure floated in the air again. The 3 men collided, and their heads were suddenly pressed down fiercely by 2 feet. The 3 men's knees buckled, and they knelt to each other. At this moment, Womir's body floated down lightly. Bang bang bang! One foot knocked down the 3 kneeling men. The other foot firmly pressed down on the back of Chui Ming's head again. At this moment, Chui Ming, the former Vice City Lord of Giant Tree City, was motionless. This woman is amazing. Not far away, Shen Shen had just planned to make a heroic move to save the beauty. Unexpectedly, this long-legged beauty had already handled it herself. Without using any skills. Relying solely on combat techniques, a woman fought against 5 male stone-skin warriors who had activated their skills. And she had already taken down one. Shen Shen questioned himself. Based on the combat experience he had trained for in the past half-year of the previous life, fighting on the edge of life and death every day, now bullying these stone-skin warriors who had just entered the apocalypse, without using any skills. At most, he could handle 3 of them, maybe getting injured. But this long-legged beauty from the territory in front of him effortlessly dealt with 5 of them.
It seemed like she didn't exert much effort. Just as he was thinking, Tang Ping, who had been sitting down, saw the situation was not good. Taking advantage of Wu Mier knocking down 3 companions, he held a dagger and rushed towards the little girl behind Wu Mier. Xiao Qiao was a little dazed. Her 2 big eyes stared blankly behind Mier. A hint of anger flashed across her delicate face. Before she could react, Tang Ping had raised a dagger and charged towards her. As long as he controlled this little girl, even if the city lord was strong, he would have to submit obediently. A sense of luck rose in his heart. Tang Ping held a knife in one hand and reached out to grab the girl's shoulder with the other. But suddenly, a dark figure flashed in front of him, and the hand reaching out grabbed nothing. At the same time, Wu Mier also flew towards him. She lifted Tang Ping's coat from behind, pulled it up, and wrapped it around his head from behind. She pressed down hard on the back of his head. The next moment, Tang Ping followed Cui Ji's footsteps, with Wu Mier stepping on the back of his head, looking around but not finding Xiao Qiao's shadow. Not far away, on a piece of bark in the 17th giant tree city, Chen Chen held a little girl with short legs in his arms, struggling and shouting. Due to the use of the flash skill just now, the little girl's short legs were straddling Chen Chen's long legs. Bad guy. I'll kill you. Bad guy. When he let go of the little girl, her hands scratched her face in a frenzy. Chen Chen, annoyed, grabbed her wrists and was about to lift her up. The little girl with short legs showed her small white teeth at herself. She was about to bite herself. Behave. Chen Chen was really annoyed this time, quickly released one of her small arms, held her forehead. You behave. Bad guy. The little girl with short legs freed one hand and slapped Chen Chen's shoulder. But somehow, this insignificant slap came down. Chen Chen suddenly felt a chill on his upper body. Spatial skills? Did she take my clothes? He was slightly stunned. In 2 lifetimes, Chen Chen encountered for the first time a spatial person using skills on himself. Just you know how to do it? The next moment, he also lightly patted the slender shoulders of the little girl with short legs. The author has something to say. There is another chapter before 12 o'clock. Oh, bad guy. Pervert. Xiao Qiao never expected that the bad guy who grabbed her at this time was also a spatial person. Feeling a chill in her body, she hurriedly covered her 2 little pandas with her hands. But in her urgency, the force on her hands increased. She leaned back. At this moment, Chen Chen's legs were bent, resting on the edge of a piece of bark. The little girl with short legs was sitting on her legs, watching her lean back. Chen Chen reached out a hand, wrapped around her waist, and pulled her into his arms. Her clothes had been taken by the little girl with short legs. Xiao Qiao now could only obediently stick to the chest of the bad guy, with no way out. Listening to the bad guy's heartbeat, Xiao Qiao felt a burst of heat from her forehead to her little feet 33 yards away. It burned her, leaving her with no strength to resist. Like a puddle of mud. The bad guy is really bad. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was focusing on the battle below. At this moment, Wu Mier was stepping on Tang Ping's head with one foot, while the other leg was fighting against 3 men, not falling behind at all. 10 seconds later, Tang Ping's body was motionless. The remaining 3 stone-skinned warriors already showed signs of retreat. They stepped back in fear. Lord of the city. Wu Mier walked forward with her 2 long legs, raising her snow-white chin, moving forward calmly. In the 17th giant tree city, Shui Ming's former subordinates had controlled the situation, but their leader was already dead. The remaining hundreds of men were now wavering. However, Wu Mier, through the 3 stone-skinned warriors, looked behind them with a hint of disappointment. Her giant tree city, with over 7,000 survivors. She went out every day to carry out tasks and bring back food for them. But when it really mattered, more than 7,000 people were scared motionless by these more than 100 people. They don't care who becomes the lord of the city, they only care about who can bring them food. Since that's the case, what are they still holding on to? Thinking back to the Chen Chen adventure team they encountered during the day. Those brand new heavy trucks, 500 heroic female team members, contrasted with their own team. Wu Mei suddenly felt that perhaps that was the ideal team for her. Lord of the city, give us a way out, we'll leave now and never come back. We swear. Lord of the city, give us a way out, we've followed you for so long, without credit but with hard work. This time we were all misled by Cui Ming and Tang Ping. The remaining 3 stone-skinned warriors were already timid. Wu Mei's beautiful eyes scanned the faces of these 3 men again. Including the deceased Cui Ming and Tang Ping, these 5 were once her most capable subordinates. Another wave of disappointment washed over her. Today it's these 5, and tomorrow, after she uses her skills, who will it be? It seemed that she had finally made up her mind. Wu Mei suddenly stood still, looking around with her beautiful eyes. Chen Chen, I know it's you. An empty space, thousands of survivors, flickering flames. Wu Meier's slender, perfect body stood straight in place. I'm willing to go with you, join your adventure team. An empty space, thousands of survivors. Silence. Wu Meier's clear voice echoed in waves. After a long time, there was no response. At this moment, the thousands of survivors were also looking around in surprise. And on Wu Meier's fair face, a touch of disappointment gradually appeared. Did he only want to seize the property in her space and not want her to join? Just as she was thinking, suddenly, right in front of her, above the heads of the 3 stone-skin warriors, a 15th riding earth appeared out of thin air. Bang! The huge vehicle crushed the 3 stone-skin warriors. Everyone was shocked and began searching around. But still, they didn't see anyone. What they didn't know was that Chen Chen was also in a difficult situation at this moment. Originally, he should have been standing on top of the 15th riding earth, making a handsome entrance. However, his clothes were taken by the short-legged girl. And now, she was so hot, he didn't know who cast a spell on her. Her 2 short legs were tightly wrapped around his waist, refusing to let go. This image, himself bare-chested and the short-legged girl also bare-chested, clinging tightly together. It was truly embarrassing. So, reluctantly, he had to give up the opportunity to make a cool entrance this time. He could only leave the 15th riding earth to the long-legged Wu Meier. She should know what to do. However, hearing that the long-legged Wu Meier was willing to follow him voluntarily, Chen Chen also felt relieved. It saved him a lot of trouble. He could also imagine, in the future, with the 176 centimeters tall Lin Qing, who had 2m long legs behind him, followed by the equally tall and explosively beautiful Wu Meier, going out with these 2 beauties. It would definitely be a more stylish entrance than the current one. Thinking about it, he felt relieved. In the central square of the 17th giant tree city, the sudden appearance of the 15th riding earth left everyone stunned. At this moment, Lord of the city Wu Meier secretly let go of a hanging heart. She knew that Chen Chen had shown his attitude towards her, asking her to drive to the central city to find him. She just didn't understand why he was not showing up. Perhaps he had some untold secrets. She stopped thinking about it. Wu Meier stepped forward with her 2 long legs, stepping on one stone-skin warrior after another. Finally, beautiful eyes looked around. More than 7,000 survivors, but no one dared to meet their gaze. These were the waste they had raised at the risk of countless dangers and killing insects. It was inevitable to feel disheartened. Before leaving, they took a last look at their giant tree city. No. 17. No more attachment. Wu Meier stepped onto the car with her long legs, ignited the fire, and headed straight for the central city, roaring away. At the same time, on the bark, Chen Chen, with the short-legged girl like a tree bear, flashed to 100 meters away. He forcibly lifted her off himself. The short-legged girl was put down on the ground, but her 2 short legs seemed disobedient. Chen Chen tried to lift her several times, but she couldn't stand straight. Moreover, she was burning up. It was unclear what was wrong with her. Stand up. Bad person. Stand up. I'll take you to find your sister, Meier. Bad person. Then you stay here by yourself. Changing into a new outfit, Chen Chen found the Harley heavy motorcycle in the space, casually threw the girl's clothes to her, mounted the motorcycle, and rode away. Bad person, bad. Wait for me. The following week went smoothly. Wu Meier officially joined the team. Trained as the future deputy team leader. Chen Chen's requirement for her was to start training as an ordinary female team member. Battle training 16 times a day, 30 minutes each time. After training like this for 3 days, Wu Meier had transformed from 1 against 3 new team members to 1 against 20 tough veteran members. On the 4th day, Chen Chen gave her a 100-person team, 100 automatic rifles, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, and assigned her to go out for a meteorite search mission. Within 24 hours, search for 3 large meteorites or 12 medium-sized meteorites. Failure to meet the standard 3 times in a row would result in a failed assessment. However, the hot-tempered Wu Meier immediately declared that within 12 hours, she would find 6 large meteorites or 24 medium-sized meteorites. If she failed, she would come back to sleep with Chen Chen tonight. And within just 9 hours, Wu Meier returned to the central city with 83 female team members. She brought back 7 large meteorites, 11 medium-sized meteorites, 58 small meteorites, and 3 space captives, accompanied by Han Na, Ji Xiang, and other women reporting. This time they left the city, they had conflicts with 3 large adventure teams and 2 medium-sized adventure teams. Due to the significant equipment gap, they annihilated over 800 people from the opposing side, with only 17 casualties on their side. As for the meteorite search, Wu Meier no longer hesitated like when leading Giant Tree City No. 17. With a vehicle and weapons, she drove alone to search.
She searched all the way to 50 kilometers northeast of the central city, then returned to report the specific locations of the meteorites. That's why she was so fast. This time, Womier completely conquered the little sisters in the team. After returning, many little sisters excitedly discussed how Womier had only brought 2 1.5-meter-long earth knives and single-handedly fought through thousands of surrounding meteorites. It was so cool. Many little sisters became her loyal fans. No wonder Chow Chow, that little girl, would tightly hug her 2 short legs when she saw Sister Meyer killing insects. Her face blushed. If this continued, every time Womier used her skills in the future, the team might need a large amount of toilet paper. On the 5th day after joining, leading a team of 300 people, 300 automatic rifles, and 300,000 rounds of ammunition. In 15 hours, they found 10 large meteorites, 26 medium meteorites, 112 small meteorites, and captured 9 space people. 9 casualties, over 1,000 enemies eliminated. On the 6th day after joining, leading a team of 500 little sisters, 500 automatic rifles, and 1 million rounds of ammunition. This time they directly searched the outskirts of Tongqing County. They went out for 24 hours, searched and found 21 large meteorites, 75 medium-sized meteorites, 307 small meteorites, and captured 11 astronauts. They lost 7 people and eliminated 1,800 enemies within a week. Womier led the team on 3 missions. They found 38 large meteorites, 112 medium-sized meteorites, 477 small meteorites, and captured 23 astronauts. Chen Chen sent out 3 other teams to search. They searched for 7 consecutive days and found a total of 18 large meteorites, 65 medium-sized meteorites, 591 small meteorites, and captured 7 astronauts. They lost 89 people and eliminated over 1,800 enemies. In comparison, Womier's fans increased. Many girls were eager to join Womier's team. Even Yin Cheng mentioned the female warrior who came from Chun Chen's territory 3 times these days. Womier joined the team on the 9th day. Yesterday, the Central City search team rested for a day. Early today, Yin Cheng personally led the team, with Womier as her deputy, leading 85 awakened individuals, 1,000 female team members, 15 million bullets, and 80 off-road vehicles, buses, and heavy trucks, heading towards Fengyuan City in the southeast of the Central City. They estimated a return journey of 15 to 20 days. Shen Shen, Wei Lan, Gu Tong, and more than 200 female team members stayed in the Central City. Originally, Shen Shen was supposed to lead the team personally, but he was too busy these days. The leaders of various adventure groups in the Spring City, including some who wanted to join the Central City, others who wanted to sell or buy goods, and a dozen leaders who wanted to cooperate with Chun Shen, formed a caravan alliance. They had made an appointment 3 days ago to meet Chen Chen. With Chen Chen's support, Shi Pangzi had become the leader of a large caravan with 500 survivors. He claimed that Wei Lan, a senior manager of the Central City, was his sister-in-law and could get some Maotai liquor. The Central City had only publicly sold 500 bottles of Maotai recently. Shi Pangzi's caravan of 500 survivors mainly focused on purchasing Maotai liquor and high-tech rifles, pistols, space magazines, and cars at high prices. The pistols, rifles, and cars were just a cover. Shi Pangzi would then resell the Maotai liquor at high, medium, or low prices. Their main task now was to ensure the circulation of Maotai liquor and turn it into a financial product. They created an illusion of constant demand. Lord of the City. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after seeing off Yin Cheng's convoy, Chen Chen returned to the bathroom and took a hot bath to relax. He had sweated a lot the night before and hadn't had time to shower. Wei Lan stood at the bathroom door with her arms crossed, knocking on the wooden wall twice and said impatiently, "The brother-in-law you arranged for me has been waiting for you in the second-floor shop for 2 hours. Let your sister-in-law come to remind you." Wei Lan was dissatisfied with the identity Chen Chen had arranged for her. She felt that although she might not be as beautiful as Yin Cheng or Womier, she was at least a white-collar lady. Before the apocalypse, even a junior in college had pursued her. Compared to Shi Qianqi's 220-pound panda wife, how could they be considered sisters? It was ridiculous. Moreover, every time Shi Qianqi called her sister, Wei Lan felt uncomfortable. Want to have a warm smile for him, feeling harder than climbing to the sky. How to act? Let them wait a little longer. Last night, Su Xiaochan and Xin Wan, 2 little nurses, ran out of hot water. They came early this morning and filled a big bucket of hot water for themselves. They had just soaked for less than 5 minutes. Xin Wan, the little nurse, had just lit a cigarette for herself. Su Xiaochan had just put her head on her panda, gently massaging acupoints with her 2 small hands. How could she go out to see Shi Pangzi? Isn't this a joke? Okay, then I'll go out and tell my brother-in-law that you are being taken care of by 2 little girls. Let them wait a little longer. Walking a few steps outside, Wei Lan suddenly stopped and thought for a while.
She turned around and asked, Shen Shen, Yin Sheng just left me a word before leaving. She asked me to ask you, are you afraid that she won't come back after leaving this time? To be honest,
the team Yin Sheng took out this time far exceeded the adventurous team of her wife in the previous life. 85 awakened individuals, 1,000 female warriors, 1,000 high-tech rifles, 15 million bullets. In addition, there are 80 various off-road vehicles and heavy trucks together, forming a huge convoy. In the previous life, the frenzy only used 5 million bullets and over 300 high-tech rifles to support a frenzy army of 30,000 people. And the supplies Yin Yangzi took away this time were almost 3 times theirs. However, if Qin Shen really feared that she would leave without saying goodbye, he wouldn't let her go. Why doesn't she want to come back? Chen Shen's indifferent voice came from the bathroom. Outside the door, Wei Lan thought for a moment and said, since they have all left, why should they come back? Isn't it good to be the leader themselves? Wei Lan was not embarrassed to mention Yu Jing's matter this time. These days, she has seen a lot. Those large adventurous teams outside the central city, or medium-sized adventurous teams, which man doesn't have a dozen concubines behind him? And Chen Shen, who occupies the central city, only has Yin Cheng and Yu Jing. To be honest, Wei Lan felt he was lacking a bit. It's much more comfortable to be my deputy leader than to be the leader myself. In the bathroom, perhaps being massaged by Su Xiaochan made Chen Shen's voice lazy. He wasn't scared at all. Okay, since you're not worried, why should I worry about anything? Wei Lan left. In fact, Yin Xing didn't say anything when she left. That sentence was just Wei Lan's own worry. She saw so many people leaving the team all at once. She felt empty inside. But seeing Chen Shen's indifferent appearance, she felt much more at ease. In the bathroom. Actually, Chen Shen didn't tell Wei Lan the truth. Yin Xing didn't want to lead the team personally on this search mission. But in 7 days, there will be a large-scale insect tide in Wuxing County. By then, Shunny will also evacuate to the 117th giant tree city of the previous life. Shen Shen will have to go to the 117th giant tree city again to bring Shunny back. So, the excuse of not being able to spare time was made up by Qin Shen. He planned to rush to Wuxing Town tomorrow to see if he could bring her back before the insect tide. At noon, Shen Shen went downstairs to receive Shi Pangzi and a total of 17 guild leaders. Due to Wei Lan's brother-in-law's identity, Shi Pangzi negotiated with Chun Shen on behalf of these 17 people. They wanted to buy all the Maotai liquor in the central city at once. These days, Shi Pangzi had already raised the price of Maotai liquor to 41,000 bullets per bottle. However, according to the plan he and Chen Shen had worked out, this was just the beginning. The real big part was yet to come. The next step. It is to have all the chambers of commerce in Chun City enter the market together. Let everyone help raise the price. The specific operation is a bit tricky. The script given by Shi Pangzi. Chen Shen made their guilds wait for a few hours before he arrived leisurely. Then arrogantly said, the central city now only has 800 bottles of Maotai liquor left. He doesn't care about this small amount of money. He wants to keep it for himself to drink. Shi Pangzi is also an old actor. He accompanied with a smiling face, begged bitterly, and even mentioned that for the sake of his cousin Wei Lan, could they sell some to them? Chen Shen then said that Wei Lan's face is worth at most 10 bottles of liquor. He then left in a grand manner. Shi Pangzi's face immediately turned red. He was trembling with anger. When he came, he had already promised with the caravan. With his cousin's relationship, this time he brought 17 large and medium-sized caravans here, at least able to get 500 bottles of liquor. But now, his cousin's face is only worth 10 bottles of liquor in the city lord's mouth. On average, each caravan can't even get 1 bottle. Isn't this bullshit? After Chen Shen left, several caravan leaders began to speak ambiguously, and Shi Pangzi took the opportunity to argue with them. Angry Shi Pangzi once again found his cousin Wei Lan. In front of all the leaders, Shi Pangzi knelt down with a plop. He tearfully pleaded, "Sister, our mother has been suffering from senile dementia since 10 years ago. You always say you are busy, rarely come back all year round. It's me and Wei Hui who take care of her by her side. When our father died of throat cancer, you couldn't come back from Los Angeles. It was me and Wei Hui who personally saw him off." Wei Lan was so angry that her face turned green. Your mother just got senile dementia. Your father just got throat cancer. I really want to kick this Shi Pangzi to death. At this moment, Wei Lan felt that her panda had grown a cup size due to his anger. At this point, Shi Pangzi began to kowtow again. And he said the line from Chun Shen, Wei Lan's face is only worth 10 bottles of liquor. Wei Lan took the opportunity to act. It wasn't acting, her eyes were red with anger. She went upstairs and caught Chen Shen, Su Xiaoshan, and Xinwan who were caught in bed.
She was very serious in scolding them. She wanted to drive Su Shaoshan and Shenwan out of the central city. Su Shaochan also acted, crying and clinging to Chen Chen's thigh. Finally, Shi Qianqi knelt and called brother-in-law. 3 women, 2 crying, 1 making a scene.
Chen Chen had no choice but to agree in the end. At a price of 34,500 bullets per bottle, he sold 450 bottles of Maotai liquor to their caravan alliance.
And he said, "This is absolutely the last time. Next time, even if he divorces Wei Lan, he won't sell them a single bottle."
After saying that, he took the 2 little vixens upstairs to continue having fun.
That's it. Shi Pingzi's script for the first episode was settled.
Not long after, Wei Lan came upstairs with a cold face, accompanied by a girl from the space. 15,525,000 bullets were transferred to Chen Chen's space.
This was almost half of the assets of those 16 caravans. Now, even if they knew they were deceived by Shi Pingzi, they had to follow him to drive up the price of Maotai liquor. This is what is commonly known as boarding the thief's ship.
And in the following days, Shi Pingzi would lead, with the remaining 17 caravans as support, completely detonating the price of this batch of Maotai liquor.
The next day, 5 p.m., Giant Tree City Group in Wuxing County. Chen Chen arrived here early in the morning.
After spending the whole day, he finally found another familiar figure outside the No.
33 Giant Tree City in Wuxing County. A girl with long chestnut brown hair.
At this moment, she was fighting with nearly 200 young people to kill a dozen bugs.
Indeed,
Chen Chen felt helpless.
This is why he didn't want to come early to find Xiaoni.
However, since he had come, even if he had to fight, he had to bring Xiaoni back home today. Thinking, he already had a high-tech rifle in his hand. The Harley roared past the group of young people and charged into the small wave of insects.
Bang bang bang.
The motorcycle circled around the swarm of insects, easily taking care of all of them.
Chen Chen coolly jumped off the motorcycle.
Amid the surprised looks of all the young men and women, he walked straight to the chestnut-haired girl and extended a hand.
"Beauty, want to team up?"
By now, the sky had gradually turned dark green. In a clearing in the wilderness, the grass was knee-high.
Chen Chen stood in front of over 200 young men and women, extending a hand.
And in front of him was the wife from the previous life, who was gentle and a bit slow in her actions.
I already have a team." Shani quickly glanced up at Chen Chen, then lowered her head and stepped back.
She bumped into a female companion, who quickly held her shoulders. Shani seemed to have found her backbone, grabbing onto her companion's arms. Chen Chen was helpless.
He knew this would be the result.
He didn't want to approach her early because he knew Shani's temperament. Once she decided on a path, she would stick to it. Fortunately, girls with such temperaments had one advantage. As long as they chose a man, they would follow him to the end. In the previous life, most of the time Shani took care of herself. Yu Jing had her own personality. During the day when Chen Chen wasn't home, Shani listened to Yu Jing. When arguing with outsiders, Yu Jing would step forward to protect Shani. So in the previous life, the relationship among the 3 of them was a bit complicated. At night, Yu Jing was his wife. During the day, Yu Jing acted like Shani's husband. And Shani, whether day or night, had that slow temperament.
She accepted everything that came her way.
It's unknown if in the previous life, Yu Jing had bullied Shani during the day.
If she had, it would be even more complicated.
His wife cheating on his wife. His wife being forced down by his wife. Not sure if this counted as wearing 2 green hats at the same time.
Chen Chen watched the 200+ young men and women retreat without following.
As he watched them go further away, he went back to collect the insect corpses, then rode his Harley to catch up with the crowd. Their team was called the Youth Mutual Aid Adventure Team.
A somewhat juvenile name.
They had their own philosophy. Youth Mutual Aid, equality for all.
Unity and love, eliminating class distinctions.
During the day, everyone worked together to kill insects, and at night, they shared food equally, brothers and sisters eating together. It sounded beautiful, with a taste of utopian socialism.
However, Chen Chen knew that this was just a group of juvenile fantasies. Not to mention, a very fatal weakness. No awakened individuals were willing to join their team. Just this point alone was fatal. It was like a company before the apocalypse, where if the chairman and the doorman received the same salary, in that case, the company would only be attractive to the doorman. And the chairman, as long as they were normal, would not want to come over and be equal to the doorman. So, 6 days after the previous life, their Equality for All adventure team was immediately dispersed. They suffered more than anyone else. At 8 p.m.,
the Youth Mutual Aid adventure team set up camp in an open space.
Over 200 young men and women lit over 30 bonfires.
Chen Chen also stopped his Harley not far from them and lit a small fire.
For Shani, he had no choice.
If he ignored her and let her be taken away, he would regret it for the rest of his life.
It wasn't worth it.
Therefore, Chen planned to find an opportunity tonight to destroy Shunny's unreliable ideas.
And then take it slow. Come on, let's sing together. Not far away.
The girls started roasting insect meat. The boys gathered in groups of 2 or 3. A young man with a ponytail and a small beard took out a wooden guitar he carried with him and played a cool prelude.
Then 200 young men and women sang along together.
A pair of hands that cannot be modified, carrying warmth forever behind, even if verbose always caring, feeling too guilty for not cherishing.
Truly love you, the campus anthem.
For a moment, Chen was also infected by their emotions at that moment. The last time he heard this song was in the university campus of the previous life. It felt like decades had passed. Truly love you, boundless oceans, vast skies, in a foreign land. The boys sang several songs in a row, and the girls cooking cheered and encouraged them.
Suddenly,
the young man with a small beard saw that everyone's emotions had been stirred up. He suddenly put down the guitar, stood on a wooden fork, and shouted loudly, "Our blood is still hot." Below, regardless of gender, everyone shouted in unison, flowing. The young man continued to shout, "Our hearts are still alive." Below, in unison, in our chests.
You and I will protect each other for a lifetime.
Not afraid of swords and spears. Not afraid of swords and spears. Not afraid of swords and spears.
This damn it. Chen was just feeling a bit emotional.
This damn change in atmosphere, it suddenly shifted.
Without giving anyone a moment to adjust.
It was just the university campus vibe a moment ago, and now it's like the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. What Chen couldn't accept the most was that at this moment, he looked at Xiaoni. He saw the little girl, her face blushing.
As if by telepathy, Xiaoni happened to turn her head to look at Chen.
Then, she even slightly raised her chin, looking proud, as if they were doing something great. In the previous life, Chen had never seen her so proud. Even her slow-paced nature seemed to be ignited by this slogan.
Dinner's ready.
The 200 men and women returned to their bonfires in a rush. However, soon after, this group of young men and women, who were just excited, had to face reality again. The reality was that out of the 200 of them, there were only 11 insect carcasses for dinner. The thunderous slogans were quickly replaced by a sense of oppression.
And Chen had followed them all afternoon, waiting for this moment. No matter how good the ideals are, can they be eaten? What smells so good?
5 meters away, Xiaoni and a few girls were by the fire.
A girl had just finished eating the last bite of a dark spider's innards.
She was reluctantly sucking her fingers when she suddenly caught a very enticing smell. At that moment, she noticed that her sisters by the fire, including Xiaoni, seemed to be staring behind her. The girl belatedly turned her head, but her eyes couldn't move away. A few meters away, in front of Chen's fire,
a large pot of steaming beef soup was bubbling.
At this moment, all nearby eyes were fixed on this pot of beef soup. Chen scanned around, and they quickly averted their gaze, pretending to be nonchalant.
However, everyone's mouths were watering. This is not an exaggeration.
Just like in the previous life, when Chen saw something salty, his mouth would also salivate uncontrollably.
This was completely involuntary.
And this was just the beginning.
Not far away, Chen took out a whole rack of pork ribs from somewhere.
The pork ribs were skewered on an iron stick, and Chen took out a small brush and brushed the ribs with soy sauce. Then sprinkle with sesame, cumin, chili powder, etc.
Turn over. Repeat the process.
Until the entire pork chop is covered with seasonings, placed in front of the bonfire, on another barbecue grill, the dripping fat falls into the fire.
And this is not over yet.
During the time Chen waited for the ribs to cook, he spread 2 white cloths next to the bonfire, put lychee, orange, mango, and cantaloupe on them. A total of 7 or 8 different types of exotic fruits were arranged. Finally, he placed a bottle of genuine Feitian Maotai and filled his own wine glass,
and put a napkin around his neck. Ready to start. Forget about the rest. Isn't it too much to take out a napkin?
Not far away, the girls who saw the scene wanted to cry, and the boys were angry and grinding their teeth.
This is too much of a bully. And I, Nizi.
Besides Xiaonai, her sister nudged her with her elbow. Xiaonai withdrew her gaze, only to find that it seemed like everyone around was looking at her.
What are they up to?
Xiaoni's face turned red all of a sudden. This man has been following their team for so long. In fact, everyone knows that he is here for Xiaonai.
Nizi, you go ask if he still wants to join the team?
Encouraged by her sisters, Xiaonai quickly shook her head. You go ask if you want, I'm not going.
Nizi, he's here for you, it's no use for us to go. Another sister whispered.
Since seeing the food in front of Chen, they now wish they could wash Xiaonai clean and personally deliver her to Chen.
I'm not going.
Xiaonai was a little angry, She hugged her knees and turned to the other side, but the sisters on the other side were also looking at her eagerly. She angrily turned her body behind the bonfire, and behind the bonfire, more eyes were on her. Xiaonan now felt so embarrassed and indignant that she wanted to cry. She clearly didn't do anything wrong, she just adhered to the principles of the team. Didn't the team say? Equality, mutual help. Do not abandon, do not give up. You and I protect each other for a lifetime. These are obviously recognized by everyone. But why do they have to force themselves to go find him now? Xiaonan is now very aggrieved. She buried her head in her knees. No matter what anyone said, she just shook her head. Anyway, she absolutely cannot take the initiative to seek him out. And that man must have no good intentions. Nizi, if you don't go, then I'll go. I'll say you asked me to find him. Beside her, the sister who had comforted herself in the afternoon suddenly stood up. When Xiaonan heard this, she quickly raised her head to go pull her. But it was too late. The sister had already walked over there. Xiaonan wanted to get up and follow, but felt it would be more awkward. She could only bury her head between her two knees again, feeling ashamed and wanting to cry. When did she let her represent herself? Why is it like this? Now, Xiaonan has a feeling of being betrayed by everyone. Hey, handsome. Xiaonin's sister is straightforward. She walked up to Chen Chen's bonfire, her eyes staring directly at Chen Chen. Without any shyness, she asked, "You've been following us all afternoon, just for Xiaonan, right? Okay, now I'll give you a chance to perform." The girl smiled at Chen Chen. "Xiaonan is thin-skinned. She asked me to come and ask you if you want to join our team?" "She asked you to ask?" Chen Chen looked at the girl with a smile. "Yes, Nizi asked me to come and ask. She's thin-skinned." The girl looked back at Xiaonan, but heard Chen Chen say, "Then let her come and talk to me herself. What's the difference between me asking and her asking?" The girl was a bit embarrassed at this point, thinking that Chen Chen was a devoted admirer who had followed Xiaonan all afternoon. Now she came over to give him a chance. He should have been happy to agree. "I didn't expect him to be a steel-straight man. Well, with his character, he deserves to be single for life." But Chen Chen remained unmoved, angering the girl who stomped her foot. "Humph, you deserve to be single." She turned and walked back to Xiaonin's side. She felt her face burning and blamed Xiaonan in her heart. If she had asked her just now, she would have obediently asked. So why was she feeling so embarrassed now? It's all because of her. The atmosphere fell silent for a few minutes. But the aroma of beef soup drifted farther and farther. The more they smelled it, the emptier and more uncomfortable their stomachs felt. They didn't even know how much saliva they had swallowed. They felt like they had eaten those bugs for nothing. They were so hungry. Finally, a few girls couldn't help it and went to find Xiaonan again. Several girls surrounded Xiaonan, whispering and advising her. Chen Chen was not easy to deal with. They knew that in the afternoon, and they didn't have a gun. They couldn't even kill him. So if they wanted that pot of beef, they could only rely on Xiaonan. More and more girls surrounded Xiaonan, urging her to swallow her pride and go find that man. But the more people there were, the more Xiaonan felt wronged. In the team, everyone was not like this. They had all agreed to be lifelong brothers and sisters, never giving up on anyone. But now, she felt like she had been betrayed by everyone. For a pot of beef soup, she had to sell herself to that strange man. The more she thought about it, the more wrong Xiaonan felt, and she began to tremble on her knees and shoulders. Not far away, Chen Chen looked a bit heartbroken. But now was not the time to be soft-hearted. It was better to let her see the true faces of those companions sooner. Thinking this, Chen Chen saw not far away, the guy who had just played the guitar was looking at him eagerly. He waved to signal the guy to come over. The guy looked around, confirmed that Chen Chen was calling him, hesitated to stand up, grabbed a companion, and walked to Chen Chen. Not long after, the two looked at each other in disbelief, then turned and ran back to their campfire. They gathered a group of people and started whispering about something. In the end, their team of over 200 people was in an uproar. Xiaonan. Once again, Xiaonan felt someone tapping her shoulder. Xiaonan raised her eyes with a red face, and saw over 200 of her best brothers and sisters standing in front of her. But her best sister said, "Xiaonan, you should go with him." "What?" Xiaonan couldn't believe it, looking at everyone. Are you trying to drive me away now?" The sister hesitated and said, "Xiaonan, he promised to give us a 10-ton potato. 10 tons of potatoes, a full 20,000 caddies. Their team of 200 people could each get 100 caddies. At least they could eat for a month. He was giving them too much. So, for a potato, you sold me to that man?" Xiaonan couldn't believe it and kept stepping back. Now looking at her brothers and sisters who used to be like family to her, she felt they were all so strange. "Bastards! You're all bastards!" Xiaonin's gentle nature suddenly erupted. "And you?" Xiaonan turned back with red eyes, glaring at Chen Chen and shouting loudly, I will never team up with you, never. With that, she covered her mouth, turned and ran into the dark jungle.
Jungle Doomsday, Night.
The Harley headlight shone on a girl running away in anger.
Get lost. Don't follow me.
After running for a few minutes, Shunny had already warned that jerk for the third time, but he just wouldn't listen, stubbornly following her. Shunny just wanted to find a place with no one around to cry properly. 5 minutes later, stumbling on garlic, Shunny didn't know what tripped her.
Lying on the ground, gasping for breath.
But that annoying jerk was still shining a light on her. She gritted her teeth, got up, and continued running, and Chen Chen continued to leisurely follow behind.
10 minutes later, Shunny finally couldn't run anymore.
She hadn't eaten much that evening, and after going through so much, she was mentally exhausted. Leaning against a bush, she gasped for breath for a while, then suddenly buried her head in her knees and cried loudly. Chen Chen's Harley was parked 3 meters away from her, with one foot on the ground, vigilant around him. Shunny was a gentle girl, but even gentle girls could get angry. Mud figures also have a bit of a stubborn nature.
Get lost.
I said not to follow me, get lost. Shunny, like an irritated little rabbit, with big red eyes, jumped up again and continued running forward. Chen Chen extinguished the cigarette in his hand and continued to follow the little rabbit.
Get lost. Shameless. Stop following me.
This time, after running for less than 2 minutes, Shunny found another bush, buried her head in her knees, and cried again. Chen Chen was patient, parked his motorcycle 3 meters away from her, waiting for her to finish crying, then get up and run again. Patience is crucial in pursuing a girl. The typical approach of a macho man is to find a girl, finally get her WeChat, and then immediately send a message, impatiently confessing, directly making the girl choose between accepting or rejecting. It is not an exaggeration to say that this approach has a failure rate of up to 90%. On the other hand, the typical approach of a scumbag is to approach indirectly, taking it slow, with 3 strategies: top, middle, and bottom. The bottom strategy involves finding common ground and interests with the girl, implanting subconscious thoughts that make her feel you and I are the same kind of person, you understand me, and we have many common topics, and so on.
This is the bottom strategy.
The middle strategy involves starting with an event.
Invest 2 weeks to a month of time, wholeheartedly understanding everything about the girl.
Analyze her interests, hobbies, actions, and family background, etc.
Then, using big data analysis, identify at least 3 weaknesses.
Finally, create an event based on her weaknesses, involve yourself in the event, and leave a lasting positive impression on her.
Then take it slow.
The top strategy, with great impact, can increase the success rate of a loser becoming a goddess to 95%.
I won't list them one by one.
Regardless of the strategy used, patience is the core factor. So, now Chen Chen is very patient. Like catching a big fish, if you reel it in too quickly, the lively fish might escape. But if you patiently lead it around the river, tiring it out, and then strike at the right moment, the big fish is likely to obediently follow you home, or even jump into the pot by itself. Shunny rested for a while, glared at herself, and ran again.
Chen Chen followed calmly behind.
But she was running out of energy, slowing down after a while, but still glaring at herself.
Making a final effort to run a few steps forward, gradually losing momentum.
The plump fish was almost ready. Chen Chen rode up beside her, driving the heavy motorcycle. Come on, where do you want to run to?
I'll take you there. Get lost. Stay away from me. Shunny angrily pushed Chen Chen on the car, then angrily kicked the motorcycle twice. The kicked little feet hurt.
Then she got even angrier, sped up and ran a few steps forward.
What was the point of trying to avoid him by getting on his car?
Chen Chen followed behind again, neither fast nor slow. It was quite fun to re-strategize with his wife. In addition, these 2 wives each contributed 2 first times to him. It felt quite special. It would be great if they could keep playing like this. In a few days, Chen Chen planned to use the past skill once. Perhaps he could re-strategize with Yin Ching again. Before going back to the past, it would be best to record a video of the current affectionate scene with Yin Ching and show it to the past Yin Ching. Or let her help record the video, helping him strategize with the former high and mighty general manager Yin Ching.
It would probably be more fun.
Chen Chen was thinking about re-strategizing with the skill-less Yin Ching again, to regain his confidence as a man.
Up ahead, Shunny was already out of breath.
She sat down against a bush, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She didn't even have the strength to curse Chen Chen anymore. Not long after, Shunny suddenly felt a sense of tranquility around her.
The sound of the motorcycle engine seemed to have disappeared. Shunny opened her eyes in confusion, blinked, and then saw Chen Chen refueling the motorcycle. Bastard! Shunny sat up straight in anger. He was planning to play the long game, always lingering behind her. Even if she could run again, could she outrun his motorcycle? This was too much of a bully. Shunny, who had a good temper, felt like hitting someone at that moment. But thinking that she couldn't beat him now, nor outrun him, Shunny buried her head in her knees and cried in grievance. After crying for more than 10 minutes, her throat was hoarse. Shunny sniffed and suddenly smelled a fragrant aroma. She raised her head and saw that bastard. She didn't know when a small fire had been lit in front of her. A whole piece of pork ribs was roasting on the fire. The dripping fat sizzled in the fire, exuding a meaty fragrance. Bastard! Get lost! Stay away from me! Shunny stood up in anger, wanting to run again. But as soon as she stood up this time, her legs felt like noodles and she couldn't exert any force. She sat back down with a plop. It was all because the damn aroma was too tempting. Unable to resist, Shunny, with her tearful eyes, sneakily glanced at the roasted pork ribs. Unconsciously, a large amount of saliva seeped from her mouth. She quickly turned her body, gently wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, and then glared at him again. The ribs are almost ready. Do you want some? The light from the fire illuminated Chen Chen's face. He took out a just-opened bottle of Mao Tai and found a cup to pour himself a drink. Just before leaving, he took away the pork ribs, fruits, and this bottle of Mao Tai. He left them with a pot of beef soup and a 10-ton potato. It was a way of thanking them for taking care of Shunny during these days. Get lost. I'm not eating. Shunny turned away, not looking at the roasted ribs. Hey, Shunny, the ribs are ready, you can eat now. I said I'm not eating. Shunny turned her back to Chen Chen, swallowing her saliva. It's really ready, you can eat now. I said I'm not eating, can't you understand? This time, Chen Chen paused for more than 10 seconds, then continued, if you eat a piece of rib, I won't follow you anymore, I promise. I don't believe you, liar. Shunny covered her ears, facing away from Chen Chen. If you eat a piece of rib, I won't follow you anymore, I swear. Chen Chen changed to a sincere tone. This time, Shunny just snorted coldly and took her hands off her ears. The ribs were cooked, and the fragrance was very tempting. Chen Chen took out a dagger to cut them open, then found a white towel to pad them, broke the ribs one by one, and continued, I swear, if you eat a rib, I won't follow you anymore. This time, after a pause of more than 10 seconds, Shunny was a little shaken. She carefully swallowed her saliva, pursed her lips, turned her head to sneak a peek, and happened to see Chen Chen looking at her. She quickly snorted coldly and turned away. After 5 or 6 seconds, she licked her lips imperceptibly, pretending to be indifferent, and asked, do you keep your word? I keep my word. Chen Chen said earnestly, I've sworn, if you eat a rib, I promise not to follow you anymore. Shunny remained silent. Chen Chen, seeing that she did not refuse, handed her a rib that he had just broken off. Now the ribs were so close, the fragrance became even stronger. Shunny swallowed a small mouthful of saliva again. Chen Chen patted her outer thigh, and Shunny quickly moved away, don't touch me. I can do it myself. Then she glared at Chen Chen angrily and finally reached out her hand to grab the rib. Finally, she ate it. Chen Chen looked amused at Shunny's back, like a little cat. Maybe it was because she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. She held the rib in her hands, licked the grease on it with her small tongue, and then Chen Chen saw from the side that her beautiful eyes widened noticeably. In the end, she couldn't stop. She quickly gnawed the rib clean, then put the rib in her mouth and sucked hard. At that moment, Chen Chen handed her another rib and gently patted her thigh, saying, Hey, Shunny, if you eat this rib, I won't follow you anymore, I swear. This jerk. He could say such shameless words with such a serious expression. But seeing the large rib he handed over, she couldn't stay mad. In fact, Shunny now understood that he was just trying to make her eat more meat. Thinking back to not long ago when over 200 companions kicked her out of the team, Shunny's nose tingled. She sniffed and held back her tears. With red eyes, she glared at Chen Chen, snatched the rib, turned around, and started eating with her head down. Soon, the second rib was finished, and Shunny started gnawing on the bone. She glanced at Chen Chen with a slight tilt of her head and big eyes, as if waiting for him to swear again. But this time, Chen Chen didn't swear, he just placed the third rib in front of her. Shunny was conflicted. Just now, she could console herself that eating his food was just to get rid of him quickly. But now that he didn't swear anymore, what was she doing by eating his food? Feeling conflicted, Shunny turned to look at Chen Chen, then at the rib in his hand, steaming hot with chili and salt sprinkled on top. She was waiting for him to swear, but he remained silent. Feeling a bit stubborn, Shunny turned away, deciding not to eat. Hey, I swear. Chen Chen held out a rib, and Shunny quickly dodged. I don't believe you, you've sworn twice already. Chen Chen persisted, if you eat the rib, I won't swear anymore. I'm not eating your stuff. When she said this, Shunny was actually a bit unsure. Chen Chen continued, okay, I swear, as long as you eat this rib, I will never swear again. Humph.
Shunny continued to snort coldly, but soon realized that something was wrong with that statement.
What do you mean you won't swear again in the future? Did I ask you not to swear? Hey, Shunny, eat this rib. Chen still persistently said, I swear, from now on, I will only follow you and not let you be my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Xia and I was once again angered by this jerk.
She turned around, her big eyes glaring at Chen. When did I say I want to be your girlfriend?
Can you stop talking nonsense?
Then if you eat this piece of rib, I will only follow you in the future and not let you be my girlfriend.
Chen still maintained a very sincere look. It was impossible to see that he was shameless. Following me is not an option. Xia and I said angrily, you have sworn twice already, saying that you will never follow me again. Fine.
Chen compromised helplessly, if you eat this piece of rib, I will never follow you again, and I won't let you be my girlfriend.
I'll believe you one last time. Xia and I snatched the rib angrily and took a big bite as if in a fit of pique.
But the delicious taste of the meat softened Xiao's heart. In fact, he just wanted to eat another piece of meat.
Thinking about it, her gaze softened a bit.
Soon, she finished the rib, thought for a moment, turned around, and indeed saw Chen handing her another rib. She didn't know what excuse he would come up with this time to make her eat it. Xia and I raised her chin, waiting for him to speak first. Suddenly, under the firelight, she saw his eyes soften. Chen said, Xia and I, whether you believe it or not, my biggest wish every morning when I wake up is to feed you until you're full.
Xia and I was slightly stunned.
For a moment, she felt like this man in front of her had known her for a long time. But she had just met him for the first time.
Do you know me? Xia and I asked uncertainly.
Chen said, if you eat this rib, I will tell you.
Xia and I looked at Chen, then at the rib in his hand, and reached out to take it.
She nibbled on it quietly with her head down. It felt like she had really been taken care of by him for a long time.
Where did this illusion come from? After finishing the rib, Xia and I looked up at Chen and asked, do you know me?
Chen shook his head decisively, I don't know. He closed his eyes and leaned against the bushes without moving.
No matter what Chen said, Xia and I didn't want to talk to him anymore.
Although she knew he cared about her.
But she just didn't want to talk to him. Chen also understood her stubborn temper very well.
Once she got stubborn, even 10 cows couldn't pull her back.
After dinner, a little wine, looking at the watch.
It was almost 10 o'clock. Normally at this time, Gutong had already boiled hot water for himself, Yinxing had finished training, taken a shower, and lay on the bed with his 2 long legs crossed, reading a book while waiting to use his skills.
But now, looking at Xia and I, who was unyielding, Chen sighed deeply.
It took him 5 days to conquer her in the previous life. During those 5 days, he sneaked out of the house every day after Yujing fell asleep and secretly sent her spider legs for 5 days in a row. He chatted with her for over 2 hours every day, almost driving her crazy. It wasn't until the 6th day that he half coaxed and half forced her back home. And now, he didn't have that much time to slowly woo her. With Xiao's temperament, even if he put in some effort, it would take until tomorrow night at the earliest to hold her hand.
So, he had to use some means. Xia and I, will you team up with me? Chen asked sincerely. I won't team up with you. Xia and I didn't even open her eyes. Her current state was somewhere between being willful and coquettish.
Chen knew that she actually had some feelings for herself now, and what she said was definitely not from the heart. But if he just kept coaxing her, or even acted servilely, it would only encourage her childish behavior.
It often backfired. Before the apocalypse, 90% of the licking dogs died at this stage. For a few minutes, Chen didn't say a word.
Shunny leaned against the bushes, still waiting for him to continue.
But after so long without a sound, she couldn't help but be curious, slightly opening her big eyes.
Only to see that jerk staring straight at her.
Shunny's fair face blushed. She quickly turned her head, proudly said, Why are you staring at me like that? Didn't you swear not to follow me anymore? Why are you still lingering here?
She was trying to cover up her embarrassment, forcing herself to say something tough to save face. And Chen was waiting for her to say that.
Alright then.
Letting out a long sigh, Chen pretended to be melancholic. After I leave, you need to take care of yourself here. With that, he walked up to Shunny and squatted down. He found a dagger in the space, grabbed Shunny's small hand, and said, After I leave, you can use this for self-defense.
Try to find a higher place to sleep at night.
At this moment, Shunny opened her eyes again and saw Chen looking sad and melancholic. He even gave her a weapon, which made her a little flustered. She was about to say something, but Chen didn't wait for her to speak. He found a backpack in the space and stuffed it into Shunny's arms. Take these too. He took out chocolates, snacks, biscuits, canned meat, instant noodles, and more from the space. He filled the backpack with these items and finally zipped it up for her. During this time, Shunny just stared blankly,
feeling somewhat lost in her heart. It seemed like he was really going to leave. Try to ration these items, they should last you about a month. Finally, Shen stood up and instructed, tomorrow, find a giant tree city. Don't let others see these items. If any man tries to approach you, use the dagger to defend yourself, don't hesitate, remember? Shani looked up, wanting to say something to Chen, and Chen was also looking at her, seeming reluctant. But in the end, he turned around and walked briskly towards the direction of the motorcycle. Hey! Wait! Shani suddenly stood up, but Chen seemed not to hear her calling him. At this moment, Chen had already mounted the motorcycle, started the engine, gave it some gas, and the Harley-Davidson immediately roared past the bushes and disappeared. Hey! What are you doing? Shani widened her eyes, somewhat incredulous. She couldn't believe he had really left like that. She stood there dumbfounded, watching the motorcycle go further away. The roar of the engine was already far in the distance. Did he really leave? It was as if Shani had just come to her senses. She hurriedly took a few steps forward, but when she realized she couldn't catch up, she stopped in her tracks, staring blankly at the dark bushes ahead. How could he really leave? After saying so many times for him to go away and not follow her. But he stubbornly stuck around. He even coaxed her into eating spare ribs. This time, why did he really leave when he said he would? Turning around, she returned to the bushes, still somewhat disbelieving, but looking at the pork ribs still roasting on the small fire. The remaining ribs were all burnt. She hurried to pick them up. On the ground, there was the white towel he had just used to break the ribs. Shani bent down to pick up the white towel, then turned back to look blankly in the direction the motorcycle had gone. By now, she couldn't hear the sound of the engine at all. Asterisk thump. Asterisk Shani sat down by the bushes again, staring blankly at the small bonfire, thinking about how he had tried to coax himself into eating meat just now. In fact, he just wanted to eat more meat. He hadn't done anything excessive. Thinking about it, Shani felt a bit sour in her heart. Sniffling, she stubbornly looked up with her big eyes, but tears still fell. She wiped her tears with her hand, feeling very wronged. Bastard, told you to leave. Bastard, told you to leave. Bastard. Shani angrily smashed her backpack. After smashing for a while, she hugged her backpack and cried. Especially when she thought that before he had left her so much food. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Her crying voice became louder and louder. And at that moment, from another direction, Shani heard the sound of an engine. Alert! Shani couldn't cry anymore. She quickly stood up with her backpack and looked around. Was that bastard back? With her big eyes alert in all directions, but at this moment, Shani was somewhat hopeful in her heart. When he comes back, she will never pay attention to him again. She will definitely never pay attention to him again. However, soon, her little hope turned into a wave of despair. Behind her, the headlights of a car were shining. It wasn't the motorcycle that bastard rode. Shani quickly turned around and saw that this time it seemed to be an off-road vehicle coming. As it got closer, she could see more clearly. The body of this off-road vehicle was covered with steel studs. Even the passenger window was embedded with steel plates, and the driver's side glass had something like an anti-theft window welded on with steel bars. It wasn't the bastard's car. Thinking about it, Shani's pretty face turned pale. She knew very well that in this world, apart from that bastard, no one else would pamper her like that. The car had already spotted the bonfire and was driving towards her. Shani quickly ran with her backpack in her hands. But how could she outrun a car? It wasn't the bastard, just slowly following behind her. Shani was starting to regret it now. If only she hadn't gotten angry with that bastard. If only she had agreed to team up with him. But now there was no regret medicine for her to take. The car was following her. Shani quickly turned a corner, changing direction. And the car also made a drift, chasing after her in her direction. She quickly turned another corner. In this way, the car seemed to be playing with her. She didn't know how long she had been chased until Shani felt she had no more strength. A sense of despair arose in her heart. Suddenly, she saw a faint light ahead. It was the small bonfire that bastard had just lit. Thinking of that bastard, who had just been driven away by herself here. Somehow, Shani ran towards the direction of the small bonfire with one hand holding her backpack and the other hand covering her mouth. She ran to the bush she had just been at, sat down slowly against it again. The off-road vehicle in front also stopped, and the headlights were shining directly at her. Bang! A man got out of the car, slammed the door shut, and walked towards her in big steps. The headlights flickered. Shani couldn't see the man clearly. She just watched as the man walked towards her step by step, stopped in front of her, and reached out a hand, saying, "Beauty, want to team up?" Shani stared at the man in front of her in a daze. This was clearly the bastard she had just driven away. Thinking that he must be teasing her, Shunny angrily pushed away his hand. Bastard. Is this fun? With that, she sprang up like an angry little leopard, scratching and hitting at Chen Shen. This time, Chen Shen changed his submissive behavior and dominantly pulled her into his arms. By the time Xia and I realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Author's note, this is a long chapter, making up for the half-chapter ode from last night, with another chapter tonight. From half-reluctance to submission like a cat, to intense struggle, then Shinshin being bitten hard, and finally submitting like a cat again. This complex process continued until 5 o'clock the next morning. At 5 o'clock, in the back of the off-road vehicle, with a new blanket, pillow, Shinshin was sound asleep on the side. Xia and I held a corner of the blanket, sitting next to Chen Shen, carefully recalling what happened last night. For her, from meeting Chen Shen at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon until now at 5 o'clock, 12 hours of emotional ups and downs, like riding a roller coaster. First, Chen Shen followed the team drove him away, then he followed her, she drove him away, and then he shamelessly came back and kissed her. Her mind was blank at the time, and when she finally reacted, she didn't know when he had already gotten her into the car. In the car were new blankets, pillows, and a white towel prepared in advance. That jerk just lightly patted her a few times, and her clothes disappeared. Actually, remembering up to this point, everything was still fine. Xia and I knew she didn't dislike him, especially during the time he was driven away yesterday. Xia and I even felt she was too harsh on him, so she was half reluctant and half willing to let that jerk have his way. The good mood lasted until 2 in the late night, until that jerk arranged for her to be a former girlfriend. The tamed little cat Xia and I flared up again. The bite mark on Chen Shen's shoulder had just stopped bleeding. Xia and I turned around, lifted the blanket covering Chen Shen, looked at him with some tenderness, gently covered him again, and sighed. Why aren't you asleep yet? At that moment, perhaps because the blanket was lifted, Chen Shen woke up. He pulled Xiani's arm. Xia and I turned her head, looked at Chen Shen with a complicated expression, and sighed lightly again. He casually turned off the car's dome light, and like a little cat, snuggled into Chen Shen's arms again. Xia and I. Feeling a cool sensation on his chest, Chen Shen also sighed helplessly. Reborn once, he was much stronger in all aspects than in the previous life. And in this life, if he didn't go find Yu Jing and Xia and I, letting them fend for themselves, Chen Shen felt that would be truly despicable. Xia and I. To divert her attention, Chen Shen patted her cheek and deliberately said, when we go back to the central city later, don't be afraid when you meet the Yu Jing, just remember you are the main wife, she's the third party, she should be afraid of you. In fact, Xiani's situation was much better than Yu Jing's at that time. When they returned, she only needed to face Yu Jing, who was just a paper tiger. If she was lucky, she might meet Xia and I when she was at her lowest. Then she wouldn't even be considered a paper tiger. At best, just a Hello Kitty. Yes, I've memorized it. We were childhood neighbors. In junior high, I was in the first year, you were in the third year, and we were together at that time. Later, my dad was transferred for work. I transferred to another school, and we separated. Xia and I nodded obediently. Since 3 o'clock yesterday evening, gradually accepting her identity, she began to memorize the lines Chen Shen gave her. She was now very proficient. It just made people feel a little sorry for her. Chen Shen thought for a moment and said, you can add another part. When your dad left, he beat me with a belt, you got angry, and cut off ties with your dad. I didn't. Shunny angrily patted Chen Shen, then changed to a comfortable position like a little cat, continuing to lie on his chest. I won't cut off ties with my dad. Chen Shen thought for a moment and continued, then say your mom has a crush on me, your dad disagrees, and they divorce because of me? No, my parents won't divorce. Shunny still disagreed, then she lay on Chen Shen's chest and thought for a moment, feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly she sat up angrily, Chen Shen, you jerk. You even want to take advantage of my mom. Then say your sister also has a crush on me, and your parents disagree. I don't have a sister. Shunny. Yes. Do you have a beautiful unmarried aunt? Chen Shen, that's enough. If you try to take advantage of my female relatives again, I won't talk to you. The two chatted on and off, and before they knew it, they had both fallen asleep. Noon. Shunny woke up first and started tidying up the blankets in the car, then changed Chen Shen into a new outfit. After everything was neatly arranged, they ate something and prepared to drive back to the central city. In fact, as long as Shunny wasn't continuously provoked like yesterday, she was generally very gentle in nature and rarely got angry. On the way back, she sat quietly in the passenger seat, and sometimes Chen Shen would put his big hand on her leg, but she just blushed and pushed him away, asking Chen Shen to drive safely. The journey back was uneventful, except for a few bugs that they simply drove over. As they approached the outskirts of Chun City,
Chen Chen suddenly felt his right eyelid twitching. Finding a vacant lot, Chen Chen parked the car and lit a cigarette. After careful consideration, his right eyelid seemed to be twitching more violently. Throughout his life, Chen Chen had always believed that a twitching left eyelid meant money, and as for the right eye, to hell with superstitions. But today, with Shunny in tow, his right eye twitched so intensely, making him feel uncomfortable. Central City, Central Square. Inside the off-road vehicle, through the windshield, the survivors outside were densely packed. Chen Chen honked the horn frantically, and the crowd ahead, upon seeing the official vehicle from the Central City, made way. The Central City vehicles were easy to identify. The entire body of the car was welded with a thick layer of steel plates covered in numerous nails. Only the driver's seat had an iron window made of welded steel bars. Very cool. So many people. Shunny was a bit nervous. Five-Star County was a small place, and she hadn't even imagined that so many survivors could still be alive. Back off. Make way. At this moment, a team of armed female soldiers emerged from the Central City gate, pushing through the crowd and running to Chen Chen's car. Captain. Chen Chen stopped the car, and Han Na and 5 stone-skinned female warriors simultaneously activated their protective stone skins, blocking the driver's seat door. After a quick survey of the surroundings to ensure safety, Han Na opened the car door, and the 5 stone-skinned female warriors sandwiched Chen Chen in the middle. Shunny, still dazed, got out of the car. No one opened the door for her. However, after she got out of the car and saw the scenes around her, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Is this Chen Chen's adventure team? Last night, Chen Chen mentioned that he had an adventure team. Shunny was already surprised. She thought Chen Chen's adventure team was at most a medium-sized one. But now, looking around, Shunny stared around blankly, then at Chen Chen surrounded by the 5 stone-skinned female warriors. Although the Youth Mutual Aid adventure team did not have awakened individuals, Shunny knew what stone-skinned people were. They were all very powerful combat-type awakened individuals. And now, just to protect Chen Chen from getting off the car, 5 stone-skinned female warriors simultaneously used the stone-skin protection skill. Is this Chen Chen's adventure team? Shunny, come here. Chen Chen waved. Shunny had not fully recovered yet, looking around blankly, walked to Chen Chen's side, staring at him with big eyes. Chen Chen. Let's go. I'll take you home. Chen Chen grabbed Shunny's hand, and the two walked up the steps under the protection of the 5 stone-skinned female warriors. Home? Going home? Holding his big hand, Shunny was still a bit dazed, looking around. For the first time in her life, Shunny was being watched by so many people. And in the eyes of those people, there was envy or jealousy. Chen Chen, what's going on? Explain it to me. Why are there so many people? Shunny said urgently in a low voice. Before the apocalypse, she envied the female celebrities walking the Oscar red carpet the most. Being the center of attention. Thinking that having such an experience in life would be worth it. And today, being led by Chen Chen holding her hand, she felt more nervous than walking the Oscar red carpet. Make way. Ahead, a team of female members cleared the way for the two of them. At the moment, the survivors were still lining up at the Central City gate. And starting a few days ago, Wei Lan had reissued a rule. Survivors entering the second-floor trading hall needed to pay a 200 bullet entrance fee, and survivors who did not buy or sell goods were strictly prohibited from entering the first-floor sales hall. Yet, even so, there was still a long line at the Central City gate. Many adventure teams have set up their base outside the Central City or established a temporary base near the Central City for trading. Shunny held onto Chen Chen's arm tightly and finally entered the hall. Just when she thought she could relax a bit, the sight of the hall startled her. Once, the Youth Mutual Aid adventure team had also joined a giant tree city but were later expelled due to ideological differences. Shunny had seen the main hall of that giant tree city. It was less than 200 square meters. Just after entering the gate, Shunny thought that although Chen Chen's giant tree city was large, it was at most over 1,000 square meters. She thought that after entering with him, she would go directly to meet his girlfriend. But the hall in front of her made Shunny nervous again. The ceiling was brightly lit. Shunny looked up at the light bulbs, all the way to the farthest point, and still couldn't see the end. And under these LED lights, there was a hall the size of 4 football fields. Thousands of survivors were shuttling back and forth here. It felt like going back to the pre-apocalyptic era. Chen Chen. Shunny held onto Chen Chen's arm tightly and asked softly, "Is this giant tree city all from your adventure team?" Sort of. Not returning home for a day, Chen Chen also noticed the sales hall. Seeing that it had been open for so many days and still bustling with people, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Sort of? What does that mean? Chen Chen walked upstairs, and Shunny had no idea where she was, just holding onto Chen Chen's arm tightly. In a few days, we might leave here and go to the capital to build a larger trading market.
The two climbed the stairs. Shunny was even more surprised as she listened. Going to the capital to build a larger trading hall than this one? She was already nervous just looking at this giant tree city. But Chen Chen was not satisfied and still felt it was too small. How big does it have to be considered large? Suddenly, Shunny remembered that yesterday afternoon, more than 200 people in her team shouted slogans together, and she proudly looked at Chen Chen. He must have thought we were so naive, right? Thinking about it, Shunny's toes were tense. Looking at the sports shoes on his feet, they were already coming apart. Even the girl who had just cleaned the stairs next to Chen Chen was wearing clean sports shoes. If Chen Chen wasn't right beside her, Shunny would have wanted to turn and run by now. Walking to the second-floor trading hall. Wei Lan has already changed the ticket price here to 200 bullets each these days, and it's still crowded with people. The surrounding shops, charging 1,000 bullets every 24 hours, are already booked 16 days in advance. Just the booking fees for the shops have already collected over 700,000 bullets. Even Shen Shen didn't expect today's scene to be so hot at the beginning. After all, no one had created this trading hall in the previous life. But Wei Lan doesn't seem surprised at all. Her explanation is that there are millions of survivors near the giant tree city in the Spring City, and this is the only truly safe trading place. It's only natural that it's bustling. In a few days, Wei Lan plans to hold a promotional event. It will definitely be even more popular than it is now. Third floor training square. Gutong has recruited over 2,000 female team members these days. The admission rate is about 3%. On average, out of 100 young and energetic girls, only 3 are admitted. Even so, after the probation period, half of the girls will be eliminated again. In the end, the girls left in Chen Chen's team are almost all outstanding. Among 100 girls, only the one who excels in all aspects can become an official female team member of Chen Chen's team. Of course, the treatment is extremely generous after becoming an official female team member. In a few days, when the selection is almost done, Chen Chen plans to introduce a team contribution points system for these girls. Let them exchange for the supplies they need in the team logistics with points. This can wait. In addition, regarding the awakened female team members, these days, over 100 awakened girls have joined the team. Chen Chen hasn't received the specific list yet. Gutong suggests that the awakened female team members should also undergo a selection process. Strive for quality over quantity. Chen Chen currently has no objections. However, he plans to personally select awakened individuals such as flame people, stone skin people, space people, and water vapor people. Captain, let's go to training. There are no outsiders on the third floor, and Han Na and a few stone skin people are taking advantage of their skills to train for an hour. After they left, Chen Chen and Shunny walked to the corner of the third floor. There were not many people here. Shunny quickly grabbed Chen Chen's arm and walked to the corner of the wall to calm her emotions. She has many things she wants to ask now. But what makes her most nervous is meeting Chen Chen's girlfriend later. She's afraid she won't play the role of the original partner well. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Shunny forced a smile and looked at Chen Chen with this smile. How is it? Does my expression look natural? Chen Chen was stunned, suddenly remembering that he seemed to have seen this episode. Shunny was getting nervous. Chen Chen recalled his lines and replied, very natural. Then kiss me to give me confidence. Before Chen Chen could react, Shunny threw herself into his arms and lifted her head. After a long kiss, Shunny's mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, and she quietly recited the script Chen Chen had given her. I am the original partner, not the third party. I and Rango were childhood neighbors. In junior high school, I was in the first year, and he was in the third year. We were together at that time. Later, my father was transferred for work, and I transferred to another school. We separated. On the fourth floor of the central city, on the other side. Last night, Yu Jing lost all her money again. This morning, Su Xiaochan and Shenwan refused to play with her. Helpless, Yu Jing could only play werewolf for free with other female team members. Just now, I suddenly heard the news that Chen Chen had returned. Still in the dealing phase, Yu Jing touched the wolf and chose to self-destruct, leaving the judge lady dumbfounded. But she couldn't care less, hurriedly ran downstairs to find Chen Chen for a loan. However, just as she reached the fourth floor landing, she suddenly saw Chen Chen being pulled into a corner by a girl. Now, their courage has grown so much? Yu Jing's face showed hostility, eager to see who had such courage. Walking lightly, Yu Jing's big eyes kept staring at the dog couple on the third floor corner, slowly descending. Just as she was about to catch the cheating couple in the act, she suddenly heard the girl say, "How's my expression? Does it look natural?" "Very natural." "Then kiss me to boost my confidence." After a long kiss, the girl whispered, "I'm the original wife, not the third party. I and Rango were childhood neighbors. In junior high, I was in the first year while Rango was in the third year. We were together back then. Later, my dad got transferred for work, and I transferred to another school, so we parted ways. Yu Jing, who was about to catch them red-handed, suddenly stopped. She suddenly remembered that she had seen this episode before. The author has something to say. This is a 3,200-word chapter, with another chapter at midnight tonight. Caught red-handed reading the script. When Chen Chen led Xia and I, as they were about to go upstairs, they turned around and met Yu Jing. Two pairs of eyes were like searchlights. Chen Chen's heart sank. But seeing Yu Jing waiting for him here, Chen Chen felt a bit relieved. If she hadn't lost all her money again, she wouldn't be waiting here now. Moreover, Chen Chen had prepared a trump card for her this time. Humph. Yu Jing turned to walk back. After all, catching the third party shouldn't be seen as a joke by others. Besides, she still had to ask Chen Chen for supplies later. By now, Chen Chen had basically confirmed that Yu Jing would ask him for a loan again. He felt more certain. He first arranged for Xia and I to go upstairs to change clothes and take a shower. He then accompanied Yu Jing back to the dormitory to reveal his cards. 5 boxes of canned goods, 200 pounds of fruit rolls, 100 rolls of toilet paper, 100 packs of sanitary pads. Chen Chen, this time I can pretend not to know anything, but there can't be a next time. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Yu Jing made a bold request. Today, she finally seized the opportunity and decided to recover all her gambling losses for the next week. Okay, no problem. I'll give you 100 boxes of canned goods and 2,000 pounds of fruit rolls. Yu Jing looked pleased. She didn't expect Chen Chen to be so good to her, to care so much about her feelings. However, she hadn't forgiven Chen Chen yet. Then he continued, I'll go find Wei Lan later and have her inform everyone in the group that starting tomorrow, no one is allowed to play cards. If caught, they will be punished with 100 hours of training with the new female members of the group. Hey, Chen Chen, I warn you not to go too far. You just kissed that girl, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Yu Jing glared, full of momentum. She was really angry about what just happened. She was about to demand an explanation. But then, Chen Chen found a small note in the space. Without further ado, he revealed his cards. Yesterday morning, when Su Xiaochan was massaging his head, she took out this note and borrowed 2 boxes of canned goods from Chen Chen. Chen Chen was also surprised. Yu Jing had actually bet her 3 nights usage rights. She was in a hurry to find Xia and I yesterday and hadn't had a chance to settle the score with her. And she dared to come looking for trouble with such arrogance? Indeed. After seeing this note, Yu Jing's 2 big eyes darted around, and she immediately felt a bit intimidated. Honey, I was just fooling around with Su Xiaochan that day, it doesn't count. Yu Jing stepped forward to grab the note, but the note disappeared from Chen Chen's hand. She knew it was his damn spatial manipulation ability. Yu Jing had no choice but to surrender and transform into a good baby in Chen Chen's arms, compromising. This note would definitely be a stain on her life. If this matter were to spread, she wouldn't be able to hold her head up in this team in the future. At this moment, she didn't dare to pursue Chen Chen and the little girl kissing, behaving like a little obedient cat, even more obedient than Xia and I from last night. Since the goal was achieved, Chen Chen had no intention of lingering with her. He agreed to return the note to her in 3 days. However, during these 3 days, she was not allowed to play cards and had to familiarize Xia and I with the environment. After some hesitation, Yu Jing reluctantly agreed in the end. Anyway, with this note in Chen Chen's possession, she wouldn't have the face to meddle in Chen Chen and Xia Ni's affairs in the future. But she was still a bit angry. In the end, she angrily kicked Chen Chen and left. Xia Ni's matter was finally temporarily resolved. She had finally gathered her 2 wives from her past life. She was in a good mood. Chen Chen felt that he owed them both from his past life and was determined to make it up to them in this life. Thinking about how they both stayed by his side without leaving during his difficult times in his past life, Chen Chen felt that no amount of compensation in this life would be excessive. In the afternoon, Shi Pingzi returned to the central city in a hurry. The shop on the first floor where they originally lived as a family of 3 was still reserved for them. His sister-in-law came up to pass the message that Shi Pingzi needed him downstairs urgently. Chen Chen and his sister-in-law went downstairs together. As soon as they opened the door to the shop on the first floor, Shi Pingzi came up and gave him a bear hug. Hey, Xia Ranzi. Shi Pingzi had recently become a team leader and was becoming more and more casual with Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen knew his character from his past life. Shi Pingzi only treated his trusted brothers without any formality. Hey, let's get to the point. Being hugged by Shi Pingzi like that, Chen Chen felt that his 2 panda eyes could at least wear D-cup bras. It was uncomfortable. But it would be great if Xia and I had that cup size too. Ha ha, this time it's a big deal, let me tell you slowly. Shi Pangzi excitedly pulled Chen Chen to sit on a long wooden chair on the side. Come on, give Fat Brother a cigarette, Fat Brother will tell you slowly. Chen Chen casually threw him a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Get to the point quickly, stop beating around the bush. Shi Pangzi took out a cigarette, lit it for himself, and without caring about Chen Chen, he began to talk incessantly. 2 days ago, Shi Pangzi brought in 450 bottles of Maotai liquor through Chen Chen. To be honest, at that time, due to the atmosphere, Shi Pangzi's emotional performance, Chen Chen and Wei Lan's cooperation, and other factors, most of the people in the caravan were a bit confused. Later, when the central city promised to give them 450 bottles of Maotai liquor in one go, some of the caravan leaders were actually a bit uneasy. After all, most of their assets were at stake. They felt uncertain. However, in that situation, since the Caravan Alliance took the initiative to approach the central city, and the central city finally agreed to sell it, they didn't dare to back out. After buying it with a heavy heart, most of their assets were depleted. These merchants began to worry, even more than Shi Pangzi. That day, after returning, the Caravan Alliance leaders held an all-night brainstorming session. In one night, they came up with a strategy to quickly raise the price of Maotai liquor. In this process, Shi Pangzi wasn't even the main force, he just needed to assist them. So, yesterday and this morning, in just a day and a half, Maotai liquor produced in the central city has already risen to 58,000 bullets per bottle. And now, on the outskirts of the central city, there are already more than 20 large and medium-sized adventure teams that have spontaneously started to purchase Maotai at high prices. Ran, you must trust me this time. In the end, Shi Pangzi grabbed Chen Chen's hand with some excitement. Now, give me another 10 million, and we will set up a trap within a trap for them. The fastest in 1 week, the slowest in 2 weeks. With your 10 million, I can at least make it grow 8 times. 10 million bullets is not a small amount. In the only super meteorite in the city of Chuncheon, there are only over 3 million bullets. Shi Pangzi, Chen Chen also understands him. Loves to talk big, superficially deep, and has a restless temperament, eager to prove himself. From the fact that he can ask for 10 million bullets as soon as he opens his mouth, you can see his scheming. If Chen Chen didn't know his character from his past life, he would dare to ask for 10 million, and Chen Chen would dare to give it to him directly. But to be fair, Shi Pangzi's character is not a big problem, and his ability to deceive people is indeed quite impressive. Inside the shop, Chen Chen smoked and contemplated for over an hour. After all, this is 10 million bullets. It's been an hour, have you figured it out? Shi Pangzi thought his plan was flawless, seeing Chen Chen hesitating, which irritated his restless nature. He paced back and forth in the room for over an hour checking his WeChat steps. Finally, he brought a chair over, sat down in front of Chen Chen, and said, So, 3 million bullets, you give me 3 million bullets first, and I will show you the results within a week. How about that? 3 million is fine. Chen Chen was quite straightforward with this number. I'll give you 3 million bullets first, and later I'll have Wei Lan transfer it to you. By the way, do you have a spaceman in your team now? After all, the task of handling Maotai liquor has been entrusted to him. So far, he has done quite well. Yes, we have 3 spacemen in our team. Hearing Chen Chen finally agree, Shi Pangzi breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but complain. Ran, I have to tell you, your vision is still too narrow. My plan this time is flawless, it's impeccable. I explained it clearly to you, but look at you? Hesitating for over an hour, acting like a woman. This guy is really floating now. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Shi Pangzi, do you remember the 3 consecutive days of over 70 degrees high temperature? I remember, what about it? Shi Qianqi lit a cigarette and lay back on the chair. But since it was brought up, he also complained, damn, I can't forget it in my whole life. I happened to be buying fresh meat at that time. For 3 damn days in a row, luckily there was a small cold storage in the fresh meat section, otherwise all the fat on me would have been squeezed dry. What's the matter? Why are you asking about this? Chen Chen chuckled, did your wife tell you how she got through it? Her? She did mention it to me, saying you gave her an ice maker, she remembers your kindness. Seeing that Shi Pangzi still didn't get the point, Chen Chen decided to make it clearer. He said, so, when I gave your wife the ice maker, what was she wearing at that time? Leaning back in his chair, Shi Pangzi suddenly froze. After blinking and thinking for a few seconds, his face turned green all of a sudden. His wife had told him that Chen Chen could see at that time. Damn it! Chen Chen, you're so damn sneaky. You dare take advantage of your sister-in-law. Shi Qianqi was furious. But he was just a light-bearer, and he knew he couldn't beat Chen Chen. So he could only humiliate Chen Chen verbally. Chen Chen likes to see him in a helpless state. Let you float. In the next 10 minutes. Shi Qianqi criticized Chen Chen fiercely in terms of human nature and morality,
but Chen Chen seemed completely indifferent, showing a fearless attitude.
Damn!
In the end, Pangzi had no choice but to reach out and grab the soft Zhonghua cigarettes in front of Chen Chen, put them in his pocket to cut losses.
Then he felt a little discouraged and said, "Forget it, I won't lose anyway."
At this time, at the door. Just now, Pangzi's voice criticizing Chen Chen in the room was a bit loud, and sister-in-law Guahui's problem was that she was afraid of officials. Hearing Qianqi cursing in the room, she was afraid that the two would fight again. At this moment, Chen Chen noticed that at the door, sister-in-law Guahui gently opened a crack in the door and looked inside.
Pretending not to see sister-in-law, Chen Chen asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean? What do you mean you didn't lose?"
Hey! Pangzi was facing away from the door at this moment, perhaps thinking of something triumphant. He crossed his legs in front of Chen Chen, winked, and said, "Let me tell you, don't tell your sister-in-law, these days, fat brother, I have been buying Maodai liquor outside, but I haven't neglected my knowledge in the field of physiology, huh?" When Chen Chen heard the words, "Don't tell your sister-in-law," he understood. He hurriedly asked, "What physiology knowledge? Tell me about it?" Ha ha!
Qianqi looked proud, happier than eating honeycomb, and cleared his throat, saying, "Let me tell you, just these days, those little girls who actively threw themselves at me, there were not 100, but 80, you didn't see, they were so tender, a pinch would make them wet." Chen Chen's expression was serious, and he said seriously, "In that case, you are a bit sorry for your sister-in-law." "Ha, you don't understand my strength."
Knowing that Pangzi was in the mood to boast, Chen Chen decided to flatter him a bit and let him fully boast.
"I really don't know, tell me, what strength do you have?" Chen Chen looked humble and eager to learn.
"Leaving aside other things, let me tell you one thing." Pangzi patted his chest and said, "Before the apocalypse, I was known as the three-legged golden crow on Dongqing Street.
You can go to Dongqing Street and ask around. As long as you mention my nickname three-legged golden crow, those big girls and young wives, who wouldn't be weak in the knees? So, I'm not bragging. With my strength, your sister-in-law wishes I would go out and find a few more little girls to avoid bothering her when I come home." Chen Chen felt that Pangzi's boasting had reached its peak. If this continued, the scene might become a bit cruel. Sister-in-law might become a widow. Chen Chen couldn't bear it and said, "Alright, let's not talk about sister-in-law. She has worked hard with you for so many years, it's not easy." But obviously, the boasting had just begun, and Pangzi was still not satisfied. "Not easy? Not easy for what? Do you know, Ranzi, how many young girls wanted to throw themselves at me back then? Honestly, with your sister-in-law's figure, she's like that thing that stole the cassock in Journey to the West. I married her purely out of charity." At this point, the shop's door had already opened, but Pangzi was oblivious. Chen Chen noticed that a few days ago he had hired a group of welders to modify the car fleet. There might have been some leftover steel bars, and sister-in-law somehow got hold of one. At this moment, sister-in-law was holding a steel bar and walking towards the room step by step. Pangzi continued, "You don't know, back then your sister-in-law's father asked for an 88,000 dowry. I spat in that old man's face. That old guy wiped his face and immediately decided not to accept the betrothal gifts. He even invited me for a drink that night." Chen Chen silently stood up and signaled to Qianqi, "Turn around." "Turn around? Turn around for what?" Qianqi was just getting excited when Chen Chen asked him to turn around, so he turned around and saw someone stealing the cassock, staring directly at him. Chen Chen walked out of Qianqi's shop. The first-floor acquisition hall outside was bustling with noise. However, there was no commotion coming from Qianqi's house. It was too miserable. When Chen Chen came out of Qianqi's house, many people had already noticed him in the first-floor hall. Soon, more than a dozen people wanted to come and talk to Chen Chen, but before they could take a few steps forward, dozens of female team members immediately stopped them in their tracks. A squad of 10 female team members quickly ran to Chen Chen's side. 5 provided close protection, and 5 cleared the way. More people then noticed the situation. In the first-floor hall, 50 female team members on patrol, including those selling goods behind the counter, noticed the leader's situation and stopped their work, raising high-tech rifles. In an instant, the first-floor hall was filled with tension. Chen Chen didn't want to cause such a big disturbance. If Qianqi hadn't urgently sought him out today, he wouldn't have come downstairs often. As for the leaders who wanted to discuss acquisitions or sell goods to him, Chen Chen was now too lazy to deal with them. He left everything to Wei Lan to handle. Up to the 3rd floor. There were currently 500 young ladies on the 3rd floor undergoing combat training. The scene was very intense. It was more brutal than women's wrestling. Many young ladies had even started fighting shirtless, their eyes bloodshot. On one side of the training ground, dozens of injured female team members lay on the ground, while Ning Ro and a dozen female doctors were bandaging them. "Captain, Since he was here, Chen Chen walked over to the injured area and gave them some fruit rolls. The dozens of young ladies lying on the ground, no matter what injuries they had, immediately stood up straight and saluted when they saw Chen Chen approaching. The female doctors also put down their work and faced Chen Chen. Only Ning Ro, upon seeing Chen Chen, immediately turned her body towards the wall and dared not look back. During the days of the toxic rain incident, this female doctor clung to Chen Chen every day, calling him dad when sleeping. But since waking up, she hadn't spoken to Chen Chen again. Chen Chen was now too lazy to pursue the matter with her and would talk to her properly when he had time. Back in the dormitory, Wei Lan and Gu Tong were waiting for Chen Chen. From the opening of the central city until precisely 12 noon today, Wei Lan's recorded turnover had exceeded 120 million. The specific number was 189 million. However, the expenses for acquisitions in these days were also astonishing. During these days, the central city had acquired 1357 high-tech rifles, costing 87.85 million bullets. They also acquired 855 high-tech pistols, costing 8.55 million bullets. The total expenditure was 76.4 million bullets. Adding the acquisition of cars, energy crystals, fruits, vegetables, etc. The consumption of various supplies had reached 85.17 million. Excluding the 15 million bullets taken by Yin Cheng and the others, the team now only had 11.72 million bullets left on the books. However, those meteorites that Wu Yu and the others searched for a few days ago had not been opened yet. Most of them were in Chen Chen's space or in the spaces of several young ladies. That was also a very terrifying number. If they were all excavated, it would be at least over 1 billion bullets and thousands of high-tech rifles, all accounted for. Currently, Chen Chen's team had over 2,000 high-tech rifles. In the previous life, even the most powerful lady adventurer team had at most around 500 teams. In just a few dozen days, the team's size has exceeded the total of the 4 major adventurer teams from the previous life. Faster than Chen Chen expected. These are all good news. However, there is also one troublesome matter. Wei Lan reported. Just at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the central city has officially stopped purchasing vegetables and fruits. The reason is that there are not enough space people. These days, Gu Tong has recruited a total of 23 female space team members for the team, equivalent to 2,300 tons of space. But these days, the unlimited purchase of vegetables and fruits on the first floor. Already purchased various vegetables 875 tons, various fruits 766 tons. A total of 1,641 tons. Now we still have 30 space people captives, and the space girl you brought back from the 17th giant tree city. Wei Lan and Gu Tong just discussed how to deal with these captives. In the end, they still have to wait for Chen Chen to make a decision. Chen Chen asked, where are they now? On the day Wu Mor voluntarily surrendered, Chen Chen eventually brought back the space girl. However, he did not specify how to handle it, so Wei Lan has been hesitant to put things into her space. Gu Tong said, they are all in the miscellaneous room on the 3rd floor training ground. I have been sending people to watch them these days. Go down and see, take out the things in their space first. 3rd floor miscellaneous room. 30 space people captives, including 23 males and 7 females. Their belongings have not been confiscated yet. After Chen Chen walked into the miscellaneous room, he saw that everyone was tied up, especially their hands were restrained. In addition, there are 24 female team members armed with guns monitoring them 24 hours a day, and nothing unusual has happened. Release them. Several female team members came forward to untie them. Then Chen Chen used a method specifically for dealing with space people to force them to hand over all their belongings. The method is also very simple. Chen Chen took them to the training ground, found exactly 100 tons of goods in his own space. After they released all the goods, each person packed these 100 tons of goods into their space. If they can all fit in, it proves that their space has been cleaned out, and they can survive. Soon, the 30 space people captives, from 13 adventurer teams, released all the assets of 13 large and medium-sized adventurer teams, space magazines, bullets, a total of 7,835,000 bullets, 37 high-tech rifles, 22 pistols, a total of 435 energy crystals were found. Energy crystals, combined with the team's purchases these days, have reached 5,388 crystals. After collecting these items, Chen Chen left Wei Lan and Gu Tong to send the 23 space people on their way. He returned to his dorm alone, closed the door. Then he released all 5,388 energy crystals, covering the entire conference table. These days, there were no crystals at the beginning, but then he went to find Wu Mor and Xiaonan, and nothing was left.
However, Chen Chen always remembered that he still had 2 time and space shuttle skills that he had not used yet. Space shuttle skill, past. Past, shuttle through time and space, back to a certain point in the past. The first use consumes 1000 energy crystals, the second use consumes 10,000 energy crystals, and the third use consumes 100,000 energy crystals. Space shuttle skill, future. Future, shuttle through time and space, go to a certain point in the future. The first use consumes 1000 energy crystals, the second use consumes 10,000 energy crystals, and the third use consumes 100,000 energy crystals. Headache. Been thinking for 3 hours. Chen Chen has drunk 5 cans of coffee, but still hasn't made up his mind. Past, future. Which one to go to first? Back to the past. Chen Chen's current space has a storage capacity of 1000 tons, undoubtedly can reap a wave of coolness. Or should I say, it should be a wave of super coolness. Recently, the turnover of the central city has exceeded 120 million. However, the consumption of edible salt, including edible oil and various sauces, is extremely astonishing. The report brought by Wei Lan today shows that the demand for edible salt remains high even after 3 consecutive price increases. The team's storage capacity is now seriously insufficient, less than 5 tons. Using the space shuttle technique to go back in time. Chen Chen's understanding of this skill is just to go back to a certain point in the past. It could be yesterday or even back to the ancient Jurassic era. In other words, the timing of the space shuttle technique is random, and he can't control it. He also doesn't know how long he can stay after going back. However, seeing the opportunity to go back a second or third time, Chen Chen estimates that this time won't be too long. At least it shouldn't be another rebirth. By shuttling back in time, Chen Chen has temporarily thought of 4 possibilities. One is to go back to the first day of the blind apocalypse, where nothing happens, and his 1000-ton storage space can definitely reap a wave of super coolness. By the way, he can also strategize with Yin Qing, who has no skills. The second is to go back to an era of peace and prosperity. But collecting supplies in a peaceful era requires money. His flash skill also has limitations, only usable within a radius of 1 million square meters, and the effect lasts only 1 hour. He could flash into a bank, but he doesn't know which time point it is. If it's a decade ago, it's fine, as paper money was still widely used. If it's the period before the apocalypse, people using a lot of cash are rare. If he attracts government attention, there might even be a danger to his life. But there are ways, just more troublesome. By the way, he can also strategize with Yin Qing, who has no skills. The third is to go back to the Ming Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, 3 Kingdoms, or even the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. This is more troublesome. In these dynasties, his advanced rifle would be absolutely invincible. He could easily kill tens of thousands of soldiers in minutes. But the amount of supplies he can bring back is very limited. By the way, he can also strategize with Diaochan. Chen Chen believes that even with Lu Bu and Liu Bei, they wouldn't stand a chance against his advanced rifle. Finally, there is a possibility he least wants to encounter. If he travels back to the Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, or similar periods, he would only be able to play with dinosaurs. Perhaps he could only bring back 1000 tons of dinosaur meat. Strategize. What a joke. So going back in time, everything is unknown and uncertain. It's really a headache. On the other hand, the future. Chen Chen is now thinking mostly about the future. What will the future Earth be like? Will humanity go extinct? Perhaps there will be a third sky-splitting event, a third doomsday? The first sky-splitting event turned the world blind, with the sky a bloody red. Red-hot rain, red snow. The second sky-splitting event, a jungle doomsday, with the sky a dark green. Mutant insects, mutant plants. The third sky-splitting event. Now, not just Chen Chen, but many survivors are speculating. It's very likely that Earth will experience a third, fourth, fifth sky-splitting event, until all survivors on Earth are extinct. Perhaps there will be a seventh, eighth, ninth sky-splitting event. In the end, the sky might be nothing but endless darkness. Perhaps the final sky-splitting event will be when the Earth explodes completely. And if there really is another doomsday. Chen Chen also wants to know what the next disaster will be. If you could know in advance what the next doomsday will be, you could get ahead of everyone and prepare in advance. You can also use this information to strengthen the power of your troops in various ways. Perhaps you can completely control the capital of tens of millions of people before the end of the world. Of course, it depends on what this information is, or how many pieces of information there are. Only then can you decide how much benefit it will ultimately bring to you. In the end, whether in the past or the future. In Chen Chen's understanding of skills, it should all be parallel dimensions. That is to say, it will not have any impact on the current world,
But what Chen Chen is not sure about is whether this future will develop according to the situation of the previous life or the situation of this life. If it is the previous life, the central city will not appear. But if it is this life, after fully understanding what the future will be like, one's team has become, perhaps it can nip hidden dangers, risks, etc. in the bud. Of course, you can also take a look at Wu Yuer, Gu Tong, Wei Lan, Ning Ro, and other women to see if they have been eaten by yourself in the future. But for now, there is one last thing that Chen Chen hasn't figured out, whether he goes to the past or the future. Is it soul transmigration or body transmigration? If it is soul transmigration, using past skills, it should all be after one's own birth, without any problems from other dynasties, and there will not be a second self. Of course, it is not ruled out that Chen Chen will transmigrate into someone else's body. Now, it's all unknown. If it is body transmigration, there may be a second self. But the uncertainty increases, because he can cross any timeline. In addition, whether it is soul transmigration or body transmigration, no matter which timeline you go to, if you conquer a lady, does it count as putting a green hat on yourself? It's quite exciting to think about. So, these two spatial shuttle skills now. There is too much uncertainty. It's really a headache. Chen Chen, are you still not sleeping? The room is so smoky as if it's on fire. In front of the conference table, Chen Chen looked at the table full of energy crystals. He didn't feel how much time had passed, but looking at the clock, it was already 11 o'clock at night. On the big bed, Yin Qing has not been home these days. Yu Jing and Xia and I just took a hot bath together. At this moment, the two women are wearing camisole silk pajamas, one red and one white. The four white thighs were dazzling and dizzying. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen suddenly felt that the past, the future, and so on, can be discussed later. Get out of the way, Chen Chen. You go take a shower first. Are you crazy? Don't touch me. Gu Tong is still in the bathroom, you should wait for her to leave. Cough cough cough. Xia and I don't want this husband. I give him to you, take him away quickly, cough cough cough. I don't want him either. The author has something to say. Today, it should still be around midnight. The next morning, when Chen Chen woke up, there was no one beside him. There was the sound of water in the bathroom. It should be Gu Tong preparing a bath for himself. She is very considerate. Knowing that he worked hard last night, the energy crystals on the conference table are still there. Chen Chen got off the big bed and walked towards the bathroom, thinking of asking Gu Tong to wash the sheets from last night later. Sleeping on damp sheets often leads to illness. Chen Chen walked to the bathroom door, listening to what sounded like Wei Lan's voice. What is she doing in there? The bathroom door was closed. Chen Chen opened the door and looked inside. Just saw, in the large bathtub, Gu Tong was scrubbing Wei Lan's back, and Wei Lan was holding two pandas, lying on the edge of the bathtub, with two big eyes staring straight at the door. Locking eyes, Chen Chen casually closed the door. At this time, one must not panic, whoever panics is wrong. Chen Chen. Inside the bathroom, Wei Lan's voice suddenly raised a few notches. Chen Chen casually opened the door again. What's up? Get out. Wei Lan also did not expect that he would open the door to take a look again. Angry as a panda. Gu Tong was fine, she had been hiding behind Wei Lan. When Chen Chen closed the door again, she stood up and sighed lightly. Forget it, he usually watches us on the third floor training ground. If he hasn't seen 1,000, he has seen 800. Now we are used to being watched by him. She was too embarrassed to say. When Chen Chen went to the third floor training ground, those training girls all wanted to get close to him. None of them were afraid of being watched by him. Under the influence of that environment, Gu Tong felt that she had no shame. But at this moment, Gu Tong may not have realized it yet. Wei Lan was just pretending to be angry, most of it was for her to see. If Wei Lan was alone in the bathtub today, without anyone else, she would probably keep staring at Chen Chen like this. What else would he dare to do? Chen Chen came to Wei Lan for a serious matter today. He casually called a girl to bring breakfast. After finishing breakfast at the table, the two girls had not finished bathing. They were both very free today? Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. There was no sound inside the bathroom. Chen Chen opened the door and saw the two girls stepping out of the bathtub. This time, they were calm upon seeing Chen Chen. There was no cursing. Chen Chen casually closed the door again. In a while, the bathroom door opened a crack. Gu Tong shielded the two pandas with one hand, and poked out half of her body, saying, Captain, please go to the public towel cabinet and get 2 towels, the light yellow one is mine, and Wei Lan's is red. Chen Chen's independent bedroom was over 300 square meters. There was a small meeting room, a conference table, a dining table, a writing desk, 3 large beds, etc.
Around were wooden wardrobes, shoe cabinets, and cabinets specifically for towels and bath towels. It was spacious, with a lot of empty space.
Chen Chen went to get 2 towels to give to Gu Tong.
After taking the towel, her bright eyes stared at Chen Chen for 3 seconds before closing the door. The 2 girls came out and saw that Chen Chen had cleared a space on the conference table. There was something serious to discuss. Wei Lan also calmed down her emotions. But soon, she was surprised. What? You want me to buy a bank card with 1,000 bullets? Not only Wei Lan, but Gu Tong was also surprised. Chen Chen found them with such seriousness just to buy a bank card? Before the apocalypse, Gu Tong was a lawyer. When lawyers encountered very unreasonable things, they might think deeply. Gu Tong even felt that Chen Chen might be looking for trouble. While Yin Qing was not at home, he came to test her in Wei Lan, and when Yin Qing returned, the situation would be irreversible. Otherwise, she couldn't understand why Chen Chen wanted to buy bank cards. Chen Chen emphasized, I want you to buy bank cards with 1,000 bullets, with at least 10 million in the card, not just any card. Also, when buying these bank cards, you too must understand clearly whether they were really wealthy before the apocalypse. And after taking their bank cards, don't let them go immediately, at least let them stay in the central city for a while. When I say to release them, then you can let them go. After some thought, Chen Chen added, the more bank cards, the better. 1 bullet for 10,000 yuan, pay them as many bullets as the balance in the card in millions. Wei Lan asked in surprise, Captain, let me confirm again, you want me to buy those bank cards from before the apocalypse? Yes, the kind that can withdraw money, transfer, and swipe. Stop giving them the opportunity to ask questions. Chen Chen glanced at his watch, it was almost noon. He said, Wei Lan, go downstairs now and release the message. It's best to have all the bank cards collected before tonight. If there are more than 10 million, it's not too much. 5 million, or even 2 million or more, are all acceptable. Collect as many as possible. Got it. I'll release the message now. Wei Lan got up and left without saying more. Since it was a serious matter, she adopted a work attitude. And since Chen Chen didn't want to say what the bank cards were for, she wouldn't say more. As for the matter of Chen Chen just seeing himself taking a bath, when it's not time for serious matters, she'll find him to discuss it properly. At least find out what he wants to do. Wei Lan left, leaving only Gu Tong alone. She wasn't one to talk much either. After pouring Chen Chen a cup of coffee, she returned to her seat, waiting for Chen Chen to assign her a task. Chen Chen got straight to the point. How many trustworthy space travelers do we have in the team now? Space shuttle skills. Whether traveling back to the past or forward to the future this time, Chen Chen planned to release some of the resources in his space. And the resources in his space were basically core resources of the team. So it was necessary to find trustworthy space travelers. And there had to be trustworthy people watching over these space travelers. As for Gu Tong and Wei Lan, currently, Chen Chen actually trusted Wei Lan more. Space travelers have always been my key focus for assessment. When it came to work, Gu Tong's attitude was very serious. After careful consideration, she replied, originally, we had 23 space travelers in our team. Yesterday, the 7 female space travelers who were captured were also brought into the team and are currently under strict supervision. In addition, there is the little girl named Xiao Xiao that you brought back, among these people. At this point, Gu Tong's expression became solemn again. She didn't continue, but took out a small notebook and flipped through it page by page. After flipping through it for over 10 minutes, she closed the notebook and solemnly said, among the current 31 space travelers in the team, I personally believe that 15 of them are trustworthy, and I am willing to take responsibility for their actions. Since the last incident involving female team members vying for power, Gu Tong had been extra cautious in selecting female team members. Chen Chen was very reassured that she personally vouched for them. However, he still took the notebook and looked through it again. After carefully reviewing the situations of the 15 space travelers, from their family backgrounds before the apocalypse to their performance after joining the team, Chen Chen talked with Gu Tong for over an hour before personally seeing her off. Returning to his desk, Chen Chen also took out a notebook. He recorded all the questions he could think of as much as possible, this time using space shuttle skills. It could be a second, or it could be months, or even years. Uncertain. And after he left, he had to ensure that there would be no trouble in the central city before Yin Qing returned. The author has something to say, recently, work has been busy, so I haven't read the comments much. Also, the pace is picking up, guess which doomsday it is. This chapter is a super long chapter of 5,212 words, 2 in 1. 5 p.m. 5th floor cafeteria in the central city. Dozens of senior team members were supervising 500 new team members going upstairs to have lunch. Today, their performance was not good, and 7 girls couldn't hold on and were driven out of the central city.
Those who voluntarily gave up couldn't even take the basic clothes provided by the team out.
When they were driven out of the central city, they were left with only underwear. And they were driven out of the central city with tens of thousands of eyes watching, wearing only underwear. Today, perhaps other people were also influenced by them, and their performance was not good.
Gutong punished them with 8 sessions of combat training. Each session is 30 minutes, so 8 sessions is 4 hours. Therefore, they didn't eat lunch until 5 p.m.
They had 20 minutes to eat, and after eating, they had to go upstairs for an additional 8 sessions of combat training. When they went upstairs, each girl looked like a walking corpse, with only underwear on and wounds wrapped in bandages made of cloth scraps all over their bodies.
Silence filled the air.
500 people sat quietly in front of the cafeteria tables, waiting for today's meal. Today was also the old team members' weekly meat day, with a total of 8 dishes, 4 meat and 4 vegetarian, and each person also received a 5-pound fruit voucher. The fruit voucher could be exchanged for fruits at any time from the space personnel. The 4 meat dishes were beef and radish soup, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and cabbage stewed with pork belly.
Chen Chen's standard for them was 2 pounds of raw meat per person.
With over 200 old team members, on meat day each week, they consumed almost 500 pounds of raw meat. In the future, if the team expanded to 2,000 girls, they would need 2 tons every week. The cafeteria now smelled fragrant. This morning, the probationary girls already knew that today was the old team members' meet day. This day of the week was the most difficult for them to endure. However, it was also the day they looked forward to the most. As long as they survived the 3-month probation period and passed the final 2-to-1 assessment, they would be able to enjoy the same treatment as the old team members. Currently, they had to complete 16 sessions of combat training every day, while the old team members only needed to do 1 session when they had no tasks, leaving them with 23 hours and 30 minutes to do whatever they liked: playing cards, reading, chatting, sleeping. They could also eat meat for 4 days a month and receive 30 pounds of fruit. Additionally, they received sanitary pads, toilet paper, chili sauce, sausages, canned pork, canned beef, and even new clothes, shoes, quilts, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, and shower gel. These were things the new team members had never dared to dream of in the post-apocalyptic world. But now, there was hope. This was the biggest reason they gritted their teeth and persisted until now. The new team members had their own designated eating area, with over 500 people sitting silently in front of more than 100 tables, waiting for their meal. In the old team members area, there was laughter and chatter, with everyone happily chatting, gossiping, or playing cards. The scent of meat wafted over.
Ah, I've gained weight recently. Yeah, this meat is too fatty. Who wants it? I need to lose weight, or the captain might not like me in the future. Stop daydreaming.
Our captain likes them big like pandas.
Oh, what are you saying? At least I'm a B cup.
Huh, compared to Sister Mier's G cups, you're just 2 pits.
If you don't mention Sister Mier, can we still be sisters in the future? It's mealtime for the probationary members.
The female team members in charge of the kitchen brought out wooden basins. As expected, they were having saltwater boiled potatoes today. But having saltwater was already good. Outside, edible salt was a luxury. Even for saltwater boiled potatoes like this, at least 100,000 women outside the central city were envious of them. 4 wooden basins on 1 table.
The new team members sat upright.
However, today's 4 wooden basins surprisingly contained the same dishes as the old team members: beef and radish soup, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and cabbage stewed with pork belly. Shortly after, they were served 4 steaming bowls of white rice. The new team members looked at the food in front of them.
No one dared to move.
Maybe Guton came up with a new way to test their willpower.
If anyone can't resist eating, they might be thrown out of the central city the next second. Why aren't you eating? Downstairs, Gutong followed behind Chen Chen.
When they saw the team leader, all the girls in the cafeteria stood up at the same time with their hands behind their backs.
Sit down. Eat.
Gutong looked around and said, "The team leader sees that you have been training well these days, so the kitchen has prepared a meat dish for you today.
Now, sit down and eat. Also," Gutong continued, "the new recruits training is cancelled tonight.
This meal is unlimited and untimed. Later, each person will go to the logistics department to get a 5-pound fruit voucher." After Gutong finished speaking, the silent cafeteria immediately filled with the sound of many people swallowing saliva. This group of girls is definitely not weak. Anyone in their shoes, eating only saltwater potatoes every day and undergoing intense combat training, would probably be like them.
Eat. Seeing that everyone was still standing and salivating, without sitting down, Gutong said again, "What? Are you all full? Alright, the team leader has cancelled your benefits.
Now everyone follow me downstairs to continue training." Her words had just fallen, and the 500 girls immediately turned and lined up to leave. Gutong didn't expect that they couldn't tell she was just bluffing.
"Go back to your seats immediately. Sit down. Eat."
The 500 girls immediately returned to their seats. They all sat down but refused to touch their chopsticks.
In front of Chen Chen, Gutong felt embarrassed and couldn't help but raise her voice. "Can't you understand human language? I said eat."
The 500 girls remained indifferent.
"Eat." Gutong felt that even her panda was annoyed by them.
They were usually obedient during the day, but as soon as Chen Chen arrived, she couldn't control them. Mentally exhausted, she decided to leave the training to Wu Yuner in the future. She was only good at recruiting team members.
"Eat."
Suddenly, Chen Chen spoke, and as if the 500 girls had been waiting for him to speak, they all picked up their chopsticks and started eating eagerly. Today, Chen Chen intended to win over their hearts personally. He wasn't sure how long it would take for him to return using space shuttle technology. It was necessary to win them over in advance to prevent a sudden rebellion when they got their guns. This was only the first step in his plan to win them over today. The new recruits were still eating eagerly, and many of the girls were eating things they could only have before the apocalypse. Tears silently fell as they ate, but they endured and dared not cry out.
Rice accompanied by tears was swallowed down.
At this moment, Gutong walked among them and announced several more decisions made by Chen Chen. The first decision was that starting from tomorrow, all combat training for everyone would be reduced by half, with only 8 sessions of combat training per day. Upon hearing this news, all the new recruits put down their chopsticks at the same time. Everyone was incredulous and looked towards Chen Chen, and when he nodded, many of them covered their mouths. And this was only the first decision. Gutong continued to announce the team leaders' decisions. The second decision was that starting from tomorrow, they could enjoy the same food as the official female team members. Every day, there would be 4 stir-fried vegetables with oil and a chili soup with oil flowers floating on top. Unlimited supply. In addition, each person would receive a 30-pound fruit voucher every month. Article 3, the team leader decided that starting from tomorrow, the 3-month probation period will be reduced to 1 month, and the 2-choose-1 system personally formulated by Gutong will be cancelled. Within 1 month, female team members who can complete 8 sessions of battle training every day. Everyone can become an official team member and enjoy all the benefits of an official team member. As soon as this news came out, this time, all the new team members couldn't control their emotions. They all stood up and looked at Chen Chen. The eyes, as if they wanted to eat him. Suddenly, several female team members ran towards Chen Chen, seeming to want to express something. With their lead, the remaining female team members also rushed towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen was having dinner and suddenly was surrounded by numerous young ladies. Fortunately, he had experience in this area. Calmly let them grab him for a few minutes. Gutong and some old team members separated them. Seeing that the effect of buying people's hearts this time was good, Chen Chen added another temporary measure for them. Starting tomorrow, they will have a continuous 3-day holiday. During these 3 days, they can participate in activities at the entertainment plaza on the 3rd floor. Playing cards, reading books, anything is fine. In short, these 3 days are completely theirs, and the team will not assign them any tasks. The 5th floor cafeteria was cheering. Looking at hundreds of young ladies and their passionate gazes, Chen Chen believed that as long as he beckoned tonight, these 500 young ladies would appear in his room together. Feeling that the effect of buying people's hearts this time was almost done, he ate something simple and returned to the 4th floor dormitory. In the dormitory, Yu Jingxianai had already cleaned herself up, changed into a white and red silk nightgown, and was playing Gamoku on the big bed. Wei Lan was writing and drawing at the conference table, with a stack of bank cards beside her. Judging from the situation, the atmosphere didn't seem very harmonious. Team leader, these are the bank cards you wanted. There are a total of 37 cards received, which can be overdrawn, totaling 1,770 million. Wei Lan had an official attitude, and when Chen Chen returned, she closed her notebook, handed the stack of bank cards to Chen Chen, and said, "Some of them are cards without passwords, and for the cards with passwords, I have already written the passwords on the back for you. In addition, these cards belong to 16 people, and they are all in a shop on the 1st floor. Do you want to kill them?" Chen Chen went down to the 1st floor with Wei Lan. At this time, there were not many people coming in to buy things. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, Chen Chen and Wei Lan entered the shop. In the shop, 16 middle-aged fat men were tied up. Chen Chen walked up, removed the tape from one fat man's mouth, and he quickly shouted, "I don't want it, Lord City, I don't want money. Lord City, please, let me go. I really don't want anything, please let me go." Wei Lan explained on the side, He was the chairman of a pharmaceutical company before the apocalypse. He said that there is 300 million in liquid funds in his 5 cards. According to our acquisition price, we need to give him 30,000 bullets, but he is asking for 3 million bullets. The chairman of the pharmaceutical company had been in business all his life. When he came to sell bank cards and saw that the acquisition personnel's attitude was still friendly, he had the idea of asking for a sky-high price and paying back on the spot. Slowly grind it out. Anyway, negotiation was his specialty. He was willing to sit down and negotiate with the central city for 10 days, or even a month. He had plenty of time to drag it out with the central city. It turned out to be almost as he had expected. When the female team members being acquired heard that he wanted 3 million bullets, they immediately said they couldn't make the decision. They invited him into the VIP room. Upon hearing the 3 letters VIP, the chairman instinctively smoothed his hair. These 3 letters were too familiar to him. It could be said that before the apocalypse, his life was spent among these 3 letters. From clothing, food, shelter, transportation, to even during work, he had his own chairman-exclusive VIP private elevator. Indeed, money could make the devil push the mill, even after the apocalypse. Although he didn't know what the central city wanted with his bank card, as long as they had demands, he had bargaining chips to negotiate with them. And he was very confident in negotiations. These young girls put together were not his opponents. Following the group of girls who were acquiring the company into the VIP private room, the chairman of the pharmaceutical company began to build his pre-apocalyptic momentum on the way, in order to overwhelm these young girls. He subconsciously started walking with his chest up and head held high, taking slow steps. He even regarded the girl who was acquiring Central City as those service personnel who guided him before the apocalypse. With an air of elegance and the aura of a superior, everything was ready. The girl acquiring the company personally opened the door for him, and as he walked in with a confident stride, he was met with the sole of a woman's earthy sports shoe. 7 female team members, including the guide girl, surrounded the chairman, forming a circle and kicking towards his face. The survivors who usually came to sell things were very polite. But since the leader instructed them to acquire bank cards today, they encountered nothing but these pretentious people. At first, they were infuriated, with the most exaggerated one claiming to have 30 million cash in his account, equivalent to 30 million bullets. If he was short of a penny, he would keep it as a memento. Later, when Wei Lan knew about this situation, she personally led them to kick him until his face bloomed with peach blossoms. They became familiar with this. When encountering such pretentious people, they kicked them directly in the face. Therefore, when Chen Chen saw these 16 chairmen and general managers, not one of them was thin. He thought they were originally all this fat. It turned out they were kicked. With great patience, Chen Chen once again asked for the passwords of their bank cards and meticulously recorded their pre-apocalyptic information and professions in a notebook. 2 hours later, Wei Lan stayed in the VIP room to see off these chairmen. Chen Chen returned to the dormitory alone. Yu Jing and Xia and I had already fallen asleep, and he also wanted to rest well tonight, so he went to sleep on another big bed alone. He had several dreams that night. In some, he returned to ancient times, wielding advanced firearms to storm the palace, overthrowing the dynasty and becoming the emperor, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, civil and military officials bowing down. It felt great. In others, he traveled to the future, becoming a giant guardian of the earth, toppling giant trees with a single kick, traversing every corner of the earth. He kicked down all the giant trees, then waved his hand towards the sky, making 2 huge cracks disappear. The earth returned to its pre-apocalyptic prosperity. Humans began to reproduce rapidly again. Billions of people knelt down in worship. It was also great. In the last dream, he couldn't quite remember. In the dream, it seemed like a woman was telling him to run fast. Never return to earth, never again. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Chen woke up dazed and smoked a cigarette. His mind was still a bit empty. After eating some high-sugar fruits for breakfast, he called Wei Lan, Gu Tong, Yu Jing, and Xia and I into the room and explained some things. He had to go out for a while, and the time of his return was uncertain. If Yin Qing came back before he did, he entrusted the future of the team to her. Finally, he called 15 space girls that Gu Tong could fully trust, and temporarily stored most of his supplies in their space. After everything was done, it was exactly 11:50 in the afternoon. Chen Chen signaled that they could all go out. The 15 space girls were led out by a group of female team members and closely guarded. Wei Lan and the other 3 women also left the room with their own thoughts. Yu Jing and Xia and I were a bit skeptical because they were the ones Chen Chen brought back from his outing. Did he still have a former girlfriend from kindergarten? Wei Lan and Gu Tong, on the other hand, seemed pensive. Chen Chen had just had them purchase bank cards yesterday, and today he was going out.
It was hard not to connect these two things. But where was he going exactly? Not far after they left, Weilan suddenly stopped in her tracks. She suddenly remembered when Chen Chen found them in the blind world and showed them the prophet's abilities. How could this be? Thinking of something, Weilan's eyes suddenly widened, and she turned back with an incredulous expression on her face. She looked at the tightly closed door of Chen Chen's dorm room. Meanwhile, inside the room, Chen Chen collected all the energy crystals on the full conference table into his space. He left behind 1,000 energy crystals. Then, with a thought, the little vortex in his body that had not rotated since awakening the new skill suddenly began to spin wildly. Each energy crystal turned into a milky white stream of air, disappearing into Chen Chen's hands. 997, 998, 999, 1,000. Until the last energy crystal on the conference table disappeared, Chen Chen suddenly saw a milky white color in front of him. The next second, he seemed to have completely lost all consciousness. Past or future? Chen Chen had been thinking about this question for the past 2 days. Going back in time. Undoubtedly, he could acquire a large amount of supplies. Currently, the demand for edible salt in the central city was insatiable, with less than 5 tons in stock. Soon, Chen Chen planned to take the convoy to the capital. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the pricing of edible salt was reasonable, he could sell as much as he wanted. In the future, Chen Chen's convoy could even dominate the capital city easily just by selling edible salt. He could even recruit 100,000 young and beautiful female team members in the capital city and purchase 100,000 high-tech rifles. He could be a local emperor in the capital city for a lifetime. Definitely more enjoyable than ancient emperors. But Chen Chen had a hidden worry. What if the jungle apocalypse was not the end of the world? What if there were a third, fourth, or even 10th crack in the sky in the future? Everything he had prepared could be in vain in an instant. Volcanic eruption? Earthquake? Tsunami? Perhaps in the next apocalypse, the Earth would be permanently frozen. -70 degrees, or even -170 degrees. Or maybe the next apocalypse would be a collision with a small asteroid. Or perhaps, the sun's gravity suddenly increased, and the Earth would fly straight towards the sun. If it was really like this, Chen Chen might have to equip a manned spacecraft in his space for this trip back in time. So, for the past 2 days, Chen Chen had been contemplating. He decided to go to the future first to see what would happen. If everything was peaceful in the future, then he would use space-time travel to go back to the past, continue to purchase edible salt, and continue to be a local emperor for a lifetime. There was still time. After all, he didn't have to choose between the two skills. He could have them all. It's just a matter of who comes first and who comes later. So even though he had acquired 7 billion bank cards, after careful consideration, Chen Chen still felt it was better to shuttle to the future. To see what would happen in this future. Where is this? Opened his eyes. Dozens of meters long dried leaves on the ground, hundreds of meters long dried branches. Is this the end of the jungle? Chen Chen quickly looked up. The sky, a dark green. Perhaps the sky was covered by the leaves of giant trees. At this moment, he couldn't see the cracked sky. Silence all around. Yellow fallen leaves everywhere. As far as he could see around him, no giant trees in sight, nor anything else. Just yellow fallen leaves and dried branches. Where is this exactly? Chen Chen took a few steps forward, stepping on fallen leaves making a crackling sound under his feet. Normally, even in the end of the jungle, there would be fallen leaves of this length, they would turn yellow, but there wouldn't be such large patches of fallen leaves dropping together on the ground. It felt like stepping on something crisp. It was like stepping on large potato chips. The dried leaves were ankle deep, walking aimlessly in one direction. Closed his eyes. Chen Chen wanted to check the items in the space. But in the instant he closed his eyes, the blood-red words in his mind 23 hours, 58 minutes, 11 seconds. Is this the time to go back? So, this space shuttle was only for 24 hours. Unknowingly, Chen Chen felt a panic in his heart. Although he didn't know why he was panicking. He subconsciously took a few steps forward, suddenly stumbled under his feet, leaned forward. Chen Chen quickly turned sideways, rolling several times on the ground covered with dried leaves. Crackling, a series of crisp sounds. What was it? It seemed like he had just stumbled over something hard under his feet. Getting up, looking around, it was still silent. The yellow dried leaves on the ground were crushed. Spit out the crushed leaves in his mouth. Chen Chen looked at the place where he had just stumbled, walked carefully over, bent down to search in the dried leaves. Plastic, and metal. Under a pile of dried leaves, he felt something like this. It seemed familiar. Chen Chen quickly touched it with both hands, trying to pull it out with force. His left hand seemed to touch something plastic, but his right hand seemed to touch metal. But he couldn't pull it out no matter what. What is this exactly?
Suddenly, Chen Chen had a thought, and the hard object in his hands disappeared, then fell heavily on the ground the next second. It turned out to be an 8-meter-high solar street light.
Chen Chen stared blankly for a while. An 8-meter-high street light, probably the height of a 3-story building.
Logically, this street light should not be exposed on the surface of the soil.
Unless the soil was thin.
But if the soil was thin, there shouldn't be only a street light exposed outside the soil. Before the apocalypse, tall buildings, even 3-story buildings in rural areas, should have been exposed by now.
Why was there only a street light? Where did this street light come from?
Chen Chen stored the street light in the space and continued to walk forward. It seemed like he stepped on something again. This time he walked forward very carefully. As soon as he stepped on something, he lifted his foot,
bent down, searching in the dried leaves. Plastic packaging bag.
Chen Chen pulled out a hairpin for girls from the dried leaves.
It was still wrapped in a plastic bag. There was nothing else, just a small hairpin.
Chen Chen frowned, his doubts increased.
Logically, this brand new hairpin shouldn't appear on the ground alone.
Moving forward, he found a stack of dollars under the dried leaves. Brand new $20 bills, still bundled. This was also something that shouldn't be on the ground.
However, this kind of outdated currency from before the apocalypse was still in use by the old Americans.
The people of Xia country rarely used paper money for payment.
Chen Shen's heart became more and more confused and gradually restless. What the hell is going on? Where are the people? Where is the giant tree city? On this earth, besides oneself, are all damn extinct? Speeding up his pace, Chen Chen walked forward quickly.
At the same time, he picked up more and more things on the ground.
There was also electricity, but he couldn't unlock the phone no matter what. Only a man's handbag with a small umbrella and a BMW car key, keychain, phone case, thermos cup, electric toothbrush.
In short, nothing should be on the ground in the jungle doomsday. And just then, just as Chen Chen was getting more and more restless, in the distance, it seemed to be behind a huge tree fork. Chen Chen suddenly heard a voice that he was extremely familiar with before the end of the world. His face changed color in horror. He slowly turned around. After a few minutes, Chen Chen walked to the front of the huge tree fork, reached out and put it into space. And at this moment, just behind this tree fork,
Vanguard No. DT-609.
Chen Chen never expected that what appeared in front of him this time was actually a train head from before the end of the world.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
The train head suddenly sounded 3 whistles. Behind him, countless crowds suddenly poured down from the rows of carriages, rushing towards Chen Chen frantically.
Bang! 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 Bang!
100,000 Space Magazine, high-tech rifles firing continuously.
Are they crazy? High-tech rifles are extremely powerful.
Chen Chen fired repeatedly, indiscriminately attacking, limbs and arms of the crowd on the opposite side flying everywhere, but the survivors behind continued to charge forward, completely fearless of death.
What grudge do I have with you? What the hell? It's like I've wiped out your whole family. I have to say,
Chen Chen was also shocked by the scene in front of him. After the end of the world, everyone is a desperado, but Chen Chen, who has lived for 2 lifetimes, is seeing such madness for the first time. He fought back while retreating. By this time, most of the hundreds of survivors on the opposite side had fallen, but the ones behind continued to charge forward.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The man on the ground flailed his limbs wildly, making strange hissing noises from his mouth. And this time, Chen Chen finally saw clearly.
Although this thing was not a zombie, it damn well didn't seem like a human survivor either.
The truck driver had intact limbs, dressed neatly, and his leather shoes looked freshly polished.
Everything seemed normal.
but his exposed skin was covered with dark red veins on his hands and face, as if they were about to burst at any moment. What the hell? What exactly is this? This thing was incredibly strong, and even though Chen Chen had been stepping on its chest with one foot for just over 10 seconds, he was starting to feel some strain, so he had to step on its neck. After being stepped on by Chen Chen, the thing began to thrash like a fish. Chen Chen exerted force under his foot, trying to prevent the thing from breathing, but it seemed completely unaffected. The thrashing speed increased. Suddenly, he thought of something. The high-tech rifle in Chen Chen's hand disappeared, replaced by a high-tech pistol. He stared at the thing under his foot for a few seconds, then aimed the pistol at its shoulder and fired. Bang bang! A small piece of bone burst out of the shoulder, but the thing was completely unaffected. Chen Chen then fired 2 shots at its heart. The high-tech pistol created a small hole in its chest, blood spurting out over a meter high, but the thing was still jumping around. Seeing this, Chen Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He was pondering 2 questions. First, this thing seemed to be like in the movies, only dying completely when shot in the head. Second, although the heart is a human's blood-supplying organ, ordinary humans shot in the heart wouldn't have such a high blood spurt. Unless the pressure inside this thing was extremely high, or the blood was flowing extremely fast in its body, this effect wouldn't occur. It wasn't killed immediately. Chen Chen now wanted to see how much blood this thing could shed. He stared at its chest, and after just over 10 seconds, the blood stopped flowing. Its limbs and other parts of the body were still moving. The wound hadn't healed, but the blood had stopped flowing. Chen Chen stepped on its neck with one foot, bent down to pull open the truck driver's shirt, and saw that the thing's belly was covered with densely packed blood vessels, with the wound already scabbed over. New blood vessels had grown around the wound, bypassing it and continuing to function. Bang! The final shot, Chen Chen aimed at the thing's forehead. This time, its limbs finally stopped thrashing. And Chen Chen still couldn't figure out why this monster had just manipulated the train whistle. Chen Chen didn't understand what operating the train whistle meant. Perhaps it accidentally hit a button. That was the only explanation for now. Bang! 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 Ahead, more bodies were rising, some with broken legs, crawling towards him. Chen Chen walked towards the train, reloading along the way, aiming for the heads. After dealing with all the monsters, he stood in the center of the bodies, surveying the surroundings. It seemed that as long as their heads were shot, their bodies wouldn't automatically grow new blood vessels, and the wounds wouldn't scab over. However, a green train, pulling a car full of monsters, the monsters' clothes were still clean, and the train body showed no signs of impact. If placed on the tracks, it might start running immediately. And all of this was happening clearly in the jungle apocalypse. Chen Chen couldn't understand. What the hell was going on? Why would a train appear intact in the jungle apocalypse? These monsters, judging by their attire, didn't seem like survivors of the jungle apocalypse. So where did they come from? And at that moment, a sudden music sounded from the group of corpses. Chen Chen looked around, followed the direction of the music, walked to a male corpse, and took out a cell phone from his suit pocket. Not a call, but seemed to be a recording alarm. After a burst of music, a little girl's voice suddenly appeared on the phone. "Daddy, today is Mommy's birthday, Daddy, today is Mommy's birthday, Daddy." Staring blankly at the phone, Chen Chen pondered. So, that means, these monsters, not long ago, just like himself, were all human survivors. No, maybe not survivors. Not long ago, they might have still lived in a peaceful world. Thinking, Chen Chen suddenly looked to the side of the green train. On it was written brightly with K8588, Lingzhou City, Antong City. The author has something to say. Tonight, it should be around 12 o'clock. Lingzhou City, Antong City. How could there be a train from Lingzhou to Antong? Chen Chen wiped his face with both hands, took a deep breath. This clearly was the city of Xia before the end of the world. The city of Xia before the end of the world. Then why would this train appear here? Racking his brains, Chen Chen really couldn't figure it out now. The train from before the end of the world appeared intact in the future jungle apocalypse. And the humans before the end of the world, in a peaceful era, suddenly all turned into monsters. Who the hell can come and tell me? What the hell happened? Bang! Suddenly feeling irritated, Chen Chen threw the phone towards the train. The phone shattered on the ground. At the same time, a high-tech rifle appeared in his hand. Chen Chen took a deep breath. He planned to go inside this train to take a look. Walked to the front of a train carriage. Bang 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 bang. The high-tech rifle smashed against the train's skin, no response. These monsters didn't seem to have any mechanism. Suddenly all got off the train. If they were zombies, they wouldn't be so clever. Or maybe, was the train driver just now the leader? Not seeing any ticket inspectors, Chen Chen directly stepped onto the train. Looked left and right, didn't see anyone. Still being cautious, he walked slowly into a train carriage. Those monsters just now, Chen Chen instinctively thought, should be capable of biting people.
Being bitten by a humanoid monster, the taste would definitely be unpleasant.
Green train, inside the carriage. Exactly the same as the train in Chen Chen's memory. Narrow aisle, green seats on both sides, 3 seats on one side, 2 seats on the other. Still remembered in the first semester of freshman year, it was on this green train that Chen Chen once gave up his seat to a pretty senior schoolmate.
Thought something indescribable would happen after arriving at the station.
But the senior schoolmate sweetly said thank you, and called her boyfriend over. The two of them sat like a stack of cans on Chen Chen's seat, and he stood next to them eating dog food for 4 hours.
This incident really left a psychological shadow on Chen Chen.
Since then, he has realized a truth: only senior schoolmates willing to bring their ID cards out for a meal are good senior schoolmates. The rest are all frauds.
Inside the carriage,
the luggage rack above was neatly filled with suitcases, and on the seat table were instant noodles soaked in hot water, not yet eaten. A fork was inserted in the instant noodles. Chen Chen pulled out the fork, seeing that the noodles had softened but not gone bad.
So these instant noodles had been soaked for less than 2 days?
Walking along the aisle, passing through several carriages, the situation was more or less the same. And at that moment, thud thud thud. Between 2 carriages, there was a sound coming from the restroom. Chen Chen walked to the door, saw the red occupied sign on the restroom door, and shouted, "If there's a living person, say something." Suddenly, there were bursts of roars inside, and the banging on the door became faster and more forceful.
With a click, the monster must have accidentally unlocked the door.
The doors of the train's restroom are pushed inward, as pushing outward might collide with passing passengers.
Chen Chen held a high-tech rifle and kicked the restroom door, stepping back a few steps. Before long, a female student stumbled out.
Her pants were still down.
She ran a few steps towards Chen Chen, then suddenly tripped.
Chen Chen stepped back with the high-tech rifle, and the student stood up again, ran forward, and was tripped by the jeans on her ankles. This repeated several times. After watching for a while, Chen Chen shot and ended the student's life.
Now, the incident of eating dog food for 4 hours made sense.
There were 23 hours, 31 minutes, and 25 seconds left on the countdown timer in his mind. He walked through 2 more train cars, nothing special. It was just like the pre-apocalyptic green trains. Although his mind was still full of question marks, Chen Chen knew he wouldn't find answers here.
He got off the train.
In front of him was an off-road vehicle covered in nails.
Chen Chen drove in one direction. Hundreds of monsters ran out of the crashed large passenger plane.
Chen Chen drove towards them. The monsters crazily chased after him, as if they had no physical limits. Chen Chen accelerated and managed to shake off the monster horde in a few minutes. He stopped and waited for a while, seeing that they didn't follow anymore. Chen Chen speculated that they might have a limited attack range. Once they escaped this range, they no longer pursued.
Similar to bugs. Just as he was thinking, a small wave of insects suddenly appeared in front of the car. Chen Chen was stunned. He thought this was a completely different apocalypse from the jungle doomsday. How could there still be insects?
A cockroach the size of an off-road vehicle flew up tens of meters high, and Chen Chen quickly drove around the insect wave. The insects were not as fast as the car. Driving a bit further, this time, Chen Chen found a fully enclosed Dragon brand heavy truck. The truck was labeled Zhongtong Express, another product from before the apocalypse. He got off, killed the driver, opened the truck's rear compartment, filled with delivery boxes. After closing the door and securing the truck, he continued driving forward. It seemed like he was entering a different area. Chen Chen saw a lot of living supplies on the ground, half a bucket of cooking oil, an Audi A8L, brand new flushing toilets, a dozen brand new latex mattresses. These completely unrelated supplies appeared conspicuously in an open space. Chen Chen got off, first collected a dozen double latex mattresses. Then he took the Audi A8L. Watches, LCD TVs, a box of toilet paper, a girl's leggings. Looking around and seeing no monsters or insects, Chen Chen was too lazy to collect more worthless items. He returned to the car and continued driving in one direction. There were 22 hours, 57 minutes, and 22 seconds left on the countdown timer in his mind.
Suddenly, there were tremors ahead. Like an earthquake. Chen Chen stopped the car, carefully sensing his surroundings. Confirming it wasn't an illusion, he got out of the car. The ground was slightly shaking. There was nothing special around, but the shaking under his feet continued. What was it? A high-tech rifle appeared in his hand, and Chen Chen searched around. Suddenly, on the left side of the off-road vehicle, Chen Chen saw 2 white thighs moving in front of him. The white thighs were there, but he slowly raised his head. The owner of these 2 white thighs was as tall as a 6-story building. This was unbelievable. Boom, boom, boom. It wasn't until he looked up that Chen Shen saw 4 giants fighting in midair. 3 identical female giants were attacking a male giant. Don't ask him how he could tell their genders at a glance. There are very obvious features. And at this moment, Chen Shen's expression froze. He suddenly remembered the dream he had last night. In the dream, it seemed like he had turned into a giant. The author has something to say, thanks to classmate Xia for the explosive updates, and also asking for a wave of small gifts, 5-star praise. Run! Dang! 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 Deafening, like 10,000 gongs ringing together. Dozens of meters away, Chen Shen looked at this scene in shock. He completely didn't understand what was happening in this world. Giants? Did they grow bigger, or did he shrink? However, those 3 identical female giants seemed to be able to speak. One of them seemed to turn around, letting their companions on the ground escape. Boom! Another loud noise. The male giant punched down a female giant, and the other 2 female giants, seeing this, became even more frantic in hitting the male giant. Dang! 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 The male giant's body shimmered with a brown halo. The female giant's fists hitting him could only push him back, while the male giant's fists hitting the female giant's body. Word direct hits. Stone-skinned people? Chen Shen was very familiar with stone-skinned people, but he had never seen such a big one before. What kind of world is this? Everything he saw now was completely beyond Chen Shen's expectations. Just then, the female giant who had just been knocked down suddenly sprang up again. Chen Shen only felt the ground shaking. Unsteady. But he saw the female giant grabbing 2 small figures, the 2 small figures spewing flames from their hands, this time forcing the male giant to retreat repeatedly. Sis! Run! I'll deal with him. The female giant's voice was like a bell, but the other 2 female giants shook their heads together. If you go, we go together. Roar! The male giant was forced to retreat by the flames, suddenly raised his head and roared, single-handedly holding off the flames, rushing towards the 3 female giants. Bang! Bang! 2 slaps sent the small figures flying from the female giant's hands. Lifting a foot to kick the female giant's abdomen, the female giant let out a piercing scream. A shocking scream. This scream almost blew Chen Shen's mind. It felt like all the bugs within a radius of 10 kilometers were going to be shocked to death by her. What the hell is this? Before he could figure it out, cars whizzed by in front of him. Which adventure team are you from? How did you end up here? A BMW motorcycle roared, skidding in front of him. Chen Shen saw a female rider, but he could only see her mouth moving, unable to hear what she was saying. Both ears were buzzing. But after recovering, Chen Shen suddenly realized that he had finally seen humans the same size as himself. Who are you? Where is this? Chen Shen was still a bit confused. Seeing this, the female rider got off the motorcycle, took out 2 cloth strips from her leather jacket pocket, and stuffed them into Chen Shen's ears. She waved her hand in front of his eyes and said loudly, "Hurry! They can't hold on much longer." Chen Shen shook his head. This time he seemed to hear clearly, but before he could speak, there were 2 more bang-bang. Loud noises. 2 extremely shrill screams. Bang bang bang. The ground trembled. The female rider in front of him was unstable on her feet, and she fell into Chen Shen's arms. She grabbed Chen Shen's ribs to stabilize herself, quickly looked back in horror. "Let's go! Hurry! It's too late!" She shouted in Chen Shen's ear, then ignored him, turned around and staggered to ride her motorcycle. Chen Shen finally encountered a group of survivors, and he had too many questions to ask. One grabbed the arm of the female rider, pulled her towards him, and shouted in her ear, "Wait here. I'll help you guys take him down." The female rider was pulled by the man's arm and brought in front of him. Feeling annoyed, she suddenly heard Chen Shen's words. Before she could react, the man in front of her disappeared. What's going on? The female rider turned in surprise, only to see Chen Shen appearing above the male giant's head at that moment. A heavy truck with Zhongtong Express suddenly appeared in midair. With a bang, it smashed down towards the male giant's neck. The male giant stumbled forward a few steps, then fell to the ground with a bang. As the heavy truck fell to the ground, Chen Shen swiftly caught it in midair. The next moment, he disappeared again. The male giant was suddenly ambushed, dazed by the impact of the several-ton heavy truck. Trying to stand up in that position was impossible. This repeated more than 10 times. Every time the male giant tried to stand up, a heavy truck would come crashing down on his neck. Despite being hit repeatedly, he kept trying to stand up. At this moment, Chen Shen also noticed something unusual. This didn't seem like a human survivor. It must be a monster. Fortunately, just as the 3 female giants who had been knocked down were helping each other stand up, they saw a small figure flashing in the air, repeatedly using a large truck to smash the male giant. The earth trembled. The 3 female giants hurried over, 2 pressing down on the male giant's hands with their knees,
while one circled above the male giant's head. "Leave it to us." The female giant above the head pressed down on the male giant's neck, while two tire-sized eyeballs curiously observed Chen Chen, who was now on the giant's back. This little guy was quite handsome. Before long, the male giant's body stopped moving. The three female giants almost simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Chen Chen, standing on the giant's back, suddenly felt three gusts of wind blowing from three different directions. Then, three doors opened in front of him. Shortly after, the female giant above extended a hand towards him, gesturing for him to come up. Chen Chen wasn't afraid, he could teleport away at any time. Besides, he wanted to know what kind of race these female giants were. After a moment's thought, he stepped onto the female giant's palm. The female giant lifted Chen Chen to her face, and her two tire-sized eyes carefully examined him. Suddenly, the female giant smiled and said, "Hello, little one, I'm Bai Yubing, the eldest sister." Then, the other female giant grabbed Chen Chen, examined him closely, and said, "Little one, I'm Bai Yushua, the second sister." Finally, the youngest female giant took Chen Chen from her sisters, curiously examined him for a while, and said, "Little one, I'm Bai Yushuan, thank you for saving us." The author has something to say. Another chapter will be around 12 o'clock. Sisters, they're coming. Bai Yushuan, still holding Chen Chen, suddenly heard the sound of a car engine behind her. Knowing that her companions had returned after seeing the danger was over, she carefully placed Chen Chen back on the giant's back. At the same time, the three sisters' figures shrank visibly at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Just a moment ago, they were three female giants weighing tens of tons each, but in the blink of an eye, three petite and lovely little sisters appeared around them. The three little sisters quickly ran and hid in the bend between the giant's shoulders and head before the group of people returned. The three huddled together, sitting side by side and hugging their knees, waiting for Jishi to come and bring them clothes. After killing the giant each time, they would wait in this position. However, this time the giant was a stone-skinned giant, and the three sisters narrowly escaped death. Luckily, this time a little guy saved them. Soon, the fleeing convoy returned. The BMW heavy motorcycle took the lead. The female rider jumped off the bike, looking at Chen Chen on the giant's back with a complex expression. After a while, she turned around, picked up a backpack behind the heavy motorcycle, and jogged to the side of the giant's ear. Several women followed suit, and the female rider led the three identical sisters around. In fact, Chen Chen felt that they were all unnecessary. They had just become so big. What hadn't been seen? However, he speculated in his mind that in this future, there were not only many creatures he had never seen before, but also many human survivors seemed to have acquired many skills. Just like these triplets, transforming into giants? In his 2 lifetimes, Chen Chen had never heard of such a skill. "Hey little guy, come down and walk with us." Among the triplets, the youngest sister, Bai Yushuan, spoke up. At this time, more than 200 survivors from the convoy got off the vehicles. 200 pairs of eyes were all fixed on Chen Chen. They were mainly curious, as they had never seen an awakened individual with such a figure floating in mid-air. And, releasing trucks in mid-air? Who is the leader among you? Chen Chen's figure flickered under the giant. "I am the temporary leader of our team." The female rider led the triplets to Chen Chen's front. After looking carefully at Chen Chen, she said, "Did you also escape from the Spring City?" Spring City? Chen Chen was taken aback. He had just walked this road and had not seen any giant tree clusters resembling Spring City. Now, he suddenly heard the female rider mention Spring City and asked, "Are you from Spring City?" "Yes, aren't you?" The female rider was slightly surprised. Now all the men were fleeing from Spring City, so why would there be outsiders running towards it? Hearing that they were indeed from Spring City, Chen Chen felt a little relieved. He was afraid he had teleported to a strange location. After some thought, Chen Chen asked, "Have you heard of the Central City?" "Central City?" The female rider frowned. "What is Central City? Are you from out of town?" Seeing their puzzled expressions, Chen Chen felt a chill in his heart. Any giant tree city near Spring City should know about Central City. So, wasn't this the world he established Central City in during his previous life? After pondering for a while, Chen Chen continued, "In Yangtze, have you heard of the Adventure Alliance?" If they hadn't even heard of the Adventure Alliance, then this time, he might have really teleported to a mysterious parallel dimension. That would be troublesome because he wasn't sure if the doomsday in this dimension was the same as in his own. Adventure Alliance? Upon hearing this name, more than 200 young men and women suddenly took a step back. Some men even raised high-tech automatic rifles. "Wait, he's a man." The female rider quickly stood in front of Chen Chen, signaling everyone to calm down. The triplets also ran over to stand in front of Chen Chen. After all, This little guy had just saved them.
The female writer raised her hands and said, "Don't be nervous, let me ask first." She turned around and looked at Chen Chen, asking, "Do you know Lady Yin? Or were you also driven out by her?"
Chen Chen looked at more than 200 people not far away, all looking wary, then glanced at the 4 girls blocking his way. He knew it wasn't the time to talk here, so he said, "I came from the capital city and heard survivors from the Spring City talk about this adventure group. Seems like they are quite powerful." Hearing this, everyone let down their guard, including the female writer too, who also breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. How could Lady Yin let a man join her adventure group, and he hadn't heard of him either?
"If you came from the capital, listen to me, never go to Spring City." Female writer 2 said, "Come with us first, I'll introduce you to the situation here." "Yes, little one."
The 3 sisters from the Bai family surrounded Chen Chen, 2 holding his arms, 1 pushing from behind. "Little one, listen to Sister Zishi, come with us first, we won't harm you."
Chen Chen's off-road vehicle was not far from here. "So cool."
"Yes, little one, the cars from your capital are so cool." The triplets circled the car covered in spikes a few times, then unceremoniously squeezed into the back seat together.
As for the female writer 2, she went to the back of Chen Chen's car, checked the license plate, saw it was a new car, then looked at Chen Chen, who said, "Get in my car." The female writer 2 waved for someone to come and ride away her BMW motorcycle, then finally got into the passenger seat next to Chen Chen. The convoy in front was moving slowly, and after Chen Chen got in the car, he followed the large convoy ahead. On the way, Chen Chen learned that they were heading to the giant tree city cluster in Donglio City. And one surprising news for him was that in this future timeline, Lady Yin's adventure group had completely occupied the 169 giant tree cities around Spring City and started driving away all male survivors. She wanted to establish a completely female country in Spring City.
The previous life scene Chang was indeed becoming more and more twisted. Hearing this news, Chen Chen looked surprised at the female writer 2 Captain Yi Jishi in the passenger seat, then glanced at the triplets in the rearview mirror. Yi Jishi knew what he wanted to ask and explained, "The 4 of us were originally members of Ladies' Adventure Group, but I couldn't stand Yin Qing's personality. The other 3 were noticed by the vice captain and wanted to take them as concubines, so we escaped together with those men."
Chen Chen now knew that this future timeline should be his previous life.
In the previous life, he died under stray bullets in the jungle apocalypse after only 6 months. So in this timeline, there wouldn't be another him.
Chen Chen asked, "Is the vice captain of Ladies' Adventure Group a man?" "No, it's a woman."
Yi Jishi glanced at him and explained, "She's a girl from the border area. These dirty things are quite common in our Ladies' Adventure Group, but we couldn't accept it."
"Yeah,
Sister Mir is pretty, but no matter how pretty she is, she's still a girl. It's so disgusting for girls to kiss each other." "Exactly, we didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing after joining the Ladies' Adventure Group."
"Agreed. Damn it. Chen Chen really didn't expect Wu Mir to have this kind of hobby. Damn it, wouldn't he end up wearing a green hat in the future?" Chen Chen decided he had to figure out a way back this time. But this matter could be put aside for now.
What Chen Chen most wanted to know now was how many times the sky had cracked, how many times the world had come to an end.
"The sky cracked? It's the 3rd time."
Yi Jishi casually answered at first, but then she was slightly stunned, turned her head slowly, looked at Chen Chen in amazement, and said, "Chen Chen, don't tell me you don't know how many times the world has come to an end now?"
"I know, how could I not know?"
Chen Chen knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. "I just want to know if our capital and your city are really the same."
"Is that so?"
Yi Jishi frowned, looking somewhat skeptical. Chen Chen continued to explain, "The first apocalypse in our capital is called the Blind Apocalypse, the second time we call it the Jungle Apocalypse, and the third time we call it the Zombie Apocalypse."
He casually made up a few more names and asked, "Do you call it the same here? Zombie Apocalypse? Ha ha."
Before Yi Jishi could answer, the 3 sisters in the back seat burst into laughter. "The first 2 times we used similar names to yours. The first time we called it the Blind World, the second time we also called it the Jungle World, but the third time, people in our Spring City call it the Mirror of the Sky. Yes, many of us also like to call it the Reverse World."
"Reverse World?"
Hearing this name, Chen Chen's heart suddenly skipped a few beats.
What does this mean? What is the Mirror of the Sky?
Thinking back to the train and the crashed plane he had just encountered, as well as the supplies scattered on the ground, and then thinking about those human-like zombies on the train, the stone-skinned giant he had just seen. So, are these
overlapping dimensions? If it's overlapping dimensions, why didn't he see any tall buildings, any structures at all? Chen Chen? Seeing Chen Chen suddenly silent, Yi Jishi asked, "Judging by your car, you have a team in the capital, right? Are you alone in Spring City this time?"
In fact, when Yi Jishi saw Chen Chen release a large truck in midair just now, she suspected that he was a space traveler who had escaped from a large adventure team. But she still couldn't understand why Chen Shen's abilities were still flashing around in midair. She had never heard of a dual-element awakened person, let alone one whose ability was this kind of flashing.
Sort of. Chen Shen focused on driving. He found it a bit abrupt to encounter these people just now, and he hadn't figured out what to say, so he casually said, "I have relatives in Spring City, and I came this time mainly to try my luck. But judging by your accent, why do you sound like a local from Spring City?"
The accents of Spring City and the capital are very different and easy to distinguish. Yi Zhishi had been suspicious of Chen Shen all along.
My accent?
I studied in Spring City,
Chen Shen suddenly didn't want to pretend anymore. Anyway, he would be going back in over 20 hours.
In this world where he only stayed for one day, he seemed to have no need to keep his secrets. After all, he would never come back to this world again, he was thinking.
Wait! Stop the car! Suddenly, at this moment,
all the cars in the convoy started honking. In the passenger seat, Yi Zhishi's face suddenly changed. She shouted, "The monsters from the reverse world are coming."
Chen Shen quickly hit the brakes. In the passenger seat and the back seat, several girls didn't say anything to him, they all jumped out of the car one after another. Monsters from the reverse world?
After getting out of the car, Chen Shen saw that all the cars in the convoy had stopped, and everyone was looking up at the sky in a daze. Chen Shen also looked up, but at that moment, he saw a scene that he would never forget. At this moment, the azure sky looked like a huge mirror, and within this mirror, another world was reflected.
Skyscrapers, bustling streets. Inside the mirror was a world full of flowers and prosperity.
But at the moment the mirror appeared, in the world within the mirror, all the people, vehicles, and everything else were enveloped by colorful halos, slowly rising into the air until they disappeared into the mirror, appearing in the jungle apocalypse. In the blink of an eye, huge halos appeared in the sky of the jungle apocalypse. From airplanes and trains to various building materials, from towels and toothbrushes to toilet paper. The sizes of the halos are all different, but they are all enveloped by halos, large or small, slowly descending towards the ground of the jungle apocalypse. In the world of mirrors, all normal humans, after passing through the mirror of the sky, suddenly have their bodies covered with blood vessels, making grotesque noises. They either turn into 5-meter-tall orc warriors or transform into giant humans over 20 meters tall. Watching these scenes, Chen Shen clenched his fists tightly. Now he finally understood how the hairpins, streetlights, toilet paper bags, and even airplanes and trains on the ground appeared in this world. Reverse world. Mirror of the sky. This is the third crack in the sky that he is about to face, the third apocalypse. Quick, get back to your car. Everyone must find a big tree within half an hour. Just then, the temporary leader of this team, Yi Zhishi, suddenly shouted loudly. All team members woke up as if from a dream and returned to their cars. Let's go! Yi Zhishi found Chen Shen, slapped him, then ran to the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, saying, "I'll drive. You sit in the passenger seat." The three twin sisters hurried back to the car, while Chen Shen, just recovering from his shock, saw Yi Zhishi driving his off-road vehicle to him. "Get in the car." After Chen Shen got in the car, he saw Yi Zhishi driving his off-road vehicle madly forward. They rushed to the front of the convoy. The monsters in the sky, at most, in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, they will completely land on the ground. Driving the car, Yi Zhishi explained, so we must find a big tree to climb within 10 minutes. A big tree? Why climb a tree? Chen Shen thought that although the humanoid monsters could automatically repair their wounds, they could still be killed by hitting their heads. With over 200 people, if they formed a circle with the vehicles and had 50 people standing on the roofs, they should be able to withstand this attack. Just himself had killed hundreds of humanoid monsters. Not climb a tree? Stay below and wait to die? Yi Zhishi looked at Chen Shen with a dumbfounded look. Her temper was a bit irritable now, with the three giant sisters trembling in the back seat. Their imposing manner as giants just now was completely different. Don't mind them, they have already used up their skills today. Yi Zhishi had already left the large convoy behind by several tens of meters, stepping on the accelerator crazily, and continuously honking the horn. Honking the horn was not to signal something ahead, but to report her position to the convoy behind. A few minutes later, in front of the windshield, Yi Zhishi saw a huge silhouette, and she was delighted. She quickly honked the horn and stepped on the brake. The off-road vehicle honked wildly, and a few minutes later, she saw the shadow of the large convoy in the rearview mirror. Yi Zhishi immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. This was a small tree with a diameter of over 100 meters. She stopped the car at the foot of the tree, turned to Chen Shen, and shouted, "Help me honk the horn," before jumping out of the car. Chen Shen was a bit nervous because of their actions. The three sisters in the back seat also got out of the car, and Chen Shen saw them starting to climb the tree. Soon, the convoy behind stopped in front of the giant tree. Yi Zhishi opened the car door and said, "Hurry down and climb the tree." Chen Shen casually stored the off-road vehicle in the space inside the car, stepped on the ground with force, and stood directly on the ground, while Yi Zhishi, perhaps pulling the car door too hard, suddenly lost her balance when the car disappeared. Chen Shen quickly stepped forward to support her slender waist. Yi Zhishi's black and white eyes glared at him fiercely, pushing Chen Shen's chest and saying, "Quick, climb the tree." At this moment, Chen Shen noticed that large pieces of leaves were falling down. It turned out that the dry leaves on the ground were actually being cut down by these halos. Climb the tree. Space people, collect the cars, distribute weapons, everyone climb the tree now. Hurry. Seeing that large and small halos were less than 10 meters above the heads of the crowd. Refrigerators, cars, washing machines, various brands, well-packaged clothes, cosmetics, and so on. Of course, there were also humanoid monsters screaming inside the halos. And at this moment, the last bus of the convoy had just stopped, and many young men and women were running down in a panic. Quick! Move faster! They're coming! Space people, go directly to collect the bus, don't care if there are still people on the bus. Yi Zhishi had not climbed the tree yet, and at this time, many humanoid monsters had already landed in front, roaring and rushing towards the crowd. "I'll cover the rear, you guys climb the tree quickly." Just then, Yi Zhishi suddenly rushed to the front of the crowd, raised her hands to the sky, and suddenly shouted, "Gale technique." The next second, the ponytail tied behind her head suddenly burst open, and her hair flew in the air. The author has something to say. Another chapter will be written soon, around 12 o'clock. For a moment, the wild wind danced around. Yi Zhishi's front was filled with swirling winds, sweeping around. Humanoid monsters, refrigerators, televisions, various clothes, shoes, cosmetics, and even cars, were all swept into the air by these hurricanes. "Climb up quickly. I can't hold on much longer." Another shout. Yi Zhishi's momentum rose again, and several small hurricanes appeared around her body again. However, it could be seen that this should be her limit. Chen Shen had climbed more than 10 meters on the giant tree, but the group of survivors who came up later bypassed him and continued to climb up. "Come up!" Above their heads, the triplet sisters noticed Chen Shen at this time and shouted down, "Chen Shen, why did you stop? Hurry up!" Chen Shen saw that it was the three of them and happened to have something to ask them. The bark under his feet was about 3 to 4 meters wide. Chen Shen took a few quick steps, jumped up, grabbed the bark under the feet of the triplet sisters with both hands, and immediately 6 small hands pulled down his head and 2 arms. "What kind of awakened person is your sister Zhishi?" After coming up, Chen Shen was still paying attention to the situation below. The hurricane controlled by Yi Zhishi was gradually shrinking. "Wind woman, don't you have one in Beijing?" The triplet sisters didn't know which one said that. Chen Shen saw 6 big eyes staring at him, then looked down, and at this time Yi Zhishi could no longer hold on. Suddenly, the momentum around her completely converged, turned around and ran towards the giant tree. But at this moment, just after the whirlwind she controlled, a more than 5-meter-tall orc suddenly roared out. The orc's steps were huge, roaring and about to catch up with Yi Zhishi in a few steps. At this moment, Yi Zhishi happened to turn around and saw a manhole cover-sized fist smashing down towards her head. "It's over." In a panic, Yi Zhishi's left foot tripped over her right foot, her light body pounced forward, and she saw the manhole cover-sized fist about to hit her head. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, a burst of gunshots, blood and flesh burst out from the orc's huge fist. Roaring to the sky, Chen Shen adjusted the muzzle, aimed at the orc's big mouth, and fired a burst of shots. Bang bang bang, ding ding ding. Bullets formed a line from the chin all the way up, flesh flying as they hit the orc's mouth, teeth being shot into its throat. Unable to bear the intense pain, the orc's huge body fell backward, and on the bark, Chen Shen shouted, "Don't just stand there, come up quickly." Bang 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 bang. There were at least 200 people in this makeshift team, but only Chen Shen was shooting. Chen Shen looked up at the crowd above and roared, "What are you all waiting for? Start shooting." No one responded from above. "Chen Shen, don't waste bullets like this." "Yeah, Chen Shen, save the bullets for survival." The triplet sisters advised Chen Shen to save bullets, but he had only fired a few hundred rounds at this point. He turned around and shouted, "Save lives? Whose lives are you saving, if not the captain's?" The 3 sisters were so scared by his shout that they retreated and fell to the ground. And this sentence from Chen Shen was heard by Yi Zhishi, who had just caught up. She looked up from the bark under their feet, her beautiful eyes widened for a moment, then a flash of brightness passed. Leaping forward, Yi Zhishi grabbed the bark under Chen Shen's feet with both hands. "Pull me up." Chen Shen bent down and pulled her up. When Yi Zhishi climbed onto the bark and stood firm,
She immediately wrapped her arms around Chun Chen's neck and kissed him fiercely on the face. "Tonight, in your car, I'm yours." She then turned her head and glared at the triplet sisters, saying, "Tomorrow night, they will be yours too." Hearing such straightforward words, Chen Chen didn't find it abrupt. In the jungle apocalypse of an ordinary person, things were just that direct. After the apocalypse, there was no time for romance. However, Chen Chen also wanted to tell them that he wouldn't be here tomorrow night, and if possible, he wouldn't mind squeezing into the back compartment with everyone tonight. Bang 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 bang. Under the giant tree, there were hundreds of humanoid monsters and 3 orcs. Chen Chen's high-tech rifle kept firing. "That's enough, Chen Chen. Stop shooting." Even Yi Jishi came over this time to advise Chen Chen not to waste bullets. She grabbed Chen Chen's arm and said, "Leave the rest to us, we can handle it." After Chen Chen stopped shooting, dozens of humanoid monsters immediately rushed towards them from under the giant tree. Yi Jishi looked up and shouted, "Get ready to fight." Chen Chen saw Yi Jishi and the triplet sisters each taking out a rectangular wooden block and strips of cloth from their backpacks. In pairs, they fixed the wooden blocks on each other's arms with the cloth strips. Dozens of survivors descended from above, each dressed similarly. Soon, dozens of humanoid monsters rushed up the giant tree, and Yi Jishi, with the triplet sisters, guarded a piece of bark, ready for battle. As the humanoid monsters approached, they offered their wooden block-bound arms, and when the monsters bit the blocks, the women stabbed the monsters' eyes with a long screwdriver in their other hand. Finally, they kicked the monsters' bellies with their legs. The bodies rolled down, tripping the humanoid monsters behind them. And so it went on like this. They seemed very skilled at it. No wonder no one had fired earlier, and the triplet sisters had come to advise him to save some bullets. An hour later, there were hundreds of humanoid monster corpses piled up under the giant tree, and Chen Chen learned from them that they called these humanoid monsters madmen. Humans gone mad. Get down from the tree. More than 200 people formed more than a dozen teams. Yi Jishi led the team to patrol an area of 50,000 square meters. After killing dozens of madmen, they began to collect the supplies that fell from the sky. "Brother Chen Chen, it looks like we will all have to live here for the short term." On the bark, the triplet sisters stood on each side of Chen Chen, with another behind them, watching the crowd below searching. Yi Jishi and the others waited here and did not need to participate in the search task. Chen Chen took the opportunity to ask them about the third crack in the sky, also known as the mirror of the sky, to find out what was going on. The 3 sisters didn't seem very smart, but Chen Chen asked, and they answered. Soon, Chen Chen understood the general idea of the doomsday from their chatter. The third crack in the sky occurred in the 9th month after the jungle doomsday. They were very confused about the specific day, each giving 3 different answers, but it didn't matter. In short, Chen Chen roughly understood that in the 9th month of the jungle doomsday, one day, the sky suddenly cracked again, followed by the emerald sky turning back to its original azure color. While the human survivors on Earth were still in a daze, the azure sky suddenly turned into a giant mirror. In the mirror, another world was reflected. All human survivors, at that moment, stared blankly at the sky. They saw that the other world seemed to be like the Earth before the apocalypse. Skyscrapers, bustling crowds, traffic. The 2 worlds faced each other. But as the giant mirror appeared, vehicles, humans, and various supplies seemed to be dragged by giant hands, and rose into the sky of their world. The 2 worlds faced each other, and when they rose into the air, they passed through the giant mirror in the sky. Wrapped in colorful halos, they slowly fell into the jungle doomsday. Trains, planes, cars, all kinds of supplies, all wrapped in giant halos, slowly falling into the jungle doomsday. And the human survivors of that world, at the moment of passing through the mirror in the sky, suddenly mutated. Their bodies were suddenly covered with veins, their strength and speed doubled. They became what Yi Jishi and the others called madmen, or beastmen, or even giants. Countless colorful halos enveloped various supplies and countless mutated humans. The survivors of the jungle doomsday once again fell into panic. And at the third crack in the sky, many ordinary people on Earth who had not awakened suddenly had a chance to awaken. They awakened many skills that had not appeared in the jungle doomsday. The triplet sisters were among them, and they all became giant awakeners together. And Yi Jishi, who had just used the wind technique, also awakened the wind woman attribute during the third crack in the sky. As Chen Chen listened to their story, many of his doubts were finally cleared up. The train that fell from the reverse world above was wrapped in halos and the people inside had turned into madmen. The street lights, hairpins, and even half a bucket of cooking oil on the ground had fallen from another world. From Yi Jishi, the triplet sisters heard a speculation. The reverse world above their heads should be another parallel dimension on Earth where the world's end had not occurred. Among those madmen, beastmen, and giants, there might still be themselves in another dimension. Of course, this was just their speculation. The end. Chen Chen summarized a sentence from their chatter. The third sky-splitting event was when a huge mirror suddenly appeared above their heads. The mirror reflected another world, a parallel dimension of Earth. The resources from that world would fall into the jungle apocalypse, and the people from that world would also fall into the jungle apocalypse through the mirror, turning into various monsters. This apocalypse was called Mirror of the Sky or the Reverse World. In the evening, a SUV was parked 30 meters away from a giant tree. You, Shu, kiss me. 4 hours later, the glass of the SUV was fogged up. Yi Jishi leaned on Chen Shen's chest, listening to his rapid heartbeat. Both of them felt a bit empty-headed. They lazily lay there for over half an hour. Chen Chen lit a cigarette comfortably and exhaled. The white towel was put away. Originally prepared for Yin Qing, it was unexpectedly used elsewhere. Do you think I'm that kind of casual girl? Yi Jishi drew small circles on Chen Chen's chest with a strand of her long hair. Chen Chen took another comfortable drag of his cigarette, looking at the ceiling. Things were getting complicated now. After the apocalypse, such encounters were common. People were direct post-apocalypse. There was no time for hand-holding, dating, watching movies, or dining at fancy restaurants. People relieved stress directly. After a pleasant time, they would walk out of the tree hole, still strangers. They didn't even need to know each other's names. Chen Chen was no saint, pretending after the apocalypse was long gone. From noon until now, Chen Chen's worldview had been repeatedly overturned and stimulated. He needed someone to release his emotions. Yi Jishi offered herself, and they hit it off. They had been at it until now. The triplet sisters had knocked on the window 3 times. The two ignored them. Finally, Chen Chen used the white towel and a phone camera. Chen Chen, don't leave tomorrow, okay? Stay and accompany us. The atmosphere light was on in the car. Yi Jishi sighed sadly, then listened quietly to Chen Chen's heartbeat. He had mentioned leaving tomorrow night. But it was his choice, who could he blame? After a while, seeing Chen Chen silent like a dead dog, Yi Jishi got annoyed. She pushed him, say something. I didn't say you had to take responsibility. Chen Chen remained unresponsive. Yi Jishi was really annoyed. She hit Chen Chen's stomach. Hey, even if you leave tomorrow, at least tell me clearly again, okay? What's the silence for? Girls often amplify their emotions after experiencing a role change in life. A bit of good news or a scumbag describing a beautiful future at this time would make them choose to believe, even if they knew it might be a lie. They needed spiritual comfort to reassure themselves that their choice was right. Similarly, if you choose to provoke them at this time, their anger would be magnified several times more than usual. So, the right choice at this time should be to hug them, coax them to sleep with sweet words, and when they wake up the next morning, they see you still whispering sweet words to them. This method is very effective, and some stubborn girls may even remember it for a lifetime. Before the apocalypse, some girls forgave domestic violence time and time again, forgave scumbags for cheating, and even ended up being abused to death. In fact, it's the scumbag's superior methods and understanding of female psychology. They know how to brainwash girls, how to make girls pay a silent cost when girls are most vulnerable, and what kind of words to use. Speak up. Yi Jishi is angry now. She would rather Chen Chen be a scumbag, even if he just coaxes her. Bastard! If you don't speak, I'll bite you. Yi Jishi threatened with widened eyes, and Chen Chen said, you want me to speak? SSS. It's said that girls are like dogs, 8 out of 10 are willing to bite. It's bleeding like hell. Chen Chen grimaced and found a roll of tissue to wipe his shoulder, all covered in blood. He has experience with this kind of thing. It's gonna swell like hell tomorrow. After going back, it's easy to explain to Ning Ro about changing the medicine, but it's not easy with Yu Jing and Xia and I. Even if Wei Lan sees it, it might be awkward. What do you want me to say? Tell the truth? Chen Chen sighed. Do you believe me if I tell the truth? Just say it. How do you know I won't believe you? Just tell me, even if you say you're Zhu Beiji reincarnated, I'll believe you, okay? Yi Jishi licked her lips, still angry. If Chen Chen doesn't give a reasonable explanation, she's going to be mad at him again. Do you believe whatever I say? The two looked at each other, and Yi Jishi nodded seriously. Chen Chen, as long as you say it, no matter what you say now, I'll believe you. After a pause, Chen Chen suddenly said, I'm not a person in this world, do you believe me? In the afternoon, Chen Chen was too lazy to lie anymore. Anyway, in a dozen hours, he would return to his own world. I believe you, Yi Jishi nodded. You're not a person in our world, you're a ghost, and then? Are you going to report to the King of Hell tomorrow? So you have to leave us? Chen Chen was speechless for a moment. He felt like this girl was seriously cursing him to death. I'm not a person in this world, I'm also an awakened one, my skill is space travel. In our dimension, we have just experienced the jungle apocalypse.
I want to travel to the future, see what the next world apocalypse is, and go back to prepare in advance.
Do you remember this afternoon when I asked you about the central city?
The central city is the one I established in Chun City. Not only that, in my previous life, I should have lived in your world, but I was reborn. I was reborn 5 minutes before the blind apocalypse began. And during the blind apocalypse, only I could see. I also have the skills of space people, so I prepared a lot of supplies in advance.
I also established the central city in Giant Tree City 69 in your world.
By the way, your lady adventurer team leader Yin Qing, she is now my wife, as well as Wu Mei, Wei Lan, including the original Twin City Lord Jin Duo Duo and Yun Kai Kai. They are now my team members in my world.
All at once.
Shen Shen told Yi Jishi all the secrets he had suppressed in this life.
Anyway, in a dozen hours, he would be going back. He would never see them again.
Very cool.
There is a secret that only you know in the whole world, and one day you can tell it to someone and see their surprised expression. It won't have any impact on yourself. It feels great. However, just as Chen Chen revealed all the secrets joyfully, he saw Yi Jishi looking at him, blinking her eyes, and suddenly said, "Chen Chen, you are shameless." Chen Chen's expression froze. Damn it! Who was the one who said just now that even if Zhu Beiji reincarnated, he would believe it? Indeed, the old saying is true.
A woman's mouth is like a ghost that deceives people.
He is still young,
but since he has already said it, Chen Chen will find a way to make her believe.
He raised his eyebrows and asked Yi Jishi, "Do you know Yin Qing?" "Of course I know her. I used to be in the Lady Adventure team, so what?"
Yi Jishi smiled faintly.
"Do you want to tell me again now, that she is your wife?"
Yi Jishi was still giving face to Chen Chen. She really wanted to tell Chen Chen, "Don't dream in broad daylight. Yin Qing could never like any man in this world.
Not even you are worthy."
However, at this moment, Chen Chen suddenly took out a phone. Yi Jishi blushed, thinking that Chen Chen was going to show her how he looked holding a white towel. But when Chen Chen aimed the phone screen at her, Yi Jishi was stunned. The author has something to say. "I haven't eaten since I got off work and came home. I'll go have a bite of bread. The next chapter will be around 12 o'clock. There is not just one photo and video of Yin Qing left in Chen Chen's phone. After all, they have been a couple for a long time, sharing the same bed every day, using skills.
Chen Chen even thought about filling up Yin Qing's exclusive new phone with 1024 gigabytes of memory. No, this can't be. How could this be?
Yi Jishi's frequency of flipping through the phone became faster and faster, although she couldn't believe it. But the leading lady in each video was undeniably the Yin Qing she knew.
After spending so much time with her, she couldn't be mistaken. Yin Qing's temperament, demeanor, and those unparalleled 2-meter-long legs. There couldn't be a second one in this world. Chen Chen.
Crack, Yi Jishi knelt down, the phone slipped off and hit her knee. She was unaware.
She just stared blankly at Chen Chen. If everything he just said was true, that would be too unbelievable. I actually slept with a time traveler? Is this real?
Before the apocalypse, Yi Jishi had watched some palace dramas about time travel, but she never thought that one day such a thing would happen to her. Chen Chen closed his eyes to check the skill countdown, saying, "There are 11 hours, 18 minutes, and 23 seconds left. I will return to the jungle apocalypse, and then I should disappear in front of you forever." When he opened his eyes again, Yi Jishi's beautiful eyes were staring straight at him.
And after revealing the secret, Chen Chen felt much more relaxed.
He lay back on the pillow, hands behind his head. "I have never told anyone about these things, and I told you so much because after I go back this time, I will never come back again, and I don't know which timeline I will cross next time I use the skill." There was a brief silence in the car. Yi Jishi's eyes regained a hint of vitality. She quickly turned around and said, "So, I can tell from your accent that you are a local of Spring City, so you don't know about the third skycrack. You also don't know what the third world apocalypse is. The zombie apocalypse is a name you made up to trick us, right? More or less." Chen Chen looked at the roof. "When you guys went to search for supplies today, I asked the three of them, and got to know the situation that needed to be understood.
Then you. Yi Jishi is a smart woman."
After accepting this fact, her brain started to spin rapidly.
Then Chen Chen.
She suddenly turned back, her beautiful eyes staring brightly at Chen Chen. "Does that mean, if you go back to your time period, you can also see me from that time period?"
Chen Chen thought for a moment. "I think so.
If Yi Jishi didn't die in this life, she should be able to find her when she goes back."
Chen Chen was not too sure. "So if you find me from your time period and bring me to your central city, will my fate change now?"
Yi Jishi's eyes were full of anticipation. However, Chen Chen knew this was impossible, as it was a parallel dimension. Even he himself was dead in this dimension. Even if he went back and found her, it wouldn't change her current state. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment.
Chen Chen decided to tell the truth, saying, "This should be the world before my rebirth. The me in this world is dead, so even if I go back and find you from that time period, it shouldn't change your current state." Yi Zhishi felt disappointed. The little hope that had just risen was quickly extinguished. But immediately, her beautiful eyes lit up again. She turned her gaze back to Chen Chen. Chen Chen had to admit that this woman also belonged to the goddess category. Her looks could even rival the goddesses in the rich second-generation circle before the apocalypse, comparable to Gutong. Chen Chen. Yi Zhishi stared at Chen Chen, blinked her beautiful eyes, and suddenly said, "What if I die? Will I also be like you, reborn in your world, and then we can be together forever, right?" The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes shone. Chen Chen was afraid this woman would get fixated on this idea, so he quickly said, "Not everyone can be reborn. In this world, so many people have died, but I haven't heard of anyone else being reborn except me." "No, Chen Chen, that's because they haven't met you." Indeed, the thing Chen Chen least wanted to happen occurred. Yi Zhishi's eyes became brighter and brighter, looking at him as if a spider demon had found Tang Seng's flesh. She crawled onto Chen Chen like a cat, her arms on his shoulders, their eyes meeting. Yi Zhishi said word by word, "Chen Chen, since you can be reborn, if you leave something of yourself in my body, leave the mark of your rebirth, then perhaps after I die, I will really go to your side again?" Chen Chen wanted to advise her against such unrealistic thoughts, but this time, all he could do was make sounds. At 4 a.m., the off-road vehicle shook. The triplet sisters were stunned. They had spent the night on this piece of bark. They didn't know when they fell asleep, but when they woke up, they saw the off-road vehicle still shaking. Is someone going to die? And inside the car at this moment, a crazy woman, driven by a crazy idea, was about to drive Chen Chen crazy. This time going back, there was no way to explain to Yu Jingxiani. 4:30 a.m. Chen Chen. Yi Zhishi slumped against Chen Chen like mud. "I promise you, after you leave, I will try my best to live well." In fact, Yi Zhishi also knew that rebirth was very unlikely. Even though she knew it was unlikely, she was still so crazy. Maybe it would make her less afraid of death. After all survivors would die sooner or later. Others were desperate before death, but maybe she still had a faint hope before death. 5 a.m. Yi Zhishi clung to Chen Chen and recorded over 30 videos on a new phone. As for the content of the video, in the first part, Yi Zhishi used 3 different phones to record her location in the jungle apocalypse 3 times in a row, which must not be forgotten. In the second part, Yi Zhishi spoke to her past self, first mentioning content that only they knew, and then continuously speaking a dozen or so lines. After gaining trust, she fervently advised herself to follow Chen Chen. After persuading for over 10 minutes, perhaps realizing her own nature, she loudly warned herself at the end of the video not to be jealous. In the third part, the content was all indescribable, but in each video, Yi Zhishi appeared very affectionate with Chen Chen. After completing these tasks, Yi Zhishi played each video again, carefully checking. Finally, she opened the car door and waved outside, saying, "You 3, come in and record a video." Last night, Chen Chen had been hovering between life and death, and Yi Zhishi almost sent him away with her voice. 3 more coming in? Fortunately, Yi Zhishi only had them record a few self-advice videos in the end. The 3 not very smart girls recorded as Yi Zhishi instructed. After recording, they were confusedly chased out of the car. Getting off the car, the eldest sister looked at the second sister looked at the youngest sister looked at the eldest sister looked at the second sister again, and the second sister looked at the youngest sister, who shook her head in confusion. "I don't know anything." 6 a.m. Just opened the mirror of the sky yesterday. With the current strength of Yi Zhishi's team, they couldn't go anywhere for at least a month. This morning, they were going to climb down the tree to set traps, make barricades, and do some temporary work. Chen Chen also had Yi Zhishi record things he wanted to understand in a video, to study them carefully when they returned. There are still over 6 hours of skill time left this time. During this time, Chen Chen planned to personally go under the tree for a while, kill more madmen, orcs, and even giants, to familiarize himself with these humanoid monsters, and also record some videos. These videos might be useful when they return. Just as she was thinking, Chen Chen, Yi Zhishi was already dressed neatly, planning to get off the car to instruct the triplets to make breakfast. Already out of the car, she suddenly turned back to open the door and said, "Chen Chen, I suddenly remembered, if you really came from the jungle apocalypse, if I remember correctly, you guys didn't seem to have high-tech battle armor back then, right?" High-tech battle armor? Coming back to his senses, Chen Chen's expression froze. What is high-tech battle armor? He really didn't know? In fact, Yi Zhishi still didn't fully believe in what kind of reborn person Chen Chen was.
After staring at Chen Chen for a while and seeing that he really didn't seem to be pretending, Yi Zhishi furrowed her brows slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, after the third crack in the sky, a lot of high-tech items were produced in the meteor shower, including high-tech battle armor. As Yi Zhishi spoke, she suddenly remembered that Chen Chen seemed quite useless last night. In this light, he really seemed to not know about high-tech items. Otherwise, those little pills wouldn't be so expensive.
You really don't know?
Yi Zhishi asked again, and Chen Chen suddenly became serious, shaking his head slowly. Yi Zhishi, can you please explain clearly to me, what exactly is high-tech battle armor? This was the first time he had called his own name directly. Yi Zhishi fell silent for a while, then took a deep breath and said, Chen Chen, if you really want those things, you can now go see the caravan of the Lady Adventurers Guild. After the third crack in the sky, various vehicles appeared on Earth. As a result, major cities in various provinces of Xia country began to interact with each other. According to Yi Zhishi, not long ago, the city group of Jushu and Dongliao province called for the provinces of Liubei, Dongliao, Donghai, and Beiyu to summon the caravans from major cities in the 4 provinces to Dongliao City for a 10-day large-scale material exchange event. As the host city, Dongliao City provided accommodation and food for the large caravans from other provinces and cities. So at this time, the caravan of the Nyangzi adventure team should already be on their way to Dongliao City. Yi Zhishi, the triplet sisters, and a total of 50 female members of the Nyangzi adventure team took advantage of the emptiness in the city during this material exchange event and secretly escaped. Upon learning this news, Chen Chen immediately decided to go and check on them. Before leaving, Chen Chen left 10 high-tech rifles, 20 high-tech pistols, and 50,000 rounds of ammunition for these 50 core female members of the team. After bidding farewell to them, he drove alone towards Dongliao City. There were only 6 hours left. The place where Yi Zhishi and the others stayed yesterday was 80 kilometers away from Dongliao City. It used to be a maximum of 1 hour's drive before the apocalypse. However, on this trip, Chen Chen had only driven 10 kilometers when he encountered a large wave of mad crowds. Damn it! He turned the steering wheel to the right and stepped on the gas, and the off-road vehicle raced ahead. After escaping for 5 kilometers, 3 giants over 20 meters tall were chasing closer and closer from behind. And at that moment, in front of the windshield, he saw a tree fork hundreds of meters long. Cursing, Chen Chen stepped on the gas and headed straight for the tree fork. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The tree fork was right in front of him. Suddenly, Chen Chen fiercely turned the steering wheel, and the off-road vehicle disappeared into thin air. With the push from the backrest of the driver's seat, he rolled forward several times and ended up rolling under the big tree fork. Click! Just as Chen Chen rolled past the tree fork, the big foot of the chasing giant landed on the tree fork behind him. A huge and crisp sound rang in Chen Chen's ears. Bang bang bang! After rolling several times, Chen Chen immediately found a high-tech rifle in the space and fired continuously. Fortunately, this giant was not a stone-skin giant. Last night, Chen Chen also learned from Yi Zhishi that these madmen, orcs, giants, etc., also possessed awakened human skills. But like the probability of human awakening, it was extremely rare. Chen Chen aimed a series of bullet lines at the giant's neck, and the giant, over 20 meters tall, let out a deafening howl, covering his neck with both hands and retreating repeatedly. Boom! With a loud noise, he fell backward. At that moment, 2 other giants had caught up. This was really troublesome. The material exchange event in Dongliao City was about to begin, and Chen Chen didn't want to use flash randomly. Fortunately, the giant he had knocked down was a male giant, and the 2 slower ones behind were female giants with high ponytails. The female giants continued to aim at the neck. Passing through the tree fork that had just been broken by the giant, Chen Chen turned back and ran along the inside of the fallen giant's ankle, shooting as he ran. But he didn't expect that these 3 giants were not a family of 3. Chen Chen kept running along the inside of the giant's ankle, the inside of the calf, the thigh. He originally thought that the 2 female giants would not easily step on their head of the family, but Chen Chen didn't expect that these 2 female giants completely disregarded their husband's thoughts. Chen Chen ran along the inside of the calf, shooting as he ran. Perhaps the 2 female giants were irritated by the shots, and one of them stepped on an object in front of Chen Chen, the male giant. Bang! The sound of breaking eggs. Chen Chen was sprayed all over his body and face. The male giant let out a heart-wrenching howl. His body curled up into a supersized shrimp. Damn it! Chen Chen cursed wildly. Who the hell had been sprayed all over their body and face with this stuff before the apocalypse? He wiped his face and quickly turned around, running back and forth under the feet of the female giant. The female giant's toes were painted with red nail polish. However, in Chen Chen's eyes, they looked like large red manhole covers, completely lacking in beauty. Bang bang bang. Changing his strategy, Chen Chen circled around the female giant's leg and shot repeatedly at her toes. Puff puff puff. Chen Chen flipped all the toenail covers on one of the giant's feet, causing her to scream in shock. Hopping on one leg, she fell to the ground, holding her foot with both hands. No need to kill them. Suddenly this thought flashed through Chen Chen's mind, and he immediately moved to another female giant and repeated the same actions, flipping the toenail covers of 2 female giants. By this time, on the open ground, 3 giants, 2 females holding their toenail covers and wailing, and a male holding a certain part and screaming. Time cannot be wasted, as at least 50 orc warriors are already chasing behind the 3 giants, and Chen Chen has witnessed firsthand the speed of the madman's recovery. In just a few tens of seconds, they will be back to normal. Summoning an off-road vehicle, but the moment Chen Chen summoned it, the vehicle raced forward without him driving, maintaining the speed at which Chen Chen had pressed the accelerator. Chen Chen ran behind the car for dozens of meters, and as the off-road vehicle slowed down, he jumped on it without waiting for it to stop, and began another crazy ride. No wonder he had given Yi Zhishi and the others so many weapons and bullets, and they still dared not follow him out. The mirror of the sky erupts irregularly. After the eruption, Chen Chen estimates that there are now at least 500 fully armed female warriors, who may be able to eliminate this wave of tens of thousands of madmen without fear of wasting bullets. If they encounter awakened monsters, there may still be a significant reduction in numbers. This third crack in the sky is indeed much more powerful than the insect tide. The off-road vehicle travels 15 kilometers to Donglio City, where Chen Chen encounters another wave of thousands of madmen. After driving forward 37 kilometers, he encounters another wave of tens of thousands of madmen. Tens of thousands of madmen, a large dark mass. This time, Chen Chen had to use his flash skill. After stowing the off-road vehicle, he flashed continuously to a kilometer away, summoned the off-road vehicle again, and continued to drive forward madly. And now he has only covered half the distance to Donglio City. If he encounters another wave of tens of thousands of madmen like this one ahead, even Chen Chen cannot guarantee that he will survive. 33 kilometers, 27 kilometers, 24 kilometers from Donglio City. Madmen everywhere along the way. When Chen Chen's off-road vehicle was 22 kilometers from Donglio City, it was finally stepped on by a giant. In an instant, Chen Chen felt the roof of the car pressing down on him from above. Fortunately, his reaction was extremely fast, and he quickly rolled towards the passenger side. Creak! With a loud noise, the iron roof of the car stopped abruptly less than 5 centimeters from his shoulder. The roof of the off-road vehicle was welded with steel bars and long nails. When the giant stepped on it with force, feeling the pain from the steel bars, it also eased up. If the roof didn't have steel bars, Chen Chen would probably be a meat patty by now. Bang! Kicking open the deformed car door, Chen Chen slid out of the narrow space, panting heavily. It was a large open space. Behind him was a giant hopping on one leg, screaming in pain, and tens of thousands of madmen behind the giant. Chen Chen once again found an off-road vehicle, ready to get in and continue driving towards Donglio City. But at that moment, the earth trembled once again. Chen Chen had just opened the driver's door, and his body had not yet entered the driver's cabin. In front of him, this time, dozens of huge figures rushed towards him in big strides. The author has something to say. There is one more chapter at 12 o'clock. This is a thought that came to Chen Chen's mind. Run. The second thought is to run. Waiting to die is not Chen Chen's style. Even though he now estimates that behind these dozens of giants, there may be tens of thousands of madmen. But he can't just wait to die like this. In his mind, there are still 5 hours, 11 minutes, and 22 seconds left in the countdown to the jungle doomsday. If he could choose to go back now, Chen Chen would definitely choose to go back immediately, without wanting any high-tech battle armor. But the skill of traveling through space must wait for the countdown to finish. Maybe he should have listened to Yi Zhishi just now and not ventured into Donglio City alone. She was right, it was really too dangerous. Chen Chen relied on his flash skill and became arrogant once, but this time, it might cost him his life. Turn left, step on the gas pedal. Before the 2 waves of madmen come over, Chen Chen must try to run out of their encirclement as much as possible. Bang bang bang. Opened the driver's side window and shot while driving. The wave of madmen in front just now is indeed similar to what Chen Chen estimated, a wave of at least tens of thousands of madmen. At this moment, even Chen Chen felt a sense of despair. Damn it! I'm probably going to die today. The only way out may be to find a giant tree. As for the Giant Tree City Exchange Conference in the 4 major provinces and cities, Chen Chen has completely given up on it now. To survive. If he can see Yin Xing, Yu Jing, Xianai, and other women again, he will be satisfied in this life. However, maybe he was influenced by Yi Zhishi's thoughts last night.
Now, even a thought flashed through Chen Chen's mind. If he dies again, will he be reborn again? Bang bang bang. Ha! With a self-deprecating smile, Chen Chen turned the steering wheel with one hand and continued shooting with the other hand. And at this moment, at least 20 giant figures were chasing him frantically from behind. The earth trembled. The off-road vehicle had to change direction frantically to temporarily avoid the entanglement of these giants.
Several times, Chen Chen's off-road vehicle almost hit scrap again.
But heaven couldn't keep favoring him like this forever. Bang bang bang.
Just as Chen Chen was shooting while frantically turning the steering wheel.
At that moment, creak, another familiar sound. Chen Chen's body almost reflexively leaned to the right.
This time, the off-road vehicle was flattened again, and the corrugated iron roof was less than 1 centimeter away from Chen Chen's shoulder.
F***CK. Can't run away. Chen Chen angrily cursed with a string of profanity.
However, the strong will to survive made him grit his teeth, kick open the deformed car door under his feet. Now his mind is blank, he only knows he needs to escape quickly. His body slowly slid out of the car, boom. Suddenly, a huge foot appeared in front of him. Who? Looking around, 20 or so giant figures surrounded him. Chen Chen was panting heavily. Behind him was the flattened off-road vehicle, and another big foot was about to step on him. Who? No longer avoiding, a street lamp suddenly appeared in front of Chen Chen. The giant's foot suddenly stepped on the street lamp, howling as it fell to the ground. But the street lamp was also taken away by its foot. Without the flash skill, the only street lamp in the space was taken away by it. This time, I'm afraid. I'm really going to die here. Close your eyes, take a deep breath again. At this moment, Chen Chen felt calm instead. Even if I die, this time I will take a few of you down to play with me. Giant bitches. I haven't played with you yet. Ha ha, bang bang bang. After a big smile flashed on his face, Chen Chen suddenly took another deep breath. Instantly filled with fighting spirit, he held a high-tech rifle in each hand, running frantically forward, running and shooting on both sides. Today, I will kill more giant bitches and make you accompany me to play together. Taste your own medicine. Ha ha. Bang bang bang. Now not knowing the directions, Chen Chen only knew to run forward in one direction. All around were big feet, big thighs. A foot lifted and stomped towards his head. Chen Chen fired at the giant's foot with his high-tech rifles. The giant howled and fell backward. Chen Chen ran towards its falling direction. Running to the inside of the giant's thigh, Chen Chen did not notice that a huge foot was coming down on his head. Bang! The huge foot landed on the giant's thigh, forming a right-angled triangle with Chen Chen in the middle. The sole of the giant's foot was less than 3 centimeters from his head. Like this, I won't die. Standing under the giant's foot, Chen Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Bang bang bang. He continuously fired his high-tech rifles at the giant's foot. The giant fell forward. Bang bang bang. The giant's thigh was stepped on, resembling a huge shrimp. Taking advantage of its leg lifting, Chen Chen ran forward frantically, not knowing where is where. He now only knew to run frantically and shoot crazily. Bang bang bang. Not knowing how many bullets were fired. Another giant in front was knocked down by the bullet rain. And this time, there seemed to be no other giants behind this one. Chen Chen felt relieved. There were no more giants in front. Perhaps he could escape this time? But this thought had not completely disappeared. Just as the giant's huge body completely fell down, revealing hundreds of orc warriors behind it. Over 20 giants, hundreds of orc warriors. This time, maybe in less than 10 seconds, he would be completely surrounded by them. Author's note: today, in order to update, I missed out on gatherings with over a dozen girls, but I had to postpone them. Just now, they called me several times, making me annoyed, asking me to come over and sing. I had no choice. Sorry, this chapter is 1,900 words. I will make up for it with a longer chapter tomorrow. Kill 1, count 1, kill 2, not a loss. Brief pause. Chen Chen's inherent unwillingness to admit defeat was completely ignited again. Facing hundreds of orc warriors, he charged forward without hesitation once again. It's just death, why be afraid of it? Day. Facing hundreds of orc warriors, he continuously fired his high-tech rifles. Maybe I can still make a breakthrough. Until the last moment, no one knows the outcome. The distance to the front row of orc warriors was less than 5 meters. Puff puff puff. Blood and flesh splattered from the orc warriors' bodies. It doesn't seem so terrifying after all? Chen Chen's eyes lit up. He found that in front of the orc battlefields, he only needed to aim at each head and shoot a dozen bullets to make them explode with a bang. Bang! 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 Bang!
Within 3 meters in front of him, the heads of hundreds of orc battlefields exploded one by one. Chen Shen became more and more excited as he killed more, realizing that these things were just for show, not even as good as madmen. But something doesn't seem right.
While thinking this, Chen Shen's hands never stopped.
Bang! 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 In less than a minute,
Chen Shen had already killed more than 20 orc battlefields.
That simple? Bang!
Another orc battlefield's head exploded, and Chen Shen stood still. He stared blankly at the hundreds of muscular orc battlefields in front of him, each roaring and looking at him with eyes full of hatred, as if wanting to chew him to pieces. However, no one stepped forward.
What is this?
Chen Shen felt a little dazed, and at that moment,
make way!
Without turning around, countless female figures suddenly appeared on both sides of his shoulders.
Hundreds of girls appeared on both sides of Chen Shen.
They shouted and leaped forward one by one with force. Stepping on the orc battlefield's knees with one foot for leverage, they jumped up again, fiercely stabbing the orcs' eyeballs with long screwdrivers. They stabbed with force until the orcs' heads exploded one by one and fell to the ground. Behind them, another group of tough girls rushed towards the orc group behind them.
Adventurous maidens team?
Chen Shen turned around and saw 3 female giant orc battlefields, who had defeated more than 20 giants. One by one, the girls climbed onto their heads and stabbed the giants' eyeballs with steel-like rods. Suddenly, Chen Shen remembered the mushroom-haired glasses guy in his team, who would only chuckle no matter what you said to him. Shiranal.
Fearmonger? Fearmonger, support type, skill, intimidation.
After activating the skill, within a radius of 100,000 square meters, all post-apocalyptic creatures cannot move or attack.
The skill effect lasts for 60 seconds. Can be used once a day.
Consumes 1 energy crystal each time. Looking back at the hundreds of orc eyeballs, by now more than half of them had fallen.
40 seconds.
After more than 20 giants fell behind him, a huge convoy appeared. Thousands of girls stood densely packed, with one girl standing at the front shouting loudly, 35 seconds. Ahead, hundreds of girls were getting faster and faster.
20 seconds. As the last orc battlefield fell, hundreds of girls began to run back. 15 seconds.
2 girls pulled Chen Shen's arms and ran forward together.
5 seconds.
Passing by the girl who was counting loudly, Chen Shen suddenly felt like he had seen her somewhere before.
Beast! Bastard! Son of a bitch! What do you think you're doing? Calm down.
Listen, go back to your room now, drink all this alcohol for me, or else, tomorrow I'll take you out alone to kill bugs. Suddenly, he remembered that not long ago, he had pinched her cheeks and made her drink a bottle of white wine. The lively event, the sister who died, the girl who wanted to come and fight him.
He couldn't remember her name.
But later, Wei Lan mentioned once that she had just turned 20 this year, was a student at the Spring City Music Academy before the apocalypse, majoring in classical music. She used to be a very elegant, quiet, and reserved classical beauty, but after the apocalypse, she dared to come forward and fight him. Chen Shen still remembers that time when he pinned her down, her beautiful eyes staring at him fiercely, as if wanting to bite him to death.
Now, she has become a fearmonger?
The skills of a fearmonger are so twisted, as Chen Shen had just experienced.
Killing over 20 giants, hundreds of orc warriors, all in less than a minute.
As Chen Shen passed by her, she seemed to sense something, turned her head, locked eyes with Chen Shen, and said, 0 seconds. In an instant, tens of thousands of crazed monsters rushed towards them.
Flame people.
In the adventurer team, 20 flame people stepped forward boldly. Tens of thousands of crazed monsters reached them within 10 meters, and the 20 flame people's hair danced in the air, 40 fire snakes instantly turning the monsters in front of them into a sea of flames.
Get in the car.
2 high-tech pistols pressed against Chen Shen's head, and he was escorted onto a luxurious RV by 2 ladies. The RV was spacious, and after getting in, Chen Shen saw a stunning beauty. At that moment, she was holding a glass of red wine, sitting quietly on the sofa, listening to a piano piece playing in the RV.
Wu Mir, this time traveling to the future, excluding the fearmonger lady he just saw.
This was the first time Chen Shen had seen a familiar face.
Turning his head, he saw Wu Mir's face slightly wrinkling as she asked, "Why did you bring a man onto my car?" Chen Shen noticed 2 1.5-meter-long war knives placed next to the sofa where she sat.
At that moment, Wu Mir's snowy white hand had already reached for the knife handle.
Seeing this, Chen Shen couldn't help but curse silently. Just escaped from the feet of a giant, now he might die under this woman's knife?
Thinking about how she forced the triplets to be her concubines, he silently made up his mind that if he survived this time, he would definitely deal with this Black Widow properly when he got back. Seeing Wu Mir slowly standing up, her hand gripping the knife handle halfway out, while Chen Shen's head was still held at gunpoint.
At that moment, a familiar voice behind him asked, "Are you the man surrounded by giants just now? Wei Lan?"
The two cold gun muzzles were still lowered, and Chen Chen turned slightly. At the coffee table, Wei Lan was dressed in a pure white professional suit with a tight skirt, elegantly crossing her slender legs, looking at him with interest. "Oh, you still remember sister's name? Interesting, hee hee." As she spoke, Wei Lan suddenly produced a high-tech pistol in her hand. After fiddling with it, the muzzle slowly pointed at her own head. "Damn, another one." Chen Chen once again silently made up his mind that if he made it back alive this time, he would also deal with Wei Lan. The author has something to say. It's 12 o'clock. I am a spatial person with resources. There are 5 hours, 5 minutes, and 51 seconds left in the countdown in his mind. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Chen knew that no adventure routine would easily kill a spatial person, whether by coercion, temptation, or torture. In any case, they would definitely make the spatial person release all their resources first. "Oh, is that so?" Wei Lan's high-tech pistol paused in her hand, and the sound of Wu Mei'er dragging the war knife on the ground also stopped. Wei Lan's beautiful eyes glanced at the lady on Chen Chen's left. With the gun still against Chen Chen's head, the lady grabbed Chen Chen's wrist, nodded slightly at Wei Lan. "Are you really a spatial person? Impressive." Wei Lan blinked her beautiful eyes, carefully examined Chen Chen once more, and praised, "A spatial person surrounded by so many giants and still doing fine." "Mei'er?" She looked at Wu Mei'er, raised her eyebrows, and asked, "Can you do it without using your skills?" Wu Mei'er's beautiful eyes were also fixed on Chen Chen. She suddenly challenged, "How about a fight with me? If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, hand over the things in your space. I'll give you a quick death, dare you? Let me go? Disable my hands and feet, let me fend for myself in the chaotic crowd?" If Chen Chen still doesn't understand this trick, he would have lived in vain for 2 lifetimes. However, since he couldn't delay them with his identity as a spatial person for more than 5 hours, Chen Chen decided to play big with them. He suddenly said, "Wei Lan, Wu Mei'er, I am your team leader's man. If you touch me, you won't be able to explain to Yin Qing when you go back." Based on Chen Chen's understanding of Yin Qing, the 2 deputy team leaders of the adventurer team, Wei Lan and Wu Mei'er, were both here. Yin Qing must be personally overseeing things at home. Inside the RV, after Chen Chen said this, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Chen Chen felt a chilling atmosphere. It was expected. In the previous life, they worshipped Yin Qing like a god. Ha! Suddenly, Wei Lan smiled. "Sure, daring enough to take advantage of the famous Lady Yin. Do you really not want to die well? He he he." With that, Wei Lan adjusted her skirt, stood up, and glanced at Wu Mei'er. "Not bad, courageous, a man. It's the first time I've heard someone dare to call themselves Lady Yin's man." Wu Mei'er praised Chen Chen. She put down her weapon, walked to the bar inside the RV, poured herself another glass of wine, and said, "Forget it, I actually admire this kind of man, come on." Wei Lan pulled out a dagger, took a few steps in front of Chen Chen, and stopped. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring at Chen Chen for a while. Chen Chen knew she was a sucker for looks, but did Wei Lan seem even more beautiful to him? She seemed to have a subtle mature charm of a 30-year-old woman. Could it be because she awakened as a spatial person? Wei Lan stared at Chen Chen, and Chen Chen stared back at her. The two locked eyes, and Chen Chen suddenly said, "Wei Lan, do you want me to say something?" "Heh, what else do you want to say?" Wei Lan smiled lightly, raised the dagger, and was about to slap Chen Chen's face with the back of the blade. Chen Chen suddenly said, "What do I want to say? Do you want me to say that your father is Wei Guozhi, your mother is Li Luyan, you are an only child, graduated from Long Province Industrial University with a major in international finance and trade, pursued an MBA at Goli Country Pear Blossom Women's University after graduation, and your first job in the country was as an executive assistant at the Spring City Auto Trade City. At that time, Yin Qing's father was managing the Auto Trade City, and after Yin Qing took over, he promoted you to be the executive director. When Wei Lan was managing the central city, Chen Chen had learned about her from Yin Chang. In fact, Chen Chen's memory of her mother's name was still a bit fuzzy. It seemed to be Li Luyan, or maybe Li Yanlu? This minor flaw was not important. Chen Chen finished speaking indifferently. Wei Lan's face suddenly turned ugly. On the other side of the RV bar, Wu Mei'er had just poured herself a glass of wine, which was placed near her red lips, and she also paused slightly. After a while, Wei Lan stared at Chen Chen for a long time, blinked, and hesitated slightly. How do you know all this? He hadn't mentioned this information since the apocalypse. Except for Yin Qing, even the sisters who had walked out of the Auto Trade City together back then couldn't possibly know such detailed information. Wei Lan tried to remain calm on the surface, but inside, she was in turmoil. Chen Chen continued, "Only Yin Cheng knows this information, right? Not only that, I also know that when you were at Pear Blossom Women's University, you liked to chase after Gao Li's little fresh meat idol, like someone named Li something Gao, often mentioned in front of Yin Qing. Once he came to Xiagua, you even took a leave of absence to see his premiere promotion. Yin Qing found a relationship to let you go backstage to take a picture with him, am I right? Wei Lan suddenly took a step back.
How do you know these things? This is impossible.
She suddenly began to doubt life, staring blankly at Chun Shen, then thought blankly, thoughtlessly dispersed, and tried to think hard about something. Look at Chun Shen's face carefully again.
Did I know him before the end of the world?
It's impossible, his looks. If I knew him before the end of the world, I should have a deep impression.
Maybe I can pursue him.
When the time was right, Chun Shen decided to bring out his killer move. He said, I have a phone in my space, something I recorded with Yin Qing. Do you want to see it? With that, a phone suddenly appeared in his left hand. At this time, the muzzles of the two female team members were still against Chun Shen's head. One of the female team members heard Chun Shen say space, and subconsciously looked at his hand. Sure enough, she saw a phone. The female team member looked at Wei Lan's suspicious look, then looked at the phone in Chun Shen's hand. Taking matters into her own hands, she picked up his phone and handed it to Wei Lan. Wei Lan, he really took out a phone.
Wei Lan quickly snatched the phone, couldn't unlock it, and shook it in front of Chun Shen's face. The phone unlocked. Chun Shen reminded, it's in the album. I don't need you to tell me. I can use a phone.
Glaring at Chun Shen, Wei Lan quickly opened the album, but as soon as she opened it, before the video could play, her hand suddenly shook. The phone suddenly fell to the ground. Without opening the specific video, the row of small videos with play symbols made Wei Lan's heart panic. She was too familiar with Yin Qing. How could there be a bunch of Yin Qing without clothes? How is this possible? How is this possible? By this time, Wei Lan's heart was completely in chaos. When she saw these videos, it was definitely 1,000 times more shocking than when she first saw Yi Zishi. It's also because she knows Yin Qing too well. Yin Qing would never do such a thing. With a man, and so many videos. How is this possible? At this time, Wu Meier walked over with her long legs. She looked at Chun Shen in confusion, bent down to pick up the phone on the ground, opened a video in front of her. The sound of blushing and heartbeat was loud. But at this point, no one cared about blushing anymore. The two female team members behind Chun Shen, pointing guns at his head, were surprised and opened their mouths. Without looking at the content of the video, this is Yin Qing's voice. Wei Lan came to her senses and quickly went to watch the phone with Wu Meier. Wu Meier frowned tightly, as if trying to find a flaw in the video, and after watching for a while, Wei Lan was very sure that it must be Yin Qing. It's really Yin Qing. It's really Yin Qing. It's actually true. He's really Yin Qing's man? Thinking about it, she took 2 steps forward and closed the car door first. When she went to Chun Shen, she subconsciously covered her left panda. She felt her heart beating fast. Wei Lan still couldn't believe it. Staring blankly at Chun Shen said lightly, Wei Lan, go pour me a glass of red wine. With that, he ignored the 2 guns behind his head, walked to the coffee table and sat down, shaking his neck. After taking out the phone and seeing their reaction, at this moment, Chun Shen finally let go of his heart. There were still 5 hours before going back. At least Chun Shen knew that no one dared to touch him here before seeing Yin Qing. And now it's only 2 hours away from Dongliao City, with 3 hours left. He even has time to carefully explore the material exchange conference of the 4 major provinces. This time he brought tens of millions of bullets. Thinking of the high-tech materials mentioned by Yi Zishi, high-tech combat suits, high-tech daggers, high-tech tents, high-tech baths, and even high-tech toilets. Thinking of these, Chun Shen's heart was filled with excitement. This time, maybe he could make a big move. There are 5 hours left until the end of this skill. After the 20 flame women warriors of the Lady Adventurer team briefly suppressed the mad crowd, the convoy continued on the road. The journey was a bit bumpy, and Chun Shen sat on the coffee seat that Wei Lan had just vacated, with one leg raised. His current identity is Yin Qing's man. He must not be too timid. The attitude that should be displayed must be shown. Here, your red wine. Wei Lan personally placed a glass of red wine filled by Wu Wei in front of Chun Shen. There was still Wu Wei's saliva on the glass. But after the apocalypse, no one cared about these details. Chun Shen picked up the glass, looked at the lip print on it, deliberately turned the glass to the position where Wu Wei had used it, took a sip lightly. Then he stared at Wu Wei unscrupulously and said with a smile, Yin Qing told me that there are no beauties in the Lady Adventurer team except her. It seems she lied to me. Deliberately frivolous, because Chun Shen was asking them to ask the question they want to ask themselves. Wu Wei smiled at Chun Shen, but her smile was a bit dangerous. She returned to her sofa and picked up her weapon, playing with it while saying, if someone is impersonating, I will cut off all the flesh on his body, heal him with medical crystals, then cut off all the flesh on his body again.
Medical crystals?
Chen Shen heard a new term again. Yesterday Yi Jishi did not mention these crystals to him, but she did mention explosive crystals.
Do you like Ru'er? Wei Lan smiled and sat down opposite Chen Chen. By the way, how should we address you? Team leader husband? Or, my name is Chen Chen.
Knowing that Wei Lan didn't like smoke, Chen Chen deliberately found a pack of Noble 95 in the space, lit one and threw the lighter to Wei Lan.
Just staring at her like that.
A hint of anger flashed in Wei Lan's beautiful eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. She smiled lightly, picked up the lighter on the table with her 5 white fingers, played with it, and looked at Chen Chen with a smile, reaching out to light his cigarette. As she lit the cigarette, she said, Chen Chen, can I ask, where did you meet our team leader? This woman is trying to set a trap for herself. But Chen Chen was waiting for her to ask. Chen Chen took a puff of his cigarette, blowing the smoke onto Wei Lan's face. When we go back this time, you can ask her yourself. Wei Lan's smile froze for a moment, her small fist suddenly clenched tightly. This is Yin Qing's man. Even if he's her husband, he dares to blow smoke in her face. Wei Lan must cut out his tongue today. Closing her eyes, taking a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, when Wei Lan opened her eyes again, she put on a smiling face. The smoke smells good.
She endured it.
Chen Chen stared at Wei Lan's pretty face, thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Wei Lan's hand, raised his eyebrows frivolously. If you like the smell, you can come closer. With this action, Wu Wei in the distance suddenly clanged and drew out half of her weapon. However, Wei Lan still did not explode. She closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling. The small hand held by Chen Chen also suddenly stiffened.
Chen Chen!
With her eyes still closed, Wei Lan could no longer force a smile. She tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart.
May I ask, did you know Yin Qing before the apocalypse?
No.
Chen Chen played with Wei Lan's small hand, leaned back, and said, didn't you all watch the video? Your team leader used skills to please me.
Wei Lan suddenly widened her eyes. Why? Her hand was being rubbed by Chen Chen, and she thought several times about finding a high-tech rifle in the space and shooting him directly. But this was Yin Qing's man. At least before confirming with Yin Qing, she really couldn't kill him. Feeling that she had lost control, Wei Lan suppressed her anger again and put on a smiling face.
I mean, what outstanding qualities of yours attracted our team leader?
It made our team leader willingly please you.
I also want to learn from you. I am a dual-awakened person. Is that enough to please your team leader? Chen Chen was waiting for them to ask this question. He finally got it.
They watched the video, but Chen Chen estimated that they only believed about 60 to 70%. The rest was that he had to have an identity worthy of Yin Qing. Yesterday, he learned from Yi Jishi that there were no dual-awakened people in the third crack in the sky. He was the only dual-awakened person. At least in terms of identity, he was worthy of Yin Qing. Plus, he wasn't ugly. Why couldn't he match your Yin lady? Chen Chen didn't need to leave a good impression on them now. He just needed them to believe more that he was Yin Qing's man.
That was enough. What? You are a dual-awakened person?
Wei Lan was surprised and didn't care that her hand was still held by Chen Chen. She quickly looked at his wrist, but there was only one small tattoo of a space person. Looking up, she suspiciously looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen held the railing with his small hand and smiled. If you come over and massage my shoulders, maybe I'll tell you when I'm happy. Wu Moore walked over with her long legs and rudely opened Chen Chen's collar, as if she wanted to give him an injection. But then she saw the blink tattoo behind Chen Chen. Although the awakened person's mark after the apocalypse looked like a tattoo, it was not a real tattoo.
Over time, everyone could recognize the awakened person's mark at a glance. Wu Moore stared at the tattoo behind Chen Chen and asked, what skill is this?
Wei Lan stood up anxiously and tried to see, but her hand was held by Chen Chen.
He exerted a little force and pulled Wei Lan back. Wei Lan put on a smiling face again. Didn't you ask me to massage your shoulders?
Chen Chen smiled and let go of her hand. The two women began to study Chen Chen's tattoo.
Chen Chen didn't mind, he just showed it to them.
But to maintain his frivolous image, he reached out and grabbed Wu Moore's hand. But Wu Moore was not Wei Lan, she coldly shook him off. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Chen pretended to be unhappy and said coldly, don't let me see Yin Qing again, otherwise I'll make you all my bedside maids.
Ha! Wu Moore sneered. Wei Lan, who was gently massaging Chen Chen's shoulders, suddenly exerted more force. With the excuse of being angry, Chen Chen didn't need to speak anymore.
After studying Chen Chen's tattoo for a while and seeing that he was silent, Wei Lan and Wu Moore went to rest on the long sofa. After all, a large team had just been dispatched to return Chen Chen's phone to the city of Chun.
The fastest way to get news from Yin Qing is tonight.
They just need to approve of this man before that, and leave the rest to Yin Qing.
The next part of the journey is a bit dull. It didn't take 2 hours, probably about an hour and a half.
The Nyangzi adventure team was forced to stop 3 times in the middle to kill the mad crowd. Chen Chen is now in a state of house arrest and cannot get off the car.
However, he faintly heard a girl counting loudly.
It seems that there is more than one person afraid. Chen Chen really wants to know the identity of that fearful girl and must find her in advance when he goes back. Chen Chen just witnessed the skills of the fearful person. In the blink of an eye, he killed hundreds of orc warriors and more than 20 giants.
Too abnormal.
The convoy gradually slowed down, and Chen Chen could already see a large number of survivors through the car window.
It should be here. There are still 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 18 seconds left in the countdown in his mind.
Chen Chen was thinking about how to get off the car with Wei Lan and the others when the RV suddenly slowed down. Wei Lan stood up and stretched lazily in front of the long sofa. Chen Chen unexpectedly found her figure attractive. But in the next second, Wu Moor also stood up, and Wei Lan immediately became like a younger brother. Wu Moor got off the car first, and Wei Lan followed her. Suddenly, Wei Lan stopped and said, "Oh, I forgot about our team leader's husband." She looked at Chen Chen and said, "You just rest in the car, knock on the door if you need anything. We have maids waiting outside, just call them if you need anything. Don't be polite, the team leader's husband." She was about to get off the car. But Chen Chen only had 3 hours left and couldn't continue to be under their house arrest. Wait! At this moment, Chen Chen, who had been silent all the way, suddenly stood up. The author has something to say. There is another chapter at 12 o'clock.
I want to go out and buy something.
Chen Chen changed his casual attitude. Wei Lan was a bit surprised by his change but immediately said, "No, you can't go anywhere until we confirm your identity." Chen Chen's expression was serious. "You can send 10 people to follow me, even if they point a gun at my head, but I must get off the car to buy something now."
I said no. Wei Lan refused decisively, saying, "We have unlocked your phone and sent it back to Ying Cheng. By tonight at the latest, there will be news from her. If you want to buy something, do it tomorrow. If you are really Ying Cheng's man, I will accompany you to buy whatever you want tomorrow."
Wei Lan, I'm saying this for the last time. I must buy something now, and I'll be back in no more than 4 hours. Chen Chen completely ignored what Wei Lan said and walked out in big steps.
Stop right there.
Wei Lan suddenly had a high-tech pistol in her hand as Chen Chen approached her, but she didn't actually aim the gun at him. When Chen Chen reached Wei Lan, he looked deeply into her eyes, stepped out of the car. But at the moment he got off the car, a war knife was placed against his neck.
Get out of the way. Glancing at Wu Moor, Chen Chen directly knocked away her war knife and continued to walk forward. Behind him, Wu Moor was annoyed.
She suddenly raised her war knife and aimed it at Chen Chen's head.
"Moor, ignore him, let him go."
Wei Lan looked at Chen Chen and said, "I will go find people from Donglio City.
You follow him with people.
Give him one last chance, give him 4 hours, and I also want to see what he wants to buy." Thinking about it, Wei Lan added, "More, if he dares to play any tricks later, cut off one of his arms. If Ying Cheng really blames us, we will take responsibility together." Wu Meier snorted coldly, "If you had said that in the car just now, I would have chopped you in the car." She waved her hand, and immediately a group of young ladies ran over from behind. Then she followed Chen Chen with her long legs.
Jushu City Group in Dongliao City.
When the caravan of the Lady Adventure team entered their territory, a welcoming convoy had already arrived to guide them to the large square outside the only level 7 giant tree city in Dongliao City.
This is the venue for the 4-province exchange conference.
Perhaps they arrived late, as at this time, there were already millions of survivors gathered around the central square of the level 7 giant tree city. And there were still many survivors on their way here. Upon receiving this news, not only the large adventure teams that received invitations, but also thousands of medium and small adventure teams from the 4 provinces rushed here from afar. Many medium and small adventure teams came here, not just for trading, but to experience the scene of millions of survivors gathering together.
People were everywhere, a sea of people.
Fortunately, the Lady Adventure team just took the Lord's Manor exclusive passage, and Chen Chen followed them into the central square of the level 7 giant tree city. This is a super large square of tens of thousands of square meters, and it has already become a super huge market. This market is prepared for medium and small adventure teams that did not receive invitations, and setting up stalls here requires paying a certain fee. The closer to the giant tree city, the higher the fee. However, for large adventure teams like the Lady Adventure team with invitations, they have a special trading location within the giant tree city. Not only is it free, but they also provide food and drinking water for all the personnel brought by the Lady Adventure team this time. Dongliao province seems to be at a loss in this operation, as they have to bear all the expenses of large caravans like the Lady Adventure team. However, they only charge booth fees from other adventure teams and entrance tickets to the level 7 Giant Tree City, and they are already making a lot of money. Stop! A wooden fence surrounded the central square of tens of thousands of square meters, and to enter this square, one had to pay a ticket of 50 bullets. After Chen Shen got off the car and walked out of the Lord's Manor exclusive passage, he felt that there were crowds outside, one after another. But when entering the central square, there were fewer people. At this time, Wu Meier had already led 50 female team members to follow Chen Shen. Seeing Chen Shen being stopped, a female team member immediately stepped forward and showed the emblem of the Lady Adventure Team embroidered on her arm. Is he also from the Lady Adventure Team? The guard at the wooden fence recognized the famous Lady Adventure Team. However, since when did the Lady Adventure Team also recruit men? Wu Meier impatiently said, "Move aside." Knowing that this was the deputy leader of the Lady Adventure Team, the guard quickly made way respectfully. Seeing Wu Meier leading 50 female team members following a man into the central square, the guard ordered his subordinates to continue guarding the wooden gate and hurried back to report the situation. The Lady Adventure Team has started recruiting men. This is definitely a groundbreaking event. They will probably have to reassess their strength in the future. Chen Shen strode into the central square, knowing that he was very conspicuous with 50 young ladies. At least thousands of eyes were on him at this moment. But he didn't care at all, he just wanted to see the legendary high-tech battle armor. New pure cotton t-shirt, shorts 1000 bullets per ton. New men's earth underwear 800 bullets per ton, women's earth underwear 1200 bullets per ton. New long-sleeved shirts, combat uniforms, durable pants 3000 bullets per ton. New sports shoes, hiking shoes, 10,000 bullets per ton. Various backpacks, shoulder bags, 20,000 bullets per ton. After entering, Chen Shen only realized that the area he walked into was the clothing area. However, when did clothing start being sold by the ton? Even during the apocalypse, Chen Shen had received large quantities of various clothing. In his space, approximately 1 ton of t-shirts would be around 2,000 to 3,500 pieces. But selling 3,500 brand new t-shirts for only 1,000 bullets? Chen Shen almost thought he misheard. And for 1 ton of underwear, there would be an average of around 600 to 700 pieces. And they were only selling for 1,200 bullets? Buying 6 pieces of underwear for 1 bullet. Is that possible? The more Chen Shen heard the shouting around him, the more impossible it seemed. Even for 1 ton of sneakers, which would have 1,000 pairs, they were only selling for 10,000 bullets. An average of 10 bullets for a brand new pair of sneakers. After taking several steps, Chen Shen suddenly turned back and grabbed the arm of a stall owner. "You just said, how much for a ton of your sneakers?" 10,000 bullets. The stall owner looked at Chen Shen, then saw the 50 young and pretty girls behind him, knowing it was not good to provoke them, and changed his tune. "If you want, I can calculate 8,000 bullets per ton for you. I have a total of 11 tons here. If you can take them all, I'll sell them to you for 80,000 bullets. 22,000 pairs of shoes for only 80,000 bullets? If he brought them back to the central city, Chen Shen dared to guarantee that if he priced them at 2.8 million bullets, they would be sold out within a day. Thinking about it, he hesitated, then glanced at a few other stalls nearby. Some were shouting, some had clear prices, and the prices were similar to what the owner had said. Looking around, he suddenly felt excited. "Boss, 80,000 bullets, 11 tons of sneakers, I'll take them all." The author has something to say. Thank you for the 5-star rating, thank you for the small gifts, and for the votes to encourage updates. Good night. Hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you. In the vast square, the shoe seller had spread a white cloth on the ground, with several pairs of sample shoes on it. As Chen Shen urged the boss to hurry up, he poured 800 empty space magazines of 100 bullets each on the white cloth. "Where are your shoes? Hurry up and bring them out." With 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 3 seconds left on the countdown, Chen Shen didn't have time to waste with the boss. Don't rush, young man." The boss was a bit confused by Chen Shen's actions, but being a spatial person himself, he raised his hand next to a small pile of space magazines, and a supersized bag appeared. The bag was made of pieces of clothing sewn together, with a dead button fastening the bag's opening. The boss said, "This bag contains exactly 100 pounds, and I guarantee that the shoes inside are all brand new. You can check them at will." Before the boss could say more, Chen Shen, without even looking, directly stored the bag in his space, urging, "Hurry up, bring out the rest." 8 tons of shoes, a total of 16 supersized bags. The boss saw the customer was not wasting time, so he also became more enthusiastic. He found a bag in the space, and Chen Shen instantly stored it, without any intention of checking. The boss was also very happy, but as he took out the 13th bag, Chen Chen suddenly had a dagger in his hand.
Squeak! Chen Chen cut open the bag, and a bunch of sneakers spilled out. He quickly bent down and searched through the sneakers. The shoes were indeed all new.
Various brands of sneakers from before the apocalypse, as well as a few hiking shoes. The worst ones were casual sneakers. Seeing Chen Chen's expression, the boss said cheerfully, "Young man, we are all here for this material exchange conference.
There are still many militia soldiers outside. How could we dare to deceive anyone?
Don't bother looking, bro. I guarantee you that every pair of the 11 tons of sneakers you're selling is new. If there's a stinky pair, bro, I won't even take a bullet. I'll give you 10 times the amount back."
In fact, it's not just this shoe-selling boss now.
As long as all the bosses who paid to enter this square, each one dares to give Chen Chen such a guarantee. Nowadays, the outside is covered with all kinds of goods. Bending down to pick up a new pair of shoes is much easier than taking off a stinky pair from a madman's feet. Besides, these things are not worth much. If Chen Chen comes a few days later, these 11 tons of new shoes might be sold to him by the boss for 50,000 bullets.
Seal up this bag for me, and quickly bring out the other bags for me too. There are still 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 11 seconds left in the countdown in his mind. Buying these 11 tons of shoes only took 58 seconds. Very cool. Chen Chen now plans to enjoy himself outside for an hour and 14 minutes first. When there are 2 hours left, he will go in and buy high-tech supplies. "Little brother, Oldly just sold you all men's shoes, but we have women's shoes here. Do you want them?" Women's shoes are half the price of his men's shoes. "Little brother, come here and take a look. Men's shoes are 8,000 bullets per ton. I'll sell you a ton of women's shoes for 3,000 bullets. Boss, come here and take a look. We have both men's and women's shoes here, guaranteeing that each pair is brand new." "Shut your mouths.
Little brother, bro, I have 27 tons of shoes here. I'll say a number." Chen Chen was generous at this stall and bought 11 tons of shoes in one go.
Buying 11 tons of shoes is not important. What's important is that the other boss only has 11 tons.
So, the signal to other shoe-selling bosses is take as much as you want.
This is awesome. After all, nowadays, it's hard to find big fools like Chen Chen.
There are only a few survivors after the apocalypse, but the shoes that fell in that world were used by billions of people. They didn't expect that someone would buy shoes on such a large scale.
This is not just a big fool, what else could it be? The news of the big fool spread quickly. Not long after, a large group of shoe sellers surrounded Chen Chen. There were nearly 100 people. And at this time, the bosses in the back row, unable to squeeze to the front, began to lower their prices in a hurry.
"Little brother, I guarantee brand new men's shoes. I'll sell you 4,500 bullets per ton, and for women's shoes, you give me 800 bullets per ton. I guarantee they are all brand new.
Women's shoes are lighter than men's shoes. A pair of men's shoes is about 1.5 to 2 pounds.
Women generally weigh around 1 to 1.5 pounds.
If calculated at 1 pound, does that mean 800 bullets can buy 2,000 pairs of brand new women's shoes? On average, 1 bullet can buy 2 pairs of women's shoes?"
Chen Chen was almost shocked.
Is 1 bullet worth bending down for? However, Chen Chen is floating now.
He seems to have forgotten that in his previous life, he never bought a pair of 20-bullet non-slip gloves before he died. And now, in the third crack in the sky, these new shoes are actually lying on the ground. For an adventure team of 100 people, each person bending down is 50 bullets. For some small adventure teams, 50 bullets might save a few companions' lives.
"Everyone, calm down,"
Chen Chen suddenly shouted, and when the shoe-selling bosses around gradually quieted down, he shouted again, "I can't buy all your shoes. Now, men's shoes are 3,000 bullets per ton, women's shoes are 500 bullets per ton. Those who want to sell, stay, those who don't, step aside now.
1 ton of shoes is equivalent to 1,000 pairs.
100 tons of shoes is 100,000 pairs. And now, each of these hundreds of shoe-selling bosses has at least 10 tons of shoes in hand. So Chen Chen lowered the price significantly. Those willing to sell stayed. Besides, he needed to leave some space to buy other supplies. However, after a brief silence around, none of these bosses left. In fact, the conference had just begun, and in a few days, they could sell for even lower prices. Moreover, just a few hours ago, there was another Sky Mirror event, and now there was a large batch of supplies outside to collect. Selling these shoes would free up space to continue searching.
"Young man." After a brief silence, a man suddenly spoke. "Young man, is the price you mentioned a fixed amount?"
Afraid that those behind couldn't hear, Chen Chen repeated loudly, "Men's shoes, 3,000 bullets per ton, women's shoes, 500 bullets per ton, I'll take as much as you have."
"All right."
Our Jubilant City's Giant Tree City Group has brought 17 large adventure teams this time. All kinds of supplies have been registered with our adventure team. the total of men's and women's shoes should be over 77 tons, we agree to your price. By freeing up this 77 tons of space, they could continue to collect other supplies. This man thought it was a good deal. With this man taking the lead, many other bosses followed suit and said loudly, I'll sell at that price too. I have 29 tons of new shoes, all sold. I have 17 tons. I also have 29 tons. All sold to you. Soon, the shoe-selling bosses were boiling again. All sold? At this price, men's shoes were equivalent to 3 bullets per pair, and women's shoes were equivalent to 4 pairs of new shoes per bullet. Chen Chen had thought he could scare off at least half of the shoe-selling bosses. He hadn't expected to scare off a single one. Was he being too kind? If Yu Jing were here to bargain alongside him, he might have made these bosses cry. Everyone calm down. Those selling shoes now, bring out all your shoes and display them on the stalls. Chen Chen turned back and said, Wu Mir, call 10 female team members over here, quickly. Wu Mir and the 50 female team members of the Lady Adventure team behind her were all a bit dumbfounded. This man, is he crazy? Except for Wu Mir, the rest of the female team members didn't know that Chen Chen was husband to Yin Xingjie. Just asking them to follow this man was already quite puzzling. And now this man was crazily buying shoes? Is he out of his mind? Is he planning to buy millions of pairs of shoes now? Does he have that much space? Chen Chen's command was purely instinctive. He was used to directing these female team members. But this time, after giving the order, no one moved. The female team members of the Lady Adventure team were all looking at Wu Mir, and Wu Mir's beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen looking at her, Wu Mir raised her eyebrows and said, Are you ordering me to do something? The author has something to say. The next chapter will be released at 12 o'clock. I'm not holding back drafts, I'm really writing now. Wu Mir was also stunned by Chen Chen's actions just now. The Lady Adventure team also brought a large quantity of supplies this time, especially after they took over the entire Giant Tree City in Spring City. Chen Chen's actions just now, Wei Lan was not here. If she were, she might have wanted to sell him a batch of shoes. Like all the shoe bosses, this kind of big fool is really hard to find. However, Wu Mir now wanted to know if his space could accommodate all this. Everyone knows that the space storage capacity is only 100 tons, and these bosses' shoes are more than 100 tons. Is he really a dual system awakened person? In fact, Wu Mir is becoming more and more curious about this man. Even if the news that came tonight is unfavorable to Chen Chen. Chen Chen is not Yin Qing's man, and Wu Mir is now considering whether she can temporarily save the life of this man's dog. Study him well tonight. Give me 50 of them for 4 hours. Whatever your Ladies Adventure team has, I want it all. Chen Chen is now rich and generous. On the way here, he had already calculated. This time he brought a total of 4,388 energy crystals, bullets, in addition to the 11.72 million in the team's account, plus the 7.835 million found from the 30 space people captured that night. Finally, adding the 30 million bullets he kept in his own space. This time he brought out a total of 49.555 million bullets. After deducting what he left for Yi Zhishi and the losses of the day, he still has at least 49 million bullets, and 4,388 crystals. According to the current prices here, this is definitely a huge sum of money. How about it? Do you want to borrow people? If you don't, I'll spend money to find someone else now. I believe that if I just shout out, at least 10,000 people nearby are willing to lend me these 3 hours. Chen Chen is now rich and confident. And Wu Mir also knows that the conditions he offered can be fulfilled instantly, even if he wants to find 100,000 people now. After taking a deep breath, Wu Mir slightly tilted her head and ordered, Lu Xiaoman, you 50 will temporarily listen to his command for 3 hours. Understood. Lu Xiaoman is the fearful lady who studies classical music at the Music Academy. In Chen Chen's world, female team members mutinied, and she once wanted to die with Chen Chen to avenge her sisters. But in this future world, she and Chen Chen are still strangers. Lu Xiaoman. This time, this woman also needs special attention. It took about 5 minutes here. On the other side, hundreds of shoe sellers have already set out large bags of new shoes from their spaces in front of their stalls. Not being a space person, they quickly ran to find their space team members to inform them that there was a big opportunity. Boss, let me borrow your white cloth for a moment. The first shoe seller was the happiest at this moment. Among the hundreds of shoe sellers, he sold at a high price. Chen Chen asked for a piece of white cloth, and he naturally agreed. Not to mention asking for this piece of old white cloth, even if Chen Chen now asked the boss to take off all his clothes and walk around the square, he would not hesitate. Sure. The boss said with a smile, I have white cloth in my space, how much do you want? I'll lay them out for you. With that, he found several large pieces of white cloth in his space and spread them out on the ground. Chen Chen walked to the center of the white cloth, raised his hands. And then the space magazines poured down from his palms like a waterfall, a total of 10,000 space magazines, exactly 1 million bullets. Adding men's and women's shoes, he could buy about 200,000 to 300,000 pairs. And at this moment, he still had 48 million bullets in his space. Feeling great. Even the rich don't feel as great as he does now. Lu Xiaoman, the 50 of you will be responsible for paying the bill later. Behind Shin Chen, Lu Xiaoman and the other 50 lady adventurers looked at each other and thought that this man is quite handsome. In the midst of the crowd's attention, he opened his arms and released 2 mountain-like space magazines. So cool, so domineering. It would be great if he could join the lady adventurer team. We know what to do. Lu Xiaoman regained her composure and immediately put on a professional attitude. After releasing 1 million bullets, Shin Chen immediately began to collect the large bags filled with new shoes. The big bags are all similar, each weighing 100 or 50 caddies. There are 3 hours, 1 minute, and 17 seconds left in the countdown in his mind. Shen Chen alone cleared the area where shoes were sold. For big provinces, countless large, medium, and small adventure teams, all the new shoes were bought by him alone. Soon, the news of Chen Chen, this big fat sheep, spread on the central square of tens of thousands of square meters. Almost all the adventure teams are sending people to find this big fat sheep. At this time, in Chen Chen's space, only various new shoes have already collected 237 tons, at least 400,000 pairs. According to the current prices in the Spring City, an average pair of new shoes probably costs between 150 and 300 bullets. The value of just these 400,000 pairs of shoes is between 60 million and 120 million. Of course, there will definitely be inflation factors, but in the future, Shen Chen will have to go to the capital with a population of tens of millions. Even along the way, his caravan can go to more places. Selling an average of 100 bullets per pair of shoes, it is at least 40 million. And now he has only spent less than 1 million bullets. 40 times the profit. There is nothing faster to make money than this. And this only took him less than 10 minutes. Stop wasting time. After feeling pleased in his heart, Shen Chen quickly brought 50 young ladies in Wumir to the area where clothing was sold. This time, he didn't dawdle, he gathered hundreds of clothing sellers and set prices directly for them. Brand new cotton t-shirts, shorts, about 3,500 pieces per ton. Shen Chen priced them at 350 bullets, an average of 10 pieces per bullet. Brand new men's underwear, women's underwear, about 600 to 700 pieces per ton. Chen Chen priced them at 500 bullets, an average of 12 pieces per bullet. Gloves, stockings, socks, hats, etc. About 600 to 700 pieces per ton. Priced at 600 bullets, an average of 10 pieces per bullet. Brand new long-sleeved hoodies, windbreakers, durable pants, etc. An average of 1,500 to 2,000 pieces per ton. Priced at 2,000 bullets, an average of 1 piece per bullet. Various backpacks, shoulder bags, about 1,000 to 1,500 pieces per ton. Priced at 5,000 bullets, an average of 5 pieces per bullet. Various towels, bath towels, about 2,000 to 3,000 pieces per ton. Priced at 1,500 bullets, an average of 2 pieces per bullet. And various other miscellaneous clothing, etc. 15 minutes later. There are 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 17 seconds left in the countdown in his mind. Shen Chen added another 337 tons of men's and women's clothing, 10 tons of towels and bath towels in his space. The total cost is still less than 600,000 bullets. During the time the young ladies were paying, Shen Chen also briefly calculated in his mind the future average profit of these clothes, probably around 300 to 400 times. Just like here, 1 bullet can buy 10 t-shirts. Back in the jungle doomsday, a new men's t-shirt can sell for at least 20 to 30 bullets. And a backpack for 5 bullets. Back in the jungle doomsday, the good quality ones can even sell for 1,000 to at least 2,000 bullets each. And the cost of these 600,000 bullets, the price they will sell for in the future, could be between 300 million and 500 million. This is a huge profit. Shen Chen just roughly calculated in his head, feeling that the number was too exaggerated. Next, Chen Chen took another stroll with 50 young ladies and Wu Mir in the betting area. In the jungle doomsday, even the various city lords couldn't buy latex mattresses. Here, Chen Chen selected the good quality ones, charging 1,500 bullets per bed. And these 4 big provinces, thousands of adventure teams in total contributed nearly 1,000 beds to him, increasing the total weight of the space by 56 tons.
Purchase a total of 58 tons of items such as quilts and bed sheets. Daily necessities area. Cleaning supplies. In the jungle apocalypse, toothpaste costs 50 to 80 bullets per tube, with a purchase price of 3 bullets for 1 tube here. Shampoos, shower gels, and feminine hygiene washes costing 100 to 300 bullets per container, 1 bullet per container. Soap costing 30 bullets, purchased at 5 bullets per piece. A total of 62 tons purchased. Hygiene products, purchased a total of 55 tons of toilet paper, sleep pants, etc. Purchased a total of 75 tons. Special wet wipes for women, purchased a total of 2 tons. After visiting these 2 areas, there are still 2 hours and 22 minutes left in the countdown in his mind. The total weight of Chen Chen's space, including the supplies brought with him, has now reached 895 tons. There is only a little over 100 tons left. Chen Chen has not considered food temporarily, mainly because the cost-effectiveness is not high, and the world is also short of food now. After all, much of the food can perish. With the remaining 100 plus tons, Chen Chen plans to load all seasonings, especially salt. But now the food area is a bit far from his current location. After some thought, Chen Chen decided to send LV Xiaoman with 20 people to find seasonings over there. With these 2 hours left, he decided to enter the hall of the Level 7 Giant Tree City first to see the so-called high-tech supplies. Donglio City, Level 7 Giant Tree City. Chen Chen, followed by Wu Mur and 30 female team members, walked to the main entrance, immediately attracting countless eyes. He was the focus in the central square just now, and he still is here. Now he is a man with several identities. The first identity is a big spender, who asks how much do you have when buying things. The second identity is the only man in the Lady Adventure team, and the deputy leader of the Lady Adventure team, with Wu Mur personally serving as his bodyguard. It is worth noting that Wu Mur's reputation after the apocalypse is no less than that of Lady Yin. She is the only known stone-skin nemesis among the human survivors after the apocalypse. No one knows what her skill is. Everyone only knows that her skill can instantly break through the defense of stone-skin people, even including expensive high-tech battle armor. And this famous Wu lady is now following a man as a little follower. The third identity, someone has just privately calculated the space of Chen Chen. So far, he has stored at least over 800 tons of supplies in his space. Another unique skill in the world. Although it is an auxiliary system, it is still very abnormal. Finally, there is a group of survivors who are puzzled. Their only thought is that this kid is followed by so many beautiful girls. They are really envious. The gate of the giant tree city is 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. When Chen Chen walked to the gate, no one dared to stop him. The guards looked at him with awe and envy. Stepping into the hall is about 10,000 square meters, with lights on the ceiling, but not densely packed, with an average of about a dozen meters between each incandescent lamp. The shops in the hall are mostly surrounded by a large wooden platform with about a dozen people, each wooden platform connected to a power cord and equipped with an incandescent light bulb. Wooden platforms and light bulbs are symbols of strength. Chen Chen inquired at 2 shops but found no high-tech supplies for sale. At this moment, Wu Mur behind him suddenly asked, "How much can your space hold?" This was the first time she took the initiative to speak to him. Chen Chen turned around, and Wu Mur took a step back, crossing her arms. This was a subconscious defensive posture, indicating that she still subconsciously saw herself as an enemy. "If you can follow my orders for 3 hours, I'll tell you now." Chen Chen continued to walk forward. "Humph." Wu Mur coldly snorted and followed. "Oh, follow your orders for 3 hours? You want me to kiss you? Do I have to kiss you too?" After walking past 2 stalls without seeing any high-tech items for sale, Wu Mur spoke up again. "If you want to buy high-tech supplies, you need to go to the 3rd floor. Is this woman not arrogant anymore?" Chen Chen glanced back at her. "Where are the stairs?" Wu Mur replied calmly, "First tell me, how much can your space hold?" 1,000 tons. Chen Chen didn't want to waste time with them now. Even if he wanted to strategize against her, it would be against Wu Mur from his own world. 1,000 tons? Wu Mur crossed her arms and frowned. "What about the skill on your neck?" Chen Chen rudely interrupted. "Tell me where the stairs are." Humph. Clack, clack, clack. Wu Mur walked coldly in a certain direction, and Chen Chen followed. The corridor was somewhat dim, and the floor was uneven. Chen Chen saw the stairs and walked ahead, not stopping on the 2nd floor, and went straight to the 3rd floor. Turning the corner at the stairs, it was brightly lit. The 3rd floor hall was only 2,000 square meters, but the lights above were denser and brighter. Inside the hall, there were many young ladies carrying fruit trays back and forth, dressed in only 3 pieces. At the stairs, stone-skin warriors guarded, only allowing adventure teams with invitations from Donglio province to enter the 3rd floor. "Stop! Do you have an invitation?"
A stone-skinned warrior was about to stop Chen Chen, but then saw Wu Mir walking up behind him. Immediately recognizing the only man of the Lady Adventure team, he put on a smile and didn't ask for an invitation anymore.
Chen Chen didn't expect that after the third crack in the sky, the Lady Adventure team would have such strong power in Donglio province.
But that had nothing to do with him, so he strode into the third-floor hall. Unlike the first floor, the third-floor hall, although also a wooden platform, looked more like a long conference table.
Snacks and fruits were placed on the table.
The survivors sitting behind the conference table were all glamorous, the leaders and deputy leaders of top adventure teams from various major cities. Chen Chen had been fighting mad crowds all morning and was covered in blood. Many leaders frowned slightly when they saw him, but when they saw Wu Mir behind him, their attitudes immediately became serious. Chen Chen walked up to a long conference table, and a leader of a large adventure team immediately stood up and asked about his intentions. Knowing that Chen Chen intended to purchase high-tech items, a spatial person next to the leader quickly took out a delicate wooden box. The box was not large, about the size of a pre-apocalyptic shoebox. The spatial person carefully opened it and took out a nail-sized ornament, saying, "This is a contraceptive earring." The earring was the size of a regular earring from before the apocalypse, with a moon pattern on the nail surface.
But when could an earring prevent pregnancy?
Seeing that Chen Chen seemed unfamiliar with this type of high-tech item, the spatial person handed the earring to Chen Chen with a smile.
The moment he touched it, it was like an awakened instinct to understand his awakening ability. Suddenly, detailed information about this earring appeared in Chen Chen's mind.
Contraceptive earring, for women only, no need for ear piercing, placed next to the ear for 10 seconds, it will automatically adhere, and the removal process is the same. The effect is literally what it says, a child killer. However, it needs to be recharged with an energy crystal every 30 days. The recharging process involves sticking the earring to the energy crystal for 10 seconds after removal. Is this a high-tech item? This was Chen Chen's first time seeing such a so-called high-tech item, which was somewhat surprising. But his first thought was that he must buy more of these earrings. After returning, immediately bring in Xing, Yujing, and Xia and I with you. Then you won't have to work so hard in the future. It's definitely a rare treasure. Chen Chen asked about the price, and the space person across from him smiled and said, "Sir, you can give 150,000 bullets, or 15 energy crystals."
150,000? For such a small thing the size of a fingernail?
Outside, 150,000 could buy 50 tons of new shoes. However, suddenly, Chen Chen's mind raced, and he raised an eyebrow at the shopkeeper and asked, "Did you say 150,000 bullets, or 15 energy crystals?" In the last world, in the 6th month of the Jungle Doomsday, one energy crystal was worth 5,000 bullets. But now, after several adjustments, the price at the central city had dropped to 2,000 bullets for one energy crystal.
Many people were still selling them.
"That's right, sir," the space person said with a smile, "you can pay with 150,000 bullets, or 15 energy crystals, whichever is convenient for you." Seeing that he wasn't joking, Chen Chen quickly turned over a few thoughts in his mind and probably understood. The appearance of various high-tech items in the third crack in the sky may be because these high-tech items all require energy crystals for charging. This led to a soaring price of energy crystals. In addition, a new batch of survivors awakened in the third crack in the sky, and with more awakenings, perhaps this was one of the reasons for the rise in the price of energy crystals.
This was another opportunity to make a fortune.
In his own space, he still had 4,388 energy crystals. After buying everything, before returning, he could exchange these crystals for bullets. Back in the Jungle Doomsday, 4,388 crystals could be exchanged for 43.88 million bullets here. After returning, with 43.88 million bullets, he could buy 21,690 crystals. This back and forth would at least yield nearly 5 times the profit. Perhaps this time, after buying all the high-tech items and returning to the Jungle Doomsday, the total number of crystals and bullets would increase? This was the highest level of freeloading. Thinking of this, Chen Chen no longer found the other party's earring expensive, and directly took out 15 crystals to pay. Seeing Chen Chen being generous, the space person quickly brought out a second high-tech item.
The second high-tech item was a water bottle.
The water bottle was similar to a regular military water bottle, with a shoulder strap that could be slung over the shoulder. The space person carefully placed the water bottle in Chen Chen's hand, and the information about this space water bottle immediately appeared in his mind.
Space water bottle can store 10 tons of water with purification function.
The water bottle has a temperature adjustment function. Even if all 10 tons of pure water are cold, once poured into this space water bottle, it will automatically heat up. There is a gear button on the surface of the water bottle to adjust the temperature, and you can pour out any temperature of water you want and adjust the flow rate. It requires 10 energy crystals every 30 days. After understanding the function of this space water bottle, Chen Chen's first feeling was that the function of this space item was a bit outrageous. 10 tons of water, equivalent to 20,000 bottles of mineral water, with a purification function, and the ability to adjust the temperature at any time. This function was incredible. However, for just this space water bottle, the other party demanded 5 million bullets or 150 energy crystals. Just as Chen Chen thought he should negotiate the price with the other party, there was a hurried sound of footsteps behind him. Is 5 million bullets too little? How about 150 million? Wei Lan walked over with a group of girls to Chen Chen's side. She first rolled her eyes at Chen Chen and then turned to the space person across from her. How about this? Sell our Lady Adventurer team to you in exchange for this precious water bottle. What do you think? Lady Wei Lan, you're joking. The person across the space smiled, and the leader on the other side also stood up with a smile on his face. Different from the seriousness just now, it was like meeting a new acquaintance. He laughed and said, Lord Wei Lan, our material exchange conference hasn't started yet. This is just a tentative price. We can discuss the specifics. If there were a few more days, Chen Chen wouldn't mind letting Wei Lan help him negotiate the price. Even if both sides sat at the negotiation table and haggled slowly, he wouldn't mind. But now he only had 2 hours left in his countdown. At this moment, Wei Lan wanted to clarify something with the boss again, but Chen Chen suddenly said, show me all the remaining high-tech items you have. If the price is right, I'll take them all. Wei Lan frowned, having just heard about Chen Chen's crazy shopping for shoes and clothes outside, which made Wei Lan feel a bit distressed. When he received news from Yin Qing tonight, maybe he would become a member of the Adventurers Guild. This spendthrift man. Alright, let's not talk about the price for now. You take a look at the items first. The leader across from them smiled warmly and quickly took out 3 high-tech items from a small box. The first one, a high-tech toilet. This toilet was the size of an egg. There were 2 small blue and red buttons at the flush position of the toilet. Blue was for opening, and red for closing. When the blue button was pressed, a milky white phantom would be projected from the toilet's flush position. The phantom gradually solidified, forming the shape of a toilet before stopping the projection. Function: the high-tech toilet does not require flushing. After use, you only need to press the water release button. All waste, including things on the buttocks, will be automatically decomposed. It requires 10 energy crystals every 30 days. Price: 500,000 bullets or 50 energy crystals. The second item, a space tent. The space tent was the size of an egg. When not opened, it looked like a small mini tent. Also using projection, when the mini tent was opened, it would project a pre-apocalyptic normal-sized tent. The tent had 100 square meters of space and could automatically adjust the temperature inside. It requires 10 energy crystals every 30 days. Price: 1 million bullets or 100 energy crystals. The third item, the outdoor space pot. The size of an egg, it can project the shape and size of various pots. The largest option is 100 liters. A regular cooking pot for 4 people is about 4 to 5 liters. With a 100-liter space pot, you can cook rice for about 100 people at once. After adding rice and water, it heats automatically. After adding ingredients and seasonings to the frying pan, it stirs automatically and boils on time. It requires 10 energy crystals every 30 days. Price: 500,000 bullets or 50 energy crystals. High-tech items are very valuable, and the other party is a large adventure group with an invitation letter, at least the strongest adventure group in a prefecture-level city. Including the contraceptive earring, they only have 5 high-tech items. Perhaps it took dozens or even hundreds of meteorites to produce these 5 items. Contraceptive earrings, space water bottles, high-tech toilets, space tents, and the last item, the outdoor space pot. It would cost a total of 5 million bullets or 350 energy crystals. Chen Chen could actually accept this price, but if Wei Lan took the initiative to help negotiate, he would be happy to see it happen. There were 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 22 seconds left in the countdown in his mind. Leaving Wei Lan to negotiate here, he immediately went to find the next stall. High-tech dagger. In addition to the unique skill of the stone skin people's stone skin protection and high-tech battle armor, it can crush anything and cut through iron like mud. It requires 10 energy crystals every 30 days. Price: 300,000 bullets. High-tech bath, egg-sized, projection. No need for water, the bath comes with warm water that can be adjusted. Maximum projection of 500 square meters. Consumes 30 energy crystals every 30 days. Price: 5 million bullets. High-tech adhesive tape. Perfectly sticks to materials with the same properties without leaving any traces.
10 meters of tape, price, 100,000 bullets. High-tech asphalt road. Egg-sized, projection.
After use, projects a 10 meters wide, 1 kilometer long asphalt road that automatically avoids obstacles.
Each use consumes 1 energy crystal. Price, 5 million bullets. High-tech blue pills and more. Level 7 Giant Tree City, 3rd floor hall in Dongleo City.
There is 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 59 seconds left in the countdown in Chen Chen's mind. Chen Chen shuttles quickly in the hall, looking at high-tech items in each shop, leaving a female team member to negotiate prices with them slowly, until he stopped in front of a sleazy fat man.
The fat man took out an exquisite small medicine bottle made of pure diamond. Chen Chen knew that diamonds were valuable on Earth before the apocalypse, if he broadened his horizons. In the entire galaxy, there are countless small planets formed by pure diamonds.
So, it was not surprising for the sleazy fat man to take out a small bottle made of pure diamond. What surprised him was the information that came to his mind when he held the small bottle.
High-tech blue pills, for men.
Effects: body sensitivity increased by 10 times, mental sensitivity increased by 5 times. Within 12 hours, continuously replenish deoxyribose, up to 6 kilograms, which is 12 pounds.
Does not harm the body.
No ineffective situations within 12 hours.
Regain confidence.
Effects last for 12 hours.
Crystal clear diamond small bottle, 50 pills per bottle. Price, 200,000 bullets per bottle, or 20 energy crystals.
Chen Chen stood in front of this stall for a long time. After reading the information, his first thought was, Yin Qing, you're in trouble.
The opportunity for revenge has come.
Hey, buddy. The fat man selling the goods looked sleazy, like the long-lost father of Shi Qianxi, and when he saw Chen Chen interested in the item, he chuckled. To be honest with you. The fat man's accent had a hint of Beijing dialect, saying, the first thing I did when I came here was to collect all the blue pills on the 3rd floor, no matter the price. Now, except for your lady adventurer team who just arrived, I don't know if they have this stuff, but for everyone else, as long as they are willing to sell, they are all here with me.
If you go elsewhere, you won't find it, huh?
Indeed, this fat man was indeed the father of Shi Fat. Their way of doing things was cut from the same cloth.
Chen Chen remembered that last night, Yi Zhishi was really anxious once, asking why he didn't buy the blue pills. She said this thing wasn't expensive.
Now it seems that it was monopolized by this fat man. It is also possible that in the lady adventurer team, this thing is really not expensive.
After all, they don't need it. I'll go ask Wei Lan later. A bit cheaper, I'll take all you have.
Chen Chen wanted to buy all of them, and the fat man was slightly surprised, but he immediately scanned the hall and realized that Chen Chen was the only man in the lady adventurer team.
He understood right away.
Damn, he's the only one being served by tens of thousands of little girls.
Indeed, no amount is too much. The fat man had a clever mind.
His eyes rolled a few times, then he put on a meeting a kindred spirit expression and said, alright, buddy, I can see we have a connection.
Honestly, the cost of this medicine is 150,000 bullets per bottle.
Today, I'll consider it making a friend with you, 160,000 bullets per bottle. I have a total of 40 bottles, I'll keep 5 for myself, and sell you the remaining 35 bottles.
Chen Chen believed every word he said. 40 bottles of 300 energy crystals, I'll pay you now.
Without waiting for the fat man's response, Chen Chen released the crystals on the table.
300 energy crystals were not a small number. He only used 1,000 energy crystals for his time travel.
But 40 bottles meant 2,000 pills, enough for him to consume for 6 years. On average, he would only need 50 energy crystals per year, less than 5 per month. Thinking about it, it was not as wasteful as the high-tech toilet. He felt relieved. After taking out 300 energy crystals, the fat man looked displeased. Buddy, this is not fair. I consider you a friend, 40 bottles for a total of 640 crystals, I'm already giving you a good deal.
Stop talking. Chen Chen glanced at him and said, I can give you 300 energy crystals now.
If you wait for Wei Lan to come and negotiate, she won't even give you 200.
The fat man looked indignant. Then I won't sell it, right? What's wrong? Does your lady adventure team dare to rob openly?
Chen Chen urged impatiently, enough, use my 300 energy crystals to make money quickly, monopolize some goods.
Stop dawdling, quickly bring out your medicine, I'm in a hurry.
Making money with money, this struck a chord with the fat man.
Well, that.
The fat man hesitated, then gritted his teeth. 400 crystals, I'll.
250.
Chen Chen suddenly put away 50 energy crystals from the table. Now it's 250, say one more word, and it will be 200 next time.
Damn it. I won't sell it anymore. The fat man was anxious. Shen Shen looked at his fat face, raised his hand and released the 50 energy crystals on the table. 300 crystals, last chance. If I have to negotiate with you again, we're done. You, damn it. The fat man hesitated for a while, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just muttered a word as if accepting his fate. Reluctantly releasing the small medicine bottles in the space, he muttered, "Do you know what my surname is? How dare you threaten me with my surname?" As he released the small medicine bottles on the table, Shen Shen checked them in his hand and stored them in the space after the prompt function. Listening to his muttering, Shen Shen asked, "Then tell me, what's your surname?" It was the first time Chen Shen had heard of someone using their surname to threaten others. It was truly eye-opening. "Ha!" The fat man took out the last small bottle of pills, placed it heavily on the table, and proudly said, "My surname is Jiao." Chen Shen was stunned, glanced at the fat man's face, silently put away the last bottle of high-tech pills, and continued to find the next store without looking back. You can't mess with someone surnamed Jiao. Students with the surname Jiao are handsome. Save your life. There were 57 minutes and 22 seconds left on the countdown in his mind. A female team member came to find Chen Shen, saying that Wei Lan had negotiated prices with several businesses, and Chen Shen quickly walked over. From 5 million bullets, Wei Lan had bargained down to 25 million bullets on the high-tech asphalt road. Space Kettle, 1. 5 million bullets, a total of 2 sellers. Wei Lan reduced the price to 920,000 bullets. The other seller reduced the price to 950,000. High-tech tape, 10,000 bullets per meter. Wei Lan reduced the price to 7,500 bullets per meter. Shen Shen bought a total of 50 meters. High-tech bathtub, selling for 1.5 million bullets. Wei Lan reduced the price to 550,000. High-tech dagger, 300,000 bullets each. Wei Lan reduced the price to 120,000 each. Shen Shen bought a total of 3. High-tech steamer, 500,000 bullets. Wei Lan reduced the price to 350,000. Bought a total of 3. Space tent, selling for 1 million bullets. Wei Lan reduced the price to 660,000. Bought a total of 5. High-tech toilet, selling for 500,000 bullets. Wei Lan reduced the price to 220,000 bullets. Bought a total of 3. Contraceptive earrings, selling for 150,000 bullets. Wei Lan reduced the price to 100,000 bullets. Bought a total of 10. There are 48 minutes and 22 seconds left in the countdown in the mind. As of now, Shen Shen has bought a total of 29 pieces of various high-tech items, totaling 15,415,000 bullets. However, there is another good news. After the Lady Adventurer team finally arrived at the venue, the Material Exchange Conference officially began. As the organizer of this event, Dongliao Province has brought out 2 sets of high-tech battle armor, Beiyou Province has brought out 1 set, and these 3 sets of high-tech battle armor have now been delivered to the center of the hall. The highest bidder wins. At this moment, a high-tech battle armor is being displayed in the middle of the 3-story hall. A total of 3 pieces of clothing will be displayed in front of each long conference table of the large adventure teams in turn. Touch it to know its detailed information. The Lady Adventurer team is next to the organizer Dongliao Province and has not yet been displayed here. Behind the conference table, Chen Shen now has a chair, with Vice Captain Womir on his left and Vice Captain Wei Lan on his right. It really gives off a bit of a team leader's aura. Do you know you've spent nearly 15 million already? Are you crazy? Wei Lan moved her chair towards Chen Shen, whispering seemingly fiercely, "We won't care about you for now, but if I find out tonight that you're a fake, everything I helped you bargain for will have to be returned to me, got it?" Smelling the scent of makeup on her face, Chen Shen said lightly, "If I return it, you won't kill me? It depends on how you perform. If you can cooperate well with my work, I might also put in a good word for you with Yin Xing, but I can't guarantee that she will let you off." As Wei Lan was speaking, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Chen Shen. She quickly shook her arm, staring at Chen Shen with big eyes. "I take back what I said just now. If I find out tonight that you're a fake, see how I deal with you." Chen Shen was still maintaining his frivolous demeanor in front of Wei Lan, and under their table, he suddenly had a diamond vial in his hand, just wanted to ask her if she had sold it. Anyway, they wouldn't need it. Wei Lan glanced at it, sneered in her heart, turned her head and gave Chen Shen a white look, saying, "We have 16 bottles, but we won't sell them to you. If you really are Yin Xing's boyfriend, we can give them to you, but if you're not, I don't think you'll need this stuff in the future." Regardless of what she said, Chen Shen followed his own thoughts. 100,000 bullets per bottle. If you help me with something, I'll give you 2 million bullets for the 16 bottles. What thing? Wei Lan's attention was indeed diverted. She was now very curious about what Chen Shen wanted her to do that was worth 400,000 bullets. "I'll give you energy crystals, help me exchange them for explosive crystals and medical crystals, and exchange the rest for bullets."
Medical crystals and explosive crystals are exchanged on the second floor, and Chen Chen has not seen the actual items yet. Wei Lan was surprised. Just these? Chen Chen's request was simple for the Lady Adventurer team, just a matter of raising hands. The crystals were all clearly priced, no haggling involved. Sending a few female team members to the second floor could easily get them exchanged. In front of a two-person table, Chen Chen suddenly reached out and released 200 energy crystals in front of Wei Lan, then glanced at her slightly. Wei Lan and Chen Chen locked eyes. She lightly bit her lip and simply found a diamond vial in the space. Anyway, if he was genuine, these pills had to be given to him, and if Chen Chen was fake, Wei Lan also had the confidence to dig them out of his space. The actions of the two attracted the attention of many people, while Wu Mir frowned slightly on the side, her thoughts different from Wei Lan's. Just seeing Chen Chen's 1,000 tons of storage space, Wu Mir had already confirmed him as Yin Qing's boyfriend. And if Wei Lan sold this to him, was she trying to die? When this man really joined the Lady Adventurer team in the future, you gave him this medicine, and when Yin Qing couldn't bear it, you, Wei Lan, would make up for it? Anyway, Wu Mir would definitely not do such a thing. The transaction completed on their side, Chen Chen produced another 16 bottles in his space, totaling 800 blue pills, feeling quite pleased. Even if he couldn't finish them himself, he could sell them to other large adventure team leaders when he returned. Men are not the only ones in danger. Which leader of those large adventure teams doesn't have dozens of followers behind them? Everyone wants to be a real man. Now, with these pills bought at 2,000 bullets for one, selling them to them later, that would be at least 100,000 bullets. That's a profit of 50 times. Feels great. The transaction completed, Chen Chen handed over 1,000 energy crystals to Wei Lan. Wei Lan, despite having seen a lot of money, was slightly stunned looking at the table full of energy crystals. Taking a deep breath, she immediately turned around to have someone exchange the crystals for Chen Chen. At this time, LV Xiaoman also returned from downstairs. She had just been sent out by Chen Chen to find edible salt and seasonings, and to record the prices of all supplies outside the central city's main square. 20 people recorded for over 2 hours. When LV Xiaoman returned, she brought 2 thick notebooks to Chen Chen. Here are the price records of the supplies you wanted, including the prices after bargaining. She pointed to another small notebook. Here are the adventure teams we just found for you selling edible salt. As per your request, we have already bargained with them. By the time Chen Chen arrived this time, the central city had stopped selling edible salt. Outside the central city, the price of edible salt had risen to 5,000 bullets for every 500 grams of salt. 1 gram of edible salt could sell for 10 bullets. But after the third crack in the sky, the price of edible salt dropped to that of cabbage. The price of 1 ton of edible salt was around 600 to 700 bullets. While in the central city, the price of 1 ton of edible salt was 10 million bullets. That's a profit of 15,000 times. Even with inflation, there would still be a profit of 1,000 times. Taking out 200,000 bullets, LV Xiaoman and her team were tasked to purchase edible salt, and Chen Chen demanded they return within 30 minutes. They had just left, when the high-tech battle armor that Chen Chen had been eagerly anticipating was finally presented by 2 ladies in 3-point attire, carrying a small tray, to the long table of the Lady Adventurer team. The high-tech battle armor was placed on a small tray. At this moment, Wei Lan and Wu Mir probably already knew the function of the high-tech battle armor. They didn't move, both looking at Chen Chen, and Chen Chen indeed did not hesitate, being the first to reach out and pick up this mini armor. It was a mini armor the size of an egg. It was pure gold in color, resembling the robot toys Chen Chen used to play with as a child. Grabbing a chill in the palm of his hand, the introduction of the attributes of this high-tech battlesuit also appeared in his mind. High-tech battlesuit, function, able to withstand attacks from all high-tech weapons, including explosive crystals. The effect is equivalent to the stone skin of the stone skin warrior, and there is no time limit. It requires 300 energy crystals every 30 days. There are many attribute introductions, but this attribute is enough for Chen Chen. After playing with it for a long time, the 3-point service girl wanted to take back the battlesuit. Chen Chen suddenly retracted his hand and said arrogantly, "Go tell your lord, I want this high-tech battlesuit for 30 million bullets. The author has something to say. I will sleep for an hour first, set the alarm clock, and I will definitely get up to write in an hour. I will add another chapter in the late night today, which is also the last chapter of the future. Good night, everyone." There are 39 minutes and 11 seconds left in the countdown in his mind. Chen Chen always keeps his word. If he says 30 million bullets, he will definitely give 30 million bullets, not a penny less. However, if due to some irresistible reasons, such as when the time is up, and he can't return to this time and space, then there is no way. Are you crazy? Chen Chen. Wei Lan knew Chen Chen's name in Yin Qing's video.
At this time, she grabbed Chen Chen's arm and whispered, "Quickly give me back the clothes. This clothes is not worth so much money." In Wei Lan's estimation, the battle suit is worth at most 15 million. And this fool Chen Chen blurted out 30 million bullets. "Are your bullets blown in by the wind?" Wei Lan was so angry that she wanted to curse. However, Chen Chen ignored her words and continued, "I want 30 million. You go ask your lord whether to sell or not?" Chen Chen is not a fool. He deliberately quoted a high price now to disrupt this material exchange conference. With 39 minutes left in the countdown in his mind, he wants to have all 3 high-tech battlesuits in his hands when there is only 1 minute left. Then he will pay at the last second. 30 million? Okay, sir. The girl responsible for displaying the battlesuit on the opposite side was also shocked. After a brief moment of astonishment, the girl hurriedly turned around to report to her lord. She was not worried that the battlesuit was still in Chen Chen's hands at the moment. After all, it was still in the display period and was supposed to be shown to others. Soon, the service girl reported this price to the lord of Donglio City, who was very happy. He never expected anyone to cause trouble at this conference, where the 4 major provinces gathered. However, the proper procedures still need to be followed. In the central hall of the 3-story hall, the enthusiastic MC announced loudly that the Nyangzi adventure team of Liubei province was willing to offer 30 million to buy the first battlesuit. Then she began to ask if anyone was willing to offer a higher price. This sentence immediately caused a commotion in the hall. 30 million for a battlesuit? Are you playing with us, Donglio province? If you don't want to sell the battlesuit, just say it straightforwardly. You made such a big fuss, and now you're just playing around, inviting the Nyangzi adventure team to help you out. Our survivors in Beiyou province have been driving for 3 days and nights just to see what you're doing here? How much money did you make from organizing this conference in Donglio province? Don't you have a sense of shame? Now you're not even willing to sell 2 battlesuits? The adventurers present could not accept the price of 30 million. Many of them felt that they were being played by Donglio province with this exaggerated price. This naturally includes the adventure team from Beiyou province that was preparing to sell the high-tech battlesuit. It turns out that Donglio province never intended to sell the battlesuit. They took out 2 pieces of battle armor as a gimmick, which is to deceive us with this battle armor from the North Yuzhou province. Well, since the East Liao province started with 1, then the North Yuzhou province will go for 15. The battle armor from the East Liao province can be sold for 30 million, so our battle armor from the North Yuzhou province must also be 30 million, not selling a single bullet less. The scene became more and more chaotic. Various large adventure teams were shouting and cursing. In short, no one believed this was a genuine transaction. In the center of the scene, the hostess tried to calm everyone down several times, but who paid attention to her? As the organizer, the East Liao province was also very wronged. The 2 pieces of battle armor were indeed used as a gimmick for this material exchange conference, that's true. But they did bring out 2 pieces of high-tech battle armor and were prepared to sell them at a good price at this material exchange conference. Now that it has turned into this, what can they do? They can't just go to Chen Chen and say, "Your offer is unreasonable, we'll sell it to you for 15 million. That wouldn't be fair, right? Moreover, in the eyes of others, Chen Chen is already their East Liao province's insider. Even if they sell him 100 bullets, in the eyes of others, it's their internal circulation. Now, even if they don't sell to Chen Chen, they would sell to anyone present. The East Liao province dares to guarantee that no matter who they sell to now, they will be considered insiders." It went on like this for more than 10 minutes. In the end, the leaders of several large adventure teams from the East Liao province walked to the center of the stage together, listening to all kinds of ridicule, sarcasm, and even insults from the audience below. A hot-tempered leader from the East Liao province directly fired a shot at the ceiling. His intention was to calm everyone down and let them explain. But all present were leaders of large adventure teams, who didn't have hundreds of lives under their command. Who the hell would be scared by a few bullets? The East Liao province fired first, and the leaders of the major adventure teams from the other 3 provinces stood up, took out their guns, and fired at the ceiling. For a moment, many people took out their guns and started shooting at the ceiling. Seeing the situation escalating, the security personnel from the East Liao province activated their skills, and others also picked up their automatic rifles and rushed to the center of the hall. Now, it's chaos. And at this moment, behind the host's position, at the long table of the Lady Adventure team. At this moment, Chen Chen, as the instigator, remained calm. There were 22 minutes and 9 seconds left on the countdown timer in his mind. He had a cigarette in his mouth, occasionally looking around the hall, taking a puff of smoke, acting as if nothing was happening. Under the table, Chen Chen silently took out the last energy crystal, which had already fully charged the high-tech battle armor.
Following the operating instructions of the high-tech battle armor in his mind, he found a red button on the top of the small armor.
He pressed the red button and aimed at himself for 10 seconds. The next second, a milky white halo flashed around him and disappeared.
Then a row of milky white small characters appeared in front of him. Remaining armor time, 29 days, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Following the operating instructions of the high-tech battle armor in his mind, Chen Chen found a blue button on the back of the small armor in his hand. He pressed the blue button, the milky white characters disappeared, and a small countdown appeared on the back of the small armor in his hand. He stored the small armor in his space, took a deep drag on his cigarette, looked around the room, and began to check his body. Clenched his fists, then relaxed, interlocked his fingers, then stuck his fingers in his ears, feeling nothing unusual. There were fruits on the rectangular table in front of him sent by the host. He picked up a fork, stabbed a piece of watermelon, and put it in his mouth.